All humans have crossed over, transforming into summonable beasts awaiting contracts. Some became swift-wind wolves, gaining blade abilities and being contracted by knights. Others turned into rock giants, acquiring shield abilities and being fought over by priests. Yet, you crossed over as a despised suicide bug, mocked by all summonable beasts. Little do they know your ability is infinite resurrection after death. You can randomly revive in the corpses of other summonable beasts, inheriting parts of their abilities and memories, and even absorbing others' powers and knowledge. At this moment, you flap your wings and scan your surroundings, quickly spotting many wondrous scenes, floating islands in the sky, towering trees as massive as skyscrapers, majestic crystal mountains, and creatures unleashing various superpowers. Some can breathe ice, others spew fire, some can condense water shields, and others transform into giants. Truly extraordinary. This world is as beautiful as a painting, with green mountains, clear waters, birds singing, and flowers blooming, the air fresh like a paradise. Yet hidden dangers lurk beneath its serene surface. Li Xian slowly descended back onto the original tree, hiding among the leaves, and opened the virtual panel. Besides the survival guide, the panel also included an auction house and a regional chat channel. The auction house was currently empty, so Li Xian tried opening the regional chat channel, where a flood of messages immediately filled the screen. Is anyone there? Where is this? I actually turned into a muscular rabbit. I became a swift-wind mouse, able to cast wind blades. I transformed into a mighty and imposing strong tiger. The survival guide says that the mighty tiger is good at close combat, but you still need to be careful. There are many stronger than you. Oh my god, a dragon just flew past in the sky, breathing frost that froze an entire lake. That was terrifying. Everyone, be very careful. Countless messages scrolled through the chat channel, and Li Xian realized this world was far more dangerous than he had imagined. Without strength, it was easy to lose one's life. Fortunately, he had an infinite resurrection ability, so he didn't need to worry about such things. He couldn't help but smile, feeling incredibly lucky. But at that very moment, an instinctive sense of dread surged within him, as if he had encountered a natural predator. Li Xian swiftly fluttered away, relying on his nimble speed to desperately evade. At the last possible moment, he burrowed into a tree hollow, digging deeper into the roots. With a whoosh, a fiery figure suddenly appeared, pecking into the hollow and snatching Li Xian in its beak. Trying to eat me? Let's die together. A deafening explosion roared. The earth trembled, and smoke and flames billowed. Li Xian felt excruciating pain engulf his body before everything plunged into darkness. Ding! Infinite resurrection activated. Random revival in progress. The mechanical voice sounded as the darkness before Li Xian's eyes gradually turned to light, and the crisp chirping of birds reached his ears. He looked up at the blue sky, white clouds, green mountains, and clear waters, breathing in the fresh air. His heart filled with joy. I actually came back to life. Some said everyone only has one life, but with infinite resurrection, I have nothing to fear. A surge of intense fighting spirit welled up in him. With infinite resurrection, even if he died 1,000,000 times, he could be reborn again. Combined with his self-destructibility, he felt he would become the most intimidating creature in history. Overjoyed, Li Xian thought about plundering abilities and hurriedly opened his data panel. Ding. Name, Li Xian. Species, healing frog. Common summon, soul, human. Abilities, self-destruct. Healing spell, a healing frog? So I've transformed into a new summon and even gained a healing spell. If I die again, I'll surely obtain another ability. Li Xian was ecstatic, though tempted to test resurrection again. He decided to first experiment with the healing spell while gathering more information. With anticipation, he opened the regional chat channel. Help! I've turned into a morning duck and am being chased by a firefox. Someone save me. Where are you? Hurry, tell us, we'll come to your rescue. The regional chat channel fell silent as everyone waited for Morning Duck's response, but several minutes passed without any message. Morning Duck, are you still there? Say something, someone asked. He must be dead. Look at the bottom left corner of the regional chat channel. It originally showed 100 people, but now it's down to 99. Dead? I didn't expect someone to die so quickly. It seems we really only have one life. Everyone, be careful. The channel fell into a brief silence, and after a long while, another message appeared. The survival guide says that hunting summoning beasts of the same attribute, obtaining their beast cores and absorbing them can enhance one's magic power. At the same time, forming a contract with a summoner can also receive their feedback, strengthening soul magic and soul power. Meeting the requirements allows evolution into a black iron level summoning beast, with a chance to awaken a second ability. Awaken a second ability? Summoning beasts are categorized into levels such as common, black iron, bronze, silver, gold, king, sacred beast, and divine beast. Each advancement offers a chance to awaken abilities? So that's how it is. How do you know so much? What should we call you? Brother? I am Mighty Tiger. I'm Swift-Wind Mouse. I've played in many competitive professional leagues and have extensive knowledge about games. You should read more survival guides. So you're a pro gamer. Big bro. From now on, you're my big bro. Mighty Tiger Fawn. Alright, I'll take you as my little brother. By the way, this is the regional chat channel. Based on my guess, we're not far from each other. Come find me, and we'll stick together. Strength in numbers for better survival. Also, set your chat alias to Mighty so I can recognize your messages. Swiftwind Mouse said. Got it, boss. Messages scrolled across the screen one after another. Li Xian noticed many people following suit, setting their own codenames, and suddenly a variety of summon creature names emerged: Flame Skeleton Warrior, Violent Earth, Striding Sheep, Thunder Blast Goose, Water Evasion Turtle. The variety was vast. Li Xian also got to see many different types of summon creatures. What codename should I set? Li Xian opened the survival guide and carefully browsed through it. Soon, he came across a summon creature called the Morphling, average in combat strength but capable of transforming into any creature, which was quite miraculous. Li Xian felt that Morphling best represented his ability of infinite resurrection, so without hesitation, he set his codename as Morphling. After completing the setup, Li Xian continued browsing the chat channel and soon saw Swiftwind Mouse speaking again. There's actually a Flamehound in our area. That's a black iron tier summon creature. Flamehound, do you want to come over? Staying together will help us survive better. No need, the Flamehound replied curtly before falling silent, seemingly intent on going it alone. Alright, feel free to reach out if you ever want to team up. Swiftwind Mouse responded before adding, Brute Rabbit, your combat skills rival Mighty Tigers. Want to join forces? No thanks, we Brute Rabbits are semi-communal. A powerful senior rabbit just arrived dragging a black wolf carcass. He asked me to process it and promised to take me hunting together in the future. Brute Rabbit said cheerfully, wow, a powerful senior, and such good fortune. So envious. I wish I had a formidable mentor like that. Yeah, I really envy the Violent Rabbit. Don't envy me, it's very dangerous here. The senior rabbit just said there's a dangerous explosive beetle in our area. To avoid being attacked, we're planning to relocate our territory. The Violent Rabbit said helplessly. Is the explosive beetle really that powerful? The survival guide only mentions it's dangerous and can self-destruct. Swiftwind Mouse asked in confusion. It's incredibly powerful. Super dangerous. If you see it, you must stay away, or you'll be done for in an instant, the Violet Rabbit explained. Alright, everyone be careful and don't provoke the suicide bugs. Also, Violet Rabbit, tell us the location of that bug so we can avoid that area. Li Xian looked at the chat content and shook his head helplessly. The so-called suicide bug was the role he had previously played. The rabbit and black wolf he had scared away back then were likely the predecessors of Violent Rabbit. However, the suicide bug he had transformed into had already been attacked by an unknown red bird. What kind of creature is that bird? It's not even afraid of self-destruction. The summoning beast world is truly not simple. Li Xian memorized that red bird, thinking he would teach it a lesson if given the chance in the future. For now, Li Xian planned to test the effects of the healing spell while learning more about this world, studying the survival guide, and browsing the memories of the healing frog. The idea that forming a contract with a summoner could provide feedback and enhance soul power intrigued him greatly. The healing frog's fragmented memories revealed it had once seen a sudden summoning contract array appear on the grassland and desperately wanted to sign the contract. Unfortunately, it was too slow to compete with other summoning beasts, and due to its weak combat ability and low durability, it struggled to gain a summoner's recognition. Typically, after a summoning array appears, many summoning beasts rush to respond, offering themselves for the summoner's selection. There are far superior summoning beasts compared to the healing frog, which is why it still has no master to this day. Li Xian muttered darkly, browsing through healing frog's memories as if he were watching anime. Huh? That's an interesting message. Li Xian saw some information about the skill in the healing frog's mind. Like healing frogs using healing spells, it consumes soul power. The stronger the soul, the slight increase in healing spells. The point is that the number of spells cast will be super high. Li Xian's soul was definitely stronger than the healing frog, and if he were to cast the healing spell, the effect would definitely be elevated, and he would be able to cast it multiple times. Such a result surprised Li Xian so much that he was ready to test it. Healing frogs can only use healing spells 3 times a day, and the healing effect isn't very strong. They can only treat minor injuries. I wonder what will happen if I cast a healing spell. Based on the memory of the healing frog, Li Xian twisted his head to look at the nearby creek, the eastern waters of which was the turtle area and the territory that the turtles had overrun. This area used to be the territory of the healing frog, and there was a treasure in it, a treasure that belonged to the healing frog. Chapter 3, The Envy of the Crowd. From the memory of the healing frogs, it appears that there is a vintage lotus plant in the turtle area. The lotus-seeded bear strengthens the healing technique and raises the level of the healing technique. which can make the healing technique consume less and be more powerful. Unfortunately, the lotus flower was overrun by 2 large turtles, and the healing frog was attacked and injured many times every time he went near there. Even the mate of the healing frog was killed by the turtle, leaving him by himself, but he is still nostalgic and wants to recapture the pearl lotus flower. It's nice to be able to boost your healing arts. Go ahead and try it out, see if you can get the lotus seed, and in the meantime, get injured and test the effectiveness of your healing arts. With curiosity, Li Xian stomped on the earth with his back foot, his body jumped up steeply and jumped straight into the beautiful creek. Poof! The ice-cold river water scratched around his body. Li Xian did not feel the slightest bit of discomfort, instead, he had a feeling that he could do whatever he wanted. It's so freeing, it feels good to be in the water. Li Xian swam freely in the small river, his limbs constantly slapping the river, his round body swimming freely in the green-colored water. Shortly thereafter, Li Xian swam to the territory of the turtle area, and from afar, he saw a huge beautiful lotus blooming in the middle of the water. The pinkish-white lotus bloomed extremely brightly, like a beautiful girl attracting attention. Seeing the speed of beautiful lotus flowers, Li Xian's swimming speed slowly decreased and began to search for the 2 turtles while approaching along the edge of the riverbank. See them, the turtle's not small, it's the size of a baseball. Li Xian swam for a while and saw 2 large green-skinned turtles paddling around the lotus flowers, seemingly with the intention of swimming away. Does it mean they are going out to eat? Li Xian stopped swimming and hid in a corner to observe silently. Soon, one of the 2 large turtles swam away, leaving only the last one to guard the lotus flower. One left, good chance. Li Xian quickly scanned the bottom of the water, looking for the area where the lotus seeds and lotus roots were placed. Every year, the lotus flower bears a lot of lotus seeds and lotus roots, of which the lotus seeds boost healing spells and the lotus roots boost magic power. The reason why the big tortoises are hogging the place is for the lotus roots, and as for the lotus seeds, they have also collected them and buried them in the mud under the water. Previously, the healing frogs had limited intelligence and didn't know how to play a roundabout tactic, just rushing into the turtle area to fight the 2 large turtles and try to chase them away. But Li Xian was a human, he wouldn't be that stupid, instead he swam silently towards the bottom of the river. In just a minute's time, Li Xian easily arrived at the bottom of the river and saw the cave where the supplies were stored. So simple, that stupid turtle is still up there guarding the lotus. Li Xian didn't expect it to be so simple, and had a feeling that his IQ was crushed. Whatever, eat the lotus seeds first, you have to eat a lot of this stuff. Li Xian quickly drilled into the hole and soon saw a large number of lotus seeds and a small amount of lotus roots. The big turtle doesn't eat lotus seeds, this is all cheaper for me. Li Xian came next to the lotus seeds and quickly swallowed one of them. It was hard and slow to digest for other creatures, but it wasn't a problem at all for the healing frogs. After all, lotus was originally a healing frog. Gollum! A rosy lotus seed was swallowed, Li Xian's stomach slowly bulged, and his originally round body became more and more round. As the lotus seeds continued to be swallowed, Li Xian realized that the healing technique on the data panel began to slowly churn and the words became a little blurry, seemingly trending towards advancement. Very well, keep devouring. Li Xian directly turned on the eating mode and swallowed these lotus seeds in big gulps. Also put the lotus roots you come across and put them up for auction at the auction house. This thing could boost magic power, which was mainly stored in the body, and Li Xian was prepared to blow himself up later after eating it. The lotus root would have a very low effect on him. Plus it really wasn't good to carry and he didn't have spatial storage ability, so Li Xian directly threw the lotus root into the auction house. The chat channel had gone quiet, after all, everyone was busy trying to survive, finding shelter, food and water. As a result, the chat channel instantly became lively as the lotus root that Li Xian had auctioned appeared. Mistweed. This lotus root can boost magic power? Is there a big shot auctioning off a treasure so soon? Could it be a fake? There are a lot of scammers nowadays, and the auctioneer is a change beast, so it doesn't seem impressive, does it? A man named Black Hair Dog said. It's not fake, look at the introduction of the auction house, fake things can't be auctioned. Blast Mouse said. Surprisingly, it's true, such a good thing is put up for auction, this big brother is also too luxurious. OMG, I'm still worried about food, and Biggie is already selling magic treasures. A group of people began to speak frantically, marveling at the lotus root that Li Xian had auctioned off. Change beast big brother, you're too good, take a little brother or not, I'm a black-tailed snake, I can keep wagging my tail. I'm a girl, my race is Lark, I can cast illusions, change beast big brother, can we team up together? Beast of change, can you give me your lotus root for free, I can take you? The flaming dog said. The regional chat channels are constantly bristling with people wanting to hug their thighs. Even the only black iron summoning beast, the flaming dog, couldn't help but speak up and say that he wanted to take Li Xian. Unfortunately, no one paid any attention to them. The big man they were expecting didn't speak. Change beast big brother is probably busy. Let's think of a way to auction off the lotus root. This lotus root can boost magic power, which is useful for advancing. But if you want to buy this lotus root, you need soul enhancing treasures, and where do we have that? Yeah, I have a feeling that the change beast big brother should have obtained a lot of lotus roots. I'm really envious. Once again, a large number of messages appeared in the chat box, and many people were very envious, but unfortunately, they could only be envious. Everyone keep an eye out for various plants, you might be able to find something similar. Blast Mouse said. Okay, thanks for the reminder, big brother Blast Mouse. The many summoned beasts got busy and began to keep an eye out for various plants, trying to find similar treasures. Unfortunately, they were very unfamiliar with this world, unlike Li Xian who could find treasures based on the memories of the healing frogs, so those people could only be envious and jealous. Golem. Li Xian swallowed a lotus seed once again, feeling his stomach was so full that he was already a bit unable to eat. The truth was that there were so many lotus seeds piled up here, and he was just a bowling ball-sized healing frog, so where could he eat that much? So Li Xian stopped eating and lay down in the cave to digest in silence. Time passed little by little, and half an hour soon passed. During this time, Li Xian focused on the large turtle above him while checking the data panel. The words healing spells on the data panel were already trembling terribly. It seemed like it was possible to advance at any time, which caused Li Xian to become more and more excited. Just right then. Just when Li Xian was expecting it. What's coming is finally showing up. Chapter 4, Flaming Flowers. Whoosh! In the green-colored river water, a turtle the size of a faceplate swam rapidly, charging towards the underwater cave like a sharp sword. It swims very fast, several times faster than a normal turtle, and clearly has the ability to accelerate its swimming. It's just as I remembered, the great turtle's natural ability is accelerated swimming. Li Xian crouched in the cave, his tongue quickly ate the lotus seed next to him and swallowed it into his stomach, preparing to advance his healing technique as soon as possible. Giggle! The big turtle suddenly rushed into the cave, its eyes glowing red as it stared at Li Xian, then angrily opened its mouth and bit at Li Xian. Good coming! Li Xian did not retreat but advanced, his back foot violently stepped on the ground, his powerful hind limbs caused his body to suddenly fly up, his speed was super fast to avoid the attack of the big turtle. At the same time, he also came to the position of the cave's wall, and his body suddenly increased in strength, his back foot glaring at the wall, surprisingly folding back extremely quickly. Boo! The sound of impact resounded steeply as Li Xian's head slammed hard into the shell of the big turtle, directly knocking it over. What a weak turtle, this is too bad. Li Xian looked at the turtle that was struggling frantically on the ground, trying to turn over, and felt that this guy was weaker than expected. This body had previously been very scornful of the great turtle, and Li Xian thought that there was going to be a bitter battle. It turned out to be a surprise that it was so easy to knock over the big turtle. Whatever, keep eating. Li Xian continued to eat the lotus seeds, swallowing them one by one, and in the process, that big turtle tried to turn over several times, but was interrupted by Li Xian. This pissed the turtle off enough that his eyes grew red with anger and he frantically slit his limbs in preparation. Unfortunately, every time it almost got up, it was beaten back by Li Xian, and it didn't have half a way to do anything but rage impotently. Soon after. Hiccup! That's so filling, I'm stuffed. Li Xian squatted on the ground, molded his large stomach, feeling that he could no longer eat, but there was still a small pile of lotus seeds on the ground. Li Xian did not want to give up. Wait a little while longer and continue eating when you've digested some of it. Li Xian was once again caught up in digestion, a process in which he surrounded the large turtle and continuously waved his forelimbs to prevent it from rolling over. Several times the big tortoise wanted to turn over, but was slapped over by Li Xian, and finally the big tortoise was beaten to self-shutdown, directly shrinking into the tortoise shell, hiding inside and not coming out. Che, what a bummer, just 100 or so hits and you don't dare to come out. Li Xian speechless, squatting next to the side and waiting for a few moments. The big tortoise still looks like not come out. Li Xian is also lazy to pay attention to it, turn around and eat lotus seeds again. Golem! Golem! A lotus seed was swallowed, and when it was completely finished, Li Xian did not move. The inexplicable aura swirled around his body, and Li Xian felt as if his healing technique had been sublimated, becoming even more skillful. Ding! Healing technique, successfully advanced to intermediate healing technique. With a mechanical beep, Li Xian's heart was filled with surprise. Finally advanced, try the effect. Li Xian came to a sharp stone, and his left forelimb slashed hard at the tip of the stone, and immediately blood flowed out along his left forelimb. Healing arts. Li Xian lifted his right forelimb and placed it on the wound of his left forelimb as he began to slowly release his healing spell. A white light shone, and with this light, Li Xian felt warmth at the wound, and the original bleeding wound gradually stopped bleeding. Nice healing effect, more than twice as strong as the memorized healing spells, nice, very nice. Li Xian nodded with satisfaction, feeling that he hadn't made a trip in vain and had finally upgraded. It's time to go, there's nothing good left here. Li Xian swept a glance at the big turtles, feeling that it was not bad for them to guard the lotus here, preventing other creatures from eating the lotus. In the future, should he or she return, he or she will be able to continue to scavenge for lotus seeds and lotus roots. So Li Xian just swept at a glance and stopped paying attention to it, instead bouncing away and heading towards the far bank of the river. Soon after, Li Xian re-entered the shore and saw the blue sky, white clouds, green mountains, and a hound with a green light on the shore. Woof! The hound sprang forward, traces of wind flooding under its feet, causing it to flash by like a speeding wind. You shouldn't have come to attack me, because I'll treat you to a beautiful explosion. Boom! Smoke rolled with the roar, and the clear water in the creek stirred. In the river, the large turtle that had just turned over in its burrow had an inexplicable feeling of a chill down its back. It seemed as if it had just had a brush with death. Ding! You're dead. Random resurrection in progress. Mechanical sounds rang out, and the darkness in front of Li Xian's eyes slowly turned into light, only to inexplicably feel that his body was a bit heavy. How come I'm a bit tired? Resurrection consumes very little soul, and the soul can recover itself, so it's reasonable that it shouldn't be tired. Could it be due to the body? Forget it, let's check the environment first. Li Xian shook his head and looked at his surroundings. It was a dimly lit underground cavern with a lot of hay placed in it, and it looked very clean and tidy. It's a nice environment, and it looks like a clean summoner. Li Xian slowly walked to the entrance of the cave and saw that there was a lot of grass growing around the cave, very lush and fresh. He wanted to eat a few bites. Shaking his head, Li Xian looked around and confirmed that his surroundings were safe before slowly opening the data panel. Ding! Name, Li Xian. Type, fire-breathing rabbit, common summon animal. Soul, human. Abilities, self-destruct, intermediate healing spell, fireball. Great, another ability mastered to breathe fire, great. Li Xian beautifully checked his stats and felt that his combat power had once again been boosted. Why does the body feel heavy? Could it be that the new body is not adapting? Resurrection consumes very little soul power, it shouldn't be the soul. I'll look into it later, but for now, let's skim through the Spitfire Bunny's memories. Li Xian hopped back to the hay nest, plopped down on it and began to browse through the Spitfire Rabbit's memories. Soon the memories began to flash, like watching an anime, and a great deal of information presented itself. These memories included a general map of this area, the environment, the various battles he had participated in, his combat experience, all the summoned beasts he had seen, his natural enemies, etc., etc., etc. A lot of information that Li Xian didn't know was learned through his memories, benefiting Li Xian greatly. This fire-breathing rabbit has actually signed a contract. Li Xian was very surprised. How could he not expect this fire-breathing rabbit actually had such an experience? This is to Li Xian opened a strange door. This fire-breathing rabbit, once with a teenage summoner, signed a contract of equality. While protecting the teenager, he also enjoys the benefits of the summoner feeding back to him, slowly increasing his soul power. And, the teenager had made money to buy a lot of things to try and help the fire-breathing rabbit level up his skills. Eventually the teen searched for a plant called the flame flower, which slowly boosted flame abilities. Unfortunately, it was expensive, and although the teenager worked hard to earn money, the fire-breathing rabbit still didn't eat many flame flowers, resulting in a slow improvement in skill, and so far he hadn't been able to advance. Shortly after, the teenager died of poisoning, the contract between the two parties disappeared, and the fire-breathing rabbit automatically returned to the world. Chapter 5: The Fire Peacock. It seems like it's not easy for summoners to raise their own strength, but they also have to provide for their summoning beasts and cultivate their skills. On the contrary, summoning beasts are much easier, they only need to protect the summoner, and they can still survive safely in that world, unlike this world which is so dangerous. Li Xian felt that it wasn't bad for ordinary summoned beasts to sign a contract, and that sleeping every day could enhance his soul. The main thing is that the summoner will fully cultivate the summoned beasts, which is equivalent to someone helping you to improve your strength every day, and the key is still an equal contract, which is binding on both sides. However, Li Xian had no intention of contracting for the time being. Right now, his purpose was to obtain various natural abilities. After the natural abilities had accumulated more and became powerful summoning beasts, then they would consider something else, such as raising their soul level. Li Xian shook his head, not thinking about this matter, but thinking about how to find the flame flower. From memory, there are no flame flowers around here, but the environment is much more familiar, and the creek where the healing frogs lived earlier is not far from here. Li Xian thought about it and decided to take a look in that creek. Earlier, when he was attacked by that hound, Li Xian blew himself up and blew up that hound as well. The exact power of the explosion was not clear to Li Xian, so he was prepared to go over and take a look to determine what level of self-detonation could be achieved. Think it and do it. Li Xian bounced to the entrance of the cave, scanned the surroundings, confirmed that the surrounding was safe, and then jumped out of the cave and ran towards the creek. Kiki! A green finch flew across the sky, took a bite of fur on Li Xian, and left in a hurry. Li Xian looked at the green finch and ignored it, instead continuing to run. According to Spitfire's memories, the green sparrow enjoyed using Spitfire's fur and often came over to carry some. In return, the green sparrow gives a sharp cry when it sees a large, dangerous creature, alerting the fire-breathing rabbit to its safety. This interplay also helped the fire-breathing rabbit to survive many dangers, to the mutual benefit of both parties. It's still a really interesting summoned beast world, although its meat is strong, there's also reciprocity and mutual benefit, symbiosis, and win-win. Li Xian hopped forward, his rabbit ears listening carefully to the sounds around him, and from time to time, he stood upright to watch the direction. After 10 minutes of running, Li Xian managed to arrive at the creek, saw the explosion site, and saw the blown-up hounds. And not far away, two rat-like creatures were facing each other, seemingly fighting over the hound's body. These two rats were the big-toothed rat and the little flaming rat, both of which were bottom-tier summoned beasts. When they saw Li Xian coming over, they immediately stared at Li Xian with vigilance and retreated backward in fear. Li Xian lazily ignored them and directly walked towards the hound. The hound's corpse was still intact, the blast wound was in the abdomen, and it had beast cores inside it that could boost the magic power of summoned beasts of the same attribute, so it was a good thing to have. Squeak! The rat's yelp rang out. That big-toothed rat saw Li Xian approaching the hunting dog and seemed unwilling to have its prey snatched away, and even issued a warning. Li Xian didn't bother with it and directly searched the hound's corpse for the beast core. Whoosh! The sound of breaking air rang out, and the big-toothed rat's figure flashed, rushing straight towards Li Xian and biting Li Xian's neck. Seek death! Li Xian opened his mouth violently and a red light began to shine. Intense flames coalesced and molded, suddenly flying out like a basketball on fire. Boo! The flames rolled and the aroma of roasted meat filled the air. Li Xian swept his eyes over the burnt big-toothed rat and nodded his head in satisfaction. Not bad, the power of this fireball is very strong, it's worthy of being close to intermediate level. Li Xian said darkly, his eyes sweeping over another small fierce rat. Squeak! The little fiery mouse was terrified and hurriedly turned around and fled into the distance. Li Xian didn't pay any attention to the little fiery mouse, but continued to search for the beast core, and soon a green-colored beast core was found by him. Not bad, it's a pity that I'm going to be reincarnated, this thing is useless to me, throw it to the auction house. Li Xian threw the beast core, the hound dog corpse, and the big-toothed rat into the auction house together. At this point, the chat channel crowd was chatting about the various things they had experienced today, and some were even worried about food. It was so dangerous just now, I almost got caught by the hounds, everyone must be careful out there. Violent Rabbit said. What's wrong? Don't you have seniors with you? How come you can't come back? Powerful Tiger inquired. We encountered a hound that floats light winds under its feet, is super fast and attacks with such ferocity that a single bite is a deep wound. Senior and I were both bitten, but fortunately, a few more violent rabbits rushed in, so Senior and I escaped this disaster. The Violent Rabbit said with a palpitating heart. So powerful? What kind of creature is that hound and why is it so powerful? Powerful Tiger said again. I don't know, the survival guide doesn't have a lot of knowledge about this hound, in any case be careful out there. Violent Rabbit said. Okay, I'll be careful, eh? There's a new item in the auction house, it's auctioned by the Change Beast Big Brother. Powerful Tiger hurriedly said. Really? Let's see. Violent Rabbit was also curious and clicked on the auction house. As the two chatted, many of the people who had been diving bubbled up and began to watch the stuff in the auction house. It's a beast core, it can boost wind attribute magic power, good stuff, this stuff suits me. The Gale Mouse hurriedly said. And the carcass of a hound dog and a big-toothed rat, I'm still hungry, and the big man is already auctioning things off with bravado. Black-tailed Snake was envious. Change beast big brother, I'm such a girl, just team up with me, please. The illusionary paragon bird prayed, eager to hug her thighs. While the crowd spoke, however, Violent Rabbit lapsed into silence, looking intently at the hound carcass. Violent Rabbit, why aren't you talking? Vigorous Tiger inquired suspiciously. It's not that I'm not talking, I'm just scared. You guys remember what I just said about the hounds? Violent Rabbit said. Remember, I thought you said you almost died? Yes, the shape of the hound that attacked us, and the hound in the auction house, can simply be called identical, definitely the same type, the same breed. Violent Rabbit solemnly said. What? Are you sure? Power Tiger hurriedly inquired. His combat strength was similar to Violent Rabbit's, and the enemies that Violent Rabbit couldn't fight, he couldn't fight either. But now, such an enemy had died and was thrown to the auction house by the Change Beast Big Brother, which was enough to prove the terrifying nature of the Change Beast Big Brother. Of course I'm sure, and this hound in the auction house is significantly stronger and more dangerous. Violent Rabbit hurriedly explained. This is too strong, Change Beast Big Brother, please accept my knee. Dolly Tiger was completely convinced and cried out in the chat channel to hug Li Xian's thigh. Unfortunately, no one responded to it, and Li Xian didn't bother to pay attention to them because Li Xian saw his enemy. Yes. It was the same flaming creature that was encountered during the time of the self-destructive bugs. Jojo. Crisp bird chirps echoed in the sky as a peacock-like flaming creature flew through the sky, emitting a scorching aura. Around this peacock's body, a large amount of fiery red flames burned, and from time to time, there were beautiful flames steaming, looking very extraordinary. Looking at the flame peacock that was unharmed, Li Xian stared, sensing the huge gap between the two sides. According to the fire-breathing rabbit's memories, this fire peacock is the overlord of this area, its strength is terrifying, and one of its favorite foods is the self-exploding insect. Even self-detonation can't hurt you in the slightest, it's really a powerful summoned beast. From now on, I'll call you Fire Peacock. Li Xian memorized this fire peacock and prepared to have some fun with it in the future. He definitely couldn't fight now, and improving his strength was the problem Li Xian had to face at this stage, so he was ready to reincarnate again, wanting to see what abilities he could obtain. I wonder what summoning beast I can transform into this time. What abilities can I obtain? Really looking forward to it. Chapter 6 The Dove of God. Li Xian muttered and stood on the fluffy grass for a long time, trying to see if there were any ungrateful summoned beasts that wanted to attack him. Unfortunately, after waiting for a long time, he didn't come across any summoned beasts that wanted to attack him. When his stomach was rumbling with hunger, Li Xian no longer wasted any more time and directly took a deep breath and suddenly executed self-detonation. Boom! A familiar voice resounded through the heavens and earth, and the searing heat caused the surrounding weeds to quickly burn, and fiery red flames swept in all directions as the earth formed a circular crater. The explosion also startled the summoned beasts in the surrounding area to rush and run, looking towards the explosion site in awe. For all of this, Li Xian no longer knew, and now his consciousness reverted to darkness. Ding! You're dead. Random resurrection in progress. With the mechanical voice, exhaustion surged through Li Xian's heart. Getting tired. Li Xian slowly opened his eyes, and the dark world returned to light. Into the eye were caves formed by walls of gray-brown rock, and oddly shaped stones of various colors, soft underfoot, seemingly grassy roots. Li Xian looked down at his feet, a pair of small feet of birds with feathers presented themselves, and there was a somewhat ugly nest built under his feet. A nest? Turned into a bird this time? Birds will be birds, let's see why they're so tired first. Li Xian carefully analyzed and found that the consumption of souls by resurrection was very, very small, and although there were skills that would also consume soul power would be slowly recovered, just like physical strength. It's probably too much talent that burdens the soul. Normal summoned beasts only have one skill, while I have 4 now. Li Xian thought of the skill and immediately began to investigate his newly acquired ability. Ding! Name, Li Xian. Type, God Dove, Common Summoned Beast. Soul, Human. Abilities, Self-Destruct, Intermediate Healing, Fireball, God's Perspective. God's Dove? A dove? Li Xian observed the data panel while probing his current appearance. The white wings of the dove were presented, and the snow-white feathers attached around the body looked neat and beautiful. Needless to say, Li Xian understood that he had become a god dove. Let's skim through the memories first, to get a sense of the surroundings. After deciding, Li Xian began to carefully browse through his memories, and soon a large amount of information was presented like an animated movie. This information is messy and complicated. Li Xian has been to sea the next day early morning, which only read 90% only. The good thing is that the exhaustion of the soul is reduced a little, and harvest a lot of useful knowledge. For example, the surroundings, the approximate geographical location, and the information profiles of the numerous summoned beasts were all meticulously memorized by him. One of the most rewarding is the skill, God's perspective. God's view, you can freely observe all scenes within a 1 kilometer radius, and you can adjust the viewpoint at will to see the target up close. Nice ability. Li Xian was satisfied with the usefulness of God's perspective. This observation ability made up for his shortcomings very well. In the future, if the God's perspective was raised to the intermediate level, then the observation range would definitely increase again. This pigeon is quite long-lived. Why hasn't God's perspective advanced to intermediate level? It's a pity. Li Xian shook his head and once again watched the pigeon's memories, quickly seeing information about summoning spell formations. Summoning spells, the way summoners use when signing a contract with a summoned beast, are white in color. The appearance of summoning spells was very random and irregular, and each time it appeared, a large number of summoning beasts would grab it. God Dove had seen quite a few summoning spells, but it had no contract, and it seemed like it was a summoning beast that liked to be free. Don't think about that much, experiment with God's view first. Li Xian opened God's perspective, and in an instant his vision came to the air, viewing the scene below in a top-down view. It's like standing on a tall building looking down on what's below. It's amazing. And adjust the perspective. Li Xian tried to lower his viewpoint and soon saw a cliff face. The cliff face is made up of grayish-brown stones that are jagged and uneven, with obvious signs that rain has washed over them. A few tender greenweed plants, growing strong on the cliffs, swayed back and forth in the breeze. A blue and white eagle, standing quietly on the cliff, its sharp eyes sweeping in all directions, as if inspecting the territory. With curiosity, Li Xian slowly landed the god's viewpoint to the eagle's face and carefully looked at its blue-white feathers. What made Li Xian happy was that the eagle couldn't detect it when observed from such a close distance, which was enough to prove the extraordinary nature of God's perspective. The delighted Li Xian continued to adjust his perspective to watch the surroundings, and soon found a monkey not far from the eagle. This monkey was hiding behind a rock, his eyes greedily looking at the eagle's nest and the eagle's eggs inside. This monkey was shrouded in a film of light, and the eagle, who was close at hand, didn't even see the monkey. Wait, could that film of light make monkeys invisible? God's perspective can see through even invisible creatures? Li Xian was completely nonplussed. If God's view could see through stealth, it would be really great. The ecstatic Li Xian continued to utilize God's perspective to observe and carefully study this ability. After 10 minutes or so, Li Xian had completely determined that God's perspective could definitely see through stealth and see through falsehood. What an amazing ability! I'll have to upgrade this ability more in the future, preferably to full level. Li Xian happily retracted his God's perspective and turned to continue browsing through Dove's memories. Ha! Flame flower? I can't believe I have the memories of the flame flower. Great, with the flame flower, I'll be able to level up the fireball. Li Xian saw from the pigeon's memories that on a flaming mountain, there were a lot of red-colored flame flowers growing. These flame flowers were numerous, except that they were located in the territory of the fire peacock, and ordinary summoned beasts wouldn't even dare to approach there. Fire peacock, it's really an enemy. It's even in its territory. Since it's an enemy, it's even more important to pick it. The big deal is to blow yourself up. You can be resurrected anyway. The big deal is to be tired. Li Xian thought of the scene when he was attacked by the fire peacock when he exploded the bugs, and now that he had a chance to take revenge, he naturally jumped at the chance and was eager to set off immediately. But this body was a bit thin and weak, and having not eaten or drunk anything all night, he was hungry and had to be fed first. Slowly stirring his wings, Li Xian attempted to fly for a while, confirming that he would not fall off the ground. Puffing and puffing. White wings slowly stirred as they made their way towards the barley valley in the warm sunlight. A lot of barley grows in this valley, which is the pigeon's main food and a major guarantee that it has survived as long as it has. Ha! There are 2 violent rabbits eating in the valley and a giant thorngrass summoner. Never mind, whatever. People don't offend me, I don't offend them. Li Xian slowly landed in the valley, stepped on the barley stalks and started pecking at the barley. These barley are about the same size as corn kernels in the previous life, with a golden color around them, and when you eat them, you can taste the strong wheat flavor, which is very delicious. Li Xian ate more than enough to feel a little intoxicated. feeling like he could never eat enough. Rustle. The two violent rabbits slowly revealed their heads and carefully watched Li Shen, then came together to exchange words, seemingly discussing something. The violet rabbit, who was a bit on the older side, pointed at the thorngrass summoner and then showed a scared look. Then it pointed at Li Shen, surprisingly revealing a greedy look, as if it was treating Li Shen as food. The violet rabbit next to him nodded in agreement, his muscles bulging with it as he slowly approached Li Shen. Chapter 7, The Flaming Mountains. However, right after the two violent rabbits took a step, that thorngrass summoner suddenly moved, like lightning, and quickly rushed towards Li Shen. Several of its sharp thorn branches, with their residual shadows, fiercely lashed at Li Shen's wings. Such a sudden attack also caused those two violent rabbits to freeze, then reveal a look of pity. It seems they feel that the delicious pigeon meat is going to be taken away from them, but they can't afford to mess with the thorn grass, so they can only sigh helplessly. Just at the moment when the two violent rabbits sighed. To their dismay, they realized that the white god dove had suddenly twisted its head and opened its beak. In the next second, the dense flames coalesced into a fireball that suddenly flew out with scorching heat. Boom! Flames steamed, smoke rolled, and the thorngrass summoner shook violently, letting out a miserable wail. The whole of the thorngrass was stained with flames and was burning like crazy. This flame, which was like a natural enemy, made the thorngrass unable to resist at all, and could only be burned to ashes in pain. Puffing and puffing. The god dove landed where the thorngrass had died and searched carefully, eventually picking up a small crystalline crystal. The small crystal was beautiful, glowing like a diamond, and it was the beast core, something unique to native summoned beasts. Holding this beast core in his mouth, Li Shen glanced at the two violent rabbits before stirring his wings and heading in the direction of the water source area. On the spot, only two violent rabbits were left standing dumbfounded, with fear in their eyes. It took them a good half a second to react, but they were still shocked. Chat channel. A message suddenly appeared in the chat channel that had been quiet for a long time. My god, guess what I saw? I came close to death once again. Violet Rabbit spoke. What's wrong? What danger have you encountered again? Dolly Tiger inquired curiously. It's a god dove. Just now we encountered a thorngrass summoner and a god dove. Originally we wanted to kill the god dove, but guess what? What's going on? Come on, don't sell out. Powerful Tiger urged. Turns out the thornweed attacked the god dove, and the attack was fast, and none of us are that fast. Violet Rabbit explained. That's for sure, Thorngrass's battle power is close to that of a black iron summoner beast. That god dove will probably be killed in one hit. Blast Mouse commented lightly, with the demeanor of a high roller in the game. Wrong, very wrong, originally we thought so too, but we were all wrong. Violet Rabbit hurriedly denied it. How can it be wrong? The survival guide says there's little difference between god doves and regular pigeons in combat, and that their biggest advantage is reconnaissance. Could it be that the god dove dodged the attack at the critical moment? Fly away? The Blast Mouse was puzzled. No, from the beginning that god dove was calm. When it was attacked it actually spat out a large fireball that directly burned the thorngrass to death. It was too strong. Violet Rabbit explained with a palpitating heart and shock in his eyes. It can't be, can it? How can a god dove spit fireballs? Isn't it only a scout? Blast Mouse couldn't figure it out. It's possible that we're looking at it wrong. Maybe that's not a god dove, but a summoned beast that resembles a god dove. Violet Rabbit said uncertainly. There's even such a summoned beast? The introduction in the survival guide is still too little. We'd better be careful to survive in the future. The Blast Mouse sighed. Yeah, even my senpai was scared, and it's the first time it's seen anything like this. Violet Rabbit felt that this world was too dangerous. Everyone better sign a contract with a summoner as soon as possible. If you can sign a tycoon, you might be able to get tons of resources. Even if the resources are not much, you can still quickly increase your soul strength and advance to the black iron rank as soon as possible. The Blast Mouse kindly reminded. Well, I'm ready to pact, ready to catch up with the big change beast. Violet Rabbit replied. TSK, it's only now that you're thinking of signing up. You're so slow, I forgot to tell you that I've already signed up for. And I'm not in the summoned beast world anymore, but in the safe island world. The black-haired dog spoke faintly. I can't believe you've already signed? How is it? Is it as the survival guide says, it can increase the strength of your soul 100-fold? Blast Mouse hurriedly pursued the question. Pretty much, and being summoned by the Imperial Master automatically learns the words and language of the corresponding world, and crucially, you get to eat a lot of heavenly treasures. My Imperial Master is a prince, and he gave me a lot of beast cores and black yuan grass. I've eaten a lot of good food, and now that my skills have reached intermediate level, I'm working hard to improve my strength and work towards becoming a black iron summoning beast. The black-haired dog proudly said. I can't believe it's so good, what a surprise. The blast mouse was envious. That's right, I don't worry about food and drink now, I follow the prince to play every day, and my strength can still improve quickly, I don't need to work hard anymore. The black hairy dog replied beautifully. Really envious, when will I be indentured? I was starving yesterday. Powerful tiger was envious. You'll have the chance later, but it's more time consuming, so maybe by then, I'll have become the strongest existence among us, a powerhouse that surpasses the flame dogs and the change beasts. The black-haired dog lets loose with bravado and a bit of eye candy. Yeah? Just you? The silent flame dog snapped. As the only black iron summoned beast, he had always felt that he was the strongest. As a result, first the change beast was selling things at the auction house, and now a black-haired dog came out to bark, which made the flaming dog very upset, and his words became much colder. Flaming dog, just wait, when I achieve the black iron rank, sooner or later I'll battle you to see who's stronger and who's weaker. The black-haired dog confidently issued a bold statement. Yes, it's fine, it better not be too weak, otherwise you don't even have the qualifications to challenge me. The flaming dog sneered, still not looking at the black-haired dog. Hee, you're just lucky to become a black iron rank, but you'll never be able to rapidly increase your strength without a royal master. Unwilling to show weakness, the black-haired dog continued to tit for tat. The two men wasted a lot of time just going toe-to-toe, arguing and picking fights with each other. And during this time, after eating and drinking, Li Xian incited his white-feathered wings and headed straight towards the flame mountain, ready to search for the flame flower. According to the memory, the flaming mountain wasn't too far away. After flying for 10 minutes or so, it was just that there were 2 breaks on the way. It was mainly because this pigeon body was too weak, coupled with the exhaustion of his soul, that Li Xian chose to rest. When the fireball ability advances, I'll blow myself up and reincarnate, then look for a summoner to sign on, enhance my soul, and boost my strength as much as I can to make myself stronger. After deciding, Li Xian began to observe the heat wave rolling over the flame mountain, and God's perspective naturally unfolded with it, searching carefully. To his surprise, there was no fire peacock on the flame mountain, which seemed to have gone out, and in God's perspective, Li Xian found the flame flower at the first time. Chapter 8, The Black and Sneaky Little Boar. Very well, start eating the flame flower and try to succeed in your advancement. Li Xian came close to the flame flower and started pecking at it like a windstorm. Under the rapid pecking, Li Xian felt his body warm, as if his body was on fire, right, warm. And on the data panel, the ability Fireball began to chug and start to react. Time passed bit by bit. As the flame flowers decreased, Li Xian slowly approached the top of the mountain, eating all the flame flowers along the way. It was only that the higher the mountain went, the higher the temperature became, and Li Xian's body was somewhat unable to support it. After all, he was still an ordinary summoned beast now. The fireball will be advanced soon, it can't be stopped. Li Xian took a deep breath and endured the high temperatures around him, choosing to continue pecking and pecking at the flame flower. As he persisted, the fireball on the data panel churned faster and faster, almost reaching the extreme. Just then, as the fireball was about to sublimate, the fire peacock returned. Huffing and puffing. Powerful winds began to howl as the fire peacock flew through the sky, patrolling his territory. When it saw a god dove stealing its flame flower, the fire peacock became enraged and didn't hesitate to wave its wings, releasing a large amount of flames. Hoo! Flames like heavenly fire fell from the sky, and rolling waves of heat began to vaporize and sweep towards Li Xian. The flames had a wide range, not to mention ordinary summoned beasts, even black iron summoned beasts couldn't dodge it, so the flames landed directly on the pigeon's body. However, what shocked the fire peacock was that pigeon surprisingly continued to eat in the flames, even though its feathers were burned out, even though its body was burning hot, the pigeon still refused to leave. Such a bizarre scene caused the fire peacock to be shocked, looking down incredulously at the figure in the flames. After living for so many years, it was the first time that the fire peacock had seen such an obsessive summoned beast that it didn't even want to take its life to eat the flame flower. Such persistence somehow angered the fire peacock once again, and it once again sowed a large amount of flames that curled towards the miserable god dove. Ding! Your fireball ability successfully advanced to intermediate fireball. Finally advanced, great, fire peacock, sooner or later we'll meet again, just wait. Li Xian endured the excruciating pain all over his body and looked up to the sky, to the flames that were once again falling, before exploding himself with a loud bang. Boom! Terrifying self-explosions swept across a large area, and blood accompanied by thick smoke shook in all directions. Ki? The fire peacock looked blankly at the scene in front of him, his tiny brain filled with mush, completely unable to understand what this was all about. But it didn't bother to pay any more attention to that, instead it flaunted and continued to patrol its territory. The other side. Somewhere in a dark underground cavern, Li Xian was plunged into the dimness, with a faint light shining in from the outside world not far away. It's so high, it feels like the soul is bursting at the seams. It seems to be the result of too many abilities and too much burden on the soul. It seems like it's time to contract a summoner and raise the soul level as soon as possible, or else there might not be a way to accommodate more abilities, and although I feel like I can still be resurrected again, it's better to be cautious. Li Xian closed his eyes, feeling the sense of exhaustion around his body, as well as the feeling of fullness in his soul. He decided to look for a summoner as soon as possible. The summoner's ability to feed the soul and raise the summoned beast's soul level was of immense help to the summoned beast's soul, and was a necessary path to advancing to the Black Iron rank summoned beast. Moreover, Li Xian had a conjecture that if his soul was strong enough, he might be able to directly transform into a Black Iron summoning beast in the future. At this level of summoned beasts, the number of skills will increase, and the level may be intermediate or advanced, so when the time comes to acquire high-level skills, there will be no need to upgrade. Of course, this was just a guess and Li Xian wasn't sure. The focus now was on the contracted summoner. As soon as he thought of it, Li Xian first carefully surveyed the surrounding area and found that it was an uneven cave with a lot of weeds placed in the very center. Li Xian lowered his head and looked at the fluffy weeds, then saw furry little paws. Why does it look like a cat's paw? Have I been reborn as a cat? Li Xian was surprised and wanted to call out the data panel, but at that moment, his body's fatigue surged. Li Xian's body shook a little, and he directly flopped down on the weeds, falling into a deep sleep. Time passes slowly. It was unknown how long had passed. Li Xian finally opened his eyes once more. The exhaustion of his soul was slightly reduced, but the feeling of soul fullness was still there. And now he was feeling famished and wanted to eat something as soon as possible. So hungry, let's find something to eat first. Li Xian turned on God's perspective and prepared to see where there was food, and when his perspective had just come into the air, he suddenly saw a large amount of white light flashing. Ha! A contract summoning spell formation? Surprisingly, it's a contract summoning spell formation? And how come there are so many of them? Li Xian looked at the southeast direction in surprise, where dozens of summoning spell formations were lit up at the same time underneath the boulders, waiting for the summoned beasts to go in. Some of the summoned beasts that ran fast had already run into the contract formation at a fast pace and started signing contracts. What puzzled Li Xian was that all of these spell formations were white, but there was one summoning spell formation that was a bit off in color. This summoning spell formation was actually white as well, but the surroundings of the spell formation were surprisingly glowing with a circle of 7-colored light, which was very magical. A 7-colored glow? This surely means something, can't miss it, set off immediately. Li Xian took a small paw and struggled out of the cave. It was only the exhaustion from his body that made him a bit unable to walk just as he stepped out of the cave. Instinctively, 2 green wings appeared on his back, dragging his tiny body towards the summoning spell. Flight? You gained the ability to fly this time? Let's look at the data first. Li Xian called up the data panel. Ding! Name, Li Xian. Species, wind-winged cat, common summoned beast. Soul, human. Abilities, self-destruct, intermediate healing spell, intermediate fireball, God's perspective, wind wings. A wind-winged cat? Surprisingly, it's a wind-winged cat that was abandoned not long after it was born. No wonder its body is so weak. Li Xian looked at the data panel and did a cursory scan of his memories to roughly understand his situation. The reason why he had fallen asleep earlier was that in addition to the exhaustion of his soul, there was also the exhaustion of his body, otherwise it would have been impossible for him to fall asleep so quickly. Of course, these were all trivial matters. The focus now was on the contracted summoner, especially that 7-colored glowing summoning spell that had to be clarified. Puffing and puffing. Slowly stirring his wings, Li Xian quickly arrived around the boulder and saw the numerous summoned beasts. To Li Xian's surprise, when viewed with the naked eye, there was no 7-colored light around the summoning spell formation at all. Only in God's perspective can you see that colorful light. Interesting, a hidden trait that only God's perspective can see through? Li Xian carefully watched that array. Under the naked eye, there was really no difference. The only difference there was this 7-colored array, with a hint of oppressive force. Let's go in first, or else it'll be bad if the other summoned beasts take over in advance. Li Xian saw many summoned beasts that were desperately trying to enter the summoning spells, and many of the summoning spell contracts were successful and disappeared. Only the 7-colored phalanx was left unattended for the time being, but there were fewer and fewer phalanxes around, and soon the 7-colored phalanx was left. Li Xian was worried about accidents and decided to go in and sign the contract. Puffing and puffing. Li Xian slowly landed around the summoning spell formation and was ready to enter to sign the contract, but at that moment, a small, black and ungainly boar tried to grab the spell formation with him. How could the fat meat in his hand be snatched? So Li Xian directly opened his mouth. Basketball-sized intermediate fireballs coalesced and appeared, suddenly flying towards the little boar with a terrifying might, directly bombarding its body. Boom! A terrifying explosion appeared, and the strong might and fluctuations startled the surrounding summoned beasts into scattering and fleeing, looking at Li Xian in horror, no longer daring to come close to the place. Ha! Li Xian's eyes were mesmerized as he looked at the little boar with a grave expression. Chapter 9 Summoned Beasts Terrified by Fireballs. The power of the intermediate fireball was so strong that the explosion blew a large crater in the earth, even killing 2 summoned beasts that were relatively close. But what surprised Li Xian was that although the little boar was miserably blown up, it even stood up quickly. How is it possible? I felt like I could even kill Violent Rabbit with the primary fireball, and the power of the intermediate fireball has at least doubled. But it's surprising that it just fried the little boar in a mess and didn't kill it. That's too weird. Li Xian stared, feeling that there was something wrong with this little boar. Its injuries are healing fast, so fast. Watching the wounds on the little boar's body rapidly change, the blood-drenched wounds quickly healing, Li Xian felt that he had met his match. Huffing and puffing. The little boar's front feet began to clatter the earth, like the movements of a bison before it charges. With this action, the little boar's body surged forward, slamming into Li Xian with an unrelenting momentum. Boom! The explosion reappeared, a rolling ball of fire flooding the small boar and blowing it back out of the air. But it doesn't end there. After this fireball exploded, a succession of fireballs flew over and blasted into the area where the little boar was, exploding one after another. Boom, 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 boom. After 5 consecutive explosions, Li Xian felt as if he had been emptied out, unusually tired, and the weakness of his soul became more and more severe. Should be dead. Li Xian watched as there was no more movement in the smoke and dust and let out a slight sigh of relief, feeling that he had finally solved that little boar. Take the beast core first. Li Xian took a weak step and came to the side of the spared summoned beast and picked up the 2 beast cores. After doing this, Li Xian was about to go over to the little boar's side to check the situation, but his sensitive ears suddenly heard a sound. God's perspective. God's view, which could detect concealment, immediately turned on and swept towards the small boar in the smoke. This look didn't matter, Li Xian was shocked in his heart. Because the appearance of the little boar changed, the original ordinary flesh and blood body unexpectedly appeared a piece of thick scale armor, just like dragon scales. And the little boar's 2 large tusks had grown out, and they were glowing pitch black. Such a scene caused Li Xian to be secretly shocked, feeling that this little boar was really difficult to deal with. Fortunately, it was so badly injured that it couldn't get up for the time being, but its eyes were still staring at the 7-colored spell formation, as if it had recognized the formation. What kind of monster is this? How can it be so resistant to being beaten? Forget it, hurry up and occupy the summoning spell while it hasn't recovered. Li Xian didn't want to delay any longer, the 7-colored spell formation had to be occupied. Especially through this little boar, Li Xian realized more and more that the spell formation was not simple. Puffing and puffing. Li Xian incited the wings of the wind and dragged his tired body, slowly landing in the middle of the spell formation and choosing the contract without hesitation. As he chose, joy came from the summoning spell. It seemed that no one had asked for this summoning spell for a long time, causing the summoner over there to worry. And Li Xian's contract could be said to be right on the money, making the anxious summoner on the other side of the spell formation overjoyed. So the contract was quickly established, and Li Xian slowly disappeared into thin air amidst the light of the spell. Only the little boar was left in place, staring dead at the disappearing spell. Roar! Roars resounded through the area as the little boar ran with red eyes to where the spell had disappeared, growling frantically. But the ranting did nothing, it could only destroy madly, and eventually, after venting, it lost its way and left the place for good. Summoner Continent. This is a world where summoners are honored, and everyone who reaches the age of 16 can contract their own summoned beasts through a summoning spell. For the most part, ordinary people could only contract ordinary summoned beasts. Those gifted humans, on the other hand, had a chance of contracting a high-level summoning beast and becoming human beings, envied and revered by many. Today, Blackstone City, Blackstone Academy, was holding a summoning ceremony. Dozens of teenage girls stood in the playground, expectantly dripping their blood into the spell, waiting for their summoned beasts to appear. Swish, swish, swish. A white light flashed, and with these white lights, a summoned beast of various forms appeared in the center of the circular contract spell formation. Violet rabbit, power tiger, bull turtle, nervous rabbit, lightning bird. Anyway, the appearance of these summoned beasts also caused the atmosphere of the scene to change, with lively murmurs rising and falling. Ha ha, my summoned beast is a violent rabbit with great combat power, great, ha ha ha. What's in that? My summoned beast is a powerful tiger, not only is it strong in combat, it can also be used as a mount, is yours okay? Mine is not bad either, mine is a lightning bird, not only can it fly and scout, it can also release lightning attacks, its strength definitely exceeds yours. The students were talking and climbing over each other's respective summoned beasts, all of them very happy. Oh my god, look guys, it's a black iron grade summoning beast, the earth-evading black bear. With a horrified sound, the crowd hurriedly looked to the center of the field. Soon a black bear the size of a SUV appeared, standing in front of a girl with a strong aura. This girl was wearing black-framed glasses, her face was beautiful, her look was haughty, and she was wearing expensive clothes, so she was not from an ordinary family at first glance. Now the appearance of the earth recluse black bear instantly made her the center of everyone's attention. So powerful, to have contracted a black iron level summoning beast, and it's also a black iron summoning beast that combines offense and defense. Yes, the earth-evading black bear has a strong attack and an extremely strong defense. This kind of offensive and defensive summoning beast is the most popular. Too envious, if only I could contract an earthbound black bear as well. The crowd murmured and looked enviously at the condescending girl with the glasses, feeling that there was too much difference between people. Because the girl was called Song Xiaomei, her family was rich and powerful, her looks were beautiful and delicate, and she was already sought after. Now that she had the earth recluse black bear, Song Xiaomei became more and more popular, and in the future, when she went out of the city to hunt mutant beasts, she would definitely be a strong candidate invited by the crowd. Ha! There's someone else summoning, and after all this time, it hasn't succeeded yet? Someone spoke up, looking to the only remaining summoning spell on the playground. It's Chinyu, I wonder what summoned beast she'll contract. I'm not sure, I hope her summoned beast is stronger, otherwise Chinyu's weak character will definitely still be bullied. People murmured and looked at the little girl with a younger sister's hair in front of the spell, namely Chinyu. Chinyu was not tall, only about 1.5 meters, with a petite, dimpled figure and unusually fair skin. Combined with a cute little face, it can be a rare little beauty. Unfortunately, the black birthmark on her left cheek detracts from her facial features, and her introverted personality and very easy shyness result in few friends. Chinyu, go for it. Song Xiaomei walked over with the earth recluse black bear and cheered Chinyu on. Aha! Chinyu nodded her little head, her little face very red, her two little white fingers against each other, nervously and apprehensively looking at the summoning spell. She didn't even dare to look around her now because everyone was looking at her. It was definitely the most nerve-wracking moment for her, who was too afraid to speak out loud, to the point where she was so nervous she wanted to faint. Thankfully she had a good friend to cheer her on, and she didn't pass out after all, but looked nervously at the summoning spell. Also at this time, the summoning spell array glowed brightly, and a small milk cat appeared curled up in the center of the spell array, also causing all the people at the scene to faintly stare. It's a windwing cat, this seems to be a newborn milk cat, right? Yes, Chinyu's luck is too bad to have contracted a milk cat, which still has to be raised before it can be used, right? Alas, Chinyu is so unlucky. The windwing cat is an auxiliary type summoned beast with only one skill, wind wings, which is very chickenish and can only scout in the air. The students murmured and looked at Chinyu with pity, even the teachers and the dean showed disappointment. Just for a moment. Suddenly someone realized something was wrong. Because the summoned beasts that had just been contracted by the surrounding crowd were actually looking at that little milk cat warily, and some of the summoned beasts even revealed a look of terror. What's going on? My split rat seems to be afraid? Strange, its fur seems to have burn marks, it seems to have been burned by something. My stepping goat is scared too, not burned, but dirty, but why is it scared? The crowd was puzzled, unable to figure out why the summoned beast they had just contracted was so scared. Chapter 10, Not a Special Summoned Beast. Could it be that this windwing cat belongs to a special summoned beast? Possessing a certain trait? Or maybe it's not a windwing cat? Someone raised an objection, feeling that there had to be a reason why so many summoned beasts were showing fear. Let me see. There was a young female teacher who walked out with a voice as pleasant as a yellow warbler. She was a summoned beast research teacher, studying all kinds of summoned beasts all year round, knowing countless summoned beasts, and could be called a doctor of summoned beasts. Her presence naturally convinced the crowd, so everyone looked at the female teacher. Tada tada. The female teacher stepped on her little leather shoes and walked towards the little kitten, her curious eyes under her black-rimmed glasses. After walking up to the small milk cat, she looked her over a few times and after double-checking she shook her head. It's just a normal windwing cat, not a special summoned beast. The female teacher stood up and announced the answer. It's just an ordinary windwing cat? Then why would my summoned beasts, when they see a windwing cat, be afraid? Someone raised a doubt. Maybe this little milk cat is tainted with the scent of some powerful summoning beasts. Normally, most summoning beasts won't hunt and kill a newborn little milk cat. Maybe even take care of the kittens, which is also common in the animal kingdom, like. The female teacher rambled on and told a story about a cheetah and a newborn fawn. Such a story also made the crowd realize that there was always some understanding. Don't worry everyone, I know summoned beasts very well, this is definitely a windwing cat, surely it's tainted with the scent of a powerful summoned beast. Assuming that this cat is a special class summoned beast, but it's so small that it's not even a threat, who would be afraid of such a small creature? The female teacher spoke again, mainly because she smelled a hint of pig stench, which made her think of a specially evolved summoned beast. That kind of summoned beast is a black and ungainly boar in the early stages, but very strong in the later stages. So the female teacher concluded that it wasn't the little milk cat that the summoned beast was afraid of, but the black and unkempt boar. I see, thanks to Mr. Zhang for clearing up the confusion. Teacher Zhang is worthy of being Dr. Summoned Beast, he knows everything. Yeah. The crowd was in awe, feeling that this female teacher was truly awesome, and they couldn't help but praise her. Alright, that's all for today's summoning ceremony. From tomorrow onwards, you guys go and register as bounty hunters, and team up to go out of the city to hunt mutant beasts, to increase your real-world experience. Whether or not you can join the military in the future depends on your fighting ability. Dean stepped out and announced. Okay, Dean. The students nodded their heads in unison, then got together to discuss teaming up to hunt mutant beasts tomorrow. While they were discussing, Xinyu was also observing her summoned beasts. She carefully cradled the windwing cat in her arms first, lifting her small hand to gently stroke mold the soft cat head. Seeing that the windwing cat's eyes kept drooping with a tired and sleepy look, Xinyu softly said. Cat, go to sleep if you're sleepy, I'll take care of you from now on. Oh. Xinyu, your windwing cat should be hungry, take it to eat something first, summoned beasts need to eat specialized summoned beast food. Summoned beasts like yours are still kittens and need delicate food even more, so be sure to take care of them. Song Xiaomei walked over with the earth recluse black bear and pulled Xinyu to remind her that the two of them were very good girlfriends and Song Xiaomei took care of Xinyu. So? Then I'll take cat to eat. Xinyu whispered. Let's go, I'll join you, and by the way, let's go register as bounty hunters and hunt mutant beasts together tomorrow. Song Xiaomei made a suggestion. Tomorrow? But my cat is still in the hatchling stage, there's no way to help, and if I team up with you, I'll drag you down. Xinyu whispered. It's okay, if you hadn't saved me in the first place, I'd be dead, you're my savior. Besides, it's important for your cat to be able to fly into the air to detect danger when it grows up in the future. Song Xiaomei comforted. This. Xinyu hesitated, not knowing what to do. Alright, let's go, take the cat and eat, I know a popular gourmet restaurant. Song Xiaomei pulled up Qinyu's small hand and ran directly into the distance, and the black iron-grayed earth recluse black bear hurriedly followed. The two of them quickly left the academy and encountered many people along the way. Those passers-by looked at Song Xiaomei in surprise when they saw the earth escape black bear, and some even showed envy. This is the place, the food is very popular. The two of them arrived at the Happiness Gourmet shop, and Song Xiaomei raised her small hand and pointed towards the store. This place looks so luxurious, the food must be very expensive. Xinyu stopped at the entrance of the store and looked at the high-class store, a little afraid to go in. Don't worry, it's on me, let's go. Without hesitation, Song Xiaomei pulled Xinyu and walked into the store. Welcome, have a seat this way. The two were quickly seated and began to order their food. Song Xiaomei made a big deal out of it, ordering a lot of food at once, for the pets and for the two of them. All in all, it was pretty much a no-brainer. Eat up, it smells great. This is for your cat. This is flour rice porridge, perfect for hatchling summoned beasts. Well. Okay. Xinyu knew that she couldn't refuse, and although she felt ashamed to receive it, she carefully fed her little milk cat. Not to mention, the little milk cat looked sleepy, and when it encountered food it surprisingly began to eat immediately, quickly eating more than half of the bowl of flour rice porridge. After eating half a bowl, the little milk cat was finally a bit more energetic, and the beautiful cat eyes began to observe the weak in the world. The humans in clothing in various buildings in this world were much like Earth, even the language was very similar. It seems like it's a parallel world to Earth, only with more summoned beasts and all that stuff. Xinyu, look, the cat is quite refreshed and is surveying its surroundings. Song Xiaomei said as she fed her big black bear. Well then, it did get refreshed, it's just that I've been lying on my back all the time, and I still feel physically limp. Xinyu looked at the little milk cat with concern, her small hands molding the cat's ears from time to time. It's fine, it'll be fine when it's a little older. Aha! The two of them stayed at the food store for a long time, and only after eating everything did they head towards the Bounty Hunters Guild. There was a place to register as bounty hunters, and since they were preparing to leave the city, they had the status of bounty hunters so that they could do quests and earn money. Just when they were on their way to the pet material street, the little milk cat lying in Xinyu's arms suddenly stood up, with a pair of cat eyes staring at the stall next to them. What's wrong? Xinyu inquired with a soft and sticky voice that was very pleasant to listen to. Next to her, Song Xiaomei also blinked her big eyes in confusion, not understanding what was wrong with the little milk cat and why she was staring at the stall. Meow. Li Xian purred softly and raised his little paw to point at a plant on the stall, surprise in his cat's eyes. Chapter 11, White Light Flower and Light Cluster Flower. Do you want this? Although Xinyu was clumsy, she still guessed what Li Xian meant. Meow. Li Xian nodded, his curled-up little paw slowly released, and two beast cores were displayed and placed in Xinyu's little palm. That meaning was already obvious, to use these two beast cores to purchase that one plant. This is a beast core? Cat, how did you get a beast core? Xinyu froze, completely not expecting the cat to have a beast core hidden in its paws. The key to these two beast core quality is not bad, can sell a good price, estimated $5,000 can still be sold. Such a situation caused Xinyu to be a bit unsettled, and her little head was a bit confused. Xinyu, there are traces of blood on this beast core, it belongs to a beast core that has only been hunted for a short while, could it be that this is something cat brought from the summoned beast world? Song Xiaomei also came over, solemnly looking at the little milk cat, feeling that there was something not simple about it. Earlier scaring those summoned beasts, now taking out the blood-stained beast core, and the wisdom that the little milk cat had just displayed, it was completely beyond the scope of a wind-winged cat. It was amazing to know that even her black iron-grade summoned beasts did not have such a high level of intelligence, but the little milk cat actually had it. Xinyu, your little milk cat isn't as simple as it seems, it might be a special class summoning beast. Song Xiaomei reminded. Is that so? Xinyu was a bit dumbfounded, her big eyes blinking and blinking as she locked eyes with Li Xian. She was clumsy and only thought the little kitten was cute, she didn't really give it much thought as to whether it was simple or not. Cat's mewing. Li Xian once again raised his cat's paw and pointed at the plant, urging Xinyu to hurry up and purchase the bead of plant. Because this was the white light flower, Li Xian had seen it from God Dove's memories, and it could raise the level of God's perspective. Knowing that God's perspective had already reached the limit of evolution, if he ate this bead of white light flower again, God's perspective would likely evolve to intermediate level. Thinking about the intermediate God's perspective, Li Xian couldn't wait to upgrade and wanted to get the bead plant as soon as possible. Aha, I'll get it right away. Xinyu nodded her little head and took a deflated cartoon wallet out of her pocket, removing a bunch of change before walking over to the stall. Boss, how much does this bead plant cost? Xinyu pointed at the white light flower and said. This one, cheap, $100 for you, only one plant anyway. The boss was a middle-aged uncle, speaking in a jar. I'll buy it then, give you the money. Xinyu handed the money to the boss, her small hand fetched the white light flower and hurriedly handed it to Li Xian. By the way, little girl, I saw some even prettier flowers while I was picking my herbs. Those flowers are surrounded by a white light, like a green plant with light clusters growing on it. It's amazing, do you want this kind of flower? The middle-aged boss asked casually. Growing light masses? Hearing this, Xinyu looked down at the little milk cat with inquiries in her beautiful eyes.
Meow.
Li Xian originally wanted to eat the white light flower, but when he heard the middle-aged boss's words, he immediately revitalized his spirit and called out without hesitation that he wanted that kind of flower. Because a flower that grows clusters of light is most likely a light cluster flower, which is an important material when intermediate god's perspective is promoted to advanced. Such a good thing, as many as you can get, you absolutely can't let it go, so Li Xian hurriedly raised his little paw to signal.
Ha! What a smart cat, is this your summoned beast? Surprisingly, it's so smart.
The middle-aged boss looked at the little milk cat in surprise, feeling that the little milk cat was highly intelligent.
Boss, how much is it for me to buy the kind of flower you mentioned? Xin Yu inquired.
Well, it won't be cheap, there's a lot of mutant beasts in that area, and it's in a bad spot. To collect these flowers, our medicine gathering team will have to clear this area first, and the labor and material consumption of this will be great. The middle-aged boss explained the general situation, but where those flowers were located, he didn't say.
About how much? Xin Yu asked again.
For one plant, it's about $1,000, and there should be 50 plants in total, which is $50,000.
The middle-aged boss estimated a price. $50,000?
That's expensive. Xin Yu was also shocked when she heard the price and was a little hesitant to buy it. Boss, you're sitting on your hands, $1,000 a plant, you're pitting people. Song Xiaomei frowned, staring at the middle-aged boss with dissatisfaction.
Two young ladies, you've wronged me. There are a lot of mutant beasts in that place, and hiring people will consume a lot of money.
If it wasn't for the extra income from killing mutant beasts and collecting other materials, it would be $60,000 that I would have lost.
The middle-aged boss explained sincerely. It's...
Hearing this, Song Xiaomei felt that it wasn't a lie and could only twist her head to look at Xin Yu, wanting to hear her opinion. Xin Yu naturally looked towards Li Xian. It was really rare that she, who had a soft character, was willing to listen to the advice of a summoned beast.
Meow.
Li Xian nodded his head after thinking slightly. The light cluster flower was an important condition for upgrading the god's perspective, and 50 light cluster flowers were enough to upgrade the god's perspective, so you definitely couldn't let it go. As for money, how much do you want to earn in the future? Compared to money, strength is fundamental, so you must get these flowers.
Seeing Li Xian nodding, Xin Yu hurriedly said, Okay, we are willing to buy it. When can we pick it back?
It's about 3 days, but you'll need to make a deposit and then sign a temporary contract at the marketing department proving that you'll be acquiring the. In case the picking comes back and you guys suddenly don't want it, then I'll lose a lot of money. The middle-aged boss said cautiously.
Alright then, a temporary contract can be signed. Xin Yu nodded.
In the next few moments, Xin Yu signed a contract with the middle-aged boss, paid a deposit of $5,000, and agreed to come here 3 days later to pick up the light group of flowers. When everything was done, Xin Yu held the little milk cat in Song Xiaomei and Company, went to the bounty guild, registered, and became a bounty hunter. The two little girls looked at so many quests in the guild and the quest payouts, and they both smiled. This purchase of flowers would cost $50,000, which was actually a lot of pressure for Xin Yu. She had saved up for several years and only had 20,000 yuan, the rest of the money, although Song Xiaomei said she could borrow money, but Xin Yu still had a lot of pressure in her heart. Mostly, she didn't want to owe anyone too much, and now that she had a way to make money, she was always relieved. Cat, let's cheer up, let's work hard to complete the mission and earn lots and lots of money. Xin Yu molded the little milk cat's head and said in a warm voice.
Cat's mewing.
Li Xian, who was in a good mood, raised his little paw to show that there was no problem. Just now, he had swallowed that white light flower, and God's perspective had successfully reached intermediate level. With the intermediate God's perspective, the observation range was directly increased from 1 kilometer in a circle to 3 kilometers in a circle, and the range was greatly improved. If the remaining light cluster flowers were obtained 3 days later, then God's perspective would continue to advance, and such a good thing made Li Xian's mood very good. Also, having signed a contract with Xin Yu until now, Li Xian's soul had been strengthening, and the tiredness that had originally surged through his soul had now been swept away. Even Li Xian felt that the soul power that Xin Yu had fed back to him was unimaginable and more than a little abnormal. This made Li Xian think of the 7-colored glow when summoning the spell formation, and that he could also see the 7-colored glow from Xin Yu's body now that he had turned on his viewpoint. Obviously, Xin Yu was very unusual, and there was definitely a big secret hidden in her, but I'm afraid that even Xin Yu herself didn't know what it was. Whatever, raising the soul is the point. Li Xian shook his head, no longer thinking much about it. Instead, he continued to sense and collect that ever-increasing soul. He felt that if the soul continued to improve, it would probably advance.
When that happens, he'll be able to continue blowing himself up and resurrecting for more talent. Chapter 12, Wolfhound Mission. Xinyu, look at this hunting quest, should we take this quest? Song Xiaomei's voice rang out, attracting Xinyu and Li Xian's gazes, and the one person and one cat immediately turned their heads to look at the guild's quest interface. Travel to the Black Forest, hunt wolfhounds, and obtain wolfhound teeth? Xinyu whispered as she looked at the quest interface. Yes, many people can take this quest, just take the quest and meet the publisher at the city gates tomorrow. Look at the number of people who took up the quest, it's more than 20 people, so many people must be safe. Song Xiaomei analyzed. It's indeed safe, why don't we just take this mission? Okay, that's it. Song Xiaomei quickly turned in the bounty hunter badges of the two of them and took on the task of hunting wolfhounds. So lucky to have taken on such a good mission, it's great. Song Xiaomei bounced around happily, eager to celebrate. Next to her, Xinyu was also happy because the quest pay was not bad and she could earn money to support herself and her summoned beasts. The two of them made a happy appointment to meet at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning in front of the east side gate, and then go home individually. Xinyu's home was in the civilian area, a small mansion with only 3 houses, and the whole family was just herself, which was a surprise to Li Xian. Meow. Li Xian saw the photo on the cabinet and raised his little paw to point at the middle-aged woman in the photo. That's my mother, she passed away 2 months ago and I'm all that's left. Xinyu's mood was a bit low, her small white hand took the photo and gently stroked the mold. Meow. Li Xian once again raised his small paw and wanted to inquire about Xinyu's father. What's wrong, cat? Are you hungry? Xinyu did not understand what Li Xian meant, mainly because there was no reference. Meow. Li Xian pointed to Xinyu's mother on the left side of the photo, and then pointed to the blank spot on the right side of the photo, the meaning of which was already obvious. You mean my father? My mother said that my father died shortly after I was born, leaving me with my mother. Xinyu's mood was getting lower and lower, as if she was thinking about the hard life she had lived all these years. Cat's mewing. Li Xian made a gentle leap and jumped onto Xinyu's shoulder, lifting his small paw and patting her small head, gently comforting her. Being comforted by one's own summoned beast was definitely a first in life for Xinyu. The thought of having a little milk cat to keep her company in the future, so that she would never have to be so lonely again, put her in a better mood. Thank you, cat, we'll stick together from now on. Xinyu used the side of her small face that did not have a birthmark to gently rub the kitten's head, slowly revealing a smile. Right, it's time for me to practice, the Reiki breathing method must be practiced every day, only then can I increase my strength faster. Xinyu rubbed the kitten's head and took out a breathing method book to revisit it, then sat on her knees and began to breathe at a specific frequency. This is a cultivation breathing method unique to this world, which can increase spiritual energy, enhance mental strength, and strengthen the body. Xinyu's perennial cultivation, her spiritual power had already reached the qualification of a summoner, otherwise she wouldn't have participated in the summoning ceremony. Her body, on the other hand, had been strengthened to a certain extent, and was considered somewhat self-protective. Sure. She was a summoner, relying more on summoned beasts to fight, and her own physical strengthening was definitely not as much as her mental strengthening. Seeing Xinyu practicing, Li Xian was also curious and directly stepped in front of that breathing method, carefully surveying the contents of the book. Ha! Li Xian was surprised for a moment in his heart and gradually became serious. This breathing method is very complicated and involves many aspects, but a slight reflection makes sense. Li Xian looked at it and couldn't help but be mesmerized, directly lying down in front of the book, opening his cat eyes and reading it. Time passes slowly in this atmosphere. When Xinyu finished practicing and opened her eyes, she was surprised to see her summoned beast reading the breathing method and turning the pages with its little paw after reading a page. Such a scene surprised Xinyu so much that she felt her summoned beast was excessively smart. Cat, can you read it? Xinyu couldn't help but be curious. Cat's mewing. Li Xian nodded his head, indicating that he could see it. This breathing method is complex, but the difficulty is not deep, the only difficulty is the amount of knowledge, need to memorize more. This type is what Li Xian is best at. In his previous life when he went to school, the best thing he could do was to memorize, so the more he reads this thing instead, the more he understands it. You really see it? Xinyu inquired with her small mouth slightly open. Cat's mewing. Li Xian nodded his head again, indicating that it wasn't difficult. Such a performance caused Xinyu to become more and more surprised, her large eyes rounded. You should know that when she went to school, it took her a whole year of study to learn it with the patience of her teachers. And she was still one of the smarter ones. There were even people in her class who took 2 years to learn. Now, seeing that her summoned beasts could see for themselves without being taught, this caused Chinyu to be struck and at the same time be more and more surprised by the little milk cat's extraordinary nature. You're really good. Wait, I just realized now that you know words? Wouldn't that mean we can communicate with words? Chinyu suddenly came to a sudden realization, and the dumbfounded girl finally reacted. Cat's mewing. Li Xin blankly glanced at Chinyu, feeling that she was really stupid and cute. Cat, this is a pen and paper, we can communicate with words. Chinyu hurriedly brought the pen and paper and looked at Li Xian expectantly. Sleep. Li Xian dabbed some water with his little paw and wrote the word sleep on the paper, then nestled in the corner of the bed and chose to rest. After becoming a wind-winged cat, Li Xian was also affected by some of the characteristics of cats, becoming fond of sleeping and curling up lazily. That's awesome. Chinyu looked at these 2 words on the paper and looked at Li Xian in amazement. Her heart was very curious as to why the kitten was so intelligent. However, she saw that Li Xian did not want to say more, so she did not force herself, but quickly washed and shuffled and then came next to Li Xian, embracing him and choosing to sleep. Time passed little by little, and soon it was the next day. The following morning, the sun shone brightly on the earth, bringing vitality to everything. Chinyu woke up early and went to the East City Gate after having breakfast holding the little milk cat. To her surprise, a lot of people had already come here, even Song Xiaomei had come early. She's here, leader, look, this is my friend Chinyu. Song Xiaomei saw Chinyu arrive and hurriedly pulled her to talk to the leader. The leader was the issuer of this quest, a chubby young man leading a strong red-toothed pig. The fat leader's brows couldn't help but wrinkle when he saw the little milk cat in Chinyu's arms. A hatchling windwing cat? Are you sure you want to join this mission? Can your pet take on the task of scouting? Should. It should be fine. Chinyu replied with some uncertainty. Her voice was very small and appeared to be lacking in energy. Chapter 13 Mutant Porcupine Infestation. Should? The fat leader frowned again. He had taken out a large amount of money for this mission in order to gather enough wolfhound teeth. He was naturally a little reluctant to accept the appearance of muckrakers now. Leader, don't worry, I will help Chinyu, just pay me at the price of a normal summoned beast. Song Xiaomei hurriedly walked out to assure her that she was worried about the fat leader rejecting Chinyu's membership. Now that you've said that, it would be unkind of me to say no. Well, I agree. The fat leader finally nodded before looking at Chinyu. Little girl, you have a very good friend. Well, Xiaomei has always taken care of me, and I'm grateful to Xiaomei. Chinyu said from the bottom of her heart, her small hand clasping Song Xiaomei's hand. Song Xiaomei also held Chinyu's hand back, a sincere smile on her small face. The two of them were on very good terms since that time they saved their lives. Song Xiaomei even helped Chinyu many times, and the two of them became very good girlfriends. Even last night, many people contacted Song Xiaomei and wanted to team up with her to hunt mutant beasts, but Song Xiaomei refused. Because if they teamed up with someone else, there would be no one to take care of Chinyu, which was something Song Xiaomei couldn't stand. That's why she would rather participate in this kind of large-scale event with a low price tag and team up with Chinyu. One was to return the favor, and the other was to treat Chinyu as a sister, willing to take care of this little sister. Chinyu actually hoped that she would become stronger quickly, and as long as she became stronger, she would be able to help Song Xiaomei in turn, so she had great expectations for the little milk cat. Alright, there are 25 of us, divided into 5 groups, and we'll travel to the Black Forest in group squares. The fat leader clapped his hands, gathered the crowd, and began the grouping. Song Xiaomei was assigned to a group, the Striker group, the reason being that Song Xiaomei's earth-dwelling black bears were very strong and very suitable to be a striker. As for Chinyu, who was assigned to the most central group of 5, it was mainly because the little milk cat looked too weak and the leader was really uneasy. So the fat leader let Chinyu be in a group with him, in the most central area of the group, which was also the safest area. Such a decision caused the brows of the fellow bounty hunters to furrow, and some had a bit of an imbalance in their hearts, and if it wasn't for Song Xiaomei, they would have definitely opposed it. However, Song Xiaomei's big black bear was of the black iron level, and although the crowd had opinions, they couldn't say anything, and could only express their emotions with indifference. Black girl, I'll leave the scouting task to you, be sure to warn of any dangers you see. The fat leader looked to a dark-skinned woman beside him. Don't worry, leader, my scouting eagle not only has sharp eyesight, it can also share vision with me, its scouting ability is definitely one of the best. The black girl confidently raised her head. She did have the capital to be confident, While normal scouting summoned beasts could also scout, they couldn't vision share, but Black Girl's eagle could. It also increased her status a bit, becoming more popular, second only to Song Xiaomei. Okay, let's go. With a command from the leader, the group quickly set off towards the Black Forest. Along the way, Song Xiaomei and Qinyu had their eyes open to the desolate scenes outside the city. Tender green weeds were all over the place, a diverse range of trees, all sorts of dead branches and leaves, and small mutated creatures. All in all, this mission was considered a rare experience for Song Xiaomei and Qinyu, and the two of them became a bit nervous. Seemingly seeing Qinyu's nervousness, the fat leader smiled. Don't be nervous, everyone, the Black Forest is a low-level mutant beast area, most of the mutant beasts can't even defeat an ordinary person, the strongest is the wolfhound. This kind of wolfhound is a mutation of a wolfhound, and its fighting strength is just a little bit better than a wolfhound, so you don't have to worry too much. Only a little better than a wolfhound? Qinyu was slightly relieved when she heard the leader's words. As a newcomer leaving the city for the first time, she was still very apprehensive. For this reason, she also wore protective clothing underneath her clothes, and carried a sharp short knife on her waist, ready for battle. Now that the leader was pacified, Qinyu was finally a bit more relaxed, and even the atmosphere of the entire team was a lot more relaxed. The change in atmosphere was vaguely felt by everyone, and the pace of advancement was a little faster. After a few scary fights, they finally arrived at the Black Forest. This is the Black Forest. It's true that the trees are all black, even inside the bark. Song Xiaomei was curious about the trees, and specifically ordered the big black bear to plow through the big trees to look at them and study them. Everyone, pay attention, after entering the Black Forest, my scrying ability will be hindered by the trees, so everyone should be more careful. The black girl loudly reminded the crowd to prevent any accidents. Huh? Is that a wolfhound? It feels like a wolfhound with bulging muscles. Someone suddenly pointed to the southeast corner of the Black Forest. The crowd craned their heads and did see a canine creature much like a wolfhound. This wolfhound had a very strong build, and the muscles on his body were in a bulging state, looking very strong. Two-headed snake, go finish it off. Someone in the group shouted, and in an instant a two-headed snake snaked out and charged the wolfhound. Awa! With a bark, the two-headed snake and the wolfhound fought, and both sides quickly fought as you advanced and retreated. The summoners around them also began to give orders and began to look for wolfhounds to start fighting in the Black Forest. This is the number of Song Xiaomei's big black bear performance is the most eye-catching. Strong body type big black bear to 1 against 5, easily stormed the wolf dog. That bushy bear paw, slapping a wolfhound to death with a single slap, was very strong in combat. That's awesome, cat, it would be great if you can be as strong as big black bear in the future. Qinyu said enviously. After Qinyu finished her sentence, she suddenly realized that the little milk cat was looking at the southeast direction, looking somewhat serious. What's wrong, cat? Qinyu inquired in a whisper. Meow. Li Xian pointed to Qinyu's pocket, signaling to take out the contents. Aha, here you go. Qinyu took out paper and ink from her pocket, which she had prepared in advance in order to communicate with the little milk cat. She wondered now what had happened to her little kitten and why she had become so serious. When Qinyu saw what the little milk cat had written down, she too became serious. Because the paper says, behind the big tree to the southeast, there is a mutant porcupine. Mutant porcupines are actually very dangerous, able to release sharp spikes to attack others remotely, and normal summoners are very dangerous when facing a porcupine. One bad move and you could be struck in the heart by a flying thorn, resulting in death. That's why Qinyu realized the danger and immediately shouted, "Everyone be careful, there's a mutated porcupine behind the big tree in the southeast direction." Mutant porcupine? When the crowd heard this, their faces changed in unison, and they immediately began to back away. The black girl in charge of scouting was puzzled. No way, there has never been a mutated porcupine in the Black Forest, are you looking at it wrong? There's no mistaking it, my cat found it, right behind that big tree. Qinyu eagerly assured, her little face turning red with anxiety. Is that so? Wasn't your cat in your arms the whole time? It didn't go scouting, did it? The black girl remained skeptical. Chapter 14, Little Milk Cat Can Even Heal? It's true, cats never lie, you guys get out of there. Qinyu urged again, worried about accidents. I'll have Eagle scout it out. The black girl was still skeptical and was ready to have Eagle track it down. But after she said that, a large porcupine suddenly sprang out from behind the tree, its eyes glowing red as it rushed towards the crowd. Damn! It's really a porcupine, run! the fat leader shouted and ordered without hesitation. The crowd also realized the danger and hurriedly fled with their respective summoned beasts, not wanting to encounter the porcupine. Swish, swish, swish. Dozens of sharp porcupine spines flew up steeply, falling from the sky like a curtain of rain, enveloping the crowd at the scene. The super-fast porcupine stinger that resembled an arrow caused the faces of the people present to change, and some of them were directly paralyzed with fear on the ground. Defense. Someone rushed the summoned beast into a defensive stance, but he could only look out for himself and couldn't save anyone else. Seeing that the crowd was about to suffer danger, at this time, the big black bear roared and rushed out, surrounded by an earth and stone defense shield to block in front of the porcupine spikes. Boom, boom, boom. A dull sound rang out as a large number of porcupine spikes hit the big black bear's defense shield and were deflected, saving everyone. However, there were also a few spikes that were too fast and flew towards the crowd. Among them were those that flew towards Chinyu. Look out! Song Xiaomei was shocked and immediately ordered the big black bear to save Chinyu, but it was too late for the big black bear to make it. Also at this time, the little milk cat, which was shrinking in Chinyu's arms, suddenly leapt up, green-colored wings emerging from its back. Immediately after that, the little milk cat swung its claws sharply, and a trail of residual shadows flashed by, and those few porcupine thorns, too, were slapped away in the residual shadows. Such a scene caused the crowd at the scene to be shocked in their hearts, and their gazes towards the little milk cat completely changed. With such a fast porcupine spike, no summoned beast present could do anything to block the porcupine spike except for the black iron level summoned beasts. But that little milk cat that had been sleeping all this time had done it, slapping away 3 porcupine spines in a row, which was unimaginable. However, the crowd didn't have time to think about it because another round of porcupine spikes flew over, and this time, the gaze was clearly Song Xiaomei. Reason her summoned beast blocked the porcupine spines and was targeted by the porcupine. Enraged, the porcupine releases all of its porcupine spines at once, and as a result becomes a meat pig without porcupine spines. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of breaking air rang out as densely packed porcupine spines fell from the sky, flying towards Song Xiaomei like a curtain of rain. Moment of crisis. The big black bear once again showed the strength of a black iron summoning beast, using its magnificent body to block those porcupine spines. However, just now, the big black bear was ordered to save Chinyu, and was a bit far from Song Xiaomei's position. When the big black bear rushed back, it was more than 10 centimeters away from Song Xiaomei, and this 10 centimeters became the key to a life. There were 5 porcupine thorns that were not blocked and stabbed straight at Song Xiaomei's body. Look out! Chinyu shrieked out in shock as the birthmark on the left side of her face inexplicably surfaced with strange patterns. Li Xian suddenly felt the soul force that was fed back from Chinyu skyrocket, and the soul force that was previously like a stream instantly rushed like a river and a sea. In an instant, Li Xian's soul was greatly nourished and strengthened, and his strength was also greatly enhanced. Ding! Your soul has been nourished by the unknown and advanced to a black iron level soul. With the mechanical prompt, Li Xian surged with terrifying soul power from within, his body suddenly flew away, cutting through the sky in a shocking manner. Ding ding ding! A crisp sound rang out, and with that sound, the 5 porcupine thorns that were stabbing at Song Xiaomei were slapped away by Li Xian, saving Song Xiaomei's life. After doing so, Li Xian violently twisted his head to look at Chinyu, and his eyes narrowed when he saw the bizarre lines on the left side of Chinyu's face. However, after Song Xiaomei's crisis was lifted, the lines on Chinyu's face quickly disappeared as if they had never appeared. What exactly is that birthmark? It actually caused my soul to, in an instant, evolve into the black iron level. It's really unimaginable. Li Xian was astonished, and under God's perspective, the 7-colored light around Chinyu's body became even more dazzling and brilliant. Roar! Angry growls resounded through the area as the big black bear roared and rushed to Song Xiaomei to howl, walking back and forth anxiously. Because at the location of Song Xiaomei's thigh, a porcupine thorn pierced the snow-white leg and blood flowed out. Such a scene caused the crowd's faces to change drastically, and Chinyu even ran to Song Xiaomei with tears streaming down her face. Mei, are you okay? Don't scare me. Looking at Song Xiaomei's bleeding wound, Xin Shui was anxious and covered the wound with her small hand, but she still couldn't stop it. That porcupine spur belonged to the hollow state, and blood flowed directly from the porcupine spur. There was no way to stop the bleeding. It's over, we don't have a healing class summoner, there's no way to heal her, now we can only rush her to the city and pray she won't bleed to death. The fat leader opened his mouth anxiously. Earlier he had also thought of looking for a healing class summoner, but unfortunately healing classes were rather scarce and he didn't find one. Now that he was in such a dangerous situation, he could only pray for an early return to the city. My mammoth is smooth with people, let Song Xiaomei stay on my mammoth. A summoner hurriedly said. Mammoths are too slow, by the time we get to the city, Song Xiaomei will be finished for sure. Now let's bandage her up first, I've got ties and hemostatic medicine here. However, the porcupine quills must be removed before they can be bandaged, but if the porcupine quills hit an artery, the hemostatic drugs won't work. The black girl said as she pulled out a tie and a tourniquet, but she never dared to do it because she had a feeling that the porcupine stinger had hit an artery. Don't pull out the porcupine quill, the hit is really an artery, one pull and it's over. Someone hurriedly reminded. So what do you say? The crowd looked at me, I looked at you, and they all fell silent. They were all at their wits' end in the face of this dilemma. When Xinyu saw that the crowd was helpless, her tears flowed even faster, fluttering down, and it was heartbreaking to watch. Cats mewing. Li Xian came to Song Xiaomei's side and looked at the porcupine thorn, then raised his small paw. What are you doing? The black girl originally wanted to tie up the sides of the wound to slow down the flow, but when she saw that the little milk cat was actually moving the porcupine stinger, she immediately screamed out in shock. Cat, what's wrong with you? Xinyu knew the intelligence of her summoned beasts and felt that the little milk cat would not do anything useless. Whoosh! The cat's claws flashed, and the porcupine stinger was instantly pulled out, blood-red blood spurting out, coloring the snow-white thighs red. There's no doubt that the wound is just over an artery, and hemostatic drugs simply won't work. When the crowd saw this blood-spewing scene, they screamed in their hearts that it was bad, and they all looked at the little milk cat with angry gazes, and some of them couldn't help but lash out. Mind your cat, do you want to kill her? The black girl was furious and directly scolded Xinyu loudly. But just as she finished her words, a warm sensation rippled through the air, and sudden flashes of light kept flickering. The black girl looked down, her eyes widening steeply in horror at the little milk cat's claws. Only the furry little paw was glowing white, and the healing aura began to ripple and spread in all directions. Such a scene, such an image, caused the black girl to be completely dumbfounded, like a little cutie. Like a motionless one. The surrounding summoners also froze, looking at the little milk cat with disbelief. How could they have never imagined that this little milk cat would still have healing abilities? It was like a dream. Healing magic? How is it possible that this little milky cat knows healing arts? Isn't it a windwing cat? The fat leader said dumbfounded, his mind in a daze. Xinyu and Song Xiaomei were also a bit dumbfounded. They had the most contact with the little milk cat, but they were not sure that the little milk cat still had this ability. As a result, everyone was in a state of stagnation, staring stupidly at the little milk cat. Chapter 15, The atmosphere has changed. Zigzag. The light belonging to an intermediate level healing technique flickered continuously, emitting a gentle aura. With this breath, the bleeding wound on Song Xiaomei's rounded legs gradually stopped bleeding. The wound also slowly healed and scabbed over, eventually leaving a small scar. Such a scene once again caused the crowd to show their shocked faces, and the knowledgeable black girl couldn't help but shout. An intermediate level healing technique. How is it possible that it's an intermediate level? Intermediate? Are you sure this is intermediate level? Didn't you say that only black iron ranked summoning beasts can achieve intermediate skills? The fat leader hurriedly said. Pretty sure that a primary healing spell would at best stop the bleeding, it wouldn't do anything to leave a tiny scar like it does now. That's why I'm sure it's definitely an intermediate level healing technique, 1,000 times over. The black girl gave a serious assurance, her eyes were filled with astonishment. This is too strong, this cat is definitely a special summoned beast, definitely not a windwing cat. The fat leader said seriously. Yeah, windwing cat can't do healing spells, much less be that smart. Today was a real eye-opener, I'll finally have bragging rights from now on, and I'm a bounty hunter who's seen special summoned beasts. The crowd murmured, all marveling at the little milk cat's extraordinary nature. Even Song Xiaomei, who was pale and had lost a lot of blood, sat up and raised her hand to touch the little milk cat's head. Whoosh! Li Xian gently leaped up, dodging Song Xiaomei's delicate hand, and turned to jump onto Qin Yu's left shoulder, lying there to secretly survey the left side of Qin Yu's face. Just now, Qin Yu's changes had benefited Li Xian greatly and his strength had greatly improved, so naturally this birthmark caught Li Xian's attention. The most important thing is that the birthmark has lightened. Li Xian clearly saw that the originally black birthmark on the left side of Qin Yu's face had lightened a little bit in color, and even the size of the birthmark had been slightly reduced. The people around them might not be able to see it, but as an observant windwing cat, a slight change could be seen. The key just when that weird pattern appeared, Li Xian's heart rose up a strong desire, as if that birthmark was of great use to himself. Obviously this birthmark was not an ordinary birthmark, but something that contained mysterious power. What the hell is this? Li Xian thought darkly in his heart and carefully observed, trying to figure out what was going on. While he was studying, Song Xiaomei stood up helplessly, mainly because she didn't touch the little milk cat. Song Xiaomei was a little depressed. Cat, thanks for saving me, even though you wouldn't let me mold. Song Xiaomei came up to the little milk cat and rubbed the cat's head properly with her snow-white slender hand, before revealing a happy smile. Mei, how are you feeling? Does your leg still hurt? Xin Yu asked with concern. It doesn't hurt anymore, it's all healed. The cat is amazing. If it wasn't for him, I probably would have died. Song Xiaomei looked at the little milk cat with a grateful gaze, feeling that the little milk cat was her lucky star. Cat is really good, and she just saved me by knocking away a lot of porcupine spines. Xin Yu held the little milk cat in her arms and gently rubbed her left face against Li Xian's head. It was also at this moment that the little milk cat was suddenly stunned and completely immobile. Ding! Due to unknown influences, your contract with Qin Yu has been strengthened, never occupying the contract position and always being nourished by Qin Yu's soul. Ding! Name, Li Xian. Species, wind-winged cat, common summoned beast. Soul, black iron. Royal Master, Qin Yu. Abilities, self-destruct, intermediate healing spell, intermediate fireball, intermediate god's perspective, wind wings. It doesn't take up a contract slot? Doesn't that mean I can contract another summoner? Surprise flooded Li Xian's heart. If he contracted 2 imperial masters at the same time, he would be able to be nourished by 2 souls, and the enhancement of his soul would be by leaps and bounds. Thinking of this, Li Xian jumped at the chance, eager to take a trip back to the summoner world and experiment to see if it was feasible. However, now that he was in the wild, he had to wait for the light group flower to improve his god's perspective, so Li Xian needed to wait a little longer. Roar! A thunderous roar suddenly rang out, shocking the ears of the crowd. The crowd whipped their heads around just in time to see the big black bear angrily pressing against the porcupine. At this moment, the porcupine had no more spines and struggled like a meatball, but unfortunately to no avail. The power of the big black bear was too terrifying to break free. Roar! The big black bear growled again and twisted its head to look at Song Xiaomei, as if asking if it could kill the porcupine. Kill it, the porcupine is too dangerous for newcomers, it absolutely cannot be kept. Song Xiaomei ordered seriously, directly condemning the porcupine to death. Pust! Blood sprayed as the big black bear's paw carried a terrifying power, slapping the porcupine to death in one go, leaving a corpse behind. Ha! As if she had noticed something, the black girl quickly ran over to the porcupine carcass and took a closer look at it before shaking her head again. What's wrong? Song Xiaomei inquired. Maybe I'm looking at it wrong, I always feel that this porcupine is a bit strange. By the way, can you sell me this porcupine corpse? I want to send it to the lab to deconstruct it and see if there are any problems. The black girl makes a proposal to buy a porcupine carcass. It's... Song Xiaomei looked at Qin Yu and only agreed when she saw Qin Yu nod her head. This time, to kill the porcupine, it was all because of them, the decision was naturally theirs, and other bounty hunters couldn't say anything even if they were envious. Thank you then, here's $3,000, more than enough to apologize to Qin Yu and Little Milk Cat. The black girl glanced apologetically at Qin Yu and the Little Milk Cat, apologizing for her chiding just now. It's okay, you're also worried about Xiaomei's safety. Qin Yu smiled faintly, a smile that was significantly happier. Qin Yu, you're really kind, but you have to be more careful when you go out, you can't be so kind, sometimes people are scarier than mutant beasts. The black girl walked over to Qin Yu and rubbed her sister's head, speaking softly, admonishing her like a big sister. Aha, I'll keep an eye out. Qin Yu nodded her little head and replied with a tight little face. Not having truly recognized the darkness, she couldn't comprehend the horror of what the black girl was talking about for a while. When she truly realized this, it proved that she had grown up. Far from it, back to the point. After the crowd settled the porcupines, they continued to hunt the wolfhounds, with their large numbers and strong summoned beasts. The crowd made easy work of the task, hunting down enough wolfhounds. By the time dusk fell, a group of dirty men rushed back to Black Rock City with their loot. When she received the payment for her mission, Qin Yu was pleasantly surprised when she looked at the $4,000 in her hand. Are you really giving me $4,000? It's only $3,000 for everyone. Qin Yu said apprehensively. Of course it's true, your pet specializes in healing, which is a popular existence everywhere, the price will naturally be higher. The fat leader smiled, no longer having the disgruntlement of the morning, but instead looking a bit fawning. Chapter 16, The Aurora Warriors. Really? Shin Yu asked with some apprehension. Of course, if you don't believe me, ask everyone thinks it's reasonable. The fat leader continued. The bounty hunters around them nodded their heads in unison with a look of approval, which made Shin Yu hesitate. Alright, Shin Yu, just take it. After your profile passes the review tomorrow, you'll know how popular healing summoners are. Song Xiaomei smiled and persuaded. She also got 4,000 pieces. The reason was naturally because of the black iron summoning beast. As for the fat leader's words in the morning, naturally they didn't count. How could it be possible to offend a healing summoner who couldn't even flatter him? So Song Xiaomei and Shin Yu were both $4,000. Well then, thank you, fat leader. Shin Yu thanked. Fat leader? The fat leader was a bit speechless. He hated it when people said he was fat, but now it was good. Shin Yu even directly shouted it out. But the fat leader didn't get angry, instead he half joked. Well, fat leader is a nice title, you can call me that from now on. Only then did Shin Yu realize that she had said the wrong thing and accidentally said what was on her mind, feeling embarrassed. It was a good thing that everyone was a harmonious group, talking and laughing with each other, and Shin Yu was relieved. Soon. The time to leave had finally arrived, and the crowd greeted each other as they left. Xiaomei, let's go and stay at my house today, and we'll treat you with therapy in the evening. Shin Yu extended an invitation. When Shin Yu's mother passed away, it was Song Xiaomei who accompanied her and took care of her, and she didn't go to Song Xiaomei's house too often. Now that he had grown up, he could finally repay Song Xiaomei. Okay then, let's go. Song Xiaomei pulled Shin Yu's small hand and the two little beauties bounced away. Time passed, and the next day rolled around. Early in the morning, the sun rises in the east, and everything is revitalized. Wearing a white cartoon bear shirt, Song Xiaomei woke up early to wash and shuffle, and when she saw her well-developed body in the mirror, she angled her head with some small pride. Song Xiaomei was very happy with her figure, especially holding her shirt up in a high position, which made her more and more confident. Just when she saw Shin Yu, who had walked in through the door, and looked at the little beauty who was still rubbing her eyes, Song Xiaomei was instantly devastated. Her big eyes were fixed on Shin Yu's clothes, comparing them to each other in frustration. I don't know what I ate to grow so big, I'm so envious. What did you say, Mei? Shin Yu walked into the washroom in a daze and asked as she washed up. Nothing, I was wondering if we're a two-man mission today, or if we're joining someone else's team. Song Xiaomei also started shuffling. And then what? Shin Yu trailed off, shuffling in confusion. With two people, you earn more, but it's relatively dangerous, and with a team you definitely earn less, but it's safer. I'm leaning towards joining a team, preferably a team of 5, so it's safe and earns more. What do you think? Song Xiaomei asked as she picked up her toothbrush. What about both, you decide. Shin Yu didn't have much of an opinion, plus she trusted Song Xiaomei very much, so she left everything to Song Xiaomei. Okay. Then let's join a team of 5. Aha! After the decision was made, the two rushed to wash up, and after some hustle and bustle they left the house with their summoned beasts and headed straight to the Bounty Guild. Hello, are you Shin Yu and Song Xiaomei? We're from the Stone Battle Team, do you guys want to join our team? Shin Yu and Song Xiaomei had just walked into the Bounty Guild when a man came to invite them with flattery. Two beauties, join our Iron Han Battle Team, our Iron Han Battle Team is powerful for all to see. Join our Blackfish Battle Team, we are a black level battle team. A group of people instantly came together and surrounded Shin Yu and Song Xiaomei asking questions. Such a scene caused Shin Yu to rush to hug the little milk cat in her arms tightly for fear of being snatched away. Make way, please, we'll change the mission medals first. Without hesitation, Song Xiaomei opened her mouth loudly, commanding the big black bear to hold the road open and walk directly towards the guild window. Hello, we are replacing our bounty badges, our information was submitted yesterday. Song Xiaomei stood at the window and skillfully said. Okay, your information has been updated, please give me your old novice badges and I'll replace them with official ones. The staff member said with a gentle smile and glanced at Shin Yu in passing. Okay, here's the badge. Well, here you go, and congratulations to both of you for making it through the rookie period and becoming full-fledged bounty hunters. Thanks. Song Xiaomei took the medallion and looked at it, nodding in satisfaction before looking at the bounty hunters waiting around. Guys, we want to join a squad of 5, which means there can only be 3 of you. 3 people? That's not easy to find, is it? Only newly established warbands, or ones whose teams have suffered great losses. Yeah, it's not easy to find a team like this. Are you guys really not considering our Iron Egg battle team? Once again, the crowd was talking non-stop, buzzing almost like a food market. Xinyu, Song Xiaomei, why don't you guys create a battle team and we'll join you? A familiar voice came, and Xinyu and Song Xiaomei twisted their heads to look, just in time to see a pair of twin teenagers walking over. Behind the twin teenagers, there was also a pair of green-colored blizzard wolves with a thick aura. Wind left, wind right, it's surprisingly you guys. Song Xiaomei and Xinyu were surprised at the same time because the twins were their classmates. How about it? Do you want us to join you? We can even introduce others. Oh, cousin, come here. The twin brothers waved into the distance and soon the black girl came over with her eagle. Ha! Black girl, are you wind left and wind right's cousin? Song Xiaomei inquired. Yes, it's quite a coincidence. I was thinking of finding a veteran team, but if it's one you guys build, I'll be the first to join. The black girl smiled and twisted her head to look at Xinyu, obviously holding Xinyu in high regard. Alright, then let's create a battle team. Let's call it the Aurora Battle Team. Song Xiaomei pulled Xinyu and said, quickly running to the counter, after a series of information filling, their Aurora Battle Team was finally registered. Ladies and gentlemen of the Aurora Warriors, congratulations on registering and becoming part of the Warriors. Next you can take on normal quests to upgrade your battle group level. The lady at the counter kept on explaining the upgrade of the battle team, roughly speaking. Thanks. Song Xiaomei and Xinyu benefited greatly, and then discussed the situation, preparing to take on a safe mission to hone their new battle team. Hello, we accept the mission to hunt the fat-headed rat. Song Xiaomei said. The fat-head rat quest involves traveling to the farmland area outside of town and clearing out a large number of fat-head rats. This mutant beast has an extremely strong reproduction ability and has a huge destructive power to crops, and there are many missions to hunt fathead rats every year. The fat-headed rats quest happened to appear today, so they naturally wouldn't miss it, and when they finished picking it up, a few people happily walked out of the guild. However, the little milk cat that was in Qinyu's arms was squinting its eyes as it looked towards the dimly lit alleyway on the western side of the guild street. Chapter 17, The Duck Hat Man and the Raven. In the corner of that hut a tall, thin man with a duck-tongued hat stood quietly, always looking in the direction of the guild entrance. On his shoulder, a black crow similarly looked at the guild entrance and stared at Song Xiaomei and the others. The black crow was not the same as a normal crow, its body was stiff, its eyes were gray and dead, completely lacking the spirituality of a normal creature. Being stared at by such a bizarre combination was obviously very wrong. Song Xiaomei and Xinyu, they didn't look like girls who were easily offended, and they usually didn't hold grudges against people. Instead, it's the black girl who just joined, which is a bit suspect. First she paid a high price for the porcupine carcass yesterday, and then today she came across it so coincidentally. The point is that her joining the Aurora Warriors was smooth, a little too smooth. One can't help but wonder what the black girl might be up to, maybe something to do with the duck-tongued man. What to do? Li Xian's eyes narrowed slightly as he pondered whether or not to stop this mission, but after thinking about it, Li Xian decided to continue the mission. Firstly, to avoid spooking people, and secondly, the farmland area was close to Black Rock City, and there were other hunting parties as well. Thirdly, Li Xian had the confidence to deal with the crisis because that crow was a black iron level summoned beast, which wasn't very strong. That was why Li Xian gently jumped onto Qinyu's shoulder and used God's perspective to monitor the duck-tongued man. I declare the Aurora Warriors departed. Song Xiaomei's voice suddenly sounded, and Li Xian turned his head to look, just in time to see Song Xiaomei holding up her small white hand, issuing orders with pride and ostentation. This look of hers, she is really a bit of the appearance of being a captain, that is, her little face is a bit childish, lacks a few points of momentum, and a few more points of cuteness. The 3 of us will ride on the big black bear, its back is wide enough to sit the 3 of us, and we will also be able to reach the mission location faster. Song Xiaomei proposed. Yeah. Xinyu nodded happily, even looking forward to it a bit. Wind left and wind right, you ride Blast Wolf. Okay. A few moments later, the party set off, moving quickly toward the city gates. Li Xian suddenly glanced at the sky, the black crow was flying in the sky, following in silence. Even when Li Xian and the others walked to the outskirts of the city, the crows continued to follow and had no intention of giving up. Cat, what's wrong with you? Xinyu noticed that Li Xian was a bit wary and blinked her big eyes inquiringly in confusion. Meow. Li Xian softly called out and didn't say anything, but looked at the black girl next to him. There was nothing unusual about the black girl's demeanor, it remained the same as before and seemed to have nothing to do with the duck-tongued man. Still, it's important to be aware that no one knows what the other person is hiding. With this observation, the group slowly arrived at the mission site, which was the farmland area. That's a lot of people. Are all these people hunting fat-headed rats? Xinyu stood at the edge of the farmland, watching a group of teenage girls hooting and hollering as they hunted down a big, fat rat, and asked out in surprise. Yes. Fathead rats are the best newcomer hunters, they attract a lot of people whenever they show up for a quest. You guys are pretty lucky that this mission didn't exist yesterday and it showed up today. The black girl laughed at Cope and seemed to have done quite a few fathead rat hunting missions. The fat-headed mouse is quite cute, kind of like a groundhog. Song Xiaomei said curiously. Yes, it is the groundhog mutated, especially harmful, favored digging holes in the farmland to steal food, reproduce especially fast, very hateful. This farmland is one of the 4 major farmlands in Blackstone City. It is an important source of food for Blackstone City, and there absolutely cannot be the slightest mistake. The black girl continues the science with a lot of information about the dangers of fat-headed rats. So that's how it is, it looks like we need to clean up these fat-headed rats, they're too hateful. Song Xiaomei jumped into action and drew the short knife at her waist. Next to her, Xinyu also drew her short sword and skillfully pulled out a blade flower, as if she had learned the relevant skill. Let's make sure we go over the top today, come on. After Song Xiaomei finished speaking, she greeted the big black bear and rushed towards the rat burrow not far away. When he got around the mouse burrow, he immediately ordered the big black bear to pat the ground around the burrow. Boom boom. A dull sound rang out, the rat burrow trembled slightly, and soon a dozen or so fat-headed rats scurried out of the burrow and fled in all directions in fear. Kill! As Song Xiaomei shouted, the battle began and the crowd was caught up in the chase. These fat-headed rats are very clumsy and are very timid creatures. As soon as someone smashes the ground around their burrow, they run out in fear and scatter in all directions. Ow! The 2 blizzard wolves howled in pursuit, specializing in speed. They quickly caught up with the fat-headed rat and directly began to tear into it. But surprisingly, the fat-headed rats were extremely defensive, and it took quite a bit of effort to bite one to death. Luckily, the fat-headed rat didn't dare to attack and only knew how to run away without much threat, so the crowd chased after it recklessly. However, after killing the fat-headed rats for half an hour, the crowd was tired and panting, and Song Xiaomei was even more unimaginative as she sat down on the ground, completely exhausted. These fat-headed rats are also too resistant to beatings, they are fine with 7 or 8 cuts, and they run back and forth, it's too exasperating. Song Xiaomei said angrily. Indeed exasperating, chasing half a day before killing 9 of them. Xinyu also gritted her teeth in anger, her little face dirty, obviously defeated. Don't be discouraged everyone, we're already fast at killing fat-headed rats, look at them, those people can't even reach half of us. The black girl hid a smile and pointed to the teenage girls in the distance. Really yeah. Song Xiaomei's eyes lit up when she saw the scene in the distance, and she was instantly motivated once again. We have black iron summoning beasts, 2 extremely fast blizzard wolves, and my eagle, all of which are experts at killing fat-headed rats. That's why we hunt the fastest, and as long as we keep going, we can definitely kill the most fat-headed rats. The black girl continued to open up. Aha, indeed. Song Xiaomei nodded, thinking that was really the case. Captain, why doesn't the windwing cat make a move? It's fast and a natural enemy of rats, so if it strikes, the hunt will be faster. The windy left of the twins stepped forward and inquired suspiciously. It's... Song Xiaomei flinched when she heard this and hurriedly said again. Windwing cats are still in their hatchling stage, their bodies are relatively soft and weak, and they have to save enough power to heal, so they don't have the strength to fight. In that case, well then. Fengzhou didn't say anything more, just glanced at the windwing cat standing quietly. Alright, let's continue. The black girl noticed that the atmosphere was a bit stiff and immediately proposed to continue hunting the fat-headed rats. Okay. Song Xiaomei hurriedly nodded her head, gripped her short sword, and rushed out in a flurry of wind. Roar! The big black bear roared and swung his 2 bear paws at the fat-headed mouse. The big black bear was relatively large, slow and clumsy looking, but strong enough to slap a fat-headed mouse to death in 1 or 2 swipes. Plus it has to keep slapping the earth to scare the fat-headed rats out. It can be said that the big black bear had the hardest job, even with his tongue sticking out from exhaustion. The hard-working big black bear and the wind-winged cat standing quietly formed a strong contrast, even though some of the hunting parties in the distance were pointing at the wind-winged cat and whispering. To this, Li Xian didn't pay any attention at all as he was utilizing God's view to lock onto the black crow. Just now, this crow suddenly split into two crows, one of which flew away, not knowing what to do. But Li Xian had a feeling that it wouldn't be anything good, so he blocked in front of Qinyu and pointed at her pocket. Chapter 18, The Red Wolf King. Cat, want to get paper and ink? Qinyu blinked her big eyes and asked in a cute manner. Cat's mewing. Li Xian nodded his cat head and waited quietly. Here. Qinyu had great trust in Li Xian and did not hesitate to sit in front of Li Xian, handing over the paper and ink. Soon. She then saw the little milk cat dabbing a bit of ink with her little fingernail and began to write quickly, a line of text slowly appearing before her eyes. All rest? Hunting fat-headed rats again in an hour? Qinyu finished reading those words and looked at Li Xian in confusion, not understanding what this meant. Cat's mewing. Li Xian nodded again and humanely waved his little paw as if urging. Good. Okay, I know. Qinyu nodded her head obediently and quickly ran to Song Xiaomei and told her about this matter. Song Xiaomei had also seen how extraordinary Little Milk Cat was, and now that Little Milk Cat was letting everyone rest for an hour, there must be a deep meaning. That's why Song Xiaomei said loudly, everyone rest for an hour, and then hunt the fat-headed rats again in an hour. What? An hour's rest? Didn't you just take a break? Why do we need to continue resting? Our hunting mission isn't easy. The oldest of the twin brothers spoke up, frowning at Song Xiaomei, wondering what she meant. Let's rest first, we can only hunt fat-headed rats faster when we're well rested. Song Xiaomei didn't explain, but directly asked everyone to rest in a captain's manner. Such a decision, although it made the pair of brothers somewhat resistant, was carried out in accordance with the captain's words. The black girl was also puzzled and didn't understand why she suddenly took a break, but she had experienced a battle with Song Xiaomei, so she didn't resist. That's all. Once again, the crowd began to rest, chatting on the grass next to the farmland. And while they were resting, the other teams in the distance took the opportunity to speed up their hunting, and from lagging behind, they gradually caught up and hunted down a large number of fat-headed rats, harvesting a great deal. Such a scene makes the twin brothers very anxious. After all, the prey is related to the mission and the income. So the two brothers were eager, watching the clock several times, waiting to go out at any time. After waiting for an hour with great difficulty, the two brothers immediately stood up and couldn't wait to take the blizzard wolf and go hunting. Another half hour of rest. Song Xiaomei looked at the note Qinyu handed over and spoke again. What? Another half hour of rest? Why do you need to rest? Isn't 1 hour enough? Always resting, the fat-headed rats will be killed by the other teams. The twin brothers finally relented and inquired in exasperation. The black girl next to her also looked at Song Xiaomei suspiciously, and then at the little note, and the ink on the little milk cat's paw. I'm the captain, do everything I say. Or leave my squad. Song Xiaomei announced loudly, her voice was childish, but it was undeniable. This state of hers was the first time she had appeared in front of the crowd, and it also caused them all to be a bit surprised. Even Qinyu looked at Song Xiaomei a few more times. Okay, rest is rest, you're the captain, you're right about everything. The twin brothers were a bit annoyed, but due to Song Xiaomei's aura, the two brothers resumed their seats and chose to continue waiting. In such a wait, the twin brothers watched the other teams kill more and more, killing the fat head rats more and more difficult to find, the twins more and more anxious, very worried that the fat head rats were killed by the other teams. Finally, half an hour had finally passed, and the twin brothers, unable to sit still any longer, drew themselves up. However, after they stood up, the first thing they did was to look at Song Xiaomei, wanting to see if she would say anything else. However, what surprised the twin brothers was that Song Xiaomei, Qinyu, and even the black girl, were all looking at the little milk cat as if waiting for something. Whoosh! The little milk cat suddenly jumped up and stood on Qinyu's shoulder, looking towards the northwest with seriousness in its jewel-like cat eyes. What's wrong with cat? Qinyu inquired in a low voice, but she had just finished asking when she suddenly heard a shriek. Red! Red wolves! It's red wolves, 24 red wolves, run! Damn it, the Wolf King leading the group is a black iron level, it's over, we're in big trouble. Send a distress signal, damn it, why are there red wolves here? And attacking when we're at our most exhausted? Shrieks of terror rose and fell, coming from the northwest. When Song Xiaomei and the others heard the sound, they hurriedly looked to the northwest with vigilance and saw 24 red wolves running wildly. Those hunting parties that had originally hunted fat-headed rats had long been exhausted, and the summoned beasts had no skills left. Now faced with the sudden arrival of the red wolf, everyone panicked and began to flee in terror. But the red wolf's speed was so fast that it only took a few moments for it to rush over and start attacking. This. The twin brothers looked at this scene, their eyes widening in disbelief, and that black girl even looked at the little milk cat. Do we strike? Or run away? Song Xiaomei looked at the little milk cat. As the captain, she actually looked like a little milk cat asking for advice. Cat's mewing. Li Shen barked and waved his little paw. The meaning was clear, it was to go out and hunt the red wolf. Alright, Big Black, charge me and block that red wolf king. Song Xiaomei immediately ordered. Roar! A roar resounded through the area as the big black bear landed on all fours and furiously rushed towards the red wolf like an armored car, charging head-on without fear. Kill! The twin brothers, as well as the black girl, did not hesitate to give the order and rushed out with their summoned beasts. Only Qinyu didn't move as Li Xian stopped her and told her to stay quiet where she was. Ow! Wolf whistles resounded through the area as the 24 red wolves attacked without fear of death. Even when faced with the black iron-ranked big black bears, they still didn't flinch. Only, these red wolves were stiff and their eyes were lifeless, as if they had lost their souls. This also caused them to be weaker than normal red wolves, but the humongous attacks made up for it. Roar! The big black bear roared in pain and slapped the red wolf that bit his paw, directly killing the red wolf, and then engaged in a fierce battle with the red wolf king. Those hunting teams that had originally fled finally slowed down after having Song Xiaomei and the others come to their aid, and also began to summon beasts to attack. Although they had no more skills and were exhausted, they were outnumbered and surprisingly fought the red wolves for a while. The battle was thus glued together, and the two parties were at the edge of the farmland, engaged in a life and death struggle, both using their full strength. Also at this time. At this critical moment. The raven in the sky that was silently watching suddenly split into a smaller raven. Next. That little crow swooped down from the sky in a hurry, and its target was clearly Qinyu. This sudden attack, this critical dive, was something that none of the crowd had expected. Song Xiaomei, who was fighting, saw the scene and her heart was in her throat. Chapter 19 Golden Pupils. Cat's mewing. A soft, cat-like purr rang out at this very moment. With that cry, a small milk cat swooped up with its wings stirred and charged straight at the little crow. Both sides rushed towards each other at top speed, in a posture of a great battle about to start. And yet at this very moment. At the moment when Little Crow and Little Milk Cat were about to fight. The Little Crow suddenly split into two, one continued to fly towards the Little Milk Cat and one suddenly rushed towards Qinyu. No good! Someone shouted, worry in their voice. Qinyu below looked at the small crow that swooped down, and at the first moment, she gripped the short sword in her hand and prepared to fight. The birthmark on her left cheek began to still, surfacing with unknown lines while her eyes turned gold. Sky! Li Xian suddenly stopped flying, the cat's mouth violently opened, and scorching fireballs coalesced and appeared. Boom! With a loud boom, the fireball hit the swooping little crow like a cannonball, burning it to ashes in a scream. After doing this, Li Xian's figure flashed, directly stopping another small crow, his cat claws flashing across. Whoosh! The powerful cat's claws flashed through a trail of shadows, killing the little crow easily in a blazing attack. Bravo! Song Xiaomei had been paying attention to Qinyu's safety, and when she saw the little milk cat exterminate the two crows so quickly, she couldn't help but let out a sigh of admiration. However, Song Xiaomei was a bit bewildered that the little milk cat would release a fireball, and felt a sense of dreaming. Whoosh! The sound of breaking air rang out as Li Xian quickly incited the wings of the wind and flew over the Red Wolf King as fast as he could, then opened his cat's mouth. Boom! The mid-level fireballs fell directly from the sky, plummeting towards the Red Wolf King below. The moment. The Red Wolf King was fighting to the death with the Great Black Bear, both sides were at the black iron level, and the difference in combat power wasn't too great. This large fireball that suddenly fell from the sky immediately disrupted the Red Wolf King's fighting frequency, and it could only dodge the fireball at the risk of being injured. However, it had underestimated the power of the fireball, not realizing that it was a fireball that had reached the intermediate level and was much more powerful and faster. Boom! Explosions resounded through the area, and the dodging Red Wolf King was met with searing flames spreading all over his body. Ow! Painful wolf cries resounded through the area, the smell of roasting meat filled the air, and the Red Wolf King's body fell to the ground, his left paw breaking off in unison. Roar! The big black bear took this opportunity to swing his bare paw and slapped it over, ruthlessly slapping the Red Wolf King's head. Click! The sound of bones cracking rang out, and the powerful black iron-grayed Red Wolf King just collapsed to the ground, completely dying in the scorching flames. Boom! Another large fireball fell, dropping like a meteorite to blast a red wolf, killing it. But it doesn't end there. One after another, several more fireballs fell from the sky, and each time they fell, they could blast an ordinary red wolf to death. Shortly afterward, the fighting stopped. All of the 24 red wolves were dead, and 5 of them were killed by fireballs in seconds. This kind of terrifying fireball caused the faces of the people at the scene to stare as they vaguely guessed something. Intermediate level fireballs. Only intermediate level fireballs can kill a red wolf in seconds. This little milk cat is so terrifying. Someone stared. What kind of summoned beast is it, and why can it cast fireballs? Why does it look like a windwing cat to me? Definitely not a windwing cat. Have you ever seen a windwing cat that can cast an intermediate level fireball? This is an intermediate level fireball. The other squads murmured and looked at the soft little milk cat in the sky with awe. And the little milk cat in the center of everyone's sight, quietly looking at the sky, looking at the black crows flying high in the sky. Whoa, whoa, whoa! The black raven caught a few times, sizing up the little milk cat carefully, looking at it as if it were an unknown creature, and pulling away from it farther. The raven flies so high that any creature that tries to get close to it will be detected in advance. Adding to the fact that it was a black iron rank summoned beast, its flying speed was extremely fast, so unless it was a mid-level windwings, it wouldn't be able to catch up with it at all. So, no one in the crowd attacked it, just watched and watched as it stirred its feathers and left. After it's gone, Li Xian slowly fell from the air and skillfully landed on Qin Yu's left shoulder, touching the birthmark on the left side of Qin Yu's face with the cat's head, and in the next second Li Xian did not move. Cat, you're amazing, you can even breathe fire. Song Xiaomei ran over from the distance and looked at the little milk cat with shocked eyes, feeling like she was recognizing the little milk cat for the first time. This is definitely not a windwing cat. Being able to heal is already terrifying, and now it will even spit fireballs. It's too strong. The black girl said incredulously. Yeah, I didn't think we'd be saved by a little kitten. The twin brothers looked at the little milk cat with bitter smiles as they thought of the scene earlier when the windwing cat asked for a rest. Now imagine if they had fought fat-headed rats for as long as others. Then they were likely to suffer casualties in the face of the red wolves that had burst in. This caused both twin brothers to be a little scared, and at the same time grateful to the little milk cat. Thank you for saving our lives, and from now on, we will obey any order you give. The twin brothers opened their mouths in unison, assuring the little tabby. Qin Yu, I really envy you. I want to say, give me 10 cats like that. The black girl looked at Qin Yu enviously, wondering why she didn't say anything. Also at this time, those hunting parties that had been saved walked over with a large number of fat-headed rat corpses, sincerely grateful. Thank you for saving us. These fat-headed rats are given to you as a thank you gift to you. Please do take them. That critical moment just now. The exhausted few hunting teams were unable to stop the sudden attack of the red wolf packs, and would definitely die or be heavily injured. Luckily, there was Song Xiaomei's black iron-grade big black bear, and the cat that could breathe fire. These two strong summoned beasts showed great power, which saved the crowd. That's why several hunting teams were grateful and were the first to express their gratitude, while at the same time looking at the little milk cat with curious gazes. Can we ask? What kind of summoned beast is this? Why is it so powerful? Could it be black iron rank? Pretty much. Put the stuff here, we'll take your thanks. Seeing that Qin Yu and the little milk cat situation was not right, Song Xiaomei immediately dispatched those hunting parties and then ordered the big black bear to guard next to Qin Yu. What's wrong with her? After dispatching the hunting parties, the black girl couldn't help but inquire. I don't know. Song Xiaomei shook her head, indicating that she didn't know, her small hand gripping her short sword tightly to guard around Qin Yu, prohibiting anyone from approaching. The black girl and the twin brothers naturally knew what to do, and wisely stayed in the periphery. Even if they had a bellyful of doubts, they could only bury them in their hearts. Time passed little by little, and soon half an hour passed. Qin Yu, who was standing quietly, slowly blinked her eyes twice, her golden eyes fading in color and returning to their original state. Chapter 20 Qin Yu's Inheritance. Qin Yu, who had recovered, first looked at the little milk cat on her shoulder, then stretched out her small hand and quickly held the little milk cat in her arms. "Thank you, cat, you saved me again," Shinyu said gratefully, her beautiful big eyes looking at the kitten in her arms, her small hands hugging it tightly as if she was afraid of being snatched away. Cat's mewing. Li Xian blinked his cat's eyes, feeling his brain swollen and stuffy as sleepiness continued to sweep through his nerves. Gradually, Li Xian closed his eyes and fell into sleep. "What's wrong with cat?" Seeing this scene, Song Xiaomei inquired worriedly, terrified that something had happened to the little milk cat. "It's okay, it's sleepy, let's go back." Shinyu was well aware of the little milk cat's situation and was prepared to go back and find a hidden place before telling Song Xiaomei. Good. Song Xiaomei also saw what was going on and immediately nodded, announcing her return. After experiencing this battle, Song Xiaomei paid more and more attention to the little milk cat, preferring to not do the task but also in taking care of the little milk cat. That's why the crowd rushed towards Black Stone City at the first opportunity, and even the corpse of the fat-headed rat was allowed to be brought back with the help of other teams. But they were very much bothered by the attack, wondering why the red wolves had attacked them, and what had happened to the black raven. This time when they went back, they were prepared to report this matter to the Bounty Hunter Guild. Also, the black girl noticed something wrong with the red wolf's body. There were no beast cores in the corpses of these red wolves, and most of the blood in their bodies had dried up, just like the Walking Dead. Captain May, that porcupine was in the same condition last time, very little blood in his body, and his eyes lacked a sense of animation. I dare to conclude that there is bound to be a connection, and in order to find clues, we need to look for that black crow. The black girl solemnly said. I know, I'll react to the guild. Song Xiaomei nodded solemnly, ready to pursue this matter to the end and bring out the real culprit behind it. With such thoughts in mind, Song Xiaomei led the crowd of the Aurora battle team and rushed back to the city at the first opportunity to report this matter. After this was done, the women parted ways, ready to go home. Shinyu, why don't you stay at my house tonight? It's still a bit unsafe at your place. What if you get attacked again? Song Xiaomei said. Shinyu originally wanted to refuse, but looking at the little milk cat slumbering in her arms, she was worried, so she nodded her little head. Okay, thank you. Be polite to me, come on, come home with me. Song Xiaomei took Shinyu's small hand and rushed straight to the rich area, quickly arriving at the entrance of a luxurious villa. After a series of security tests, they managed to return home. Song Xiaomei's bedroom. Two beautiful girls sat on the edge of the bed, quietly observing the little milk cat and whispering something. You're saying that you've acquired an unknown inheritance? Now mastering dozens of weapon combat techniques? And tons of combat experience? Song Xiaomei opened her small mouth in surprise, her big, oily eyes filled with incredulity. Yes it is, and it's more than that. At the time, while the legacy was still in place, I immediately made a copy of my haul to Cat, and he got the same thing. Also, Cat and I got a new ability that's very useful. Shinyu spoke softly, her voice soft and sticky, very soft and cute. Surprisingly, I'm so envious of you, it's dozens of combat techniques, it's too strong, and there are new abilities too. Song Xiaomei was envious and at the same time happy for her best friend. But there are so many of these skills, and I can absorb them in a hurry because I have my heritage, but with Cat, it'll take 2 or 3 days. We won't be able to go out and do quests for the next 2 or 3 days, so we must stay by Cat's side. Shinyu said seriously. It's alright then, take a few days off, besides the Black Raven thing hasn't been investigated yet. We must wait for that to come to light before we can move again, or it's dangerous. After Song Xiaomei finished speaking, she suddenly thought of the new abilities Shinyu and Cat had acquired and couldn't help but ask. What abilities have you gained? It's the ability to communicate. Oh, we can communicate with each other mentally. Shinyu said happily. Surprisingly, it's mind communication? That's a very practical ability. Song Xiaomei looked at Shinyu in surprise, feeling that her best friend was too lucky. First, he obtained the mysterious little milk cat summoning beast, and then he received an inheritance that gave him numerous battle experiences, as well as new abilities. Sure. Being continuously attacked by mutant beasts also caused Song Xiaomei to be a bit surprised. She felt that since the day of the summoning ceremony, Shinyu's life had taken a major turn for the worse, with good things and bad things coming her way. It was as if Shinyu had become the center of events. Still, compared to the crisis, so many harvests smelled good, so Song Xiaomei was very envious. Shinyu, can you guide me in knife skills? My short sword is very uncomfortable to use, it feels weird. Song Xiaomei asked for guidance. Of course, there's a lot about the use of knives in the heritage, all kinds of cold weapons, even my knife skills have been greatly improved yet. Qin Yu explained confidently. That inheritance was extraordinary, it was as if a grandmaster who had practiced for many years had copied and preserved his fighting skills after raising them to the peak. And these skills encompass several aspects: knife fighting, sword fighting, bow fighting, gun fighting, and so on and so forth. In short, there are a lot of them. So many combat techniques and battle experience made Qin Yu a true weapons expert, and her strength was greatly enhanced in an invisible way. Swish swish swish. The short blade began to swing, mapping a path of light across the wide bedroom. Song Xiaomei quickly dodged her body in the swing, showing off her knife skills in the best way possible. Strange, even though your sword technique is basic, you use it very skillfully without any major problems, but why does it look strange to me? Qin Yu's pretty eyebrows furrowed, she couldn't see this before. But after receiving the inheritance, her eyes became tricky and she saw the problem at a glance. But these problems were minor and shouldn't have affected so much, but it was just so very strange when Song Xiaomei performed her knife skills. Although the key seemed odd, Qin Yu couldn't see why, which frustrated her greatly. It was depressing that she felt stupid and couldn't even see the reason for accepting the inheritance. She's not a problem with her sword skills, but Song Xiaomei herself, she's better with a scythe. The man's voice rang out abruptly with a nice timbre that was pleasant to listen to. Such a voice startled Qin Yu. She hurriedly turned her head to look at the doorway and said solemnly, "Who's talking?" Is someone talking? Song Xiaomei was in the middle of performing her sword art, and when she heard Qin Yu's words, she immediately stopped and listened with her ears, but she could not hear anyone else's voice. Chapter 21: Returning plus Crazy Self-Destruct. It's me. The man's voice sounded again, and with it, a tiny wind-winged cat came next to Qin Yu and raised its head. Cat, I can't believe it's you talking? Could it be that this is mind communication? Qin Yu looked at the little milk cat in surprise, feeling very novel. Next to her, Song Xiaomei heard Qin Yu's words and also looked at the little milk cat in surprise. Yes, it's mind communication, but only you can hear me, you're so stupid. Li Xian's voice resounded once again, resounding in the bottom of Qin Yu's heart. Yeah, I'm so stupid for being scared by voices when I know I'm getting psychic communication. Qin Yu shook her head helplessly. Suddenly she thought of the issue of inheritance and hurriedly pursued the question. Cat, have you finished receiving the inheritance? Doesn't it take 2 or 3 days? It's just an inheritance, what's the point of using it for so long? You were able to finish absorbing it quickly, how could I possibly need 2 or 3 days? Li Xian said calmly, with an air of entitlement. Qin Yu was a bit stricken. She had the assistance of her inheritance to finish absorbing it quickly. If it was someone else, it would have taken at least 2 days. Not to mention the summoned beasts with weaker souls, then I'm afraid it would take 3 days or even longer. However, she didn't expect that not long after she had finished absorbing it, the little milk cat had finished absorbing it as well. Such a speed was really a blow to Qin Yu, especially when she heard the little milk cat's words. It made Qin Yu a little depressed. She didn't think much of it though, but inquired about what had just happened. Cat, why did you say that Mei was suited to use a scythe? Analyzing her size, her hands, her legs, her personality, you can probably tell what weapons she's suited to. All this knowledge is in the legacy, and as you know, it takes a lot of brainpower. Being nerdy and being flexible are two different things. Li Xian continued to speak. The Qin Yu inheritance contained a great deal of knowledge that Li Xian could benefit from. I know, thank you Cat, I'll try my best. Qin Yu clenched her small fist and solemnly said. Don't call me Cat, I'm older than you, call me Li Xian. Li Xian said. After saying this, Li Xian thought about it and felt that even if he was called by his name, it didn't have much character, mainly because it was too commonplace. Adding to the fact that it was never the summoner who tamed the summoned beasts, and he, Li Xian, was going to be different, so Li Xian said, calling me brother is fine. Qin Yu froze, completely not expecting Li Xian to say this. Mainly what she had watched and learned from her childhood had never been that summoned beasts followed their masters and obeyed them. As a result, now it was good that her summoned beast wanted to be a brother, which was really a bit unexpected for Qin Yu. But seeing the kitten's expectant look, and thinking that Li Xian had rescued her from crisis twice more, he was her savior. Compared to the thick gift of saving her life, a small question of address was nothing at all, so Qin Yu nodded and said, Li Xian, brother. Li Xian felt very interesting and couldn't help but jump onto Qin Yu's shoulder and continue the mind exchange. Such a scene caused Song Xiaomei on the opposite side of the room to become nonchalant, completely unaware of what was happening. Mainly at first, Qin Yu communicated with the kitten by talking. As a result, when it came to it, she stopped talking and instead frowned at the little milk cat, apparently communicating with her mind. This caused Song Xiaomei to stay dumbfounded as well, unable to help but show a curious expression. Xiaomei, let me tell you what's going on. Qin Yu saw Song Xiaomei's confusion and started to explain everything that had just happened after receiving Li Xian's consent. Learning of Li Xian's extraordinary nature, Song Xiaomei was amazed and at the same time became more and more curious. Alright, for the next few days you stay at Song Xiaomei's house for a few days, I'll go back to the summoning beast world and resummon me in 3 days. Li Xian felt that his soul had strengthened a lot, and there was still a multitude of knowledge waiting to be verified. So he was ready to go back for a trip to acquire new talents and increase his strength, or to face the crisis. His decision like this made Qin Yu very reluctant, but Li Xian insisted on going back, so Qin Yu had to obey. That's all. Li Xian's figure slowly dissipated and disappeared in the mysterious spell formation. Summon the beast world. On the lush green grass, mysterious spell formations appeared abruptly, followed by Li Xian's figure in the spell formation. Finally I'm back, so I can build up my talent again. I wonder how many times I can reincarnate? 2 times shouldn't be a problem, so let's begin. Li Xian didn't waste any time and chose to self-destruct without hesitation. Boom! With a loud bang, darkness emerged before Li Xian's eyes. Ding! You're dead. Random resurrection in progress. As the tone sounded, the dark world slowly appeared bright, and Li Xian felt the coolness of the breeze and the damp scent of the grass. What summoned beast did I turn into this time? Open the data panel. Li Xian said without hesitation. Ding! Name, Li Xian. Type, change beast, common summoned beast. Soul, black iron. Royal Master, Qin Yu. Abilities, self-destruct, intermediate healing, intermediate fireball, intermediate god's perspective, wind wings, change. A change beast? Surprisingly, it really became a change beast. Li Xian looked at the data panel in surprise, not expecting this at all. Earlier, in order to hide his ability to reincarnate, he had named himself as a change beast in the chat channel, and now he had actually become a change beast. Is the ability a primary change? Li Xian said darkly and tried to move his body, realizing that his body was round and did not feel his hands and feet. Doesn't the changing beast's body have arms and legs? Li Xian turned on God's perspective and prepared to observe himself in all directions. But the moment it opened, he was completely nonplussed. Slime? How is it similar to a slime? Maybe it's a creature similar to a slime, whatever, keep acquiring new talents. Li Xian didn't dwell too much on the issue of his body, but once again prepared to transmute and prepare to explode himself. Let's begin. Not feeling a strong sense of exhaustion proves that 1 or 2 more reincarnations are possible at least. After Li Xian finished speaking, he chose to self-destruct without hesitation. Boom! The loud noise roared once more, the dim world descended once more, and Li Xian was plunged back into darkness. Ding! You're dead. Random resurrection in progress. Light came like the dawn, and Li Xian's dim world became bright again, only he sensed that something was wrong. What summoned beast did it turn into this time? It's not right, wait, it's even this. The real world. Black Rock City. It had been 2 days since Li Xian left. For the past 2 days, Qin Yu had been well behaved and stayed at Song Xiaomei's home, digesting the proceeds of the inheritance while teaching Song Xiaomei how to use the scythe. By the way, I forgot about the light group flower. It was bought for brother Li Xian, and a deposit has already been paid. Qin Yu suddenly thought of the previous appointment, which was a flower that Li Xian attached great importance to, and today, it was already time for the appointment. Qin Yu, don't worry, I'll send a message to Wind Left Wind Right, let them go buy it. It's better if we don't leave. Song Xiaomei said seriously. Aha! Qin Yu nodded her head obediently, very much recognizing Song Xiaomei's words. Mainly, Li Xian had explained before that he wouldn't let them leave, so Qin Yu felt that she had to obey. Chapter 22 Qin Yu's Metamorphosis. But Qin Yu thought of one thing, and that was the issue of money. It would take tens of thousands of dollars to buy the light group flowers, and they had been staying at the villa for the past 2 days and hadn't even scraped together enough money, so she worried. May, I don't have enough money. It's okay, I have a lot here, look. Song Xiaomei pulled open the drawer, a drawer of bills inside. That much? Qin Yu was shocked and looked at the drawer of money with disbelief, feeling that Song Xiaomei was a little rich woman. Hey, it's all I've saved. There's $50,000 from my parents. They went out on a mission the day before yesterday. It'll take them 10 days to come back. This $50,000 is my living expenses. Song Xiaomei said confidently, her little face filled with joy. Sure, as a little rich girl, whoever marries you in the future will be really happy. Qin Yu said enviously. That's for sure, but I can't look at ordinary people. The ones I like must be top heroes. Song Xiaomei clenched her small fists and said, her big eyes filled with little stars. But she quickly remembered the business and hurriedly picked up her cell phone and called her twin brother. This cell phone could only be used inside Black Rock City, mainly because the outside was full of mutant beasts, and the signal was so greatly interfered with that there was no way to use it. That's why cell phones are so restricted and are only available to wealthy families, even within the city. Jingle bells. Hey, this is Song Xiaomei, I have a favor to ask. After Song Xiaomei made the call, she didn't give the other side a chance to speak and rattled off a whole lot. Well, the deal is, let them pay up front, and I'll give them $1,000 for the errand when they deliver over the lightbulb flowers. Song Xiaomei said, this way of having money to spend made her feel very flattered. I'll pay for this $1,000, I've accumulated some money from these 2 missions. Qin, you thought about it. No, your task now is to teach me to use the scythe, so consider this money for tutoring. After Song Xiaomei finished speaking, she picked up 2 scythes that resembled the god of death and handed one of them to Qin Yu. Good, then let's practice in the small courtyard. Qin Yu said seriously. Please. Song Xiaomei's small white hands held the long death scythe as she quickly came to the small courtyard to practice. The death scythe was a weapon from her father's collection, and she happened to take it out and use it this time, not to mention that it felt good to use. Song Xiaomei enjoyed using a death scythe like this, it felt so much better than a short sword. Coupled with the frantic practice over the past 2 days, her combat skills had skyrocketed and she felt more and more comfortable. Time passed slowly as she practiced, and soon the time came to dusk. Qin Yu looked at the color of the sky and became a little worried in her heart, wondering why the light cluster flowers had not been delivered yet. Ding dong! Ding dong! The sound of the doorbell came from the front door, instantly drawing the attention of Song Xiaomei and Qin Yu in the small courtyard. Who is it? Song Xiaomei inquired aloud. It's us. A familiar voice came from outside the small courtyard. It was the voices of Wind Left and Wind Right, the twins. Coming. Song Xiaomei and Qin Yu quickly came to the front door. They didn't open the door first, but first looked at the cat's eye. It's them, and their summoned beasts, so many light clusters of flowers, it's so pretty. Only after Song Xiaomei confirmed that there were no other strangers outside did she slowly open the gate. Why did you guys come so late? We were waiting anxiously. Song Xiaomei said with dissatisfaction. There's been a bit of a delay. Fengzhou smiled and handed out a bunch of light cluster flowers, but he didn't give it to Song Xiaomei who was beside him. Instead he turned around and handed it to Qin Yu who was on the other side. Song Xiaomei and Qin Yu were puzzled at the same time, but the light cluster flowers had to be collected, so Qin Yu reached for those light cluster flowers. Whoosh! The sound of breaking air resounded steeply, and the dagger with a cold aura stabbed out, ruthlessly stabbing at Qin Yu's abdomen. Watch out! Song Xiaomei hurriedly shrieked at the sight. Pust! After the tearing sound, black blood dripped down the scythe blade, dripping a little onto the earth. Qin Yu's small white hand grasped the death scythe and stood behind Fengzhou, and the sharp scythe tore deep wounds in Fengzhu's arm. In moments of crisis, in moments of sudden attack at the limit, Qin Yu instinctively swung the death scythe in her hand, dodging the opponent's attack in the nick of time and taking the opportunity to slash the opponent's right arm. This kind of instinctive reaction not only surprised Song Xiaomei, it was also unexpected by Qin Yu herself. However, now was not the time to consider this. Song Xiaomei gripped the death scythe tightly and stared angrily at Fengzhou, her whole body taut and ready to fight at any time. Why did you attack Qin Yu? Are you guys crazy? I'm sorry, kill me and set me free. A hoarse voice suddenly sounded, and Fengzhu's hair was slightly raised, revealing dull eyes, as well as a mute and stiff face. You? What happened to you? Song Xiaomei froze, unable to believe why Fengzhou had become like this now. Obviously it was not like this earlier. Fall back, their movements and expressions resemble the red wolves that attacked us earlier. Qin Yu immediately pulled Song Xiaomei away from him, and stared warily at the twin brothers, and their blast wolf. Die! The twin brothers sprang into action, gripping 2 sharp daggers and stabbing them out, and started swinging them around in a desperate manner. Anum! Whoa! The 2 blizzard wolves followed close behind, opening their fishy-smelling wolf mouths, their cold teeth biting hard at Qin Yu, biting into her hands and feet. Big Black. Song Xiaomei immediately called out to Dahe for help. Roar! Roaring and shaking in all directions, the black iron-grayed big black bear moved its limbs and ran wildly, ruthlessly slamming into the two blizzard wolves and knocking them over. Ding ding ding! The scythe and the dagger collided in the air, sending up a shower of sparks. The death scythe in Qin Yu's hand danced densely, blocking all the attacks and even backhanding the opponent several times to leave wounds on his body. Be careful, they're just like those red wolves, they've turned into the living dead and don't fear pain. Song Xiaomei immediately warned when she saw the other party's blackened wounds. Aha! Qin Yu nodded, her small white hand clutched the death scythe, and as she danced, she suddenly had a feeling of doing whatever she wanted. That melding, that integration into an instinctive counterattack, made her feel very fluid. In this state, she was originally fighting against the twin brothers together with Song Xiaomei, but as they fought, she blocked all the attacks by herself. It even came to a point where she alone killed and wounded the twin brothers back and forth. So strong. Song Xiaomei moved. As a truly outstanding student, she had never been number one since she was a child, and was also a recognized genius. Especially under the training of her parents, she is envied by many for her excellent melee combat abilities. But now, looking at Qin Yu's dashing swing of the scythe, Song Xiaomei felt a huge gap. The current Qin Yu could simply be called traveling in the clouds and extremely handsome. Is this the inheritance? If only I could obtain an inheritance as well. Song Xiaomei revealed a look of envy. Whoa whoa whoa! The caw of a raven rang out, and with that caw, a black raven appeared in the sky. Next, the black crows split into dozens and suddenly swooped down like a rain of swords. Not good. Chapter 23, Weird Breath. This sudden change caused Qin Yu and Song Xiaomei to be shocked in their hearts, and their expressions were grave to the extreme. Right now, the big black bear was fighting the two blizzard wolves, Qin Yu was fighting the twin brothers, and only Song Xiaomei was free. However, if she were to face the raven, it would be a death sentence, as the raven was a black iron-ranked summoned beast that was extremely powerful. Big Black! Song Xiaomei cried out for help toward the big black bear. Roar! The faithful big black bear immediately turned his body around. Even if his body was being torn by the blizzard wolf, he couldn't care less. Instead, he didn't hesitate to meet the crows of the same level. However, facing a black iron-level raven, and two blizzard wolves attacking, the big black bear was quickly caught in a desperate situation, and was likely to be fatally wounded. Kill! Qin Yu's tiny figure flashed, and her death scythe quickly swung, blocking a blizzard wolf and starting to fight against it. Song Xiaomei also filled in just in time to fight the bruised twin brothers. For a while, both sides were once again in a stalemate battle. However, in the face of an enemy that was not afraid of life and death, Qin Yu and Song Xiaomei were in a very bad situation, and one bad move could lead to death. Therefore, Qin Yu was ready to summon Li Xian, ready to ask for help. I'm sorry, brother Li Xian, according to the agreement I can't summon you until tomorrow, but we really can't hold out any longer. Qin Yu looked at the big black bear being attacked by crows and a blizzard wolf. Her body was already bruised and battered. She could only turn to Li Xian for help. Buzz! The hexagram spell suddenly flickered and surfaced on the earth. Along with this spell, an unknown and intense aura came steeply from the spell, sweeping through the entire small courtyard. The first time the two blizzard wolves felt this aura, they unexpectedly suddenly backed away, their bodies trembling. The raven was better, but it still flew sharply into the air and reassembled itself into a black raven. Whoa whoa whoa! The crow cried out and looked at the hexagram spell warily, his body flying higher and higher as if he was afraid of something. Bold, how dare you attack the people in Blackstone City? The law enforcement team will take them down for me. A thick voice rang out from the outside of the small courtyard, and with this voice, two black iron-grayed flying birds rose sharply into the air, killing the crows straight away. In the meantime, members of the law enforcement team dressed in uniform rushed into the small courtyard and instantly surrounded the twin brothers, taking them down with ease. The summoned beasts of the law enforcement team were even quicker to strike, controlling the two blizzard wolves in the shortest possible time. This sudden change also interrupted Qin Yu's movements as her summoning stopped. Phew, I almost disturbed Brother Li Xian. Luckily the law enforcement team came, so I don't have to trouble Brother Li Xian. Qin Yu breathed a sigh of relief and cancelled the summoning, preparing to summon again tomorrow. You guys are okay? Outside the small courtyard, the black girl rushed in and asked with concern. Sister Black Girl, why are you here? Song Xiaomei said suspiciously. It's like this. Wind left and wind right disappeared yesterday. I've been looking for them, and then I realized something terrible. Accidentally seeing wind left and wind right in that crow, heading towards your villa, I contacted the law enforcement team at the first opportunity, and luckily caught up. The black girl explained quickly, her face in hindsight. Thank you, what is it you found out? Why did wind left and wind right turn out how they did? Song Xiaomei said again. They were refined into puppets. The black girl couldn't bear it. A puppet? Refined? Song Xiaomei and Qin Yu were shocked and looked at the black girl with disbelief. Yes, not only them, the porcupines from earlier, the red wolf packs were all puppet beasts, refined alive into monsters using evil methods. The black girl sighed, her face full of hatred. Refined alive? Hateful. What kind of person did this? This is too hateful. Qin Yu clenched her small fists angrily. The clues now point to the pill refiner Wang Hao. His summoned beast is a black iron-grade crow, and the law enforcement team has already gone to capture it. The black girl stated the general situation, while also pointing out that as long as it was determined that it was the alchemist Wang Hao who did it, then he would be dead. This kind of person really deserves to die, they must be eliminated, so as not to plague more people. Song Xiaomei said angrily. Yes, as long as it's identified, it's death, and there's zero official tolerance for that. The black girl explained. That's good, we can survive more comfortably without people like that. Song Xiaomei watched as wind left and wind right were confined, and watching them stiffen and struggle, Song Xiaomei felt very uncomfortable. It's a really gut-wrenching feeling to be teammates before and puppets 2 days later. Things can't be undone, all we can do is to improve our strength and become stronger to save more people. The black girl opened her mouth to pacify. What will be done to them? Qin Yu asked in a low voice, pointing at the twin brothers. There's no way but to deal with it. The black girl was helpless. Deal with it? Qin Yu and Song Xiaomei looked at each other, feeling sad and a little sad, while at the same time yearning for strength more and more. Ta-da! Footsteps slowly sounded as a burly bald man walked over and looked at Qin Yu. Little girl, my name is Taihu, I'm the captain of the law enforcement team, what's your summoned beast? Can you show it to me? Taihu inquired. Why? Qin Yu was worried that someone would harm her summoned beast. Nothing, just a little curious, never mind, later. Iron Tiger thought about it and didn't continue to pursue it, but said a few words to Black Girl and turned around to lead the crowd away. Also taken along with them were the Raven, 2 blizzard wolves, twin brothers. But as they left the villa and walked outside, His brow furrowed and he looked back at the villa again. What's wrong with the captain? Is there something else going on? The lieutenant asked as he approached. Something's not right. When we pass by the Bounty Guild in a while, follow me in to retrieve the information on Qin Yu's summoned beasts. Iron Tiger said. Ha? The vice-captain was bewildered and a little unsure, but their captain had been through a lot and wouldn't do anything pointless, so the vice-captain immediately nodded. Soon. They arrived at the entrance of the Bounty Guild, and after presenting their credentials, they began to access Qin Yu's information, as well as her summoned beasts. Captain, this cat is so powerful, healing spells, flying, fireballs, it's even a special summoned beast. The vice-captain was surprised. It's indeed impressive, but it's still not right, the information is incomplete. Iron Tiger continued to frown, the information was different from what he understood. Ha? Not all, does that mean this summoned beast has other abilities? That can't be right, it will have enough already. The vice-captain shook his head. It was already considered very impressive to have a special summoned beast with a few skills, and it would be too intimidating to have anything else. You know what? Just now, the moment I entered the villa, my lightning snake sensed the mysterious aura of the... That aura actually caused my lightning snake to have a feeling of getting down. It's a black iron great perfection summoning beast, and it can advance to the bronze level at any time. Taihu said solemnly, with a very serious look. Chapter 24, Re-Summoning. Is that it? What kind of aura? It's reasonable to say that I'm gifted and have strong perception, but why didn't I feel it? Captain, are you sensing something wrong? The lieutenant was a bit skeptical, mainly because he was gifted and used to spot danger ahead of time and give him hints. This also caused the vice-captain to solve a lot of things and become a very powerful figure in the law enforcement team, and even more so without the slightest background. Even if he was a bit stronger and his pet reached the black iron rank, he might be able to become a captain. Someone as perceptive as he was hadn't noticed anything just now, so he was a bit skeptical. Are you sure you didn't feel it? Your summoned beasts didn't feel it either? The captain said seriously. No, nothing. The lieutenant said seriously. Strange, it shouldn't be. Could it be that my lightning snake is sensing the wrong thing? The captain was also a bit uncertain, suspecting that his pet had sensed it wrong. However, he quickly thought of a way, that is to ask his colleagues who came together. After all, everyone entered the villa's small courtyard, maybe others have found something. With this thought in mind, the captain hurried back to his unit and asked the crowd about the situation at the first opportunity. The result was the same message as the lieutenant, that the group had found nothing, and the pets hadn't been found in the slightest. This made the captain paranoid and in a state of self-doubt. Maybe my pet is sensing it wrong. The captain muttered in self-compassion and eventually dismissed the matter as a misunderstanding for the time being, preparing to investigate it later when he had time. The other side. In Song Xiaomei's villa. The three girls sat in the living room, talking about what had just happened, focusing on the mention of the pill refiner Wang Hao and the puppet. Catching that pill refiner so quickly, the enforcement team is really fast. Xinyu said in admiration. In fact, the law enforcement team has long been suspicious of him. There was a similar incident earlier, where a talented student was attacked and disappeared. Those talented students are highly valued, and the enforcement team has been secretly investigating. The black girl explained, telling what she knew. Gifted students? Are you saying that the ones who were attacked were all gifted students? Song Xiaomei grabbed the point and hurriedly asked. Yes, most of them are geniuses, such as you and Xinyu, as well as Win Left and Win Right. All of them are the top students of major colleges. The black girl was honest. Why attack a genius? Jealousy? Or is this person a spy from another country? In order to strike the genius? Song Xiaomei pressed again. This. The black girl suddenly hesitated, unsure if she should say the rest. Because what happened next was still too shocking for Song Xiaomei and Xinyu and the girls, and it might not be true. What's wrong? Is it inconvenient to say? Song Xiaomei frowned. Tell you what, give me some time, I'll double check, and I'll let you know how it goes when I've formalized it. The black girl still decided to double check, so she left and hurried off to investigate the situation. Such a result made Xinyu and Song Xiaomei feel cloudy and completely confused. Could it be any pill refiner who was jealous of the genius's qualifications and so victimized the genius? Song Xiaomei thought about it. I don't think so. If you're attacking a genius, why are you attacking me? I'm not a genius at all yet. Xinyu whispered. You're still not a genius? You're already very good. Okay, no one in the entire school surpasses you now. Song Xiaomei said with envy. Yes. There is? Xinyu inquired blankly, her big eyes blinking and blinking, completely unaware of this. Of course I did, don't forget, I used to be the best in our school. If you surpass me, won't you surpass the whole school? Seems like yeah. Xinyu was stupid enough to. How stupid, it's over, you won't be able to get married in this life. Song Xiaomei nudged Xinyu's smooth forehead and quickly jostled with her. Corner. The bandaged big black bear was lying on its back, licking the roasted chicken in the rice bowl and giggling. It had been injured earlier, with a dozen wounds on its body, and it was grimacing in pain. Now with the roasted chicken it feels like the whole world is good and it feels happy. Time passed slowly in this atmosphere, and soon came the next day. Early in the morning, the sun was shining and the birds were singing. Xinyu woke up from Song Xiaomei's embrace and looked at the sleeping mess of Song Xiaomei. Xinyu shook her head and got up to go shuffle around. She was mainly thinking about her summoned beasts, which were agreed to be summoned in 3 days, and now it was exactly 3 days old and ready to be summoned. So she got up early, quickly shuffled around, and sat in the living room. The summoning will now begin. After Xinyu finished speaking, her spiritual energy began to ripple, and a light emerged from her small white hand before she slammed it to the floor. Swish! The white six busy spell formations stirred and instantly took shape throughout the living room, and the scale was much larger than before. With the appearance of this spell, an illusory sense of distortion stirred from the spell. Boo! A dull voice rang out steeply, like muffled thunder, resounding throughout the villa. Inside the bedroom. Song Xiaomei, who was sleeping unimaginatively, was directly startled awake by the sound. Not bothering to straighten her pajamas, she sat up at the first opportunity. What's going on? Did someone attack again? Alarmed, Song Xiaomei hurriedly picked up the death scythe in the corner and rushed out with her bare little feet. When she arrived in the living room and saw the scene, she stopped abruptly. It was because she saw Chinyu sitting intact on the sofa and was dumbfounded. And on the floor of the living room was standing a snow-white kitten, all fluffy and adorable. But that wasn't the point was that the floor of the living room was in pieces, with twisted, worm-like cracks. These cracks were so numerous that they spread from the center of the living room directly to the corners of the living room, and they also scared Song Xiaomei. SH. What's the situation? Is there an enemy coming? Song Xiaomei hurriedly inquired, looking around vigilantly. No, it's brother Li Xian who accidentally broke it. I'm sorry, Xiaomei. Xinyu hurriedly apologized. Brother Li Xian accidentally broke it? Song Xiaomei was bewildered as the floor was in pieces, clearly resembling a scene caused by a heavy blow. But how could a kitten so small cause such a scene? That's curious. How did the cat do that? It's so small, could the kitten have used some unknown ability? Song Xiaomei thought of the destructive power of the fireball when it exploded. No, how do I put it? Xinyu tilted her little head, ready to explain, but suddenly she looked at the kitten and stopped talking. One person and one cat looked at each other like this, like they were making eye contact. Are you guys communicating mentally? Song Xiaomei couldn't help but ask curiously when she thought of the two's abilities. She was really too curious about what had just happened. Chapter 25 Li Xian's Happy Life. A few moments later. Xinyu and Li Xian finished communicating mentally. Xinyu wore a smile and twisted her little head to look at Song Xiaomei. Xiaomei, I won't tell you now. When we hunt mutant beasts next time, you'll know. Yeah, how dare you hide it from me, watch me tickle you. Song Xiaomei quickly ran over, and her two small hands began to tickle Xinyu, tickling her as she hurriedly dodged and continuously begged for mercy. Soon after, Xinyu's small face was flushed as she sat on the sofa, bringing the light cluster flowers to feed the kitten while asking curiously. Cat, why has your image changed so much? The way you look now, how come you look a bit like an ice cat? Meow. Li Xian called out in response. He couldn't say that he had been reincarnated 4 times in a row. You should know that this was 4 skills, the primary change of the change beast, the cold freeze of the ice cat, and 2 intermediate skills. Intermediate skills were the first time that Li Xian had obtained them. Before it had always been primary skills. The reason why he had obtained intermediate ones this time was that the 2 summoned beasts that had been transmogrified possessed intermediate skills. However, those 2 summoned beasts, which were also ordinary summoned beasts, were able to raise up their skills, relying on perennial hard work and luck. Li Xian discovered a hint of a pattern, that is, the creatures he had transmigrated were all ordinary summoned beasts, while his soul was actually of the black iron level. He felt that when his soul was upgraded to the bronze level, he might be able to transform into a black iron summoning beast, and then he would have intermediate skills. After all, most of the black iron summoning beasts, most of them had intermediate skills, except for the individual summoning beasts of course. For example, Song Xiaomei's big black bear, although it was black iron ranked, it had no intermediate skills, very much disgracing the summoned beasts. Thinking about the power of intermediate skills, Li Xian couldn't wait to quickly raise his soul up. The way to enhance the soul, though, relies on feedback from the summoner, which is a long-term process that takes a long time to achieve. So there was no use being anxious, properly encouraging Xinyu to improve her strength was the point. Thinking of this, Li Xian once again communicated with Xinyu's mind, constantly encouraging her to become stronger quickly. Cat, eat something, are you hungry? Song Xiaomei brought a large plate of grilled meat, grilled fish, fruits, attentively came to Li Xian's side, small hand also raised, seems to want to mold Li Xian. Meow. Smelling the delicious grilled meat, grilled fish, and his favorite orange in his previous life, Li Xian couldn't help but be tempted. This time, after spending 3 days in the summoned beast world, he had been busy transmuting, experimenting with his combat power, and absorbing the numerous combat memories he had received from Xinyu. This had led to him being very busy for the past 3 days, and he hadn't really eaten well. Now that the food was in front of him, Li Xian naturally wouldn't resist and ate it without hesitation, and in the meantime, he also peeled an orange for Song Xiaomei to peel. Does Cat love oranges? When Song Xiaomei saw this scene, her eyes lit up and immediately picked up the orange and started peeling it for Li Xian, and when it was peeled, she broke a petal and handed it to Li Xian. Barking! Li Xian didn't hesitate and swallowed the orange in one bite. The familiar flavor made him a little nostalgic and some of him still wanted to eat it. So he lifted his little paw, signaling to continue. Well, here. Song Xiaomei hurriedly broke another petal of orange and handed it over, stroking the kitten's head in the process. To her surprise, the kitten, who used to be very resistant to her, ignored her petting, which made Song Xiaomei overjoyed. The overjoyed Song Xiaomei hurriedly broke the orange again and fed it to the kitten, and at the same time, she also made the grilled fish into small pieces and fed it to the kitten little by little. Of course, she didn't stop petting the kitten's head, and her mood got better and better. Next to her, Qinyu wasn't idle either, handing over the light cluster flowers one by one and feeding them to the kitten. For the strength-boosting light cluster flowers, Li Xian naturally wouldn't refuse them and gave them all to swallow in his stomach. Frantically devouring the light cluster flower also caused his senses to warm up all over, and the skills on the data panel, God's perspective, were stilling. With this stillness, the words intermediate God's perspective finally changed and disappeared with a bang, while a new line of font appeared. Advanced God view. Advanced God's perspective, observe a 5-kilometer radius area with God's posture, adjustable perspective to see through illusions. Finally promoted. Li Xian was pleasantly surprised that his first advanced skill, which was finally achieved, was unexpectedly effective. An area of 5 kilometers in circumference, such a range was definitely a life-preserving divine skill, and any enemy that approached within 5 kilometers could be easily detected. The most important thing is to see through the illusion. Delusional means inscrutable, absurd, out of bounds, vain, or something like that. And to see through falsehood is obviously to see through nothingness, to see through some kind of hidden and false existence. Such an ability is simply a divine skill. Li Xian, who was in a good mood, enjoyed the feeding of the 2 cute girls while looking at the remaining light cluster flowers, preparing to sell these. Mainly Qinyu and Song Xiaomei couldn't see it, and the people of this world didn't value it. Putting it in the survival auction house might be able to exchange it for soul-enhancing treasures. So Li Xian opened the auction house and opened the survival chat channel in the process. Guys and gals, do you have any food? I'm so hungry, I haven't caught any prey all day. There was one called Big Claw Beast that said in the chat channel. You contract a summoner and you'll have food, and you'll also be able to get the summoner's training. That's a great feeling, just like me now, don't mention how happy I am. The black-furred dog said smugly. Where is the contract so easy? I searched for a long time and couldn't find a single summoning spell, instead I almost died. The big-clawed beast said in a depressed manner. I've never found one either, why is it so hard to contract a master? Violet Rabbit also spoke, clearly depressed. This also depends on luck, you can't have any luck, so you definitely won't be able to contract, but I got lucky and contracted a prince. Not only did he give me gourmet food, but he also trained me with resources that were good enough to raise my skills to an intermediate level. I forgot to tell you guys, the prince also said that he'll help me find high-level resources in the future, and that he'll be able to upgrade my skills from intermediate to high level. Of course, this resource is very expensive, and the prince has mobilized the entire country to find only one so far, and he still needs to find 99 more to make it work. But it's really good to have a master, now I can't tell you how happy I am, hey, I guess I'm the happiest among us. The black-haired dog spoke up again, showing off smugly and feeling his happiest. You are indeed very lucky, I am most unlucky, it was hard to find a contract spell formation. As a result, the summoner disliked the fact that I was a male, and even gave up on me and contracted with another summoned beast, pissing me off. The blast mouse was indignant, feeling that he was really unlucky. Don't worry, there's always a chance, you're a high game player, you're very strong, maybe you'll be able to deed in a few years. The black-haired dog laughed, then said again. I also wonder if the flame dogs and change beasts have contracted to their masters? Presumably they haven't yet? If they have, they must have said so. I don't need you to worry about it, isn't it just a contracted master? I'm a black iron summoning beast, sooner or later the contract will succeed. Flamehound returned, seeming a bit depressed as well. Black iron level summoning beasts are indeed popular, but you'll have to speed it up. I'm enjoying the prince's feedback every day, my soul continues to grow stronger, and my strength improves every day. Sooner or later in the future, I will become a black iron summoning beast and surpass you. The black-haired dog gloated, feeling very happy. The flaming dog snorted coldly, his mood getting worse and worse, especially when he looked at the black-haired dog's showy appearance. The flaming dog came to be angry. At this time, Flame Dog suddenly saw that within the auction house, a new item had appeared, and he immediately looked over before his eyes widened. High-level resource light cluster flower? Chapter 26, Soul Crystal. Looking at the new item that appeared in the auction house, Flame Dog immediately became serious. According to the information he had gotten from the survival guide, resources that could raise skills to advanced levels were very precious resources. But now, someone was actually placing high-level resources in the auction house. How luxurious must this be? The heart-shocked Flame Dog immediately clicked on the description and looked at the auctioneer, it didn't matter if he looked at it, he immediately revealed a look of dawning realization. So it's the change beast, what a powerful fellow, so unexpected every time. Flame Dog sighed. Originally as the only Black Iron summoner, he felt the most powerful and looked down on the other summoners. However, the change beast had been auctioning things over and over again, and each time the things auctioned were of high value, especially now this time, it was even more shocking. This also caused the Flaming Dog to receive a light blow, feeling that the change beast was very uncomplicated. However, seeing Black Hair Dog showing off in the chat channel, Flaming Dog suddenly thought of ways to fix Black Hair Dog. Black-haired dog, did you just say that high-level resources are very precious, and that your master mobilized the power of the entire country to find a single high-level resource? Yeah, this is a high-level resource, it's normal for it to be precious as it can raise intermediate skills to high level. Skills. The black-furred dog said. Yeah? Then look at the auction house. Flamehound said. An auction house? What's there to see here? I remember it was only before that the change beast put something up. Did he put something up again? The black-haired dog didn't believe it and slowly clicked on the auction house. Instantly he was shocked and didn't speak. The other summoned beasts had been paying attention to the chat channel and naturally clicked on the auction house. Advanced Resource Light Cluster Flower? A light cluster flower that can raise intermediate skills to advanced? Selling quantity of 66 flowers? This is too much. It's the change beast Big Brother again, selling 66 high-level resources at the drop of a hat. It's too powerful. How did change beast Big Brother do it? I can't even eat, and Big Brother is already selling high-level resources. The difference is too great. The chat channel instantly buzzed as many diving summoned beasts began to talk about the goods in the auction house. The previously complacent black-haired dog stopped talking, clearly shocked. His master had mobilized the entire country to find just one high-level resource. But now it was good, the change beast Big Brother who had been silent all this time had actually taken out 66 high-level resources for auction. Such a gap instantly shocked him, so shocked that he didn't dare to speak. However, when the black-haired dog thought of his contracted summoner, he was slightly balanced in his heart. Although I admit you're very powerful, you don't have a contracted summoner, while I've long since contracted a summoner and am still stronger than you. The black-haired dog said darkly, wanting to send out this sentence, but ultimately did not dare to send it out for fear of being mocked by the crowd. This time, the chat channel Big Clawed Beast spoke, a single sentence that caught everyone's attention. Change Beast Big Brother, can you sell me some food? I have a soul crystal that enhances my soul and I want to trade it for some food to eat. Soul enhancing crystals? Trade with me, I still have half a pig leg here. The wild lion beast suddenly snapped. Don't change with him, change with me. I have here bread, milk, and goat's milk, all provided for me by the prince. The black-haired dog said hastily. Seeing these two summoned beasts come out to intercept, many people were caught up and waiting, wanting to see if the change beast Big Brother, who had been silent, would appear. After all, the change beasts were in great need of soul-enhancing things, and the things that were auctioned off were also exchanged for soul-enhancing things. After such a wait, the summoned beast's long-awaited change beast finally appeared and spoke in the chat channel. What kind of food do you want? Grilled meat, fruit, buns, rice? Magic crystals? Or maybe tailor-made armor weapons? Li Xian calmly inquired, but in reality, he was very interested in that soul-enhancing crystal. His words instantly silenced the chat channel, and soon a large group of people began to talk. Change Beast Big Brother has finally come out, meet Big Brother. Violent Rabbit fawned. Did the big guy make a pact with the summoner? The offerings are making me feel a bit intimidated. I've been eating grass for the past few days. The stepping sheep couldn't help but say. It's definitely a contract. It's even possible to build armor weapons. It's obviously a contract with a summoner. The blast mouse also began to speak, his words dripping with envy. Ha! I knew that with what the change beast auctioned off earlier, it's enough to prove that he's powerful enough to. The black-haired dog thought he was the only one who had contracted it. Maybe the change beast had contracted it a long time ago and had been too lazy to say anything about it. Flaming Dogs laughed out loud and spoke in the chat channel without a care in the world. Such a statement depressed the black-haired dog to no end, and he didn't even know how to retort, as he also felt that the chances were high. The thought that he wasn't the first to make a pact with a summoner made the black shaggy dog suffocate. Stifled, he wanted to curse, but that wouldn't relieve his anger, and he might even be mocked by the crowd. Soon the black hairy dog thought of a way. He can use the food to grab the soul crystal. Anyway, fair trade, whoever pays a high price who wins, others cannot say anything. So the black-haired dog exclaimed. I can provide more food, I can provide you with food for a long time, big clawed beast, you trade soul crystals with me and I will cover you from now on. After Black Hair Dog finished speaking, the chat channel fell into a short silence, mainly because the conditions Black Hair Dog proposed were rather enticing. Like they have to go out and hunt every day in order to eat, often getting injured and attacked by other summoned beasts. If they had a steady supply of food every day, then they would be able to survive safely, so the offer given by the black-haired dog was still a good one. However, everyone knew that the Change Beast Big Brother also needed soul crystals and would definitely come out to fight for them, so it might be a dragon fight. Sure enough. A line soon appeared in the chat channel, the words of the big man of the Beast of Change, though the words were few and far between, just a question. Great Clawed Beast, what level have your 2 claws reached? Ha! It's the lowest level Great Claw, it's weak because it doesn't know how to advance to Iron Claw. The Great Claw Beast said helplessly. I can tell you the method of promotion, in exchange for your soul crystal. Li Xian said indifferently. What? Change Beast Big Brother, you know my promotion method? How? Even I don't know myself. The Great Clawed Beast was shocked and asked incredulously. You can put the soul crystal in the auction house, I'll exchange it with a message, and the truth will naturally be revealed. Li Xian casually replied back. He had transmogrified many summoned beasts, and had gained a great deal of memories from them, including memories of the Great Claw Beast. Many times in these memories, the image of a large clawed beast eating fruit and then both claws turning into iron claws appeared. That kind of fruit Li Xian also recognized, called the brown round fruit, a plant that grew on the iron ore mountain. The quantity was still quite a lot, and it was not a scarce item. To put it simply, there are a large number of large clawed beasts, as long as the summoned beasts that have lived for a long time, most of them have seen the large clawed beasts, and it is not a secret how to advance. It was just as well that the person seeking survival had come to the world of summoned beasts for a short period of time, otherwise they would have known about it, and now it was just the right time to use this information and exchange it for soul crystals. Change Beast Big Brother, I put the soul crystal in the auction house, Big Brother you can buy it. The Great Clawed Beast spoke up in the chat channel, clearly looking forward to it. Aha! Li Xian casually replied back and immediately chose to purchase. Ding! Purchase is successful, you have acquired a soul crystal. Ding! Your soul crystal has been placed in the staging box, and can be stored for 3 days free of charge. With a crisp sound, Li Xian saw a square crystal appear in the staging box, emitting a mysterious luster. And the chat channel, at this time, came the sound of surprise. I can't believe the deal actually worked, great. I finally know the method to advance. Change Beast Big Brother, thank you, I'm going to advance, I know where that fruit is. The Great Clawed Beast fell into complete silence after saying that, obviously going off to advance. Such a scene, such an image, caused the entire chat channel to quiet in, and then a large number of messages began to brush the screen. Beast of Change Big Guy, I'm Black-tailed Snake, how do I advance my skills? Big Brother, I'm an illusion paragon, may I ask how I should advance to intermediate level in my illusion art? I'm a girl, oh, can Big Brother tell me? Chapter 27, Evil Energy Organization. A large number of messages swiped the screen in the chat channel, all of which were hoping to receive guidance from Li Xian, and there were even whiny speeches from girls. But no one in the crowd said anything, instead they were a little envious. In this dangerous world, strength was the root of everything, and as long as you improved your strength, you could live better. So whine a couple times as long as it makes you stronger, it's worth it. Exchange with soul crystals, or other soul-enhancing items, as long as you have them, you can just put them in the auction house. Li Xian calmly replied back, he wouldn't tell a girl everything just because she whined a few times, he wasn't an nymphomaniac. If you want to get news about enhancing your skills, then trade for soul-enhancing items, or else you are exempt. After leaving these words, Li Xian directly closed the chat channel and took out the soul crystals from the staging box in his hand. Swish! The soul crystal emitting a faint fluorescent light suddenly appeared and attracted Li Xian's gaze. Ha! What's this? How did it suddenly appear? Song Xiaomei was holding an orange and preparing to feed it to Li Xian when she saw Li Xian wave his little paw and a crystal suddenly appeared. Such a scene caused Song Xiaomei to freeze, her beautiful eyes rounded. Yeah, could Brother Li Xian change things? Xin Yu blinked her big eyes and stupidly inquired. What is this crystal? Why do I feel like it's helping me? Song Xiaomei said, her beautiful eyes filled with curiosity. Li Xian twisted his head to look at Song Xiaomei and then at Xin Yu, realizing that they were both a bit eager for the soul crystal, as if they were also in need of it. Xinyu, this crystal helps you? Li Xian inquired through mind communication. Aha, yes brother Li Xian, that feeling, it's like a hungry person seeing food. Xinyu said honestly. So that's how it is, seeing is how we need to find a way to get some more soul crystals. Li Xian said quietly. Xinyu was his royal master, and as long as Xinyu advanced, he would also receive more feedback. That was why it was also important to boost Xinyu's strength. Unfortunately, soul crystals were too rare, so surely it was better to use them for yourself first and make sure that your strength was the priority. Therefore, he didn't hesitate and directly took the soul crystal in his mouth. The next second the crystal melted like water and was absorbed by him. Buzz! Like a hot spring-like sensation enveloping his entire body, Li Xian felt warm and comfortable all over. The original exhaustion of the soul caused by being reincarnated 4 times was unexpectedly swept right away and turned into nothing. Such a result caused Li Xian's eyes to glow with a different color, and his thirst for soul crystals grew stronger and stronger. It's really good stuff. It feels like if I take a few more soul crystals, my soul level will rise and reach the bronze level. Li Xian was looking forward to it, and was eager to reach the bronze level as soon as possible, so that he could try to reincarnate again at that time, and perhaps obtain intermediate skills. There's no rush, take your time first, there's no use rushing. Li Xian shook his head and began to communicate with Qinyu's mind to understand the current situation. Soon, Li Xian knew all the information, including that of the pill refiner and the puppet, which caused Li Xian to frown. Brother Li Xian, let's not go out on a mission in the near future, we'll go out again after the law enforcement team arrests the pill refiner. To be on the safe side, Qinyu made this suggestion to see what Li Xian thought. Yes, it's just as well that you practiced more and mastered the various combat memories and the inheritance, especially the Bao techniques, which will be of great help to you. Li Xian thought about it and said. Okay brother Li Xian, I will work hard. Qinyu nodded her little head and replied firmly. Well, also find me some books on herbs and plants that might be useful to me, that's it, I'm going to bed. Li Xian hadn't rested much in the past few days, and now that he was fine it was just the right time to recuperate, so he found a comfortable place and fell into sleep. Qinyu didn't want to disturb Li Xian's rest, so she dragged Song Xiaomei to the small courtyard, where she started practicing her bow and sword techniques. Of course, the search for the herb book was not forgotten by the girls, and they made a direct call to the black girl to help them find it. Time passed, and half a month passed. Early in the morning, the sun was shining and the birds were singing. Qinyu gripped her longbow and kept shooting with the arrows on her back. The arrows with white light shot out one by one, hitting the center of the target with ease. Awesome, spiritual power attachment, Qinyu, your spiritual power level has reached the black iron grade? Song Xiaomei inquired in surprise. 2 days ago, her spiritual power had also just reached the black iron level, and as a result, in the blink of an eye, Qinyu had also reached it, which was really surprising. I'm also lucky, if it wasn't for brother Li Xian guiding me, I wouldn't have reached the black iron rank so quickly. Qinyu gratefully looked to the recliner next to her, where a white kitten was lying on its back, silently looking at the contents of the book. That focused look, that serious attitude, it's really a bit like a reader. Your kitten is really too good, even helping you with your cultivation, whereas my big black bear just knows how to eat every day. Song Xiaomei glared fiercely at the big black bear in the corner, sensing that the big dog bear was stupid and foolish, it was simply too disgraceful to the black iron summoning beast. Hooray! The big black bear noticed Song Xiaomei's gaze, and it immediately picked up the rice bowl in its mouth and stood up, giggling and waiting, with the appearance of a foodie who wanted to eat. Song Xiaomei lazily ignored the big dog bear, turned around and twisted her small waist to continue practicing up the death scythe in an effort to improve her strength. Knock knock. Mei, it's me. The black girl's voice came from outside the front door, and soon she was invited in. It's already been checked out, the alchemist was captured, all of it was his doing, however, he didn't know how to make puppets before, an organization told him. As soon as the black girl came in, she directly opened the door to tell the story, telling the information she knew little by little. What organization is that? Song Xiaomei hurriedly inquired. That organization is called the Evil Energy Organization, and unlike the spiritual energy we practice, they practice evil energy, which is much more powerful, but also very damaging to themselves. They like to collect geniuses the most, and it is said that they can seize the talent of geniuses, and they can also refine the corpses of geniuses into evil energy puppets, which is very terrifying. The black girl continued, looking a little grave. Song Xiaomei and Qinyu, likewise, heard their little faces change slightly. Li Xian, who was reading a book on the recliner, also stood up and squinted his eyes to listen. The main thing was that the point of taking away talent was a bit scary, and it was somewhat similar to Li Xian's reincarnation. Xiaomei, you, don't worry about it either. The country is doing its best to combat the evil energy organization, and this organization rarely shows up anymore. In addition, the evil energy organization has a distinguishing characteristic, that is fat. The stronger the strength, the fatter it is. It is said that it is the body bloat caused by taking away the talent. The black girl continued to explain, providing very useful information. Song Xiaomei and Qin Yu nodded their heads as they listened, writing it all down. When she was finished with this matter, the black girl said again, "What are you guys going to do next? Going to continue with the quest?" "No, we're not going to continue with the mission. Cat has a new job for us and we're ready to go today," Song Xiaomei said. Chapter 28, Pharmacist. New job? What new job? The black girl was puzzled, and had a high regard for intelligent and powerful kittens. It's to work in a medicinal herb store, learn to recognize and refine medicines, and perhaps become a medicine refiner in the future, Qin Yu said with some lack of confidence. Recognizing medicines was fine, but refining medicines was more difficult and required a high level of enlightenment. Her enlightenment had been average since the beginning, not considered to be that good, so she was a bit worried. "Don't worry, I'll teach you when the time comes. I was exposed to pill refining when I was a child and have a tiny bit of foundation," Song Xiaomei comforted with a warm voice. "Well then, thank you Xiaomei," Qin Yu said gratefully. "What's the point of being polite to me, Sister Black Nui? Are you going to the herb store? Refining and recognizing medicines is actually quite good, and if you do become a medicine refiner, you can be respected as well." Song Xiaomei thought of the pill refiner who had been arrested, and the reason why the other party had been able to hide for so long was the identity of the pill refiner. With this identity, ordinary people really didn't dare to check on him, which led to the alchemist refining so many puppets and hurting many people. If they also became pill refiners, they could completely apply for the protection of powerful guards, and in the future, they wouldn't have to worry about being attacked when they left the city. So after Kitten made this request, Song Xiaomei was the first to agree and nodded without hesitation. "I won't be going. This puppet incident, the law enforcement team valued my probing ability and gave me a trainee medal. If I pass the test, I'll be able to join the law enforcement team." The black girl raised her right hand and took out a small medallion from her bosom. This medal was very similar to the ones usually worn by the law enforcement team, only slightly smaller, and belonged to the trainee medal. "Not bad, Black Nui's sister, even became a civil servant. In the future when we encounter things, you can help more." Song Xiaomei hurriedly opened her mouth. "No problem, call me when it's time, and you too, no need to be polite with me." The black girl spoke in a packet, her words very sincere and obviously from the heart. "Then thank you, Sister Black Girl." Qin Yu smiled sweetly, her heart warmed. After the three of them continued to chat for a while, the black girl excused herself and left, while Song Xiaomei and Qin Yu took the kitten and left the house, heading towards the medicinal herb store they had found in advance. Just as they passed through the entrance of an alleyway, the kitten standing on Qin Yu's shoulder suddenly twisted its head to look at that alleyway, its eyes narrowing. "What's wrong, cat?" Qin Yu softly inquired, suspicion in her beautiful eyes. "It's okay, keep going." Li Xian returned, his sapphire cat eyes glancing at the Hadong again. "Aha!" Qin Yu obeyed Li Xian's words very well and obediently continued on her way. Although she felt that something might be wrong, she still obediently followed Li Xian's request. The two men and the cat continued on their way, quickly leaving this place and heading into the distance. After they've gone away, out of the shadows of the alley came a man with a 2-meter-long white snake. This person was no other than the captain of the law enforcement team, Taihu, and that white snake was his summoned beast, the lightning snake. What a keen observation, this cat is really something. I hid so far away and it found me. Taihu opened his mouth gruffly, his sharp eyes staring at the direction Qin Yu and the others had left. As the captain of the law enforcement team, Taihu had been holding a grudge ever since the last time he went to Song Xiaomei's house, when Lightning Snake felt the mysterious aura. Although everyone said that they didn't feel anything, Iron Tiger still felt that something wasn't right based on his years of experience and keen probing power. So he didn't let go of the matter, but kept it in his mind. "I had nothing to do today and came out to wander around, and I happened to see Song Xiaomei and Qin Yu, as well as the cat." The moment he saw the cat, Iron Tiger decisively chose to observe from the shadows. Before he could observe for long, however, he was spotted by the cat, an observation that surprised him. "Lightning Snake, did you sense any aura from that cat?" Iron Tiger looked to White Snake. "Hisses." White made a hissing sound and shook his head and opened his mouth. You mean to tell me that you didn't feel the scent from the cat? Iron Tiger frowned, wondering if he really was being paranoid. Iron Tiger frowned a little when he didn't even feel the scent of his own summoned beast. Hisses. The lightning serpent hissed again, eager to express something. Wait, you mean you didn't feel the scent, but were scared of the cat? Iron Tiger froze, not expecting the summoned beast to say that at all. It was important to realize that his summoned beasts were already at the limit of the Black Iron level, and were only one step away from the Bronze level. As long as the Iron Tiger's own strength, from Black Iron Advanced, reached Bronze level, then his pet would be promoted. Such a strong pet shouldn't be afraid to face that ordinary kitten. But it's weird that Whitesnake said he was scared. Go, keep watching, there must be a secret here. After Iron Tiger finished speaking, he continued on with Lightning Snake, dropping far behind and watching carefully. Far away. Xinyu and Song Xiaomei arrived at a medicinal herb store, and after some courtesy, they finally became apprentices here. They have to start from the most basic recognition of medicines and try to learn everything, which makes it possible to refine medicines and become human. This is the Herb Illustrated Guide, study it well and don't slack off. I will randomly check it from time to time and grade it based on your performance. The store owner was a female alchemist wearing a cheongsam, and both her demeanor and her tone of voice seemed very condescending. After she said this, she then dropped the herb illustrations on the table and said indifferently, I've recruited 10 people this time, but I'm only keeping 3, so work hard, behave yourselves, and it's up to you whether you stay or not. After the cheongsam alchemist finished speaking, she walked away with her round and slender legs, twisting and turning. As she passed by Xinyu, the cheongsam alchemist lifted her small, slender, snow-white hand and gently stroked the kitten's head, speaking in a light tone. Kittens are cute, plus 1 point. Xinyu was flabbergasted for a moment, completely not expecting this to add up, and immediately said in surprise, thank you. Aha! The cheongsam alchemist finished speaking and went straight back to the alchemy room and began to get busy. A group of people were left in the same spot, looking enviously at Xinyu and at the kitten. What's the big deal, isn't there just a kitten? I'll bring a cat tomorrow, too, and something cute on the way. Someone spoke sourly, looking at Xinyu with envy and jealousy. That's just it, I have a foundation in herbalism, I'm sure I'll stay in the end. So have I. Anyone who comes here must have the basics, that's the bottom line. There was a lot of chatter around the room, all thinking they could stay. On the contrary, Xinyu was silent as she realized that she was the only one who didn't have a foundation, which made it a bit difficult. As a poor person, money is an essential thing if you want to live well in this world, and key refining is one of the most lucrative professions. And ever since they entered the store, Kat had been staring at a certain herb on the counter, dead still, obviously valuing it. But the price tag on that herb was 100,000, which was ridiculously expensive, and she simply couldn't afford it. But she wanted to buy it for Kat, so she wanted to become a medicine refiner and make lots of money to buy herbs for Kat. Chapter 29, I didn't realize they were so weak. I'm going to study hard, even if I don't have the basics, I can't give up, I must become an alchemist and buy herbs for Kat. Xinyu said darkly, her big, ebony eyes full of determination, and memorized the name of that herb. Giant flowers, priced at 100,000 a pop, are available. After making a mental note of the giant flower, Xinyu picked up the thick herbal illustrated book and studied hard with her eyes, trying to recognize the medicine. Because there was no foundation, Xinyu needed to start learning from the first page, to memorize it all. It really wasn't easy to learn such a thick herbal illustration in a short period of time. This also caused Xinyu to study very hard and difficult. On the contrary, the remaining 9 apprentices, all of whom had the basics, had studied, and the vast majority of them had only gone through it once before learning something else. Even Song Xiaomei had already picked up the herbs and attempted to configure a hemostatic medicine. Such a gap makes Xinyu's heart more and more urgent and anxious, and her learning speed is affected as a result. Don't worry, nothing is a problem with me, take your time. Li Xian lay on Xinyu's shoulder and spoke in a warm voice, softly comforting with firmness. Such comfort also relieved Xinyu, who behaved herself and studied carefully. One person and one cat were thus caught up in their studies, from time to time walking over to the medicine cabinet to compare them one by one, observing the herbs and distinguishing their flavors. Time passed slowly in this kind of atmosphere, and soon 3 days passed. Noon this day. Xinyu and Kitten, who were in charge of watching the store, were lying on the counter reading books, and since it was noon, it was time for a lunch break. Xinyu became a little sleepy after reading for a while and fell asleep on her back in a daze. Only the kitten crouched quietly in front of the iconography, her small paws flipping over it from time to time as she read carefully. Tada tada. The sound of high heels on the ground rang out, a rhythmic sound. Along with this voice, the female alchemist wearing a red cheongsam twisted her slender waist and slowly came from the alchemy room to the hall. When she saw the sleeping Chinyu, the female alchemist's pretty brows frowned, slightly displeased. However, the female alchemist revealed a look of surprise when she saw a snow-white kitten carefully flipping through the illustrations. It is important to realize that learning is very boring, and even humans feel bored after studying for a while. But this snow-white kitten is a bit surprising to see how seriously and intently it's being watched. Interesting, really interesting. The flag-robed female alchemist twisted her voluptuous and athletic body and slowly stood next to the kitten, silently watching. This reading lasted for 10 minutes, a process in which the kitten always looked at the book carefully, focused and engaged. Such a miraculous performance caused the female alchemist to become curious, feeling that this kitten was extraordinary. Yawn. The sound of a snorting cut rang out, and soon the other apprentices on their lunch break came out of the common room. After they saw the female alchemist, they hurriedly stood in a regular manner and respectfully saluted, "Good day, Flag Sister." So many people shouting in unison, coupled with Song Xiaomei purposely shouting very loudly, this also caused the sleeping Chinyu to wake up and hurriedly stand up. Flag. Hi Flag. Well, go and wash your face, the first round of testing will take place later, and those who score less than 6 points will be able to leave. The flag-robed female alchemist said with some displeasure. She was 26 years old, and her least favorite thing about being called boss, or master, or something like that, was when someone called her sis. That's why everyone in the store called her that, but today's failure in refining pills, coupled with Chinyu's sleep, made her upset and her brows furrowed. Naturally, the crowd noticed this, and when they realized she was frowning, they all became wary of being fired. 5 minutes later. The shuffling crowd stood in the hall, quietly waiting for Flag Sister to come up with a question. The total score is 10 points, and 1 point will be added for a correct answer. Now I'll come up with 10 questions, and you'll write its medicinal properties and the environment it grows in, as well as the forbidden herbs on a piece of paper. Sister Flag took out a small blackboard and wrote the 10 questions quickly, then walked around the crowd in a circle. Rustle. The sound of writing slowly rang out, and the crowd lowered their heads and tried to answer the questions, only this time, the exam questions were too difficult, and many of the questions were not on the medicinal herb illustrations. It also led to a lot of nervousness among the people in the room, and a feeling that things were going to come to a head. Among them, Chinyu was the most worried because she realized that she only knew one herb and all the others were unknown. The thought of leaving with less than 6 points instantly flustered Chinyu, especially after Flag Sister stood next to her, causing Chinyu's palms to sweat. Don't worry, write as I say. Li Xian opened his mouth and began to communicate mentally with Chinyu. Aha, thanks brother Li Xian. Hearing Li Xian's words, Chinyu's heart settled down as if she had found her backbone, and she began to earnestly answer the questions according to what Li Xian said. Flag Sister was originally flustered at the sight of Chinyu, but now Chinyu suddenly regained her composure and answered one of the puzzles, which surprised Flag Sister. You should know that this time the questions were very difficult. She was in a bad mood and deliberately made such questions in order to drive away a few more apprentices. Originally, she also wanted to drive away Chinyu, but the cat was so cute that Flag Sister was a bit reluctant to let go of it and slowly changed her attention. As for whether Chinyu did well in the exam, it was not a matter of Flag Sister's words. However, the fact that Chinyu answered a test question so quickly was surprising and took Sister Flag by surprise. Did I look away? This girl is very powerful? No, she doesn't look like someone with this kind of mind. Could it have something to do with this cat? Flag was puzzled and always felt connected to this cat. In such doubt, the time finally came when the exam stopped, and Flag's sister took the exam papers and began to correct them. Sure enough, the crowd was able to answer very few questions. Only 7 people passed, and apart from Chinyu, the highest score for the rest of them was only 8 points. Only Chinyu's score reached 9 points, a result that was really surprising. Opposite. The apprentices stood nervously, each apprehensive as they watched Sister Flag correct the papers. Mostly, the questions were so difficult that they were worried. Brotherly Xian, why don't you answer the last question? Isn't it too difficult? Chinyu inquired in her mind. No, it's a very simple test. I've seen the herbs in these questions all over the summoned beast world, super simple and... The reason why I didn't answer the question was to hide my clumsiness. I didn't want to perform too well and cause jealousy. There's a saying that if the wood shows in the forest, the wind will destroy it, so let's answer with a score of 9, then we won't look so good. Li Xian cautioned. So it's like this. I understand, thank you brother Li Xian. Qin Yu nodded her head in ignorance, vaguely rewarded. Okay, now the scores are announced. Sister Flag stood up and scanned the room before her eyes finally landed on Qin Yu. Zhao Mengmeng scored 8 points, Song Xiaomei scored 7 points, Yifan scored 6 points, and Niu Yanan scored 6 points. Finally, the one with the highest score is Qin Yu 9 points. What, 9 points? She got a 9? How is that possible? Such a difficult question. Someone was surprised. That's right, doesn't she have no foundation? How could she get 9 points? Even Meng Meng only got 8 points. She grew up learning to recognize medicine. The crowd looked at Qin Yu in surprise, not daring to believe that Qin Yu had scored 9 points, which was a bit scary. This is the question Qin Yu answered. Just take a look at it. The answer is very standard. The 10th question, she didn't sit down at all. Does she not know how to do it? Or is she too lazy to do it? Sister Flag handed out the test papers for all to see. When the crowd had passed around the test papers, they all looked at Qin Yu with incredulous gazes. They felt that Qin Yu was really amazing. She had answered so well, even writing about the growing environment of the plants. The key was written in great detail. This time, the crowd was completely convinced, and their gazes towards Qin Yu completely changed. The center of the crowd's attention. Qin Yu stood dumbfounded, swallowing nervously and whispering in her mind. Brotherly Xian, didn't you say you wanted to hide your clumsiness? Why did it turn out like this? A mistake, I didn't expect them to be so weak, sorry. Li Xian shook his head helplessly. Eh? Qin Yu froze, although what Brother Li Xin said was the truth. Why did she feel that Brother Li Xin's words were very exasperating? If Song Xiaomei heard this, she would probably pull the cat's ears. Chapter 30 Moisturizing Pill. Qin Yu, who was struck by Li Xin's words, stopped speaking, blinking her big eyes at the crowd, looking at the disbelief in their eyes. Even Song Xiaomei looked at Qin Yu with amazement. The flash of shock in her eyes could not be concealed. Alright, please leave on your own if you are below 6 points, I don't want to say a second word. Sister Flag spoke indifferently, giving her expulsion order. I'm sorry for troubling you all this time. The 3 students who didn't qualify bowed slightly and turned to leave in a state of loss. There were only 7 apprentices left standing nervously in place, as 3 were ultimately left behind and 4 more would be eliminated. Alright, next, I will teach you to configure the hemostatic pill and refine the blood condensation pill. These are the basics. I hope to see the results of your refining in a month's time. Flag's sister twisted her slender waist, body full of grace, walked to the side of Qin Yu, raised her hand and blended the kitten, began to talk about how to configure the hemostatic medicine. These are the most basic elixirs, and even the hemostatic medicine blood tonic medicine refining, as long as the drugs are matched together. It was only the blood condensation pill that required a bit of refining, but it wasn't difficult, and after mastering the fire and timing, it could also be refined successfully. So Sister Flag recounted all of this, and even took the crowd on a trip to the alchemy room to demonstrate it herself. From now on, you can use alchemy rooms number 2 and number 3 for free, but you'll have to pay for the medicine yourselves. Also, after the elixir is successfully refined, the store collects 10% of the profit from the sale. Is that okay? Sister Flag raised her eyebrows. No problem. The crowd hurriedly nodded their heads. Being able to use the alchemy room for free was something they couldn't ask for, and the price of renting and hiring such a good place outside would be very high. Flag's sister said that charging 10% of the selling profit was already considered generous, so the crowd hurriedly nodded. You guys refine next, remember to take turns watching the store and don't be sleeping. Flag's sister twisted her head to look at Qin Yu, originally wanting to reprimand her a few times, but the snow-white cat was so adorable that she was directly attracted to it and rubbed it 2 more times. Aha, I know. Qin Yu hurriedly nodded her head and let out a slight sigh of relief as this matter was considered to be completely over. Yu, let's go refine. Song Xiaomei came to Qin Yu's side and pulled her towards the alchemy room next door to try to refine pills, while also asking Qin Yu about the exam. Inside the alchemy room. After Song Xiaomei closed the door, she surveyed Qin Yu in surprise and whispered, Yu, how did you get a 9 on the test? That's a very high score. In fact, it's not me, it's Li Xian's brother who taught me. He was in the summoned beasts world, he's seen these herbs before, and he probably knows the medicinal properties of these herbs. When I was reading a book some time ago, I was about to corroborate each other and memorized it all. Qin Yu said honestly. So it's cat, that's awesome, I didn't think we'd lose to cat. Song Xiaomei looked at the little white cat in amazement, becoming more and more envious of this summoned beast of Qin Yu's. Let's refine pills, I want to make money and buy things for Brother Li Xian. Qin Yu proposed. Okay, then alchemy. The two began to hustle and bustle, attempting to concoct pills. Pills were easy for Flag Sister, but they were still difficult for these apprentices. The hemostatic pill was fine, but the blood-clotting pill was more difficult. That control and timing of the fire has to be very precise, otherwise it's easy to practice it wrong. This was the reason why Flag's sister had given the crowd a month to get them to practice seriously and hard. So, for the next month, the apprentices studied hard and made pills hoping to eventually stay. Sister Flag directly released the apprentices, not caring about them at all, and stayed in the pill refining room herself every day. Occasionally the Snow White cat would run in to watch, and she didn't avoid it, still refining her own medicine. Soon, a month had passed and it was finally time for the test. Early that morning, Flag was walking slowly on her way to the store when she was greeted by a buxom figure. When Sister Flag took a look, it was an old customer who often went to the store to buy pills, Sister Zhang Feng. Sister Zhang Feng, what a coincidence to meet you here. Sister Flag smiled. I've come all the way to wait for you. Do you still have any black iron grade water moisturizing pills in your store? Can you sell me 2 more? Sister Zhang Feng spoke with a smile. Moisturizing pill? This kind of elixir is not good to refine. I remember that it was sold out 5 days ago. Sister Flag thought about giving an answer. 5 days ago? No way, I just bought 2 yesterday. I took one, and it's super effective. It's better than the ones you sold me before. I came here this time to buy 10 more of these effective pills. Huh? Just bought it yesterday? Are you sure? Sister Flag froze. She remembered that the moisture pills she had refined had all been sold out. There shouldn't be any left. Of course I'm sure, or your apprentice in the store sold it to me, and by the way, she has a white cat on her shoulder, it's cute. Kitten? Sister Flag froze slightly, her pretty eyebrows furrowing. There was only one person with a kitten on her shoulder, and that was Chinyu, but why would she sell the pills to someone else, and where did she get the pills? One must know that the medicines in the store that had reached the black iron grade were all painstakingly refined by Flag Sister and could not be sold to just anyone. Every time a precious elixir was sold, Flag Sister needed to know about it, but now that Chinyu had sold a water moisturizing elixir, this caused Flag Sister to be a bit dissatisfied. How did she get the water moisturizing pill? Could it be that I usually let her send it to the counter after I finished refining it, and she secretly took 2 of them? Flag Sister secretly analyzed it, feeling that this elixir was most likely secretly hidden by Chinyu and then sold it yesterday. I didn't realize she was this kind of person, so disappointing. Sister Flag took a deep breath, an angry look on her small white face, ready to go over and make a proper inquiry to see what was going on. What's wrong with you? Looking angry? Sister Zhang Feng inquired in confusion. Ugh, there's a distraction in the store, I was wrong about her. Flag sighed, looking disappointed. Upset person? It's good to fire that kind of person. Let's talk about the pills first. The pills you made recently are really good. The effect is a big gift that. I noticed it keenly when I took one, and the color is also more azure and better looking. Sister Zhang Feng smiled. More azure? Aren't the colors all the same? Flag's sister was puzzled. It's different, you see the color better. After Sister Zhang Feng finished speaking, she took out a small box from her bosom and slowly opened it, and soon a beautiful crystal azure elixir was presented. Looking at the beautiful elixir and sniffing the nice smell of the elixir, Flag's sister froze, staring blankly at the elixir. Because this pill wasn't refined by her, the one she had refined simply couldn't meet this kind of requirement, and there was a huge gap between the 2 pills. This would be a strange result, proving that Chinyu did not steal the elixir, but Flag's sister was baffled and could not figure out where Chinyu got the elixir. Chapter 31 Dismissal. Flag's sister, who was as puzzled as she could be, was ready to go back and ask to find out what was going on. With this thought in mind, Flag rushed back to the store in a flurry. But just as she walked into the lobby, she noticed that the atmosphere in the store was off-putting and seemed tense. What's wrong? Flag frowned inquiringly, her beautiful eyes scanning all directions. Sister Flag, you're finally here. You have to make a decision for me. Chinyu has been using the alchemy room frequently lately, and today has been dominated by her from morning until now. Niu Yannan ran to Sister Flag and cried. As the earliest disciple, Niu Yannan was still relatively valued, and most of the time, Sister Flag would believe her words. The alchemy room has been occupied by Chinyu? Flag's sister frowned when she heard this. She had said before that the alchemy room had to be used on a rotating basis, and that it had to be replaced after an hour of use. But now that Chinyu had occupied it for so long, it was obviously a bit excessive. Flag Sister, who was upset in her heart, directly said, "Is this turning a deaf ear to my words? Go over and take a look." "Okay, Flag Sister." Nyo Yennan's heart was happy to hear this, feeling that there was a high chance of driving Chinyu away this time. This also caused Nyo Yennan to hurriedly lead the way in front, quickly running to the door of the alchemy room. But this time, Flag suddenly stopped her pace, and her brain was even more enlightened. When she thought of the pills Chinyu sold, and when she thought of Chinyu's constant hijacking of the alchemy room, all of this foreshadowed that it seemed like those pills were refined by Chinyu. But Flag Sister's second thought felt wrong. Chinyu's qualifications were not considered strong, and it was difficult to refine even the most basic pills, let alone the black iron grade moisture pill. The key moisture pill was so perfect that it surpassed her as a peak black iron alchemist. Therefore, Flag Sister felt that the elixir must have been refined by someone else, and Chinyu might just be selling it for someone else. However, Chinyu hogging the alchemy room all the time was a bit strange and puzzling. "Look at the surveillance," Flag said darkly. She had set up special surveillance in all the alchemy rooms, so that she could observe through them at necessary moments. So Flag waved her hand and said, "Wait a minute, I'll be right there." Flag Sister finished her speech and ran away in a storm, into the secret basement of her store. When she reached here, she quickly opened the monitor and looked inside alchemy room number 3. It didn't matter what she saw, her pupils snapped shut. "How is it possible? How is this possible?" Flag said in horror, looking unimaginably at the security footage. "Just see the surveillance." Chinyu was taking various prepared herbs and placing them next to the alchemy furnace, placing them in a regular manner. All the while carefully controlling the fire and working carefully. But that's not even the point. The focus was on the white kitten that was standing next to the alchemy furnace and making pills. Yes, alchemy, a cat is alchemizing. Only to see that in the monitor, the cat placed some materials into the alchemy furnace from time to time, a pair of sapphire-like cat eyes filled with seriousness. The key alchemy materials, and the steps for placing them, were all the materials and steps of the moistening water dan, which was a bit scary. Unbelievable, truly unbelievable, perfect control over the timing of placing the herbs and the order is all correct, this cat is simply going against the heavens. Flag Sister said in horror, her whole body agitated. Associating these days with the kitten's serious reading, serious pill reading, and peeking at her alchemy in alchemy room number 1, Flag Sister's heart was beating wildly. Could it be that in these 2 months' time the kitten has not only learned to recognize medicine, but has also learned to refine pills? Even ran to my alchemy room and peeked at me making pills? And in the end, the elixir that was refined was better than any that I had made? Flag gulped, this time she was really shocked and frightened. At the same time, he also thought of that test back then. It was strange that Chinyu scored 9 points on such a difficult question. Now that I think about it, it might have been that kitten that told Chinyu. If my guess is right, this cat and Chinyu can communicate mentally with each other. It should be a rare mind skill. Flag took a deep breath and tried to calm her unsteady emotions while thinking about what to do about this. Kitten is so powerful, why doesn't Chinyu say so? Wait, I know, a gun to the head. Thinking of the creepy god cult in the slums, and the evil energy organization, as well as the various demons and devils hidden within the city, Flag Sister came to a realization. So many dangers, not to mention the evil energy organization that collects geniuses, and the terrifying trickster god cult, even the demons and monsters within the city are extremely dangerous. So kittens hiding everything about themselves belongs to a very wise choice. Since the kitten wants to hide, I'll secretly help out as well, and such a powerful kitten in my store is a rare and strange encounter for me, so I must protect it. Flag Sister nodded, ready to protect the kitten, and with that thought she stood up and headed towards alchemy room number 3. The entrance to alchemy room number 3. The atmosphere at this point could be described as tense with swords drawn. With Flag Sister's previous words, Nyo Yennan became very arrogant and immediately started accusing Chinyu after seeing her come out of the alchemy room. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to occupy the alchemy room for so long." Chinyu apologized apprehensively. The reason why she had occupied the alchemy room for so long was all because of Li Xian's request, and she obeyed Li Xian and listened to him for everything. Now that she was being accused, Chinyu also felt that she did get in the way and hurriedly apologized. "You think apologizing will make it go away? I'm telling you, no way. Sister Flag said that the alchemy room should be used on a rotating basis, but you've turned a deaf ear to it. Just wait, when Flag's sister comes over she will definitely fire you and drive you away." Nyo Yanan arrogantly said. Xinyu was even more flustered when she heard that she was going to be evicted, and her whole body was so flustered that she didn't know what to do. Don't worry, I've got everything. Li Xian was calmly comforted. With his current ability, he could go anywhere, so Li Xian was calm. Luna, I'm with you. If you get fired, I'm going with you. Song Xiaomei ran to Qin Yu's side and took her small hand, resolutely facing it with her. Although she was also puzzled as to why Qin Yu frequently used the alchemy room, as a good girlfriend, Song Xiaomei chose to support Qin Yu at the first opportunity. Thank you, Xiaomei. Thank you, Cat. Qin Yu spoke gratefully, her heart moved. Oomph, Xiaomei, who do you think you are, thinking you're great just because you have a bit of alchemy qualification? Let me tell you, none of the qualifications present are bad. Even if your qualifications are twice as good, you won't be able to protect Xinyu, and you'll be expelled together when the time comes. Niu Yannan spoke arrogantly once again. It was also at this time that the footsteps of high heels slowly sounded, and the rhythmic tattling sound instantly attracted everyone's attention. Soon. Wearing a cheongsam and stepping on red high-heeled shoes, Sister Flag twisted her slender waist and her body was full of grace, and by the way, she also carried a fragrant wind. Sister Flag, you're finally here. Look, Xinyu just came out of the alchemy room. She's been in here all morning. I suggest Xinyu be expelled. Niu Yannan hurriedly said, looking at Sister Flag expectantly. Chapter 32 Summoner Wang Jun. Dismissed? Flag's sister frowned when she heard this. She had just thought about protecting the kitten and letting it stay in the store, so that it might be able to refine even more powerful pills. Even if she only refined the water moisturizing pill, she, who was the boss, would still be able to benefit quite a bit and receive numerous shares. But now, this apprentice named Niu Yannan was saying that she wanted to fire Xinyu, so that she, as the boss, wouldn't be able to get her commission, which was simply out of her mind. Knowing that this Niu Yannan's qualifications were very poor, and would never reach the kitten's level of alchemy, if it wasn't for Niu Yannan's ability to flatter and fawn, Sister Flag wouldn't have kept her at all. But now, Niu Yannan was yelling for Xinyu to be fired and an alchemist to be driven away. This was simply looking for death, so Flag's sister's brows were furrowed in irritation. Sister Flag, I suggest that Xinyu be dismissed. An apprentice like this who doesn't follow your orders must be dismissed, otherwise she'll get her way. Someone like her, who doesn't know how to respect her teacher and has poor qualifications, is not suitable to be a pill refiner at all. Even if she got the question right earlier, she might have cheated. Such words made Flag's sister get angrier and angrier the more she heard them, and straight away she shouted, "Shut up! You're fired, you can get out." Hear that, Xinyu, you're fired, so you can get lost. Niu Yannan heard Sister Flag's words and immediately said to Xinyu. Snap! The loud slapping sound resounded steeply as Flag's sister slapped Niu Yannan's face, directly making a red slap mark. Sister Flag, you. Why did you hit me? You hit the wrong person. Niu Yannan said blankly. You're the one who hit, get out. You're fired. Sister Flag said loudly. Huh? I've been expelled? Why? Wasn't it Xinyu who was expelled? Niu Yannan froze, her brain buzzing like it was stuffed with paste. The people around them were also in a daze, all of them staring stupidly at Flag's sister. Everyone couldn't figure out how. Obviously it was Xinyu who was going to be expelled. How did it turn into Niu Yannan? This made the crowd unable to figure it out, and their brains were a bit foggy. It took a good half a second for the crowd to react. A disciple couldn't help but say, Sister Flag, it's Xinyu who occupies the alchemy room, not Niu Yannan. Shut up. Need you to say more? Niu Yannan, you get out of here, I don't want to say it a second time. Sister Flag angrily rebuked, ordinary apprentices she can recruit as many as she wants, but Xinyu's kitten is unique. If she drives away Niu Yannan and wins the kitten's favor, Sister Flag is willing to fire 10,000 apprentices. So her face was very cold, staring straight at Niu Yannan. I know, I'll leave immediately. Niu Yannan thought of the power behind Sister Flag and hurriedly apologized, but her mind was still buzzing and she couldn't figure out what was going on. The surrounding people also had their brains buzzing, even Xinyu and Song Xiaomei looked dumbfounded as if they were dreaming. Only the kitten was lying on Xinyu's shoulder, lazily yawning with a matter-of-fact attitude. Alright, from now on, Xinyu can use the alchemy room as she pleases. In addition, Xinyu is officially my disciple, and yes, there is also Xiaomei. Sister Flag did not hesitate to announce that she had taken Xinyu and Song Xiaomei as disciples. Such a result caused Xinyu and Song Xiaomei to be dumbfounded, their little heads even more bewildered. As for the remaining apprentices, they all frowned, carefully recalling what had just happened, trying to figure out what the hell was going on. But they couldn't figure out what was going on as they thought about it, and they always felt that there was something wrong with the way they went out today. Alright, I'll go and get busy. Shinyu, from now on, you can watch me alchemize pills anytime you want. This book is for you, study it more and more. In the future, when you have practiced pills, just give them to me and I'll help you sell them for a higher price. Sister Flag looked at Shinyu with a smile like a flower, slowly took out a book on alchemy and placed it on Shinyu's small hand. That attitude was simply too good to be true. Thanks. Thank you, Sister Flag. Shinyu foolishly thanked. That's a good boy, work hard. Oh, these 5 giant flowers are for you. Sister Flag removed the 5 flowers on the counter and handed Shinyu the giant flower that cost $100,000 apiece and gave it to her directly. Such a scene, watching the crowd become even more confused. There were even people who suspected that Shinyu was Flag's sister's illegitimate daughter. This is too expensive, I can't accept it. Shinyu panicked. Meow. Li Xian called out, and with a wave of his little paw, he plucked the 5 flowers into his arms, then quickly ate them. Such a scene caused Shinyu to freeze, and her words of refusal could not be uttered. Well, more effort in the future would be a reward for me. I have some things to do today, so I'll leave the store. Sister Flag smiled slightly and raised her hand to rub the kitten's head before turning to leave the store. All that was left on the scene was the dumbfounded crowd, and a kitten feeding on a giant flower. $100,000 a giant flower was quickly eaten by the kitten, 5 of them, and $500,000 was instantly cleared out, eaten by the kitten. Cats mewing. The kitten purred, her body warming as she gradually closed her eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Seeing this scene, Shinyu carefully held the kitten in her arms, worried about the kitten's condition. Let's put the kitten in the dormitory. He ate the giant flower with such a strong medicinal effect, he definitely needs time to absorb it. It's better to let him rest comfortably. Song Xiaomei suggested. Okay, then I'll go to the dormitory. Shinyu hurriedly nodded her head. I'll go with you, and by the way, tell me what just happened. The two quickly left, leaving the crowd looking at me and me looking at you, unable to figure out what was going on today. One of the girls, named Mo, made an excuse and walked out of the store into the corner of the dimly lit alleyway next door. There, a burly man was sitting in the alleyway eating with a 2-meter-long white snake. This person was no other than the captain of the law enforcement team, Iron Tiger, and his summoned beast, Lightning Snake. He hadn't let go of that matter and often came over to investigate Qin Shui's situation. Uncle Tiehu, the Qin you asked me to monitor, something strange happened today. Mo walked out into the alley and quickly recounted what had just happened, recounting the whole thing as it was. Iron Tiger was originally eating. After all, after so long with no clues, he kind of wanted to give up, but now that he was listening, he sensed that something was wrong. Are you saying that Sister Flag changed her attitude for no reason, was very nice to Qin, and even sent giant flowers worth $500,000? Taihu said. Yes, even accepting Qin as a disciple, as well as Song Xiaomei becoming a disciple as well. I always feel that Song Xiaomei is dipping into Qin's light, but I can't figure out why. Mo continued to explain how he couldn't figure out why. You continue to keep an eye on Qin and tell me the first time something happens. Taihu solemnly said. Okay, Uncle Tiehu, I'll leave now, bye. Mo bounced away, and only Tiehu was left in the hutong frowning in thought, unable to figure out why this was happening. There's no time to think, go ahead and patrol, the city's been getting more and more chaotic lately. Tiehu sighed and swallowed the last bun, then choked and took several gulps of water before swallowing. Holy, choking me. Tiehu depressedly left the small hutong and headed in the direction of the city gates. It's been very unsafe lately, especially with several murders at the city gates, so you have to be careful. Not long after he had just walked away, suddenly a one-eyed man with a wild lion summoning beast passed by him, walking further and further away. The moment he saw this person, Iron Tiger's face tightened. A black iron ranked expert, and a grand completion expert, 1 level stronger than me. Wait, this appearance, it's him. Pill refiner Wang Hao's brother Wang Jun. Iron Tiger's face finally changed and became very serious. At that time, the pill refiner Wang Hao refined people into puppets and was harshly interrogated after they secretly captured him. I learned that he had an older brother named Wang Jun and that he cared for and loved him. At the time, the law enforcement team was nervous for a while and prepared their defenses. Unfortunately, Wang Jun didn't show up, and the crowd thought that Wang Jun didn't dare to come, yet this guy actually showed up. No, isn't the direction he went, the herbal store? No good, he wants to take revenge on Qin. Iron Tiger was startled and hurriedly took out his cell phone to communicate with the headquarters for help, then turned around and chased after him. Chapter 33 Rock Snake Berserker. Iron Tiger was now very eager, mainly this time the opponent was too strong, a black iron grade Great Circle expert, and also with a black iron grade Great Circle summoned beast. Although Iron Tiger's summoned beast had also reached the Great Circle, his own strength was no good, he was only black iron advanced, and there was still a whole level away from the Great Circle. Moreover, even if he had also reached the Great Perfection, Taihu still had no certainty of defeating the other party, as there was also a gap between the Great Perfections. Just like a summoned beast, the difference between a skilled summoned beast and an unskilled one was enormous. Even if the skill is beginner or advanced, the combat power is different. Rumor had it that the One-Eyed King's army was extremely strong, and had once been chased by two Great Perfection experts, and not only did they fail to kill him, but he also killed one of them in return. Such combat power is truly mind-blowing. That's why Iron Tiger was the first to ask for help, while praying that nothing would ever happen. The anxious Iron Tiger hurriedly chased after him and soon came to an alleyway entrance, then he stopped. Because the one-eyed Wang Jun in the Hudon was standing quietly, gazing indifferently at Taihu. And the One-Eyed King's army's summoned beast wasn't here, it didn't know where it had gone. Wang Jun! Where did your summoned beast go? Iron Tiger bellowed. Of course I'm going to slaughter those two little girls, they even got my brother caught, they must die. The one-eyed Wang Jun opened his mouth indifferently, staring at the Iron Tiger indifferently, not worrying about his own safety in the slightest, even if he didn't have any summoned beasts by his side, still not being afraid in the slightest. Lightning Snake killed him. Iron Tiger ordered without hesitation, white aura surfaced on his fists, his feet suddenly increased in strength, and his body rushed out like a cannonball. Boo! A dull sound rang out, and Iron Tiger's face changed slightly as he backed up, then immediately lowered his head. Wow! A mouthful of blood was spat out, and Taihu touched the corners of his mouth as he looked at the one-eyed Wang Jun in horror. How could he not expect that his full-force punch would be blocked so easily, and shocked him into spitting out blood, which caused Iron Tiger to be shocked. It was good that his summoned beasts were at the same level as the One-Eyed King's army, so he might be able to slow him down. Fizzle! The lightning snake twisted its body, white lightning swirled around its body, and in an instant, channels of lightning fell from the sky. Rumble! The strong lightning landed on the One-Eyed King's army in an instant, electrifying him and making him twitch. After being electrocuted for a while, the one-eyed Wang Jun not only didn't die, but instead revealed a cruel smile. Bring on the energy! It's been a long time since I've had this much fun, so I'm going to have a good time today. The one-eyed Wang Jun twisted his neck and let out a crackling chaotic sound, and in the next second, he leaned forward slightly, and his entire body rushed out like a wild lion. Spell it out! Iron Tiger hurriedly mobilized his spiritual energy and began to fight with Lightning Snake. Facing the strong One-Eyed King's army, Iron Tiger didn't have the slightest chance of winning, all he could do now was to stall the other party and wait for support to arrive. He was also worried about Qin Yu and Song Xiaomei, both of them were rare little geniuses, it would be such a shame if something happened to them. As the captain of the law enforcement team, he had the responsibility and obligation to protect these two little geniuses, and couldn't watch anything happen to them. Therefore, Iron Tiger mobilized all his spiritual energy and fought with all his might against One Eye, which led to a very tragic battle, and the blood even stained the earth red. Boo! Iron Tiger once again flew backwards, 3 ribs broke in unison, directly smashing the wall next to him and collapsing in the ruins. Cough cough gag. Red blood gushed out again, Iron Tiger's face became as pale as paper, trying to stand up but unfortunately could not get up. And his lightning snake was bruised and battered, and was no match against the powerful One-Eyed King's army. Boo! Lightning Snake flew out as well, hitting the wall and passing out, never able to continue the fight. Tisk, TSK, you kid has some skills, it's rare to meet such an opponent, it's really cool. The one-eyed Wang Jun spoke in a cold voice, his only remaining one-eyed eye filled with cruelty. In return for your hospitality, I will rattle the head of your summoned beast and use its brains as my delicacy, cooked in your blood. The one-eyed Wang Jun laughed and took a step towards Iron Tiger, his scarred hands reaching out to Iron Tiger's head. Wait, why are you so strong? My lightning snake does extremely high damage, why are you not hurt at all? Even if you die, let me die. Iron Tiger hurriedly said. Finally, I've been asked this question, and it's been too long, since anyone has paid attention to me to finally say it. The one-eyed Wang Jun stopped his pace, his face flushed with excitement, his whole body was shaking, and his face even had a strange smile, looking like a madman. Kid, do you know why my mad lion has a snake for a tail? The one-eyed king's army asked morbidly. I don't know. Iron Tiger hurriedly shook his head, he had seen this scene before and couldn't figure out why the mad lion's tail was a snake. It's very simple, my berserkers have the rock serpent bloodline, and I have injected the rock serpent bloodline as well, which has made my physique very strong, and I have even mastered the power of earth control. One-eyed Wang Jun's right hand spread out, and a basketball-sized ball of earth appeared in his palm and grew larger and larger. Such a scene made Iron Tiger look shocked. How could he not expect that the one-eyed Wang Jun who was fighting with him was still hiding his strength? This was really alarming. 4. Why are you telling me this? Aren't you afraid that there are stronger bounty hunters after you? Iron Tiger couldn't figure it out. Because, it feels great to be hunted down. The one-eyed Wang Jun revealed a sickly smile, just like a madman. Crazy, you're absolutely crazy. Taihu looked at such a one-eyed Wang Jun and realized that the other party was not a normal person at all, he was a madman. Crazy? I like that name, not only am I crazy, so is my mad lion, it will abuse those two girls to death a little bit. The one-eyed Wang Jun laughed openly and recklessly, his face was full of morbid insanity. Aren't you afraid that a bronze-level expert will show up? There are quite a few experts in Blackstone City. Iron Tiger said gruffly. Fearful, but they couldn't care less about a small fish like me, the trickster cult, the cultists, the rebels, the infiltrators, each one of them is a big problem. With so many enemies to deal with, where would they care about me? And if they want to kill me, they'll have to weigh it up, my wild lion is not simple, ha ha ha. The one-eyed king's army continued to laugh maniacally, recklessly opening his hands in a world-embracing gesture. Soon, very soon the berserk lion will appear, carrying the heads of Qin Yu and Song Xiaomei, and as for their bodies, they will inevitably become food for the berserk lion. The one-eyed Wang Jun continued to speak with a sickly smile on his face, the entire person arrogant to the extreme. Boom! Loud booms roared, the earth shook, and a bizarre aura filled the four directions. The moment this aura appeared, the one-eyed Wang Jun instinctively wanted to kneel down, just like a lower life feeling a higher life, there was a strong sense of submission, which caused Wang Jun to stare blankly. Chapter 34, Chills in the Back. What's going on? Why do I have this feeling? Could it be that an expert has appeared? One-eyed Wang Jun's face changed slightly. He counted on the fact that the masters couldn't care about him, a small fish, so he was reckless. But what's with this weird vibe? And where did this yielding feeling come from? It was something he had never felt before. This made the one-eyed king's army very uneasy, feeling that a very terrifying expert might have appeared. Thinking of this, the one-eyed king's army immediately put away his previous arrogance and looked vigilantly towards the southeast direction, which was the direction that the berserkers had left. Soon, he then saw his summoned beast, the berserk lion, dashing towards him. And the berserk lion's mouth was dripping blood, dripping down continuously, obviously injured. On the key berserker's tail, the rock snake, which had always been cruel and unyielding, was actually shrinking in fear, not even daring to move a bit. Such a scene caused the one-eyed king's army to be startled again, feeling more and more that an expert had appeared. Because of its cruel nature, the rock snake was not afraid of the strong, even if it encountered a bronze great perfection expert, the rock snake would not be scared like this. But now, looking at the rock serpent's terrified appearance, looking at its still body, the one-eyed king's army finally realized that I'm afraid that a super strong person had appeared this time. Go! Must get out of here as soon as possible or we'll be in trouble. One-eyed Wang Jun was a very decisive person, and after analyzing the current situation, he immediately turned around and left without any delay. The entire person fled towards the city gates like a rabbit, bringing his rabid lion with him in the shortest possible time. Only the bewildered Iron Tiger was left in the spot, staring blankly at it all. What's the situation? Iron Tiger blinked, his brain a little confused. He felt nothing before he heard a loud bang and then saw Berserker running with blood streaming down his face. Then the Berserk Lion and the One-Eyed King's army ran away together. Such a scene made Tiehu puzzled and wondered what had happened. But the loud noise must have signaled something, so he was curious to see what was going on. With puzzled disbelief, Iron Tiger struggled to stand up, placing his hands on his ribs and relying on his aura to put a few ribs back into place. The injured left arm was also carefully attached, and the fainted lightning snake was awakened, and although they both needed to recuperate, they could barely walk. Must go and see what's going on. If it's a real master, must observe, it's not often that a master makes a move. Tiehu took a deep breath and endured the pain in his body. Step by step, he walked along the hutong, and gradually saw the herb store after walking for some distance. From a distance, he saw a few apprentices standing in front of the herb store, staring in horror at the store. Such a scene made Tiehu more and more curious, and he couldn't help but slowly walk over, and then he heard the sound of conversation. Scared me to death. That was really scary just now, it was horrible. Yeah, I totally didn't expect that to be the case, it's unbelievable. We've spent so much time with Chinyu and we didn't even realize this, we're so stupid. The apprentices murmured and looked at the interior of the store in horror, their expressions becoming very reverent. What's the situation? Taihu looked at the scene blankly as these people's talk seemed to have something to do with Chinyu, but it was a bit off. It was important to know that the Mad Lion was a black iron great circle strength, and his strength was so terrifying that ordinary people were no match for him. Not to mention 1 Chinyu, even 10 Chinyu couldn't beat it, which made Iron Tiger couldn't figure out how. It was also at this time that Iron Tiger sought his informant, Mo, and couldn't help but wave to Mo. Soon. Tiho walked to the side alley and waited until Mo came over. Meng, what just happened? Quickly tell me. Taihu hurriedly said. It's... Mo hesitated a bit and stuttered. What's wrong? Can't we talk about it? Iron Tiger frowned. It's not that I can't talk about it, it's just that it's so unbelievable and shocking that I need to organize my words. Mo replied seriously. Oh? What the hell's going on? I'm getting more and more excited. Iron Tiger grew more and more expectant. It's Chinyu, it's all Chinyu's doing. Meng spoke solemnly. Chinyu? Be more specific. Tiethu said with a straight face. Okay, we were busy in the store just now when a powerful, rabid lion suddenly came barreling in and rushed straight from the store to the dormitory in the backyard. At that time, only Chinyu and Song Xiaomei were in the backyard dormitory, and now the sudden appearance of a rabid lion was obviously very wrong, so we hurriedly watched inside. At this time, a loud boom could suddenly be heard, and then the berserk lion flew backwards with blood. You didn't see the scene, that strong, wild lion tumbled out, fell right into the middle of the road, and then pulled out and ran. But these are not the point is that the backyard dormitory directly collapsed, and a terrifying black shadow appeared, standing like an iron tower in the backyard. The black shadow's feet were all bigger than a man's, emitting an inexplicable aura, which was felt by those who were close enough to feel the. Even from a distance, any pets that are snakes feel it, and one of our apprentices in the store had her little snake paralyzed with fear. Mo spoke solemnly, giving a rough account of what had just happened, but because it was so shocking, she was still incomplete. Surprisingly, then why did you say that this matter is related to Chinyu? Taihu inquired with a frown. Because this black shadow is no one else, it's none other than Chinyu's summoned beast, the kitten, only it's become super big and scary. Mo continued to explain. No way, although Chinyu's summoned beast is a special summoned beast that can do many abilities, it shouldn't have gotten that big, right? It's always been small. Iron Tiger inquired blankly, feeling that this matter was too unbelievable. I don't know what it's all about, but it's all true, and everybody can testify to it, and if you don't believe me you can go over there and see what. By the way, that cat got down and you can still see that horrible body from the store. Mo continued. Okay, I'm going to check it out. Iron Tiger remained somewhat unconvinced and immediately turned around and walked towards the store, but when he reached the entrance of the store, his lightning snake stopped walking and curled up still. What's wrong, lightning snake? Iron Tiger hurriedly inquired. Fizzle. The lightning snake let out a hissing sound and kept swaying its body, just not daring to move forward. You mean, you're scared? I remember, you said you were afraid of that cat before, but why is that? Iron Tiger was puzzled. Although cats ate snakes, lightning snake was a black iron great circle, so it was logical that it shouldn't be afraid of cats. And just now, Meng said that all snake-like creatures were afraid, which made Taihu think of the snake on the tail of the berserkers, as well as the one-eyed king's army. Wang Jun injected the rock serpent bloodline, he should have felt something I couldn't. Iron Tiger had a hidden guess, and with this thought, he slowly walked into the store and immediately felt an inexplicable aura. This kind of aura, does it mean? Taihu was shocked in his heart and hurriedly looked to the innermost part of the store, instantly seeing a pair of blue cat eyes that resembled a lantern. This cat's eye was very beautiful, but such a large cat's eye was really alarming, and with that weird aura, Taihu had a feeling of chills on his back. Chapter 35 Dragon Might. This aura, could it be dragon might? How could a cat have dragon might? And with this kind of oppressive force, the level of dragon might is not low. Iron Tiger's face was grave, feeling more and more that the kitten was unbelievable. The reason he knew about dragon might was because his father's best friend had a dragon-type summoned beast, and that summoned beast possessed dragon might. He clearly knew that when a dragon-type summoned beast faced an enemy, as long as it unleashed its dragon power, it could scare the enemies within a certain distance to the point of trembling. If it was a snake or an existence with a dragon bloodline, even if it was far, far away, it would be affected by the dragon's might. This would explain why the one-eyed Wang Jun would flee so quickly. He must have been affected by the dragon's might, thinking that a super expert had appeared, and had given it a scare. It's not just dragon might, what's with this massive size? This summoned beast is too unusual. Looking at the white cat in the backyard, which was like a tower of iron, and looking at the blue cat's eyes, Iron Tiger slowly backed up, not daring to move forward again. Although he was less affected by the dragon's might, he was really a little afraid to mess with the weird cat casually in order to avoid causing unnecessary trouble. So he slowly retreated to the store door and chose to watch in silence. However, at this time, the huge cat in the backyard suddenly shrunk and transformed into a tiny white cat. This white cat is just a little bit bigger than a small milk cat, and its appearance is very naive and lovable. Without the horrifying scene just now, no one would have associated the white cat with the behemoth, yet it was true. Whoosh! The white cat's figure flickered, arriving in front of the Iron Tiger in an instant, instigating its wind wings to float in the air, staring at the Iron Tiger without moving. This scene scared Iron Tiger so much that he didn't dare to move and panicked in his heart. Buzz! White light flickered on the kitten's paws, radiating warmth. This light then fell on the Iron Tiger and Lightning Snake, healing their injuries. This caused Iron Tiger to faintly stare and immediately said gratefully, "Thank you." However, the cat ignored Iron Tiger and flew back to the backyard, squinting on Chinyu's shoulder. Although Iron Tiger was ignored, he didn't complain, instead he was grateful to the cat. After all, the other party had healed his injuries. Indeed, no good deed goes unpunished. I just made an effort to intercept the One-Eyed King's army and help Chinyu and this cat. Who would have thought that I would get the cat's treatment so soon? And in the future, when the cat grows up, it will surely be able to become a super powerful summoning beast, and with it around, Blackstone City will become much safer. Iron Tiger felt very happy. In this dangerous world, mutant beasts are always a big problem to humans. It is not possible to say that one day mutant beasts will attack human cities. Just like those cities by the sea, they are often attacked by sea beasts, and many people die in battle every year. If a powerful summoning beast appeared in Blackstone City, it would be good for the entire city, so Taihu secretly vowed to prepare to protect this cat in the future. Backyard. In the ruins of the dormitory, which had completely collapsed. Shinyu looked at the kitten on her shoulder, that is, she was surprised and curious, not understanding why her summoned beast had become so strong. One should know that the berserk lion just now was not an ordinary summoned beast at first glance, and as a result, such a strong summoned beast was sent flying by his own cat with a single claw. It was even a bit scary that the rabid lion directly fled and left. But looking at the ruined dormitory, Shinyu panicked. After all, she had broken into trouble, she was still worried. Sure enough. Sister Flag quickly rushed back with a dark face, but she did not blame Chinyu. Instead, after asking about the situation, she immediately turned around and walked outside. As she was leaving, she also shouted angrily, "If you dare to come to my store and make a scene, I'll have to skin that lion." After finishing her speech, Sister Flag took off in big strides, heading straight in the direction of the city lord's mansion. What would be the fate of that lion, Shinyu didn't know, as she and Xiaomei returned home and immediately gathered around the kitten to watch. "Brotherly Xian, what kind of summoned beast are you? Why is it so powerful?" Shinyu blinked her big eyes in curiosity and inquired. "Meow." Li Xian softly called out, too lazy to explain, and directly found a corner to sleep. This kind of behavior made the two budding girls helpless, and they could only choose to give up. Corner. Li Xian lazily lay on his back, silently checking his data panel. Ding. Name, Li Xian. Type Cold Ice Cat Ordinary Summoned Beasts. Soul, Black Iron. Royal Master, Xinyu. Abilities, Self-Destruct, Intermediate Healing Spell, Intermediate Fireball, Advanced God's Perspective, Wings of Wind, Change, Intermediate Dragon Power, Intermediate Gigantism, Cold Freeze. Looking at his various abilities, Li Xian felt that he was becoming stronger and stronger. But the soul enhancement was still too slow. The soul hadn't advanced for so long. Li Xian was anxious, especially with the appearance of the berserker lion today, which caused a sense of urgency to rise in Li Xian's heart. His own strength was not enough to defeat his opponent, if not for his dragon might, and his sudden giganticization, which slapped his opponent away in his cluelessness. Maybe the other party could kill himself, although he could be revived indefinitely. Xinyu couldn't be revived. And she's so special that if something happens to her, you won't be able to find someone like that if you want to indenture her again. I must raise my strength as soon as possible, but my soul is too weak to hold too many skills anymore. so I can only raise my soul first and. If you want to quickly increase your soul strength, there's another way besides soul treasures, and that's to contract a second summoner that. While this affects both summons, if the contract is made, I'll get 2 souls back from the summoner. Li Xian's eyes carried seriousness as he prepared to sign the second summoner. He was different from other summoned beasts. Others could only sign 1 Imperial Master, but he could sign 2 Imperial Masters and enjoy the feedback of 2 souls. Of course, after the contract was signed, he also had to accept summons at any time, and it was possible to be summoned by 2 summoners at the same time, and that would be a conflict. Qinyu is special. The first choice is definitely Qinyu. As for the other summoners, we can only listen to God's fate. Li Xian slowly stood up, twisted his head to look at Qinyu, and communicated through his mind. Qinyu, I'm going back. Don't summon me if there's nothing going on, except of course if you're in danger. Eh? Going back? Qinyu asked with reluctance on her small face. Well, something's up. If you're in danger, be sure to summon me first, and remember to improve your strength. After Li Xian finished speaking, a summoning spell formation floated under his feet and disappeared in the next second. Only Qinyu was left standing dumbfounded in the spot, her beautiful eyes filled with unwillingness. It was good that Song Xiaomei was there to comfort her, so she didn't have to worry about anything. Summon the beast world. Li Xian slowly appeared and incited his wind wings and began to roam the skies, searching for summoning spell formations. This time he had no requirements for summoning spell formations, any kind would do, so he only searched for 2 days before he saw a summoning spell formation. Without hesitation, Li Xian directly fell into that white spell formation and chose the contract. Ding! Successfully contracted the second Imperial Master. You may abandon the contract by committing suicide and return to the world of summoned beasts. With a mechanical sound, Li Xian disappeared into the formation. Unknown world, Willow Village, above the center square. A couple of not-so-young children stood anxiously in the center of the field, performing the summoning ritual with all their might. They were all very young, and forcing them to be summoned would only damage them. But they couldn't care so much anymore because thousands of black wolves surrounded Willow Tree Village and were attacking frantically. Their parents and family members, who were fighting in blood, were fighting those black wolves to the death, and even the screams of the humans could be heard from time to time. The screams, every one of them heartbreaking, every one of them excruciating, the child's face paled and silent tears fell upon hearing the familiar sounds. Come on kids, make sure the contract is successful. As long as we have the summoned beasts, the village has a chance of surviving, and the families will survive, come on. In the center of the field, the white-haired village headman leaned on a wooden walking stick and spoke anxiously, his eyes looking from time to time at the gate at the entrance of the village. There, the rich smell of blood was wafting in, and the shouts of murder shook the sky. Boo! A dull sound rang out, and with it, the gate at the entrance of the village steeply shattered open. The old village chief's pupils shrank at the sight of the scene and he despaired, it's over, everything is over. Chapter 36: A New Way to Enhance Your Soul. The children who were performing the summoning also saw the scene, and each of them turned pale. Because their parents were at the forefront fighting the black wolves, and without the gate blocking them, it would cause even more damage. But the children had nothing to do but grit their teeth and try to summon, trying to succeed in the deed as soon as possible. Ouch! The sound of wolf whistling resounded through the area, and with this wolf whistle, the black wolves surged into Willow Tree Village like a tidal wave, and began to hunt and kill indiscriminately. Block them! The adults, who had been working hard to defend the village in all directions, rushed back to support and began to hold back these black wolves. However, in the face of thousands of black wolves, in the face of the ferocious wolves led by the bronze-level Black Wolf King, the village's guardian force could not hold them back at all. Ah! Miserable screams rang out over the howls of the wolves, and from time to time, people were bitten by the black wolves and carried into the pack. The adult summoned beasts fought hard, but unfortunately this village was too weak, and the strongest ones were only black iron summoned beasts. Facing the vast black wolf pack, it was impossible to stop them. The shadow of death loomed over the village as one adult after another fell dead in a pool of blood. The children in the center of the field all showed looks of despair, summoning in agony as they made their final struggles. Buzz! The white formation suddenly shone, and a gray bull appeared in the summoning spell, exuding an aura of violence. It's the gray-horned bull, it's good for impacts, quickly go support them. The old village chief shouted hurriedly. It was now a critical moment, and the entire village gathered in the square, struggling to fight the black wolves and buy time. Even though only an ordinary gray-horned cow appeared, it was still hope for the village, so the old village chief hurriedly urged for it. Gray-horned cow, follow me. A chubby little boy cried out, and with a short knife in his grip he rushed out, fighting the black wolf in fear. Buzz off! 3 more spells lit up, and 3 common summoned beasts appeared from the spells and were brought forward by the children to support them. Soon, the formations lit up one after another, and only a small boy with a resolute face and thick, dark eyebrows eventually remained in the center of the square. Go Luteon, you have the highest talent, make sure you summon a black iron grade summoning beast and buy us some time. As long as we have the black iron summoning beast, we will be able to block the black wolves and hold on until help dares to come. The old village chief said with blood spilling from the corners of his mouth. He had just suffered a backlash when his summoned beast died in battle, but he couldn't care less about that and instead kept encouraging that dark boy. Grandpa Mayor, I'll try my best, for sure. Lvtion said aloud and slashed his wrist viciously with his pocket knife, and immediately blood quickly spilled into the summoning spell formation, causing it to expand rapidly. This scene caused the village chief to raise his hopes and look at the spell expectantly, hoping that the black iron summoning beast would appear in the spell. Fatty, don't die, don't die. Ooh, someone help us, someone help us. The sound of weeping suddenly rang out at this moment. The old village chief and Luteon shook violently when they heard this sound and hurriedly looked in the direction from which the sound came. It didn't matter what they saw, the 2 men's eyes instantly caught fire. Only intermittently by the edge of the mill in front, the little fat man who had originally brought the grey-horned ox to fight, had already fallen in a pool of blood, his life and death unknown. His grey-horned bull was even more scarred and struggled to guard little Fatty, fighting against a dozen black wolves. Such a scene was agonizingly difficult to watch, but there was nothing that could be done about it, as everyone was in danger and had no power to rescue them. And Luteon, who was in the center of the field, even shouted hoarsely. God, please, let me contract a powerful black iron summoning beast, as long as I can save the village, I'm willing to protect the weak for eternity. Buzz! The white summoning spell array shook violently, and its light suddenly triumphed and became brilliant. In such a glow, a tiny figure appeared in the center of the spell, gradually becoming clearer. When the light of the spell array dissipated, Luteon hurriedly took a closer look and was instantly struck by lightning. Just a chilling cat? I'm sorry, Grandpa Mayor, I failed and only contracted a normal chilling cat. Luteon twisted his head, his gaze was filled with dead silence, a dead silence formed by the intertwining of pain, despair, self-reproach, remorse and other emotions. Because Lvtion knew that the village was finished, even if his summoned beast, the ice-cold cat, joined the battle, it was impossible to save the village. Facing thousands of black wolves, one more ordinary summoned beast was useless, so Willow Tree Village was completely finished, and there was no one who could save the village. Meow! The cat's cry rang out abruptly, not loud, but causing the scene to suddenly fall into an eerie silence. The black wolves that were frantically attacking all stopped their movements, their bodies trembling as they looked in the direction where the voice came from. Such a bizarre scene caused everyone at the scene to be slightly startled, not understanding what had happened. My summoned beast is actually shaking, what's going on? My summoned beasts too, look at those black wolves, so many still on the ground. What's this about? I think I just heard a cat call? The surviving people of the village rushed together, taking the opportunity to rescue their companions in danger and form a new defensive formation. However, the crowd was a little puzzled by the situation at the scene, and even though some people felt that this matter had something to do with the ice-cold cat, they still felt that it was unlikely. Because the ice-cold cat was an ordinary ice-cold cat anyhow, no abnormality could be seen at all the people were a bit confused about the situation. Ouch! The wolf whistle sounded again, and with this majestic wolf whistle, the black wolves in the stillness slowly stood up, not being as fearful as they were just now. And the gazes of these grey wolves, at the same time, looked at the chilling cat, looking with killing intent. I didn't expect to come across this situation as soon as I arrived, but through this summoning, I discovered a new way to enhance my soul. Li Xian secretly muttered, now that he had established a contract with Luteon, he could receive very little soul feedback, barely reaching a tenth of Qin Yu's. The key he had a feeling, as if this was the normal soul reflex, from where Qin Yu's extraordinary and specialness was reflected. And the moment he formed a contract with Luteon and was summoned to this world. It was also the moment the summoning spell array went out, Li Xian realized that he had received a lot of soul feedback at this stage, roughly equal to what Qin Yu had fed back. In other words, as long as he kept contracting new Imperial Masters, and then self-destructed after being summoned to cancel out the summoning, he could barely reach Qin Yu's level of feedback. This caused Li Xian to smile and decide to give it a try. It just so happens that I'm going to blow myself up as well, so I'll fight and test my various abilities to see if I can beat the bronze-level Black Wolf King. Li Xian jumped into action and without hesitation incited the wings of the wind to fly, quickly rushing towards the black wolves. "Dangerous, don't go over there!" Lu Tian hurriedly shouted when he saw the scene. He also saw what happened just now and vaguely felt that his summoned beast was not ordinary. But facing thousands of black wolves, facing the bronze-level Wolf King, even if one summoned beast was not ordinary, it was impossible to beat the Wolf King. The safest way was to get together with his companions and try to block the black wolf's attack, stalling for time and waiting for help. But now that the kitten flew out and rushed towards the black wolves, it was no different from looking for death, so Lu Tian hurriedly shouted. Just right then. Right after Lu Tian shouted this, a change of heart has occurred. Chapter 37. What's that? The chilling cat that flew above the black wolf pack suddenly opened its mouth and condensed a large fireball. When this fireball coalesced successfully, it suddenly fell from the sky and blasted at the black wolf pack. Boom! Boom boom boom! Fireball after fireball fell from the sky, all of them bombarding the black wolves, each time blowing up several black wolves. Such a fireball attack immediately caused the ranks of the black wolves to riot, and some of them even began to retreat. Boom boom boom! Several more fireballs were coalesced and molded, blasting into the black wolves and killing several of them. This intensified the retreat of the black wolves, some of which had begun to turn tail and run away. Ow! The majestic wolf whistles resounded once again, resounding through the area. With this wolf whistle, the riotous black wolf pack regained order, and the black wolves that were ready to escape rejoined the group, their eyes bloodshot as they looked at the sky. Whoosh! A wind blade flew up from the black wolves, and the 10 black iron-grade black wolves hidden in the black wolves began to release their wind blade attacks. Such an extremely fast attack was the least easy to dodge, and ordinary summoned beasts could easily die. However, to everyone's surprise, the cat in the sky utilized its wind wings to dodge these wind blades with great ease, and even returned a few fireballs. This now caused the black wolves to fall into a passive state, and for a moment, they didn't know what to do with the chilling cat. However, the Black Wolf King was very smart and didn't hesitate to give the order to continue attacking the village and hunting the villagers. Prepare for battle! The old village chief hurriedly shouted. The series of scene changes just now had surprised the crowd greatly, while also buying them a lot of time. Now, although they still had to face the terrifying number of black wolves and could still be killed, the villagers knew that after the formation was reorganized, they had one more point of hope for survival. However, just as the crowd was rising in hope, the Black Wolf King stepped out from the Black Wolf pack and appeared at the front with 10 black iron-grade black wolves in an attack stance. It's over. The Wolf King is going to strike himself, it's all over. The old village chief's eyes showed despair, and his entire body sat paralyzed on the ground, like a dead man looking at the desperate scene that was about to happen. The surrounding villagers also looked on in despair. Facing the ordinary black wolves, the crowd had already suffered heavy deaths and injuries. If the Black Wolf King personally struck out, the village would be wiped out in a matter of moments. Such a result caused everyone to face despair. Even the tough character of Lu Tian chose to give up. Just right then, just as the villagers were waiting to be exterminated by the Black Wolf King, the change came once again. Cats mewing. A heaven-shattering sound resounded in all directions, and with this sound, a white cat that was like an iron tower descended from the sky and smashed into the Black Wolf pack with a rumble. This terrifying black shadow landed and instantly smashed a large swath of black wolves to death, causing the entire Black Wolf pack to go haywire. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the iron tower-like white cat violently swung its claws and began a frantic attack, and the cold ice was even surfacing under its feet, freezing everything around it. Boom boom boom! Dull sounds rang out frequently, and with this sound, a head of black wolves was slapped out, screaming and wailing in blood. The python-like cat didn't care, and hunted the black wolves like nobody's business, rampaging and exterminating everything in sight. This sudden great reversal, not to mention the villagers of Willow Tree Village, even the Black Wolf King was dumbfounded, like a little cutie. Like looking at that ice-cold cat. How could the Black Wolf King not understand how an ordinary cold cat, which was clearly an ordinary cold cat, had suddenly become so big and scary? The Black Wolf King, whose brain was a bit muddled, shook its head, suspecting that it was hallucinating, but it shook its head still seeing the cat frantically hunting the Black Wolf. This caused the Black Wolf King to become completely enraged, and with a shocking fury, he was prepared to personally come out and exterminate this white cat. Ow! With a majestic wolf whistle, the Black Wolf King, with 10 black iron-ranked subordinates, madly rushed towards the ice-cold cats and launched an attack. With the Black Wolf King joining in, the chilling cat's hunt was instantly hindered, and the two sides engaged in a life-and-death struggle among the wolves. Facing the strong Black Wolf King, facing the bronze-ranked Black Wolf King and the many black iron-ranked black wolves, the ice-cold cat was instantly at a disadvantage. Even after both sides fought for a moment, the ice-cold cat was already bruised and bloody. Such a scene caused the villagers of Willow Tree Village to be very worried, and on the contrary, the Black Wolf King revealed a gloating expression. But just then, a bizarre scene appeared. Only to see a white light emerge around the body of the bruised white cat, and with this light, the white cat's injuries actually healed. Such a scene caused the Black Wolf King to be instantly dumbfounded, staring dumbfounded at the living and breathing ice-cold cat. Meow! Li Xin called out, his dragon might enveloping a large area around him, deterring the black wolves in all directions while relying on his super-fast speed and terrifying size to fight frantically. This was the first time he had liberated his strength and used his talent with abandon. In such a battle, with the help of his many talents, he, who was clearly just an ordinary summoned beast, went 7 in and 7 out to kill the black wolves. This kind of strength caused Li Xian to have a rough assessment of his own strength, and he also looked forward more and more to the combat power he would have after acquiring more talents in the future. Keep killing, kill today, kill today, kill today, then let you savor the art of explosion. Li Xian revealed a smile, his cat's claws flashed quickly, charging across the room and slapping away several black wolves in a row, wreaking havoc amongst the black wolves like a god of war. Willow Village is 3 kilometers away. Lush woods. 5 figures in armor raced furiously towards Willow Village with their respective summoned beasts. These people had a strong aura and seemed to have experienced quite a few battles. As for the armored woman leading the group, her strength had already reached the upper level of the Black Iron rank, and was only a hair's breadth away from the great circle of the Black Iron rank. Captain, we can't go any further. I admit that you're strong, but with just the 5 of us, we can't beat the Black Wolf King. It's a bronze level. The lieutenant followed beside the armored woman, trying to talk her way out of it, worry on his face. I'm the town's guard officer, how could I possibly ignore an attack on the village under my jurisdiction? I have to go save them today. The armored woman's face was resolute, holding her lance as she quickly flashed through the jungle. But the 5 of us only have 4 Black Iron ranks, and Xiaoru isn't even a Black Iron rank, so what are we going to fight the Black Wolf King with? That Black Wolf King had at least 10 Black Iron rank subordinates, and thousands of ordinary Black Wolves, the strongest Black Wolf King himself. With such strength, we're just sending ourselves to death if we go. The vice captain spoke loudly, constantly opening his mouth to persuade. But I'm a guard officer, I have a duty and obligation to protect them. Are you going to let me stand by and watch Willow Village be destroyed? The armored woman questioned with slightly reddened eyes, running wildly at unabated speed. Reinforcements from the city are on their way. They can definitely arrive within half an hour. Captain, you have extraordinary natural talent and unlimited future potential, you can't be buried here. The lieutenant spoke gravely, continuing to persuade the armored woman. Half an hour? Half an hour is enough time for the Black Wolf King to exterminate Willow Tree Village twice, so what's the point of reinforcements coming by then? The armored woman shouted with red eyes. No, it makes sense, I have a way to stall. The lieutenant snapped. You have an idea? What solution? The armored woman froze and said hurriedly. It's simple, I'll go with the 2nd and 3rd to stop the wolves, you and Rue stay behind, just leave the fighting to us men. The vice captain grinned, his vicissitudes of life surprisingly becoming a bit more handsome in the sunlight. That's your solution? The 3 of you going to your deaths? Let me and Rue spend the rest of our lives in self-blame. Do you think I'd agree to that? Do you think Rue will agree? The armored woman smiled, her grip on her lance tightening and her pace forward a few moments faster. Lieutenant, you underestimate me. No matter how much I come from the Yang family, the sons and daughters of the Yang family never fear death. Rue, who was running at the end, endeavored to quicken her pace, panting with exhaustion, but with unusually firm footsteps. When the vice captain heard this, he looked at the armored woman and Rue's expression. He wanted to say something but didn't know how to open his mouth. In the end, he could only let out a sigh and speed up his pace by gripping the battle sword in his hand, ready to be the first to die, even if he had to die. In the depressing atmosphere, several people flew to the edge of the forest and also smelled the strong odor of blood. Out of the forest is Willow Village, everyone! The armored woman let out an explosive cry, her body steeply accelerating as she rushed out of the forest in a single acceleration, looking in the direction of Willow Tree Village. It didn't matter what she saw, her eyes widened abruptly. That. What is that? Chapter 38, Resurrection Again. What is it, Captain? The vice captain inquired suspiciously and followed suit, rushing out of the woods and looking in the direction of Willow Tree Village before he too froze, staring into the distance in disbelief. Only to see that not far away, a figure that resembled an iron tower was ravaging the black wolves, frantically fighting the Wolf King. That huge size, that very rampant figure, made it as dazzling as a god of war. It's huge. Xiaoru finally came out from the woods, and upon seeing that figure, she was immediately shocked with her little mouth slightly open, staring blankly at the figure that frantically fought. Is this the ice-cold cat? How come it's so huge? Xiaoru couldn't help but say. I don't know, but it's so strong that it can wreak havoc among the wolves. The armored heroine solemnly said. Powerful indeed, but it's in a bad way, and its vitality is rapidly depleting. The vice captain spoke up. Are you sure? The armored woman's expression tightened. The depletion of vitality was no small matter, it was about longevity in life. For sure, there's not much blood left in its body, its vitality is at the point of running out of gas, even if it's saved, it won't survive. The vice captain explained seriously. Can't live? But why didn't it back off? With its strength, it could have left. Even if the owner of the contract dies, it can return to the summoned beast world, so why is it still fighting in blood? A few guards who had come to provide support, looking at the figure fighting in blood in the Black Wolf Pack, looking at its crazy death battle with the Black Wolf King, the guards were completely moved. That figure was clearly already bruised and battered, and even though the white healing light kept flashing, it was still powerless. After all, there were too many black wolves, so densely packed that it was frightening to watch. And the pylon-like cat didn't defend at all, just hunted so recklessly and rampaged, which led to the death and injury of the black wolves. Of course, the cat was bruised all over, even one of its eyes was blinded, but it still didn't back down and still fought to the death. Such a tragic scene, such an unbelievable image, caused the armored woman and the others to tremble wildly within their hearts. Although most summoned beasts are very loyal, the stronger and smarter they are, the less loyal they will be instead, but for now. This cat that was treating its own injuries was obviously intelligent and so powerful, but it was fighting so valiantly to buy time for the humans. Such a summoned beast, when it is truly called loyal and righteous, I, Yang Xiaoru, admire it from the bottom of my heart. Xiaoru said in admiration. Let's go, even summoned beasts can be so loyal and righteous, we, as humans, should all the more promote this virtue and not let it chill. The armored woman said, gripping her lance and running quickly, charging straight at the black wolves. The other four didn't hesitate either, and with an unrelenting momentum, they killed the densely packed black wolves. But also at this time, the armored woman and the others had just run out not too far. The frigid cat that was fighting suddenly stopped moving and turned its head to look at them. What's going on? Why isn't it moving? Not good, the Black Wolf King has bitten the cat's throat. The armored woman was alarmed and ran even more quickly and furiously. The remaining four also gritted their teeth and ran wildly, not caring about their own safety in the slightest. That Lu Tian, who stayed in Willow Tree Village and was protected by the people, also cried out and ran forward, but he was blocked by the adults and was not allowed to go to his death. Also at this time, as the crowd looked on, the cat was being torn apart by a large number of black wolves. A bizarre scene appeared. Only to see that the cat's body slowly glowed around it, and this light was like the sun's rays getting brighter and brighter. In the next second, the pylon-like cat suddenly blew itself up. Boom! A heaven-shattering loud sound resounded through the sky, and along with this sound, a terrifying shockwave swept through the 8 directions, sweeping across the entire Black Wolf Pack. The strong shockwave even spread to Willow Tree Village, vibrating many people out. The armored woman and the others who were running were also unable to move forward due to the strong wind, and could only do their best to stabilize their bodies from falling back. Wait until the terrifying shockwave had abated, wait until the light of the explosion had dissipated. The crowd hurriedly looked at the area of the explosion, and as a result, everyone's eyes widened. Only to see that the area where the cat was just now had formed a large crater, and scattered flames were still burning around the crater. A large number of black wolf corpses collapsed around the pit, and it was impossible to count how many had died in a single moment. There were even a few black iron-grade black wolves among these corpses, and even that bronze-grade wolf king was blown away dozens of meters away, covered in wounds. Such a scene, such a picture, startled the crowd as if they were petrified and motionless. Ow! The majestic wolf whistle sounded once again, and the bruised black wolf king slowly stood up, his head bare, obviously burned away by the heat of the explosion. It gave the pit an angry look, then gathered its remaining subordinates and fled away with its injuries, not daring to stay here any longer. The main reason was that he was scared out of his wits by that ordinary ice-cold cat. It was obvious that it was just an ordinary summoned beast, but it actually possessed such a terrifying battle power, it was really chilling. If another summoned beast like this appeared, it would be a nightmare. So the Black Wolf King conceded and fled into the distance with the remnants of his subordinates, vowing never to come here again.
Wait until the Black Wolf King is gone.
LVTian of Willow Tree Village hurriedly ran out, kneeling dumbfounded in front of the concave pit, looking at the empty concave pit.
Thank you for saving me and saving Willow Village. I, Lutian, swear that I will live forever and ever to protect the weak and never give up.
LVTian pointed to the sky and swore. His resolute face was all solemnity and honesty. And with his words, 7-colored light fell from the sky and enveloped around his body. This glow was invisible to others. If Li Xian were to open God's perspective here, he would be able to see that this glow was exactly the same as the one on Qinyu. Only the light around Qinyu's body was very strong, while this person's light was weak. The difference was huge.
Summon the beast world. Li Xian's soul returned and fell into darkness.
At the same time, a mechanical voice rang out at this moment.
Ding! You're dead. Random resurrection in progress. Ding!
Due to unknown effects, you receive a small amount of soul feedback from Lutian's side every day. You can recontract with him or not. A mechanical sound rang out, and with this sound, the darkness in front of Li Xian's eyes gradually appeared bright.
It smells so good. Is this the scent of flowers? It smells so good.
Before Li Xian could fully open his eyes, he first smelled a strong floral fragrance, which was so good that even smelling it made him feel comfortable. With curiosity, Li Xian slowly opened his eyes, and what was imprinted into his eyes was moist soil and a large number of plant roots.
Ha! Am I in a cave underneath some plants?
Li Xian looked up and realized that it was a tiny cave, very small in scale, at most the size of a basketball. The exit from the cave was even smaller, perhaps the size of a mouse, and where it was located, there were many coverings placed, seemingly to hide it. I wonder what creature I'd become this time and what abilities I've gained, so looking forward to it. Li Xian said as he opened the data panel.
Chapter 39 Explosive Grass. Ding! Name, Li Xian. Species, self-healing lizard, common summon animal. Soul, black iron. Royal Master, Qinyu.
Abilities, self-destruct, intermediate healing, intermediate fireball, advanced God's perspective, wings of wind, change, intermediate dragon power, intermediate gigantism, cold freeze, self-heal.
A self-healing lizard?
I can't believe I gained a passive ability. Not bad, not bad. Joy flooded Li Xian's heart. The main passive ability did not need to be controlled or turned on. As long as there was soul power, it would work automatically. Now that he had the ability to heal himself, he would be able to slowly heal himself when he suffered injuries in the future, and although he consumed soul power, Li Xian's soul power was quite strong. This caused Li Xian to smile with joy and had the intention of going back to continue fighting the Black Wolf King. If I had the ability to heal myself earlier, my combat power would have definitely increased again, and I wouldn't have needed to be distracted from casting my healing spells at all. Even if you cast a healing spell, it's a really good passive ability to cast both abilities at the same time and heal injuries quickly. Li Xian secretly muttered, feeling that the self-healing ability was very good, and even felt that raising the self-healing to intermediate level would be even more extraordinary. Let me look at this body's memories first, and see what materials are needed to enhance the self-healing technique. Li Xian began to look into his memories, observing the memories of this body as if he was watching a cartoon. This body also had many memories that were very rich, an old summoning beast that had lived for many years. What a strange environment, this is definitely not the area I used to live in. Li Xian realized through his memories that the surroundings had completely changed. There were no more familiar areas, they all became very strange. The area used to be a plain-like place with occasional small valleys, but now it was very different. The area now belonged to the mountains, and the vast majority of the area was mountainous, and the plants were very lush, so maybe there was a summoned beast hidden somewhere. Ha! The plant that boosts self-healing is called nature flower? Seems like I've heard of it or seen it somewhere. Li Xian was caught up in his memories and had a slight impression of natural flower, but unfortunately, he was somewhat unable to recall it for a while. Wait, I remember, back in the regional chat channel, the illusionary lark who called herself a girl asked if this flower was worth anything. At first, the crowd didn't know what the flower was useful for, so they uniformly replied that it was useless, but now it seems that the things in the summoning beast world might all be useful. Li Xian recalled the information about natural flowers, and even thought of the green needle flower that boosted the wings of the wind as well. The green needle flower could enhance the wings of the wind, which he had previously known through reading a book, and he hadn't bothered to look for the green needle flower at the time. Now it was just a good time to ask together in the chat channel to see if anyone had seen it, so he pulled up the bureau chat channel and prepared to talk. But he soon realized. The number of people in the lower left corner of the chat channel had lowered again, and was now at 90, meaning that another person had died in the intervening time. And the chat channel is having people talking about these things, talking about survivors. Big boys, there are fewer and fewer survivors, so if you have any experience, you must pass on some of it to us. After all, we're all humans reincarnated, so it's okay to help out once in a while. The large horse monkey said. Yeah, I haven't contracted a summoner in so long, it's always too hard to find one. Violent Rabbit sighed. Isn't that right? From what I can guess, there are only a few people who are indentured summoners right now. Like the black-haired dog, the flaming canine, the change beast big guy, the blizzard rat, and I don't know about anything else. The crowd kept talking, anxious about not being able to contract a summoner. It's okay to tell you guys, as long as you all listen to me and flatter whatever I say. The black shaggy dog spoke up and began to strut his stuff in the chat channel, feeling more and more high and mighty as he indentured a prince. Che, what can you do to help them? What else can you do but brag? Blastmouse said with disdain. How am I useless? I'm at the very least stronger than you, and I'm even close to catching up with the flame dog and the change beast. The black-furred dog retorted. That's lucky for you, but with all that, how are you going to help them? Can you be like the change beast big brother and give me science knowledge? Power Tiger couldn't help but dislike a few words as well. That is. When I gave the gentian herb to the change beast big brother, he told me the information to improve my skills, and I got everything I have now, and can you provide that information? The blizzard mouse said disdainfully, obviously somewhat looking down on the black-haired dog. So what? That was the change beast happened to know a little bit of information, that's why he told you, how come he didn't give anyone else a koan? The black-haired dog said indignantly. That's because the others didn't provide treasures. If someone provided soul crystals, the change beast big brother would have surely scoped out the knowledge. The blast mouse continued to tit for tat. I don't believe it anyway, how could he know so much when we all reincarnated together? Even if you know more, it's just a tiny bit more than us, just a tiny bit. The black-haired dog continued to retort with an exasperated attitude. Such an attitude made the blast mouse very angry, but he couldn't say anything to refute it and could only gnash his teeth. Hold on you two, I found a strange plant named explosive grass, is this plant useful? Is there a need for it? Violent Rabbit spoke up, asking in the chat channel. And after he asked this, the pupils of Li Xian, who was observing the chat channel, shrunk violently. How could he not expect to hear the name of explosive grass, knowing that this plant was a good thing that could raise the level of self-detonation? As long as he ate a certain amount of explosive grass, his self-detonation ability would be upgraded to an intermediate level. To know. In his giganticized state, the power of him casting self-destruct would increase drastically. The power of self-detonation was significantly improved over the normal state, and this was also his summary after fighting the Black Wolf. If the self-detonation was raised to an intermediate level, what the power would be, Li Xian wasn't sure anymore. So, he started talking in the chat channel. At this point, the chat channel was falling into a calm, and the crowd fell into silence as Violent Rabbit asked about explosive grass. The main thing is that people don't know that much, after all, they're all alien transients, so how could they possibly know that much? But just then, just when Violent Rabbit couldn't get an answer, a message that appeared in the chat channel. Violent Rabbit, how much explosive grass do you have? If there's enough of it, I can show you how to raise your skill to intermediate level. It can even tell you which area has enough contracted spell formations. Li Xian said indifferently. Really? Violent Rabbit saw that the change beast big brother had spoken, and surprised, he hurriedly asked for an inquiry. Of course, provided that the amount of explosive grass is large enough, if there are only one or two, then forget it. Li Xian said again. Much more, a full 30, big brother, do you feel up to it? Violent Rabbit apprehensively stated the quantity. That's enough, put it in the auction house, and choose to use information for the exchange method. Li Xian replied back and quickly opened the auction house. Chapter 40 Accidentally everyone becomes a little brother. To be honest, Li Xian was still quite happy right now, mainly with these 30 explosive grasses, he would be able to raise his self-detonation to intermediate level. When the time came, in conjunction with the giganticized body's self-detonation, it would create a terrifying explosion and would be one of his killer applications. Thinking of this, Li Xian waited expectantly for the exploding grass to appear. Soon, 30 explosive grasses appeared in the auction house, and Li Xian immediately exchanged them with a message. Ding! The transaction is successful, you have obtained 30 explosive grasses. Ding! Explosive grass has been placed in the staging box and can be parked for 3 days for free. Take it out. Without hesitation, Li Xian chose to take it out and wolfed it down and began to devour it. In an instant, warm heat flowed through his body, and Li Xian felt that his entire body and mind were filled with warmth, as if he was soaking in a hot spring. In almost a moment's time, 30 explosive grasses were eaten by him, and the feeling of metamorphosis appeared once again. Ding! Self-detonation ability upgraded to intermediate level. It's finally reached the intermediate level. Great, I'm really looking forward to its power. Li Xian jumped at the chance to experiment with the combat power, but there was no rush. Continuing to search for materials and raising the skill level was the focus. So he opened the chat channel again expectantly, and then he saw Violent Rabbit's words. Haha, I finally know how to improve my skills, I finally know where to summon more spells, thank you Change Beast Big Brother, thank you so much. Violent Rabbit said in surprise and started thanking in the chat channel. The people who had been paying attention to the chat channel saw this scene and instantly understood that Violent Rabbit had succeeded in the deal, and everyone was a bit envious. The main thing is that fake intel can't be traded. As long as the trade is successful, that means the information is correct and true. This also signaled that the Violent Rabbit would soon be able to raise its skills to intermediate level, or even contract to the Imperial Master, so the crowd was very envious. Change Beast Big Brother, do you accept a little brother? I'm a big horse monkey, my strength is similar to that of a Violent Rabbit, do you accept? Beast of Change Big Brother, I'm a ground-walking beast, I can walk in the earth. Big brother, what needs do you have? Just tell me, if I know I will definitely tell you, I hope you can exchange information with you. Change Beast Big Brother, I'm Illusion Lark, I'm a girl, Big Brother can you take me, please, whatever you want oh. The illusory lark spoke, prayerfully opening his mouth in the chat channel. Oh? Are you sure? Rarely, the Change Beast Big Man even talked back. You know, in the past, when others were talking, the Change Beast Big Brother didn't even bother with the crowd. The sudden shift now caused the crowd to be a bit bewildered, and that Illusion 100 Spirit Bird even froze. I'm sorry, I'm just saying, even though I became a summoned beast, I still don't want to sell my body. The illusionary lark shook his head and sighed in disappointment. She felt that she had misjudged the Change Beast Big Brother. She used to think that the Change Beast Big Brother was quite nice, but now she seemed to be a pervert. So, the illusionary lark was not speaking, and returned to silence. Sell your body? What are you rambling on about? I'm just exchanging your natural flowers. Li Xian said breathlessly. Huh? Natural flowers? The Illusion 100 Spirit Bird froze when it heard this and realized that it had misunderstood, and immediately said in embarrassment. Right. I'm sorry, big guy, I misunderstood you. It's okay, how many natural flowers do you have now? Are there 50? Li Xian inquired expectantly. Skills and skill advancement required different materials and the amount consumed when advancing was also different, so Li Xian wanted to spend more naturally. There are over 100 of them, I'll give them all to you. The illusionary lark bird hurriedly said. It doesn't need to be that many, giving me 60 is enough. Li Xian estimated the quantity and directly said. Okay, big brother, wait a moment, I'll put it into the auction house. The illusionary lark expectantly placed the 60 nature flowers into the auction house and fell into waiting apprehensively. Soon, a message came from the auction house. Ding! Your transaction was successful and you receive a skill advancement message. Ding! The plant you need for your illusionist advancement is the illusory phantom herb. Here is a picture of the illusory phantom herb. This is the illusory phantom grass? Wait, I've seen this plant before. When the illusion lark saw the plants in the picture, her large eyes rounded and she hastily stirred her wings and headed towards the swampy area. In just 5 minutes, she arrived at the swamp area and saw the beautiful phantom grasses. In the past, when I saw that there were many monsters in the swamp, I didn't dare to approach this place. I didn't expect to miss my chance instead, but luckily there was a Change Beast Big Brother. The illusory 100 Spirit Bird hurriedly dropped into the swamp, carefully picking up a beautiful root of illusory phantom grass and carrying it far away into the food. She saw a lot of monsters during this time, especially where the swamp bubbled up and hid ferocious swamp crocodiles that were very scary. Luckily, she had illusion magic that could briefly confuse the surrounding creatures, and after taking the opportunity to take the illusory phantom grass, she hurriedly fed. Shortly afterward, the Illusion 100 birds finally succeeded in advancing and happily opened the Bureau Chat channel. At this point, Everyone waited for the illusion paragon to speak. After all, she had traded with the beast of change, and the crowd was curious to know if the trade had gone through. If the trade goes through, it proves that the change beast big guy is a knowledgeable person, and we can all ask for help in the future, trading goodies for news. So everyone waited expectantly, but left and right the illusionary lark just didn't come out to talk. Just as the crowd waited impatiently, a message finally appeared, and it was the happy voice of the illusionary lark. Ha, my skill has finally reached the intermediate level. The skill has become so strong that it can continuously form a distorted illusion around my body. From now on, I will never worry about being killed again. Thank you, Change Beast Big Brother. In the future, if you need me, just say so. I will definitely do my best. When the crowd heard this, they were envious and completely understood the extraordinary nature of the Change Beast Big Brother. Everyone immediately scrambled to speak and began to flatter and flatter. Is there anything else you need, Beast of Change Big Guy? I have the ability to see far and search quickly. I'm very familiar with this area, and have seen all kinds of beautiful plants, so if the big man needs anything, just ask. And me, big man take me, I can be your little brother. Bustling messages crossed the channel, one right after the other, and the whole channel was in disarray, completely bristling. Well, I do need something. Li Xian said something in the chat channel, and instantly everyone went quiet. Li Xian pondered slightly and decided to look for more plants. After all, he could refine pills in the future and be able to make a profit by selling them. This time, it was just the right time to release all the various treasured plants that had been learned, all in a quest-seeking manner, to gain benefits. Of course, the green needle flower for enhancing the wings of the wind was also a necessity and definitely had to be searched for as well, and Li Xian also released them all in the form of quests. Do it all. Li Xian closed the chat channel and continued to browse up the memories of this body, preparing to blow himself up and acquire new abilities once he finished browsing. However, with the release of his quest, the entire chat channel went haywire. The crowd was all shocked as they looked at the number of mission requirements. My god, the big man needs so many things. What is all this? I've never even heard of it. Yeah, the big guy knows so many plants. I'm dazzled to see that I don't recognize anything. Chapter 41, Red Panda. I seem to have seen this blue tree leaf before. I'll go check it out and confirm it. If it's the same, then I'll be able to complete the mission. That good? I'll hurry up and look for it as well, and try to complete the quest that Big Brother posted. With Li Xian's release of the quest, the entire regional chat channel exploded and everyone got busy. This was because they clearly knew that as long as they found these things, they would be able to exchange the information of the Change Beast Big Brother, and they would be able to increase their strength. So everyone didn't dare to slack off, wanting to complete the task earlier and get the rewards first. And as a result, the comments section fell silent once again as everyone went about their business. Only the black-haired dog stared blankly at the chat channel, gritting his teeth and cursing in his heart. He felt that he surpassed others because he had contracted the prince, but every time he came out to pretend, he bumped into dust and encountered change beasts every time. The key change beast spoke very little and pressed on, not even trying to gas the black-haired dog, not taking the black-haired dog seriously. This depressed the black-haired dog even more, causing him to have a suffocating feeling of wanting to hit the wall. I'll get stronger, I'll make sure to reach the black iron rank as soon as possible, and I'll also upgrade my skills to advanced, and I'm sure I'll be able to reach that. Because the entire kingdom helped me look for the materials, these days of searching, I've already found 5 of them. As long as I find 20 more, I'll be able to raise my skills to advanced. The black-haired dog instantly looked forward to the thought of being the first to raise his skills to advanced level, and to the thought of his strength reaching the black iron rank. Just wait, I'll definitely become the strongest, and when I do, I'll let you all feel the power of advanced skills. The black-haired dog was secretly furious, and was tempted to talk about it in the regional chat channel. But considering that he hadn't advanced yet, the black-haired dog ultimately didn't dare to say it in the chat channel, and could only gnash his teeth and ramble on. While he was rambling. On the other side, Li Xian had also finished browsing through his memories and was ready to blow himself up. The exhaustion of my soul isn't particularly strong right now, so it's entirely possible for me to gain 1 or 2 more abilities, and then I'll go to the world where Chinyu is and play for 2 months before coming back. 2 months' time, the feedback soul power from Chinyu was enough for my soul to recover. Well, that's it, start. Boom! Loud booms roared, the earth shook, a terrifying big explosion swept in all directions, and large swaths of vegetation were blown away in the intense flames. Such a horrifying explosion, accompanied by a large red ball of fire tumbling around, instantly frightened the creatures in all directions into rushing to flee, looking at the area of the explosion with horrified gazes. Holy, that scared me to death. I was eating fruit in a tree just now and suddenly there was a big explosion. The scale of that was horrible. In the regional chat channel, someone named Fruitbird spoke up, clearly intimidated. Big Bang? What Big Bang? Why is there a Big Bang here? Violent Rabbit was puzzled. I don't know why, but it's really scary, that big fireball. It feels like even Black Iron summoning beasts can't carry it, it's too scary. Fruitbird once again said. That strong? What is that place? Tell everyone the location so that they can also be careful not to go near there is a forbidden place. Okay, this is the mountains, it's... As the Fruitbird explains, Li Xian reverts to darkness and falls into a bizarre death. Ding! You're dead. Random resurrection in progress. With the sound of machinery, Li Xian's world regained its light. I'm so hungry, I want to eat. Li Xian muttered, only after saying this, his entire body froze. Because he actually spoke. I can actually talk? What kind of creature is it this time? I can't believe I can talk. Li Xian was a bit surprised and hurriedly lowered his head to check his body, and soon the small gray paw presented itself. Small paws? Doesn't seem to be a cat, it's a circle bigger than a cat's paw. Li Xian scrutinized himself and soon saw a furry body, a soft little belly, and a long tail. Such a scene caused Li Xian to speculate a bit and couldn't help but say, it seems a bit like a little panda? After Li Xian finished speaking, he immediately opened the data panel to check his situation. Ding! Name, Li Xian. Type Red Panda, Common Summon Animal. Soul, Black Iron. Royal Master, Qin Yu. Abilities, Intermediate Self-Explosion, Intermediate Healing Spell, Intermediate Fireball, Advanced God's Perspective, Wings of Wind, Change, Intermediate Dragon Power, Intermediate Gigantism, Cold Freezing, Intermediate Self-Healing, Simulated Communication. Sure enough, it's a little panda. Is the natural ability to simulate communication? No wonder it can talk, so it can also simulate communication. Li Xian opened his mouth to speak, clearly hearing his own voice. Once he became a summoned beast, he was able to make animal sounds, but speaking was already a luxury for him. But who would have thought that there would be a day of darkness when he would speak again? Or my old voice. Li Xian simulated his previous voice, the slightly magnetic husky voice that made Li Xian feel comfortable. In his previous life, he was most proud of his voice, and when he was on the phone with people, he often got compliments on how good his voice was. Now that he could hear the voice again, he not only missed it a little. Don't think about that much, first observe the memories of the little panda. Each of these summoned beasts' memories are valuable and have opened my eyes. Li Xian said expectantly, quickly flipping through the little panda's memories. The fact that he now had such a bountiful amount of knowledge was inseparable from these memories, and it was because of browsing through the many memories that he knew so much. And that includes combat techniques for various creatures, survival techniques, wilderness survival techniques and more. The addition of these things made him more and more fit to fight and survive. Wait, I see another valuable memory. It's actually the memory of boosting the ability of giganticization. Li Xian stood up in surprise and was very happy even though his stomach was rumbling with hunger. The ability, giganticization, was previously acquired from giant deer. This kind of deer will immediately perform giganticization when it encounters danger, gaining a terrifying increase in combat power and scaring away enemies. Even if the enemy refused to leave, the giant deer could rely on its terrifying size to escape and leave, or even kill the other party in return, which could be said to be quite a good ability. The reason why the red panda has the relevant memories is that it is good friends with a giant deer and has been taken care of by the giant deer, which has allowed it to live for so long. The key: the giant deer's skill had reached an advanced level, and its body after the change was so huge that its combat power was exceptionally terrifying. And the giant deer's skills are upgraded a little bit. The little panda has seen this upgrading process and clearly understands it all. But that giant deer died 10 days ago, and the little panda was so upset that he chose to commit suicide by hunger strike in his cave, which kind of made Li Xian whole. Chapter 42, Turning into something else to scare people. Giant deer are promoted from intermediate to advanced. The plant needed is called a small mountain flower. The flower looks like a small mountain. It's very easy to find, and the location isn't far, it's just over 2 mountains. Li Xian was very happy. As long as he could find the little mountain flower, he would be able to raise his giganticization ability to advanced. By then, his body would be as large as a small mountain as long as he used his skills. Such a size was enough to scare off most creatures, even ferocious ones would be scared out of their wits. Let's find something to eat and replenish our strength, and then we'll set out immediately to look for little mountain flower. After Li Xian finished speaking, he took a step and dragged his weak body slowly forward, preparing to pick some fruits to fill his stomach first. This little panda long not eat, has long been hungry skin and bones. Li Xian are worried that the body cannot hold out for long. Luckily there is self-healing, it feels like the body is healing itself, it's just so hungry. Li Xian touched his stomach and felt that his stomach was flat, the point was that his whole body was weak, like he had run 10 marathons. Let's go eat some wild fruits first and fill our bellies. Li Xian opened God's perspective to scan the 4 directions and soon saw the wild fruit forest in the southeast direction. There are a lot of fruits in the wild fruit forest, one of them is very much like an apple, but it is not an apple wild fruit. The little panda has eaten it here before, and it tastes a little astringent, and tastes completely different from an apple. Li Xian didn't care about this, being able to fill his stomach was the point, so he incited his wind wings and flew over quickly. These monkeys are so good at eating, they're quickly eating up the forest of wild fruits that used to be the food of red pandas. Li Xian looked at the wild fruit forest where those monkeys were jumping up and down and picking wild fruits everywhere. Looking at the forest where only a few trees had fruits, he shook his head helplessly. Luckily, there was a large, lush wild fruit tree that was densely covered with wild fruits, just in time to go over and get a full meal. But there was a monkey sitting quietly above it, looking down on everything like a king. The monkey was very strong, twice as big as the other monkeys, with a stout and imposing figure, as if it was the leader of the monkeys or something like that. However, Li Xian just casually swept a glance and flew straight over. Squeak! Strange monkey calls suddenly rang out, coming from the large trees around them. Those monkeys that were originally laughing and joking saw this scene and immediately watched with full attention, in a posture of watching a good show. And the leader of the monkeys in the big wild fruit tree stood up at that moment. It twisted its head twice, making a dull sound of cackling, followed by a clenched fist with its whole body tensed in a poised stance. Ho 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 ho! The monkeys in the distance immediately came alive at the sight, raising their hands above their heads and clapping their hands as if in admiration. Just right then, the terrifying dragon might appeared abruptly, sweeping through the 8 directions in a swift manner. Boo! The leader of the monkeys on the large wild fruit tree directly fell from the tree, looking at Li Xian in horror, trembling and constantly retreating. The surrounding monkeys who were watching the show also panicked and scurried to a more distant tree in fear, looking at Li Xian vigilantly, obviously frightened by the dragon's might. Li Xian ignored them and flew to the tree, picking up the fruit on the tree and eating it. Click, click, click. A crisp sound rang out as Li Xian bit into the sour and sweet wild fruit, slowly chewing and savoring its deliciousness. The fruit wasn't as delicious as an apple, but for Li Xian at the moment, it was a rare delicacy. After all, his body was so weak that any fruit he could eat would be good for him. Clacking, clicking and giggling. Rapid eating began. Li Xian directly transformed into an eater and started the eating mode, frantically eating the wild fruits on the tree, eating away more than half of the large wild fruit tree. The monkey leader who watched this scene from afar, anxiously scratched his ears and wanted to come over to drive Li Xian away. But the dragon's power was so terrifying that the monkey chief, after summoning up courage several times, didn't dare to go over, and could only curl up in the corner and watch, silently weeping. 10 minutes later. LOL. Li Xian, who had eaten and drunk enough, swept his eyes at the monkey leader and lazily ignored this waste, directly inciting the wings of the wind to fly off into the distance. He was going to search for the little mountain flower and improve his strength. Only just as he flew into the air, a vulture descended from the sky and flew towards him. Seek death. Li Xian's mouth opened and the intermediate level fireball steeply coalesced and appeared, releasing it with a bang. Boom! The flames burned and enveloped the entire body of the vulture, burning it to death in terror and despair. Below. The monkey leader originally looked at Li Xian's departure in defiance, wanting to find an opportunity to sneak attack Li Xian later. But looking at the vulture that was instantly killed in seconds, the monkey leader froze and his expression became very grave. Because of the strength of that huge vulture, which was powerful among the summoned beasts, although the monkey chief was sure to defeat the vulture, it was hard to kill it. However, I didn't expect that this little panda that suddenly appeared had killed the vulture in seconds, which was a bit scary. But the monkey leader was not convinced and still wanted to find an opportunity to sneak attack Li Xian in the future. After all, it was the monkey leader and its strength was not much closer to the black iron level. It felt like it would be able to sneak up on the little panda in a few more months after its strength reached the black iron level. Whoa whoa whoa! An unpleasant hoarse sound came from the sky, and a huge vulture emitting an evil aura descended from the sky, killing the little panda with a monstrous might. The monkey leader was originally being unconvinced by Li Xian, but after seeing this huge vulture, the monkey leader's pupils shrank and his eyes widened in horror. This was because the aura emitted by that huge vulture had already reached the strength of the Black Iron upper rank, and was only one step away from the Black Iron Great Circle. Such a summoned beast, for this area definitely belongs to the level of regional powerhouses, the vast majority of summoned beasts would not dare to provoke. So the monkey chieftain took 2 steps back and looked at the huge vulture with a grave expression, watching the rapid flight towards the little panda. Squeak! A monkey ran up to the chief and gestured with both hands, and made a neck-wiping gesture, as if to say that the little panda was dead. The monkey leader nodded in recognition, because this was the truth. Facing a Black Iron ranked upper-level summoning beast, a small panda was just sending it to death. So the monkey chieftain waited quietly, looking up at the sky with his many monkeys, waiting for the scene of the huge vultures tearing apart the little pandas. Rumble! A huge roar resounded through the area, and thick waves of dusty air swept in all directions. A tower-like terrifying figure appeared steeply, wielding a small panda claw and ruthlessly slapping down from the sky. The huge vulture that had just rushed down from the sky and hadn't had time to attack yet, directly the little panda claws pressed from the sky onto the earth and directly pressed to death. This vulture is so poor, he doesn't even have a beast core. Li Xian lifted his little panda paw breathlessly and twisted his head to look at the monkey leader, then shook his head twice and made a cackling sound. The figure that resembled an iron tower just looked down at the monkey leader, scaring him so much that the monkey leader directly pissed himself, kneeling on the ground and hurriedly kowtowing. Chapter 43, Evil Energy Doll. Waste. Li Xian cursed as his terrifying figure moved steeply, bang 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 crashing through the large trees along the way, heading towards the large mountain in the distance. He took every step, and in a few steps he walked out a short distance, edging into the distance. Wild Fruit Grove. The monkey leader and its subordinates, stagnant, watched the terrifying figure go away, as motionless as if petrified. It took a good half a second for them to recover, and then the monkey leader scurried back to the corner, choosing to turtle. It couldn't be helped, it was too scary. That vulture was a powerful summoning beast at the upper level of the Black Iron grade, and it was killed in seconds. This little panda unexpectedly turned into a huge monster, the big claws that fell from the sky, even the surrounding earth slapped violently still. Such a gap in strength, such a terrifying figure, it was frightening to think about. So the monkey leader completely wimped out and hid in the corner, never daring to think about revenge again. The other side. The reincarnated summoned beasts were all running around diligently to find what they needed for the quest that Li Xian had posted. One of the summoned beasts, called a stepping goat, was walking through the woods, scrutinizing the leaves on the large trees. He had been in this area before, and seemed to have seen blue tree leaves, guessing that this kind of blue tree leaves might be something needed by the change beast. So he searched hard, while relying on his sensitive ears to listen carefully to his surroundings and watch out for sneak attacks. Found it! The stepping goat ran quickly to a large tree and looked at the blue leaves on it, hastily comparing them to what was needed for the quest. It's exactly the same, haha, I finally found it, I can advance my skills too, I can finally become stronger, haha. The stepping sheep is joyful and quickly jumps through the branches to the big tree, picks the blue leaves above and puts them in the auction house. Because he was the only one who had found the blue leaves and possessed a lot of them, but he deliberately said that he had only very few, and greedily exchanged them for more information through this method. 10 minutes later. After making 3 transactions with the change beast big man, the treading goat nodded in satisfaction, feeling like he had made a fortune. This time, not only did he get the information to improve his skills from the beast of change, but he also knew where there were more summoning spells, and in addition, he pitched him a magic crystal. Satisfied, the stepping goat took out the magic crystal, feeling in a very pleasant mood, a pile of blue tree leaves in exchange for so many important things, he felt it was worth it. If the beast of change knew that I still had so many blue tree leaves, it would probably be furious, ha. The stepping goat looked at the massive leaves on the large tree, feeling smug and gloating. Pust. A sharp root splinter pierced through his neck and his eyes widened in pain. Chug, chug, chug. The stepping goat looked to the location of the root thorns and saw 2 large, blackened-headed dolls burrowing out of the earth, exuding an evil aura. Chug, chug, chug. The stepping goat tried to say something, but his throat was pierced, and all he could do was gulp and gulp before collapsing to the ground, his breath gone. Grunt, grunt, grunt. The root thorns kept absorbing something, and soon the stepping sheep turned into a dry corpse. Well. Memory retained intact? One of the male big-headed dolls said morosely. It's complete, there are 89 other human transmutants in this area, just clear them out and we'll earn honor points. The other female daimon nodded. Humans are so good at killing, they don't even know soul perception, they can't tell who is a transmuter, ridiculous race. The male big-headed doll taunted. Yeah, the humans are easy to deal with, but the spirit reincarnates are a bit more troublesome. Those guys have fast strength gains and special abilities, they're tough to deal with. It doesn't matter, this time the captain himself will definitely be able to find that spirit race transmuter and exterminate her. The male big-headed doll proudly said. Indeed, in a short period of time, the captain reached the black iron upper rank from an ordinary summoning beast. That's too fast, and it's a flying type of great vulture, too strong. Nonsense, can the captain be the same? It fought in numerous battles before it was reincarnated, and if it hadn't been forced to be reincarnated into this world, the captain would have definitely been promoted. Too bad there's no chance of ever going back. Yes, we're lucky to be alive, many races have been exterminated, speaking of which, the human race is really lucky. Lucky indeed that they don't even know anything, their guardian died quite unjustly. That human guardian was admirable, sending humans into this world at the cost of his own fall, leaving behind a fire that would be hard to come by in our clan. Indeed, it's a shame no one remembers him, these humans don't even know what happened. There will always be someone who remembers that the guardian, floating life, a godlike woman, guarded the human race for many years with the power of one man. Back then, with her around, people weren't good at messing with the human race, but now that she's dead, the human race is just livestock to be slaughtered by us. The male big-headed doll sneered, his evil aura swirling dramatically. Click. The sound of breaking came as a round, pearl-like object fell to the ground and shattered into powder. Team. The captain is dead? The soul bead is shattered. He's actually dead, the black iron rank upper level captain is dead? The female big-headed doll was horrified. Impossible. Never. The captain has the ability to heal quickly and move through space. As long as he doesn't get killed in seconds, he definitely won't die. The male big-headed doll shook his head in disbelief. But he's really dead, the captain's soul pearl is shattered like this, and you still don't believe it? The female big-headed doll said angrily. No. Why is this happening? This is clearly the fringe area of the summoned beast world, the safest area that. As long as the captain doesn't mess with that fire peacock, he'll be absolutely fine, but why did he die? And who could have killed him? And it's likely that he was killed in a single strike. The male macropod's voice trembled a little, clearly unwilling to accept such a fact. Let's go see what's going on and make sure we find out who really killed the captain. Okay, go. The two big-headed dolls, which emitted an evil aura, ran quickly and arrived at the wild fruit forest in the shortest possible time through the localization of their soul beads. But, looking at the puddle of rotten corpses on the ground, the two big-headed dolls were dumbfounded, especially the horrible footprints on the surrounding ground, which was a bit appalling. There are monkeys over there, capture them and bring their memories back to life, I want to see what's going on. Yes. Whoosh. Soon a monkey was grabbed, and the female big-head doll used her finger directly, pointing at that monkey's head. Shasta. An image appeared in mid-air, and the figure of a small panda appeared. Is this an indigenous summoning beast? I can't see any traces of a transmuter in its body, so it should be an indigenous summoning beast of this world. Indeed, there are no traces of the transmogrifier. Did it kill the captain? It can't be, it's just a simulated baby panda that can simulate speech. The male macropod was a bit skeptical, frowning as he stared at the image in mid-air. However, in the next second, the scene of a terrifying figure suddenly appearing in the image and destroying the vulture with a single strike completely stunned the two. Holy, what kind of monster is this? It actually really secured the captain in one move, it's too terrifying. Chapter 44 Honor Point Function appears. No. I don't know, but it's really strong. The captain is a black iron superior summoning beast, only a hair's breadth away from the great perfection. Such a powerful captain could be killed in seconds, that little panda is simply a monster. Monsters indeed, to be able to become that huge and still be the indigenous summoned beasts of this world, what horrible guys. What now? With the captain dead, do we continue the mission? Wait for now, pass the news up and see what the upper level arranges. In any case, we must be careful of this little panda, it's too dangerous. Okay, let's hurry up and leave, I always feel that it's not safe here, I'm afraid that little panda will suddenly come out. Go go go. The two evil energy dolls glanced around in panic and left in a hurry, no longer daring to stay too long in this area for fear of being slapped to death. The other side. Green and lush above the majestic mountains. Li Xianri shrunk into a small panda and incited the wings of the wind, huffing and puffing as he landed on the top of the mountain and stood on the cliff overlooking the earth and the living beings. Looking at the lush green plants under the mountain, watching the various kinds of living creatures foraging around, and listening to the pleasant sounds of birds, Li Xian's heart was calm. What a beautiful world, but I'm curious, why did I get honor points after killing that big vulture? Li Xian was puzzled and slowly pulled up the data panel to check. Ding! Name, Li Xian, 200 honor points. Type red panda, common summon animal. Soul, black iron. Royal Master, Qin Yu. Abilities, intermediate self-explosion, intermediate healing spell, intermediate fireball, advanced god's perspective, wings of wind, change, intermediate dragon power, intermediate gigantism, cold freezing, intermediate self-healing, simulated communication. Looking at the 200 points of honor next to his name, Li Xian frowned, wondering why this was, while also wondering why the large vulture from earlier did not have a beast core. I've killed a lot of enemies, and I've learned a lot of information from the memories of summoned beasts. Normally there will be a beast core, unless that summoned beast is too weak and there is a possibility that there is no beast core. But the aura emanating from that big vulture is evil, it doesn't feel that weak, does it? Could it be that the big vulture is not useful? Li Xian thought about it and felt that it was indeed the case, a summoned beast that could be slapped to death with a slap was probably not going to be strong enough. That was why Li Xian was not thinking about the great vulture, but instead pondering about the situation with the honor points. What do honor points do? I didn't see it in the survival guide before, strange. Puzzled, Li Xian opened the survival guide and flipped through it for half a day, and even after flipping to the last page, he did not see any relevant information. Ha! The auction house actually has information. Li Xian looked through it and found that honor points could actually be used as currency to directly purchase things. Something that someone else is auctioning off can be purchased with honor points, isn't that money? Li Xian's eyes flashed, feeling like he had discovered a new continent. If it could really replace money, then he could earn more honor points and buy whatever he wanted then. After all, the auction house is going to get more and more stuff as time goes on, and people are sure to place a lot of stuff as they grow up. Like right now. That black shaggy dog indentured by the prince put a lot of stuff in the auction house. Things like food, clothing, weapons, tailored armor, and many, many trinkets, including a soul crystal. Yes, it was the soul crystal that Li Xian valued the most. However, this black-haired dog was infuriating, deliberately setting the soul crystal at a sky-high price, requiring 100 bronze summoned beasts to redeem it. It's obvious that they don't want to sell anything, they just put it in the auction house on purpose to show off. Although Li Xian was greedy, he would not be the wrongdoer. But now, Li Xian found that below this soul crystal, a second exchange program was displayed, and that was the fair price given by the auction house. Can I buy it for 100 honor points? What a heavenly help! Li Xian was overjoyed and chose to buy that soul crystal without hesitation. Ding! Purchase successful, the soul crystal has been placed in the staging box, please collect it within 3 days. A mechanical voice rang out, and a soul crystal soon appeared in the staging box, emitting a mysterious glow. Ha! Doesn't it consume 100 honor points? How come only one was consumed? Li Xian was bewildered, not understanding why only one was consumed, and his brows furrowed. It was also at this time that the mechanical beep sounded once again, resounding throughout the human race. Unknown island worlds. Somewhere above a small island. Walking back to his room tiredly with his crown, the prince lay down on his bed and looked to his summoned beast, the black-furred dog, at his side. Black hairy dog, did you absorb that soul crystal? You need to advance quickly. The Cow Island Kingdom is getting more and more arrogant. War won't be far away. You must reach the black iron rank as soon as possible, or else you won't be able to protect my well-being, and when the time comes, the swords on the battlefield will be blind, and will probably die. The prince spoke wearily, pale but more than satisfied with the clever black-haired dog. For this reason, he mobilized his subordinates and searched for a long time to finally get a soul crystal, in order to let the black-haired dog advance. Woof woof woof! The black-haired dog barked twice in triumph, indicating that he was slowly absorbing it. It hadn't actually absorbed it, it had just been placed in the auction house to show off, and now that he heard that there was going to be a war, he decided to find a chance to absorb it tonight. As for whether putting it in the auction house would be bought by someone, he didn't care at all, 100 bronze summoners to redeem it, who would be stupid enough to buy it? So the black-haired dog wasn't worried in the slightest, and was even a little smug, feeling that he was using the auction house as a warehouse. But just then, just as the black-haired dog was getting carried away, a voice that only human transmigrators could hear suddenly rang out. Ding! Human transmogrifier, change beast, the first to acquire and trade honor points. The honor point function is on. Ding! Due to the Beast of Change opening this function early, reward, tax-free privilege. In the future, purchases at the auction house will be tax-free, while the rest of you will be charged 10% tax. Ding! Because the Beast of Change discovered Black Hair Dog using the auction house loophole, the Beast of Change is rewarded with 5,000 honor points. This transaction consumed a total of 100 honor points, which was forcibly reduced to 1 honor point as a punishment for the black-haired dog. A mechanical voice that resounded through the summoned beasts of the human transmutation was heard across the globe. Such a sound also caused the chat channels in each area to explode, with people discussing with each other in surprise, asking who the change beast was and why it was so powerful. The chat channel in Li Xian's area, naturally, was buzzing with activity, and people were starting to bubble up and scramble for flattery. Misty Grass, the change beast Big Brother is too powerful, isn't he, to have opened a new feature? The key is tax-free. In the future the Big Brother transaction tax-free. He can completely use the auction house as a warehouse. Chapter 45 The Spirit Race. Change beast Big Brother, what are honor points? Is it something like prestige? Can you tell me about it? I'm a girl, so I can warm you up. The illusionary lark started teasing again. Ever since she knew that Li Xian wasn't a pervert, she wanted to tease Li Xian. Ha! You guys look at the backstage, the honor point function has opened, everyone look. Blast Mouse found that the new function had opened and immediately clicked in to watch. Honor points, rewarded by hunting hostile races. Honor points can be used to purchase supplies from the auction house. So it's currency, the equivalent of money, something very nice. Yeah, in the future, with honor points everyone will be able to trade frequently without having to be as restrictive as they are now. This is really good stuff. Wait, hunting hostile normal summoned beasts only gives 10 honor points? That's too little, isn't it? 10 points? So little? Then wouldn't the change beast Big Brother have over 5,000 honor points now? Envious, it's practically dirt cheap. The regional chat group was in an uproar. Everyone spoke up enthusiastically. Even the lava dogs didn't hang around and started talking about honor points. Only the black-haired dog didn't speak, staring blankly at the auction house and the place where the soul crystal disappeared. How could he not expect that the soul crystal that he had been showing off had been bought by the change beast? The soul crystal with a key value of 100 honor points was sold for only 1 honor point. What was most insufferable was that the Beast of Change was also rewarded with 5,000 honor points for the deal. Such a great harvest caused the black-haired dog to almost vomit blood in anger, and his eyes were bloodshot. Damn change beast, I'm not done with you, you bastard, I'll kill you, aoa. The black-haired dog exploded with anger and directly shouted within the chat channel, vowing to kill the change beast. Such a scene caused the crowd to freeze, not understanding what the black-haired dog was up to. Black Shaggy Dog bought your soul crystal worth 100 honor points for 1 honor point, and got an additional 5,000 honor point reward. That's cool. Thanks to you being my stepping stone, otherwise I couldn't have been so lucky. Hard work, haha. Li Xian spoke, deliberately speaking in an exasperated tone. Such a scene, such words, angry black hair dog directly vomited blood, vomited all over the prince. Although the crowd didn't know that the black-haired dog had vomited blood, they probably heard what had happened, so everyone looked odd. Serves you right, who let you always show off when you're fine, always comparing yourself to the change beast Big Brother. The Big Brother didn't even pay any attention to you, but you jumped all over the place, and now it's okay, the pit is killing you. The illusionary lark was female, so she had no qualms about cursing and rebuking the black-haired dog on the spot. That's right, usually you show off. Why are you always comparing yourself to Big Brother change beast? Big Brother ignores you and you're still not finished, you really deserve it. Yeah. And that soul crystal, deliberately showing off by hanging it in the auction house, deserves you to be pitted. The crowd in the chat group all began to taunt the black-haired dog, cursing him lopsidedly and gaslighting him. The stimulation of so many words, coupled with the loss of the soul crystal, made it thoroughly difficult for the black-haired dog, and the more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and the more he suffocated. At a later stage, he could not bear this suffocation and directly vomited blood and fainted. What's the matter with you, black shaggy dog? Black shaggy dog, black shaggy dog. Summon the beast world. Li Xian incited the wings of the wind to continue flying, heading towards the large mountains in the distance. Now he could be said to have reaped the rewards, getting a whole bunch of honor points to buy whatever he wanted in the future. Sure. Definitely only buy what he needs, and he can't see the junk. Almost there, over this mountain is the destination, I hope I can advance. Li Xian said expectantly while swallowing that soul crystal. Buzz. A warm current like soaking in a hot spring swept through his body, and Li Xian felt comfortable all over. The original resurrection-induced exhaustion of the soul quickly disappeared, and his body was permeated with vigor. What a good thing, originally I had to rest for a while after being reincarnated at most once more, but now with the soul crystal, I can be resurrected at least twice more. Li Xian's eyes were filled with joy, so happy that he even rolled his head in flight to express his emotions. At that moment, though, he saw a little girl standing in a big tree not far up the hill looking right at him. The little girl was wearing a little white dress, her little face was pink and very cute, and her eyes were soulful. Such a little girl standing on a mountain, and in the world of summoned beasts, was clearly out of place. Li Xian frowned as he looked at the other party, sensing the aura emanating from the other party. It was the strength of a black iron medium summoning beast, which was considered to be a very strong rank in this area. A humanoid summoned beast? Li Xian saw that the little girl's ears were not quite the same as a human's and secretly guessed. He had the intention to go down and take a look, but advancing his strength was the focus. After all, he had already delayed quite a bit of time, so Li Xian had it, intending to touch her again in a while. In the tree below. The little girl who was carved in pink and jade tilted her head to look at the sky, looking at Li Xian who was doing somersaults. A trace of doubt flashed through her beautiful eyes. Strange, aren't red pandas communicating verbally? Why can it fly? And just now it was so joyfully somersaulting, it's really strange. The little girl blinked her big, budding eyes and looked away from the sky, unable to figure out why this was happening. There's no sign of a transmuter, it's not a transmuter from one of the major worlds, so it's a summoned beast from the native world, but why is it flying? The little girl plugged her little mouth, her little head was full of doubts. How could she not figure out why the little panda could fly? Ha! What kind of smell is this? The smell of blood that contains evil energy. The little girl's face changed drastically, and she hurriedly hid behind the big tree, carefully looking at the sky. Her eyes glowed white, her vision greatly enhanced, and then she saw that the little panda's paw carried blood. Blood stains? Stained with blood? The evil energy scent is only possessed by the evil energy clan. Why would this ordinary little panda be stained with this blood? Did it have an encounter with the evil ones? And there was a battle? No. Never. The little girl immediately shook her head, feeling that this was a ridiculous idea. Because the evil energy clan was very powerful and led by a captain, even as a spirit she had to be careful to avoid it. Such a powerful enemy, ordinary summoned beasts definitely couldn't afford to mess with them. Although the little panda was able to fly, if he fought with the evil energy clan, he would definitely die, and it would be impossible for him to retreat all the way. The biggest possibility is that the little panda accidentally stepped on the blood of the evil energy clan, but why would it leave blood behind? Could it be that the evil energy clan fought with a strong person? The little girl thought of the flaming peacock, and her complexion became unusually grave when she thought of the terrifying flames. It's better to be careful, keep hiding here, brother should be arriving here soon. After the little girl finished speaking, her white and fluffy little fingers gently tapped, and soon a chat dialogue box appeared. Brother, when are you coming over? The little girl said softly. It's on its way, about an incense stick of time. A voice came from the chat dialogue box, a teenager's voice. Okay, brother, I'll wait for you then. The little girl said a few more words and then closed the chat dialogue box. But she had just closed the dialogue box when suddenly it popped up again. Smoky Rain, hurry and find a place to hide, quick, quick. The anxious teenager's voice rang out, reaching the little girl's ears. Brother, what's wrong? Did the evil energy clan discover me? The little girl looked around vigilantly and said apprehensively. No, the evil energy clan evacuated there, and shouldn't appear again in the next few days. The teenager's voice said again. Ha? The evil one has evacuated? Why? If they withdrew, then why should I hide? The little girl inquired blankly. Smoke and Rain, do you know why the arrogant evil energy clan suddenly withdrew? The chat channel said again. Chapter 46 Advanced Giganticization. Why? Did they fight the fire peacock? The little girl inquired blankly. The only one in this area that could make the evil energy clan scornful was the fire peacock, so her first thought was of the fire peacock. No, it's not the fire peacock, but another native summoned beast that was able to exterminate the black iron upper level's great vulture in a single move. The gruff voice came again, and the little girl listened with increasing bewilderment. Another summoned beast? There's such a strong summoned beast in District 99? And one that can exterminate a black iron upper? Yes, that's a little panda, it's very powerful, you must be careful to hide when you meet it, otherwise it's over. The chat box rang with a voice again, only it caused the little girl to freeze slightly, and then she jerked her head into the distance. There, a red panda is flying, heading off into the distance. The little girl suddenly thought of the blood on the little panda's paw, her face changed slightly and she looked grave. When you say red panda, is it a creature that looks like a small raccoon? And can fly? Of course, it's just a resemblance, after all, red pandas aren't baby raccoons. Yeah, that's it, wait, how do you know? Did you have an encounter with it? An anxious voice came from the chat box. Yes, it flew right over me just now and definitely saw me, but it didn't bother me and just flew away. The little girl honestly said, a flash of fear flashed in her heart, if that little panda came down, a paw could kill her. It was important to realize that she was only just at the black iron medium level, and was still a long way from the black iron upper level. According to you, the red panda shouldn't be very vicious, so it seems a lot safer, but still, be careful. You hide, I can pick you up and leave later. With the fire peacock in District 99, and this little panda. Such two major summoning beasts are too dangerous, it's better to leave for safety. The chat box voice went on and on, narrating and persuading the little girl. Aha, I know, I'll hide here. The little girl nodded her head obediently, but her big eyes looked into the distance, utilizing her special ability to see far away from the little panda that had left. The other side. Li Xian flew quickly and finally arrived at his destination after a long journey. Looking at the brightly colored small mountain flowers in front of him, Li Xian was thrilled to think that these flowers could enhance the ability of giganticization. Great, finally I can upgrade my skills. Li Xian said in surprise, and without hesitation, he began to devour the small mountain flower, like a devouring beast, windswept and constantly eating. Under the frantic feeding, the data panel, the ability of giganticization, also began to blur and illusory. Seeing this scene, Li Xian's eating became even faster, eating all the small mountain flowers at the scene like a snacker. Feeling the warmth that kept rolling through his inner body, Li Xian looked at the hugizing ability that was crazily still on the data panel and slowly fell into waiting. A little bit of time passed, the warmth had swept through Li Xian's limbs and bones, and the three words of giganticization even suddenly collapsed. The next second, a mechanical beep sounded. Ding! Your intermediate giganticization, upgraded to advanced giganticization. Ding! Name, Li Xian, 5,199 honor points. Type red panda, common summon animal. Soul, black iron. Royal Master, Qin Yu. Abilities, Intermediate Self-Explosion, Intermediate Healing Spell, Intermediate Fireball, Advanced God's Perspective, Wings of Wind, Change, Intermediate Dragon Power, Advanced Gigantism, Cold Freezing, Intermediate Self-Healing, Simulated Communication. Finally upgraded, Advanced Giganticization, I wonder how powerful it is? So looking forward to it. Li Xian was going to experiment with giganticization, and when the experiment was done, he would blow himself up to obtain the new ability, and then he would go find Qin Yu. When the time comes to absorb soul power for a while, you'll be able to return to the summoned beast world again and continue to acquire new abilities. Thinking of this, Li Xian smiled faintly and prepared to blow himself up. But this time, Li Xian's God's Perspective discovered that in the southeast direction, there was a contract summoning spell formation, which made Li Xian's eyes light up. Why don't we make a contract? The moment the contract is established, it can generate a large amount of soul power, so we can harvest a wave of it first, and then blow ourselves up, so we can harvest more as well. After Li Xian finished speaking, he sped off without hesitation, flying towards the contract summoning spell formation. From afar, Li Xian saw many summoned beasts running towards the summoning spell formation, obviously wanting to go in and sign. Dragon Wick! Buzz! The terrifying dragon might swept away, carrying a strong aura that enveloped those summoned beasts around the contract formation. This terrifying aura instantly startled those summoned beasts into running for their lives, no longer daring to go to the contract. Dragon Might is really good, it would be great if it was upgraded to advanced, so I'll pay more attention to that aspect later. Li Xian muttered as he put away his Dragon Might and landed smugly in the spell formation, choosing the contract and fading away. Go back in time a few minutes. The Defense One Otherworld, a small world where the Defense One's rule over the common people, is sparsely populated and has only one nation. The Defense Clan of this world is naturally strong and has a terrifying defense right after birth, and it is difficult to be injured by swords. This also led to the ordinary people of this world being unable to defeat the Defense One clan, and could only live under the brutal rule of the Defense One clan. Even the Defense One clan established a powerful empire, ruling over the commoners with their strong strength, as well as wantonly bullying the commoners and hunting them. It is common to see ordinary people taken, studied to death, and then left in mass graves, where the families are left to despair and look for their family members in the mass graves. It could be said that the ordinary people of this world hated the Defense One clan, but they were powerless to resist and could only live on. The reason why the Defense Clan was so strong was that their ancestors, from the summoned beasts, had acquired a defensive talent. Though it was a talent acquired by mistake and never being able to acquire a new one again, which also led to their low fertility, the Defense Clan still possessed great strength. For this reason, they happily researched summoned beasts, trying to obtain more powerful summoned beast talents, but unfortunately they all failed. Even a lot of experimental material died, and that was the lives of ordinary human beings. This day, after playing with two ordinary little girls to death, the prince of the Defense One clan brought brutality to the palace hall to prepare for the summoning ceremony. Yes, today was the day of the crown prince's contract summoning, and he was expected by the emperor and ministers to summon a powerful black iron-class summoning beast. Go for it, royal brother, as long as you can contract a powerful black iron summoning beast, you'll be able to rule over those pariahs even more securely. There was an obese girl in the crowd bouncing around, those elephant legs shaking the floor. Don't worry, I can definitely contract a black iron summoning beast, and even if I can't, with the power of our clan, we can easily rule those human pigs. The crown prince twisted his round body and opened his mouth arrogantly, directly referring to ordinary people as human pigs. Chapter 47 Angry Li Xian. Imperial brother, although only my clan has mastered the method of summoning beasts, those pariahs have formed a resistance army and are trying to research summoned beasts, trying to rebel against us. None of our summoned beasts are of a high level. Fortunately, we have father's black iron level grand circle summoned beasts. This is how we were able to suppress this country. If you summon another black iron rank summoning beast and raise it to black iron great perfection, you won't have to worry about the pariahs anymore. The fat woman opened her mouth again, her big ass constantly wiggling in a very ugly and disgusting way. Shao Si is right, as my most valued son, I hope you can summon the black iron summoning beasts to suppress the pariah's rebellion. Of course, even if you fail the first time, it doesn't matter, I still have 3 replacement crystals that can help you erase the contract 3 times and re-summon. The emperor on the throne spoke, with a look of confidence and anticipation. Yes. Father, my son will definitely summon a black iron summoning beast or even a bronze summoning beast. The prince spoke confidently, coldness flashing in his triangular eyes, as if he was preparing to ride the black iron summoning beast in the future and hunt down the rebellious civilians. Alright, start summoning. The emperor waved his hand and said, Yes. Father. After bowing, the prince quickly came to the summoning spell, took out a dagger and cut his left hand, dripping blood on top of the spell for summoning. Buzz. The white starburst spell formation lit up and bloomed with colorful light, appearing very bright and dazzling. Looking at such a splendid summoning spell formation, the crowd revealed a look of anticipation. This was because the spell was too bright, completely different from the spells they had before, significantly more radiant. Such a result caused the crowd to hastily stare at the summoning spell, expecting a powerful summoned beast to appear in the spell. Bronze summoner, must come out bronze summoner, I'm the prince, must come out bronze for me, must. The obese prince shouted darkly, his eyes glowing as he looked at the summoning spell, waiting for his summoned beast to appear. It's so bright, it feels like a powerful summoned beast is going to appear. Someone couldn't help but speak up, looking at the crown prince with envious eyes. Such gazes made the prince happier and happier, looking at the summoning spell with more and more anticipation. Buzz. The white light brightened steeply for a moment, then slowly dissipated and disappeared completely. A furry little panda appeared in front of the crowd, looking around adorably, its innocent little eyes looking very cute. None of the people present thought the little panda was cute. Instead, they looked at the little panda with disgust, and some even looked at the crown prince with amusement. Surprisingly, it's a little panda. This summoned beast doesn't know how to fight at all, it only communicates, it's so weak that it can't even beat a slime. Weak indeed, the little panda is called the weakest summoned beast, my farting bird is even stronger than it. Laughing my ass off, the crown prince's elder brother actually summoned a baby panda, it's really laughing my ass off. A few young men with crowns opened their mouths, looking at the little panda and talking. One of them, the stout and obese second prince, even laughed out loud, uttering mocking words to his face. Such words, such arguments. Causing the prince to completely explode, like a maddened bull, he threw out the dagger in his hand. Sure. He did not throw the dagger at the second prince. The second prince was born to the empress and had the support of many forces. Both sides did not see eye to eye, but they could not tear their faces apart yet. So instead of throwing the dagger at the second prince, the crown prince threw the dagger at that trash-summoned beast, the little panda. Whoosh! The speed of the dagger was fast, slicing through like an arrow and striking the earth next to the little panda. Li Xian narrowed his eyes at the crown prince, anger flooding his heart. He had just been summoned himself, and this fat man attacked him with a dagger and an angry look. It seemed to be using him as a punching bag, which caused Li Xian to be displeased, and his eyes narrowed. Damn little panda, how dare you hide? What qualification does a trash-summoned beast have to be my summoned beast? Let's see if I don't kick you to death. The obese prince took 2 quick steps, and his elephant-like thick leg viciously kicked at the little panda without mercy. Whoosh! The little panda dodged it lightning fast, then looked around, scanning everything. Damn it, how dare you hide? I now command you in the name of the summoner to stand your ground. The pact is activated. Buzz! With the obese prince's words, the power of the contract kicked in and began to bind the little panda, binding it to the clearing. Ha, can't move can you, you waste of a summoned beast. Today I'll kick you to death and then recontract a new summoned beast. The obese prince laughed and kicked once more with his elephant legs. Don't blame me for being merciless if you seek death yourself. Li Xian's eyes were translucent with ice coldness as his god's perspective scanned the 8 directions and saw many fat people bullying and beating civilians. Those fat people, like this prince, exuded special aura fluctuations, as if they were born with certain abilities. But it didn't matter, since this fatso was looking for trouble, let's get him killed. That was why Li Xian immediately unleashed giganticization. Boom! A heaven-shaking roar resounded through the clouds as a terrifying figure like a small mountain abruptly appeared in the palace, instantly crushing the grand hall into ruins. That obese prince who had just screamed was directly bounced off by the terrifying figure, continuously rolling out dozens of meters before stopping. Then he looked at the sky, covered in blood, at the horrible monster that looked down on the world. What's that? So scary. No. Don't know, but know that we definitely can't afford to mess with it. The nearby guards stared at the terrifying monster in stupefaction. One by one, their scalps were numb and they were trembling. The wretched prince stood dumbfounded and said apprehensively, Are you the little panda from earlier? My summoned beast? It's your father, die. Rumble. A terrifying large explosion steeply swept through the 8 directions, carrying a terrifying power that swept through everything, instantly leveling the entire palace. Like a fire shield, the terrifying fireball continuously steamed in the palace, shaking the 8 directions. Those royals of the Defense One clan were all blasted to death in this terrifying explosion. Even the summoned beasts of the Black Iron Great Circle were blasted into slag. It's safe to say, not a single Defense One survived this important awakening ceremony. They were all finished. The entire Defense One clan, because of this explosion, died, the vast majority of their elites, leaving only a few small fishes and shrimps, and these people could no longer turn the tide. Because the civilians, who had been oppressed for so long, completely erupted into an uprising, and under the leadership of the resistance army, they exterminated all the Defense One clans. Since then, people no longer had to be oppressed by the Defense One clan, and finally lived a peaceful life. Just for the terrifying beast that appeared in the Imperial Palace at the beginning, and that terrifying big explosion, it made many people in this world revered and honored as a divine beast. Because this giant beast saved the world and all living beings, everyone was grateful to him. For all of this, Li Xian didn't know that at this moment, he had already been reincarnated and become a new summoned beast. Chapter 48, 3 More Gifts. Boo! The ape-like fist struck out fiercely and boomed against the hard rock, which directly shattered under the strong force. Li Xian looked at his fist and nodded in satisfaction. I didn't expect to obtain a monstrous power talent this time, and my power has been greatly improved, so I'm really lucky. Li Xian waved his fists and nodded with satisfaction as he felt the explosive power surging around him. With the monstrous power talent, his combat power would increase once again, not to mention ordinary summoned beasts, even bronze-level summoned beasts would have the power to fight. With so many natural abilities, the current him was simply a monster, frighteningly strong. Next, browse through the memories in hopes of getting more information. Li Xian squatted down and sat on the rock and fell into a daze. His consciousness was like watching a cartoon, constantly viewing the memories of this body. The owner of this body is the monstrous beast, which looks a bit like a gorilla and is very strong. Unfortunately, the monstrous beast was killed when he challenged his kin, and one of his legs was torn off. For an ordinary summoned beast to challenge a black iron medium, I'm afraid there's something wrong with his brain. Li Xian shook his head speechlessly. This body's injuries were very serious. Even if Li Xian utilized self-healing to constantly treat it, it still felt like it was difficult to save it. The main thing was that there was no way to rehabilitate that leg, and while self-healing could cure many injuries, the rebirth of a broken limb couldn't be done for the time being. Unless the self-healing is raised to a higher level, perhaps to the point where a severed limb is reborn. Even at a very high level, if one wanted to heal a leg on its own, I'm afraid that it would consume many soul powers, and it would be somewhat more than worth it. Blow yourself up, you can still be resurrected again anyway, your soul can take it, and you get an ability, the best of both worlds. After Li Xian finished browsing through his memories and confirmed that there was no particularly useful knowledge, he chose to self-destruct without hesitation. Boom! The earth stilled with a huge boom. Although he didn't use giganticization this time, the power of the self-detonation was still a bit scary, shaking the surrounding trees and causing them to fall several times. Of course, all of this was already unknown to Li Xian, and at this moment, he was plunged into darkness again. Ding! You're dead. Random resurrection in progress. With the sound of machinery, the darkness faded into light, and the warmth of the sunlight once again poured down on the body, feeling comfortable. What summoned beast is it this time? It feels physically weird. Li Xian was a bit puzzled and opened the data panel at the first opportunity to check his situation. Ding! Name, Li Xian, 5,199 honor points. Type defense beast ordinary summoned beast. Soul, black iron. Royal Master, Xin Yu. Abilities, Defense, Monstrous Strength, Cold Freeze, Wings of Wind, Change, Intermediate Self-Healing, Intermediate Self-Destruct, Intermediate Healing Spell, Intermediate Fireball, Intermediate Dragon Power, Advanced God's Perspective, Advanced Gigantism, Simulated Communication. A defense beast? The natural ability is defense? Not bad, this ability is quite interesting. Li Xian was satisfied with the defense ability he had just gained. It was quite useful, and when he was upgraded to advanced level in the future, maybe the enemies wouldn't be able to break through his defense. It's so exciting to see what it looks like when you raise your defense to advanced. Li Xian jumped into action and tried to watch the defense beast's memories. Another old summoning beast, what a rich memory, several times more than that of a monstrous beast. Li Xian quickly skimmed through, and he gradually frowned when he reached the back. The ones that killed this defense beast were two big-headed dolls? How is this aura somewhat similar to that big vulture from before? Li Xian got serious, vaguely sensing that something was wrong. The two big-headed dolls and the big vulture both exuded evil, and from memory, the two big-headed dolls could still talk and were highly intelligent. Why are these two big-headed dolls running? It feels like panic. Li Xian was in a quandary, unable to figure out why this was so, and at the same time, he had discovered a lot of geographic information from this current body. This area I'm in now belongs to the area of ordinary summoned beasts. Most of them are not strong, even the black iron level ones are few and far between. The strongest is that fire peacock, its strength is unfathomable, born with some kind of bloodline, it's the lord of Area 99, that is, this area. I didn't realize that the summoned beast world was divided into regions. The direction those two big-headed dolls ran away from was the 98 region. Should we go over and take a look? Li Xian always felt something strange and wanted to figure out what was going on, but after thinking about it, he let it go. Having a strong strength, everything else is trivial. So Li Xian didn't care too much about it. Instead, after browsing through his memories, he pondered whether or not he should go find Xin Yu. Xin Yu didn't summon on me, and I can still be reincarnated once. The exhaustion of my soul isn't as strong. Should I try it? Li Xian was eager to try. His strong talent made him more and more greedy, wanting to be resurrected again to acquire more talent. Then continue. It's best to turn into a cat next time. After all, after the next resurrection, my soul reaches its limit and I have to stay by Xin Yu's side for a long time. Li Xian muttered as he stood up and used self-detonation again. Rumble. With the terrifying explosion, Li Xian was plunged back into darkness. Ding. You're dead. Random resurrection in progress. With the sound of machinery, light appeared before Li Xian's eyes, and a wooden nook was presented in front of him. This is a tree hole? Ha! I can't believe it's actually turning into a cat. Li Xian lifted his small paw and looked at his cat form in surprise, feeling very amazed. He had just casually said that he wanted to turn into a cat before, but he didn't think that it would actually happen now, which was quite surprising. Could it be that my consciousness has some guidance? It can turn me into a cat? And what if I turn into a human? Li Xian's eyes were glowing and he was a bit eager to try, but the exhaustion of his soul was too strong for resurrection anymore. Even if you continue to resurrect it, it would be depressing if it was an ugly one and had no talent. Forget it for now, there will be plenty of opportunities later. Li Xian shook his head and inwardly tried to communicate with Qinyu, as a summoned beast. Because of the contract, there could be some slight hints. Sure enough, as soon as he communicated on this side, the summoning began instantly on that side. Change your form, you're a cat now, but you used to look better as a wind-winged cat. Li Xian said as he unleashed his morphing ability and retransformed into a wind-winged cat. Next. The summoning spell array brightened up and Li Xian disappeared into the summoning spell array. Brother Li Xian, miss you so much, look, I have a gift for you. Oh. Having just been summoned to Qinyu's world, Li Xian was still in the white light when he felt himself being picked up, and a familiar scent lingered at the end of his nose. Without looking, Li Xian knew that the one holding himself was Qinyu, the familiar smell and voice easily recognizable. Chapter 49: The Mysterious Fruit. What gift? Li Xian opened his mouth, directly using his native voice from his previous life, and began to speak. It's this one then, here. Qinyu thought it was a spiritual exchange and immediately took out the small box she had prepared and handed it to Li Xian. What's this? What a strange feeling, why do I feel like what's in the little box is important? Li Xian inexplicably felt something strange. It felt like there was something very important in the small box, which made Li Xian very curious. I felt it was valuable too, so I picked it up, and the other day I was off work on the corner of a street, and I saw that there was a kitten's litter. I thought there were kittens and had compassion, so I walked over to them, but there was nothing in there, just this little box. Qinyu's droll narration recounted the entire process. It was just that while she was talking, Song Xiaomei beside her was looking at Li Xian in disbelief, looking at the talking Li Xian. Seeing that Qinyu did not notice, Song Xiaomei raised her small hand and tugged on Qinyu's coat. Sister Xiaomei, what's wrong? Qinyu twisted her head in confusion and looked at the slender Song Xiaomei. You, didn't you notice? Song Xiaomei hurriedly inquired, her big eyes blinking and blinking. Discover? Discover what? Qinyu was dumbfounded, her little head filled with bewilderment. Talking, your kitten is actually talking. Song Xiaomei hurriedly said. Talk? Qinyu was slightly stunned, then she looked at Li Xian in surprise, not daring to believe. Brother Li Xian, you can even talk? You just realized that? What a dumbass, huh? There's an orange, peel me one. Li Xian jumped onto the couch and looked over to the orange fruit plate on the coffee table, his little paw lifting to point. Aha! Qinyu hurriedly nodded her head and obediently came to the sofa, stretching out her small white hand to pick up the orange and began to pluck it apart a little bit. During this process, her big, soulful eyes looked at Li Xian from time to time, and her little head was full of doubts, as if she couldn't figure out why Li Xian was talking. Brother Li Xian, why are you talking now? Can you tell you? Qinyu eventually asked, mainly because she was too curious. A little voice practice and you can talk, it's all a piece of cake for me, open that little box. Li Xian swallowed the orange petal Qinyu handed over in one bite and looked at the small box while eating it. Aha! Qinyu obediently opened the small box. Shasta. A golden light shone, and a mysterious aura that Li Xian had never felt before slowly dispersed. Such a mysterious aura caused Li Xian's cat's eyes to steeply widen in disbelief as he looked at a golden fruit in the small box. What is this? Li Xian inquired in surprise. He had a feeling that this golden fruit would definitely be of great use to him in the future. I don't know, I picked this up on the road, and this is the first time I've opened it yet. Qinyu said dully, looking confused. Boo! Li Xian immediately covered the small box, then with a shake of his small paw, the small box instantly disappeared. Where's the little box? Qinyu and Song Xiaomei froze at the same time, looking at the empty coffee table with disbelief. I'll put it away, this thing isn't simple at first glance, it must involve quite a few people, I'll see what happens first. Li Xian gruffly opened God's view and quickly scanned Blackstone City. Soon in God's view, a cold-faced man is seen chasing an acquaintance. This acquaintance was no other than the apprentice Yifan who had worked at the elixir store. In Yifan's hand, he was also holding a small box like this, and this scene caused Li Xian to faintly stare, and then he revealed his greed. The stuff in this little box is very extraordinary, it will help me a lot in the future, Ken, it would be cool if I get my hands on it as well. But that cold-faced man was very off, dull-eyed, just like those puppets we've seen before. Li Xian thought of that alchemist back then, that scene of refining people and mutant beasts into puppets, and also the evil energy organization. At that time, the black girl had recounted the intelligence of the evil energy organization, an organization that could refine people into puppets and snatch the qualifications of geniuses to incorporate into themselves. How could Li Xian forget such an evil organization? Now the cold-faced man's demeanor and movements were very much like a puppet, and living to say that it was pressed was a puppet, which foreshadowed the emergence of the shadow of the evil organization in Black Rock City again. Moreover, the strength of this cold-faced man was extraordinary. Li Xian estimated that he was at least at the upper level of black iron. If this was still just a puppet, then the person who refined it was most likely at the bronze level. In the absence of the top masters, the bronze level was already in existence that could not be ignored in this city, so attention had to be paid. This Yifan is really not simple, his own strength is not even black iron level, but surprisingly, through merging with the summoned beasts and various props he can thrillingly dodge the attacks every time. Li Xian secretly analyzed that summoned beast merging was generally an ability only available to high-level summoners, which could drastically increase their strength. Yifan's strength was so weak that he was able to learn to merge early on, which was truly amazing. The key was that he was only a black iron intermediate after merging. With the black iron superior's pursuit, Yifan should have died for sure, but Yifan always managed to escape in the nick of time, which was very surprising. But this Yifan has already reached his limit, and there's a limit to the merging time, so if there's no special means, he's bound to die. Li Xian saw that Yifan had run out of props, and with the considerable injuries he had sustained, and the time for the merge was almost up, I was afraid that he would not be able to avoid it. Ha! Li Xian froze and his expression immediately collapsed. Because Yifan had actually thrown that small box out, directly into a large mansion that had many tattooed men in it, looking like a gang. As he threw out the small box, the cold-faced man who was chasing Yifan stopped chasing him, and without hesitation, rushed into the mansion compound and clashed with the gang. Could it be that the little box in his hand is a fake? The only real small box is this one that Qinyu picked up? Li Xian was surprised and continued to monitor Yifan. Sure enough. The guy took advantage of the opportunity to escape and then, after making 7 turns and running down several streets, went back and forth several times to make sure no one was following him. He cautiously made his way to a street corner and began rummaging around in a kitty litter. But after searching for a long time, he found nothing, and eventually kicked the kitten's nest in anger and destroyed it, then growled angrily. Such a scene made Li Xian even more speechless, feeling that Qinyu's luck was not generally good. Qinyu, no one can say anything about you picking up the little box, just the 3 of us know, understand? Li Xian solemnly said. Aha, I won't say anything to anyone yet. Qinyu nodded her head obediently, very much listening to Li Xian. Next to her, Song Xiaomei also nodded her small head. The smart one naturally knew what to do. However, Song Xiaomei was very curious about where Li Xian had hidden the small box, so she couldn't help but say, Kitten, where did you put the little box? How come it's gone in a flash? Chapter 50, The Road to Making Money. This one? Li Xian thought for a moment and then said, actually, I possess a small carry-on space that can hold anything. His last reincarnation was called Space Cat, and he gained a beginner skill carry space, which allowed him to place things at will, which was very convenient. However, it was an auxiliary ability and the space was too small, only the size of a basketball court, so Li Xian didn't take it too seriously and instead thought about improving his various abilities as soon as possible. He didn't take it seriously anymore, but Song Xiaomei and Qinyu on the opposite side were shocked when they heard this. Because spatial type abilities were very rare, with this type of ability, whether it was going out on quests or secret realm exploration, spatial type summoned beasts were very popular. Even the state was recruiting this class of people for the purpose of transporting supplies between the cities. Normally, 2 cities are far apart, and if you want to transport supplies or whatever, you have to always be careful of mutant beasts attacking in the wilderness. If a large amount of supplies were delivered, it would require a lot of manpower and material resources, and due to the large number of people, they would easily be targeted by mutant beasts, and many people would be killed or injured every time they delivered the supplies. Since there were space-type summoning beasts, it was only necessary to send a small number of people to protect the space-type summoning beasts, in which case the target was small and would not easily attract the attention of the mutant beasts. It could be said that space-class summoning beasts were very popular, but unfortunately the number was too small, and many places were hiring them at high prices, but they just couldn't be found. Now that Li Xian possessed such an ability, this really surprised Song Xiaomei and Qinyu. Brother Li Xian, spatial type abilities are very rare. If others know that you have this ability, then you will become a meat and potatoes. Qinyu foolishly said. Idiot you, this matter can't be known to others, otherwise many people will come looking for it in the future, and you and Brother Li Xian won't be able to live in peace. Song Xiaomei looked farther away and couldn't help but raise her small white hand and nodded Qinyu's forehead. Is that so? Qinyu was dumbfounded, her little head still a little turned around. Yeah, Mei's right, but it's okay, if they dare to harass, big deal, I'll just beat them up. Li Xian spoke calmly, not taking those people seriously at all. He's not even afraid of death, what else is there to be afraid of? Moreover, the mainstream of Black Stone City was Black Iron level, Bronze level were few. Li Xian was an existence that dared to fight against even Bronze level. Back when his talent was still young, he had dared to fight against the Black Wolf King in the middle of a large number of wolves, and that Wolf King was a proper Bronze level with great strength. But so what? Not to mention the current Li Xian, even the previous Li Xian wasn't afraid of it. This was also why Li Xian's expression was bland, even eating the orange petals Qinyu handed over while talking. Brother Li Xian is the best, right? Are we still going to the elixir store? Sister Flag has asked about you several times, as if she knows that you know how to make pills. Qinyu whispered. Well, I know, let's go together tomorrow, it just so happens that I'm going to refine some pills for money and acquire plants. Li Xian looked at his various abilities, so many abilities required many materials and consumed astronomical amounts of money. Now that there was the profitable industry of alchemy, naturally he couldn't miss it, and he could also put it into the auction house and sell it to other summoned beasts in exchange for honor points. When the time comes to buy whatever you want, how cool is it to just take the money? However, at this time, Li Xian thought of the berserk lion and couldn't help but say. Yu, how's the news about that rabid lion? Has it been resolved? Sort of solved it. The owner of the wild lion is called Wang Jun, he's the brother of that alchemist from back then, but Wang Jun has already fallen off the cliff. At that time, the people that Flag's sister found chased Wang Jun to the edge of the cliff and chopped off one of his arms, then Wang Jun fell into the cliff, and there was no news about it. That cliff is so deep that there's little chance of survival, and his wild lion is dead, with its head cut off. Qinyu softly explained, giving out all the relevant information. Well, not much of a problem. Li Xian nodded. In the past when he faced the Black Iron Great Perfection Berserker Lion, he was indeed under a lot of pressure, but now Li Xian wasn't worried in the slightest. The big deal was that when he came, he would shoot to death. With multiple talents underpinning him, Li Xian was now more and more confident, so he didn't care in the slightest, instead falling into the warmth of his blanket after eating and drinking. The following morning, the sun shone brightly on the earth, bringing vitality to everything. Li Xian woke up early, yawning on Qinyu's shoulder, and followed her out of the house towards the elixir store. They hadn't been out of the house long, though, when they heard murmurs around them, many people coming together to say something. Li Xian had sharp ears and easily heard the conversation of these people. Have you heard? That big head gang is dead, all of them died in the mansion. Of course I heard about it, my house is near there, the smell of blood was so strong, so many people died. Then the law enforcement guys went in and several ran out with pale faces. I looked in the doorway and threw up, it was so bad. Is it that serious? The law enforcement team's not supposed to be scared like that, are they? Why no, I'm telling you, those guys are all torn up, it's bad. A great deal of talk about information that came from all around. As Li Xian listened to the message, he thought of the scene he saw yesterday in the cold-faced man who was chasing Yifan. This person is obviously a puppet, so be careful in the future. Li Xian muttered darkly, using God's perspective to scan the 8 directions, confirming that there was no danger before putting it away. A few moments later, the 2 men and the cat arrived at the elixir store and saw the gorgeous Flag sister wearing a cheongsam and stepping on high heels. Ha! Suzuki, you finally got around to bringing your cat, come on in. Flag sister's eyes lit up when she saw Li Xian, and a heartfelt smile immediately hung on her fair face, obviously wanting to see Li Xian. Luna, come with me for a moment, I have a favor to ask of you. Sister Flag took Qinyu's small hand and walked towards the alchemy room without a second thought, and when she walked inside, she did not hesitate to close the door of the room. Yu, help me refine some water moisturizing pills, those few old customers have been reading about your water moisturizing pills, don't worry, they'll definitely fetch a good price. Sister Flag said with a big smile, looking at Li Xian many times out of the corner of her eye, obviously knowing everything in her heart already. Okay then. When Xinyu heard this, she instinctively looked at Li Xian and confirmed that Li Xian had not refused before nodding her head in agreement. Then it's decided, the materials are all here, refining with vigor. Oh well, I'm off. Flag's sister waved her small hand, striding her round and slender legs, twisting and turning out of the alchemy room, her small leather shoes thumping and stomping on the ground chaotically. Inside the alchemy room, Li Xian looked at the departing Flag sister and gently jumped to the side of the alchemy furnace with a leap and said, "Begin." Aha! Chapter 51: The Effect of the Water Moistening Pill. Soon the two of them came together and started to get busy, bringing over all the prepared herbs and starting to refine the pills. Refining the moisture dan, they were already familiar with it, it was very simple to refine, and they easily completed several furnaces of refining. Part of these pills were sold to make money, and part were left behind to be put into the auction house. The moisture pill could increase spiritual power, especially for those with the water attribute. Of course, according to the summoned beast's world, it's an increase in magic power, it's just a different way of saying it. I believe that with these moisturizers, there will be a lot of people who will choose to buy them. Sure enough. He had just placed the moisture elixir into the auction house, and the chat channel immediately exploded. I'll go, to think that the auction of pills has started, can the change beast Big Brother even get this? Violet Rabbit was surprised. Big Brother is different, even pills that increase spiritual power can be obtained, envious. Wait, you guys read the introduction carefully. The introduction given by the auction house states that the elixir was refined by the change beast. The Blast Wind Mouse immediately said. It won't, will it? Let's see. The Great Clawed Beast hurriedly clicked on the introduction of the auction house, and when he saw that it stated that the refiner was a change beast, he was instantly shocked. Grass, this is too powerful, change beast Big Brother can actually refine pills, this is too demonic. The Great Claw Beast was appalled. Look carefully, the auction house has given it a rating of Black Iron Grade Upper Elixir, as long as a Black Iron Grade being can take it. In other words, as long as you take these pills for a long period of time, you'll be able to reach the Great Circle of the Black Iron rank unhindered. The Blizzard Mouse analyzed. Black Iron level Grand Circle? That's strong? Big Flame Dog, you were Black Iron ranked, have you reached Black Iron Medium now? Powerful Tiger hurriedly said. No, it's not that easy to upgrade, and I don't have any pills, but I do have the Royal Master, and he's starting to train me. The Flaming Dog spoke in a flat tone, only with a sour flavor in his voice. He had managed to contract the Royal Master with great difficulty, and was fully taken care of by the Royal Master, receiving soul nourishment every day and slowly increasing his strength. Unfortunately, the plants for boosting spiritual power were too expensive, his Royal Master was a poor boy, and the two of them worked their asses off every day on quests to make very little more than a handful of dollars. There's still a swelling on the side of his head from the stoner monster of the wilderness, who smashed it with his fist. It was a good thing that the quest had earned money to buy plants that boosted their spiritual power, and the Flaming Dog was originally happy about it. As a result, when he looked at the precious pills at the auction house, his eyes turned red with envy. He wanted to say, why is the gap between people so big? Can we not hit people so hard? The depressed Flaming Dog was struck down enough to be completely depressed. Ugh, when will I have a Royal Master? I'm so envious that you guys have one. Pangal in Armor said in a rare manner. Look for more valuable things, and then buy news from the beasts of change bigwigs, and there's hope, like me. I've got a Royal Master. It's still thanks to the guidance of the change beast's Big Brother that I have an Imperial Lord. The Blast Mouse revealed a smile, growing more and more in awe of the beast of change. So envious of you guys, I'm going to continue to work hard to find materials and buy news of change beasts, and try to find the Royal Master soon. You guys are getting way off topic. Now for the potion, I just gave my Royal Master the introduction to the potion. He said that this elixir is very powerful and wants it very much because he also wants to raise his strength. Violet Rabbit spoke up, and he also found the Imperial Lord. Then buy it, the auction house has put up 10 water moisturizing pills, as long as you have the money you can buy them. How can I have money, much less soul crystals? Alas, forget it, let's find a way to make money. Violet Rabbit sighed, feeling helpless. Could this elixir be a defective product? We've only been reincarnated for how long, and the change beast knows how to refine pills? I feel like the quality is definitely not good. The black-haired dog popped out once again, questioning the quality of the elixir. Oh, you jumped out again? Let me ask you, when has there ever been a defective item in what the change beast Big Brother sells? Grow a brain, will you? The Blizzard Mouse directly disliked him. I'm talking about facts, where are pills so easy to make? Which one doesn't require a long time to learn? To be able to refine it in such a short time, the big chance is that it's a defective product. The black shaggy dog continues to nitpick and says it with a straight face. The key to what he said still had a few points of truth, said the blast mouse was a little unsure of how to retort. Why don't you say anything? Come on, keep talking. The black-haired dog continued to speak, continuing to bark in the chat channel. Let me try. I happen to have the 100 changes fruit demanded by the change beast big brother, buy a moisture pill to try the effect. The illusionary lark spoke up. As a girl she often teased the change beasts and had come to see them as good friends. Now that the black-haired dog had come out to bark, the illusion 100 spirit bird naturally did not allow it. How are you going to testify? Even if the quality of the water moisturizing pill is garbage, you will still say that the quality is good, and I won't believe you when you are frowning with the change beast every day. The black-haired dog continued, barking in a completely undefeated manner. With such a statement, the angry illusion paragon almost cursed, but she thought of something and sneered. Watch this, I'll certify my rank now, and then again when I'm done taking it, so you can see the effects. The illusionary lark finished, and directly applied for rank certification. Ding! Authentication is successful, your level is at the middle level of ordinary summoning beasts, and you are only a hair's breadth away from a breakthrough. With a mechanical voice, the illusion centurion had an additional certification word next to its name, and its rank was displayed. It's only the middle level of an ordinary summoning beast, it's so weak, I've reached the great circle, I'll soon reach the black iron level. The black-furred dog barked. However, no one paid him any attention this time because everyone realized a problem. The potency of the water moistening pill was too strong to be taken by a black iron rank. If the illusion paragon bird took it, it would be dangerous for her, so everyone hastened to persuade her. Wait first, your level is too low. The introduction of this elixir says that if you can't withstand the medicinal power, you may explode and die. Yeah, I know you want to help the change beast big brother, but you can't bet your life on it, the medicine is too strong. Don't worry everyone, my body structure is rather special, I won't explode and die. The illusion paragon bird replied back and directly chose the auction. Ding! The auction was successful, congratulations on obtaining one moisture elixir. Ding! The water moisturizing elixir has been deposited into the staging box and will be stored for free for 3 days. With a mechanical beep, the illusory 100 spirit bird took the elixir out and took it straight away, and then became completely silent. Time passed little by little, and soon half an hour passed, and the illusionary lark still didn't speak. Chapter 52 Great Improvement in Strength. The 100 spirit bird won't die, right? Maybe it was poisoned to death by an inferior elixir, ha ha ha. The black-haired dog scurried out to bark again. Shut up. If you keep pushing, believe it or not I'll kill you. The blast mouse said in a cold voice. Come on, you come and kill me, I'm in the island world, you come and kill me, come on. The black-haired dog continued to bark, feeling that he was not in the same world as the crowd and completely emboldened to provoke. Damn, that pisses me off. The blast mouse was furious enough, but there was really nothing he could do about it, because he had already realized that most of the summoned beasts were in different worlds after they were summoned away, and he couldn't even see them when he wanted to. That's why the blast mouse was furious and gnashing his teeth, but he could do nothing about it. You deserve to die of anger if you have the ability to hit me, and that lark, like a little cute. Seemingly blindly trusting the changing beasts and thinking that inferior elixirs are good. But anyone with a bit of intelligence wouldn't think that this is a good elixir. After all, we were reincarnated together. How long has it been? How could we possibly refine an elixir? It's ridiculous. The black-haired dog continued, barking endlessly. Just then, just as the black-haired dog was barking, a mechanical beep suddenly sounded. Ding! Authentication is successful. The illusionary lark's level is black iron. Black iron level? The black-haired dog was dumbfounded at this prompt, and directly exploded, his entire brain blinded. Because previously, the 100 spirit bird certified through, its strength was an ordinary middle-level summoning beast, now how did it suddenly become a black iron level? This was really breathtaking. What the hell? 100 spirit bird, how did you become a black iron rank? Power Tiger hurriedly inquired. Ha, I've actually reached the black iron level. The effects of this elixir are too strong. Before I thought it was at most a great circle. Who would have thought I'd become a black iron rank? It's so cool, I've become the 3rd black iron rank among us. The illusory lark spoke quickly, bouncing happily, clearly overjoyed. Surprisingly, it's really a black iron rank, you guys look at the certification mark. The blast mouse loved verification and was the first to check the certification mark. Sure enough, the previous ordinary medium summoning beast had directly turned into a black iron grade summoning beast. Such a leap in promotion made even the blast mouse envious. It's indeed a black iron rank. I'm envious. I want to upgrade too. I want to become a black iron rank too. Change beast big brother is just reliable. No matter what he does, he makes people trustworthy, which is like black hair dog. That guy just knows how to bark. That's right, this black haired dog is a stupid bee. I guess he was a wimp in his previous life, and now that he has a bit of achievement, he is condescending and clamoring. It's really ridiculous. The chat channel was in an uproar, and while the people praised the change beast big brother, they also constantly mocked the black-haired dog, and many even directly cursed. The chat channel now had over 80 people, and with so many people cursing a person at the same time, it was overwhelming. The black-haired dog looked at the screen full of curses. He was furious and couldn't help but curse back. The result attracted even harsher scolding, all angry at him, scolding the black hairy dog are a little skeptical of life. The black-furred dog was furious, gritting his teeth and closing the chat channel, but his heart was suffocating, especially when he thought that the big brother of the change beast could refine elixirs. The black-furred dog was even more depressed. Damn it, if everyone buys the change beast's elixir, won't they quickly reach the black iron rank? All surpassing me? The black-haired dog froze and hurried into his locker, opening it slowly. Inside this he hid some useful herbs that change the needs of the beasts by the name of yo-yo grass. Originally, he was thinking of selling yo-yo grass at a high price later in pitting the change beast. However, he hurriedly changed the moisture dan now, in case it was bought by someone else and his strength surpassed his, then it would be troublesome, so he immediately started the auction. Ding! Hint, yo-yo grass does not meet the purchase criteria. It doesn't match? Didn't the Beast of Change issue a demand quest earlier? Puzzled, the black-haired dog clicked on those demand quests, and found that the yo-yo grass quest was actually completed, and just 3 seconds ago, someone had submitted yo-yo grass, and a whole bunch of them. So this mission is no longer needed, it's completely done. Such a scene, look at the black-haired dog froze, brain is blinded, to know that he for these yo-yo grass, but let the prince cost a lot of money to buy. Now it's good, but it's useless, which can make the black hairy dog angry enough. Damn it, who completed this quest? Piss me off, wait, how come there are 8 pills left in the potion, who bought another one? Not good, there are 7 left. The black hairy dog looked at the decreasing number of pills, he completely froze, and realized that these guys were hiding good things, and they didn't even take them out until the critical moment. Damn, it's missing again, there are only 5 pills left in the potion, we must grab them as soon as possible. No good, the price has gone up? How did the price of the elixir go up? The black-haired dog looked at the price of the elixir suddenly increased by 10%, he instantly panicked even more, anxious as an ant on a hot pan, completely helpless. Right, soul crystals, change beasts need soul crystals the most, as long as I can get this, I can buy pills. The black-haired dog immediately went to the prince and anxiously asked him to find the soul crystal. While the black-haired dog was in a hurry, the crowd in the chat channel was also getting a little anxious. Some people can't help it even more. Change beast big brother, my strength is too weak to take the water moisturizing pill, is there any lower level pills? I don't dare to take it either, but the effects of this elixir are so strong that one must be stored in advance. Yeah, I'm going to try to find resources now. The summoned beasts watched as the elixir continued to dwindle, and they too fell into a state of urgency, all trying to find ways to make money to go, all worried that the elixir would be bought by someone. For all of this, Li Xian didn't pay much attention, mainly he was too lazy to pay attention. But after trading 5 times, he had gotten quite a few good things. There were even items such as the restoration flower that boosted self-healing, the explosive apple that boosted the ability to self-destruct, and the 100 variety fruit, among other items, for a total of 5 items. All of these things were useful, such as the 100 changes fruit that boosted the ability to change, making the changes more real and more varied. Normally, the change ability can only turn into a target of similar size, or a creature with a small difference in size, and can't do anything as big as a rabbit, turning into an elephant. If you raise the level of change, this limitation is greatly reduced, and you can become bigger, more specific, and more alike, right down to the exact same scent. So Li Xian brainlessly ate all 5 ingredients, and when he finished he heard frequent beeps. Ding! After taking it, your change ability advances to intermediate change. Ding! After taking it, your intermediate self-healing is promoted to advanced self-healing. Ding! After taking it, your defense ability advances to intermediate defense. Chapter 53 The Goon Bear. Looking at the significant improvement in his various abilities, Li Xian was pleasantly surprised and felt that his strength had been substantially increased again. Especially after the monstrous strength was upgraded to the intermediate level, Li Xian felt that his whole body was permeated with power, full of energy and motivation. Intermediate monstrous power is so strong, it's amazing how much the power has increased. Li Xian clenched his small claws, feeling his body filled with explosive power, and even had the confidence to blow away the alchemy furnace with one punch. Defense has also reached intermediate level, TSK, I'm getting better and better. Li Xian was now filled with confidence and was getting more and more powerful. Alchemy is really a very good path. Next, work hard to learn the refining of all kinds of pills, and then sell them everywhere in exchange for a large amount of resources. That's it. After Li Xian decided, he jumped onto Qin Yu's shoulder and whispered by her small white ear. Yu, turn around and ask Flag Sister for more knowledge on pills, especially black iron grade pills. The more pills formulas and whatnot, the better. Aha, Yu knows. Qin Yu nodded her head obediently, very much listening to Li Xian. You can take these pills as well, first raise your strength as soon as possible, understand? Li Xian exhorted. Understood. Qin Yu nodded her little head and responded stupidly. In front of Li Xian, she was always so unassertive, even though she had received her inheritance and her strength was not what it used to be. Even Song Xiaomei wouldn't last a single breath in Qin Yu's hands before being defeated by Qin Yu. Such a strong Qin Yu, after hearing Li Xian's words, nodded her head obediently like a little baby. The two settled on that and fell into their studies. There was a lot of pharmacological knowledge in this store that would be of great help to Li Xian, so he came to the thick books and flipped through them. Qin Yu was not idle either. She was learning to configure the basic hemostatic powder. Although this was not yet considered an elixir, it belonged to the knowledge that had to be learned. Only after all this practice was it possible to refine pills. Time passed slowly as they studied, and soon another 2 months passed. Li Xian had studied hard every day for the past 2 months to increase his knowledge of herbalism, along with refining pills and occasionally tasting the effects. Without realizing it, he had already been promoted to a black iron grade summoning beast. Together with absorbing the soul power fed back from Qin Yu, Li Xian's soul steadily increased. Today, the weakness of his soul had finally recovered, and he could finally return to the summoned beast world once again. Ding! Your soul level has reached black iron medium. Ha! I can't believe I've upgraded. Great, the soul has finally reached black iron medium. Li Xian was pleasantly surprised. A month ago, Qin Yu's strength had risen again, causing Li Xian to be very envious, and half a month ago, even Song Xiaomei had advanced. 3 days ago, Song Xiaomei's big black bear also raised its strength. Li Xian was completely nonchalant, and the whole person was sour. Especially when he saw the big black bear's strength increase and his condescending demeanor, Li Xian became angry. Then he took the big black bear out on a trip and taught him how to be a bear, which quieted him down. But the big black bear did reach the black iron middle position. This was an ironic fact, although his body also reached the black iron summoning beast, but once he blew himself up, it was gone, so his heart was concerned. Well now, I've finally advanced, and among the many transmigrators, I'm considered the first to reach the black iron intermediate level, right? Li Xian muttered darkly while calling up his data panel. Ding! Name, Li Xian, 5,199 honor points. Species, Space Cat, Black Iron Medium Summoner. Soul, Black Iron Medium. Royal Master, Qin Yu. Abilities, Carry Space, Advanced Defense, Advanced Monstrous Strength, Cold Freeze, Intermediate Wind Wings, Intermediate Change, Advanced Self-Healing, Advanced Self-Destruct, Advanced Healing Spells, Intermediate Fireballs, Advanced Dragon Power, Advanced God's Perspective, Advanced Gigantism, Simulated Communication. The 2 months of hard work in alchemy have not been in vain. The strength has become much stronger. Li Xian had refined quite a few pills in the past 2 months, and had also exchanged them for several useful materials, raising his talent up as well. For example, Wind Wings at Intermediate, Dragon Might at Advanced, Defense at Advanced, Monstrous Power at Advanced, and also Healing at Advanced. The improvement of the 5 abilities caused his overall strength to rise once again, and he was becoming more and more unafraid of the bronze level. It was only that Black Stone City had been very chaotic recently, and Li Xian was a bit hesitant to return to the summoned beast world. The mysterious fruit, after all, was still staying in his space. The cold-faced man who was chasing Yifan, not only did he not leave, he even brought 2 companions to search around the city. That Yifan had been hunted down for 2 months, and the weakling had actually made breakthroughs one after the other in the pursuit, reaching a black iron intermediate level of strength. It's pretty amazing to see such a boost. It's a pity that this Yifan's life force is severely overdrawn. Without the help of special treasures, he won't live for more than a year. Li Xian shook his head, and God's perspective watched as Yifan desperately ran wildly within the city, and the three puppet-like men rushed wildly, encircling from all directions. A scene like this is like watching an action movie, and it's kinda hot. Whatever, let's send Qinyu back first and let her stay at home for a few days so that it's safe as well, while I take advantage of these few days to make a trip back to the summoned beast world. After Li Xian decided on it, he immediately told Qinyu to take a vacation. Aha, I know, I'll take my leave. Qinyu followed Li Xian's words and immediately took a few days off, then walked hand in hand with Song Xiaomei towards her home. However, after walking to a certain street corner, Li Xian suddenly looked towards a certain shadowy alley in the northwest direction and squinted his eyes. Moon, you go back first, I have something to do. Eh? Brother Li Xian, what is it? I can help. Oh, I'm very strong now. Qinyu was uneasy with Li Xian and clenched her small fists and said seriously. No, it's a small matter, don't worry. Li Xian lifted his small paw and patted Qinyu's head, saying unconcernedly. Well. Okay. Qinyu saw that Li Xian really didn't care, so she put her heart down. Well, you go on back, I'm off. Li Xian left his words and quickly jumped away, losing sight of him in the twinkling of an eye. Qinyu watched Li Xian leave. Her heart was very reluctant, her heart was empty and nagging, she wanted to follow her. Don't worry, brother Li Xian is smart, he's never the one who fools others, no one can rule him, even my big black was made to obey, alas. Song Xiaomei consoled, and seeing the big black bear following from afar with the appearance of a goon, Song Xiaomei's mood was instead bad. Obviously, the big black bear was a black iron level summoning beast, and it was already black iron intermediate level. The key, with Flag Sister's help, both of Big Black Bear's skills, were upgraded to intermediate level. Such a strong strength, it is reasonable that it should not be so timid, even if you cannot beat Li Xian, but the Big Black Bear cannot look like a wimp, this is really speechless. I really don't know when the Big Black Bear got so wimpy, it's not even a bear anymore. Song Xiaomei said indignantly. It seems like it started yesterday. Before the Big Black Bear's strength increased, he always held his head high, a very proud look. Then Cat took the Big Black Bear out for a trip, and when he came back the Big Black Bear was like this. Qin, you thought about it. Chapter 54. One shot and he's dead. Definitely was beaten up, Li Xian brother looks weak, but initiated a rage strength that really is not to say. But I'm still depressed, a Big Black Bear of such a large size can't whip out like this even if he's been beaten up, right? It's too humiliating. Song Xiaomei was depressed, and looking at the goonish appearance of the Big Black Bear who only dared to walk over after Li Xian left, Song Xiaomei wanted to punch the bear. Forget it, this stupid bear, don't bother. Song Xiaomei shook her head in depression and pulled Qinyu to continue walking towards her home. The other side. Inside the shadowy alley. A man with a hood stood silently, the scent of blood emanating from his surroundings. If you look closely, you will see that the man's right arm is gone, only the left arm is still there, but the exposed skin is covered with scars. Finally rushing in, damn city guards, damn city lord's mansion, damn alchemists, damn Qinyu, you all deserve to die. The hooded man raised his hand to cover his abdomen, and when he took it away again, his palm was stained with blood. It really hurts, guarding the city gates with a bronze intermediate level expert. Blackstone City is really a big deal, I almost planted myself this time. The hooded man coughed twice, his muscles slightly stilled, and soon the bleeding location was squeezed by his muscles, gradually stopping the bleeding. It hadn't healed yet, but as long as it continued to be controlled with spiritual energy, it wouldn't bleed again for a short while. This caused the hooded man to let out a small sigh of relief before looking towards the distant potion store. Kill that alchemist and Qinyu as soon as possible, I'll let you all know that anyone who messes with me, Wang Jun, will have to die, and even the bronze level won't be able to protect you. The hooded man, Wang Jun, said with an icy voice, and in his promoted left eye, an icy killing intent flashed. Ever since the last time he brought his summoned beast, the Mad Lion, into Blackstone City, he had thought that he would be able to easily kill Qinyu. It turned out to be a good thing that he was scared off by a kitten that knew how to dragon power. When he received the news and learned that it was just a kitten that wasn't even black iron grade, Wang Jun was simply furious, so furious that he almost spat out blood. He had a lifetime of fame and battle prowess, causing many people to talk about him, but who would have thought that the hallowed huntress Wang Jun would be scared away by a cat, or a little milk cat? This kind of experience was a strange shame for him, and in order to wash away the humiliation and get his face back, he entered the city once again. As a result, he was hunted down for several days by the backer that the alchemist Flag's sister had found, and in the end, even the mad lion was killed, and he himself was only spared when he fell into a cliff after having one of his arms chopped off. Fortunately, blessings and misfortunes come hand in hand. You guys would never have guessed that even though I lost my berserker lion, my right hand and my right eye, my soul went from black iron great perfection to bronze level. As long as I absorb the spiritual energy for a while longer, my physique will also reach the bronze level, and then I will be a true bronze level expert and become a true powerhouse. At that time, who will be able to stop me? As for the so-called dragon might, even if I have the bloodline of a snake, I won't be affected much, and I can kick that cat to death with a single kick. Wang Jun said indifferently, his only remaining eyes flickered with excitement, and his body was somewhat manic. But right at this moment, just when Wang Jun was excited, a cool voice suddenly rang out, "Oh? Are you sure?" "Who?" Wang Jun's face changed slightly when he heard this voice, and he hurriedly watched the surrounding area, but he didn't see any enemies, so he could only shout with a provocative method. "Hidden head and tail guy, come out or I'll blast you to death with one punch." "Blow me up with one punch? Then let's try it." A clear and cold voice sounded once more, and with this voice, a huge cat claw appeared steeply, and with a breaking sound it fell from the sky with a roar, slapping down hard. As this cat's claw fell, a palpitating sensation swept through Wang Jun, causing his face to change slightly. "Damn it, you think I'll be scared? I'll be bronze level soon, I'll never die, gather me." Buzz. As Wang Jun shouted, a white light glowed around him, quickly condensing a protective shield that resembled an eggshell. This shield was infused with a lot of spiritual energy. As long as it wasn't bronze level, it would definitely not be able to be broken. This was Wang Jun's bottom line and his confidence. However, with the rapid fall of that cat's claw, suddenly a terrifying dragon might swept out and enveloped Wang Jun. This high-level dragon might, which was at least 2 grades stronger than the previous one, caused Wang Jun's face to change drastically the moment it appeared, and his cohesive protective shield was directly stilled under the dragon might. And this stillness became his fatal break, his final move. Boom! Loud booms roared, the earth trembled, and terrifying airwaves swept in all directions, and the area shook continuously as if it had been shaken by an earthquake. With this loud sound, Wang Jun, whose strength was close to the bronze level, was buried like this, not even leaving his last words behind, and was directly slapped to death, dying so simply. Advanced giganticization is really good. The freedom to localize giganticization is quite a good ability, it's just too dirty. Li Xian looked at the blood on his little paw and hurriedly shook it off with force before destroying the scene and jumping away from the place, disappearing into the distance. Shortly after he left, a group of people from the law enforcement team hurriedly arrived here, and the one leading the way was clearly Tai Hu. After he appeared here, he looked at the scene in front of him and almost didn't throw up. The main reason was that the scene was so tragic, with a body falling right in front of him, half of his body slapped together and only his head left. And the head was facing right down, so you couldn't see the face for a while, but there was blood all over the underside of the head. Vomit. Iron Tiger didn't vomit, but there were a few newcomers in his team who directly vomited at the sight of this scene, their faces going pale. What a ferocious murder case, this is too cruel to shoot a person halfway through, just the head is still barely preserved. The vice captain said with an ugly face. The city has been getting more and more chaotic lately, and there have been several murders, but this scene right now is the most vicious. Tai Hu said with a grave expression on his face. Indeed, Black Stone City is getting more and more chaotic. I've heard that even the Hunter King's army has come to the city, those are very ferocious guys. The vice captain said gruffly. Yes. At that time, the bronze-level expert Lord Song Yuan happened to be at the city gates, and the first time he saw the Wang army, he started attacking. But I didn't expect that Wang Jun would rely on his bloodline power and escape from the bronze median experts in a hard way. What a difficult fellow. Tai Hu stared. This guy has a bloodline and is notoriously difficult to deal with, and now that he's escaped into the city, it's definitely a very troublesome matter. Yes, Lord Song Yuan is especially anxious right now, sending people everywhere to search, worried that the Wang army will make a crazy move. I'm also worried, the Hunter King's army is very strong, even after losing the summoned beasts, it's still very difficult to deal with, not to mention me. It's our squad that may die or be injured if we run into Wang Jun, so pray for Wang Jun to be captured as soon as possible. Iron Tiger and the vice captain spoke gruffly, their faces filled with worry. But they had a murder case in front of them to deal with, so they put on their white gloves and began to approach the body, ready to check its identity. Chapter 55, Returning to the World of Summoned Beasts. They had just approached the body when they smelled the strong odor of blood, even the blood was so strong that it was a bit pungent. the smell of blood is really bad, eh? I feel the fluctuation of spiritual energy. Was the person killed a cultivator or summoner? The vice captain was very keen and felt the fluctuation of spiritual energy, and his brows immediately furrowed. It should be. I also felt a strong fluctuation of spiritual energy. All of this blood has been spiritualized, and the degree of spiritualization is still not low. Iron Tiger's expression stared up, realizing that something was wrong. Because the blood was more spiritualized than he was, that signified that the person who died could be stronger than him, which was a bit scary. It was a bit scary to realize that he wasn't even close to the Black Iron Great Circle, and now there was one with such a high spiritual energy content in its blood. Iron Tiger, who looked grave, immediately took out the tester and began to test the blood. With the sound of a drip 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 ringing, the test results appeared, and Tai Hu hurriedly looked and found that on the detector, the words Black Iron Great Perfection were clearly written. Sure enough, it's a Black Iron Great Perfection. The spiritualization of this blood is surprisingly high, and someone actually beheaded a Black Iron Great Perfection expert here. Iron Tiger moved once more, walking quickly to where the corpse's head was and looking over it with a heavy heart. Since the head was facing downwards, the face was invisible at a glance, but the moment he saw the head, Iron Tiger froze slightly. A ridiculous thought appeared in his mind, followed by a sharp shake of his head. Impossible, never, how could he have been killed so easily, and there were no traces of a fight at the scene, he was killed by a slap of a. With that guy's strength, it's absolutely impossible for him to be slapped to death in one go, he has a special bloodline. Iron Tiger muttered, falling into self-doubt. Mainly when he looked at the head, he suddenly thought of someone, a very powerful person, and that person was the hunter-killer Wang Jun. This fellow was very difficult to deal with, powerful, cunning and insidious. Even in the hands of Lord Song Yuan, who was at the bronze medium level, he was able to escape. It was reasonable to say that such a person could never be killed in a single blow, so this body at the scene could be someone else's. In the midst of such self-doubt, Iron Tiger carefully turned the corpse's head over, and then was directly paralyzed with fear. Hold the grass. It's really him, how can it be? Tai Hu was dumbfounded, staring stonily at the dead Wang Jun, and looking at the horrified look on that face, Tai Hu's scalp was tingling. The surrounding law enforcement team also looked over, and after seeing that it was Wang Jun, the crowd was stunned and dumbfounded, staring at Wang Jun without moving. How? How is it possible? Wang Jun is actually dead? Hunter-killer Wang Jun actually died in such a small alley? Did I hallucinate? Really dead, it's true, his face I can never forget. Back then we tracked him for 3 whole years in order to hunt him down. Unfortunately, in exchange for those brothers of mine, they were killed in return, and Wang Jun is still at large. Every time I think about it, I feel sad. But now, Wang Jun is finally dead. I'm very grateful to the person who got rid of Wang Jun. Thank you for stepping in. Those brothers of mine can finally rest in peace. A vicissitude old member of the law enforcement team spoke in a heavy tone, his eyes were gradually turning red. The surrounding team members were a little silent when they heard this, and patted that older team member on the shoulder encouragingly. But it's not right, Wang Jun is so strong, why would he be killed? And it was a one-strike kill. You guys, look at the ground, it's dented a bit. This was obviously smashed by a strong force, which means that Wang Jun was smashed to death by a single blow. Who has such a great power to smash Wang Jun to death? The vice captain frowned, unable to figure out what kind of expert there was in Black Rock City that could do this. You guys are looking at the sunken ground, and even though there are signs of damage, how come it feels like an enlarged version of a claw? Indeed, it looks like a dog's paw, or a fox's paw. I feel like a cat's paw and a wolf's paw. Destroyed, somewhat indistinguishable from what it was, but definitely an animal's claw, there's no mistaking that. In other words, this summoned beast is so powerful that it can exterminate a Black Iron ranked Grand Circle with a single strike. I'm afraid this is a bronze ranked Grand Circle making a move? The vice captain said gruffly. Maybe it's possible that it's silver level. Silver level? No. No way, this level already belongs to the city lord and vice city lord level. Could it be that these two made a move? The crowd instantly fell silent. You looked at me and I looked at you, all secretly speculating. Impossible, the summoned beasts of the city lord and vice city lord don't have claws like this, definitely not. Iron Tiger spoke up, he had seen a lot and knew some information that others didn't know. No such claws? Then who could it be? Could it be that Blackstone City is hiding a third silver rank? The crowd's expressions became grave. The silver rank was already very frightening, but now, Blackstone City was hiding such an expert, and they were not even aware of it. Such an outcome makes them feel derelict in their duties and at the same time a bit worried. However, based on the scene, that expert had exterminated Wang Jun and seemed to be on the side of justice, which caused the crowd to be somewhat delighted. Anyway, I'll report this matter, but of course, the investigation must continue based on the clues first. I feel that things are not that simple. Iron Tiger always felt that something was not right, plus there was no detailed investigation, so he did not give the results, ready to say after a good investigation. It really needs to be investigated properly to see if it's an illusion-type summoned beast that utilizes illusions to hide its huge form. The lieutenant nodded and immediately began a detailed investigation. Li Xian was not concerned about these people's investigations. He immediately ran to the shuffle room to clean his little paws after flying home. It took several minutes of cleaning before it stopped, but Li Xian still felt dissatisfied and always felt diaphragmatic. "Brother Li Xian, let me help you wash it." Xinyu had been paying attention to Li Xian, and when she saw that he kept washing his little paws, she immediately reached out her little hand to try to help. "No need, I'll take a trip back to the summoning beast world and everything will be resolved." Li Xian refused, originally wanting to stay for 2 days to see how things were going, but decided to leave because resurrecting once was a complete solution. So after he barked some instructions, he returned to the summoned beast world under Qinyu's unwilling gaze. "I wonder when Brother Li Xian will return." Qinyu's small mouth slowly pouted, looking very unhappy, and those beautiful eyes were filled with reluctance. Every time Brother Li Xian leaves, you are suffering. You should be concerned about yourself. You are obviously super strong, but you are still like a little fool." Song Xiaomei lifted her snow-white slender little finger and tapped Qinyu's tender forehead with an angry look. "Well, I just don't want to let go. Brother Li Xian is so good and so powerful. As long as he's around, I'm at ease and happy." Xinyu spoke softly and gluttonously, adoration written all over her big eyes. Knock knock. Knock knock. A sharp knock on the door sounded steeply, and the anxious voice caused the two girls to faintly stare, then frown. Chapter 56, Speculation. The main thing was that the sound of the knocking on the door was too urgent, and it was obvious that the person knocking on the door was anxious, which also made Xinyu and Song Xiaomei somewhat puzzled. With puzzled disbelief, the two budding girls stepped on their little feet and walked to the courtyard door. Looking outside the courtyard door, they immediately revealed a puzzled look. For it was none other than their friend Black Girl who knocked on the door, Black Girl who had an eagle for a summoning beast, and it was strange to see Black Girl appear so anxiously. Squeak! The courtyard door was opened by Song Xiaomei, who asked in confusion. "Sister Blackie, what brings you here? Why are you in such a hurry? Is something wrong?" "Something big has happened, and it's related to you guys. It's serious." The Black Girl spoke eagerly, her expression very grave. "Something to do with us? What's the big deal?" Song Xiaomei said hurriedly. "It's the king's army that entered inside the city, and even escaped into the city, under the attack of the bronze-level masters. With his strength, and his hatred for you guys, I'm sure he'll inevitably come to seek revenge on you," the Black Girl said seriously. The Black Girl was originally working, and when she heard the news about Wang Jun, she immediately ran to deliver the message, not yet knowing that Wang Jun was dead. The king's army? A king's army with a wild lion summoning beast? Song Xiaomei and Qinyu's faces changed slightly when they heard this, and both of their expressions tensed up. Especially in Li Xian's absence, the two of them looked like they had lost their backbone, looking very nervous and uneasy. "Yes, it's him. This guy is very difficult to deal with. You guys had better hide. Why don't you go to my place to hide for 2 days? This will also be safer," the Black Girl solemnly said. "It's..." Song Xiaomei and Xinyu looked at each other, both out of ideas. Because they usually listened to Li Xian, now that Li Xian wasn't there, they instantly didn't know what to do. "Don't just stand there, pack up, and come with me, quick," the Black Girl hurriedly urged. "Oh." Xinyu and Song Xiaomei hurriedly packed up their things and quickly left their home, arriving at the Black Girl's house, choosing to stay here temporarily. The Black Girl's family wasn't rich, it was just a small remote mansion, but it was extremely secluded and good for hiding, so the two of them stayed here temporarily. As for the Black Girl, after she arranged for the two, she hurriedly left for work again, ready to search for things about Wang Jun through her own channels. The other side. Song Yuan, a bronze median summoner, was standing on the city wall with an ugly expression on his face, looking down at the entire city and watching the pedestrians coming and going on the streets. Ever since the Hunter King's army had escaped from him into the city, Song Yuan had been pulling a face that was always somber. The main reason was that as a bronze median expert, he hadn't killed a black iron great circle expert, which made him feel extremely ashamed. So he mobilized his own forces and searched the entire time, but an hour had passed and there was still not the slightest sound. This made Song Yuan very upset and his face stayed gloomy. Also at this time, those subordinates of his came back, all of them looking dejected, obviously not having found Wang Jun. Wastes, all wastes, can't even find anyone, what use do I have for you, wastes? Song Yuan was furious, pointing at his subordinates' noses and cursing them, his face so gloomy that it almost rained. My lord, Tai Hu from the law enforcement team seeks an audience. A subordinate suddenly ran to respectfully salute. Law enforcement team? What are they doing here? I don't have any dealings with them, and I'm busy looking for Wang Jun right now, so how would I have time to meet the law enforcement team? Song Yuan said grimly, ready to mobilize more connections and send more people to search for Wang Jun, bound to find him out. Lord Song Yuan, Tai Hu from the law enforcement team said that there is information about Wang Jun. The subordinate said again. What? There's intelligence on the Wang army? Why didn't you say so earlier? Get them over here, quick! Song Yuan immediately ordered. Yes. The subordinate left in a hurry and soon brought Iron Tiger. Only Tihu was holding a wooden box that looked like a food box. Tai Hu, you have news of Wang Jun? Quickly tell me where he is, I'm going to lead my troops to surround him, and definitely not let him have a chance to escape again. Song Yuan solemnly said. Lord Song Yuan, you don't have to go. Iron Tiger shook his head. No need my ass. Wang Jun is stronger than expected, letting him loose in the city is bound to make a big mess, Now you're even saying that you won't let me go, what kind of intentions are you resting on? Song Yuan immediately roared, his eyes staring at Tai Hu like knives. Lord Song Yuan, don't be anxious, I don't mean that. Tai Hu hurriedly explained. So what do you mean? Speak clearly. Song Yuan said again. Forget it, I'll show you the food box. Iron Tiger didn't argue, and directly opened the food box, instantly the rich smell of blood filled the air. Song Yuan frowned and stared at Tai Hu with a cold intent, then looked down into the food box and his pupils instantly shrunk. This is Wang Jun? He's even dead, how is that possible? Who was so capable of killing him? Even I couldn't do it, could it be the city lord or vice city lord who made a move? Song Yuan's eyes flashed with surprise as he looked at the human head inside the food box in disbelief. No, it's not the city lord, nor the vice city lord, it's an unknown powerhouse, and it only let the summoned beast make a move, and it slapped Wang Jun to death with a single move. Tai Hu said. One move? Wang Jun has a serpent bloodline that increases his combat power, I'm afraid that those who can exterminate him in one move are at the silver level. Song Yuan said seriously. It's likely to be silver level, and here's what happened. Iron Tiger began a little explanation, recounting the entire passage, including the scene and details of the time. I didn't expect that there was such an expert hidden within the city, so I really can't underestimate the people of the world. Song Yuan said solemnly, a trace of awe flashing across his face. However, this matter had to be investigated clearly, and it was necessary to find out where that silver rank was, otherwise not to mention him, the city lord and vice city lord would not be at ease. So Song Yuan said seriously, Tai Hu, you continue to investigate this matter, and make sure to find out the information about that silver rank, for sure. Yes my lord, I'll get right on it. The other side. The black girl also received the latest news about Wang Jun, and after learning that he had been slapped to death, she was finally relieved. It's good to be dead, it's always a relief to be dead. The mood-restored black girl ran back home and told Qinyu and Song Xiaomei all the information. These two budding girls were equally surprised upon hearing this news, and Qinyu even asked seriously. Are you saying that the one who exterminated Wang Jun could have been a cat or a dog? Yes, there's a big chance that it's cats and dogs, and the location where Wang Jun was killed is in the small alley not far from your elixir store. The black girl explained. Oh? Qinyu froze slightly, thinking of Li Xian's sudden departure when they walked to that area earlier. Soon after Li Xian returned with blood all over his paws, which made Qinyu suspicious. Could it be that brother Li Xian has secretly helped me solve a big problem without me realizing it? Has been silently guarding me? Qinyu said secretly, the more she thought about it, the more she felt that it was Li Xian who did it, because only Li Xian would guard her without complaint. Of course, she didn't dare to be sure, so she twisted her head to look at Song Xiaomei. Sure enough. At this moment, Song Xiaomei also looked at Qinyu with a surprised gaze, clearly confirming something and obviously guessing something about the situation. The two of them behaving like this made the black girl look a little bewildered, feeling very puzzled, not knowing what these two little girls were playing dumb. What's wrong with you guys? The black girl couldn't help but ask. Chapter 57, Another Reincarnation. Ah, no. It's okay. Xinyu hurriedly shook her head. Without Li Xian's permission, she wouldn't dare to say anything randomly, so she hurriedly shook her head. Oh. The black girl was very smart, otherwise she wouldn't have been specially invited to join the law enforcement team, and now that she saw Qinyu's flustered appearance, she vaguely guessed what was going on. With this suspicion, the black girl suddenly said, "Do you know who killed Wang Jun?" "No. I don't know yet." Xinyu hurriedly shook her head, her eyes becoming even more flustered, clearly looking like she was lying. This is even more suspicious. The black girl suspiciously sized up Xinyu, her mind suddenly thinking of that magical summoned beast, cat. Thinking about how powerful the cat was, the black girl felt that maybe the cat did it. After all, it was a cat too. Although the cat was a normal summoned beast, it might actually be possible to do this. But the black girl was not sure. After all, Captain Iron Tiger said that it was the silver level that made the move. The gap between this was extremely large, so the black girl was prepared to secretly investigate the investigation. "Luna, where's your kitty cat?" The black girl scanned the room and saw the big black bear drooling in the corner holding his food bowl and didn't see Kitty. Cat went back to the summoned beast world. Xinyu said seriously with a taut little face. "Oh, so." The black girl tilted her head in thought, then said, "Let me send you guys back. Now that Wang Jun is dead, everything is safe." "Aha, thanks Sister Blackie." "You're welcome, let's go." The trio set off again and after some time retraced their steps back to Song Xiumei's house. When she arrived, the black girl didn't mean to leave, instead she carefully surveyed the room. She didn't gain anything from a closer look, but her nose twitched slightly as she entered the shuffle room. "It smells like blood, very, very faintly." The black girl's eyes lit up and she hurriedly looked closely at the washtub, quickly seeing some tiny blood-red dots which seemed to have been left behind from the cleaning. Such a scene made the black girl more and more skeptical, feeling like she was getting closer and closer to the truth. Wow! The faucet was suddenly turned on, and Song Xiaomei walked in and began to wash and rinse, instantly washing away those red spots left in the sink. Such a scene caused the black girl's face to darken even more as she looked at Song Xiaomei in depression. "Xiaomei ah, is this really good?" Black girl said without a clue, actually testing Song Xiaomei. "Well, it's quite nice to wash your face like this, it's cool." Song Xiaomei replied back, the smart one naturally managed to answer easily. Okay. The black girl shook her head helplessly, feeling that she still needed to communicate more with Xinyu so that she could have a chance to ask for more information. But right now she had things to take care of. Their law enforcement team was particularly busy, plus the city had been in chaos lately, so she had to get back as soon as possible. Of course, she hadn't given up on pursuing this matter, and was prepared to continue her investigation when she had time, to make sure she found out what was going on. So she excused herself and left, hurrying off on another mission. In the room, only Qinyu and Song Xiaomei were left in the end. "Sister Xiaomei, did I act unnaturally just now?" Qinyu said apprehensively. "Yeah, I'm afraid Sister Blackie has guessed something, but don't worry, she's not an outsider, it's okay if she knows. The focus right now is why Brother Li Xian is so powerful, he even killed a black iron level Great Circle expert in seconds, this is simply a monster." Song Xiaomei said with admiration on her fair little face. Brother Li Xian was already very powerful. Qinyu's equally beautiful eyes glowed with adoration. The two little girls didn't need evidence, with their intuition they thought that all of this was done by Li Xian, which was really a horrible intuition. The other side. Summon the beast world. Li Xian was walking slowly, his god's perspective scanning the four directions, trying to find some valuable materials. Unfortunately, after some searching, no suitable material was found, and I finally chose to give up. Luckily there is a mysterious fruit in the space that feels like it will help me a lot in the future. Li Xian swept a glance at the fruit in the space and anticipation surged in his heart. Forget it, just self-destruct, acquire a new talent as soon as possible and see what gains can be made. Li Xian finished speaking and launched the self-detonation with a bang. Rumble. The advanced self-destruct combined with the black iron medium strength caused the power of the self-destruct to increase once again. A large area was rippled, forming a bowl-shaped ball of energy that inverted onto the earth. Li Xian was plunged into the lonely darkness in such a ball of energy. Ding! You're dead. Random resurrection in progress. With the sound of machinery, Li Xian's world regained its light, and the smell of damp earth rushed into his nostrils. Li Xian opened his eyes, the moist soil presented itself, as well as the roots of some plants, and the faint scent of flowers kept coming. Another underground cave. What summoned beast this time? Let's first look at the memories of this body. It seems to have lived quite a long time. With curiosity, Li Xian watched the memories of this body, and soon his eyes widened. A black iron grade summoning beast? I actually transformed into a black iron grade summoning beast this time? How is that possible? Li Xian was shocked and reconfirmed this fact a few times before finally confirming it. Does it mean that I'll be able to transmute black iron ranked summoned beasts once my soul reaches the black iron middle rank? If that's the case, then will I be able to transmute even more powerful summoned beasts once my soul reaches the highest level? Li Xian's heart was filled with anticipation and he immediately watched the memories, and as a result, the more he watched, the better his mood became and he felt that this reincarnation was really worth it. 2 intermediate skills, to have gained 2 intermediate skills, great, what a treat. Li Xian was so excited that he immediately called up the data panel to check his abilities. Ding! Name, Li Xian, 5,199 honor points. Species, ground spur beast, black iron summoner. Soul, black iron medium. Royal master, Xin Yu. Ability 1, intermediate ground spike, intermediate earth wall, carry space, analog communication, ice freeze, intermediate wind wings, intermediate change, intermediate fireball. Ability 2, advanced self-healing, advanced defense, advanced monstrous strength, advanced self-explosion, advanced healing arts, advanced god's perspective, advanced megalomania, advanced dragon might. Ground spike beast, ability is intermediate ground spike, intermediate earth wall, T-escape, 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 Tisk. Li Xian smiled in his heart, feeling that the harvest this time was really not small, and at the same time, he also saw a lot of information from the memories of this body. This information was very much useful, and the knowledge that Li Xian did not know before was acquired at this moment. Well, it's great to finally know how to boost this ability, Ice Freeze. Li Xian was so happy that even after spending 3 days and 3 nights browsing through the memories of this body, he was still in a good mood. Almost done, keep blowing yourself up, the exhaustion of the soul isn't really noticeable anyway. Li Xian leapt into action and unleashed his self-detonation once more. Rumble. With a loud bang, Li Xian's world was plunged into boundless darkness. Ding. You're dead. Random resurrection in progress. With the mechanical beeps, Li Xian felt his limbs again, and power began to pour out. Pust. The sharp pain came steeply from his abdomen, followed by a tearing pain. Chapter 58 The Goon Doll. Such pain caused a nameless fire to rise in Li Xian's heart as he knew that he had been attacked, right after he had been reincarnated. Enduring the intense pain, Li Xian opened his eyes wide and looked at the scene in front of him, and then froze slightly. Because 2 acquaintances appeared in front of him, 2 acquaintances that he had seen before in the summoner's memories. These 2 were no one else, but 2 dark, big-headed dolls that emanated an aura of evil energy. Looking at the 2 big-headed dolls, Li Xian thought of the summoned beasts that had been killed earlier and then associated them with the present. He instantly narrowed his eyes. Ha! Surprisingly, he's still alive. A black iron lower poison-resistant ape has withstood many of our attacks, and he's still not dead. The big-headed girl doll looked at Li Xian in confusion, feeling very surprised. Indeed, this poison-resistant ape is very difficult to deal with. If it hadn't suddenly attacked our team, the captain wouldn't have let us kill it. The effort is not pleasing to the eye. We can earn honor points for killing other races. This kind of native summoned beast, we get a beast core for killing it, and it's still useless to our evil energy clan. The other big-headed boy doll spoke up, his big head bobbing around. Then give it another shot, this time stabbing it straight through the heart. The big-headed girl doll cracked her mouth wide open, revealing sharp, blackened teeth and an icy gleam in her eyes. Whoosh! The sharp-root thorns flashed rapidly, suddenly stabbing at Li Xian's heart like lightning. Boom! The earth shook with a huge boom. A huge orangutan's fist blasted into the area where the big-headed girl doll was, directly smashing the earth into a big pit. That big-headed girl doll didn't even let out a scream and was directly smashed to death. Such an unbelievable scene instantly scared the big-headed male doll into staring at Li Xian, who stood up in horror. What? What's going on? Your arm can actually become this big? The big-headed male doll was horrified. No, you guessed wrong, it's not just my arms, I can get big everywhere in my body. Killing intent flashed in Li Xian's eyes as his enlarged right hand reverted back to its original shape, then twisted his head twice. Cluck 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 cluck. The cackling sound of bones rang out, and with that sound, Li Xian took a step towards the big-headed doll with his big gorilla feet. You stay back. The big-headed male doll was so scared that his face turned pale, and he slowly backed away, his body starting to tremble in fear. Because it only had the strength of black iron lower, while the strength of the female doll just now was black iron middle. Even the median was killed, where else could it mess with such a terrifying poison-resistant ape? So he made a terrified effort to back away while coloring. Our boss is nearby, he's a black iron great circle, and he has a special bloodline, he's very powerful. I advise you to hurry up and leave, or you'll surely die when our boss arrives. Oh? You bosses? You're team-oriented? Tell me all your information or I'll crush you. Li Xian's voice was icy cold. No. Impossible, my evil energy clan will never betray my own clan, and will never tell you any information. The big-headed boy doll stilled, his legs shaking. Yes? Then let you enjoy being close to the earth. Li Xian grinned, revealing sharp gorilla teeth, then his body leaned forward slightly. Boo! A dull sound rang out, Li Xian's body flashed away like a speeding sports car, and by the time it stopped it had already grabbed the ankle of the big-headed male doll and was carrying it upside down. You? What do you want to do? The big-headed male doll was carried like this, scared to the point of cold sweat, feeling more and more scared. Do what? Smash you, of course, so you can taste the earth. Boom boom boom. A series of roaring sounds rang out. Li Xian was like smashing a dead dog, carrying this big-headed doll and smashing it wildly on the ground, left and right wildly. Even Li Xian had a backhand fancy smash, directly smashing the dust, smashing the falling leaves, smashing the screams. Waiting to smash for a full minute, he only stopped wildly smashing, and then lifted the half-dead big-headed doll and asked in a cold voice. Tell me all about yourselves, immediately. No. Can. The big-headed male doll knew that it was bound to die, so he refused outright. Boom boom boom. Another wild smash, then Li Xian said with indifference flashing in his eyes, say it or not. No. Say. Boom boom boom. For the last time, say it or not. If say, I'll let you go, if not, I'll directly smash it against the rock. Li Xian asked in a cold voice. I said. Boom boom. Eh? You're going to say? Li Xian smashed twice and suddenly reacted. The big-headed male doll was directly smashed and cried, its face was deformed, if it hadn't used its evil energy possession to protect itself, it would have already been smashed to death. Who told you not to say it earlier? I'm all smashed smooth. Li Xian shrugged. I? The big-headed male doll was so angry by these words that it didn't faint, and it wanted to say, can you stop being so angry? And blame me? Obviously it's all to say, but it's still smashing. However, the big-headed male doll cannot dare to say this matter, afraid to continue to be smashed, can only hold back. Hurry up and say it, keep smashing you if you keep inking. Li Xian urged, mainly from his god's perspective, he saw that several big-headed dolls were rushing in the distance, and he had to figure out this matter as soon as possible before he could do so. Okay, I'll say, they call me a goon doll because of my natural timidity. I didn't ask for your name, tell me your race, your power, and why you appeared in the summoned beast world. Li Xian said in a cold voice. Yes, we come from the evil energy clan, and because the major universes broke up, we were sent to the summoning beast world to survive, by the guardians of our clan. Major universe breakdown? Seeking life? Li Xian froze, thinking of the sudden arrival of the human race in this world, and immediately asked, the human race is also seeking survival? Yes, the people too, but there's only one guardian of the people, and it's a woman, and she's been secretly guarding the people for many years. Later, when a crisis suddenly appeared in the major universes, she could have escaped, but she couldn't let go of her own race, so she chose to sacrifice herself, giving the human race the hope of survival. Speaking of which, the guardians of the human race are really great, like the Karmai race is very selfish, they have 2 guardians, and as a result, the guardians ran away, and the race was directly destroyed. The goon doll quickly explained, going over the general situation, including the spirit race, the demon race, the dark race, the extermination race, the thunder race, the three eyes race, and so on and so forth. So much information was heard that Li Xian was also greatly surprised, and completely did not expect that there were so many things behind this, which really shocked Li Xian. Why is there a crisis in the major universes? What kind of crisis can affect so many universes? Li Xian solemnly inquired. Chapter 59, Transformation. I'm not sure, but there's a story circulating in our evil energy clan that two powerful men were said to be fighting at the edge of the universe. The aftermath of the battle swept across a large number of universes, and because these aftermaths came so quickly, the major universes were too late to defend themselves. That's why we can only send our respective races into the summoned beast world, hoping to protect the clan to continue. The goon doll hurriedly explained. So that's how it is, with so many clans coming to the summoned beast world, this world is even bigger than I imagined. Li Xian solemnly said. Indeed, the summoned beast world is very huge, but there are too many groups that have come, I know of dozens of them, and the number of these groups may only be a few million in the smallest number, and trillions in the largest. The summoned beast world is a bit too big to handle anymore, so the race hunting war will open sooner or later. Golem doll said. Race hunting war? Li Xian raised an eyebrow. You're a native summoned beast, so you don't know this. Between our major groups, we can tell what race the other side is, through soul perception. And you can earn honor points for hunting other races, but of course, you don't get honor points for killing because you're a native summoned beast. The goon doll continued. Oh? Li Xian froze slightly, his gaze somewhat strange as he looked at the goon doll. Because he's a transmuter too, but it's funny how the goon doll can't see that. Could it be the system? Li Xian said darkly, feeling that there was a high chance that it was the system, and only the system could do this. But the soul perception ability to tell what race someone was from made Li Xian look forward to it as well, so he frowned and asked. What you said about soul perception, is it a gift or does it need to be practiced? If it can be practiced to get it, tell me how to practice it. Soul perception is our talent, it's useless for me to tell you, but the spirit people possess a secret technique that allows them to tell the race of others. They actually seldom use this secret method, as they are also gifted, and the secret method is only given to the unawakened in their clan. The goon doll continued, not daring to hide anything, and said it all. Such an honest appearance, but it made Li Xian somewhat unable to lay his hands on it, mainly because he could still capture it later to continue torturing the information. Good, it seems like I'll help you out since you're so honest. Li Xian said, once again lifting the goon doll up and smashing it against the earth. Boom boom boom. The frenzied smashing began, more than a few times as the goon doll looked on in confusion. Go back in time a few moments. Not far away in the woods. Several colorful big-headed dolls were sitting and talking together, and the leader of the big-headed dolls had a scar on his face, which looked very hideous. The aura emanating from this big-headed doll was also very different, obviously stronger and more oppressive. Even the seat he was sitting in was star-studded, surrounded by the crowd in the center. Captain, can the two of them really kill a poison-resistant ape? The goon dolls are constantly dragging their feet, and I'm worried that something will happen. A fat big-headed doll frowned. Don't worry, the goon doll is not good, but the fierce girl doll is a black iron intermediate level, one level higher than the poison-resistant orangutan, and a little bit of means is enough to exterminate the orangutan. The captain with the scarred face spoke in a cold voice, not the least bit worried that something was wrong. The fierce girl doll's strength is indeed good, but she's too conceited, so it's easy to suffer losses. The fat big-headed doll worried. Don't worry, even if they are undefeated, we can still go to the rescue in time with such a close distance. What are you afraid of with me? The scarred captain proudly said. Yes, the captain is a great circle and has a special bloodline, his strength far exceeds that of an ordinary great circle, with the great captain around, there's no need to worry at all. A few of the big-headed dolls next to him spoke up, all looking at Captain Scar with adoration. It's... The fat doll was still a little worried in his heart, and there was an inexplicable sense of crisis in his main heart, a sense of crisis that had saved him many times. But now, this sense of crisis appeared once again, and even though the sense of crisis was not strong, he was still a bit uneasy. Boom! A huge sound boomed steeply, coming from the area where the poison-resistant orangutan was located in the distance. Such a voice caused everyone at the scene to slightly change in color, and that fat doll even widened his eyes in shock as the sense of crisis became stronger. Go! Captain Scarab thundered to the location of the boom and hurried over with the crowd. They were fast, and it was only a matter of moments before they ran out of the woods and saw the site of the battle. As a result, this look didn't matter, their pupils shrunk violently. For the fierce girl doll had disappeared, the floor was covered in blood, and the Gunny doll was being carried by the poison-resistant orangutan and smashed furiously and bloodied. Such a scene immediately caused the scarred captain's face to turn ugly. On one foot he said that he was there and didn't need to worry, and then something happened on the back foot, which made the scarred captain feel humiliated and instantly annoyed, then waved his hand and said, "Damn native summoner, I'm going to kill you, evil energy strike." Boom! A huge green fist coalesced and appeared in mid-air, emitting an evil energy aura, followed by this green fist ruthlessly slamming into Li Xian, smashing it against his brain. Boo! A dull sound rang out. Li Xian raised his hands high to block the green fists, then looked ferociously at the evil energy dolls that rushed over with murderous intent. Kill the ape. Together. Die. The 6 evil energy dolls struck out at the same time, condensing all sorts of twisted root thorns that ruthlessly stabbed at Li Xian. The stronger evil energy dolls even condensed evil energy fists and smashed out viciously with terrifying might. Swish swish swish. With the sound of breaking air, a large number of attacks came, all converging towards Li Xian. However, Li Xian did not panic, instead, he grinned, revealing his sharp teeth. Bullying the few with the many? Then let you all feel what it's like to be ravaged. Boom! The terrifying figure appeared abruptly, carrying a powerful wind that whistled and instantly swept up a large amount of dust. Immediately afterward, a figure like a small mountain stood in this area, blocking out the sunlight in the sky. That gorilla that was originally around 2 meters was like a mutation at the moment, directly becoming a terrifying monster. This kind of scene, see the evil energy doll's scalp numb, that fat doll is even directly scared urine. Holy, what the is this? Far away. The violent rabbit had just come out of the summoning spell, and because of the merit he had been rewarded by the summoner, and had eaten a lot of magical treasures, and his strength had increased a bit. Originally he was confident and felt different from before, felt better and more powerful. However, looking at the terrifying figure that suddenly appeared, looking at the behemoth that blocked the sky, violent rabbit was completely terrified and shrieked out in fear. Boo! The terrifying figure moved, and the huge fist fell steeply from the sky, ruthlessly smashing into the evil energy dolls below. Chapter 60, The Great War Comes to an End. Run! The fat doll furthest away cried out. Unfortunately, it was already too late. The big hand of the horror gorilla came too fast, and in an instant it fell from the sky and slapped the doll group with a loud bang. Rumble! Huge roar, the earth still shaking, strong wind whistling, shaking the 4 directions, also blew away the goon dolls, so that the scene of smoke and dust. By the time the smoke disappeared, there were only 3 evil dolls left alive, Captain Scar, Fat Doll, and the goon doll that was blown away. At the moment, they were in an unusual state of distress, and the fat doll's head was covered with a bulging bag that had been hit by a splashing rock. It hurts like hell. What kind of monster is this? Such a strong summoned beast, why is it in such a weak area? Why doesn't it go to an area with abundant spiritual power? The fat doll covered his head in horror, fear in his eyes. By the time he finished those words, he felt an even more terrifying sense of crisis that scared the piss out of him. But he couldn't care less about that. Instead, he hugged the goon doll that blew over to him, and like a rabbit, he began to run wildly to escape, while shouting at the same time. Captain, run away. Escape? There's no such word as escape in my world, poison-resistant ape. Do you think you're great just because you can get bigger? Do you really think you'll be afraid of you? The scarred captain always had a gloomy face. Even when he saw the hill like Li Xian, the scarred captain still didn't back off, but showed a decisive look and took out a special crystal from his bosom. Last time our evil energy clan was in this area, a captain died. I was a bit stronger than him, but not by much, but I was sent here. Do you know why I was sent here? Because I have the means to terrorize. It comes from the essence of blood gifted by the Lord Commander. Today, I'll let you feel the depth of my clan and the might of Lord Commander. The scarred captain finished indifferently and crushed the crystal with a click. Moment. Green power swirled in all directions, and a drop of green blood slowly floated in midair, emitting an oppressive to the extreme aura. Looking at the drop of blood, the scarred captain revealed a greedy look before opening his mouth and swallowing the drop of blood, standing still. Knock knock. Knock knock. Knock knock. A sound that seemed like the beating of a drum rang out, and with that sound, Captain Scar's body suddenly began to expand. The veins on that arm were as bulging as earthworms, and the muscles became stronger and more twisted. The original 1-meter-tall head began to grow like a blow-up balloon, gradually growing to a small giant of over 5 meters tall before stopping. Roar! Bloodthirsty and brutal roars resounded through the sky, and the palpitating power enveloped a large area in a radius, also scaring the many summoned beasts into fleeing in fear. When the fat doll who was running wildly saw this scene, the sense of crisis in his heart didn't diminish, but instead became stronger, which made him very strange. Because he realized that Captain Scar had become a small giant and should be much stronger, and should be far beyond the poison-resistant apes. But why the sense of crisis didn't diminish was strange to him, and all he could do was to hide behind a big rock and watch the battle after running far away. Now the captain is very powerful, breath and evil energy fluctuation, completely crushed the poisonous resistance gorilla, even if the poisonous resistance gorilla become very huge. But what's with the sense of crisis in the back of my mind? Could it be that the captain will make a move on me after he kills the poison-resistant ape? The fat doll was puzzled and somewhat confused as to what was going on, and decided to secretly look at the situation first, and if there was really danger, he would utilize the treasure to protect himself. With that thought in mind, Fat Doll watched from afar, and soon he saw the two monsters move and begin a great battle. Both of these monsters were not small in size, especially the poison-resistant ape, which was like a small mountain in size, but Captain Scar was rather stronger in terms of strength. And as a result, Fat Doll has confidence in Captain Scar. Boom boom boom. The horrible battle began. The two monsters started a life and death struggle outside the woods. Both sides fought in the most primitive, brutal, and hot-blooded way in close combat, a crazy battle. With the great battle, this area was completely victimized, a large area was destroyed, the green grass was trampled, the low shrubs were torn to pieces, and even the rocks that were in the way were knocked out of the way. Blood slowly dyed the earth red, and it became somewhat reddened in the smoke and dust that swirled from the great battle. As Fat Doll had predicted, their captain was completely on top, in the crushing stage. There was just one thing that made Fat Doll a little depressed, and that was that Captain Scar was in the upper hand, but his brain was swollen from the beating. The main thing is that the difference in size between the two sides is too big, one is 5 meters tall, and the other is as magnificent as a small mountain. Fighting at such a size resulted in Captain Scar only being able to hit the legs of the poison-resistant gorillas, while the poison-resistant gorillas could swing their large fists at the captain's head. On more than one occasion, the captain was even stomped into the dirt by an orangutan's big foot, ate a mouthful of stinky mud, and smelled like stinky feet. As it was, the captain was falling into the dirt, stomped on so furiously by the poison-resistant gorillas that the patch of earth shook with the stomping. Roar! A roar rang out, and an evil aura burst forth from Captain Scar with abandon. A large green hand coalesced and appeared in the air, fiercely blasting into the abdomen of the poison-resistant ape, leaving a deep wound. Yes! Fat Doll couldn't help but scream at the sight, but the next second he froze. Because of the poison-resistant orangutan's injuries, it was surprising that it was rapidly healing, and that serious injuries were recovering quite a bit in a very short period of time. Such an unbelievable scene directly stunned Fat Doll, and even Captain Scar froze. It didn't matter if he froze, he was immediately seized by Li Xian, and his terrifying fist directly smashed over. Boom boom boom. Two big fists waved crazily. Shining at the scarred captain was a wild hammer, hammering the dirt flying, hammering the earth still trembling, hammering the scarred captain once again set into the earth. Boo! After a struggle, the scarred captain scurried out of the earth with a blue face, covering his head with an angry snarl. Damn poison-resistant ape, I want you dead. I want you to die. Evil destruction gun. Whoosh! The green lance flashed in the air and disappeared like lightning. Tick-tock. Large drops of blood spilled down from the location of the poison-resistant ape's heart, staining the fertile earth and signaling the end of his life. It's so hard to finally die, Captain Scar has finally won. Fat Doll looked relieved at this scene, feeling that things were finally coming to an end, but the sense of crisis in his heart was still there, which caused him to frown, unable to figure out why. See, no matter how huge you become, you're nothing but trash in front of us, the evil energy clan. Our evil energy clan wants to kill you, a native, as simple as crushing an ant. What an insouciant native. The scarred captain opened his mouth arrogantly, his voice was like muffled thunder, but it was permeated with a hint of gasping for breath. Obviously the battle just now had consumed him greatly as well. Oh? Yeah? Li Xian opened his mouth indifferently, his voice was calm, not caring about the fatal wound of his heart being pierced through. Instead, he revealed a bizarre smile. What? Are you laughing at? Captain Scar hurriedly inquired, vaguely feeling something bad. Chapter 61 Threats. Captain, run! Run! A hoarse shriek came from the distance, and Captain Scar heard that it was the voice of the Fat Doll. He was about to ask something when suddenly he jerked his head forward to look at the massive poison-resistant ape. Only to see the body of the poison-resistant ape, it suddenly swelled up, and terrifying to the extreme power began to coalesce. No good! The scarred captain's pupils shrunk when he saw the scene, and he scattered and ran, but unfortunately, the next second the endless flames drowned him out. Rumble! A terrifyingly loud sound resounded through this area, and a terrifying large explosion steeply swept through the 8 directions, sweeping across large swaths of land. The 5-meter-tall scarred captain, in the terrifying self-explosion, didn't even let out a scream, and directly drowned in the explosion. His corpse was nowhere to be found. However, the power of this explosion was too strong, and the range of the wave was even extremely wide. Even the fat doll that ran out a long way was affected by the wave, and the town flew out. Fortunately, he was relatively fat and his fat protected him, but he was still shaken by the aftershock of the explosion and flew out several meters continuously. By the time he came to a rolling stop on the ground holding the goon doll, he turned his head to the explosion and froze straight up, like a little cutie. Like a motionless one. At the moment, the entire explosion area was flooded with flames, and a large round pit was formed in the center of the flames, with rolling smoke steaming in the pit, just like the smoke ignited after a war. Looking at this horrific scene, looking at the captain who didn't even leave his bones behind, Fat Doll was so scared that his scalp was numb and he was trembling. The goonish doll that had been held was also scared to death with a cold sweat running down his back. Too strong, isn't it? This is a disaster. Yeah, who would have thought that a random indigenous summoned beast would be so bad to mess with, and the key would also self-detonate. This is too terrifying. The two evil energy dolls spoke in horror, feeling that this fire peacock area was too dangerous, with all sorts of weird monsters constantly popping up. Originally, I thought that the fire peacock district, as long as you don't mess with the fire peacock, is fine, but it turns out that first the first captain was killed, and then Captain Scarab died, too. Maybe even more terrifying summoned beasts will come out in the future. I think we'd better not come to the fire peacock area, it's too dangerous. The goon doll said in alarm. Right, the 99 districts are immense, we can go to other districts, just don't come to the fire peacock district anyway. Fat Doll firmly said. Let's go, we'll never come to the fire peacock district again. The two surviving evil energy dolls ran away in a sorry state, swearing that they would never come to the fire peacock area again. They were really scared and left a lifetime of indelible shadows in their hearts. The other side. Behind the boulder at the top of the hill. Violet Rabbit similarly watched the big explosion that followed the battle and felt like his worldview had come crashing down. Originally, he felt that he was quite powerful, but as a result, he felt that he was a waste when compared to now, mainly because the gap was too big. How could he not expect that the summoned beast world would be so dangerous, with such a terrifying existence? Violet Rabbit, who was horrified in his heart, couldn't help but speak up in the chat channel and said quickly. You guys know what I saw? It was so scary. What did you see, Violet Rabbit? Could it be related to the vibration just now? The earth suddenly shook just now. Vigorous Tiger said. Yes, it's the vibration that just happened. Just now there were two big monsters fighting here. One was 5 meters tall, and the other was like a small mountain. That 5-meter tall monster is very strong and can release green power. It feels very ominous and completely different from our spiritual power. Violet Rabbit immediately said. Two big monsters? Green power? Unknown? What happened then? Who won and who lost? Blast Mouse immediately got to the bottom of it. Then the heart of the hill-like monster was pierced through, and it was supposed to have failed miserably, but it suddenly exploded, sweeping across the land in an instant. By the time the explosion stopped, the 5-meter-tall monster had already disappeared, presumably blown up without a corpse. Violet Rabbit immediately explained. Surprisingly? Green power, you say more, I feel a little off. The Blast Mouse immediately said. Huh? It's not right? Why? This green energy seems to be stronger and more erosive than spiritual energy, and those who release it are some big-headed dolls. Violet Rabbit explained. Sure enough, I've been seeing quite a few corpses of summoned beasts lately, and a lot of them have remnants of green energy. I suspect that the big-headed dolls are the ones who moved, and a few days ago, a few transmutants were suddenly killed, and the bodies had green energy residue as well. Blast Mouse immediately explained that he enjoyed researching and getting to the bottom of things, so he had found some clues. Oh? Are you saying that these big-headed dolls are exterminating us? The flaming dog stared. Yeah, do you guys ever look at big-headed dolls? Can tell me what they do. Blast Mouse continued. I've seen the big-headed dolls before, and they killed a red-eyed monkey. The illusion paragon bird suddenly spoke up, recounting the scene he had seen. What? Are you sure? Blast Mouse said hastily. Of course I'm sure, I saw it with my own eyes, why? The illusory lark inquired suspiciously. The red-eyed monkey is the transmogrifier, except the person is more withdrawn and never talks in the chat channel. He defected to me. But I was summoned away by the royal master, and when I returned, the red-eyed monkey was dead, his body gnawed beyond recognition. I thought he was attacked by a summoned beast, but I didn't expect it to be these big-headed dolls. Blast Mouse stared. This. The crowd realized the seriousness of the matter when they heard the words of the Blast Mouse. If someone was really hunting transhumans, it would be an absolute disaster for them. Beast of Change Big Guy, are you there? Do you have any news on this? Can you give us some science? The Illusion 100 Spirit Bird spoke up. She adored Li Xian, so she was the first to ask for help. Don't ask the Change Beast about everything. Although his strength is good, it's impossible for him to know everything. The black-haired dog jumped out and couldn't help but snap. Scram! It's not your turn to speak here, Black Hairy Dog. The Illusionary 100 Spirit Bird directly cursed, showing no mercy at all. You! The black-haired dog was furious and couldn't help but retort. I'm telling the truth, I admit that the Beast of Change is very powerful, but how long has he only been reincarnated? Even if he's great, he can't know everything, right? Shut up, black-haired dog, a fool like you will never know the power of a Change Beast, big brother. The Illusionary 100 Spirit Bird continued to open its mouth and cursed, its words filled with contempt. The black hairy dog is angry and wants to go on a rampage, but soon the chat channel several people scolded him at the same time, scolding his heart stifled, did not dare to go on a rampage. Still, he couldn't help but scream, time will verify everything I say, just wait. After saying this, Black Hair Dog directly closed the chat channel and chose not to watch. However, after a few minutes, he still couldn't help himself and clicked on the chat channel again, only for the content within the chat channel to have changed. I didn't expect it to be like this. The Change Beast Big Brother knows quite a lot, even this. Yeah, but it's so serious, what are we going to do? Shall we form an alliance? I'm afraid we'll be in danger if we encounter an evil energy doll. Yes, it's best for everyone to stick together, even if they are summoned away, the rest will be able to help each other out. A whole bunch of messages flashed through the chat channel, and the black-haired dog looked bewildered, his mind boggled, and at the same time realized that he had missed out on important information. But he couldn't see what he had been chatting about and could only fall into a state of anxiety. Damn, what the hell did the Beast of Change say? And what's with the evil energy doll? Aha, I should have known not to close the chat channel, it pisses me off. Chapter 62, The New Pact. Ignoring the black-haired dog that was in a state of regret, his sight came to Li Xian's side. At the moment, Li Xian was adapting to his new body and feeling his state. This time Li Xian turned into a white leopard in its hatchling stage, covered in fluffy fur, with a very good-looking and droll appearance. Together with his sharp claws and streamlined muscles, Li Xian was very satisfied with his current self. Not bad, the strength has increased again. This time, not only is it a black iron summoning beast, it also got the ability to be invisible. Li Xian nodded with satisfaction and slowly opened the data panel to check. Ding! Name, Li Xian, 6,000 honor points. Physique, Stealthy Panther, Black Iron Lower. Soul, Black Iron Medium. Royal Master, Xin Yu. Ability 1, Intermediate Stealth, Intermediate Poison Resistance, Intermediate Ground Spike, Intermediate Earth Wall, Carrying Space, Analog Communication, Ice Freeze, Intermediate Wind Wings, Intermediate Change, Intermediate Fireball. Ability 2, Advanced Self-Healing, Advanced Defense, Advanced Monstrous Strength, Advanced Self-Explosion, Advanced Healing Arts, Advanced God's Perspective, Advanced Megalomania, Advanced Dragon Might. 2 Black Iron Summoning Beasts, only got Intermediate Poison Resistance, Intermediate Stealth, less talent. Guess the age of the summoning beasts is too young, next time try to transmute the older summoning beasts. Li Xian looked towards the Intermediate Ground Spike and Intermediate Earth Wall. These two abilities came from the Ground Spike Beast, which was an aging summoned beast. The long period of time allowed the Ground Spike Beast more time to explore its potential, awaken new abilities, and even enhance its own abilities. It's still better to have an old-aged summoned beast, with strong talent, lots of memories, and rich combat skills, much better than a young summoned beast. Li Xian had some pity, but did not lose heart. After all, there were plenty of opportunities in the future. Although his soul was now tired and suitable for repairing for a while before reincarnating, Li Xian still didn't care. There's no rush to find Xinyu, let's find another Imperial Master, contract it and harvest more soul power. Li Xian pondered, opening God's Perspective to scan the 4 directions, looking for the contract spell formation. Unfortunately, after scanning the circle, no contract spells were found. Li Xian was in no hurry, slowly taking his leopard paws and walking step by step on the lush green grass, viewing the unfamiliar yet familiar surroundings. The beautiful world of summoned beasts is really colorful, but such a beautiful place is filled with the cruelest of the weak and the strong. Li Xian twisted his panther's head and looked towards the northeast, where two summoned beasts were fighting, one for food and the other for survival on both sides. Li Xian didn't go over to stop it, but continued on with his elegant steps, viewing the world while continuing to look for the contract spell formation. Roar! Long whistles rang out as the lanky black tiger stomped on the buffalo, opening its mouth and roaring up to the sky. That shocking cry caused the surrounding summoned beasts to show fearful looks, and the timid ones even peed in fear. The black tiger disdainfully swept the four directions, scanning the surroundings with a disdainful gaze, his kingly aura on display. Also at this time, a white summoning spell formation suddenly appeared and swirled around the black tiger, vaguely seeming to be a bit different from other contract spell formations. When the black tiger saw the contract formation, it excitedly raised its head to the sky and walked towards the contract formation like a king. Just right then, just as the black tiger moved forward, a white panther passed by, ignoring its black tiger's kingly aura, and directly surpassed it, heading towards the contractual spell formation. This caused the black tiger to become completely enraged, and in anger, it stepped on its thick and powerful limbs and quickly came in front of the white panther, blocking the panther's path. Not far. Several summoned beasts revealed looks of pity when they saw this scene. Facing the lanky black tiger, there was only one ultimate end for the white leopard, and that was death. Sure enough, with a deafening roar, the black tiger's body leapt forward and charged at the white panther. It had no intention of killing the white panther, but it had to teach it a lesson, so that the white panther would know how powerful it, the black tiger, was. Boo! With a dull sound, the black tiger in the midst of a flying lunge flew out horizontally and fell directly onto the ground, rolling several times in a row. Then the black tiger was lying on the grass with a dumbfounded face, staring stonily at the tiger's teeth that had been slapped down on the ground. Ow! The few summoned beasts in the distance looked at the scene blankly, their brains completely confused. They saw the black tiger pounce and thought that the white leopard was finished, but it turned out that the white leopard actually slapped the black tiger with a paw. Such a scene is like a dream. So these summoned beasts were also dumbfounded, staring dumbfoundedly at the white panther as he took a step into the contract spell formation and disappeared in his dashing back. Purple Spirit World, Spirit Worship City. It was a small, ancient city, populated mostly by purple people, big, muscular and simple-minded. However, there were also outsiders who settled in Bailing City and became permanent residents here. For example, the Zhao family, which belonged to the yellow race, had migrated here from the distant eastern continent and had taken root here. Because of the difference in skin color, it can be said that the yellow people have had a hard time surviving here and have been treated unfairly in many ways. It was good that the Zhao family had gone through the toughest moments, and as it continued to branch out, the Zhao family finally stabilized and became stronger and stronger. Zhao Family Compact Plaza. Today was the annual contract ceremony of the Zhao family, and the entire Zhao family had a full 30 children summoned by contract this year, a full 20 more than last year. The fact that so many children are participating in the compact this year is also a great joy for the Zhao family. In order to show off the Zhao family and to deter other forces, the Zhao family had invited the Cha and Bei families, as well as the city lord's mansion, to watch the contract ceremony. The reason why he was so confident was that the Zhao family had produced a genius this year, and that was Zhao Buxiet. He was born with an aura body, and his cultivation speed was more than 3 times that of others, and he was expected by the entire Zhao family to contract a powerful summoned beast. Sure. Even if he just contracted ordinary summoned beasts, the Zhao family wouldn't blame him because 30 children contracted 30 summoned beasts. This power was enough to deter other clans, so the Zhao family wasn't worried. Alright, everyone be quiet, now I announce, the Zhao family contract ceremony officially begins. With the voice of the Zhao family patriarch, the contract ceremony began. 30 children stood in the very center of the square, took out their pocket knives and cut their fingers, dripping their blood onto the contract spell and waiting for the results of the contract to appear. Soon, a single contract spell formation lit up and bloomed with beautiful patterns, as eye-catching as a 6-main star. As these spells lit up, a summoned beast appeared in the spell to complete the contract. However, all of these summoned beasts were weak, and the strongest ones were only ordinary upper-level summoned beasts, not a single black iron level. Such a result made the Zhao family a bit lost, but they didn't want to pressure the children, so they always wore a smile. However, the muscular Cha and Bei families didn't care about this, and the juniors they brought along directly bared their teeth and laughed out loud. More than 20 people and not a single black iron summoner, the yellow race is truly a weak race. Shoo, keep your voice down, otherwise the Zhao family should pitch you again, they're not strong, but they're good at doing business. Oh, you think I'd be so stupid as to let them screw me over? It screwed you over 5 times, and you have the nerve to say it. Chapter 63 The Summoning. That was because I wasn't paying attention that I got screwed. Next time I'll be prepared and definitely won't get screwed, and I'm telling the truth, up to now none of them have a single black iron summoner beast contracted. That's true, they have a lot of people attending the contract ceremony every year, but there hasn't been a black iron summoning beast in a while. It will surely not appear this year either. This exotic, lowly race is certainly not as powerful as our purple human race. Indeed, apart from their brains, they are not a bit different from our purple race in terms of qualifications. Last year our Bei family contracted 2 black iron summoning beasts. The juniors of the Bei family and the Cha family were talking a lot, purposely speaking loudly so that everyone could hear them. Such words caused the Zhao family to listen with ugly faces. A handsome teenager in the very center of that square couldn't help but show a cold light in his eyes. He was Zhao Buxia, an existence that the Zhao family had high hopes for, and he had always held the family in very high regard. Now that he heard these people mocking the Zhao family, Zhao Buxia was very angry, so he glared at a fat man not far away. The fat man nodded and pulled a loud voice to the clan members next to him. I've heard that the Bei family hasn't had any black iron grade summoning beasts for decades. Last year, 2 appeared, but one of them didn't belong to the Bei family at all. It was a neighbor of the Bei family. As a result, it was hard to be pulled by the Bei family to fill up the number, and then when people joined the city lord's mansion, this Bei family still licked their faces and said that it was their own family's awakening, so their cheeks are really thick. Yeah, the Cha family isn't much better. There hasn't been a black iron rank in the past 2 years, and only one appeared the year before last. That's just it, and I don't know what they're proud of. The Zhao family's sons and daughters also deliberately talked loudly, specializing in exposing people's scars and pulling out their voices to talk. Such a murmur infuriated the Cha family and the Bei family, who gritted their teeth, and the Bei family member even shouted. At the very least we had a black iron rank last year, while you didn't have one last year, and you won't have a black iron rank this year, so watch. That's right, 30 teenagers participated in the summoning ceremony, and now 28 of them aren't black iron ranked, and the remaining 2 are definitely not black iron ranked either. The juniors of the Bei family and the Cha family shouted loudly, but they didn't have a bottom in their hearts, mainly because Zhao Buxia's summoned beast hadn't appeared yet, so they were worried. Also at this time, the light of the contract spell array flashed rapidly, and a tall figure appeared in the spell array, successfully contracting with Zhao Buxia. The moment. Zhao Buxia and the Zhao family looked at the summoning spell formation expectantly, and when the light dissipated, the crowd finally got a good look at the figure in the spell formation. It was a huge mammoth with stout limbs and a thick body. Even just appearing, it gave people a strong oppressive force. An ordinary upper-level summoning beast? It's a shame it's not black iron level. The Zhao family looked at the mammoth and sighed in unison, feeling a loss of mood. Although the mammoth was also very strong now, and could stand hard against the attacks of a black iron summoner beast in terms of combat power, it wasn't black iron ranked after all. This also caused Zhao Buxia, as well as the Zhao family, to be very lost. Ha, I told you, there definitely won't be a black iron level. I was right, ha ha ha. The Bei family junior laughed out loud. His laughter was very arrogant. Even Zhao Buxia failed. The Zhao family won't produce a black iron level this year. TSK, it's really a big family. It's true that there's still a gap between the races. The Cha family junior held his head high, his lanky figure intentionally collapsing straight, as if he was showing off. These words caused the Zhao family juniors to become very indignant, and that fat man couldn't help but shout. Can't you guys see that there's one more person without a deed? Jump to conclusions so early, beware of losing face. Ha, there's only one Zhao Ajuan left, with his dumb and silly look. Do you guys think he can contract a black iron summoning beast? The family of worshippers said disdainfully. Why not, just wait. The Zhao family retorted with red faces, only the words were very small. Because this last remaining teenager was ordinary looking, poorly qualified, and always dull. This also led to the Zhao family being very unimpressed with Zhao Dale, so everyone was in a lost mood. Yet just then, just when the Zhao family was lost, the radiant and glittering contract spell formation lit up abruptly, swirling with an even brighter light. With this light, a handsome white leopard suddenly appeared in the spell. To the surprise of the crowd, the leopard's eyes calmly scanned the surroundings, completely lacking the uneasiness of other summoned beasts that had just descended. Such a display caused the crowd to faintly stare, and when they sensed the white leopard's spiritual energy fluctuations, they instantly exploded into a frenzy. Black iron rank. Surprisingly, it's black iron rank, and it's a stealthy panther that specializes in assassination. Great, our Zhao clan has finally appeared at the black iron level again. It's so cool. Ha, look at the white leopard. It's too calm, and at a glance, it's especially good at assassination. As long as it grows up, it will become the protector of my Zhao family." The juniors of the Zhao family cheered gleefully, and even the elders of the Zhao family revealed smiles of joy, clearly in a different mood. Compared to the Zhao family's joyfulness, the Bei family and the Cha family on the other side had ugly faces as they looked at the white leopard solemnly. Facing a black iron rank that excelled at assassination, even summoners who were also black iron ranked were very wary of the possibility of being assassinated if they didn't do well. So these two families are sitting around a bit, thinking about what to do. But at the moment, Bino, the black iron grade summoner that the Bei family had awakened last year, brought his black iron grade summoning beast, the bloodthirsty orangutan, out from the crowd and stood in the center of the field. "Zhaozhuang, right, dare you let your summoned beast fight my summoned beast right here?" Bino said indifferently with arrogance. Zhaozhou, as his name suggests, was still in a dazed state, staring stupidly at his summoned beast, his mind still reeling. He had originally thought that he would be lucky to contract an ordinary lower-level summoned beast. He didn't even dare to think about an ordinary middle-level summoned beast. As a result, he didn't expect that he had contracted a black iron-level summoning beast, which scared Dale so much that he hadn't been able to react. "What? Don't dare to accept my challenge? Are all the juniors of the Zhao family so timid as rats?" Bino spoke faintly, his expression still arrogant. Such a statement displeased the Zhao family, and each of them gritted their teeth. But when faced with a black iron-ranked summoned beast, the crowd really didn't have a good way to deal with it. Although there was an older generation of black iron rank, it would be too degrading to deal with this teenager, and the older generation of the Bei family would surely jump out as well. So at this moment the tricky question arose. The juniors didn't know how to respond. They all looked at Zhao Dummy, wanting to see how he chose. Being focused on by so many people, Zhaozhou was immediately nervous and hurriedly turned his head to look at his summoned beast. "My summoned beast, someone has challenged us, go defeat him." After Zhao Dale finished speaking, he looked at the white leopard apprehensively, hoping that it would answer the battle. Chapter 64, Going to War. However, what made Zhaozhuang depressed was that the white leopard gave him a disdainful look and directly jumped onto the branch of a nearby large tree, squinting its eyes and starting to recuperate. Such a scene caused Zhao Dale to freeze, and the crowd at the scene was also in a daze. Because normally, summoned beasts would obey the summoner's orders, but what was wrong with this leopard? Why doesn't it obey? The crowd was a bit puzzled and looked blankly at Dale and White Leopard. "White Leopard, why are you jumping into the tree? Someone wants to challenge. That person is uneasy. I think you can win," Dale said as he ran to the tree. Unfortunately, the white panther just lazily rested on a tree branch and paid no attention to Dale. This made Dale very anxious, like an ant on a hot pan constantly walking around. "What? Don't dare to accept my challenge?" Seeing this scene, Bino screamed even more disdainfully, looking down on Dale in a lofty manner. "Dale's white leopard is still in its juvenile stage and isn't suitable for a challenge. If you want a challenge, I'll accompany you." Zhao Buxia led the mammoth to the front of the stage. "You?" Bino looked at Zhao Buxia with disdain. "You can't, an ordinary upper-level summoned beast isn't qualified to be my opponent." "How do you know if you don't try?" Zhao Buxia spoke calmly, coldness flashing across his handsome face. "Alright, since you want a challenge, let's let you feel the gap between the black iron rank and the normal rank." Bino raised his right hand and lightly snapped his fingers, and in an instant the bloodthirsty gorilla behind him stood up and slammed his chest with both fists. Ho 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 ho! Along with the roar, the aura uniquely belonging to the black iron class was unleashed recklessly, with a murderous aura mixed in. Such an aura made the bloodthirsty gorilla more and more powerful and oppressive. "Mammoth, it's all yours, make sure you win," Zhao Buxia encouraged. "Anan!" The mammoth let out a loud and clear cry, and then strutted its big feet, thumping towards the bloodthirsty orangutan, charging forward with an unrelenting momentum. The bloodthirsty gorilla was also not willing to show weakness and roared as it rushed towards the mammoth, and the two summoned beasts of similar size quickly fought together. Boom boom boom! Dull sounds kept ringing out as the bloodthirsty gorilla's fists swung wildly, constantly striking the mammoth's body, leaving behind a fist mark. This fierce punch hit the mammoth back and forth, although with the mammoth's defense attribute, it resisted these attacks hard for a short period of time, but the defeat was already sooner or later. Seeing this scene, the Zhao family were all in a low mood and could only cheer for the mammoths by constantly shouting, "Anan!" The mammoth seemed to be inspired and violently flung its long trunk, striking the bloodthirsty gorilla's face, and that strong force directly smashed the bloodthirsty gorilla to the ground. "Bravo!" The Zhao family juniors shouted in surprise and cheered for the mammoths. Roar! The bloodthirsty gorilla was completely enraged, waving his big fist and smashing it fiercely, shining another flurry of blows at the mammoth. With his great strength, as well as his strong power, in a state of alertness, the bloodthirsty ape completely formed a crushing situation. Moments later, the mammoth collapsed to the ground with a rumble, sending up a large cloud of dust. Anon! The mammoth struggled to get up, but unfortunately the injury was so severe that it failed to get up several times and could only let out a helpless cry. I concede. Zhao Buxia was heartbroken and ran next to the mammoth, blaming himself and hugging the mammoth while being frustrated over the defeat. Tiny ordinary level, even if the mammoth's defense is amazing, it's only a matter of time before it falls against my bloodthirsty gorilla. I forgot to tell you that my bloodthirsty gorilla hasn't turned on the talent bloodthirsty yet, and if it does, its combat power will increase by 50%. Bino spoke faintly, looking down on Zhao Buxia from above. 50%? Zhao Buxia shook inwardly, personally feeling the gap between the ordinary grade and the black iron grade, and suffered even more of a blow inwardly. Right, that's why I said you can't. The power of our purple race is not something you yellow people can imagine. After all, you are just lowly yellow people. Bino said indifferently. As he uttered these words, the white panther on the large tree that was faking a nap suddenly opened its eyes and looked at Bino with an icy gaze. Dale, who was at the bottom of the big tree, hurriedly shouted when he saw the white leopard open his eyes. Brother Panther, Master Panther, please do something, that man is too hateful and speaks too harshly. Swish! The white panther above the large tree suddenly jumped down and took a step towards the center of the field. Seeing that white leopard had actually come down, Zhao Ajuang thought that he had shouted his claim correctly and hurriedly said once again, Master Leopard, you're the most handsome. Crap! Li Xian opened his leopard's mouth and spat out his words clearly. With his words, the originally lively ceremony square instantly quieted down and became silent. The crowd stared blankly at the leopard that spoke, all staring in disbelief. How could they not expect that the leopard could talk? It was hard to imagine. Surprisingly, Master Panther, you can actually talk. How did you do it? Dale stood in place, dumbfounded. Strange, isn't this a stealthy leopard? How can it still talk? Isn't this only a very powerful summoned beast that can talk? Could it be a special class summoned beast? Zhao Buxia looked at the matriarch in confusion. Perhaps, it really is a special class summoned beast. The matriarch also became curious and watched expectantly as the white panther walked to the center of the field and stood across from the bloodthirsty gorilla. The white panther then raised one paw and hooked it provocatively at Bino. I'll allow the two of you to go together, otherwise you won't even be qualified to challenge me. A faint voice came out of the panther's mouth. The voice was full of arrogance, several times more arrogant than the worshippers. Such words, such provocation, caused Bino's face to turn red and he couldn't help but say angrily. So what if it's a special summoned beast, even challenging me together? I think you're asking for death. Bino said angrily, practicing spiritual power, his strength also reached the black iron level, plus the purple human race had a strong physique, which enhanced his strength. With such a strong him, along with the bloodthirsty gorilla, the combat power formed even reached the black iron middle rank, definitely not to be underestimated. Now that the white leopard was so provocative, it made Bino completely enraged and determined to teach the white leopard a lesson. Since you want to get your ass kicked, I'll make it happen. Bino stood next to the bloodthirsty gorilla with indifference, his body leaning forward in a fighting stance. Such a gesture worried the Zhao family, mainly because the combination of the two would be very strong, and the white leopard was a hatchling. The Zhao family was worried about white leopard's safety. After all, white leopard was the only black iron rank in the past few years, and everyone was still concerned. Master Panther, they are very strong, let me join you in fighting against them. Dale ran to white leopard, worried. Right, although Dale's strength is not good, he is resistant to beatings and can help you share the firepower. Fatty Zhao from not far away also said. Yeah, let Dale help. After all, real battles are fought by summoners with summoned beasts against each other. The sons and daughters of the Zhao family hurriedly spoke up, realizing Bai Bao's high intelligence, and immediately persuaded him with words. No need. Li Xian shook his leopard head, refused Dul's participation in the battle, and directly walked towards the bloodthirsty gorillas and Bino with elegant steps. You guys can make your move. Li Xian said indifferently. Kill. Bino roared, his body expanding slightly, his originally muscular body directly larger. Bino then took the bloodthirsty gorilla and charged the white leopard with a roar. Yet at this very moment, the very moment they were charging wildly, the white leopard's paw flicked against the ground. Whoosh! Dozens of sharp earth spikes violently burrowed out of the ground, striking Bino and the bloodthirsty gorillas lightning fast as they looked on in horror. Ow! Hysterical screams resounded through the area. The crowd at the scene heard the scream and looked at the terrible scene in front of them, frightened to the point of cold sweat and a chill down their backs. Chapter 65. Sorry, I couldn't help it. Some timid people looked at the tragic situation in front of them. They instinctively covered their important spots and looked at the white leopard with fearful eyes. Bino! The elders of the Bay family leapt out of the crowd with glowing red eyes and landed lightning fast in front of Bino, trying to pull him out of the dirt thorns. But then Bino spoke up, covering his ass in horror. Don't move, don't ever move, get a healing summoner, quick. Bino covered his buttocks in pain as cold sweat continued to pour down his face, and in the location of his buttocks, a sharp spike of earth went right in, and it went deep. The crimson blood dripped down the soil thorns and landed on the fertile ground, but Bino didn't dare to move a bit, and even if he was bleeding, he could only grit his teeth and endure it. The worshipful family patriarch watched this scene with his eyes bared as he yelled, "Zhao family, you must give me an explanation, you must." With the angry roar of the Bay clan's leader, the crowd watching the battle gradually recovered. They looked at Bino, who was sweating coldly and dripping with blood, and the bloodthirsty gorilla next to him, who was equally miserable and covered his ass, not daring to move. The crowd all felt their scalps tingle and felt chills on their backs. That kind of critical location being hit, it felt scary to think about it. Especially those juniors, the gazes they looked at the White Panther completely changed, becoming fearful and terrified. They swore in their hearts that they would never mess with this leopard in the future. In case the leopard gave them a blow, it would really hurt. The key is to lose face. Spread the word is simply social death, no longer have the face to see people. So the juniors secretly vowed to never mess with the leopard. Those old people who were strong were not afraid, and being strong, they could dodge the earth spikes the moment they appeared. But the scene in front of him still had to be dealt with. After all, the leopard had struck too hard, and although the Zhao family all felt relieved and happy, the aftermath still had to be done. That's why the Zhao family patriarch walked out, and first asked Zhao Zhuang to pacify the leopard, and then turned to the worshipping family patriarch. In a duel between juniors, a few mistakes are inevitable. Don't worry, we have a healing summoner, saving lives is important. The patriarch spoke amiably, but behind him, 5 Zhao family members with black iron great circle came out, and these were the Zhao family's underpinnings. Although they were all middle-aged, their shocking power was still very strong and could not be ignored. That's why the worship family patriarch's face was grim, and he could only swallow his breath for the time being and said, "Save the people first." Old man Zhao, to the rescue. The Zhao family patriarch smiled and beckoned. With the patriarch's words, a lewd old man ran out of the corners with a chrysanthemum-summoned beast and came to Bino. Yada yada yada, the injury is really not light. If it's not treated in time, I'm afraid it'll be troublesome in the future. The lewd old man said in a cheap manner. Ha? Then heal quickly. Bino said anxiously. Healing is fine, but we have to get you out of the earth spikes first, and that process will hurt a bit. The lewd old man continued. I'll come out on my own, don't you ever move me, don't you ever move me, hiss. It hurts. Bino saw the elders trying to pull him out of the earth spikes and he immediately stopped it in a cold sweat of fear. Then he gritted his teeth and struggled upward a little, using the stool the clan had brought over to move up a little. The process hurt, but he was able to tolerate it, so his mood relaxed a bit. Let me help you. An indifferent voice rang out abruptly, and when the crowd heard this voice, they immediately looked at the leopard, only to see that the leopard's paw lifted up once again. No! Bino yelled in horror at the sight, his eyes reddening in terror straight away. But his cries were of no avail, for the next instant the earth thorns moved, swinging back and forth tremulously, and then shrinking back with a whoosh. As the earth spikes retracted into the ground, Bino's screams resounded once more, resounding throughout the square and giving people chills to hear. With this hissing scream, Bino's entire body curled up on the ground, covering his buttocks and weeping in pain, and even had the feeling that his heart was dying. Because the earth thorns swung back and forth as they retracted, causing even more damage, causing him pain to the point that it broke his mind. The crowd looked at the miserable Bino, and looked at the White Panther dashing towards the big tree. The crowd felt a chill and swore that they would never mess with the White Panther in the future. Damn panthers! The worshipful family patriarch was furious, his eyes flashed with a cold light, and a black eye on great perfection crocodile was summoned, lying on the ground and revealing a ferocious gaze. Bay clan leader, Panther is also doing it for the good of your clan. A long pain is better than a short one. The Zhao family patriarch smiled as he stepped forward and a giant snake was summoned by him. exuding a powerful aura. This giant snake was also a black iron great perfection, but it possessed special blood itself, so its combat power exceeded that of a crocodile and was more intimidating. And as a result, the moment the giant snake appeared, the ferocious crocodile immediately tightened up, obviously very jealous of the giant snake. The surrounding summoned beasts also looked at the giant snake stonily and slowly backed away in fear. Only the white panther jumped gracefully to the big tree, lying on its back and shaking its paws on the trunk, looking leisurely. Such a scene not only surprised the crowd, even the giant snake twisted its head to look at the white leopard, then kept staring without moving. This was a point that caused confusion among the crowd, and no one could understand why this was so. However, the scene was still in a state of saber rattling, and the people from the city lord's mansion were watching the show, so the Cha family patriarch stepped out, snorting and persuading the two families to remain calm. After his mediation, the Zhao family and the Bei family were finally no longer in a state of saber rattling, and the atmosphere began to ease, except that the Bei family was holding their breath. "I'll do the healing." The lewd old man Zhao hemmed and hawed and took the chrysanthemum and began to treat Bino, but the guy's hands were not honest and several times he messed with Bino. It sickened Bino to the core and even left a shadow in his mind. It was hard to stop the bleeding, and Bino immediately followed his family away, back to his own family for treatment. The rest of the people watching the ceremony also left one after another, and eventually only the Zhao family was left in the square. The moment. It was only then that the Zhao family had time to take a closer look at the leopard, looking at the leopard on the big tree with astonished eyes. Earlier, when the panther and Bino fought against each other, they were worried that the panther would suffer. After all, the panther was only a hatchling. Who would have thought that the panther had defeated Bino with a single lift of his paw, or in the fastest, most unacceptably horrific way possible? Such a defeat would be a nightmare for Bino. "Lord Patriarch, you're very knowledgeable. What is the grade of the white leopard's ground thorns?" "I remember that ground thorns are very slow. How come the leopard's ground thorns are so fast?" Zhao Buren asked suspiciously. "Because of the high grade of its ground thorns, if my guess is good, the white leopard's ground thorns should be intermediate ground thorns, and close to advanced ground thorns. If it eats some more round earth fruits, it will definitely be able to reach advanced levels and become stronger." The Zhao family patriarch smiled as he took out a few fruits from his spatial ring. The leopard that stayed in the tree suddenly opened its eyes and looked at the fruits. "Want some? Answer me a few questions and these round earth fruits are yours." The Zhao family patriarch smiled and lured. "Yes, old man, you ask." Li Xian got down from the big tree and said as he walked. "Old man?" The Zhao family patriarch froze when he heard this, his brain not responding for a moment. The surrounding Zhao family members, on the other hand, couldn't help but cover their mouths and look at the Zhao family patriarch with strange gazes. As the patriarch of the mighty Zhao clan, his strength had already reached the Black Iron Great Circle, a rank to be feared throughout the city. Being so powerful, he was naturally respected, admired, and feared at the same time. As a result, now, not only was Bai Bao not afraid of the Zhao family patriarch, but he also directly called him an old man, which was really laughable. It was especially hard for the crowd to endure looking at the patriarch's dumbfounded appearance. "Pust." A little girl couldn't help but laugh out loud, and when she realized everyone was looking at her, she whispered in panic. "Yeah. Sorry matriarch, I just couldn't hold back." Zhao family patriarch. Chapter 66 Deed of Temporary Stay. Zhao family patriarch is really depressed. He would like to say to the little girl, "You might as well not explain it. What do you mean did not hold back? Can we not be so angry?" But it was not good for him to get serious with a little girl. After all, they were all their juniors. But to the white leopard who called himself an old man, the patriarch hated it. He couldn't help but say, "Do you know that these fruits are worth a lot of money, and I'm hemorrhaging money to get them out for you? A few $100 for a round earth fruit, who are you fooling by putting it here?" The white leopard disdainfully said. "You? How do you know?" The Zhao family patriarch froze, looking at the white panther with disbelief, realizing that the white panther had just been summoned to this world, and was still a hatchling. Such a summoned beast hadn't seen much of the world by all accounts, but the white leopard knew the price of the round earth fruit, which was really surprising. The surrounding Zhao clan's children were also very surprised and looked at the white leopard with curious gazes, but when they thought about the terrifying ground thorns, the juniors were scared in their hearts. "Ask any questions you want to ask without delay." Li Xian frowned. He wasn't going to say that he had just seen this kind of fruit being sold on the streets for a few $100s through God's view. "Okay, I'll ask. The Zhao family patriarch looked at the white leopard in surprise, and really couldn't figure out why, so he could only change the topic. What kind of summoned beast are you? A stealthy leopard? It's the stealthy leopard. Li Xian nodded. Then why do you have earth thorns? The Zhao family patriarch inquired again. Don't want to say. Li Xian opened his mouth indifferently. A few $100 of round earth fruit was not worth him revealing the reason. The Zhao family patriarch almost choked on those words and felt depressed. In the past, when he asked people questions, no one dared to not answer his words, but now, not only did Bai Bao not answer, he even called him an old man, which really depressed him. Then what grade is your earth thorn, can you always tell me? The Zhao family patriarch said helplessly. Didn't you know it was intermediate? Why do you knowingly ask? Li Xian looked at the Zhao family patriarch with a strange gaze, like he was looking at a little cutie. The Zhao family patriarch grew more and more depressed, feeling that this leopard was too difficult to communicate with and too heartbroken. Forget it, the round earth fruit is for you. From now on, you and Dale will live in the natural residence. The Zhao family patriarch depressedly placed a large package in front of Li Xian before waving his hand and leaving. He had to find a place to be quiet or he felt like he wouldn't be able to hold back his anger. Li Xian didn't speak again. Instead, he peeled open the package and saw the large amount of round earth fruits inside and directly ate them. So cute. A few little girls looked at Li Xian's handsome eating appearance, and they really couldn't help but want to touch it. The little girl who had laughed out loud before, gathered courage and ran to Li Xian, carefully lifted her small snow-white hand and gently molded the white leopard's fur. Seeing that the white panther didn't drive her away, the little girl immediately revealed a sweet smile and her small hands continued to mold. A few cute little girls from around the neighborhood also ran over and petted around the white leopard, loving the soft fur. Such behavior made many people envious, and even Zhao Buxia was moved, so he looked at the fat man from the Zhao family crowd. Fatty was Zhao Bushue's little brother, his name was Zhao Fatty, and he was also considered a responsible character. Now that he had received a sign from Zhao Buxia, Fatty Zhao walked over with his elephantine legs as well, but he was just about to raise his hand to stroke the mold. Whoosh! A ground splinter appeared out of nowhere and stood upright in front of him more than a man high, just a little bit away from him. This sudden appearance of the ground thorns could have startled him. If the ground thorns were a little bit further back, then he would definitely be hit. Thinking of Bino's miserable appearance, and then looking at the obvious warning ground thorns, Fatty Zhao wiped the cold sweat from his head and carefully stepped back. He decided, in the future, the place where the white panther was infested, he absolutely did not go near it, and he would not offend the panther even if he killed it. It was too scary. That one-man-tall ground spike would be a disaster if it hit him. After this outburst, the Zhao family teenagers also caved in, not daring to touch the white panther again. Master Panther, let's go to the natural residence, it's a superb environment. Dale opened his mouth and somewhat apprehensively invited Li Xian to his new residence. Let's go, lead the way in front. Li Xian was in a particularly good mood after eating the round earth fruit and seeing that the ground spike's ability had been upgraded. Okay, Master Panther. Dale immediately led the way in front, even though he wasn't smart in the head, but seeing the awe around him, he suddenly liked his current life. In the future, I must serve Master Panther well. With Master Panther around, I won't have to live a hard life. Dale secretly made a decision. The one man and one leopard soon arrived at the natural residence and came to their new abode, where the beautiful environment made Li Xian still more satisfied. He found one of the best rooms and began to rest directly in it, checking out the current situation. He realized that the soul power returned by Dale was not weak. If the soul power that came back from an ordinary summoner was 1, then the one that came back from Dol was 3, and the one that came back from Qinyu was 10. Although it couldn't be compared to Qinyu, Dale was stronger than an ordinary summoner, so Li Xian pondered about the contract to keep it for now and change it later when he met a good one. After deciding, Li Xian began to check his abilities and prepared to look for some materials to advance his talent in this world. The other side. Secret meeting room. The matriarch and the 5 elders sat down to confer, talking about what happened regarding Li Xian. The matriarch has been very considerate. The natural residence is close enough for us to be able to rescue Dale first if someone tries to attack him. Indeed, the leopard was so eye-catching today that we must prevent anyone from making a move on Dale. To my understanding, the Bei family and the Cha family don't have the courage to come to our base camp to make a move, but of course the necessary precautions should still be taken. Well, from today onwards the patrols will be strengthened. 4th elder, 5th elder, you are on the left and right of the natural residence, and you pay more attention to Dale's safety. Good, if anyone dares to come, I'll blast them to death with one punch. The 5th elder proudly said. After a few high-level executives had made their decisions, They began to make arrangements and strengthened their inspection posts, and the means of protection for the entire Zhao family was raised to a large level. For some of this Li Xian didn't bother, instead he wanted to find a place and test the advanced earth thorns. I wonder how powerful the upgraded earth spike is. There's some anticipation. Li Xian saw the square, where it was most suitable for experimentation, but he was lazy again and directly fell into sleep on the soft bed. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye the time came to the early hours of the morning. Li Xian, who was sleeping, suddenly opened his eyes, and a silky cold aura shone in his eyes. Whoosh! Li Xian's figure disappeared into the house. A few moments later, he lazily walked back and flopped down on the soft collapse to fall asleep again. Early in the morning, the sun was shining and the birds were singing. Zhao Buxia was sleeping when suddenly a sharp knock sounded on the door. Knock knock! Brother unrepentant, something big has happened, come out quickly. The sleeping Zhao Buxia sat up violently and hurried to the door to open it, seeing the anxious Fatty Zhao outside the door. Fatty Zhao, what's the big deal? So anxious? Something big. Dale was attacked by a black iron great circle expert, an expert that even the fifth elder is afraid of. Fatty Zhao hurriedly said. What? Attacked? How about Dale? He's not dead, is he? Zhao Buxia panicked. Dale was the only one of the younger generation that possessed a black iron level summoning beast. If Dale died, then the Zhao family would lose a future expert. No, Dale isn't dead, he hasn't even woken up yet. Fatty Zhao said again. Huh? Didn't wake up? Didn't you say he was attacked? Zhao Buxia was puzzled. Yes, the attacker dodged the tight patrols and the probes of the fourth and fifth elders, and silently came to Dale's courtyard, and then. The fat man said gruffly. And then what? Speak quickly. Zhao Buren urged. Then. Fatty thought of something, and panic flashed in his eyes. Chapter 67 Attack and kill. One more chapter for Big Brother, this little grump of mine. Fatty's terrified expression caused Zhao Buxia to become more and more curious and couldn't help but ask. What the hell is going on, come on. Okay, I'll say it. Fatty took a deep breath and stared. That assailant never came out of Dale's yard after he entered it, and died directly in it, and in a very miserable state of death. No one even knew about that attacker when he died, or it was only when someone saw the thing this morning that they realized something was wrong and rushed over to check it out. Huh? That thing? What thing? Zhao Buxia was puzzled and didn't understand what the fat man was talking about. It was an enclosed space made up of 4 walls of earth, pieced together, very high, estimated to be more than 10 meters, with only one exit above it. It's like a house without a roof, but it's closed and narrow on all sides. Fatty explained. I see, but what does this thing have to do with the attackers? Zhao Buren was puzzled. Because the assailant died inside, just go over there and see for yourself, it's miserable. Okay, I'll go over there. Zhao Buxia was curious and couldn't figure out what was going on, and immediately took a quick step towards Dale's natural residence. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of Dale's house, and the sight of the tall, square earthen wall, which was enclosed by more than a dozen meters of earth, caused Zhao Buxia to faint a little. Because at the bottom of the earthen wall, a long ladder was placed, and many of the Zhao family's children stood at the top of the ladder, looking inside the 4-sided earthen wall, then rushed down with pale faces. This kind of scene, looking more and more curious, Zhao Buxia immediately walked in and followed the ladder to the top as well, looking from the top of the earth wall to the inside of the closed earth wall. As a result, this look didn't matter, his pupils shrunk violently and his face became unusually pale. What a terrifying attack, using a tall wall of earth to enclose the enemy inside, and releasing earth spikes to penetrate the enemy at a moment when they can't dodge. Zhao Buxia looked at the narrow space inside the closed earth wall, at the sharp earth thorns running a black-robed man through, and at the look of despair and horror on his face. Zhao Buxia realized that the white leopard was not only powerful, but also very ruthless in its methods, and was definitely not a good person, and whoever dared to mess with the white leopard would probably end up in a very miserable situation. Fatty, remember, no matter what happens in the future, be sure to stay far away from the white panther, don't offend it, it's too dangerous. Zhao Buxia admonished. Big brother, don't worry, I understand, just give me 100 more guts, I wouldn't dare to mess with the white leopard, it's too scary. Fatty said while wiping his cold sweat. Okay, let's go down, the matriarchs are here. Zhao Buxia and Fatty hurried down the ladder and climbed up the ladder with the patriarch. At the moment the matriarch and the others were also very grave, carefully exploring the scene and then contemplating the consequences of being enclosed within the earthen walls themselves. All of a sudden they felt a chill down their backs, as they felt that after they and the others went in, there was a high chance that they would be seriously injured or even die. Too strong. What kind of summoned beast is this? I, as a black iron great perfection, am feeling extremely dangerous. The third elder said gruffly. Yes, I also feel very dangerous. Dale has really summoned a terrifying existence this time. The second elder nodded his head equally solemnly. Matriarch, what should we do? Such a strong white leopard, we don't need to protect it at all, it's stronger than me, so what's the point of protecting it? The fifth elder said in a depressed manner. He slept next door last night and squelched, and while he's a rather dead sleeper, it's a bit of a shame that he didn't hear anything at all. The fourth elder next to him was also a bit embarrassed. He was not a heavy sleeper, but he didn't hear the sound either, which was a bit depressing. Mainly the white panther was too strong. Without even giving the enemy time to scream, he had penetrated the enemy. This kind of strength was really mind-blowing. Let's do this, let's go all out to cultivate the white leopard. I remember that in the heavenly treasure shop hall, there are fertile earth fruits that raise the earth wall to a high level. Old 3, go and buy them. The patriarch said seriously. But matriarch, the fertile earth fruit is too expensive. If we buy it, our entire clan will have to tighten their belts. The third elder hesitated. It doesn't matter, the difference in power between high-level skills and intermediate skills is enormous. As long as the white panther eats it, its strength will increase again. In the future, as long as it's there, absolutely no one will dare to sneak up on our Zhao family again. The patriarch spoke solemnly. Taking out so much money to buy the fertile earth fruit, the matriarch was also a bit of a pain in the flesh, but the white leopard was Dale's summoned beast, one of his own, so naturally he had to take good care of it and cultivate it properly. Okay, I'll get it. The third elder gritted his teeth in flesh. The stingy one surprisingly agreed to the patriarch's proposal, and directly twisted his head to leave to go buy the fertile earth fruit. The crowd was also a bit surprised to see the third elder agree. The third elder was a notorious miser, and every time the clan came to use money, the third elder got to the bottom of the matter and asked how every penny was used. This also caused many people to be helpless, secretly saying that the third elder was stingy. But now, the matriarch had only said a few words, and the third elder had actually agreed. Although the third elder's face had a look of unwillingness and fleshly pain, he still stepped forward and led a few of his subordinates to the heavenly treasure hall. This also caused the crowd to sigh a little. In the case of being helpful to the family, even the miserly third elder had changed his attitude from the past. Let's go, let's tell the white leopard the good news. Great elder, I'll leave this place to you, and check the enemy's identity properly. The patriarch said. Good. The crowd split into two groups, with the first elder investigating the identity of the assailant, while the matriarch led the remaining elders towards the parlor. Parlor. The crowd that walked in caught a glimpse of Dale, who had just woken up and was still in a dazed state, and White Leopard, who was sprawled out on the carpet, bashfully eating an orange. The matriarch immediately took the lead and spoke the good news of the fertile earth fruit, telling the White Panther that he would soon be able to improve his strength. Thanks. When Li Xian heard the patriarch's words, he utilized God's view to look at the heavenly treasure hall, and after seeing the horrifying price of the fertile earth fruit, he was also very surprised. Taking out such a large amount of courage to buy the fertile earth fruit, this really made Li Xian impressed with the patriarch, and this love, Li Xian also remembered. You're welcome, now you're also a part of our Zhao family. In the future, if you have any needs, just say so. As the patriarch, I promise to do my best to help you. The patriarch patted his chest. Alright, turn around, and I'll make a list, you guys help me find it. Li Xian said nonchalantly. Okay, no problem. The patriarch didn't expect Li Xian to be so nonchalant, but being able to improve his strength, the patriarch didn't refuse and even really intended to help Li Xian with all his might. Such an attitude caused Li Xian to be more and more impressed with this family, especially when he saw the united look of these elders. He felt that this family would definitely be brilliant in the future. Having seen more than enough of all kinds of deceit, this kind of united family, Li Xian felt very interesting. Even if he stayed here, he felt very comfortable. A few moments later, Li Xian was talking to the Zhao family when he stood up violently and rushed out of the house like lightning. What's going on? The Zhao family looked at the white leopard who had suddenly left and were all bewildered, not knowing what was going on. Go, follow, and see. The patriarch's face was grave, not knowing what had happened to Bai Bao, and in his heart, he was very afraid that Bai Bao would leave the Zhao family completely, so he hurriedly ran outside. They were fast, but just as they ran to the Zhao family's gate, they couldn't find White Leopard's figure, which caused them to fall into anxiety. Also at this time, A blood-stained Zhao clan member ran over. He was the third elder's subordinate and a very trusted member of the clan. Patriarch, something big has happened. We just finished buying the fertile earth fruit and walked less than 100 meters outside the store when we were suddenly intercepted by 3 experts. Those people are very powerful, all of them are Black Iron Great Circle. Third elder was seriously injured in a single glance. He's in critical condition now, you should go save him. The blood-stained Zhao family member hurriedly said. What? Looking for death. The Zhao family patriarch's eyes were bared when he heard this, and his body shone with icy killing intent as he directly rushed out. The remaining elders were not ambiguous either, calling out their own summoned beasts while running fast with killing intent. The only one who didn't go out was the Grand Elder, who had to sit in on the Zhao clan to prevent the clan from being sneak attacked, but he wasn't idle either, immediately mobilizing a large number of clansmen and going to support them. Of course, healing summoners were the first choice. The third elder was definitely in need of healing for his injuries, so the Grand Elder sent the best healing summoner in the clan over. Chapter 68 The White Leopard Runs Away. On the streets of the city. The Zhao clan patriarch led a group of clansmen in a hurry and ran wildly, flying towards the heavenly treasure hall. In the middle of running, the fifth elder suddenly thought of the white leopard that had left earlier, and he couldn't help but say, Matriarch, the white leopard left suddenly just now, could it be rescuing the third elder? It's very likely. The white panther has been acting very mysteriously. I have a feeling that it might have actually gone to save the third elder. The patriarch solemnly said. I think so too. Earlier the white leopard even knew the price of the round earth fruit. This is obviously not right. I feel that it has some sort of probing ability. The second elder similarly spoke. So, the white leopard saw the third elder being attacked through his observation ability, so he went to his aid at the first opportunity? The fifth elder said with a joyful expression on his face. Yes, there is a high chance that this is the case. The patriarch and the second elder nodded at the same time, full of confidence in the white leopard. Their words also caused the rest of the elders to let out a slight sigh of relief. If the mysterious white panther had really gone to the rescue, then the chances of the third elder surviving were high. So with this anticipation, they quickly ran towards the heavenly treasure hall, arriving near the hall in the shortest possible time, and saw the third elder, who had collapsed in a pool of blood, from afar. What made everyone's faces ugly was that there was no white leopard around the third elder, only a few corpses and a Zhao family member with a broken leg. At this moment, this Zhao family member was trying to press on the third elder's abdomen, anxiously crying out. Such a scene caused the Zhao family's faces to sink, and sorrow surfaced in their hearts. They helped White Leopard so fully, but White Leopard didn't rescue the third elder, and even White Leopard didn't know where he had run off to. Such a scene caused grief in the hearts of the Zhao family, but they couldn't care less about the hard feelings and hurriedly rushed to the third elder at the first opportunity. Lao San, are you okay? Your abdomen, stop the bleeding. After the crowd ran to the third elder's side, they looked at the third elder who was covered in blood. A hole appeared in his abdomen and was continuously bleeding out, and the Zhao family member with the broken leg was unable to stop the bleeding despite covering it with all his might. The key at this moment, the third elder's face was unusually pale, and his breath was very weak, so he simply couldn't last much longer. Such a scene caused the crowd to be gripped to the core, and the patriarch even hurriedly utilized his spiritual power to suppress the bleeding wound in his abdomen before shouting. When will the healing summoner arrive? Soon, I've already spoken to the Grand Elder and asked him to mobilize the healing summoners. The fifth elder said seriously. Aha! The patriarch nodded and used his spiritual energy to continue suppressing the bleeding wounds, but his face remained ugly because the third elder was too badly injured. With such an injury, the clan leader was worried that the healing summoner would not be able to treat it. After all, the clan's healing summoner was only a primary healer. Trying to treat the third elder's injuries would require advanced healing at the very least, and such a cruel result caused the patriarch's eyes to redden, but there was nothing he could do about it. The healing summoner is here, the healing summoner is here. I don't know who shouted. The patriarch turned his head to see, and sure enough, all four of the clan's healing summoners arrived, and began healing the third elder at the first opportunity. There was no need for the patriarch to suppress the wounds at this point, as he walked to the side with a grave expression on his face and looked at the Zhao family member with the broken leg. Who attacked Lao San? I want them to pay in blood. The patriarch said in a cold voice. I'm not sure. There were 3 men in black. They were very strong. They were all in the Black Iron Great Circle, and they took the sneak attack approach. The third elder was seriously injured the moment he was sneak attacked. His abdomen was penetrated, and he could only fight the 3 black-robed men with his ruthless strength. But how could the severely injured third elder carry the other party's attack, and was soon beaten and spat out blood furiously, and finally collapsed on the ground, dying. And those three men in black took advantage of this opportunity and were ready to make a move to kill the third elder, but at this time, an accident occurred. A trace of excitement flashed in the eyes of the legbreaker. Accident? What accident? The Zhao family patriarch, as well as the rest of the elders who had gathered around, hurriedly inquired, their hearts filled with doubt. The third elder was already dying, and under normal circumstances should indeed be shot down so that the enemy would leave in peace. However, although the third elder was seriously injured, he didn't die, and this was something that the crowd was very puzzled about and couldn't figure out. Now, hearing the clan say that, it was obvious that there was something else going on. Quickly say, what accident? The fifth elder was short-tempered and immediately urged. Well, at that time, when the black-clothed men were about to behead the third elder, suddenly a white panther appeared and instantly swatted one of the black-clothed men out of the air. Then the panther's tail crossed like lightning, and with a bang it smacked the other black-clothed man, and sent him flying straight away. Then the white leopard's two claws were like a phantom, and it attacked the third man in black, and in a few strokes, it sent that man in black flying out of the room. The three men in black saw the situation and grabbed the third elder's granddaughter as a hostage and turned their heads to run. The white leopard immediately chased after them, and then it didn't take long for you guys to arrive. The legbreaker spoke quickly, recounting the whole story. The granddaughter of the third elder was still young, only 6 years old, and this time she followed the third elder out, not expecting to be taken as a hostage. Such an outcome caused the patriarch and elders to be very worried, but at the same time, warmth flashed through their hearts. Because the white leopard did not abandon them, but resolutely guarded the Zhao family. And he chased down the enemy and rescued the hostages by fighting 1 against 3, such heroic behavior moved the Zhao family very much. At the same time, they apologized for the misunderstanding they and others had just had. I was wrong to blame it. When I didn't see the leopard just now, I thought it had left, but I didn't realize that it had long been caught up in the battle. The fifth elder said guiltily. Me too, in that moment just now, I thought the leopard was gone. I was very disappointed then, but I didn't realize that it was fighting for us. Alright, don't feel guilty, it's important to save the people now. Lauer, let's go. The patriarch was worried about the safety of the hostages and the white panther, and immediately went to help. But also at this time, as the patriarch prepares to depart, a handsome leopard carrying a little girl in its mouth ran quickly from a distance, then slowly put the little girl down. Grandpa, Grandpa. The little girl had no injuries on her body, but she was obviously frightened, and after landing she first ran towards the severely injured third elder, but was stopped by everyone. Because the third elder was being rescued and could not be disturbed, even the third elder's condition, which was already bad to the extreme. Not good, the third elder's breath is getting weaker and weaker. Damn, my healing level is too low. Unless advanced healing abilities are available, the third elder might. Shut up, we'll be able to save it, we'll be able to, The 4 healing summoners of the clan had completely panicked, because the third elder was too heavily injured, they couldn't even heal with their full strength, they were completely overwhelmed. Eventually, they looked at the patriarch and said with a choke in their voices, Patriarch, I'm sorry, we tried our best, the third elder's injuries were too severe, we. Chapter 69, Shock. When the patriarch and the elders heard this, their complexions became unusually ugly. The little girl who had just been rescued even cried out with a wow sound, looking at her grandfather on the ground with tears in her eyes. Keep saving, all out, all out. The fifth elder shouted loudly, his black eyes gradually turning red, and his old tears slowly filling his eyes, obviously unable to accept this result. The surrounding elders also reddened their eyes, remembering the past, thinking of the scenes where the third elder had once thrown his head and spilled his blood for the sake of the Zhao clan, fighting against the purple seed. They were young at the time, and in an effort to gain a foothold in the city, they came into conflict with several of the city's families, with several major battles between the two sides. With unity, and the guardianship of the Zhao family, a few elders, led by the patriarch, hardened themselves and eventually gained a foothold in the city. Now the whole family is flourishing and getting stronger and stronger, even becoming one of the 3 great families in this city, which is awe-inspiring and dare not be easily messed with. Looking at the increasingly strong Zhao family, the elders thought they were old enough to enjoy their lives. But who would have thought that the third elder would suffer such a catastrophe and spill his blood on the long street, which pained the crowd to the extreme. Do whatever it takes to save Elder 3 with all your might, you must save him. The second elder shouted with a hoarse voice. Well. Okay, we'll do our best, we'll do our best. Several healing summoners clenched their teeth and continued to heal the third elder with all their might, trying to fight for that glimmer of hope. But looking at the third elder whose breath was getting weaker and weaker, the healing summoners finally couldn't bear the pressure in their hearts and sat down paralyzed on the ground, their faces full of self-reproach. "I'm sorry, it's all our fault, we're so low on healing, I'm sorry." Several healing summoners apologized to themselves, their eyes all guilty. The surrounding Zhao family members were silent as they looked at the dying third elder, all of them clenching their fists tightly. Some couldn't help but cry slowly, sobbing in still, shaky voices. The sky dimmed at some point and thick clouds covered the sky, signaling that it would soon rain. But no one left, all the Zhao family members stood in place, looking at the blood-stained third elder in grief. Also at this time. At a time when the crowd is grieving. A white leopard slowly walked into the crowd and stopped in front of the third elder before slapping the healer next to the third elder with a paw. "What do you do?" When Zhao Bushue saw this scene, he immediately looked at the white leopard. Even though he knew that the white leopard was not to be messed with, Zhao Bushue was still furious and pained. Li Xian didn't pay attention to Zhao Buren, but lifted his blood-stained paw and placed it on the third elder's abdomen. In an instant, the glow of the advanced healing technique began to shine, like a light, flickering on and off. This sudden appearance of an advanced healing technique immediately caused the healing summoners to stare blankly, and one of them couldn't help but exclaim in shock. "Advanced healing technique. Surprisingly, it's an advanced healing technique." "What? Advanced healing? Are you sure?" The patriarch immediately inquired, his voice carrying a stillness in it. "Yes, it's definitely an advanced healing technique, I guarantee it with my own life, it's definitely an advanced healing technique." The healing summoner spoke solemnly, his voice decisive. Such words, as well as the healing glow in front of him, caused the patriarch to completely freeze and stand still. The surrounding crowd also froze, especially as they watched the injuries on the third elder's abdomen rapidly heal and felt the warm healing power. The gazes of the people looking at the white leopard changed completely and utterly different. Also at this time, the crowd suddenly realized that on the white leopard's body, there was a very deep penetrating wound, being in the right lung position. This penetrating wound caused the crowd to faintly stare, especially looking at the wound that was still bleeding, but white leopard didn't care about himself. Instead, he cast a healing spell to treat the third elder. This kind of scene made Zhao Bushue beat his heart with self-reproach and guilt, and with clenched teeth, he bowed deeply and apologized to White Leopard. The enemies are 3 Black Iron Great Circle, the White Leopard is only Black Iron Inferior, still in the hatchling stage. To be able to save someone back under that kind of expert, it's not easy for it. The second elder spoke quietly, his gaze filled with gratitude. "Wow!" A sudden downpour fell from the sky, pouring down in a cold wind, enveloping the street and the crowd. No one from the Zhao family left, but they were the first to find something to block the rain. Instead of covering themselves, they covered the White Leopard and the third elder, as well as all the injured personnel. The rain got heavier and heavier, many of the Zhao family members were drenched, even the granddaughter of the third elder became a drenched chicken. The only one who didn't have any rain on him was Bai Bao. Because not only were there people sheltering the White Leopard from the wind and rain, there were also the clan chiefs and elders who spared no effort in expending a large amount of spiritual energy to condense a spiritual shield to protect the White Leopard and the third elder with all their might. Such a shield was very consuming of spiritual energy, and was a stance that would only be used when fighting for one's life. But now, the Zhao family used their full strength, and with their actions, they expressed their gratitude towards Li Xian. Time passes slowly, the rain gets heavier and the wind gets colder, but no one leaves, still quietly guarding. Finally, the white panther in the center of his vision lowered his paw and nodded. "That's fine, a good period of recuperation and you'll recover." Thank you. Seeing that the third elder's face was getting better and his breathing was stable, the patriarch immediately led all the Zhao family members and bowed in gratitude. "Thank you, Master Panther." Zhao Buxia followed Dale's call and bowed deeply once again towards the White Leopard. Such a call caused Dull, who had been waiting anxiously next to him, to faintly freeze for 2 seconds, then he scratched his head, not understanding why Zhao Buxia had robbed him of his title. Gone. Li Xian walked towards the natural residence with elegant steps. He was a little tired and needed to get some rest. It was a bit of a labor of love to save and kill 3 black-clothed men without changing his body. Master Panther, did those 3 men in black escape? Fatty Zhao was very curious about the outcome of those men in black and couldn't help but ask out. "Just go to the ghetto and see for yourself." Li Xian lazily replied back, and his figure drifted away in a flutter, disappearing into the rain. The crowd looked at the departing White Panther, curious about the outcome of those black-clothed men in their hearts, and at the same time, they were also prepared to investigate properly to find out which clan dared to attack them. Let's go to the slum area. I want to see what kind of people dare to attack our Zhao family members. I'll make them pay for their blood. The Zhao family patriarch's voice was icy cold, obviously truly angry and ready for revenge. Yes. The same fury of revenge burned in the eyes of the many clansmen. This time, the Zhao family members were attacked consecutively. They had to take revenge and make those outsiders pay the price in blood. In such a mood, the Zhao family split into two groups, with a large group taking the injured back to the family, while the other small wave rushed to the slums to check the results of the battle. Chapter 70, The Shady Basement. Whoosh! The Zhao family patriarch led the fourth elder, the fifth elder, Zhao Bushue, Fatty Zhao, and a dozen other people to quickly move forward, hurrying towards the slums. Big brother, what do you think the outcome of the fight between Master Panther and those three men in black was like? Why did Master Panther ask us to go to the slums to take a look? Fatty Zhao was curious. If I'm right, Master Panther should have killed the man in black and asked us to clean up the battle scene and check the identity of the enemy. Zhao Buren secretly analyzed. Big brother, how many men in black do you think Master Panther killed? With hostages. Fatty Zhao said. I have a feeling that maybe all three black-clothed men were killed, although the enemies are three black iron great circle and are very strong, but the feeling that Master Panther gives me is too mysterious. Zhao Buren continued. The difficulty of killing them all can be not small. If the enemy is bent on escaping, killing them with a hostage is very difficult. Fatty Zhao thought about it. There is some truth in what you say. If the enemy escapes in three directions, it would be very difficult indeed to try to kill them all. And there's a hostage to rescue. The point is, Master Pao didn't use much time. But I still think Master Panther killed the three men in black, don't you? Don't you have confidence in Master Panther? Zhao Buxia smiled. Of course I have faith. I'd like to believe that Master Panther did it, except for a slight misgiving according to rational analysis. Fatty Zhao hurriedly explained, willing to believe in his heart that Master Panther had done all this. Master Panther is not something that can be analyzed and speculated upon. Zhao Buxia smiled. Aha! Fatty Zhao nodded his head in a hurry, but the trace of doubt in his heart still hadn't disappeared, still feeling that if the enemy fled in three directions, it would be really hard to kill them all. With this suspicion, Fatty Zhao followed the crowd as they continued to move forward and soon came to the slums, to the dirty area. As soon as they arrived, they saw a lot of ragged purple people amongst them, gathered around and pointing under a certain big tree on the left side of the slum. So many people, why are there so many people surrounding that side? Fatty Zhao was puzzled. Go over there. The Zhao clan patriarch immediately gave the order and charged over like lightning. The rest of the Zhao clan's children didn't hold back either, rushing towards the large tree under the attachment of their spiritual energy. They were so fast that it only took a couple of jumps to get to the big tree pong and see an amazing sight. Only to see that on that big tree, a black-robed man was embedded in the trees, motionless with his body stained with blood, and his chest position had collapsed. And the collapsed position was surprisingly in the shape of a claw, which meant that the black-clothed man had been killed by a claw. What a strong power! Master Panther's power is so terrifying, it's too strong. Fatty Zhao couldn't help but be horrified. A claw that shattered the chest cavity of a black iron great perfection expert, this kind of power was truly shocking. I didn't expect Master Panther's power to be so great. Zhao Buxia was similarly very surprised, such power could already threaten the bronze level. Fourth elder, I'll leave this place to you, let's continue our search. The Zhao clan patriarch took a deep breath, suppressed the shock in his heart, and handed this place over to the fourth elder. Okay, matriarch. Let's go. Once again, the crowd began to search, constantly looking around, and eventually, they came to the depths of the slums, to an off-the-beaten-path junkyard. Here they saw the torn bodies of two black-clad men. The bodies are torn apart. Master Panther seems to be angry. Zhao Buren walked over to the corpse and frowned. He saw a knife that fit the injuries on the Panther Master's body, well, and it seemed to be the knife that stabbed the Panther Master. There are footprints of the little girl here, as well as relative standing footprints. If my guess is good, those two men in black used Nana to threaten Master Panther. Zhao Buxia once again said. I also think so. Nana is the granddaughter of the third elder. No one would dare to make a random move if they threaten with her. It's really admirable that Master Panther was able to save Nana and kill the two men in black in this situation. Fatty admired it from the bottom of his heart and no longer had the doubts he had earlier. Before he thought that Master Panther couldn't kill three people, but now not only did he do it, but it was also a complete lopsided crush, which made Fatty admire from the bottom of his heart. Ha! Look closely at the feet of the black-clothed men, they have traces of being frozen by the cold ice. It's still true, it seems to have been suddenly frozen and killed in a hurry. Does Master Panther still have the ability to chill? Or maybe someone else made a move? I don't think Master Panther would know the cold ability. If Master Panther even knows the cold ability, then it knows too much. With so many abilities, Master Panther can no longer be called a summoned beast, but a holy beast. Several juniors were puzzled and wildly skeptical, and some felt that it wasn't Master Panther's hand. Idiots, you guys have so little faith in Master Panther? What if Master Panther knows the cold ice ability? Zhao Buxia directly said. It's... A few juniors couldn't say anything when they heard this, because it was really possible. Master Panther had used various magical abilities time and time again, and the current chilling ability might really be used by Master Panther. If Master Panther even knows such an ability, that's really something. Could it be that Master Panther is really a sacred beast? Fatty said gruffly. These words caused the crowd to be completely nonplussed. Normally a normal summoned beast with one natural ability would be good, even the Black Iron rank could be possible with only one natural ability. Generally at the Black Iron level, although one could awaken a second natural ability, it took time to awaken. Some may awaken after a few months, others may take years, even a decade, to awaken. The key awakening is only a normal ability, and you need to feed on high-level materials to enhance your ability a little bit. Only the legendary holy beasts not only had many talents, but were also very powerful once they awakened. Like right now. The white leopard constantly displayed various abilities, and really gave off the feeling of a holy beast. If Master Panther is a sacred beast, then Dale is too lucky, such a strong Master Panther, it would be great if it was given to me. Fatty said enviously. I want it too. Zhao Buxia nodded his head in the same way. Alright, clean up the scene, double-check the identities of these people, these guys are strange and feel like alien forces. The Zhao family patriarch frowned, unable to figure out where the enemy was coming from. He could only take his time to investigate, and of course, he was very curious as to whether or not the white leopard was a sacred beast. If the white leopard was truly a sacred beast, then their Zhao family would definitely rise to prominence. That was why the Zhao family patriarch ordered the crowd to investigate quickly, and he was prepared to go back and question the White Panther properly. The other side. Somewhere in a dank basement. An icy voice that echoed through the basement. Are you sure? Is it really that White Panther that killed him? Yes, master, I guarantee with my life, that white leopard is very uncomplicated, it could be a holy beast. A holy beast? Are you sure? Not entirely sure, but this white leopard was able to kill Old 13 and the others. Its strength cannot be underestimated, it's only at the hatchling stage, and it feels very close to a saint beast. Hatchling stage? Trouble, if it's a sacred beast then it's definitely a big problem for us. Wait. If the rule scroll is utilized to rewrite the holy beast's contract into a contract with me, then... TSK. Chapter 71 Great Increase in Strength. Time passes slowly. The aftermath of the Slumdog Blacks was quickly dealt with. The Zhao clan patriarch quickly rushed back to the clan with the crowd and held a meeting with the elders at the first opportunity to talk about the general situation, and even called in the third elder's granddaughter, Nana. Because these black-clothed men were unfamiliar and definitely not the Bei family or the Cha family, the patriarch guessed that this matter might involve the city lord or an outside force. Patriarch, leave this matter to Old 5 to investigate. You go and thank White Leopard first, thanks to White Leopard this time, or else Old 3 wouldn't have made it back. When the Grand Elder thought of the oldest 3 almost dying, his heart was in a pang of fear, while for the White Leopard who had rescued the third elder, it was gratitude from the bottom of his heart. Don't worry, my Zhao family will repay any favor. White Leopard has done a great favor to my Zhao family, we will naturally repay it properly. I will bring someone over to thank them in a moment. It's just the right time to go over there and send the fertile earth fruit over to enhance the White Leopard's ability as well. The Zhao family patriarch said seriously. That's good, that's good. The Grand Elder breathed a sigh of relief, and suddenly he thought of something and looked at the third elder's granddaughter, Nana. Nana, did you really not notice anything when you were taken? No, it didn't. I was knocked out, and when I woke up again it was Master Panther walking back with me in his mouth. Nana explained as she blinked her big eyes budding. At this time, she suddenly thought of something once again. Right, being carried by Master Panther, I feel that it's cold on it. It's cold? When the matriarch thought of the cold ice's ability to lower the temperature, he was instantly more convinced that the cold ice was released by the White Leopard. If the White Leopard could release cold ice, then he was a sacred beast, and sacred beasts were legendary existences. Thinking about the Zhao family having a sacred beast, the Zhao family patriarch's heartbeat started to speed up. It was excited. Let's go find the white leopard and give it the fertile earth fruit. The patriarch of the Zhao family couldn't wait to set off and led the crowd to the natural residence in a hurry. Natural residence. Li Xian was resting on his soft collapse, utilizing self-healing and advanced healing techniques to treat his injuries. Soon a large group of people came in respectfully, with gifts, and then there was a burst of thanks. Master Panther, this is the fertile earth fruit purchased last time. It can raise the level of the earth wall. Zhao Buxia received a sign from the clan leader and respectfully presented the fertile earth fruit with both hands. Put it here, I have a list here, you guys go look for it and send it to me if you find it. Li Xian threw a list over. Okay. Zhao Buxia took the list and looked at the contents, then his expression changed and he couldn't help but say, leopard. Master Panther, are you a sacred beast? A holy beast? No, it's considered a special summoned beast. Li Xian shook his head and said. Is that so? Zhao Buxia was a bit unconvinced, but seeing that the white panther didn't admit it, he didn't ask more questions, and instead, after signaling to the patriarch, he chose to say goodbye and leave. Soon a group of people left the natural residence and quickly walked to the secret meeting room. This was where the top management of the family met, and on rare occasions, Zhao Buxia was also involved. Unrepentant, what did you just see? Why did your face change? The Zhao family patriarch hurriedly said. Patriarch, please look at this list. Zhao Buxia earnestly handed over the list. Ha! Surprisingly, it requires materials that enhance the cold ice ability. Doesn't this confirm the previous speculation? The Zhao family patriarch was surprised. When the people around them heard this, they also came over to watch, and their expressions changed completely. Because it did say that the demand for materials to enhance the cold ability was written on it, which once again confirmed that the white leopard might be a sacred beast. It seems that my Zhao family is going to rise. The Grand Elder stroked his beard happily. Yes, a holy beast, this is a holy beast. The second elder said enviously, beating his heart and wanting to contract a holy beast himself. Unfortunately, he could only be envious, because holy beasts were legends in this world, and wanting to contract a holy beast was simply delusional. Alright, this matter can't be spread out. Later on, give a gag order to the clan. No one can say anything about this matter. We have to secretly cultivate the white leopard properly. The patriarch said seriously. The matriarch is right. In the future, we will train white leopard with all our might, protect dull, and hibernate well, waiting for the future to soar. Okay, I'm going to put a gag order on it right now. Go, together. The Zhao family quickly got busy, first giving a gag order to the clan, then going all out to help white leopard find materials and resources. Time passed slowly in this atmosphere, and soon 3 months passed. Li Xian had lived these 3 months quite comfortably and happily. Because his abilities, with the full help of the Zhao family, several abilities in a row, were upgraded to advanced, and his overall strength was greatly improved. What surprised Li Xian even more was that the Zhao family had also found an even more precious material, which was the monstrous power essence, that could raise the advanced monstrous power to the great perfection. In order to purchase this item, the Zhao family had consumed 90% of their possessions, and the entire family needed to be frugal even in eating. Houses, stores, real estate, and whatnot were sold a whole lot more, and in exchange, the essence of the strange power that Li Xian was in great demand for. Looking at the 5 monstrous power essences with a hint of blood in front of him, Li Xian's heart was slightly touched, and his recognition of the Zhao family members increased by several levels. Li Xian, who was touched in his heart, slowly picked up the 5 monstrous power essences and took them slowly in anticipation. Buzz! Like the sound of bees flapping their wings steeply, Li Xian only felt that his entire body was filled with warmth, and a burning sensation that he had never felt before filled his heart. Boo! With a dull sound, Li Xian felt as if he had broken his shackles and felt that the world had suddenly become so clear. Ding! Congratulations on your advanced monstrous power, reaching the great perfection. With the mechanical system beep, Li Xian felt that his body was filled with terrifying power, and he even felt that he had inexhaustible strength. However, at this time, Li Xian's expression changed slightly, and he immediately took out a mysterious golden fruit from his carry-on space. This golden fruit was picked up by Qinyu. When Li Xian first saw this fruit, he felt that it was important, but he never knew how to use it. But now, after Li Xian's monstrous power ability had reached great perfection, this fruit finally reacted, and Li Xian also felt the feeling in the underworld, the kind of longing that came from the heart. Eat it! Li Xian held back the longing in his heart and carefully looked at the mysterious golden fruit a few more times before swallowing it in one gulp. Click. It was like something had broken inside his body, and his entire torso was shrouded in golden light. In the meantime, a mysterious light suddenly descended from the sky. It was the light of the contract formation, and it seemed that the fruit had triggered this contract formation, forming a golden pillar of light through the sky. This pillar of light was so conspicuous that the entire city could see it clearly, and the people in the entire city were shocked as they looked at this pillar of light that reached the sky. The shadowy existence that was hidden in the shadows and was searching for the rule scroll with all its might also looked toward the sky in shock. Chapter 72 Transcendent. One more chapter for Big Brother, this little grump of mine. Click, click, click. Crushing sounds continued to resound in Li Xian's mind, and he only felt as if his entire being was torn apart, feeling pain from his soul. That kind of pain was even worse than chopping him 10,000 times. And as this clicking passed, comforting to the core warmth filled the soul. Ding! Your great perfection monstrous power breaks the shackles and achieves transcendence, evolving into transcendent monstrous power. A mechanical system tone prompted, and Li Xian squinted his eyes to listen to the sound while an unrivaled and terrifying power filled his body around him. But also at this time, the golden light that enveloped the body flashed, and the survivor's beat from the world of summoned beasts sounded. You are the first of the human race to break the shackles of your abilities and achieve extraordinary skills, and in order to celebrate your transcendence, the world will be notified. All human summoned beasts will hear your name, please fill in your name. A pleasant woman's voice rang out. It was a voice that belonged to the world of summoned beasts, and it was the same voice that Li Xian had heard when he was begging for his life. Name? Just write change beast. Li Xian said quietly. Ding! World notification, change beast is the first to break the shackles of its abilities and achieve transcendent skills, rewarded with 10,000 honor points. Ding! The world informs that the change beast is the first to break the shackles of its ABI. Liddies and achieve transcendent skills, rewarding 1 upper soul crystal, which can elevate the soul to the black iron upper level. A pleasant beeping tone resounded throughout the summoned beast world, and all of the human transmigrants heard the message. And this notification, like a deep water bomb, detonated the chat channel with a bang, and everyone exploded into a frenzy. Holy crap, transcendent ability? Isn't that an existence after the skill great perfection? Has the change beast Big Brother already reached this level? The blast mouse was horrified. Transcendent ability, this is the first time I know that there are even transcendent abilities, my skills are only elementary. Powerful Tiger said in horror. Read more about the survival guide, it's written on it, but it's very hard to improve, ordinary people can't reach this level in their lifetime. Violet Rabbit envied. Didn't you guys notice? There's an upper soul crystal in the rewards, which can raise your soul to the black iron upper. That is to say, the weakest of the change beast Big Brother is a black iron upper soul. The Blizzard Mouse quickly analyzed. Black iron upper? Is the gap between me and him already this big? Obviously, I was the first to become a black iron level summoning beast, but my soul kept getting stuck, causing me to be unable to level up. My royal master said it would take years for me to reach a black iron lower soul, but now the beast of change is black iron upper. The flaming dog was completely nonplussed. In the past he felt that he was the strongest and spoke very coldly and arrogantly. Even if the changing beast surpassed him, he felt that he was not too much weaker than the changing beast. But now, it would take years for his soul to reach the black iron lower level, but as a result, the change beast was already at the black iron upper level, a gap that was truly mind-blowing and enviable. I've long said that change beast Big Brother is extraordinary, but it's a pity that change beast Big Brother can't see me, so I want to marry change beast Big Brother. The illusionary lark said pitifully. A message flashed through the chat channel, all appalled by the changing beast. The rest of the 100 channels, too, were frantically flashing messages, guessing who the change beast was, what area it was in, and why it was so powerful. Anyway, the change beast was really famous. The whole human race knew about the change beast, even the foreigners were gradually knowing about the change beast through various means. Sure. Li Xian was not concerned about all this, but instead looked at the superior soul crystal in his hand in surprise and quickly swallowed it. Soon, his soul was nourished and his soul power continued to ripple, eventually succeeding in reaching the black iron upper level and advancing greatly in strength. Ding! Your soul level has increased, reaching the black iron upper level. Finally the black iron is on top, and with transcendent monstrous power, and all my abilities, I become even more powerful. Li Xian was surprised to feel himself, and at the same time thought of the mysterious golden fruit, which had such a domineering effect that it could raise skills to transcendent. It would be even better if he could get a few more of these fruits, which made him jump at the chance to visit Qinyu's world. Speaking of which, Qin Yu's luck is too good to pick up such a good thing casually, no wonder her contract spell formation is so extraordinary. Li Xian muttered darkly, feeling more and more the importance of Qin Yu, but the situation outside had to be dealt with. That golden light just now had caused quite a commotion. I'm afraid there's no way to be quiet here. The golden light just now might have killed the Zhao family. I can't protect their well-being forever. Li Xian sighed, feeling somewhat sorry for the Zhao family. The Zhao family took very good care of him, but the golden light was too strong, so it was expected to attract a lot of people with bad intentions, and it was inevitable that they would capture the Zhao family for threatening interrogation. Even some powerful experts would step in to investigate the cause of the golden light and arrest the Zhao family members, and deaths and injuries would be inevitable at that time. It looks like the only way to get out of the city is to take them with you. Li Xian slowly stood up and thought while walking out of the gate to the courtyard. The moment. The natural residence was already full of people, and many Zhao family members stood nervously in the courtyard of the natural residence, looking at the house with surprised yet worried gazes. Seeing Li Xian come out of the house, the crowd immediately surfaced with surprise. Everyone go back and pack up their things, leave the city together, danger will come soon. There are even bronze, silver level experts appearing. Li Xian spoke loudly, and God's View saw many people appearing near the Zhao family, silently observing. Li Xian's words also caused the Zhao family's faces to change slightly, and the Zhao family patriarch even hurriedly said, "Everyone go back and pack at once, take only the most important supplies, quickly, be quick." Yes. The Zhao family had been through quite a few storms, so they naturally knew what to do and immediately flew off to pack up their things. The only one who was dumbfounded was Dummy, who looked at Li Xian and scratched his head wondering why he was leaving. "Hurry up and pack your things." Li Xian looked at Dull. Yes, Master Panther." Dale was stupid and couldn't figure it out, but he did as he was told and took his big black pot on his back the first time. Li Xian was a bit speechless when he saw the scene, but he couldn't care less about that. Instead, he brought Dull to the Patriarch's residence and found a map to discuss with the Patriarch about which city to go to. Leopard. "Brother Pal, let's go back to the east. We yellow people have quite a few pet peeves, but we're very united when it comes to what's right and what's wrong. If they see us being chased by the purple race, they will definitely help us." The matriarch's address to Li Xian also changed, clearly more respectful. "All right, then, to the east." Li Xian nodded without hesitation and continued to discuss the return route with the patriarch. Chapter 73, The Road of the Chase. After some deliberation, the departure route was finalized and preparations for it began. Meanwhile in the city, a message left the city through various channels and headed towards the major powers. Even that kind of superpower was alarmed. A divine scene that could cause golden light to fall from the sky was bound to be the appearance of some sort of very valuable existence. The people outside didn't know that it was caused by Li Xian, so they felt that there was a high chance that the Zhao family possessed an exotic treasure, one that could cause changes in the heavens. Such a treasure was bound to have an extraordinary function, and naturally attracted the prying eyes of many people who wanted to keep it for themselves. For example, the Bei family, the Cha family, and even the city lord's mansion within the city were all alarmed and began to mobilize their troops. Come on! The gate of the Zhao family. The Zhao family patriarch urged loudly, directing the crowd to get on the carriage, while sending people to count the number of people to prevent anyone from not getting on the carriage. When the people were all together, the Zhao family patriarch hurriedly looked at Li Xian and solemnly said, "Leopard. Brother Panther, the people are all here. Okay, let's go." Li Xian immediately nodded his head after using God's View to scan around and confirm that no one was in the Zhao family's residence. Departure. As the Zhao family patriarch shouted, the carriage began to move quickly along the street. The Zhao family's combatants rode their mounts and walked on either side, guarding the clan's old, young, women and children. However, what made the Zhao family's faces ugly was that they didn't have to walk for long before they saw many people standing on both sides, staring at them with cold gazes. Zhao family members, hand over the foreign treasure or die. A majestic man stepped out and blocked the way with a dozen men. They were family worshippers, tasked with briefly blocking the Zhao family and buying time for the family to prepare their manpower. What exotic treasure? We don't have any exotic treasure at all. The Zhao family patriarch explained loudly. You take us for cuties. That golden light that goes straight to the heavens is obviously an exotic treasure, and even if it's not an exotic treasure, it's still some sort of unimaginable existence that. Hand it over to me immediately, or else you Zhao family members won't be able to walk out of the city today. The majestic man sneered. Right. Hand over the foreign treasure, immediately. A dozen more people ran over, and the one leading the way was clearly the fourth elder of the Cha clan, whose mission was similarly to buy time. Looks like there's no way to make peace today, do it. With the Zhao clan patriarch's shout, the Zhao clan members who were ready to go immediately brought their summoned beasts to kill them, unfailingly launching a killing spree. Die! Li Xian was not idle either, his figure fluttered and flickered, quickly disappearing. Ah! Miserable screams resounded through the area as the Cha clan's fourth elder flew out spitting blood from his mouth, leaving deep leopard scratches where his heart was. Watch out for the stealthy leopard. True vision boundary. The semi-transparent circular boundary opened steeply, enveloping a 3-kilometer area. The moment the boundary appeared, Li Xian, who was in a state of invisibility, appeared. See it and kill it. The majestic man from the Bei family held a huge axe and brought a rhinoceros to madly rush towards Li Xian, slashing down with murderous intent. Nice knot. Li Xian swept a glance at the true vision boundary and felt that it was quite interesting, but the enemy had already rushed in, so Li Xian did not care about observing and killed out like lightning. He didn't use his powerful transcendent monstrous power at the first opportunity, but instead hid part of his strength for the time being, because who knew what he was going to face next? If the enemy misjudged his strength and sent fewer experts with lower ranks, then he would be able to face them with ease, thus escorting the Zhao family back to the east. As long as he escorted the Zhao family members to the east and helped them improve their strength a bit, then the favor owed to the Zhao family members would be repaid, and he could use self-detonation without any fear. Sure. Even if he hid his strength, he could easily kill these guys who were blocking the way, so they easily broke through this place and ran towards the outside of the city. The speed of the Zhao family was very fast, and it only took a short time for them to rush out of the city and begin to follow the path that had been formulated, heading towards the east. Dark clouds gradually filled the sky, blocking out the sun and the sky, signaling that it was about to rain. The atmosphere of the group that was moving forward gradually became oppressive under the gradually dimming sky, as there were quite a few summoned beasts hovering in the sky to watch over them. Soon. One of the Zhao family's scouts spoke up, reporting loudly. 5 miles to the rear, the Cha clan and the Bei clan have joined forces and are rapidly pursuing. Joint? The patriarch's face changed slightly when he heard this, and he subconsciously looked at Li Xian. Unconsciously he had already taken Li Xian very seriously, and he didn't dare to ignore Li Xian's opinion. Especially when the two great clans joined forces and their strength completely crushed the Zhao family, this was even more worrying for the patriarch. Don't worry, keep going. Li Xian's voice was icy cold. Good. The Zhao clan patriarch immediately nodded his head and led the crowd onward, only for the atmosphere to become even more oppressive. Since most of the Zhao family members were horse-drawn carriages and were not very fast, the likelihood of them being caught up by the two big families was very high, if not 100%. Facing the powerful combination of the Bei family and the Cha family, although the crowd felt that there was Master Panther, a powerful man, their hearts were still clouded. After all, as long as the battle, deaths, and injuries were inevitable. The somewhat dumbfounded doll couldn't help but say, Master Panther, what if those people come after us? Then kill them so much that they don't dare to come after them. The only reason they dare to come after them is that not enough of them have died. Li Xian's gaze was cold. Just not dead enough? Dale's heart shook wildly when he heard this. Even if he was dumb, he felt that the Panther Master at this moment was very domineering, and he felt that his outlook on life had been shocked. Master Panther is so handsome. Nana, the granddaughter of the third elder, stood at the mouth of the carriage curtains, blinking her big eyes at the white panther, the seed of admiration buried in her small mind. The surrounding Zhao family members were also stimulated by these words, all of them boiling with blood and fighting spirit, and the originally oppressive atmosphere gradually eased. The chasers and the birds, 2 miles away from us. The scout reported again. You guys go first, leave this place to me. Li Xian craned his neck and decided to move his arms and legs. But, the two great clans have joined forces very powerfully. There are 20 people at the Black Iron level alone, and they definitely have other means. The Zhao family patriarch was worried. No matter what, do as I say, I have tricks you can't imagine. Li Xian proudly said. I'm sorry, that's the only thing I can't agree with. Even if there's a trick, I can't watch you risk your life. If you really have to risk your life, then let me stay behind with you, and buy time if necessary. The Zhao family patriarch gritted his teeth and refused, worried that Li Xian would have an accident. Li Xian was a bit depressed. This Zhao family patriarch was really obstinate, but this spirit of solidarity and mutual help among the Zhao family people made one feel comfortable from the bottom of one's heart. So Li Xian thought about it and said, alright, then you stay and the rest of you hurry up and leave. Yes. The Zhao clan patriarch nodded his head hurriedly and immediately ordered the crowd to hurry up and leave. But the brain-dead fifth elder also insisted on staying, so Li Xian could only agree again. "I'm not leaving either, I'll accompany Master Panther as well," Dale said with the same deadheadness. "Boo!" A dull voice rang out. Dale felt a pain in his neck and directly fainted. Also at this moment, the big black pot that Dale was carrying seemed to light up. "Okay, take Dale and leave." Li Xian shook his head helplessly. Having the two patriarchs and the fifth elder was already enough, there was no need to bring along Dale as a drag. So Li Xian knocked Dale out and let others take him away, but in the next second, Li Xian violently turned back to Dale. Chapter 74 Master Panther is too fierce. Li Xian frowned tightly. Just now, the soul force that came back from Dul's side was a little higher. Based on an ordinary person's feedback of 1 point, Dale used to feedback 3 points, but now it had become 4 points, which surprised Li Xian. During this critical period of time, Li Xian didn't pay much attention to Dale. The result obtained was that this guy was poor in cultivation, poor in enlightenment, did not have a special bloodline, and was a bit dumb, in short, not good in all aspects. But Dale does give back more souls than others, proving that he is different. Now that it had suddenly changed from a 3-point feedback to a 4-point feedback, it made Li Xian even more puzzled. There must be something I haven't found. Li Xian utilized the god's perspective and carefully sized up Dale, especially looking at the large black cauldron, vaguely discovering a hint of clues. Dale's matter will be dealt with in a while. Let's deal with the Bei family and the Cha family first. It's been a few months and it's time to move the muscles. Li Xian muttered darkly and took the Zhao family patriarch and the fifth elder with him, waiting silently for the enemy to arrive. And the Zhao family team continued to move forward, and in a constant turning back, continued to sail to the east. Time passes. Soon the Bei family and the Cha family arrived, flying with murderous intent, and saw Li Xian and the others blocking the way. "Ha, I didn't expect that you guys would choose to break your back with your deaths, I really didn't expect it," the worshipful family patriarch said excitedly. This time, he had brought a large number of experts, and even if the Zhao family was also very strong, they would definitely die in the face of the two great families joining forces. And as a result, both the Bei family head and the Cha family head were excited, ready to kill the Zhao family members with their hands later and get rid of this yellow family. At this moment, both sides stared at each other with icy gazes, taking battle stances. "Kill!" Cha family head excitedly roared, clutching a huge sword excitedly rushed wildly, with a vote of people and horses, Wu Yang rushed to Li Xian. Boom! Loud booms and terrifying shadows enveloped the area, and the pupils of the Cha family head who was furiously charging shrank, his face filled with horror. What kind of monster is this? Run, run! The head of the Cha family screamed in shock and ran wildly back at an even faster speed, fleeing into the distance like a madman. Rumble! Earthquake-like roars resounded in all directions, and heavenly disaster-like scenes swept through the area, also scaring everyone's scalp and heart. Death began to envelop the area, and screams continued to be heard in the crush. Go back in time a few moments. After the Zhao family team and Li Xian separated, they continued to travel eastward, and the Zhao family members in the team, one by one, moved forward worriedly, and from time to time, some people looked back and watched, worrying about the patriarch and Li Xian. That Zhao Daju, who was in charge of scouting, even utilized the vision sharing of the summoned beast to constantly observe Li Xian and the matriarch. The team. Fatty Zhao, who was riding his horse, was worried in his heart and couldn't help but say, "Big brother, do you think Master Panther and the patriarch and the others can win?" "Yes, I believe in Master Panther, he's a sacred beast, he'll definitely be able to do it," Zhao Buren said solemnly, but there was worry hidden in his eyes. "But Master Panther is only at the hatchling stage, and there are so many enemies, and it's rumored that the Bei family has a super terrifying undercard that can inflict great damage on summoned beasts. I'm worried that something will happen to Master Panther and the patriarch and the others," Fatty Zhao said worriedly. "It won't be, Master Panther is a sacred beast, he will definitely be able to survive, for sure." Third Elder's granddaughter, Nana, spoke up, clenching her small fists and saying firmly, "Right, we have to trust Master Panther, since he dares to stay, he has the absolute means to come back." Zhao Buxia had the same firm tone, but his voice was much lower. Obviously, he wasn't sure anymore, especially when he thought of the Bei family's super terrifying undercard. Zhao Buxia became more and more worried. Also at this time, in their moment of worry, a loud boom shook the four directions like an earthquake, scaring the horses into neighing. "Oh my god, what do I see? Holy!" Scout Zhao Daiju spoke in horror, trembling as he looked at the sky, his eyes flashing with white light. What did you see, de Zhu? Did the worshipful family use that undercard? Zhao Buxia hurriedly inquired, clearly afraid that something had happened to the worshipful leopard master. Yes. Yes, they used their bottom card, which was a half-meter-long runic arrow that contained terrifying power and hit Master Panther. Zhao Dazhu spoke quickly, his voice shaking. Rune arrows? Surprisingly, it's such a terrifying undercard, Master Panther. How is Master Panther doing? Is he still alive? Zhao Buxia's face turned white and his entire body almost fell to the ground as if his strength had been drained. In the end, he clenched his teeth and continued to inquire. Of course it's alive and well. Investigator Zhao Dazhu spoke again, his eyes widening, obviously viewing something even more shocking. Rumble. The dull and loud sounds continued, the earth shook as if it had suffered a heavy blow, and it also startled the horses in the procession to become more and more uneasy. Zhao Buxia somewhat did not understand the words of the scouts. It was clear that the Panther Master had been hit by a rune arrow. Why did he still say that he was alive and well? At the very least, he would have been injured, right? That's why Zhao Buxia asked again, what exactly is going on, can you make it clearer? Dang. Of course, wait, let me see it again, it's so shocking. Is this Master Panther? Is this the holy beast? It's too damn powerful. Detective Zhao Dazhu continued, his voice still shaky, except that the shaking seemed to be caused by excitement. The Zhao family members in the group looked at Zhao Dazhu suspiciously, their original worries gradually recovering, and instead, curiosity arose. Because the situation that Zhao Dazhu had shown clearly indicated that Master Panther was fine, indicating that things were moving in a good direction. But Zhao Dazhu also said that Master Panther had been hit by a runic arrow, so why wasn't he worried? Why was he still excited? Everyone in the group couldn't figure it out and were waiting for an answer. However, Zhao Dazhu was still excitedly scouting and didn't give the crowd any explanation at all, so the angry fat man couldn't help but freak out. Boo! Fatty kicked Zhao Dazhu in the face and said angrily, quickly tell me, what's going on? Okay, I'll say, Master Panther and the others won, they're on their way back, they'll be here soon, you guys don't know, that scene just now was really spectacular. Zhao Dazhu said excitedly, dancing around like he was having a seizure. The crowd looked at his appearance and became angrier and angrier. Even the third elder's adorable granddaughter, Nana, tensed her little face and stared indignantly at Zhao Dazhu. The patriarch and the others will be back soon, let the patriarch speak later, they've experienced it firsthand, so they'll definitely speak more clearly. Zhao Dazhu hurriedly said. Along with his words, three figures gradually appeared in the distance. They were the figures of Master Panther, the patriarch, and the fifth elder. Only the patriarch and the fifth elder looked a bit dull, as if they hadn't recovered from the scene just now, which intensified the curiosity of the crowd. When the patriarch and the others returned, Fatty Zhao couldn't help but say, Matriarch, just now. What happened just now? How come nothing happened to you guys at all? Not even your clothes are dirty. Old Five and I didn't participate in the battle at all, and even after we reacted, the battle was already over. Master Panther was too strong. The patriarch looked at Li Xian in awe, changing from the original brother leopard to master leopard as well. It couldn't be helped, this shock that Li Xian had brought was too great, and as the patriarch, he was also shocked and frightened to the point that his attitude changed drastically. Chapter 75, Contracting the Remnant. The patriarch's change in attitude, as well as the title Master Panther, naturally drew the attention of the crowd. Fatty Zhao couldn't hide his words and couldn't help but say, Patriarch, you can't call Master Panther, that would mess up the seniority. What do you know, you little calf, we talk about each other, and it's an honorific, Master Panther deserves it. The patriarch said loudly and slapped the fat man on the shoulder, almost knocking him to the ground. It couldn't be helped, the patriarch's power was too great for the fat man to withstand. No matter what, the patriarch was also a black iron great circle strength, and the thick spiritual energy put the patriarch's physique, practiced to be strong. But the attitude of such a powerful patriarch when addressing Master Panther was a bit fawning, which was really alarming and made people more and more curious about what had just happened. Patriarch, just now. What happened just now? Why is it rumbling, as if it was an earthquake? Zhao Buxia opened his mouth, inquiring curiously. This. Ahem, Master Panther, you are tired, go rest first, I'll give these little cubs the science. The patriarch looked at Li Xian respectfully. Aha! Li Xian nodded his head, his figure flashed to find a clean carriage, and lazily plopped down in the carriage, but soon drilled in a little girl, coming together to play by his side. This little girl is Nana, is the third elder's granddaughter, is also a very lively and lovely little girl. Since being saved by Li Xian once, it is glued to Li Xian, every day at his side. Li Xian looked at Nana and didn't say anything, but closed his eyes and utilized God's perspective to observe Dale's cauldron, bit by bit. There are definitely secrets on this cauldron, and they are hidden so deeply that they need to be looked at properly, and perhaps more will be found. And while Li Xian was carefully observing, the Zhao clan members outside all looked at the clan chief. Even the elders came together and waited for the clan chief to cope in the battle just now. Cough cough. The patriarch coughed and said after 2 seconds of slight contemplation. Listen carefully, at that time, the Bei family and the Cha family teamed up and came with a total of 20 black iron level great rounds. And they had a secret weapon, but they still lost, and in a very short period of time they lost badly, and a bunch of people died. A crushing defeat? Patriarch, why is this? Although Master Panther is strong, but against so many enemies, how did he win this quickly? Moreover, no injuries were seen on Master Panther's body, and earlier, Zhao Daiju said that Master Panther was struck by a runic arrow, so why is Master Panther acting like he's fine? Zhao Buxue inquired in doubt. Oh Zhao Buxia, let me ask you, what happens when you get a toothpick stuck in your fingernail? The patriarch said seriously. Ha? Of course it won't do anything, toothpicks are so small and protected by nails. But that doesn't seem to matter to Master Panther, does it? Zhao Buxia was puzzled and didn't understand why the matriarch asked. It's a lot more relevant, Master Panther just got his nails pierced, so nothing happened at all. The patriarch said lightly. Ha? Zhao Buxia was bewildered, the rune arrow was half a meter long and his nails couldn't defend against it, so Zhao Buxia looked at the patriarch with a strange gaze. Alright, without whetting your appetite, here's a memory crystal, take a look and you'll realize how powerful Master Panther is. The patriarch slowly took out a crystal. Patriarch, you even brought a memory crystal, why didn't you say so earlier? Seeing this scene, the Grand Elders snatched the memory crystal, then injected spiritual energy and began to drop the images from the memory crystal into the air. Boom! A terrifying shadow presented itself in the air, a huge figure that resembled a deity stood on the earth, looking down on the living beings and everything as if he was a king. The figure's size was so huge that it could even be described as covering the sky, and its feet alone could crush a large swath of enemies. Such a terrifying silhouette, such a huge size, startled everyone present with wide eyes, even Dull, who had just woken up, revealed a horrified expression. This is Master Panther? Is this terrifying figure Master Panther? It's too big. Fatty said dumbfounded, although the horrible figure was the face of Master Panther, Fatty was still scared into disbelief. Dang. Of course, didn't you see the face of Master Leopard, those indifferent eyes, who else but Master Leopard, it's so strong, I guess before that Master Panther should have a master stroke, but I didn't expect that it would be too scary, it's simply a natural disaster. Zhao Burin said, horrified. More than a natural disaster, it's simply a nightmare, no wonder Master Panther easily solves his enemies and easily deflects the runic arrows, it's really because Master Panther is too strong. Yeah, when that slap goes down, it is estimated that more than half of the 2 clans will die, and the rest can only kneel down and beg for forgiveness in addition to fleeing for their lives. The second elder spoke in horror. Master Panther deserves to be a sacred beast, only a sacred beast can have such terrifying strength, my Zhao family has made the right move this time. The Grand Elder was excited, with Master Panther around, he had no regrets even if he fled every day, because with Master Panther around, sooner or later, they would rise again one day. Dale, come here. From now on listen well to Master Panther, don't make Master Panther angry, learn more, read more, and be smart, understand? The matriarch said to Dull. Oh, I know. Dale scratched his head, looking a bit dumb, but he remembered one thing, that is, to listen to Master Panther, because Master Panther was the strongest, a holy beast, and no one dared to mess with him. With this mindset, Dale eventually went back, returning to the driver's seat of the carriage where Li Xian was, driving the carriage while carrying that big black pot. This time, Li Xian in the carriage came to the driver's seat and looked at Dale. Dale, put down that big black pot of yours, let me take a look. Li Xian said seriously. Ha? Oh, okay Master Panther. Dale now obeyed and hurriedly put the big black pot down with just a look of dismay. Tinker. Li Xian gently knocked the large black pot and utilized his sharp claws to ruthlessly scratch it again, but it left no scratches. Li Xian's complexion finally changed, although he hadn't used his transcendent monstrous power, even ordinary power was enough to slice gold and break jade, But now, this big black pot had left no scratches, which made Li Xian more and more curious. It's a pity that the god's perspective level is a bit low. If I can rise to the great perfection, I might be able to see through the mysteries of this big black pot. Enhancing God's perspective requires light essence. I don't know where I can get it. I went to several worlds but couldn't find it. Li Xian frowned darkly and turned his head to look at the patriarch. Patriarch, have you inquired about the light essence? My last list focused on finding the light essence. I've inquired about it. In fact, all the major powers are also looking for this thing, but no one has found it since the beginning. But there's a group called the Pack Legacy Clan that might have this thing. The patriarch explained. Contracted legacy race? Li Xian was puzzled. It is said that the Pack Legacy has the bloodline of the god of packs, a scroll that rewrites packs, and a chunk of dark essence and a chunk of light essence. However, the Compact Legacy Clan may have gone extinct. The major powers have been searching for the Compact Legacy Clan for many years, and so far, they haven't gained the slightest bit of ground. The Zhao family patriarch explained helplessly. Extinction? Forget it, let's talk about it later. Li Xian shook his head and prepared to go to other worlds more often in the future to see if he could come across such a good thing. Li Xian, who was in a slightly lost mood, took the large black pot back to the carriage and began to study it carefully. The other side. At the location where Li Xian had fought just now, the two figures stood silently, looking at a huge footprint on the ground. Of these two people, one of them was clearly the city lord of Bailing City, where the Zhao family was located, and his strength had already reached the bronze level. However, at this moment, the city lord bowed and stood at the back, standing like a servant. In front of him was a figure wearing a skull mask, and this person was surrounded by a bizarre dark aura. Originally, I wanted to test the strength of the White Leopard with the Worshipful Clan and the Cha Clan, but I didn't expect it to give me a big surprise. Is this the strength of a sacred beast? If I can snatch the contract, TSK, I'm getting excited. The skeleton masked figure spoke sorrowfully, his voice cold to the extreme. Master, do you really want to use that scroll? Just now, that woman from the Contracted Legacy Clan said that using the rewriting scroll would consume a huge amount of life force. The city lord said apprehensively. A small amount of life force is just a small amount of life force. You only need to keep an eye on the Zhao family members. When I finish interrogating that woman and confirm the correct usage of the scroll, it will be the moment to strike. The skeleton masked man said icily. Yes, master. The city lord prostrated himself and knelt down deeply in fear and trepidation. That woman of the indentured remnant has another son. The light essence is on that boy. Find him for me. Yes, master. The city lord continued to kneel, not daring to get up at all, and waited for a long time for there to be no more sound around him before he dared to get up, realizing that the skeleton masked man had already disappeared. Master is getting more and more terrifying, but why isn't Master afraid of consuming his life force? Could it have something to do with getting the dark essence? The city lord couldn't figure it out and could only blame the reason on top of the dark essence. The other side. The Zhao family continued to drive the carriage forward, and after this big battle, it also scared a lot of forces, and many of them chose to give up. But a greater storm continued to coalesce as more summoned beasts followed the Zhao family, often seeing bronze-level summoned beasts flying through the sky. By the time night fell and the crowd began to recuperate, Dale took a dagger and slowly drilled into the carriage where White Leopard was while the night was still young, a hint of determination flashing across his face. Chapter 76 Explosive Essence. Something wrong? A faint voice rang out, and Li Xian's scrutinizing gaze swept over Dale, not understanding how this usually dull fellow came in with a dagger. I. When Dale saw Li Xian's scrutinizing gaze, he couldn't help but stutter a little, wanting to say something but hesitating, not knowing how to open his mouth. The only thing he could do now was to clutch the dagger in his hand. Say it, what is it? Li Xian gazed at Dale. Anyone could tell that this guy had something he wanted to say. I. Dale continued to stammer, several times trying to say something, but then he fell silent. Then he caught a glimpse of the cauldron and ghosted. I'll take the big black pot. Are you sure? Li Xian tilted his head and looked at Dale, who was not sure of his words. Indeed. Okay. Dale didn't dare to look at Li Xian and molded his abdomen with his left hand before picking up the large black pot and slowly leaving the carriage to rejoin the carriage he was resting in. What the hell is this kid up to? Li Xian watched Dale leave and frowned, unable to figure out what was wrong with Dale. I can't care about him for now. There are more and more summoned beasts under surveillance. 3 bronze level ones have already appeared. It seems that many forces are involved. Li Xian's god's perspective saw many summoned beasts secretly watching. They were numerous and increasingly tricky to deal with. Want to kill a wave? Killing intent surged in Li Xian's heart, but he gave up after thinking about it because he felt that it would be better to wait for a wave to make an example of the enemy when they were at their maximum. After deciding, Li Xian squinted his eyes and fell into sleep, beginning to recuperate and wait for the start of the vicious battle. The following morning, the sun shone brightly on the earth, bringing vitality to everything. The Zhao family procession headed east amidst the sound of gingling horseling. They had reached the emerald green grassland, where the view was wide open and it was easier to see the enemy, and could be well protected against sneak attacks. Master Panther, it's time to eat. The porcelain doll-like Nana carried the food box and quickly ran to the side of Li Xian's carriage, serving the sumptuous breakfast, even bringing an orange specifically. Where did the oranges come from? Li Xian was puzzled. The team left in a hurry, they didn't stock up on oranges. I'm the one who smuggled it in yet, Master Panther gives it to you. Nana's small white hands peeled the orange and fed the orange petals to Li Xian one by one. Have a heart. Li Xian was not polite and ate the orange one bite at a time. He had always been nonchalant about his favorite fruit. When he had eaten and drunk enough, Li Xian opened the data panel to check his various attributes. Ding! Name, Li Xian, 16,000 honor points. Physique, stealthy panther, black iron medium. Soul, black iron upper. Royal Master, Qin Yu, dull. Ability 1, carry space, simulated communication, intermediate stealth, intermediate change, intermediate fireball. Ability 2, advanced self-healing, advanced defense, advanced self-explosion, advanced healing, advanced god's perspective, advanced huge, advanced dragon might, advanced ground spike, advanced earth wall, advanced poison resistance, advanced cold freeze, and advanced wings of wind. Ability 3, extraordinary weirdness. Now that the physique is black iron medium, with all my abilities, plus transcendent monstrous power, I wonder what level I can reach. Li Xian secretly analyzed and felt that he was very strong, but there was no reference for how strong for the time being, so he needed to turn back and experiment. And with 2 Imperial Masters, Li Xian's soul enhancement speed was 14 times that of an ordinary person. According to this trend, it wouldn't take more than a few months for his soul to advance to a bronze-level soul. Bronze-level souls, what an anticipation! Li Xian said darkly, scanning through the various attributes before looking at the chat channel of the summoned beasts. The number of people in the lower left corner of the chat channel at this time had been lowered to more than 70, and it was obvious that another person had died, the exact cause of which was not clear. But that doesn't stop the chat channel from buzzing with messages that flash through here every day. Li Xian looked at the chat channel, then opened the auction house and looked at the lots inside, then his eyes stared. Explosive essence. Surprisingly, I have the explosive essence, and there are 5 of them. If I eat it, my ability to self-destruct will definitely reach great perfection. Li Xian said in surprise, his heart filled with joy. The self-detonation ability was because it was very ribbed, so the people who demanded the bursting essence were very few and basically didn't buy it, so Li Xian felt that the price of this bursting essence wasn't high. Quickly tapping on the price of the burst essence, Li Xian's eyes snapped cold. Because the price of this burst essence was written to be simply astronomical, and it was set so that only specific things could be exchanged for it, and it couldn't even be purchased with honor points. So it's this guy Black Hair Dog, showing off again? Or did he know that I posted a quest to seek the bursting essence and intentionally put it in the auction house to piss me off? Li Xian frowned and spoke directly in the chat channel, Black Hair Dog, what's the price of your burst essence? Yoho, Change Beast Big Brother is finally willing to talk. The day before yesterday I shouted in the chat channel for half a day. Big Brother didn't say anything. TSK, he's finally willing to come out. The black-haired dog replied in a flippant tone and with very underhanded words. What's the price? Li Xian frowned. As long as he could improve his strength, he would not miss any opportunity. The price, 1,000 water moisturizing Dan. As long as you give me 1,000 water moisturizing Dan, I'll sell it to you. The black-haired dog continued to speak frivolously, not worrying in the slightest about not being able to sell it. 1,000 moisture pills, are you crazy? You're deliberately raising the price. The blast mouse jumped out and loudly accused. That's right, don't get cocky, black-haired dog, be careful of getting retribution in the future. Violent Rabbit warned. Retribution? I'm in the island world. If you're capable, come retaliate against me. I'd like to see how you guys retaliate against me. The black-haired dog continued to bark. Damn black-furred dog, sooner or later I'll find you. Violent Rabbit said angrily. Che Emperor is not anxious, too eunuch anxious. People change, the beast are not talking. You guys are licking dog general out, Maybe people change beasts and are willing to be slaughtered by me. The black-haired dog continued to speak with a very exasperating tone. The crowd was silent when they heard this, as they were unsure of the change beast's attitude and didn't know what to say. However, they felt that with the change beast Big Brother's quest for strength, there was a high chance that he would rather be slaughtered than by this thing. This left the crowd a bit helpless, and they all felt bad for the change beast Big Brother. Beast of Change, trade if you agree, 1,000 water moisturizing pills, not one less, don't try to haggle, I won't lower the price even if the King of Heaven comes today. The black-haired dog continued to bark, still with a cynical attitude, not worried about selling. Are you sure? Li Xian raised his eyebrows. Sure, I said that I won't lower the price even if the King of Heaven comes. The black-haired dog proudly said. Really? I'll say one piece of news, we're in the Fire Peacock territory of Region 99. The territory isn't small, but it's not difficult to find someone. Li Xian said indifferently. Chapter 77 Stronger Again. What do you mean? Find me and kill me? Are you threatening me? The black-haired dog said with some color. No, killing you will only waste my time, in my eyes, you are nothing. Li Xian said without caring. So? What do you mean then? The black-haired dog said again. It's simple, the world of summoned beasts doesn't only have humans, there are also transmutations of all the races, the spirit race, the demon race, the dark race, the extermination race, the thunder race, the three eyes race. The clans kill each other, and earlier I encountered a clan of evil energy dolls, who came to the Fire Peacock territory and hunted humans. It just so happens that they met me, and I killed them back, but they're bound to make a comeback, and the Fae have a special ability to spot human transmutants. Unless you never return to the summoned beast world, you'll have to face a life crisis every time you come back. Li Xian once again said indifferently. No. No way, don't lie to me, I don't believe it. The black-haired dog panicked as he thought of the big-headed doll incident that the chat channel had once talked about. Don't think about pissing me off, better make up for your mistakes before I get really angry or I'll choose to ignore it one day in the future when you're being hunted by the Fae. Li Xian said calmly, not putting the black-haired dog in his eyes at all. And his words instantly silenced the black-haired dog, never barking again. A few moments later, the black-haired dog finally spoke, apprehensively saying, Big Brother, is there really any hope for me to make up for my mistake? I was so against you before. That depends on your sincerity. Li Xian said blandly. I'm sorry, big guy, I apologize, I deserve to die, I'll never target you again, these. I'll give you these bursting essence for free, so please be an adult and spare me this time. The black-furred dog hurriedly apologized, his attitude made a 180-degree turn, and was unusually sincere, directly gifting the explosive essence. Yoo-hoo, just now you said that you wouldn't lower the price even if the King of Heaven came, why have you changed your nature now? Violet Rabbit sarcastically said, obviously hating the black-haired dog. I'm telling the truth, it's that I don't lower the price when the King of Heaven comes, but isn't it normal for me to lower the price when the King of Heaven doesn't come? The black-haired dog spoke cheekily, his face feeling hot. You're so cheeky. Violet Rabbit was left speechless by this whole statement, feeling that this black-haired dog was really a superb one. Thick skin is thick skin, as long as Change Beast Big Brother spares me, it's 10 times thicker I'm willing. The black-furred dog licked his face and said, licking the dog even more than the others. The crowd looked at the black hairy dog's posture, one felt speechless, it was good that this guy didn't dare to provoke the Change Beast Big Brother anymore, the atmosphere would be much more harmonious. Biggie, I set it up in the auction house so that only you can buy bursting essence for free, plus I have a soul crystal here for free for you as well. The black-haired dog immediately placed the two items in the auction house, set it so that only Change Beasts could buy them for free, and then waited apprehensively. Aha! Li Xian returned a sentence, directly will be two things to buy down, a penny did not spend things to hand, not to mention, this feeling is quite cool. However, he wasn't prepared to just forgive the black-haired dog and wait until the guy delivered a few more batches of goodies, or else he wouldn't be able to serve as an example. Change Beast Big Brother, I want to buy a water moisturizing pill, I have 50 cloudy fruits here, is it okay to exchange them? Powerful Tiger opened his mouth, asking expectantly. Yes, but wait, I don't have any pills right now, I'll refine one later. Li Xian directly said. Cloud fruit was one of the materials used to refine the water moisturizing pill. Li Xian had once released a related quest, 50 of them would be enough to exchange for a water moisturizing pill. Alright Big Brother, I've put the cloudy fruit in the auction house. Dolly Tiger hurriedly said. Aha! Li Xian replied back and directly exited the chat channel. He couldn't wait to use the burst essence and the soul crystal. Both of these things were what he needed the most, and he was still in a pretty good mood now that he could get them. Especially looking at the exploding essence that was emitting a fiery red glow, Li Xian's mood became more and more beautiful. Without hesitation, Li Xian picked up the 5 burst essences and wolfed them down, eating the soul crystals in the process. Buzz! Like the sound of bees flapping their wings steeply, Li Xian only felt his entire body filled with warmth and a fierce burning sensation filled his heart. Boo! With a dull sound, Li Xian felt as if he had broken his shackles and felt the world become clear. Also at this time on the data panel, the advanced self-explosion flashed rapidly, and soon the character collapsed into nothing, and when it reappeared it had already turned into a grand perfection self-explosion. Ding! Your advanced self-detonation ability, reaching great perfection. With the mechanical system beep, Li Xian felt that he had mastered the ultimate power, and that power would bring about terrifying might. Finally the great circle, great, I can be more reckless from now on, I really want to see how powerful the self-detonation of the great circle is? Li Xian was looking forward to it, leaping to use God's perspective to scan the 8 directions, feeling that wherever he was, it was suitable for a game of self-detonation. There's no rush, first refine the water moisturizing pill, and those 50 cloudy fruits, we must get our hands on them first. Li Xian secretly muttered, but alchemy needs a quiet environment, it's not good to refine in a carriage, and there are preparations to be made beforehand. All of these materials for refining pills had to be handled with care before they could be made, and there couldn't be the slightest mistake. So he summoned Dale to help. Of course Nana was there, she was young and some of the hard materials she couldn't handle were just right for Dale to be the hard laborer. Master Panther, you called for me. Dale carried that big black pot on his back and looked at Li Xian in a daze. Well, take care of these materials and process them as I said, Nana you come and help as well. Li Xian directly said. Okay Master Panther. Nana nodded obediently. Oh. Dale scratched his head, still a bit dumbfounded, as if he didn't understand why the material was being handled. Looking at Dale's blank look, Li Xian was a little worried that this kid couldn't handle the materials well. After all, the handling of the materials was also related to the molding of the elixir. So Li Xian couldn't help but give him a few more words of advice, admonishing him to be serious and not make any mistakes. Aye. Master Panther. Dale nodded seriously and began to follow Li Xian's steps in handling the materials. Ha! Li Xian looked at the materials handled by Dale with surprise. This guy surprisingly handled them very well, not worse than the average veteran. Master Panther, am I doing something wrong? Dale said apprehensively. No, you continue to deal with it. Li Xian swept a glance at Dale and said. Okay Master Panther. Material handling started again. Dale quickly finished one thing at a time, and soon all the preparations were done. Chapter 78 The Divine Manifestation of the Great Black Cauldron. Not bad, very good. Li Xian scanned each and every material, especially the more difficult to handle cloudy fruit, and felt that Dale finally had an advantage. Dale even handled the cloudy fruits very well, which was worthy of praise, when even Chinyu took a long time to learn how to handle the cloudy fruits. Dale, have you learned alchemy before? Li Xian inquired. Alchemy? What is that? Dale was bewildered, with no concept at all in his head. Li Xian saw that Dale's look did not seem to be faking, and asked Nana, who also had a dumbfounded look on her face, and seemed to have never heard of what alchemy was. Could it be that there is no knowledge of this aspect of alchemy in this world? Li Xian secretly guessed, but could not be certain. Forget it, let's refine the pills first. Using God's perspective, Li Xian saw that under a crooked neck 3 kilometers ahead, in the lush grass, there were 5 figures with strong breaths hidden. The strength of these 5 people exceeded the black iron level, 4 of them were at the lower bronze level and 1 was at the middle bronze level. Such strength was enough to dominate a party, but these people even chose to hide their breath and prepare for a sneak attack. Since these people like to lie down, let them lie there. Li Xian directly called a halt to the team, then took out the alchemy furnace from his carry-on space and began to make pills. Dale, Nana, Zhao Buren, you guys be smart and give me whatever I want in time later, remember? Li Xian exhorted. Yes Master Panther, we will. The 3 of them hurriedly nodded their heads. The remaining Zhao family members looked on in confusion, not understanding what Master Panther was doing. It's on. Li Xian started the alchemy, and since the Dan was coming out together anyway, Li Xian was ready to refine some more and throw it to the auction house. When the time comes for someone to buy and trade directly, they can also get more materials and maybe something good like essence. This kind of thing could raise the skill to great perfection, and Li Xian was very eager to get it. In such anticipation, the refining of the elixir began, and Li Xian fell into a state of seriousness. Such a state was rare. Usually he was in a lazy state, so when his state changed, the Zhao family got serious. Patriarch, what is Master Panther doing? What is this smoking one? A cooking tool? Fatty pointed at the alchemy furnace and said. I don't know, first time I've seen this scene. The patriarch shook his head, also a little confused. Seeing that the matriarch didn't know, the fat man twisted his head to look around and realized that everyone looked confused. This made the fat man unable to figure out what to do, and he could only fall into waiting. 3 kilometers away. Under the crooked neck tree. The 5 men in black were lying quietly, poised for battle, waiting for the Zhao family to return. Captain, that white leopard is very uncomplicated, can the 5 of us really deal with it? The vice-captain said apprehensively. Don't worry, I've brought along a scroll of imprisoned summoned beasts. It can immobilize the white leopard for half an hour, that's enough time to kill it. When the white leopard dies, not only can we grab the secret treasure with impunity, but we can also take away the white leopard's corpse and go back to dissect and study it, or even make decorations out of its skin. The black-clothed captain confidently said. Then don't worry, the Zhao family members are weak, 5 elders and 1 patriarch are all black iron great circle, I'm enough to kill 3 of them alone. The vice-captain proudly said. Well, but also be careful, these people's soul levels have reached the lower bronze level, only that they lack spiritual energy and have been unable to advance. The black-clothed captain explained seriously, seemingly approving of the Zhao family's talent. Souls that are already bronze lower level? Somewhat capable, but heavenly materials that increase spiritual energy are scarce, they won't be able to advance in this lifetime. Even if their souls reach the lower bronze level, I can still kill 2 of them. The vice-captain said confidently. That's true, I can take care of them myself, unless they advance to the bronze level, they will die today. The black-clothed captain was cold and arrogant. The surrounding people had agreeable faces, none of them placed the Zhao family in their eyes, and the only one who valued them was Bai Bao. Time passed slowly as they waited, and soon half an hour passed. After such a long time, the Zhao family hadn't arrived yet, and the black-clothed man was getting a little anxious waiting. Mainly, the grass is full of mosquitoes and bugs, and all of them got into their clothes just now. Thin monkey, are they still in place? The black-clothed captain frowned. Yes, captain, that white panther seems to be cooking, it's strange. A slim black-robed man nodded his head and used his scouting summoning beast to continue observing. Is this white leopard out of his mind? How dare he learn how to cook from a human? The black-clothed captain was annoyed. That's right, when we can find the white leopard later, I'll have to gouge out its eyes and let it die in fear. The vice squad said with the same indignation. Several bugs just bit him, the key bites were all on his butt, giving him a depressing bite. But there was no way around it, the enemy could set off at any moment and they could only continue to wait. Time passed and another half hour passed. As the black-clothed people waited to get mad, they saw that the Zhao family team had finally set off. Finally gone, mud, it's killing me in a hurry, damn white panther, I must stab it 100 times and skin it. The vice-captain said in a depressed manner. Okay, stop talking and get ready. It's the captain. The other side. Zhao family team. Li Xian looked at the plate of water moistening pills on the carriage and nodded with satisfaction, feeling that within a few months, he would not have to be busy refining pills. On the way to refining pills, it was inevitable that flawed pills would appear, just like now, there was a slightly bad one. Such an elixir can't be sold for a price, give it to Dull, this kid is too weak, one day he'll be killed and I won't be able to get the reflexes, his reflexes are 4 times higher than an ordinary person's. Li Xian muttered darkly and looked towards Dull, who was driving the carriage, and directly threw the elixir over. Rewarded. Thank you, Master Panther. Dale received this elixir with surprise, his eyes looking curiously, for some reason, he looked at this elixir with great affection. There was even a nagging feeling that hinted at what he should do. With that feeling, he dripped his blood onto the potion and placed it into the large black cauldron. Steeply, a black aura suddenly flashed across the large black pot, and also at this moment, the flawed water moistening pill unexpectedly turned blood red. Whoosh! Li Xian rushed out like lightning and squinted at the elixir. The grade of the elixir has been raised and advanced to a bloodline moisture elixir. When Li Xian was in the alchemy room, he had seen the introduction that pills with blood added to them were only taken by people of the same bloodline as a means of protection. However, this did not enhance the grade of the elixir, but now the water moisture elixir had turned into a bloodline moisture elixir, which was very alarming. What secret is this big black cauldron hiding? Li Xian thought of the black mango, then molded the large black cauldron and suddenly said in a loud voice. Stop the car, set up the tent, we're not leaving today. Chapter 79 Dale's Secret. Ha! When the people of the Zhao family heard this, they all revealed a bewildered expression, not understanding why this was so. You know, this is the time to flee, and frequent stops are very unwise. However, Li Xian's words were surprisingly not questioned in the slightest by the Zhao family. All of them chose to listen and began to quickly set up their tents. Dale, you can't eat this elixir, the effect is too fierce, go call your clan leader. After Li Xian finished speaking, he jumped off the carriage and walked directly to the tent that was set up. He wanted to see how strong the effect of the blood vein moisturizing pill was, so he could also make some arrangements. Soon, the patriarch and several elders, as well as a few juniors with status, quickly came to the tent and looked at Li Xian blankly. Master Panther, what are your orders? The patriarch spoke respectfully, without the slightest disrespect. Eat it. Li Xian directly threw the bloodline rinse Dan over, closing his eyes and utilizing God's perspective to observe from all angles. Good. The patriarch looked at the elixir of unknown origin, and without fear of it being poisonous or anything, he directly swallowed it in one mouthful. A few of the surrounding elders, and a few of the dignified juniors watched from their tents, speculating on what was going on. Boo! A dull voice resounded steeply, a strong aura rippled in all directions, and the pressure that uniquely belonged to the bronze level enveloped the entire tent. This is bronze level? The matriarch actually broke through? How is that possible? The fifth elder stood up in shock and disbelief, looking at the patriarch in disbelief, feeling the oppressive aura. The fifth elder was completely nonplussed. It was important to know that although the patriarch's soul had reached the bronze level, it was already difficult to break through because his body had suffered severe injuries. But now, the matriarch had truly reached the bronze level. Such strength was truly shocking. At this moment, the fifth elder thought of the elixir and fiercely looked at the white panther, looking at the silent master panther. Does it mean? The fifth elder stuttered and looked at Li Xian with an appalled gaze, feeling that Master Panther was becoming more and more mysterious. Also at this time, the patriarch slowly opened his eyes, and his aura, which belonged uniquely to the bronze level, completely stabilized. The patriarch took a deep breath and suppressed his ecstasy as he knelt down to Li Xian in gratitude. Thank you, Master Panther, the Zhao clan, swear to serve you to the death. The Zhao family patriarch swore. With those words of his, all of the Zhao family members knelt down and looked wildly at Li Xian, at the mysterious and powerful Master Panther. Allegiance? Li Xian felt that if a clan was loyal to him and went around to help him find materials and improve his skills, that would also be great. However, the credit for this matter, Dale, was not small, and that big black cauldron also made Li Xian more and more curious, wanting to study the big black cauldron for a long time. So Li Xian raised his paw in a gesture. Dale, come here. Good. Okay, Master Panther. Dale hurriedly obeyed and ran over, but he was a little nervous about being watched by so many people. The thing that the matriarch took just now is called the bloodline moisture pill. It's also an elixir, a treasure that can increase spiritual power. The matriarch was able to break through to the bronze level. Dale also has a lot to do with it, so cultivate him more in the future. Li Xian directly pointed out, without the slightest intention of taking the credit for himself. Dale got credit for that too? When the crowd heard this, each of them looked at Dale with astonished gazes. How could they not have expected that Dale would also take credit for this? You know, Dale has never been stupid, but he actually took credit for this one. This made the crowd for Dale began to be impressed, vaguely guessed that the leopard master tapped into Dale's natural talent. Dale, good job. The Zhao family is proud of you. The patriarch gave a thumbs up to Dale. Dale, thank you, because of you and Master Panther, our Zhao family finally has a bronze level. The fifth elder pulled out a loud voice in thanks. Dale, is Master Panther tapping into your talent? Utilize your talent well and don't fail Master Panther's promotion. Dale, you're getting better and better, come on. A voice of praise, a gaze of approval, and a hidden surprise froze Dale in place, experiencing pride as an emotion for the first time. In the past, he was dull and stupid, and had always been a marginal figure in the family, although the Zhao family was united and did not appear to bully him. But he had never been so noticed, much less praised so much, especially not by the patriarch and the elders. And now, because of Master Panther's help, the way the Zhao family looked at Dale had completely changed and was different from before. Dale loved the praise, and even more so, the attention from the clan, which made Dale feel important. It was Master Panther's help in digging that changed all that, otherwise I would never have gotten so much praise. Dale was secretly grateful, raised his hand and molded his abdomen. A trace of determination flashed across his face once again, and he looked up and solemnly said, "Master Panther, I have something important I want to talk to you about alone." Hearing this, Li Shen twisted his head to look at Dale, then nodded, "Yes, follow me back to the carriage." Master Panther. Dale hurriedly nodded his head and followed behind, slowly taking out the sharp dagger and clutching it tightly in his hand as he followed Li Shen back to the carriage. Inside the tent, the remaining Zhao family members immediately gathered together and surrounded the patriarch, asking questions and probing the patriarch's rank and strength. After confirming again and again that the patriarch had really reached the bronze level, the Zhao family became more and more excited and worshipped Master Panther more and more. Inside the carriage, Li Shen and Dale re-entered, looking at each other with a mutual gaze at each other, and the atmosphere seemed a bit heavy. "Say it, what is it?" Li Shen calmly inquired, his claws gently flicking the moisture elixir in the box next to him. "There is something very important about my birth." Dale spoke slowly while placing the large black cauldron in front of him. "The body? Aren't you from the Zhao family?" Li Shen was puzzled. "Yes, but my mother isn't. My mother comes from a mysterious family that is the Pack legacy," Dale said seriously. "Contracted legacy race?" Li Shen suddenly got serious, his eyes gazing at Dale. "Yes, the indentured remnant." Dale nodded and slowly took off his shirt, revealing his thin upper body. Then Dale picked up the dagger, put the tip against his stomach, and slammed it. Pust. Crimson blood spurted and flowed towards the large black cauldron, and Dale's face paled at a speed visible to the naked eye. The dagger stirred immediately afterward, and soon a ring, brought out with the dagger, fell into the black pot. Tinker Bell. The dagger was thrown to the side, and Dale hurriedly covered the wound on his abdomen, and the injury that was originally dripping blood unexpectedly began to heal rapidly. Such a scene shook Li Shen greatly, but Dale's wounds were so deep that it would take some time for them to heal themselves, and he would definitely bleed a lot during this time. Whoosh! White light flashed as the advanced healing technique was released by Li Shen, healing Dale's injuries. "Thank you, Master Panther." Dale looked at Li Shen gratefully and looked down at the ring in the large black cauldron. Chapter 80, The Fruit of Light. Li Shen also lowered his head and looked at the ring. To Li Shen's surprise, the ring was coated with all that black from the cauldron around it. So viewing it from God's perspective would be affected, which was why Li Shen hadn't realized it before. "This was left to me by my mother, a storage ring that contains the things you need, Master Panther." Dale smiled and looked at Li Shen sincerely. "Is it the essence of light?" Li Shen looked at the pale-faced Dale, and his impression of this dull imperial lord changed greatly. Not because he had come up with something good, but because of his determined act of self-mutilation just now. "No, not the light essence, but a fruit." Dale slowly took out the ring, and in an instant the ring glowed, followed by the same thing appearing in front of Li Shen. It was a fruit that emitted a divine aura, and a faint holy light shone around the fruit, as sacred as a divine object. The moment he looked at the fruit, Li Shen's heart beat wildly and his eyes involuntarily widened. This was because this thing was extremely similar in appearance to the fruit that Qinyu had picked up, except for its different attributes. And that fruit of Qinyu caused Li Shen to obtain transcendent monstrous power and possess a terrifying base card. Now that this fruit of light appeared, it instantly made Li Shen realize that if he ate it, he would probably gain a transcendent ability. Taking out such a precious thing caused Li Shen to be completely nonchalant. He instinctively stretched out his claws to pluck over the fruit and stared. "Are you sure you want to give it to me? Do you know what it's worth?" "I know, Mother and I have spoken, but I would like to give it to you," Dale said seriously, still as sincere as ever. "Well, I'll take it with no problem." At the first moment, Li Shen placed the fruit of light in his carry-on space, which put him at ease. Of course, right now, he didn't have the grand perfection ability, and it looked like it had to be a light ability, so he couldn't take it yet. But these were not problems. With his self-destruction, in the future, Li Shen would gain a lot of extraordinary abilities, so he was grateful. "Dale, this fruit of light is of great value. Just mention whatever you want, and I will do my best to help you." Dale stammered and didn't know what to say. When he saw the dozens of water-moistening pills in the box next to him, he hurriedly said, "Is it okay to give me 20 moisturizing pills? 20 water-moistening pills? Your fruit of light is extremely valuable. Even if you were given 10,000 water-moistening pills, it wouldn't be enough. Why do you want 20? Li Shen was puzzled. Because the Great Black Cauldron can still be used 19 times, together with the one just now, that's 20 times, and after using it 20 times, it will dissipate. Dale said based on the feeling in the underworld. Oh? Li Xian swept his eyes at the big black pot. He couldn't see anything for the moment, but with Dale's character he wouldn't lie. Therefore, Li Xian said, I can give you 20 water moisturizing pills, but I owe you a not so small favor, and I will do my best to help you in the future to repay the favor. After Li Xian finished speaking, he handed 20 pills to Dale. The value of these pills was small and almost negligible compared to the Fruit of Light, but there was a contract between them, and they would be able to pay it off someday in the future. Thank you, Master Panther. Dale didn't think about that much. He only felt that Li Xian was the most trustworthy leopard master and was willing to give all his goodies to him. Even after getting the elixir, he was grateful to Li Xian in turn. You're welcome, deal with these pills as you wish. Li Xian looked at the large black pot and said. Okay. Dale took a deep breath, first picking up a water moistening pill and started taking it, and soon his strength increased, reaching the level of ordinary great perfection. After his strength increased, Dale placed the remaining 19 pills into the large black pot and chose to wait silently. Soon the large black cauldron began to flash with black light, and 19 ordinary water moistening pills advanced into bloodline moistening pills in the black light. At the same time, the large black cauldron slowly dissolved and completely dissipated between heaven and earth, leaving only 19 pills. What the hell is this? Li Xian looked at this scene and really couldn't figure out what the big black pot was, so he looked at Dale. I don't know, I'm acting on a meditative feeling. Dale scratched his head in bewilderment. So? Li Xian nodded, inexplicably thinking of the birthmark on Qin Yu's cheek. Every time Qin Yu's birthmark worked, it would get a little smaller, very similar to the big black cauldron, both of which were expendable, and it seemed that the two had something in common. Master Panther, I'll go and deliver these pills to the matriarch. Feel free to call out to me if you have any orders. Dale respectfully said. Go on, the bloodline moisturizing pill can only be taken by one person, more is invalid. Li Xian admonished. Okay, Master Panther. With Dale's departure, Li Xian threw the remaining moisture pills into the auction house and proceeded to think about the big black pot and the birthmark. He always had the feeling that the two belonged to the same categorization, but he didn't know exactly what it was. Forget it, don't think about that much, take another look at that Fruit of Light, it's a good thing that can raise the light ability to Transcendent. Li Xian muttered with delight, carefully taking out that fruit again, feeling the power emanating from the fruit. Li Xian's heart was full of surprises. Outside. In the big tent. The Zhao family was waiting in the tent, looking at the entrance of the tent expectantly and apprehensively, while also being happy that the patriarch had reached the bronze level. Wow! The tent was ruffled open, and a somewhat dumbfounded Dale, holding a bunch of pills, walked in, giggling. Matriarch, this is what Master Panther asked me to bring, a total of 19 pills. Master Panther said that one person can only take one, taking more will have no effect. Dale handed over the 19 pills, not meaning to claim the credit himself, but instead claiming the credit as Li Xian's. It's that kind of elixir, well, great, this is a good thing that can create 19 bronze-level experts. The Zhao family members looked at the familiar elixir and each of them were ecstatic, all of them showing maniacal smiles that were excited. One should know that the elders of the clan had been stuck in the Black Iron Great Circle for many years and should have broken through long ago, but unfortunately, they didn't have enough spiritual energy and were never able to break through. Now with this elixir, the elders finally saw hope, so they immediately looked at the patriarch, expectantly. We are in a moment of flight, and every point of strength increases our safety. Therefore, anyone who has reached the Black Iron Great Circle can take an elixir. The patriarch solemnly said. Many thanks to the clan leader, many thanks to the clan leader, I'm finally going to advance to the bronze level. The fifth elder jumped 3 feet high in happiness and laughed excitedly, hugging his summoned beast and kissing it fiercely. The rest of the clan was also very excited because all of the Black Iron Great Perfections in the clan had taken the elixir and would still be left with the elixir. And these pills would later become the clansmen's future breakthroughs, so everyone was naturally very happy. Of course, Dale's credit was not small, so it was unanimously decided that one of them had to be reserved for Dale, and the remaining would be taken by whoever reached the Black Iron Great Perfection first in the future. After deciding, the Zhao family members immediately took the pills and began their formal metamorphosis. The other side. A few miles away under a crooked tree. The 5 black-clad men lying in the bushes were thoroughly tired of waiting and decided not to wait any longer. There are too many bugs here that bite my butt exclusively, it pisses me off. The vice captain angrily covered his butt. Captain, let's go directly to attack and kill the Zhao family. With 5 of us at the bronze level, we can win even with a frontal attack. The only thing to watch out for is that white leopard. As long as we can find the white leopard, we're bound to win. The thin monkey in charge of scouting said. Yes, Captain, the Zhao family is walking around. I don't know what they're up to, and that stupid white panther, he's cooking for himself. He's really sick in the head. Doesn't this leopard like to cook? When it's confined, we'll cook it and make it into rice for dinner. I haven't eaten leopard meat yet. A few black-clothed men were waiting impatiently, and one of them didn't want to wait, wanting to attack head-on. Okay, but we have to find the leopard first and confine it at the first opportunity. As long as we can find the leopard, everything will be stable. The first captain thought about it and said. Don't worry, senior captain, that white leopard is in the carriage. I will keep it locked down. Thin monkey confidently scouted. Alright, set off. Not only will we snatch the exotic treasure today, but we will also taste the flavor of leopard meat. Go! Chapter 81, Bald Women. The 5 men in black set off, quickly heading towards the Zhao family's stationing place. As bronze-level experts, their speed was very fast, and it was only a short time before they arrived here, not far from the stationing place. When they reached this point, they cautiously got up and began to slowly approach the carriage where the white leopard was. Also at this time, the white panther walked out of the carriage and stood leisurely at the head of the carriage, looking in the direction of where the man in black was. Imprisonment. The black-clothed captain made an accelerated forward dash and violently used his undercard, enveloping the white panther. Shasta. Something that resembled a crystal imprisoned the white leopard, completely fixing it inside. Success. Great, I was worried that it would fail, but I didn't expect it to succeed so easily, ha! The black-clad captain laughed wildly in excitement, his hanging heart released. As long as the white leopard was confined, the rest of the Zhao family were all ants that could be crushed at will. The black-clothed people who had completely put their hearts down, slowly walked towards the Zhao family's compound and walked not far from the carriage. Also at this time, as they walk, the sound of breaking wind was loud. 6 figures emanating a bronze-level aura with the same bronze-level summoned beasts surrounded the 5 men in black. Bronze. Bronze level? Surprisingly, it's bronze level? And it's 6 of them? How is that possible? The vice-captain was shocked and looked around in disbelief, completely not expecting the Zhao family to have 6 bronze levels. Ding! A crisp sound echoed. The white panther imprisoned by the crystals suddenly moved, its claws gently trembled, and instantly all the crystals shattered and turned into nothing. What a weak confinement! Li Xian thought that the crystal was very strong, so he used his transcendent monstrous power, but it shattered the crystal in one go, and it was just like paper mache. Such a weak confinement caused Li Xian to be somewhat surprised. And when those black-clothed men saw the crystal shatter, they all stared at the white panther with wide eyes, horrified. It was important to know that this forbidden bottom card was so terrifying that it had even turned the tide of a country's war back then. But who would have thought that the bottom card would just be broken by white leopard, which caused the black-clothed man to be frightened? Impossible, impossible, how could you destroy it so simply? It's never possible. It must be a dream, it must be an illusion, it's definitely an illusion. Damn, it's over, this one's really over. The people in black completely panicked, especially when stared at by the white panther. They immediately felt their scalps tingle. Even their strongest cards were destroyed, and with the 6 bronze-level experts around them, the people in black were in a dead end. Unfortunately, no one rescues them, and when they attack someone, they have to be prepared to be killed. Die! Boom boom boom! The big battle began, and the 6 bronze-level Zhao clan members began to hunt down the 5 men in black. Although the 5 black-robed men were strong, with a bronze mid-level captain, the battle was a lopsided crushing once White Panther officially entered the fray. Rumble! With a loud bang, the black-clothed captain flew out, spitting out blood furiously, flying out dozens of meters continuously before crashing into the earth, knocking a crater out of the earth. After this blow, the black-clothed captain was completely motionless, looking at the sky in death, with horror still lingering in his eyes. Transcendental monstrosity, it's terrifying. Li Xian looked at his claws and felt the power that was like an abyss. In his heart, he became even more excited about that fruit of light. Painful, really painful. The 4th elder and the 5th elder teamed up and waved their weapons in a frantic attack, quickly smashing a black-clothed man into spitting out blood furiously, and eventually dying with a wail. None of the remaining black-clothed men were spared, all were hunted down and died on top of the emerald green grassland. Up to this point, the power of the Zhao family and the white leopard had finally been revealed. The various forces that saw this battle through the scouts summoning beasts also realized how difficult it was to gnaw on the bones of the Zhao clan, and in the end, the vast majority of them chose to give up. There were only 2 bronze-level summoned beasts that flew through the sky from time to time, making them impossible to ignore. Dozens of kilometers away. Some shady basement. The figure with the skull mask stood silently, his fists clenched together. That woman even escaped, broke my numerous means and even escaped, worthy of being a contracted remnant race. It's true that you can't underestimate. It's time to act as soon as possible, before there's a change of heart. We must snatch that holy beast. The skeleton-masked figure opened his mouth sorrowfully and slowly headed out of the basement, ready to make a formal move. Whoosh! Above the green grass, a young, bald woman flashed quickly, holding an oily gem in her hand. The Black Abyss gem has finally arrived. That skeleton fool has such a good thing, but he can't even use it. It's really ridiculous. The bald woman's eyes flashed with joy, although for this she had been deliberately captured, lost her dark essence, and lost the rule scroll for the contract rewrite. These were all worth it. A black abyssal gemstone was enough to cause her son to officially rise to the top and achieve a true superpower in the future, so she flew and ran quickly based on her bloodline's guidance. The other side. The Zhao family team continued to set off across the grasslands toward the east. Master Panther, let's go through the emerald green grassland and pass through the ring of mountains, then we'll be able to reach the sea, and when we get on a boat, we'll be completely safe. Nana peeled the oranges and fed them to Li Xian one by one, her voice crisp as she narrated the next route. Aha! Li Xian lazily plopped down on the carriage. The Zhao family's strength had risen and he didn't have to be so vigilant, he could be lazy and lazy. So for the rest of the time, Li Xian napped and enjoyed the peace. It just didn't take long. A bald woman ran from the distance. She had no summoned beasts, and didn't carry a trace of murderous aura about her, not like she was looking for a fight. Stop! The bald woman's voice rang out, also startling the Zhao family. The matriarch and elders were slightly stunned and surprised when they saw the bald woman. It's you! You're surprisingly still alive. Where's my son Dale? Dale? The bald woman couldn't care less about the Zhao family, but looked for her son first. Mother, you're back, I knew you weren't dead, woo-hoo-hoo. Dale quickly ran over to the bald woman and embraced her, crying tears of joy. Dale, your strength, you've actually reached ordinary level Grand Circle, so fast. The bald woman was surprised. She knew her son, according to her speculation, her son could reach the ordinary upper level, even if it was very good. But Dale had actually reached the great perfection, which made the bald woman feel surprised and unbelievable. This time, the bald woman only had time to watch the Zhao family members, and as a result, it didn't matter. The 6 bronze-level Zhao family members once again caused her to stare in disbelief. You've all actually advanced to the bronze level? Impossible, this isn't right, it's definitely not right. The bald woman's expression changed, as if she was recognizing the Zhao family for the first time, carefully sizing them up. That solid bronze level made the bald woman wonder how she could figure it out. Why were you able to advance to the bronze level? According to the serious injuries you suffered back then, you'll never be able to advance in your entire lives. But you guys advanced and reached the bronze level. Which high person is it, who is changing your fate against the heavens? The bald woman said gruffly. Chapter 82 Legacy of the Remnant. The bald woman felt that the biggest possibility of being able to resolve such a serious injury and help the 6 members of the Zhao family break through to the bronze level was that someone was reversing the fate of the Zhao family. But there was something she couldn't figure out. The Zhao family had no use for them at all, so she couldn't afford to go against the grain for them, so the bald woman was puzzled. It's Master Panther that's helping us. If it wasn't for it, we would never have been able to break through the bronze level. The 5th elder stood out and exclaimed. Yes, only Master Panther has taken such good care of us, not only saving my life, but also giving us a bright future. The 3rd elder also walked out, his eyes filled with gratitude. Yeah, Master Panther is so good to us, always protecting us and defeating our enemies. Nana also bounced out, her beautiful eyes filled with adoration. The fact that so many people came out to praise it, even the little children with the same attitude, surprised the bald woman. Puzzled, she asked, who is Master Panther? Mother, Master Panther is my summoned beast, the most revered sacred beast I have. Dale hurriedly spoke, pulling his mother to the side of the carriage. A holy beast? When the bald woman heard this, her expression changed completely, looking at Dale with disbelief. You mean holy beast? Yes, Master Panther is very powerful, defeating many enemies, killing even bronze mediums, and becoming as big as a small mountain. Dale hurriedly talked about Li Xian's battle achievements, and gave a rough account of the process and merits of guarding them after Master Panther came to this world. Dale didn't say anything about the big black cauldron, mainly because it had disappeared, plus he wanted to give all the credit to Master Panther, so the matter wasn't mentioned. And the big black pot was something he had picked up before, and his mother didn't know about it, so he didn't need to mention it. But even without mentioning this matter, Li Xian's earlier battle performance had shocked the bald woman, causing her to cover her mouth in disbelief. Holy Saint Beast? Could it be a double Saint Guardian? It's not right, strange. The bald woman couldn't figure it out and felt confused. But meeting this leopard master was a must, so she was introduced by Dale and finally saw this leopard master. White light flashed, flickering in the bald woman's eyes for a dozen moments before falling silent. The bald woman looked at the divine white panther in front of her, her pretty brows slowly frowned, and eventually shook her head darkly. Isn't Master Panther divine? Gives people a different feeling? Dale scratched his head and giggled. Well, it's okay. The bald woman forced a smile as she possessed a special pupil technique and realized that the white panther was not a holy beast at all, it could only be considered a special class summoned beast. Sure. Even if it was a special summoned beast, it was good to have such strength. So she didn't poke at that, but bowed slightly. Thank you for protecting my child. Later on, I'm going to take Dale to the altar cave, where there is an inheritance unique to my clan. I heard Dale say that you are good at physical combat. Do you need diamond essence? There are 6 pieces of diamond essence there. Diamond essence? Li Xian's eyes lit up when he heard this and instantly became interested. Diamond essence was a good thing. It could raise advanced defense to great perfection, it could greatly increase defense, and it was a very precious material. With this thing, Li Xian's combat power absolutely plummeted and became more resistant to striking power, so Li Xian also looked forward to it. Mother, are you taking me away? But we're being hunted, and the matriarchs and the others are going too? Dale worried. Chase and kill? The bald woman's complexion changed as she thought of the skeleton masked man, then said. Don't worry, there's a teleportation array to the east in the ringed mountain city up ahead, we can send the clans there first. Then we'll go to the altar cave, and by then, after the inheritance, you'll be stronger and can better shelter the clan. After the bald woman finished, she raised her hand and molded Dale's head, and tenderly said again. When Master Panther absorbs the diamond essence, he will likewise become stronger and better able to protect you. But it is up to the leopard master to decide whether to go to the altar cave or not, and you may request and consult it. When Dale heard this, he looked at Li Xian for the first time. He actually wanted to be with Li Xian and didn't want to separate, and if Li Xian didn't go, Dale would respect Li Xian's decision, so he apprehensively said. Master Panther, would you like to go to the altar cave? If the Zhao family can teleport to the east safely, there's no harm in me making a trip to the altar cave. Li Xian looked at the lovely Nana, and the Zhao family who were very kind to him. This family had helped him a lot, so naturally he had to protect them. If they were sent to the east through a teleportation array, it would be even. Plus, the Zhao family was not weak enough to gain a foothold, so Li Xian had accomplished his mission. Don't worry, Master Panther, the crater is just ahead, the distance isn't too far. After we send the clansmen away, we'll go to the altar cave and... Comparatively speaking, they are safer than us because those attackers might come for us. The bald woman looked at the summoned beasts in the sky and said. Alright, then make a trip to the altar cave. Li Xian nodded. That's wonderful, Dale's safety is assured with you, thank you. The bald woman revealed a smile, her orthopedic body slightly bending down as she saluted Li Xian. You're welcome. Li Xian waved his hand carelessly. With something as good as diamond essence, Li Xian was still happy to take what he could get. With this decided, the party continued on their way, traveling quickly in the direction of the crater. This time, their speed was very fast, plus no enemy dared to provoke them at will, so they soon walked out of the emerald grassland and came to the ringed mountain area. From a distance, the crowd saw the bustling ringed city and the civilians coming and going. By this point, everyone was relieved except for the bald woman. Especially after entering the city and seeing the huge teleportation array in the teleportation area, as well as the rich people waiting to be teleported one by one, the crowd finally put their hearts down. What are you doing? Go over there and register. The soldiers on guard, seeing the bald woman leading the way straight to the teleportation array, immediately blocked them with their weapons. But this time, the bald woman took out a token, which shone with black light and unknown strange patterns. It was not a mortal product at a glance. Seeing this token, the soldiers' faces changed, their attitudes instantly becoming humble and respectful. It's a black rock level token. Please come in. You can take this teleportation array for free. The area where you are now teleported is the Four Seasons City in the east. May I ask if you are leaving now? A chubby steward rushed over and respectfully inquired. Now. The bald woman said directly. Please, please, please. With the steward's fawning invitation, the Zhao family walked towards the teleportation array amidst the envious gazes of others. After saying their goodbyes, the Zhao family members took the gifts Li Xian had given them and finally left in a teleportation array to rejoin the east. Only the bald woman, Dale, and Li Xian remained in the spot. Chapter 83 Skeleton Mask Attack. The moment. Li Xian was using God's perspective to lock onto the vulture in the sky, the only remaining bronze-summoned beast. The vulture had followed them, never giving up, and obviously wasn't ready to stop. When the Zhao family members left, the vultures didn't even look at them. Instead, they always locked onto the three of them, him and Dale, which surprised Li Xian. Does that mean it's targeting me or Dale? Li Xian was a little puzzled, but soldiers come to block, water comes to cover the earth. Even if the forces behind the other party were amazing, Li Xian didn't mind fighting with the other party to completely liberate his strength. Transcendent level monstrous power could definitely give the other party a big surprise and make them understand what power was called. Master Panther, let's set off. The location is in the Uiyu Valley deep within the Ring Mountain. The bald woman looked at Li Xian and asked for his opinion. Yes, go. Li Xian nodded and followed behind as he headed towards the Ringed Mountain area, while also seeing the vulture that always followed. Time passed slowly, and soon the night fell and the bright moon shone high. The atmosphere in the crater, too, became quiet and depressing for a few moments as most of the animals began to rest, leaving only the nocturnal creatures. Li Xian and the others didn't stop, but continued to move forward in the night, and after walking all night, they finally arrived at the Uiyu Valley at the moment of dawn. The place went well with the name. It was indeed a secluded valley. Even the small lake in the center of the valley had an ancient look to it. Li Xian and the others took a step to the southeast corner of the valley and stopped at a place full of vines. This was their destination. Rumble. As the bald woman pressed a flurry of buttons on the rock of the mountain, the door made of rock slowly moved open, revealing a deep cave. The altar is in the inner hall, follow me. The bald woman beckoned and led Dale and Li Xian slowly into the cave. The three of them followed the damp and messy cave and slowly moved forward, eventually coming to a rocky hall. The hall was almost the size of a basketball court, surrounded by a lot of stone benches and tables, and at the very center was an altar that emitted a strange light. Looking at the altar, Li Xian couldn't help but watch it from God's perspective and scrutinize it. Unfortunately, after observing for a moment, Li Xian did not see anything, but instead saw the target this time, which was the diamond essence. The diamond essence was not placed on the surface, but was placed in the middle of a stone bench, and was taken out by the bald woman, numbering 6. Master Panther, here you go. Later on I'll help Dale receive his inheritance. It might take a bit longer. I want you to guard the door to prevent enemies from appearing. Is that okay? The bald woman smiled and gave the 6 pieces of diamond essence to Li Xian with a gentle gaze. Okay. Li Xian looked at Dale. The last fruit of light owed Dale a big favor. Now it was just the right time to return the favor. Therefore, Li Xian put away the diamond essence and walked towards the outside of the cave without hesitation. Whoosh! A puppet-like sparrow was released by the bald woman and followed Li Xian to the inner door of the cave. Click! The stone door slowly opened and automatically returned to its position after Li Xian left the cave. Then the sparrow flew into the sky, seemingly scouting away. A puppet? What kind of ability is that? Li Xian looked at the flying puppet sparrow in surprise, unable to figure out how the puppet sparrow was constructed. However, improving his strength was the focus, so Li Xian began to absorb the diamond essence. As he absorbed it, the 5 pieces of essence were quickly absorbed, and also at this moment, Li Xian felt his entire body shake violently as warmth instantly enveloped his entire body. Ding! Your advanced defense, advanced to grand perfection. With the mechanical beeps, Li Xian's heart surged with thick surprise, feeling more and more powerful and able to deal with stronger enemies. Also at this time, a skeletal figure, exuding a bizarre aura, riding a giant bear, furiously rushed towards the valley and was discovered by Li Xian at the first opportunity. Just in time to experiment with experimenting with one's defenses. What a time to come! Li Xian sneered as he walked towards the other party, his neck twisting slightly and making a crackling mess. The cave altar. Dale sat naked and silent, enveloped in a mysterious red light. The bald woman slashed her own wrist with a small knife, and crimson blood fell down the various nodes of the altar, flowing into the altar and forming a special circuit. The mysterious red light became more and more brilliant, and a bizarre spatial crack slowly appeared, growing larger and larger in the red light. Soon, a mysterious pet egg presented itself, emitting a bright aura. Finally out. The bald woman was pleasantly surprised. Losing too much blood, she couldn't care less about herself and hurriedly took out the pet egg and quickly placed it in front of Dale. Son, quickly drop your blood on it and start contracting it according to the family spells I taught you. The bald woman said with a pale face. A contract? Is this a summoned beast? A summoner can only contract one summoned beast. I already have Master Panther, there's no way I can contract another. Dale scratched his head. Don't worry, this is a guardian beast unique to our race, only my race can contract it, and it doesn't take up a contract slot, which means you can have 2 summoned beasts. The bald woman smiled and tenderly stroked her son's head. Really? Surprise surfaced on Dale's face. Dale felt very happy to be able to contract 2 pets. Of course, and there's a big surprise, this isn't an ordinary pet beast, but a holy beast. The bald woman's eyes glowed as she said. Holy? Saint beast? The same as Master Panther? Dale looked at the pet egg in surprise. No, Master Panther is not a sacred beast. The bald woman shook her head. But everyone says it's a sacred beast, and Master Panther is so powerful, how is it not a sacred beast? Dale scratched his head in bewilderment. What do those people know? Being powerful doesn't qualify you to be called a sacred beast. Sacred beasts are sacred beasts because of the bloodline, the sacred clothing, the cycle of complementary basic conditions. Never mind, you deed first, you'll find out later. The bald woman urged, while looking in the direction outside the cave with a disdainful gaze. Along with her disdain, the puppet sparrows flying in the sky in the outside world also looked at the skeleton masked man. It seemed that this disdainful look she was giving to the skeleton masked man. It's like saying it's pretty ridiculous that someone so powerful can't even tell the difference between a holy beast. But the skull-masked man is very powerful and her time is limited. So the bald woman urged, hurry up with the deed, quick. Oh. Dale nodded dumbly and began to contract this pet egg as his mother had requested. Buzz off. White light shone, and an aura of light emanated from the pet egg, enveloping Dale and the entire altar. With the breath of light, the eggshell slowly began to crack open, revealing a hint of wet fur and a small, round head. Click! A strange voice resounded within Dale, and then his entire body shook. Outside the cave. Li Xian was in the middle of a bloody battle with the giant bear when his face changed slightly and he violently turned on God's view and looked in the direction of the cave. Chapter 84 The Holy Lion of Light. Boo! A dull sound, along with a strong wind whistled. Li Xian did not bother to watch the cave, his figure flashed quickly, dodging the sudden attack at the critical moment. Boom boom boom. The dark paw of the bear slapped hard on the ground, shaking the earth slightly, and with such a slap, the giant bear quickly approached Li Xian and slapped down once again. Giant bear's height is not particularly high, just 6 stories high. The point is that its body type is very sturdy. To that station with a building is no difference. Such a lanky giant bear swung its claws and slapped, carrying a force that no one would dare to easily receive hard. What a powerful black bear, his defense is actually as great as mine, and his strength should be great as well. Combined with its terrifying size as well as its spirit power level that crushes me, this guy is really not easy to deal with. Li Xian's face was grave as he encountered a difficult opponent for the first time. Mainly, his current spiritual power level was only at the black iron medium level, and he relied entirely on his talent to increase his combat power, which allowed him to cross the level and kill his enemies. But now, facing opponents with similar talents, Li Xian finally felt the gap in strength. Although Li Xian hadn't used his giganticization yet, and even his transcendent power was only partially used, there was no way he could win against his opponent with physical combat. However, Li Xian wasn't worried and instead revealed a smile. Since you can't win in melee combat, I'll let you guys feel what it means to fly a kite. Li Xian sneered as he flickered his body, green-colored wings of wind emerging from his back, and in the next second he suddenly flew into the sky amidst the stunned gaze of the giant bear. Howl! The giant bear stared blankly at the sky, with bewilderment in its huge eyes, as if it couldn't figure out how the other party flew into the sky when it was clearly having a good fight. The bewildered giant bear raised his paw and scratched his head, seemingly unable to react for a moment as to what to do. Not far. The skeleton masked man had been quietly watching, looking on as the giant bear and the white leopard fought, testing the white leopard's strength. Originally satisfied with the skeleton masked man, the moment he saw the white panther fly into the sky, he was even more pleasantly surprised. Well, it's worthy of being a sacred beast, it even knows how to fly, it's so cool, keep testing, the stronger it gets the more I look forward to it. In the future when I absorb it, I'll become very, very powerful, tsk tisk tsk. The skeleton masked man said in surprise, raising his right hand high in the air, and in the next second the mysterious spell formation was revealed. Buzz off! As the light of the spell formation flashed, densely packed summoned beasts came out of the spell formation, looking to the sky at the command of the skeleton masked man. How is that possible? Li Xian flew in the sky and was amazed as he watched so many summoned beasts appear in the spell formation. According to the contract, a human could only contract one summoned beast, but what was the situation with this skeleton man? Why does he have so many summoned beasts? Li Xian was an eye-opener this time, realizing that the skeleton man was really quite resourceful, and this hand of summoning ability alone was very amazing. How did he do that? It would be nice to figure out the summoning method. Anticipation welled up in Li Xian's heart, but he was also under pressure as he faced numerous summoned beasts. Although most of the summoned beasts that appeared from the spell formation were of the black iron grade, with the bronze grade only accounting for 10%, tens of thousands of summoned beasts was still very impressive. Since that's the case, I won't hide my power, so I'll let you feel the terror of transcendent monstrous power. A cold light flashed in Li Xian's eyes, and his body quickly flew high into the sky, ready to battle the summoned beasts that flew up, high in the sky. The other side. In the altar cave. Dale touched his abdomen, where it vibrated as the contract took shape, and his spiritual power unexpectedly began to increase rapidly, which caused Dale to freeze for a moment. It was also at this time that the pet egg gradually cracked open, and a wet little lion soon stepped out. White light flickered around this little lion's body, and soon the wet fur was dried, turning into a furry and dull appearance that looked exceptionally cute. The point is that the lion cub has wings, white wings like angel wings that radiate light. So cute. Dale looked at such a cute lion cub, raised his hand and touched the soft fur of the lion cub, and instantly fell even more in love with it. This is the bright sacred lion, a true sacred beast, do you feel the changes within your body? The bald woman inquired. It's like the little lion is providing me with energy, I feel like my strength is rapidly increasing. Dale said in surprise. Yes, the iconic characteristic of the sacred beasts is that they can establish a cycle of complementarity with the Imperial Master. While you feed the sacred beasts feed you, forming a virtuous cycle that ordinary summoned beasts can only take from their royal masters, but cannot feed back to them. The bald woman continued to speak, popularizing the knowledge of sacred beasts. So that's how it is, no wonder you said that Master Panther is not a sacred beast. Dale came to a realization. Yes. With mutual reflexes, you and the holy beast will grow stronger quickly, but you're not fully attuned to the holy lion of light, yet. Here, you absorb this black abyss jewel and then complement everything about yourself with the holy beast so that you and the holy beast will be completely attuned. The bald woman took out a mysterious gemstone, which she had stolen at the risk of her life, and its greatest function was to help Dale and the holy beast to be completely attuned. Okay. Good. Dale didn't understand anything and immediately took the black abyssal jewel, ready to absorb it. Who? Earth-shattering roars came from the outside world, followed by all sorts of crazy roars. Such a sound caused Dale's color to change slightly, and he hurriedly looked in the direction of the cave entrance. Mother, what's going on outside? Is it the enemy coming? Master Panther is still outside, will it be in danger? Dale said hurriedly. It's too late, there are very terrifying enemies in the outside world, Master Panther will die soon. The bald woman's eyes were calm, as if she had already anticipated everything. What? Master Panther is going to die soon? Dale was completely flustered and stood up violently, about to rush out of the cave. You can't go out there, the bright sacred lion has just been born, it can't even defeat a normal summoned beast, it must take time to grow. If you go out now, you will only be sending yourself to death. The bald woman immediately grabbed Dale and gazed into his eyes and said, Even if I die, I have to fight side by side with Master Panther, I can never watch Master Panther die like this, because it is my Master Panther. Dale shouted as he struggled hard. It's useless, even if you go Master Panther will surely die, the enemy is the Skeleton King with tens of thousands of summoned beasts. His weakest summoned beasts were all at the black iron level, and the strongest was the bronze upper level giant bear. The giant bear was gifted, born with 4 talents, and its strength crushed its peers. Even the black bear can fight across levels and is called the strongest below the silver level, and the Skeleton King can even destroy a city with ease. The bald woman explained gruffly, holding Dale in place as she did so. You? How do you know so clearly? Could it be that you already knew all of this and deliberately let Master Panther die outside? Dale looked at his mother with disbelief and said. Chapter 85 Silver Level Skeleton King. Yeah, the Skull King's been following, and somebody's gotta buy some time. If Master Panther dies and you haven't completed your inheritance, I'll go out and block it to buy you time. The bald woman spoke calmly, as if she was talking about a trivial matter, not even caring about her own life or death. Such an answer silenced Dale, unable to retort a word. Because everything his mother did was for him, he was in no position to blame his mother, he could only blame his own incompetence and weakness. I'm such a loser, I've always been a loser, I'm not qualified to make you guys pay so much for me, it's not worth it. Dale cried, unable to stop his tears as he listened to the roar of the beasts outside. Since he had contracted with Master Panther, he had received a lot of care from him, strength, status and a shift in the attitude of the Zhao family. What touched him most about this was the guardianship of the Panther Master. Although Master Panther never looked lazy, but as long as he was in danger, Master Panther never had no choice but to strike. When we were in the natural residence, an expert came to sneak up on us at night and tried to kill us, but the result was that Master Panther was easily destroyed, and Dale didn't even know about it. Still the next morning, Dale woke up to see a lot of people gathered in the yard talking. At that moment he realized that someone had come to the natural residence to kill him, but was killed back by Master Panther, but Master Panther had no intention of claiming credit at all, as if he had done a small thing. After this incident, Dale is grateful to Master Panther from the bottom of his heart, especially the change in the attitude of the Zhao family, which makes Dale more and more trust and worship Master Panther. But now, Master Panther was in danger in order to protect himself, and he could do nothing about it, he could only stare blankly, and he couldn't even watch the fight. This caused Dale to become completely disillusioned and begin to give up on himself, believing himself to be a waste. Listen, although Master Panther can't be saved, you can avenge Master Panther by beheading the Skeleton King in the future. The bald woman suddenly said. Revenge? Dale froze when he heard this, and somewhat dumbfounded, his emotions were instantly channeled, and that disheveled mood instantly disappeared, replaced by murderous intent. Yes, I want revenge, I must avenge Master Panther, I must kill the Skeleton King. Good, very good. The bald woman nodded, ready to continue deepening her son's belief in the path of vengeance. Master Panther was gradually surrounded high in the sky by the Skeleton King's flying summon beasts, and among these flying summon beasts, there were 50 bronze summon beasts that. The ones leading the way are 5 bronze upper-level summoning beasts, very dangerous, Master Panther is dead, he will be torn apart by these summoning beasts. The bald woman continued to speak, constantly deepening her son's mind of revenge, but when she said this, she suddenly stopped speaking and looked horrified into the sky. What's wrong? Dale asked hastily. How is that possible? Master Panther is obviously just a special summoned beast, why did he kill the bronze upper flame bird with a single claw? The bald woman said incredulously, her eyes flashing white light madly. Originally, when she saw Master Panther surrounded by flying summoned beasts, she thought that Master Panther would surely die. But who would have thought? As if he had shot chicken blood, Master Panther slapped the bronze upper flame bird to death with a single claw, and that terrifying strike was simply not too stunning. Mother, are you saying that Master Panther is fine? In the upper hand? Dale inquired in surprise. No, Master Panther is injured, there are too many summoned beasts, it was surrounded at the same time, it's so tragic. It's over, the lightning bird even pierced Master Panther's abdomen, Master Panther can't hold on anymore, wait, Master Panther will even heal himself? The bald woman froze again, her brain looking like it was stuffed with paste as she watched this in a blindfold. How could she not have imagined that Master Panther, a specially summoned beast, would be so capable? Not only did he resist the attacks of the densely packed summoned beasts, but he was also able to frantically counter-kill his enemies, and the key, Master Panther, was able to self-heal, which was truly mind-blowing. Too strong, how can it be so strong? With his abdomen pierced, he killed the lightning bird back, and he's still fighting like crazy. The bald woman was completely stunned, truly feeling the extraordinary nature of Master Panther. Such a good summoning beast, that son would be safer if it guarded him all the time. That's why the bald woman regretted letting the white panther go out to die. Dale didn't know that his mother regretted it, and he was so happy when he heard his mother say that Master Panther was so strong that he had killed numerous summoned beasts in return. Mother, Master Panther will definitely be fine and will kill all the enemies, Master Panther is the strongest. Dale said expectantly. It's useless, although Master Panther has impressed me, Master Panther is dead, the silver-level Skeleton King has never made a move, and the moment he does, the battle is bound to end. White. Silver level? Dale's face turned pale when he heard this, clearly truly shocked. The altar's energy is back to full. Quickly absorb the Black Abyss gemstone to form a complement with the Holy Beast and get ready to avenge Master Panther. The bald woman began to urge. Isn't there any other way? I really don't want Master Panther to die, I really don't. Dale burst into tears. No more, all you can do is avenge Master Panther and exterminate the Skeleton King. The bald woman continued to talk about revenge. Revenge? Killing intent surged in Dale's heart, and the thought that Master Panther would soon be killed by the Skeleton King made Dale gnash his teeth in hatred. And the Black Abyss jewel could form a circular complement that could enhance his strength and increase his chances of revenge, so Dale immediately chose to absorb it. Buzz off! The darkness flickered, mirroring the light, bright and dark. At this moment Dale was wrapped in darkness and the little lion was enveloped in light. One person and one beast formed a special connection at this moment, formally establishing a circular complementarity. It was also at this moment that Dale's strength made a steep breakthrough, officially becoming a Black Iron inferior summoner. And the bright holy lion also grew a circle and increased its strength a bit, reaching the rank of an ordinary medium summoning beast. It finally worked. Great, let's go. The bald woman hurriedly pulled Dale up and ran towards the depths of the cave. Mother, what about the Panther Master? How is it doing now? I became a Black Iron inferior, I can help the Panther Master. Dale cried out, tears falling, looking back from time to watch. It's useless, below the silver level, all are ants. You'll only be sending people to their deaths if you go, and no one will ever be able to avenge Master Panther again. The bald woman took Dale and quickly ran to a secret room. Her index finger flew in the air and clicked, and soon a faint light lit up on the floor. The light of a small teleportation array surfaced and began to accumulate energy little by little. Inject spiritual energy, quick! The bald woman hurriedly urged, pressing her hands on the teleportation array and frantically injecting spiritual energy. Master Panther, what about Master Panther? Dale asked again, unable to let go of Master Panther at all. I don't know, let's hear it. The bald woman was sorry, her eyes still looking at the outside world through the puppet sparrow, before seeing a figure like a small mountain suddenly appear. Chapter 86 Death of the Bald Woman. Rumble. The earth trembled violently, like an earthquake, shaking the entire cave, and the rubble and dust inside the cave fell down with it. The bald woman who was watching the battle with her special ability instantly widened her eyes and looked at the horrifying scene with horror. Only to see Master Panther transform into a small mountain-like beast, with a healing glow flashing around his body, while wings were born on his back, transforming him into a prime leopard that could fly. And as Master Panther flew, large swathes of coldness filled the area, freezing the area in all directions. That wasn't all, a wall of earth also rose with it at this moment, blocking various attacks. Accompanying these walls of earth were all sorts of terrifying ground spikes that burrowed out from below and struck the enemy like lightning. Buzz. The oppressive aura of the unknown emanated, suppressing the summoned beasts to tremble, not daring to come forward easily. At this moment, Master Panther was simply like a god of war, shocking and appalling. Looking at such a terrifying Master Panther, the bald woman finally completely regretting her previous decision. Such a strong summoning beast, how can we give it up? It's an absolute treasure. The light in the bald woman's eyes flashed, and she quickly thought of a solution. The white leopard must be saved so that it can be better utilized. The bald woman said quietly. Utilize? Dale frowned when he heard this and looked at his mother with displeasure. No, not to use, but to save him, and I'm going to save him. After the bald woman finished speaking, she accelerated and injected spiritual energy into the teleportation array. Buzz. The light of the teleportation array suddenly flourished. The spiritual energy had finally gathered enough, which also meant that the teleportation array could be activated. Son, you leave first, I'll go save Master Panther. The bald woman said quietly. It's... Dale hesitated, wondering what his mother was doing, saving, or using. Don't worry son, I'm really saving Master Panther. If you don't believe me, I'll help you open up your talent, and you'll be able to watch everything in the outside world through the sparrow puppet, just like me. After the bald woman finished speaking, her right hand pointed at Dale's head, and instantly Dale's eyes flashed, connecting with the puppet sparrow in the outside world. This is Master Panther? So strong. Dale looked at Master Panther, who was like a god of war, and was horrified. Yeah, he's strong but he can't beat the Skeleton King. I'll go over there now and save it, so hurry up and leave. After the bald woman finished speaking, she pushed Dale into the teleportation array, which was activated in the next second. Buzz. Dale's figure disappeared, completely teleported to a safe area. Well, the next step is the next step. The bald woman changed the teleportation array to make sure that no one else could use it, and then she quickly walked outside. The entire figure, in a flutter, came to the location of the stone door, then turned into green smoke and floated out through the gap. Boom, boom, boom. The earth trembled and the wind howled. Cold ice enveloped the earth, and walls of earth flew up, interspersed with ground spikes that struck a summoned beast. The entire Yui Valley was transformed into a purgatory of blood, killing and injuring a large number of summoned beasts. The remaining summoned beasts looked at the terrifying Li Xian, and each one of them were scared and cowered. Even the giant bear summoned beast covered its butt and ran far away in fear, staring intently at the huge white panther in midair. Jia, that's really strong. I'm getting excited and looking forward to it. The Skeleton King looked at the white leopard that was like a ferocious beast and became more and more excited, more and more looking forward to the harvest he would get from devouring the white leopard after contracting it. But just at this moment. Just at the moment when the Skeleton King was excited, that white leopard suddenly looked back at the cave. With the inheritance completed, it's time for me to leave, and the favor I owe to Dale is all paid back this time. Li Xian said quietly. The value of the Fruit of Light was immense, but this time, he was pitched by Dale's mother, so it was considered that both sides were even. If Dale's mother punked him again, Li Xian wouldn't mind slapping the other party to death. Trying to leave, stop it for me. The Skeleton King suddenly shouted and commanded the summoned beasts to attack again. Although these summoned beasts were afraid, they were more afraid of the Skeleton King, so the summoned beasts could only continue to attack. Li Xian had no intention of getting involved in the battle, but instead, he flew high into the air while fighting. And then just for a moment, a huge bone spear appeared in the Skeleton King's hand and struck Li Xian's heart in the next second. Air. Space ability? Li Xian's body was fixed, unable to move a single bit, and his entire body fell from the sky, smashing into the valley with a loud bang. Rumble. Earthquake-like terrifying tremors rose again, and tumbling smoke and dust stirred in all directions in the strong wind. Whoosh! 2 more bone spears appeared and struck Li Xian's eyes like lightning, causing him to completely lose his light. Tick-tock. 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 Blood trickled down from his eyes, staining the white fur in his entire body. Master Panther's body stood still, like a remnant wolf, surrounded by densely packed summoned beasts. He had lost his eyes, his body was covered with dense wounds, and the sharp bone spear had even pierced through his heart and nailed his body as well. With such injuries, it was no longer possible to recover. Li Xian sighed quietly and prepared to leave. He had wanted to be in this world and see the little lion. It was because he realized that that little lion was very uncomplicated, able to form a connection with Dull, feeding off each other and rapidly increasing its strength. But there's no chance of that now. It's time for him to blow himself up and leave. It's a pity, but I'm also satisfied. The strength has become so much stronger, it's not worth coming to this world for a walk, ha. Li Xian laughed loudly. This laughter is more or less a bit pale, especially in a dead situation. This laughter is even more bleak. However, at this time, Li Xian's God's view saw the skeleton man take out a strange scroll. What's that in your hand? This, of course, is a rewriting scroll, belonging to the product of the rule system, which can turn you into my summoned beast. The skeleton man Gigi said. So it is. Li Xian nodded and did not rush to self-detonate and leave, but waited for the other party to use the scroll to see what tricks the other party played. It's about to start. Are you ready? The Skeleton King spoke excitedly, his eyes looking towards Li Xian as a bone spear suddenly appeared in his hand. Whoosh! The power of space rippled again, the bone spear instantly disappeared again, and in the next second the woman's miserable screams rang out from afar. Air! A shadow slowly took shape and transformed into the appearance of a bald woman, and a bone spear was lodged right where her heart was. Skeleton King, you actually found me. The bald woman looked at the Skeleton King and spat out blood in question, completely unable to believe that she was going to die. Letting you escape once is enough. Do you really think the silver rank is trash? The Skeleton King laughed coldly and waved his right hand. A bizarre flame vaporized and instantly enveloped the bald woman. Ah! The woman's screams continued to ring out, and the bald woman regretted that she shouldn't have come back, that she shouldn't have been greedy and wanted to continue using Li Xian. But it was too late, and she burned straight to death with a scream. This scene was just in time for the puppet sparrow to see it, and the puppet sparrow began to tremble violently. Well, with the ones in the way out of the way taken care of, the next step is to take care of you. The Skeleton King tore open the scroll with a sneer, and in the next second brilliant light enveloped the entire valley. The terrifying power that belonged to the rule system began to manifest, easily rewriting Li Xian's contract. It's worthy of being a rule system scroll. Surprisingly, the change actually succeeded. The next step is the next step. The Skeleton King felt the power of the contract between the two sides and completely put his heart down as he began to take out one material after another. He first placed the dark essence right in front of Li Xian, and took out a dozen more materials and started arranging them in a special orientation. It is! Surprise welled up in Li Xian's heart when he saw what was put down on his left-hand side under his god's perspective. Chapter 87: The Earth-Shattering Explosion. He was surprised because he saw a piece of essence that emitted a burning light, a piece of self-healing essence. The size of this self-healing essence was as big as a watermelon, and it could simply be described as an earthy essence. Knowing that the essences Li Xian had gotten before were all grape-sized, 5 grape-sized pieces would be enough for him to level up. Now, the watermelon-sized essence could completely cause Li Xian's self-healing ability to be raised to the Great Circle. Thinking of the self-healing of the Great Perfection, thinking of that terrifying recovery speed, Li Xian was ecstatic, thinking about how to take away this good thing. Of course, it would be better if it was taken along with that dark essence. As for the other materials, they are not of great value, take them or leave them. But now that the body is pinned down, it will take some thought as to what to use to take these things away. As such, Li Xian fell into but contemplation. Opposite. The Skeleton King was quickly setting up all around, and soon a weird polygonal figure was set up. Alright, the next step is absorption. This is a saint beast. If I absorb everything from the saint beast, I will definitely be able to achieve the strongest ever. TSK. The Skeleton King looked at the polygonal shapes with growing excitement and anticipation. In such a mood, his hands slammed together, and a mysterious light enveloped the entire valley, enveloping Li Xian's magnificent body. Buzz off! The light became more and more prevalent, turning the valley into black like a canopy, and the entire valley seemed to be plunged into the darkness of the night, unable to see out of the reach of the fingers. In this black curtain, the Skeleton King's eyes flashed with tints of blue light, like ghosts, giving off an eerie and depressing feeling. Boo! A loud noise erupted from within the Skeleton King's body, and his entire body shook violently, his breath instantly lowering by a large margin. What's going on? How did I get a backlash, or such a drastic one? The Skeleton King froze, completely confused as to why this was, as his method was correct and the materials were not wrong. According to the normal route, after he contracted a holy beast, he could use the power of the contract to absorb everything from the holy beast and feed it back to himself. But now, I don't know why it didn't feed back, but instead, he himself suffered a huge backlash under the strong rules of the contract. Such a scene caused the Skeleton King to have a bout of weakness while at the same time secretly doubting and wondering if the bald woman had moved. This time, he jerked his head up and looked at the white leopard across the room, seeing that the white leopard was slowly lifting its claws and flicking the bone spear at the heart location, a little bit outwards. Such a scene caused the Skeleton King to narrow his eyes, ready to strike again. However, feeling the power of the contract within his body, and thinking that the other party had become his summoned beast, although it was an equal contract, the rewritten contract was much more binding, and was not going to harm him. So the Skeleton King put his heart down and didn't stop it, because if he did, the severely injured white leopard would probably die quickly. It was so hard to capture a successful sacred beast. If it died, how could it be absorbed? So the Skeleton King thought about it, and with a clap of his hands, a huge white bone cage appeared, completely imprisoning the white leopard inside. Boo! The white bone spear fell to the ground. Li Xian smiled and placed his paw on his left side, on the self-healing essence, and in the next second the essence disappeared into thin air. What are you doing? You have now become my summoned beast and will always obey my orders in the future, so you better not pull any tricks. The Skeleton King said sorrowfully. With his words, the puppet sparrow that was silently watching trembled twice again, obviously losing Li Xian and silently observing Dale was very painful. Oh? I'm your summoned beast, you say? I didn't agree to that. Li Xian said indifferently as his claws reached forward and took away the dark essence again. Such an act made the Skeleton King furious, instantly waving his hands. A large number of bone whips twisted, completely confining Li Xian in the center, unable to move a single bit. White Leopard, it's useless if you don't agree. The contract has already taken effect. You've become my summoned beast, you can't change that. The Skeleton King continued to speak coldly, only his voice showing some weakness. The backlash just now was a backlash from touching the rules, and it hurt him tremendously, so much so that when he used his abilities just now, he was a bit overwhelmed. This caused the Skeleton King to blush hard, pondering what had gone wrong. Yada yada yada, it's a beautiful day. Li Xian raised his head, his empty eyes looking up to the sky, to the dark cloudy sky that was about to rain. At the same time, Li Xian's mouth curved up in a slight arc, as if he was smiling. What are you laughing at? The Skeleton King questioned coldly, his mood getting worse. I'm laughing at you for being so stupid that you don't even get the basics, it's laughable, ha 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 ha. Li Xian laughed maniacally, his heart no longer had a trace of attachment to this world, and his eyes flashed with decisiveness. Damn summoned beast, don't think that you can be unscrupulous just because you've become my summoned beast, believe it or not I'll cut off your legs and imprison you forever. The Skeleton King laughed coldly, his body getting weaker and weaker, feeling that he had to find a place to heal his wounds, or else any random bronze level could possibly injure him. Imprisonment? You don't stand a chance. Li Xian smiled once again, his body expanding slightly as suppressed power coalesced within his body. You? What are you doing? The Skeleton King sensed that something was wrong and cried out in terror. Of course it blew itself up, enjoy the beautiful fireworks. Boom! The earth-shattering big explosion steeply swept through the 8 directions, as the mountain torrent tsunami-like airwaves spread violently, forming a vast shockwave that swept across the entire valley. The huge circular fireball steamed within the valley, the rolling heat wave instantly vaporizing the small lake within the valley into nothingness. The Skeleton King that made the major powers not dare to mess with it was directly ground out in the terrifying explosion, not even a bit of residue was left behind, it was just wiped away. This kind of terrifying self-explosion even caused an earthquake in the surrounding area, startling creatures for dozens of miles around to flee in terror. And it was all in Dale's eyes, seeing most of the scene before the destruction of the Sparrow Golem. 100 miles away. In the shadowy cave. Dale's eyes glowed white as tears continued to slide down his cheeks, dripping to the ground with a barfing sound. Master Panther, would you rather blow yourself up than follow someone else? Why are you so rigid and unyielding, you can obviously live. Dale spoke painfully, agonizing over the deaths of Master Panther and his mother, and hardened by his mother's calculations, and unable to let go of the stalwart and unyielding Master Panther. Heartbroken, Dale covers his eyes and weeps, alone in the gloomy cave with his tears. Only the lion cub, who came up to him for silent companionship, rubbed his arm with his little head. Summon the beast world. Li Xian re-entered, returning to the summoned beast world amidst mixed feelings. Ding! You are dead, random resurrection in progress. A new beginning? This time, I wonder what abilities I'll gain. Kind of miss Chinyu. Li Xian muttered darkly, the darkness in front of him slowly turned to light, and the good smell of flowers gradually reached his nostrils, it was very nice and fragrant. Chapter 88 Self-Healing Great Perfection. Li Xian slowly opened his eyes, and a cave that was still quite neat and tidy was presented before him. Bright sunlight shines through the slanted opening, bringing light to the cave. An underground cave? It feels so small, let's see what kind of creatures have been spawned first. Li Xian lowered his head and saw the furry calf, which was greenish-black in color and very small, much smaller than even a kitten's. It's so small, why does it look like a mouse's foot? Li Xian paused and quickly opened God's view to observe himself from all angles. As the view adjusts, a small greenish-black mouse comes into view. This little mouse has a long tail in addition to 4 little short legs, the point is that it looks a bit like a groundhog, naive and cute. It's rather cute, I wonder what ability I gained this time, forget it, let's absorb the self-healing essence first, and raise the self-healing to the great perfection. Li Xian wasn't in a hurry to check what abilities he had gained, instead, the first thing he did was to take out the self-healing essence from his carry-on space. This was a rare and good thing of extraordinary value, the point was that it would be of great help to Li Xian, and could increase combat endurance. Thinking of this, Li Xian hummed a song and began to absorb it. Buzz off! Purple light shone, filling the damp underground cavern and enveloping Li Xian's figure as well. Li Xian quickly absorbed in such a light, feeling that his entire body was permeated with comfort from the inside out. Ding! Your advanced self-healing, elevated to great perfection. With the mechanical sound, Li Xian's body shook as rolling life force surged through his body. Comfortable, really comfortable. Listening to the mechanical beeps and thinking that the self-healing had finally been raised to the great circle, Li Xian couldn't help but reveal a smile and his mood became so good that he even wanted to sing a song. There's such a big chunk of self-healing essence left, it doesn't feel like it's been consumed much. Li Xian looked at the watermelon-sized self-healing essence in front of him, lifted his paw and molded it before storing it in his carry-on space. Next, look at what abilities I gained from my reincarnation, open the data panel. Li Xian directly said. Ding. Name, Li Xian, 16,000 honor points. Physique, speed rat, common medium. Soul, black iron upper. Royal Master, Qin Yu. Ability 1, Speed Enhancement, Carry Space, Simulated Communication, Intermediate Stealth, Intermediate Change, Intermediate Fireball, Greater Perfection Self-Destruct, Greater Perfection Defense, Greater Perfection Self-Healing. Ability 2, Advanced Healing, Advanced God's Perspective, Advanced Huge, Advanced Dragon's Might, Advanced Ground Spike, Advanced Earth Wall, Advanced Poison Resistance, Advanced Cold Freeze, Advanced Wind Wings. Ability 3, Extraordinary Weirdness. Speed Rats? A normal summoned beast? Speed enhancement? Surprisingly, it only has one passive ability. Li Xian shook his head, feeling that the summoned beast that had been transmuted this time was not powerful. It was clear that it had been transmuted at the black iron level earlier, but this time it had become an ordinary summoned beast. Normal is as normal as it gets, keep transmogrifying after you blow yourself up later, your soul is strong enough now anyway. Li Xian muttered darkly and began to browse through Speed Mouse's memories. So few memories to skim through after only so long. Li Xian quickly recovered and breathlessly walked towards the outer cave. From memory, the speed rat wasn't born very long ago, except that rats grow fast, so they look like youth rats. And it has very few memories, only memories of its general surroundings, and some simple memories of its battles and abilities. However, among these simple memories, there was one thing that attracted Li Xian's attention, and that was the 3 black and white lines. This line, could it be a regional dividing line? Li Xian slowly walked out of the cave, the blinding sunlight caused him to close his eyes, and the god's perspective quickly scanned the surrounding area, instantly seeing the anti-black and white lines not far away. With curiosity, Li Xian quickly ran over and quickly stood next to the black and white line. The black and white lines were modeled after crosswalks, 3 in total. In the very center is a black line, flanked by white lines with special characters written next to them. Li Xian had never seen these characters before, but inexplicably he could understand what it meant, as if this kind of writing could be read by anyone. As for the text, near Li Xian's side were the words of the 99 districts, and the other end of the black and white line read the words of the 98 districts. The meaning of this is already obvious. As long as you cross the black and white line, you can reach the 98th district. 98 districts? Want to go over and see what it's like over there? Li Xian leaped forward and stood next to the black and white line, pondering whether he should cross over and take a look at the 98th district. Also at this time, Li Xian suddenly looked at the opposite side of the woods, and with his god's perspective, he saw someone slowly walking this way from the woods of the 98th district. And these were no one else but the evil energy dolls that they had met in the first place, and this even included the Gunny dolls and the Fat dolls. At the moment, they were surrounding an evil energy doll with copper horns on its head, saying something over and over again, seemingly not wanting to let the copper-horned evil energy doll move forward. So it's them, just in time to grab them and ask for some intel on the partition. Li Xian muttered darkly and stood quietly next to the black and white line, waiting for those people to arrive. Opposite. Green and lush in the forest. A few of the big-headed dolls of the evil energy clan stepped out and walked briskly toward the borderline. Young master, you really can't advance any further, the fire peacock territory is just too weird, we already had 2 captains die in battle. Fat doll hurriedly said. Yeah, apart from the fire peacock, the most terrifying thing here are the weird summoned beasts. They look weak, but when they are messed with, they become very powerful. The goon doll said in horror. Nonsense, ever since you went back, you've been talking about this place being spooky and making all sorts of excuses to try and pass off the deaths of the 2 captains. Today, I'm going to come and investigate to find out exactly how they died and if someone is behind it. Copper-horned doll said in a cold voice. Young master, how could we possibly be devious if we are so weak? What we say is true, you really can't go any further. The goon doll persuaded again. Yes, it's really weird here, seemingly weak creatures are likely to blast us to death with a single punch. Young master, you mustn't leave. Fat doll said, suddenly saw a rat standing next to the black and white line. Inexplicably, Fat doll felt a bit of a chill down his back. You two, don't bluff me here, it seems that I can't do it without teaching you a lesson. Come on people, beat the 2 of them up for me. Copper-horned doll waved his hand behind him. Shasta. 8 black iron level great circle dolls walked out and beat up the fat doll and the goon doll, beating them up and making them cry. Now I ask you, is the fire peacock district still weird? Copper-horned doll spoke faintly. Creepy, really creepy, even if you beat us to death, we still feel creepy. The fat doll spoke hastily, looking, with horrified eyes, at the mouse next to the black and white line. Originally, Fat Doll had a feeling that this rat was very wrong, and as a result, he had just locked eyes with the rat. In an instant, a feeling of danger to the extreme surged to his heart, causing Fat Doll's back to chill. "What are you looking at, Fat Doll?" "Ha! An ordinary level mouse." Copperhorn Doll saw Li Xian and instantly revealed a cruel smile. "Didn't you two say that the Fire Peacock district was weird? That the summoned beasts look ordinary but are very strong? That's just as well. I'll experiment and slaughter this rat today, so I'll show you that even bizarre summoned beasts have to lie down in front of me." The copper-horned doll opened its mouth with a cold smile, its hands turning into sharp claws as it slowly walked towards Li Xian. Chapter 89, Continuing to Explode Yourself. "Don't go over there, don't ever go over there. You'll die, you'll really die." The fat doll cried out in horror, and clutched the legs of the brass-horned doll in a death grip, preventing him from passing. "Off!" The copper-horned doll kicked over the fat doll and frowned as he carefully sized up Li Xian. The fact that the fat doll was so anxious to stop it also made the copper-horned doll suspicious. Could it be that this mouse is really dangerous in some way? Never mind, let's use my true sight to take a look. The brass-horned doll was a bit more cautious, and quickly turned on its true sight ability. This was also the unique true sight ability he gained after having the horns, which allowed him to see through false stealth and other means, and was a very practical skill. In past battles, the true sight ability had helped him see through many falsehoods, and was one of his most confident abilities. So he trusted this ability, and after opening his true vision ability, he even more carefully surveyed Li Xian, and found that this was an ordinary speed rat, with a rank of only ordinary intermediate. Such a weak summoned beast could be crushed to death with one of his fingers, so he sneered and continued on his way. "Young master, stop it, you're really going to die, really." "Die? Ridiculous, that's just an ordinary speed rat, with that it wants to kill me?" The copper-horned doll laughed coldly, not worrying about anything at all. "You're really going to die, and that rat is really something, really." The fat doll cried out hastily, struggling to get over to stop it, but was stopped by a burly evil energy doll. "You fool, the young master is bronze level, you don't even understand the difference between bronze level and black iron level, so what if your captain is dead? They are merely black iron ranked, and there is a huge power gap between them and the young master." The burly evil energy doll mocked. "That's right, you two losers, don't get in the way if you trash yourselves or I'll pinch you to death." Another black iron rank coldly said. But it's really dangerous." The fat doll still shouted, like a pig being killed, hysterically. Such shouts annoyed the copper-horned doll as well, and he couldn't help but coldly say, "Ignorant, today I'll show you how strong I am, and see what I'm truly capable of." After the copper-horned doll finished speaking, he walked towards Li Xian under the awe-inspiring gazes of several of his subordinates. To show how extraordinary he is, to show how powerful he is. He freed up most of his abilities, his hands becoming more and more pointed and hideous, eventually turning into straight-up sharp claws. After such a sharp claw appeared, a terrifying power swirled within him, causing him to become more confident, and when he stepped in front of Li Xian, he condescendingly shouted. "Shorty, you're lucky because you have the honor to see the might of the bronze level, see what it means to have a gap, feel the gap in strength, die." Boom boom boom. Loud booms roared, the earth trembled, and strong, powerful winds whistled. The copper-horned doll that had just finished speaking was suddenly lifted up by Li Xian, as if smashing a dead dog, shining at the earth was a flurry of wild smashes. That tiny body holding up the brass-horned doll, that wild scene of smashing around. The evil energy dolls in the distance stared at the horrifying scene with wide eyes. Holy, what's going on? This little mouse is actually smashing the young master? How is it possible? The aura is clearly ordinary level, how did it suddenly become so terrifying? Several evil energy dolls spoke in horror, looking at Li Xian in disbelief, watching him hold the copper-horned doll up and smash it around. This kind of scene, this kind of unbelievable picture, scared the evil energy dolls to the core, and each of them didn't dare to move around. Boom! There was another loud bang, and as it passed, the wildly smashed evil energy doll finally laid down on the ground, finally unsmashed. But the copper-horned doll lying in the earth, however, was not happy, but looked at the sky dumbly, as motionless as a dead man, with hidden sorrow in his eyes. Because where he was, there was a sharp as a stick-like stone that stuck right where his ass was, causing him to feel a ripping pain. Feeling the sharp pain on her buttocks, copper-horned doll cried, her eyes bursting with tears, and that heartbreaking cry was so loud that people couldn't help but laugh at it. Shut up! Keep crying and keep smashing. Li Xian said with annoyance. No, I'll shut up. The copper-horned doll hurriedly stopped crying and looked at the little mouse beside him in horror. Even though his whole body was in excruciating pain, he didn't dare to make the slightest sound again. At this moment, he no longer had his previous spiritedness, the disdain he had felt just now, and all he had was fear and dread. What is the purpose of your visit here? Tell me all the information related to the 99th district, the 98th district, and the 100th district, immediately. Li Xian questioned in a cold voice, his tiny neck twisting and making a cackling mess. Yes. The copper-horned doll hurriedly began to narrate, telling all the important information that he knew, not daring to conceal a single piece of information at all. An hour later. Li Xian, who had gotten numerous information, frowned, thinking about how to deal with these evil energy dolls and whether or not to cut off their roots. Mouse. Master Rat, wait, I have some materials here that are worth a decent amount, please take them. The copper-horned doll worriedly said. He could see that Li Xian had moved to kill, and with fear in his heart, he immediately took out something and prayed to live. What is it? Let me see. Li Xian raised his eyebrows. All. It's all here. The copper-horned doll struggled to sit up from the ground with the excruciating pain all over his body, and extreme pain came from his butt. But he didn't dare to cry out in pain, so he could only carefully take out a small scroll from his pocket. Buzz. Small scrolls swirled, and a dozen or so kinds of flowery and green materials were released from the scrolls. Huh? Li Xian raised an eyebrow and saw the material to enhance the ability of the fireball. Although it could only enhance the fireball to advanced level, it was still something good. Li Xian nonchalantly waved his hand and took away those materials before turning around and leaving without any delay. Phew! The copper-horned doll finally breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Li Xian leave, feeling that she had escaped. But the sharp pain all over his body and the fiery pain in his butt caused him to twist his head and give Li Xian's back a sinister look. And he swore in his heart that when he returned, he would find an expert and break Li Xian into pieces. Tower. Li Xian, who was taking steps to leave, suddenly stopped his pace and twisted his head to look at the copper-horned doll. It's true that you don't stand up to the test, forget it, let's send you a firework. Li Xian smiled faintly as his claws violently merged and his body suddenly began to expand. Rumble. Terrifying large explosions swept in all directions, carrying vast power across large swaths of the area. That copper-horned doll didn't even make a move to resist, and was instantly drowned by the terrifying fireball. His corpse was nowhere to be found. Luckily, Li Xian hadn't changed his body size, and the explosion range wasn't particularly terrifying, but even so, it still left a large crater on the ground. Looking at this horrible pit, Fat Doll, who realized it was bad through his sense of crisis, escaped in advance with Gunny Doll, so he survived. But apart from the two of them, all the remaining evil energy dolls died, dissipating without even uttering a scream. Too horrible, the Peacock district is a place of disaster, from now on, I'll never come here again. The Goon Doll cried out and ran off into the distance in disarray, vowing never to return in his life. Yeah, this is definitely forbidden land, any random creature is so scary, I'm not coming back either, I'm not coming back even if I die. The Fat Doll ran after him, scurrying off into the distance like a wild boar. Ding! You are dead, random resurrection in progress. Chapter 90, The Emergence of Crisis. The mechanical beep slowly sounded, and Li Xian, who was plunged into darkness, slowly saw red, or rather saw the world in red. It is! Looking at the constantly steaming gas in front of him, as well as the tumbling red bubbles, and feeling the scorching heat, Li Xian was truly surprised this time. Magma? I'm actually in the middle of magma? Li Xian looked around carefully, looking at the slowly flowing red magma and the magma waterfall flowing down from above. Li Xian was completely nonplussed. This horrifyingly hot environment had never deterred him before, but now he was actually soaking in the lava, which was something he hadn't expected. Caves of lava, creatures that live in lava, it's unimaginable. Li Xian swallowed his saliva and carefully observed the surrounding situation, confirming it 3 times before completely accepting it. With shock, Li Xian closed his eyes and began to observe the memories of this body. The magma beast, living deep in a huge caldera, survived for many years alone as a beast alone because he couldn't get out, and eventually died of old age. This is the life of a lava beast, simple and lonely, lucky and pathetic. Here it is safe as it can live freely without being disturbed and no one dares to go near the lava. But it has no companions, no friends, and can only look at the only exit above it in solitude, longing and expecting a bird of prey to appear. Every time a flying bird appeared, it made it happy for a while, because that was its only pleasure. Li Xian even saw his own figure from the magma beast's memories, the scene where he used to fly over the top after transforming into a god dove. Magma beasts, creatures that live in magma, what an amazing world. Li Xian took a deep breath and began to check his newly acquired abilities, as well as the level of the magma beast. A black iron primary summoning beast? Not bad, and the passive ability has reached advanced level. It's quite an unexpected gain. Li Xian was very surprised. The magma beast's passive ability was magma survival. It only had this one skill. The reason why it didn't have a second skill was that it chose to enhance its passive ability with all its might. One would be worth it. A passive ability like that is pretty sick. Li Xian was in a joyful mood and lifted his claws to ruffle the hot magma a few times. It felt like ruffling water. It was very fun. It's a pity that this body is too old to continue using it. Li Xian shook his head, not preparing to use this body. It really wasn't worth it to have a body that was too pale, and there was no need to use a body that he didn't like since he could continue to reincarnate anyway, so Li Xian was ready to commit suicide. I won't blow myself up this time. I'm tired of always blowing myself up, so I'll use my claws this time. Li Xian said, raising his claw to his heart and stabbing it violently. Pust. Hot blood sprayed, pain appeared in the bottom of Li Xian's heart, and it also made Li Xian feel the rapid passage of life. Is this what death tastes like? It's still a marvelous experience. Feeling the rapid passage of life, Li Xian opened his heavy eyelids and looked at the world once again. Everything in front of me slowly appeared as white and black spots of light, like snowflake dots on an old television, making it a little hard to see. In the past, he had always transmigrated through self-explosion, but now that he was using this method, it really felt different and new. Silently closing his heavy eyes, Li Xian's consciousness gradually disappeared into darkness. Ding! You are dead, random resurrection in progress. With the sound of machinery, the dark and lonely world regained its light, and the bright green branches of a large tree came into view. The fresh breeze, the warm sun, and the insects and birds chirping, everything was so soothing. The focus was a huge tree that attracted Li Xian's attention. I can't believe there's a cabin in this big tree, it's so small. Li Xian instinctively flapped his wings and slowly flew to the front of the wooden house, carefully surveying the house which was dressed with pink flowers. This scene, which favored girls, caused Li Xian to faintly stare, suddenly realizing something. Shouldn't it? A sweet voice rang out. This was not Li Xian speaking with analog communication, but a voice through this body. The voice caused Li Xian to completely panic and hurriedly look at himself. Snow-white small hands, slender as arms, soft and cute body. Apparently he was transformed into a humanoid summoned beast this time, and it seems to be a girl. This result was somewhat unacceptable to Li Xian, and his face changed. Taking a deep breath, Li Xian suppressed the shock in his heart and calmed himself. Level up Fireball first. As Li Xian's sanity returned, he quickly took out the materials he had previously obtained from his carry-on space and began to eat quickly, and soon after, he heard a beep. Ding! Your intermediate Fireball, upgraded to Advanced Fireball. Not bad, Advanced. Next open the data panel and see what exactly I have transformed into. Li Xian said without hesitation. Ding! Name, Li Xian, 16,000 honor points. Physique, Elf in the Palm, Black Iron Lower. Soul, Black Iron Upper. Royal Master, Xin Yu. Ability 1, Intermediate Tornado, Speed Enhancement, Carrying Space, Simulated Communication, Intermediate Stealth, Intermediate Change, Greater Self-Destruct, Greater Defense, Greater Self-Heal. Ability 2, Advanced Magma Survival, Advanced Fireball, Advanced Healing, Advanced God's Perspective, Advanced Huge, Advanced Dragon Might, Advanced Ground Spike, Advanced Earth Wall, Advanced Poison Resistance, Advanced Cold Freeze, Advanced Wind Wings. Ability 3, Extraordinary Weirdness. An elf in the palm of your hand? An elf the size of a hand? Li Xian paused and realized that there was an additional intermediate skill in the abilities, the Intermediate Tornado, which was considered an okay ranged skill. Nice ability, too bad this body doesn't suit me, although it gives me a new experience of being human. Li Xian sighed slightly. In the past, when he gained the ability to change, he had also tried to turn into a human. But they all failed for whatever reason, and I don't know if it was the low skill level, or the big size difference, or what was wrong. Anyway, later on, after Li Xian had tried a few times without success, he gave up completely and was ready to try again after his change ability was improved. Go ahead and transmogrify. I don't know if I'm a man or a woman now, but I'm choosing not to probe anymore, and the memories are not to be looked at. Well, that's just it. Li Xian muttered and raised his small white hand, ready to commit suicide again and change his body again. Also at this time. Mysterious summoning spell formations appeared suddenly, enveloping his body. Anxious and fearful emotions continued to emanate from the summoning spell formation, and vaguely Li Xian heard the sound of crying. It was the sound of Song Xiaomei crying. Such crying and the weak vitality coming from the contract spell formation caused Li Xian's face to change slightly. Something must have happened to Qinyu. Li Xian's eyes flashed with a cold light, killing intent constantly rippled in all directions, and his figure even disappeared in the spell formation. Chapter 91, half a book. Go back in time a few moments. Black Rock City, the slums. A small 3-meter-tall giant took a step forward with large paws. His muscular body was like a wall across the place, carrying a strong oppressive force. Behind the little giants, a group of patrolmen fell in a pool of blood, and there were many black iron-level experts among them, but they all fell, powerless to stop the little giant. Across from Little Big Man. With a resolute face, Yifan held his battle sword in his hand and brought a tusked black boar with him, staring at the little giant with a grave expression, a sense of crisis surging in his heart. And at the very back, Song Xiaomei, holding the blood-stained Qinyu, was trying to back away, fearful and terrified as she kept backing up towards the slums. At this moment, Qinyu was covered in blood, her white left hand covered the wound on her abdomen, while her other small snow-white hand clutched half of an ancient book, refusing to let go. Roar! Song Xiaomei's big black bear was equally bruised and battered, but it warned the little giant with an angry roar, trying to stop the other from moving on. Unfortunately, it didn't work in the slightest. The little giant's eyes were wooden and dull, and his body was stiff and bloodless, obviously a refined puppet. But even if it was a puppet, it still had a terrifying strength that was frightening and disturbing. Boo! The little giant suddenly stopped moving forward, his body slightly adjusted, making a move to charge. Such an action caused Yifan's face to change drastically as he hurriedly shouted, "Be careful, it's going to charge, shieldify!" Boom! With Yifan's shout, the little giant rushed over wildly like an ancient giant elephant, carrying an unrelenting and terrifying might as it charged over fiercely. Boo! With a dull sound, the battle sword in Yifan's hand turned into a huge shield and clashed hard with the small giant. However, the next second Yifan flew out spitting blood furiously, and the shield he was so proud of was instantly split into pieces. Vomit! In the collapsed ruins, Yifan kept on vomiting blood furiously, his face pale as he looked at the terrifying figure of the little giant. This time he really felt the breath of death. Too strong, really strong. I've never seen such a terrifying black iron great perfection. How can a black iron great perfection be so strong? Yifan was truly frightened. His strength had reached the black iron median and he had escaped from the black iron great perfection more than once. However, facing this small giant, Yifan felt a terrifying pressure that he had never felt before, and even felt the fear of death. The battle sword he was holding just now, after turning into a shield, could even block the attacks of a bronze inferior ranked expert, but now, the shield was actually shattered. This kind of scene really shocked him and made him feel horrified. Boo! A dull sound rang out again, and the big black bear flew out as well, directly hitting the wall and collapsing in a pool of blood. Big Black! Song Xiaomei hurriedly cried out when she saw this scene, tears dripping down her face, but she couldn't stop. She had to take Qinyu and leave quickly. Because that little giant was on the move again, coming step by step with a terrifying pressure. Humph! Yifan's black boar suddenly let out a squeal, its forelimbs began to plow the ground, and its body slowly grew larger and longer. Soon a barb was burrowing out of the boar's body, making it hideous. This was not all, the black boar's body had a thick scale armor appearing around its body at some point, and that scale armor was as if it were dragon scales, which was very beautiful. And this image, if Li Xian was here, he would definitely be able to recognize it because it was the black boar that had tried to rob Qinyu's contractual spell formation in the first place. As a result of the failure, it became Yifan's summoned beast, which was very unbelievable. And as the black boar transformed, the little giant finally stopped walking. It finally began to look squarely at its opponent, looking at the black boar as if it considered it a rival. Humph! The black boar once again grunted twice, its body fiercely intensified its strength, charging out wildly in the black ons, directly fighting with the small giant. Boom boom boom! With the dull sound of battle, a scene that surprised the crowd appeared. This black boar actually blocked the multiple attacks of the little giant, truly dragging the little giant down. The scene surprised the crowd, but Yifan quickly realized that something was wrong. Because through the contract, he sensed that the black boar's life force was rapidly draining away, which meant that the black boar was using its life force to fight hard, and wouldn't be able to hold out for long at all. Such a scene caused Yifan to worry once again, while thinking about how to face such a terrifying enemy. But now that he was seriously injured and had lost his proud weapon, he was really powerless. What to do, what to do? Definitely can't let the little giant take that half of the book, there's a big secret hidden in there, absolutely not. Yifan was worried, he was not helping Qinyu out of kindness, but preventing the half-book from being taken away as it was too precious. Qinyu and the others don't know the secrets of the book yet, but Little Giant definitely knows that it's backed by the evil energy organization, and if the books are snatched away, they'll never get a chance to get them back. Yifan said darkly, his brain spinning rapidly, thinking of a solution, but in front of absolute strength, none of his methods would work. With no other choice, he could only shout at Song Xiaomei and the girls, while the black boar is buying time, you guys run, run. I. Song Xiaomei looked at the seriously injured big black bear, she was in tears, she really didn't want to leave, didn't want to watch the big black bear die, but she was out of options. She could only carry Qinyu in her arms and leave quickly, running towards the slum alley. Roar! As they left, the little giant roared, his figure once again pulled up a notch, his aura increased steeply, and that terrifying fist fell down fiercely like a giant pillar in the sky. Boom boom boom! The horrific thrashing began as the mighty little giant took on the black boar and beat him up, spitting blood and bruises all over his body. Boo! With another dull sound, the black boar finally couldn't take it and was kicked out. It also detached itself from its transformed state and turned into a normal black boar, collapsing on the ground and dying. How dare you make trouble in Blackstone City, want to die? With an explosive shout, an ethereal figure flashed quickly from the roof of the slums, quickly arriving here, its figure floating up and slowly landing in front of the little giant. Evil energy puppets? Damn evil energy organization, go to hell! The floating figure flickered quickly, like a butterfly through flowers in this area, and that graceful pace and stance made him look very handsome and eye-catching. Surprisingly, it's bronze medium summoner Lord Song Yuan, great, there's help. Seeing this ethereal figure, Yifan's heart was greatly relieved, with this adult in the battle, that half of the book would not have to be snatched away, so Yifan revealed a smile. But 3 minutes later, in Yifan's dumbfounded gaze, the ethereal Lord Song Yuan, spitting out blood furiously, flew backwards, the sound of bone cracking coming from both his arms at the same time before collapsing the wall of the slums and falling into a pool of blood. Looking at how even the bronze medium Lord Song Yuan had fallen, and then looking at the strength of the puppet little giant, Yifan was completely dumbfounded and bewildered. This puppet, is it really a black iron great perfection? Yifan looked at the little giant in disbelief and watched as it rushed out with its big feet in a frenzy to go after Qinyu and Song Xiaomei. Yifan knew that everything was over. Even Lord Song Yuan, who was at the bronze medium level, couldn't stop it, and the city lord and vice city lord aren't in the city, so it's really over. Yifan lay powerless in the ruins, a strong sense of frustration rising in his heart. Without that half-piece of book, his idea of changing his fate against the heavens was completely defeated. It's a pity that the other party is too strong, even the bronze median is no match, what can I do? And who can stop it? Yifan sighed and looked helplessly into the distance. The other side. Song Xiaomei was holding Qinyu and running fast, they had just run out a street when suddenly two men with mute expressions and stiff bodies blocked the way. And these two had the aura of a black iron upper level, obviously in league with the little giant, both puppets. Seeing these two people, Qinyu hesitated to recruit or not to summon Li Xian, but she remembered that Li Xian had said to summon in times of crisis. It wasn't time for that yet. She was worried about missing Li Xian's business, so she could only grit her teeth and wait for now. Hand over the books or die. A bald man spoke stiffly, his dull eyes staring at the books in Qinyu's hands. No. No way, this is what I gave to brother Li Xian, never give it to you guys, never. Qinyu weakly opened her mouth, her beautiful eyes were filled with determination, and the birthmark on her side face flickered. Then, you guys go to hell. The bald stiff man revealed a cruel smile as he quickly rushed towards Qinyu and Song Xiaomei. It was also at this time that Qinyu knew she couldn't delay and quickly began her summoning. Mysterious light shone in Qinyu's small hand, that was the summoning spell formation being opened, and it also meant that Li Xian was about to descend. Still want to resist, go to hell. The bald man violently charged wildly, his stiff fist fiercely blasting at Qinyu, directly at the vital location of his heart. Chapter 92 Li Xian's Descent. Such a sudden attack was something Song Xiaomei had not expected at all. She could only hug Qinyu in her anxiety, shielding her with herself to help her fend off the last attack. Boo! A dull sound rang out, and the strong wind pressure blew Qinyu and Song Xiaomei's hair, causing them to reveal their fair skin, and they were also startled. But the expected death didn't appear, and they didn't even feel any pain, which caused both Song Xiaomei and Qinyu to be a bit bewildered, and they raised their heads to look ahead in confusion. As a result, it didn't matter what they looked at, their little heads fell into a muddle at the same time. Because ahead of them, a winged elf was flying through the air, small and very athletic, as big as the palm of their hand, and very cute. But that wasn't the point was that this elf's small white hand had blocked the bald man's fist, and it looked like it was very easy. This, coupled with the fact that Chinyu could sense a contract between herself and the elf, caused her to be bewildered and her little head to fall into a state of dumbfoundedness. Click, click, click. Morphing cold ice was released from the elf's hands, following the bald man's right hand, quickly extending to his arm, and spreading rapidly towards his torso. No good. The bald man violently raised his other hand and smashed his right hand with a bang, completely breaking away from Li Xian's freeze, only to lose his right hand. Such ruthlessness, such decisiveness, also showed the extraordinary nature of the bald man. What are you? Better not wade into this mess, or you'll surely die. The bald man's eyes looked at the elf with a sinister, scornful stare. Certain death? Then I'll slaughter you all before I die. Li Xian said indifferently, his small white hand waving again. In an instant a wall of earth rose up, from the 4 directions of southeast, northwest, and north, shutting the bald man and the other puppet in the center, imprisoning them. But it didn't end there, because in the next second, Li Xian lightly snapped his fingers. Whoosh! The earth trembled, and a ground thorn steeply rose up from within the earth wall, suddenly striking the 2 people inside. Ah-ha! Desperate screams resounded steeply, hissing madly within the 4 earth walls, and this hysterical screams also awakened Chinyu and Song Xiaomei, who were in a daze. Both of them looked at the fluttering pixies and listened to the desperate cries of pain from within the earthen walls, both of them pale with fear. But with the deed in place, Chinyu couldn't help but ask out, "Brother Li Xian, is that you?" "Aha!" Li Xian nodded and quickly flew in front of Chinyu, lifting his small snow-white hand and placing it on Chinyu's wound. In the next second the light of the advanced healing technique flashed. Buzz off! Strong life breath swirled and enveloped Chinyu's wound, and soon the deep wound quickly stopped bleeding and healed. In the end, under the effect of the advanced healing technique, Chinyu's injuries were cured, and she only needed to recuperate for some more time before she completely recovered. "Brother Li Xian, could this be your original body?" Chinyu looked at the familiar healing glow in the tone of Li Xian's voice, instantly confirming that this was Li Xian, but she was very curious about Li Xian's appearance. She couldn't figure out why Brother Li Xian's appearance had changed and turned into an elf. "Stay out of this matter, Xiaomei, take you and leave first, I'll take care of that little giant." Under Li Xian's god's perspective, he saw that the little giant was charging wildly, and the other party's aura was very wrong, obviously a tough opponent. In order to avoid accidentally injuring Chinyu and Song Xiaomei, Li Xian decided to let them leave first. But Chinyu was reluctant to leave Li Xian and wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Song Xiaomei. "Alright, I'll immediately leave with you, Brother Li Xian, you cheer up, if you can't defeat it then hurry up and leave, the other party is very strong," Song Xiaomei solemnly said. "Don't worry, it's not hard to kill this giant, but the aftermath of the battle is a bit big. It's a good thing there aren't many people in the slums, otherwise it would be a bit of a problem." Li Xian craned his neck a bit, making a cackling mess out of habit. But he had the look of an elf, and instead of being intimidating, he was adorable. "Brother Li Xian, this is for you, this is half of an ancient book of pills, there are quite a few records of pills in it, oh," Chinyu said with a smile, her cute little face still bloodless, but she had never given up on that book, even though the book cover was already stained red with her blood. "Thank you, come on." Li Xian took the books without looking at them and was about to put them into his carry-on space, but he was stunned in the next second. Because of this book, it could not be put into space, which surprised Li Xian. Strange, even if that's an ancient book of pills, there's no way it can't be put into space, what's going on here? Li Xian's face was gloomy, but he couldn't care about that now because the enemy was coming. "You guys get out of here." Li Xian put the books behind his back and froze them on himself with cold ice before looking to the southeast. Boom, boom, boom. A dull sound rang out like a thick creature running, shaking the earth. As the sound vibrated, a small 3-meter-tall giant appeared, exuding a strong aura wave. What puzzled Li Xian was that the other party was staring at Chinyu and the girls when they first appeared, but after seeing the ancient book, they chose to stare at him, which once again proved that the ancient book was not simple. "You guys hurry up, I'll lure it away, and remember, if anyone asks you where the ancient book is, you'll say it was snatched by an elf." Li Xian vaguely guessed what was going on, and after exhorting a sentence, he immediately headed towards the slum dump. It was farther away from Qin Yu and the girls, plus no one was there, so it wouldn't cause any accidental injuries, so Li Xian opened the god's perspective and quickly flew towards the slums. As he expected, the little giant unexpectedly ran after him, banging and chasing wildly. This ancient book of pills is definitely more than just an ancient book, it definitely has a big secret. Li Xian's eyes flickered with light, preparing to do some research after this battle to see what was going on. The other side. As she watched Li Xian lure away the little giant, Qin Yu was very worried, her beautiful eyes filled with reluctance and worry. But Li Xian told them to hurry up and she was instantly caught in a dilemma. Let's go, brother Li Xian must have an arrangement, don't disturb him. Song Xiaomei acted decisively, and at the first time, she brought Qin Yu to run towards the previous battle site, which was the location of the big black bear. She had to go to the rescue of the big black bear, it was her summoned beast and an important companion to give up. Song Xiaomei, who was anxious in her heart, took Qin Yu and ran back to the battle site, ran to the side of the big black bear, and began to check the injuries. Phew! Just passed out, great. Song Xiaomei confirmed and saw that although the wounds on the big black bear were not small, they were not fatal, so she finally put her heart down. However, she was puzzled, guessing what brother Li Xian's words just now meant. Why did he say that the ancient books had been snatched away? Also at this time, the injured Yifan covered his wounds and walked over, looking at Song Xiaomei and Qin Yu with a surprised gaze. You guys? You guys are actually still alive? Where's the book Qin Yu took earlier? Book? Song Xiaomei's eyes flashed, vaguely guessing what was going on, and immediately said as Li Xian requested, the book was snatched by an elf. Oh? Snatched it? Yifan was a bit unconvinced and looked at Song Xiaomei with a skeptical gaze. Yes, that little giant originally chased us, but after the books were snatched away, he went after that elf. Song Xiaomei very cleverly hit the nail on the head. Ha! That's right, so powerful little giant. Yifan muttered, suddenly turning his head in the direction of the slum dump. He heard the little giant's roar and felt another wave of terror. Also at this moment, a scout raven and 2 scout eagles flew in from the distance, fighting each other as they made their way towards the slum dump. Rumble! A terrifying roar came steeply from the junkyard, and a vast force suddenly appeared, sweeping across a large and vast area. With this power, large swaths of buildings crumbled and collapsed, even leaving a long trench in the ground. What a terrifying might, this battle is too terrifying, from such a distance, I actually feel a sense of deadly threat. Yifan's face was grave, and after hesitating, he still rushed towards the slums, he was prepared to fight to the death to see if he could get back the ancient books. Chapter 93, Holy. With this thought, Yifan quickly set off, leading the slowed-down black boar into a wild run. Just as he ran, as he charged forward, the surprise in his eyes became clearer and more pronounced. When he saw the deep ditch on the earth, Yifan froze and his face became very serious. What a terrifying power, it even made such a long ditch in the earth, what level of expert is this fighting? Yifan stared, guessing who the person who had struck was, and the little giant was bound to be quite extraordinary when he fought such a person and caused such a big fluctuation. This caused Yifan to pay more and more attention to the little giant, feeling that the little giant must be hiding some kind of special power. With this thought in mind, Yifan looked toward the dump and to the end of the ditch. Vaguely, he saw a burly figure standing silently, giving off a powerful oppressive force. The little giant is still standing, did Song Xiaomei say that the elf died? Yifan was puzzled, and since the smoke and dust hadn't completely fallen, this also affected Yifan's vision, so he was somewhat unable to see. But it didn't matter, he would know if he went over to take a look, so Yifan didn't delay, but continued to run at the first opportunity. When he ran to the dump and looked at the small giant standing quietly, Yifan was completely shocked and frightened to the point that his scalp was tingling. The reason for this was the little giant, standing all covered in blood, with a hideous, ferocious look on his face. And the little giant's terrifying figure that resembled a wall unexpectedly grew another size, his muscles bulging more and more and his veins twisting more and more. But that's not the point is that the little giant is dead, standing up, even as it maintains the position in which it threw the punch. And a large hole appeared where the little giant's heart was, a large hole in the shape of a fist. Following this large hole, you could even see the deep ditch behind it. Hardly. Could it be that someone, after blasting the little giant to death with one punch, even made a deep ditch? Yifan was shocked and hurriedly walked to the small giant, looking through the large hole to the back, and saw the straight ditch at a glance. Can't be wrong, what a terrifying power, what level of power is this? It's too strong. Yifan's face was grave, and he was very much in awe of the existence of the blasted little giant, and at the same time, he also thought of the little elf that Song Xiaomei had said. Pokemon? So powerful? But where did it go? Yifan looked around and looked twice without seeing the so-called elf. Instead, though, he saw a stiff raven and 2 eagles, which were rapidly heading out of town, seemingly in pursuit of something. Could it be that the elf left Blackstone City? By the way, it's safer for a strong person like him to leave at the first opportunity after taking the ancient book. Yifan secretly muttered, feeling that things had become very tricky, and even the ancient book was afraid that he would never get it back. Because of the vastness outside the city and the many mutant beasts, it would become extremely difficult to find the ancient books. The key was that he still didn't know what the elf looked like, plus the elf was very powerful, and facing such an expert, it was a fool's errand for Yifan to try to retrieve the ancient book. What should I do? The ancient book must be brought back, otherwise I won't be able to change my destiny against the heavens. Wait, I thought of it, I can use the power of the officials. Yifan thought of the 2 eagles just now. These 2 eagles carried the unique markings of the city guards and the law enforcement team, which meant that the officials had more clues. As for the stiff crow, Yifan felt that he couldn't get away with the evil energy organization. Wait, the official people will surely come over to investigate. I just happen to narrate and bribe. Maybe I can pull some strings with the official. The other side. Xinyu and Song Xiaomei, too, were being questioned about the situation by the official people, who frowned when they learned that the ancient books had been snatched by the elf. Earlier, they hadn't seen Xinyu summoning the Pokemon, and they had already been fighting the little giant when they discovered the Pokemon through the eagle. And that horrible battle scene proved that Pokemon was so powerful that it could be called a monster. Such an expert, the big chance was that it was not related to Xinyu and the girls, so after recording the address of Song Xiaomei's house, he first let Xinyu and Song Xiaomei leave first. The main official has a lot of work to do, besides investigating the outer pixies and saving lives. For example, Lord Song Yuan, who was still unconscious in the ruins, was the bronze medium who had been blown away by the little giant. Lord Song Yuan, how are you? Feeling better? Several healing summoners kept healing Song Yuan, and when they saw him slowly open his eyes, the crowd hurriedly inquired. I'm still alive? Song Yuan inquired in a weak voice, feeling pain all over his body. Of course you're alive, don't worry, you only broke a few bones, we'll find a better healing summoner and heal you. The patrol's first captain hurriedly said. It's really fortunate to have survived. By the way, what about that little giant? This guy is too powerful, even bronze medium I can't beat it, it's too strong. Song Yuan's face was grave, feeling that things were very tricky. If he let the little giant wreak havoc, the consequences would be unimaginable. Lord Song Yuan, don't worry, the little giants won't wreak havoc. The first captain said once again. Bull, that little giant looks like a puppet of the evil energy organization. A puppet of this organization won't wreak havoc? Your first day as a captain? Where's your brain? Song Yuan directly opened his mouth and cursed. Lord Song Yuan, listen to my explanation. In fact, that little giant is already dead, killed in the junkyard. The big captain said helplessly. Bull. The city lord and vice city lord left with a few high walks. Right now the strongest person in Blackstone City is only me. Even I was ate over by the little giant, how could it die? Relying on you black iron levels to kill it? Don't bull me, just you losers still want to kill it? Dream on. Song Yuan continued to swear, not giving the first captain any face at all. Lord Song Yuan, I'm telling the truth, that little giant was really killed, the body is still in the dump. If you don't believe me, go with me and take a look. The brigadier explained righteously, his heart truly stifled. Oh? Seeing the first captain's righteous explanation, Song Yuan also frowned and couldn't help but ask, could it be that the city lord and vice city lord have returned? Did they kill the little giant? No, neither the city lord nor the vice lord returned. It was a mysterious elf that appeared out of nowhere and decapitated the little giant. The first captain continued. A mysterious pixie? It killed the little giant? Song Yuan was still a bit unconvinced. Although there might be some experts hidden in the city, this little giant was very unusual. It possessed a very terrifying power. Song Yuan even suspected that before this puppet died, it might have been a very powerful silver level, only to have its spiritual power lowered to the black iron great circle after being refined into a puppet. However, the puppet still retained its skills, combat experience, and various talents from before it was born, so it was absolutely difficult for this little giant to be killed by ordinary people. This also caused Song Yuan to remain skeptical and look at the first captain. Lord Song Yuan, you'll know if you come with me, it's at the dump. The first captain suggested. Alright, let's go check it out then. Song Yuan was still willing to believe his eyes, only what he saw with his own eyes he was also willing to believe, although the big captain didn't have to lie to him, but the little giant was too strong. Thinking about the fact that he had poured out all his strength against the little giant, and as a result, the terrifying power that surged out from the little giant's side had instantly shattered both of his arms. The sound of that fracture, Song Yuan now thought about it as if it was ringing in his ears, causing him to feel fear. So even though he was seriously injured, he was still being assisted and headed for the dump. Waiting to come to the dump. Looking at the small giant with a large hole in his heart in the ditch on the ground, Song Yuan was completely shocked and his scalp was tingling. Oh my god, this attack is too strong, it even punched a hole in the little giant, I was using my full strength and it only left a small wound. Song Yuan spoke in horror, looking at the blood-stained, standing little giant in amazement. Very strong indeed, even a corpse gives me a strong pressure, standing here, I even feel a chill on my back. The first captain also spoke gruffly, he did indeed feel a strong oppressive force, which was enough to prove the little giant's power. But the fact that such a strong little giant was dead, blown away by a Pokemon, was alarming, and made one value Pokemon more and more. Where did that elf go? Song Yuan asked hurriedly. Chapter 94 Orange Cat. The pixie flew out of town and is flying fast, my scrying hawks are tracking it. The first captain said seriously. Outside the city? Make sure to keep an eye on it, don't lose it, this matter is very important, I'll contact the city lord immediately. Song Yuan opened his mouth to exhort. Don't worry my lord, my scrying eagle has the ability of area scouting, even at high altitude, it can see the scene of a large area on the ground. It's creatures as big as small ants that I can see, scouting is my specialty. The first captain revealed a confident smile. That's fine, the elf's identity is mysterious, I don't know which power it represents, when the time comes, the city lord will surely probe personally, we must always know the elf's location. Song Yuan said with a straight face. Don't worry my lord, my scrying eagle will track the elf every day, no one can escape my scrying, even if the elf is very powerful, but don't think you can escape my detection. The first captain continued to speak confidently, his face filled with arrogance, only just after this sentence was finished, he instantly froze, his expression completely dumbfounded. What's wrong? Did something happen to the elf? Song Yuan immediately inquired. Yes. Yes, it's gone. The first captain stammered. Lost? Didn't you say you wouldn't lose them? Don't you have the ability to detect areas? How could it be gone? Song Yuan stared at the first captain in annoyance. I don't know why, but that little elf disappeared out of nowhere after approaching a large tree, and lost all trace of. Now not only can't I find it, but that other eagle and raven are looking around for the elf. The first captain said apprehensively, no longer having the confidence he had a moment ago. No way. He had just finished promising that he wouldn't lose them, that the elf wouldn't be able to escape his watchful eye, and then in the blink of an eye the elf had disappeared, unimaginably fast. This also caused the first captain to feel his face burning, feeling that this face was really disgraced. Keep searching, if you can't find it, go back and get 10 lashes yourself. Song Yuan taught with a dark face. Yes. It's your excellency. The captain hastily nodded his head, this 10 lashes he is not afraid, the only feeling is too humiliating, Hall Scouting Master, but even lost with the lost, this spread out simply lost a great deal of disgrace. Depressed, he could only control the scrying eagle and continue to look around, searching carefully for the elf. The other side. Song Xiaomei's home. The two beautiful girls had returned home, and they first took care of their injuries, such as Qin Yu's, and the big black bears. After everything was taken care of, the two of them sat on the sofa and worriedly waited for Li Xian to return. Song Xiaomei wasn't too worried, she felt that Li Xian had a guideline for doing things and wouldn't do anything he wasn't sure of. Qin Yu, on the other hand, didn't think so, even though she knew that Li Xian was very strong, she was just worried from the bottom of her heart, and even looked at the door from time to time with her big eyes, expecting Li Xian to come back. Don't worry, brother Li Xian will definitely be fine, it's the best summoning beast I've ever seen. Song Xiaomei comforted. Well, brother Li Xian is indeed very good, but I still can't rest assured. Qin Yu's small white hands clasped together, always with worry. Ugh, I really don't know what to say about you, eat something. Song Xiaomei took out food and handed it over. I can't really eat right now. Qin Yu's small head shook, because she was worried about Li Xian, she didn't want to eat a single bite of anything, she just expected Li Xian to come back quickly. You should relax, look at my big black, he has a big heart posture at all times. After Song Xiaomei finished speaking, she turned her head to the corner of the living room and saw the big black bear. At this moment, the big black bear's whole body was wrapped in white bandages, and some of the bandages were even stained red with blood, so even looking at it, it felt very painful. However, the big black bear not only did not cry out in pain, but also hugged a roast chicken and kept licking it, nourishing it. His eyes were squinting together, obviously enjoying himself. Such a display of a big heart made Song Xiaomei speechless, but it also felt quite amusing. Big Black's heart is, indeed, in the right place. Xin Yu also saw the big black bear and nodded approvingly before continuing to look at the doorway, waiting quietly. At the moment, the door was in a state of false concealment. This was something that Xin Yu had intentionally false concealed in order to be able to see Li Xin in the first place. It was obvious that she was really worried. Time passed slowly amidst Xin Yu's worry. Soon half an hour passed. A yellow and white figure appeared outside the door, opened it with small steps and slowly walked in. The figure was in the shape of an orange cat, round and very naive. Looking at the orange cat that walked in through the door, Song Xiaomei and Xin Yu both froze for a moment. Xin Yu possessed a contract and could sense what was going on, so she cried out apprehensively, "Brother Li Xin, is that you?" "Aha!" Li Xin nodded and quickly came to the sofa and sat down next to Xin Yu, falling into a state of contemplation. This appearance was actually a deliberate transformation on his part, mainly because the elf's figure was too eye-catching and would easily attract attention. It's much better to be an orange cat, because there are orange cats in the world, so it's not easy to draw attention to them. Right now, the reason why Li Xian was in deep meditation was because he was thinking about the secrets of the ancient book. "Brother Li Xian, why don't you use your own body?" Xin Yu came over and asked while stroking the soft orange cat with her small hand. "It's easy to attract attention, don't mention this matter in the future, be careful of the walls having ears," Li Xian admonished. The fact that there was nothing around was that he wasn't guaranteeing that there wouldn't be someone out to watch in the future, so the ding was still there as it should be. "Aha, I know." Xin Yu nodded her head obediently, completely and unconditionally following Li Xian's words. Next to her, Song Xiaomei also nodded. The smart one naturally knew what to do. "By the way, during the time I've been in the summoning beast world, has anything big happened around you guys? And where did that ancient book come from?" Li Xian continued to inquire. "Great things don't seem to have happened, and as for the ancient books, they were given to me by an old woman, and yesterday, when I saw her dying and falling to the ground, I rushed over to help. She asked me for some of her favorite foods and some of her favorite fruits, and when she was done, she smiled and said she was happy that. Then she gave me the ancient book and told me not to tell anyone about it, and then she passed away, and after Mei and I buried the old woman, we ended up being attacked today." Xin Yu told the general situation, including the details. "So it is." Li Xian nodded and once again fell into a state of contemplation. The main reason was that the ancient book was too mysterious, and he had looked at it many times with God's perspective, but he hadn't been able to find out what was wrong with it. This means that the ancient books are of such a high grade that not even God's perspective can detect them. It was good that Li Xian had memorized part of the knowledge from the ancient book, and it had also enabled him to master several useful methods of refining pills. Sure. That ancient book Li Xian didn't throw it, but placed it in a place where no one else would expect it. Chapter 95. When God's perspective was raised up later, he would then scrutinize this ancient book and figure out what secrets were hidden inside. As for now, one just needs to wait and see what happens and wait well for the subsequent development of events. Considering this, Li Xian lazily curled up and fell into sleep. Time passed slowly in this atmosphere and soon 2 days passed. The Black Stone City had been very lively in the past 2 days, and it was common to see city guards or law enforcement teams running outside the city, hurrying as if they were searching for something. Xin Yu and Song Xiaomei were also questioned once more, and then there was no follow-up. Instead, more and more people ran outside the city. Even the Jifan had run out of the city a few times, but unfortunately nothing was found after some searching. Early this morning, Yifan sat in the private room on the second floor of the restaurant, eating and feeding the black boar next to him, while his sight looked in the direction of Song Xiaomei's house. Just yesterday, when he went to the elixir store, his black boar was staring at Xin Yu's cat closely, looking at it like it was a monster. Although his black boar was not very intelligent and would not explain anything, Yifan inexplicably had a feeling that the death of the little giant might have something to do with this cat. Although reason told Yifan that this feeling was ridiculous. However, since contracting the black boar, Yifan had received no small amount of help and had long since realized the black boar's extraordinary nature. Now that even the black boar valued that cat, there must be something different about the other side. This, coupled with the fact that the cat turned out to be an orange cat, a far cry from what it used to be, signaled that the cat seemed to have the ability to change. Such an ability adds to the suspicion. So Yifan decided that it was better to investigate and see if the existence that blasted the little giant to death was this cat or not. With this thought, Yifan continued to wait, and soon a burly man with a gorilla walked in from outside. This person's name was Lai Shan, a lone warrior whose strength had reached the upper level of the Black Iron, and was extremely experienced in combat. His summoned beast gorilla was even more gifted and extremely powerful, possessing monstrous powers that had been upgraded to advanced. Such power makes the gorilla very strong and defeats many enemies for Lai Shan. In addition, Lai Shan is a man of honor and likes to be chivalrous, and has very many friends. Yifan, on the other hand, was one of his many friends, and he owed Yifan a favor. After Lai Shan and Yifan met, it was natural to be polite. When both parties were seated, Lai Shan asked suspiciously while eating a chicken leg. "Little Yifan, why do you suddenly want to invite me to dinner?" "I'm not hiding anything from you, old brother. I've recently encountered something and would like to ask old brother for a favor," Yifan said seriously. "What is it? Tell me," Lai Shan inquired with confidence. "It's like this, I want to test the strength of a cat's strength and would like to ask you to make a move. The opponent may be of ordinary strength, but he may also be very strong, and must be careful." Yifan didn't say anything about the little giant. After all, the ancient books were a big deal. The less people knew about them, the better. A cat? Lai Shan looked at Yifan in bewilderment, not knowing what he was up to, that he wanted to test the strength of a cat. "It's just probably good to try, actually." Yifan, after a lot of talking, finally used an excuse to talk to Lai Shan, focusing on the fact that Lai Shan owed him a favor, which he happened to return. "Alright, then I'll try and find out where that cat is?" Lai Shan inquired. "They'll soon appear from this road, so when you pass that alleyway then, you can go over and test it." Yifan had long thought of everything and very quickly stated the location of the test. And Yifan's plan was really quick and smooth to start. Because soon, Xinyu and Song Xiaomei partnered up and took Li Xian's transformed orange cat with them as they walked along this road towards the elixir store. They quickly made their way to the small alleyway and walked down the slightly dimly lit alleyway to the other side. Li Xian was standing on Xinyu's shoulder when he suddenly raised his cat eyes and looked at the burly figure coming from the opposite side. The other party was holding a bottle of wine and purposely pretending to look dizzy from drinking, but Li Xian could tell at a glance that the other party was in disguise. However, there was no killing aura on the other party, and even though his strength had reached the Black Iron upper level, Li Xian didn't care in the slightest. Even silver level Li Xian had given a Yin death to one, and a tiny Black Iron upper level could be slapped to death with a single claw. Knowing that the city's lord and vice lord, Li Xian wasn't taking them very seriously as he was confident enough to take on the silver level. In the future, as long as he is given time, surpassing the city lord and deputy city lord is sooner or later, so he is not afraid of anyone in this city. The reason why he hides his identity is just that he doesn't want to be troubled. If someone was rushing to find trouble, Li Xian didn't mind exerting some tactics. "Yoo-hoo, what a fat cat, how much did you eat to get this fat, just like a little pig, ha?" Lai Shan spoke loudly with the bottle, deliberately pretending to be crazy and laughing. This look really annoyed Li Xian a bit. The reason why he turned into an orange cat was because he missed the orange cat he had in his previous life. Even though that orange cat was a bit fatter, it wasn't something that others could mock at will, so Li Xian was offended. If he was upset, others had to be upset as well. Even if there might be something hidden behind this, Li Xian still didn't care. With the Transcendent strange power, and all the horrible abilities, the city Li Xian is really not afraid of any opponent. The big deal is to give the other party a funeral is. So Li Xian lifted his small paw and patted Qinyu's shoulder, his voice lowered. You and Xiaomei leave first, I'll move my muscles." "Eh? Well. Good then." Xinyu nodded her little head and obediently left. Song Xiaomei, who was walking with her, gave Lai Shan a look of pity, as if she was looking at a little cutie. By the time the two men, with the big black bear in tow, had gotten to the other side of the alleyway entrance, not long after turning the corner, they heard a roar. Boom boom boom. Deafening roars echoed continuously, interspersed with screams, and faintly there was the sound of a gorilla's panic, as if even that gorilla had been punched. "Wait for the wind to calm down." An orange cat walked gracefully out of the alleyway, yawning in the process, as if it had just done something quite normal. And not far away, Yifan, who had finished settling the bill at the restaurant and walked out, watched the orange cat and Xinyu and the girls leave with a grave expression. Just now, Xinyu and the girls came too fast. Yifan hurriedly called Lai Shan to go and try, while Yifan himself went to settle the bill. As a result, I had just finished my check and walked out of the restaurant when I heard a roar. When he watched that orange cat leisurely leave, Yifan's mood suddenly became apprehensive. This was because he felt that his suspicions might be true, and that orange cat was probably the terrifying existence that had blasted the little giant to death. When he thought of the mighty little giant being blown away by the orange cat in front of him, Yifan felt a chill on his back, and at the same time, he was eager to give it a try. But now was not the time to think about this. One had to go and check on Lai Shan in case something happened to Lai Shan. I'm just asking my oldest brother to test the waters a little and try not to go overboard, so it should be fine. Yifan said worriedly and ran quickly towards the alleyway, quickly arriving inside the alleyway and seeing the fiery mountain set in the earth. At this time, Lai Shan was very miserable, his body was in a sorry state, and one of his shoes had flown off. The key at this moment, Lai Shan, was lying motionless in the earth, his eyes looking at the sky listlessly. Just like the little cutie. As motionless, with even a sadness in his eyes. And next to the fiery mountain, the gorilla was crouching in aggravation, trembling and motionless, with tear stains in the corners of his eyes. The look was like that of a child being bullied, and with a size like that of a key gorilla, it looked comical to show such a look. It was good that no one laughed at it, and Yifan would not laugh at it even more, even rushing over to ask worriedly, "Old brother Lai Shan, are you alright? Do I look like I'm okay to you?" Lai Shan looked at Yifan grudgingly. If he wasn't returning a favor, he would definitely want to curse and even teach Yifan a lesson. But it hurt so much all over his body that he didn't even have the strength to stand up, so he could only lie down in the earth in dark depression. Chapter 96 Healing Pill Refined. Older brother, I'll save you right away. Yifan hurriedly began to aid, holding on to Lai Shan, trying to save him from the earth. Stop, 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 hiss, it hurts, it hurts. Lai Shan drew back his breath in pain, his face was a little deformed from the pain, there was no way, it was just too painful, so painful that he never wanted to experience it a second time. Older brother, I'll save you another way. Seeing that Lai Shan's face was somewhat deformed from the pain, Yifan hurriedly changed to a gentle method of aid, although it took a lot of time, but finally saved. But looking at Lai Shan's pained appearance, Yifan couldn't help but feel some chills in his back. Looks like I'm going to have to play nice with that cat from now on, I don't want to get smashed like this. Yifan secretly made a decision and prepared to get on good terms with the orange cat, get close, and become friends. Of course, rescuing Lai Shan was important right now. Yifan didn't dare to delay and hurriedly took Lai Shan for treatment. The other side. Li Xian saw this scene clearly through God's perspective and slowly fell into thought. When Lai Shan had appeared earlier, Li Xian had sensed that something was wrong and could tell that the other party was not someone who liked to provoke. Now all of this meant that Yifan was behind it, and there was a high chance that it was for that half of the ancient book. Yifan. Li Xian secretly muttered, this person's name alone gave off a different feeling, plus in the past, Li Xian hadn't spared much time scanning the city and had seen Yifan many times. Every time, he could feel Yifan's difference, focusing on the fact that before, Yifan's summoned beast was not a black boar, but now it had become a black boar, which was strange. Adding to the fact that this black boar was also a familiar summoned beast, this black boar, in the past, had competed with Li Xian for Qin Yu's contract spell. All of this proved that Yifan was different from the rest. Destiny's child? Li Xian thought of a term, such a term was very suitable for Yifan, like an undefeatable little strong man, always navigating through dangers and accidents. Should we move once and test Yifan? Li Xian muttered secretly, a bit eager to try. However, at this time, Li Xian suddenly thought of Qin Yu. With what Qin Yu had shown, it was obvious that she was also very much like the son of heaven's destiny, and that birthmark, in particular, proved it even more. Just like before, when Qin Yu was in danger, that birthmark would react and seem to be protecting Qin Yu. This made Li Xian curious, and also realized that as Qin Yu's summoned beast, he might be involved in some kind of big whirlwind in the future. It could be very dangerous at that time, and I can't say that I will suffer a lot of hardship. It seems that improving strength is the key point. With absolute strength, you can blow up any enemy you face, and just eliminate them when hardship comes. Li Xian said darkly, more eager for strength and looking forward to fighting stronger opponents. It's too early to talk about this, first refine the elixir. This time I learned several types of elixirs, among them there is a healing elixir that is the simplest, just right for refining now. Li Xian muttered darkly and followed Qin Yu as she headed to the elixir store to learn how to refine new elixirs. Time passed, and 7 days passed. Li Xian had not been idle in these 7 days. In addition to alchemy, he had also specifically tested Yifan 3 times, resulting in unexpected circumstances each time, allowing Yifan to escape. On the contrary, the guy called Li Shan was unlucky enough to be beaten up by Li Xian 3 times without anyone helping him. In the end, both Li Shan and his gorilla were beaten out of their hearts, and only then did Li Xian let them go. Soon. Another half a month passed. Pill store, alchemy room. Li Xian nodded with satisfaction as he held a round, fragrant elixir. After such a long time of research and refining, he finally succeeded in refining a furnace of healing dan, and his alchemy skill was considered to have improved a bit. Li Xian was very satisfied. Healing elixir, a strong healing elixir that can heal any wounds with amazing effects, it's just that the materials are a bit expensive. Li Xian was satisfied with the elixir he had made. With this elixir, he would feel more at ease when he was injured in the future. The point was that he could sell it and exchange it for more materials. In the past, the best elixir was the moisture elixir. Although there were quite a few purchasers, the category of elixir was still a bit less. Now that there was the healing elixir, it was possible to accumulate resources much faster. Li Xian, who was in a good mood, put the elixir into the Transmigrator auction house for auction, and at the same time released more quests seeking materials. As a result, he had just put the elixir into the auction house when someone immediately started shouting. Wow 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 wow, the Change Beast Big Brother is too powerful to have refined a new elixir, a healing elixir? Then won't I never be afraid of getting hurt again? Worthy of being a Change Beast Big Brother, knowing that everyone is having a hard time at this stage, with this elixir, everyone can be safer as well. Thank you too, Change Beast Big Brother. The black-haired dog jumped out, fawning and flattering, and spoke quickly in the regional chat channel. He hadn't targeted Li Xian much in the past, but it turned out that Li Xian just said a few words and scared the black-haired dog. The scared black-hairy dog not only obediently sent the gift, but also changed his attitude greatly, and was so respectful to Li Xian. It was now acting like a lapdog, much to the dismay of the chat channel crowd. For example, Flaming Dog, he couldn't help but look at the black-haired dog in this manner. Black-haired dog, you're almost a black iron summoning beast, can you have some ambition? Ambition? Can ambition be a meal? Besides, the Change Beast Big Brother is already powerful, isn't it normal for me to praise him a few times? The black-haired dog opened his mouth to retort. Is that praise from you? That's flattery for you. Flaming Dog said again. What's wrong with flattery? The big changing beast worked hard to refine the elixir, just considering that we are at the newcomer stage and are very dangerous. Now that we have the elixir, we can all work harder to improve ourselves, and the Change Beast Big Brother has been so kind to us, shouldn't we be thankful for our gratitude? The black-haired dog continued to speak, not feeling flattered and ashamed at all, but rather smug. With such a black-haired dog, the angry Flaming Dog wanted to go on a rampage, and even Li Xian was a bit speechless. He was refining pills in order to collect materials and enhance his natural skills, but as a result, the black-haired dog was now patting his ass for a while, causing Li Xian to feel very embarrassed. Forget it, don't bother with this guy. Li Xian directly closed the chat channel and jumped onto Qin Yu's shoulder, walking with her towards the outside. Brother Li Xian, let's go home. What do you want to eat tonight? Do you want to eat grilled fish? Qin Yu's voice was clear and crisp as she inquired, and her fair little face couldn't help but rub against Li Xian's cat head. Grilled fish, yes. Li Xian nodded, habitually opening God's view and scanning the 8 directions. As a result, he saw that Yifan was being chased again. It was simply a self-inflicted disaster aura. Shaking his head, Li Xian ignored Yifan and instead used God's perspective to continue to explore the city, and after sweeping half a circle, Li Xian suddenly paused. Chapter 97 Swift Flower. Swift Flower? That's nice. Under Li Xian's God's perspective, he saw a red banner hanging at the entrance of a place called Earth Battle Team Residency. The banner read, Summoned Beast Arm Wrestling Competition, first place rewarded 30 Swift Flowers. The Swift Flower was useful to the current Li Xian. It could boost the ability speed strengthening, although it could only be strengthened to intermediate level. Li Xian still didn't want to miss it. Because arm wrestling was simply not too simple for Li Xian, with Transcendent monstrous power in place, Li Xian was not afraid of any opponent. Yu, let's take a trip to Blueprint Street to participate in an arm wrestling competition. Li Xian directly said. Oh, okay then. Qin Yu nodded her head obediently and led Song Xiaomei along towards Blueprint Street. Blueprint Street. Earth Warrior's residence. At this moment, the resident was very lively. A summoner with a not-so-weak strength was walking around the resident, and quite a number of people were hooting and hollering around the competition stage. In the finals rest area, Li Shan, who had been beaten up 4 times by Li Xian, was sitting with a large horse and a gloomy face emanating a strong aura. Since being brutally beaten, Li Shan had created a huge psychological shadow over Li Xian, and no longer dared to mess with Li Xian, and ran directly to Blueprint Street on the edge of the city. It just so happened that there was an arm wrestling competition here, and being in a depressed mood, he directly let his summoned beast participate in the competition, taking the opportunity to vent his emotions. Such an order also caused the gorilla, who was in a very bad mood, to let go completely, and after winning 10 games in a row, no one was willing to race him anymore. It couldn't be helped, Li Shan was too strong. His own strength was the black iron upper level, and his strength was considered an expert that needed to be noticed in Blackstone City. This, combined with the fact that his gorilla has a freakish talent and is very powerful, makes him a favorite to win the title. Because in terms of power, not even the Great Perfection could win against his gorilla. So it was collectively voted that anyone who won enough 10 games could advance directly to just the final round. That's why Li Shan is sitting here. The mood is finally a little better, and I'll be living in this area of Blueprint Street from now on so I don't run into that orange cat and get thrashed. Li Shan took advantage of the fact that no one was around and secretly wiped his tears. He was so bitter in his heart, he was only returning a favor, but he ended up being beaten like this. The thought of being brutally beaten 4 times in a row and the thought of losing several of his teeth put him in a bad mood once again. The gorilla next to him was much the same, with a few teeth similarly missing, and even the bag on his head, which hadn't completely faded. A man and a beast just sat in the final rest area, feeling sorry for themselves and thinking back to that miserable encounter. Also at this time, Li Xian and Qin Yu and the girls arrived at the Earth battle team and began to sign up for the tournament. Most of the summoned beasts here were summoned beasts that specialized in power types, and the appearance of the orange cat naturally attracted a lot of attention. Some people even came together and whispered, "Even the orange cat has come to participate in the competition. It's really a folk competition. There isn't even a threshold, anyone can sign up for it." "Yeah, but if we meet the orange cat, won't that be a second victory? Maybe we'll take advantage of it." "You're right, I wish my opponent was an orange cat." The people around them were talking, all eager to meet an opponent like the orange cat. Next up is orange cat number 99 against red hair monkey number 98. The referee raised his right hand. Red hairy monkey? How fortunate, the red hair monkey is weak, but the orange cat is even weaker. This time the red hair monkey has picked up a big bargain. That's it, I'm envious. It's a shame, it really is. The crowd spoke enviously, very envious of the red-haired monkey's owner. Amidst such sounds, the owner of the red-haired monkey excitedly ran onto the competition stage in surprise. "I didn't think I'd be so lucky to meet an orange cat. Today is really a lucky day, monkey, beat that orange cat in seconds." Kiki. The red-haired monkey bounced happily, his hands dancing to express his excitement. Obviously facing the orange cat, the red-haired monkey was also very excited and felt that he was bound to win. In such a voice, Qin Yu walked onto the competition stage with her orange cat in her arms in full view of everyone, looking around with some apprehension. Being watched by so many people, it would be a lie to say that she wasn't nervous, but fortunately, with Li Xian here, Qin Yu was able to settle down. "Alright, get on the tournament table and get ready." The referee spoke up. With the sound of his voice, the red-haired monkey scurried up to the tournament table in a flash, showing his teeth and looking at the orange cat. Yawn. Li Xian yawned lazily and jumped on top of the competition stage under the warm sunlight, raising his small paw. The referee saw both sides ready and immediately announced loudly, "Ready please, 3, 2, 1, go." Boo! A dull sound rang out, and with that sound, the red-haired monkey fell directly to the ground, frozen in place in a daze, completely failing to understand what was going on. Obviously, it had prepared for everything and wanted to defeat the orange cat in one fell swoop, but who would have thought that it would be defeated in seconds itself, which caused the red-furred monkey to be directly dumbfounded. The match is over, and the winner is orange cat. The referee is also a bit baffled, but he only looks at the results, so he immediately announces the winner. "I can't believe I won, there's something about this orange cat. It should have been fast and defeated the opponent while the red-furred monkey didn't react. It's possible, the red-haired monkey is also weak, defeating it is nothing, wait for the next round when the orange cat is bound to lose." The crowd was buzzing, thinking that orange cat was a fluke victory and that orange cat was going to lose the next round. However, what the orange cat did next blew the crowd's minds, as the orange cat surprisingly kept winning even when it encountered a black iron medium summoner. At the end of the day, the orange cat won 10 games in a row and advanced directly to the final group, much to the shock of the crowd. I didn't expect the orange cat to win 10 games in a row and enter the final group, but the final group is Lai Shan, and no one can win against Lai Shan. Isn't this nonsense? Lai Shan is a black iron upper, his gorilla is even more powerful, no one can surpass it in arm wrestling. Right, when Lai Shan comes out later, it will definitely end the match in a second. The crowd murmured, thinking that even if the orange cat entered the final group, it would never be able to win against Lai Shan, or even be suppressed by Lai Shan's backhand. With such a mood, the crowd began to waiting for the people from the Earth battle team to invite Lai Shan out. A few moments later, a burly man with a gorilla and an unassuming demeanor walked slowly from the distance. This burly man's face was gloomy, his aura was strong, his muscles were gnarled, and he was not a lord to be messed with at first glance. His gorilla was even 2.5 meters tall, walking with a strong oppressive force that made the many mutant beasts feel intimidated. The crowd cheered and shouted after they came out. Champion Blazing Mountain, Champion Blazing Mountain, Champion Blazing Mountain. With such a shout, Lai Shan couldn't help but raise his head and even waved his hand, that gloomy mood finally getting a little better. I'm sure I came to the right place for the tournament, and I'm in a much better mood. Lai Shan smiled and reached out to pat the gorilla's arm. The gorilla was also excited and tapped away at his chest to show how strong he was. Showing himself in this way made the people below even more loudly praise him, and made the atmosphere of the scene even more lively. Being in the center, Lai Shan listened to the cheers of the crowd and enjoyed the praises of the crowd. Lai Shan's mood became better and better. Just right then, just as Lai Shan was getting in a good mood, the referee's voice rang out, "Please welcome contestant number 99 to the stage." With the referee's words, Xinyu slowly walked up holding an orange cat, and walked to the center of the tournament arena as the crowd didn't care. And at the moment, Lai Shan was also twisting his head around in joy to look at his opponent. As a result, it didn't matter what he saw, his entire body was wide-eyed with terror, and even his gorilla's mouth was wide open. Holy, how is it? How is it? Lai Shan was completely terrified and scared out of his wits, and when he realized that the orange cat was looking over, Lai Shan was directly paralyzed with fear. Lai Shan and the gorilla directly kneeled down, looking at the orange cat in horror, their voices hoarse. Cat! Master Cat, why are you here? Oh, just in time to be bored in a tournament, you're my opponent? That's just the right time to move your muscles. Li Xian opened his mouth indifferently, and his head twisted twice, making a cackling sound. Such a voice, like a nightmare, rang beside Lai Shan's ears, frightening him even more, his body trembling. Cat! Master Cat, there's no need to compete, I admit defeat, I admit defeat. Lai Shan hurriedly admitted defeat. Admit defeat? How can you admit defeat? The fight hasn't even started yet? Li Xian said indifferently. No. No more fighting, never again, I'll never come here again. Lai Shan cried out and turned his head to run, scurrying out as far as a rabbit. That gorilla froze for 2 seconds and realized that the orange cat was looking at it, and the gorilla also shuddered in fear and scurried out of the way, even falling on its face. But it didn't care, it rolled and crawled and continued to run wildly, and in a moment's time it was gone. Such a scene, such an image, caused the entire scene to fall into a state of stupor. The people who were cheering for Lai Shan were all dumbfounded, like little cuties. Like little cuties. Chapter 98 The Mysterious Little Girl. SH. What the hell? What happened to Lai Shan? Why did he run away? Even one of his shoes has fallen off? I don't know, but I know that this cat is definitely not simple. Think about it, even Lai Shan was given such a fright, how simple can this cat be? It's... The crowd looked at the orange cat in its bland state, and then looked at the direction that Lai Shan had left. The crowd vaguely understood what was going on, and their expressions became grave. It couldn't be helped, the scene just now was too weird. So powerful Lai Shan first kneeled down, then rolled and fled. This kind of scene the crowd had to pay attention to. So at this moment, the gazes of the crowd towards Li Xian completely changed. There was no longer the contempt they had before, there was only scorn. Referee, announce the results. Li Xian turned his head to the referee, signaling for a quick announcement. Okay. Good. The referee was also a bit baffled. Before Lai Shan's performance could be said to be quite eye-catching, even he thought that Lai Shan was 100% the champion. As a result, when this cat appeared, it scared Lai Shan so much that he fled like a rabbit. Such a scene was really alarming. Taking a deep breath, the referee gave Orange Cat a grave look, raised his hand and shouted, "I declare the winner Orange Cat." Wow! The applause slowly rang out, and while the crowd was applauding, they were also secretly speculating about Li Xian's identity and why he was able to scare off Li Shan. Li Xian didn't care about these people's speculations. What he cared about was the Swift Flower. The Swift Flower could raise the speed enhancement and strengthen the strength. That was Li Xian's goal. As for the others, they were useless. Congratulations, here is your Swift Flower. May I ask, are you interested in joining our Earth battle team? The referee smiled and issued an invitation. As he extended the invitation, the audience around him immediately showed their surprise and then came together to whisper. The Earth Warriors have actually started recruiting. Good, what a great opportunity. The Earth battle team is a veteran battle team, powerful and experienced. It would be a stroke of luck to join such a team. Yeah, it's a great opportunity, hurry up and join. If it was me, I'd choose to join at the first opportunity. This is the Earth Warriors. A group of people were talking and looking at Li Xian with envious gazes, feeling that Li Xian was very lucky to join the Earth battle team. But Li Xian, who was in the center of vision, directly shook his head after hearing the referee's words and said, I'm not interested. Huh? Not interested? The referee froze, momentarily not expecting Li Xian to refuse and be so decisive. Yeah, not interested, let's go Luna. Li Xian gently jumped onto Qin Yu's shoulder and directly walked towards the outside with Qin Yu without the slightest bit of lingering or reluctance. Such a performance made the crowd at the scene look at me and me look at you, feeling even more surprised and speculating even more about Li Xian's extraordinary. In the midst of their speculations, Li Xian and Qin Yu walked away, heading towards home. Of course, in the process Li Xian quickly ate the Swift Flower, and he became 1 point stronger. Ding! Your speed enhancement, upgraded to intermediate level. Ding! Name, Li Xian, 16,000 honor points. Physique, Elf in the Palm, Black Iron Lower. Soul, Black Iron Upper. Royal Master, Qin Yu. Ability 1, Intermediate Tornado, Intermediate Speed Enhancement, Carrying Space, Simulated Communication, Intermediate Stealth, Intermediate Change, Greater Self-Destruct, Greater Defense, Greater Self-Heal. Ability 2, Advanced Magma Survival, Advanced Fireball, Advanced Healing, Advanced God's Perspective, Advanced Massive, Advanced Dragon Might, Advanced Ground Spike, Advanced Earth Wall, Advanced Poison Resistance, Advanced Cold Freeze, Advanced Wind Wings. Ability 3, Extraordinary Weirdness. Watching his ability increase again, Li Xian was in a good mood as Speed Enhancement was a passive ability that could increase his strength very well. If he raised this ability to the Great Circle, then his combat power would skyrocket and become even more frightening. It was a pity that materials to enhance speed strengthening were scarce, and it would take time to find such materials, for which Li Xian could only choose to wait. Brother Li Xian, look at that poor little girl over there, can I help her? Streets. Qin Yu saw a dirty little girl sitting in the corner, and that emaciated look made Qin Yu feel pity. It's fine. Li Xian nodded, not caring, and said. Now that they had refined quite a few pills, they had a certain amount of savings in their hands and were no longer as strapped for cash as before. Since Qin Yu wanted to help people in need, Li Xian wouldn't stop it. After all, a kind Qin Yu was more beautiful than a ruthless Qin Yu. Thank you, brother Li Xian. Qin Yu got Li Xian's promise and gratefully molded her cat head, then took out her own small purse and quickly went to buy some buns. She didn't use the money Li Xian gave her, but used her own salary. The main reason was that Li Xian still had money to use to purchase many materials, and Qin Yu didn't want to delay Li Xian's strength enhancement. Besides, she worked at the elixir store and learned to configure hemostatic pills and made the store a lot of money, so the pay was not bad. With the hot buns she had bought, Qin Yu quickly walked over to the little girl and started talking to her and handed her the buns over. Thank you, sister. The little girl was starving, thanking Qin Yu as she wolfed down her food, not even caring if the buns got dirty from her dirty little hands. Eat slowly, be careful of choking. Qin Yu was worried that the little girl was choking, and as she spoke, she gently patted the little girl's back while preparing to get up and go buy some water back. I have water here. Li Xian's little paw moved and instantly a wine gourd appeared. This was the mountain spring water he had collected in the other world, using a wine gourd, and there was a large pile of it in his carry-on space. Thank you, brother Li Xian. Qin Yu thanked with a sweet voice before handing the wine gourd to the little girl. The way Qin Yu thanked the orange cat like this caused the little girl eating the bun to freeze slightly. She looked at Li Xian, and the wine gourd that was handed over, and hesitated for a moment. Thank you, cat. After thanking her, she took the wine gourd and gulped it down, and when she was done drinking, she froze and whispered. The water, it's nice and sweet. Water is good? Aren't they all the same? Song Xiaomei inquired curiously. She had basically never left Blackstone City without tasting the mountain spring water. It's delicious, I've never had water that tasted so good. The little girl explained softly and hesitantly handed the wine gourd to Song Xiaomei, seemingly asking her to drink. You drink it, I still have it here. Li Xian took out 2 more wine gourds from his carry-on space and distributed them to Song Xiaomei and Qinyu. I'll taste it. Song Xiaomei took over the wine gourd and tried to take a sip, instantly brightening up. It's really tasty and very cool, brother Li Xian, you even have such a good thing? Song Xiaomei looked at Li Xian curiously. This is mountain spring water, better quality mountain spring water. In the future there will be a chance to take you guys to the mountains, you might be able to see it. Li Xian said. Well, then thank you brother Li Xian. Song Xiaomei smiled sweetly and once again savored the delicious mountain spring water. The big black bear next to him couldn't help but come over when he saw that there was food, revealing a fawning look. Step aside. Song Xiaomei gave the big black bear a slap on the face, causing the big black bear to squat on the ground sullenly and look at Qinyu in a aggrieved manner, as if to say that it had been wronged. Alright, I'll buy you a roast chicken later. Qinyu comforted. Roar! The big black bear instantly got excited when he heard this and directly stood up and tried to jump, only to be slapped back by Song Xiaomei. Next to it. The little girl looked at this Qinyu and their cozy playfulness with envy in her eyes. After 2 seconds of hesitation, the little girl suddenly said. Thank you for helping me, I have a message, I wonder if you need it? News, what news? Li Xian inquired. It's a message about a fruit, a red fruit, that gives off light. The little girl said again. Fruit? It gives off light? Are you sure? Li Xian instantly became serious and stared closely at this little girl, feeling that the other party was not as simple as it appeared. Chapter 99, Transcendental Fruit. Previously, Li Xian had obtained a glowing golden fruit, which had caused his monstrous power to reach the transcendent level and his strength to increase by leaps and bounds. If the little girl was talking about the mysterious fruit she demanded, then she must get her hands on it. Yes, it's the fruit that glows, look at this information. The little girl took out a crumpled piece of information and handed it to Li Xian. Aha! Li Xian pinched the information with his little orange paw and watched it carefully. There wasn't much to this information. It said that in the Flame Mountain 50 miles away from Blackstone City, a small secret realm had appeared with a red glowing fruit inside. There was also a pattern of this fruit drawn on the information, and when he saw this pattern, Li Xian was shocked inwardly, and his eyes were filled with surprise. Because this red fruit, just like the golden fruit he had obtained in the beginning, although the color was different, it was solidly the same type of fruit. Such a big surprise made Li Xian very happy, but it was also written on the information that the city lord's people were working hard to conquer the secret realm. Estimates are that it may be another month before it takes the little mystery, and a little attention must be paid to it. This result caused Li Xian to frown, but even if there were other forces, the value of this information was not small, so Li Xian looked at the little girl. I'll take that message, what do you want? I picked up this information, there might be some strong people who know about this information, so it's not worth much, there's no need to pay me for it. If you can, introduce me to a job with food and shelter, I can support myself. The little woman said seriously. Alright, Xiaomei, I'll leave this matter to you, find a reliable job. Li Xian looked at Song Xiaomei. No problem, it just so happens that my friend's material store is hiring, come on, I'll take you there. Song Xiaomei took the little girl's hand and without hesitation took the little girl to look for a job in a very thunderous manner. Soon. The job was finalized, and Li Xian learned the little girl's name, Xiaoyu. More information could not be known for the time being, and Li Xian did not ask too much, as he was more concerned about the red fruit. With this mood, Li Xian and Qinyu and the girls returned home, and the first thing they did was to take out a map of the neighborhood and started to look at it. The other side. Yifan ran wildly, covered in blood, ran 3 whole streets in the slums, scurried through so many dimly lit alleys, and finally dodged the chase to his secret little base. Phew! Finally got this intelligence, let me see what it is that is so valued by the evil energy organization. Yifan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, thinking of his 9 deaths to get this information, and thinking of the evil energy organization attaching so much importance to this information, he couldn't help but be curious. Huffing and puffing. The black boar, similarly stained with blood, tiredly lay down not far away, closed its eyes and began to sleep, obviously exhausted. Hard work, little boar. Yifan leaned towards the black boar and wanted to touch it. As a result, the black boar stood straight up and walked a few meters into the distance this before getting back down and falling into sleep. Such a scene made Yifan speechless and inexplicably somewhat stricken. Ugh, I don't know what's wrong with you, it's weird how you always kind of reject me. Yifan couldn't figure it out, but the black boar had helped him many times, so he didn't think too much about it, and instead opened the piece of information. It is. Looking at the fiery red fruit drawn out in the intelligence, Yifan's eyes flashed with a brilliant light and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but reveal a smile. Great, it's actually a fire attribute transcendent fruit, this is a great chance, it's not in vain for me to steal it from 9 deaths, it's really lucky. Yifan was excited and felt that the future was bright. The information says that the people from the city lord's office are attacking the small secret realm, and with the evil energy organization in the shadows, there's some trouble. Let's first disguise and hide my identity and go over there to take a look. With my resistance to fire poison, I might be able to get that red fruit. Yifan secretly made a decision. After he decided, Li Xian on the other side similarly made a decision and prepared to head to the Flame Mountain tomorrow. Yu, Xiaomei, tomorrow I'll go out and definitely come back within 3 days, you guys improve your strength and don't delay your cultivation. Li Xian exhorted. Okay then, bring more food when you go, I'll make some for you, you put it in your carry-on space and take whatever you want to eat at any time. Qin Yu softly and gluttonously said. Okay. Li Xian was not polite and directly nodded his head. The main reason was that Qin Yu's cooking skills were getting better and better, plus with Li Xian giving her instructions, Qin Yu was able to make more delicious food. So for Qin Yu's cooking, Li Xian was becoming more and more defenseless. I'll do it then. Go on. The following morning, the sun shone brightly on the earth, bringing vitality to everything. After Li Xian sent Qin Yu and the girls to the elixir store, he turned into an eagle and left Blackstone City, flying towards the Flame Mountain. After flying for a few moments, Li Xian suddenly thought that the information said that there was fire poison in the Flaming Mountain, which was extremely harmful to life and had to be paid attention to. This time, make sure you get the red fruit, it has to be foolproof, then I should test my resistance to poisons. Li Xian looked at his data panel, there was an ability there called Advanced Poison Resistance, and it was also a passive ability that Li Xian hadn't used so far. Li Xian wasn't really sure about what kind of poison the Advanced Poison Resistance could resist, so he dropped down from the sky and landed in front of a small snake with a weaker poison. Hey, little snake, bite me. Li Xian turned into the appearance of an ape and said as he grabbed the snake. Hisses. The little snake was obviously frightened and hissed endlessly, but it didn't dare to bite, just kept twisting its body. Bite. Li Xian continued to grab the snake and put his hand in front of the little snake, which resulted in the scared little snake not daring to bite even more and not daring to move. What a cowardly snake. Li Xian breathlessly threw the snake away and turned his head to the other side, where there were a few other snakes, none of which were very poisonous. The point is that these snakes have a more explosive personality and are more dangerous mutant beasts. Just in time for the test. Li Xian jumped and rushed over, not hesitating to start the test. 10 minutes later. Satisfied, Li Xian continued onward, looking for a more toxic target. The toxicity of those snakes just now couldn't affect him in the slightest, and he didn't feel anything at all. This also made Li Xian confident in his poison resistance, so he wanted to try a more poisonous target. Ha! Fire poison python, that's the perfect test target, go try it. Li Xian jumped and rushed over, taking on the appearance of a chimpanzee and charging directly at the fire poison python a kilometer away. A kilometer away. Under the fire banyan tree. A fire poison python lay quietly on its back, emitting a strong fluctuation in its aura. And in the bushes not far away, a few young men were staring at the fire poison python with a grave expression. I didn't expect to see a black iron upper level fire poison python here, it's really rare. Yes, this mutant beast is not only powerful, but it also has fire poison in the key, it's quite a tricky mutant beast, not to mention a few of us, even the black iron great circle may be killed by the fire poison python. So strong? Even the black iron great circle can be killed? Captain, are you telling the truth? Chapter 100 The Flaming Mountains. Yes, that's how strong it is. I'm telling you guys, the fire poison python is not only capable of melee combat, but it can also spit out flames, and it can release fire poisons, it's extremely strong. Like those veteran battle teams, none of them dare to mess with the fire poison python, not even the bronze level. The young captain solemnly said. Surprisingly, this is too strong. More than strong, below the bronze level it is invincible, it is called the trickiest mutant beast, and at the black iron level stage, no one is a match for the fire poison python. The young captain said again. Invincible below the bronze level? I really want to see it fight. Ha! There's a chimpanzee coming from over there that recklessly rushed here. You guys watch, this chimpanzee is going to be finished. The young captain said solemnly. According to the spiritual power fluctuation emanating from the chimpanzee, it's a chimpanzee at the lower level of black iron. Strange. It's logical that creatures with weak strength should avoid creatures with strong strength. But the fire poison python is here, and the chimpanzees are running this way, Captain. The vice captain was puzzled. I don't know, but I do know that if a chimpanzee really messes with a fire python, it's going to die for sure. The power of the fire poison python isn't a joke, it's through strength, hard fought. The captain continued to explain. So that's how it is, you guys, the chimps are charging. Gee, I wonder how long the chimpanzee can last under the fire poison python. I have a feeling it's more than a minute. A minute? 30 seconds tops, I promise. The young captain said confidently. With their words, the chimpanzee came rushing over with a bang, like an armored car rushing across the room towards the fire poison python. Hisses. The fire poison python twisted its body to raise its huge head, and its huge body of more than 30 meters gradually stood upright, looking down like a monster. Such a huge body also caused the faces of the young people watching from afar to change slightly. At this moment they finally felt the power and pressure of the fire poison python. It's over, that chimpanzee is definitely over, the pressure is too strong. Yeah, my summoned beasts are scared less, no wonder so many people are afraid of the fire poison python, so when it actually bares its fangs, it's so terrifying. A couple of young men, scared out of their wits, began to quickly back away to the small slope below the grass, ready to get out of here now so as not to draw fire. But their captain, who was relatively strong in his own right, couldn't help but take a couple more glances at the spot and didn't back away as fast. As a result, in the next second, the sound of boom 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 came. Is there a fight? The crowd that was backing up heard the booming sound and looked ahead suspiciously toward their captain. But what made them frown was the fact that the captain didn't say anything, but instead, cutie pie. Like stood still. Captain, what's wrong with you? Someone asked. Hurry. You guys get over here, holy, it's scary. The captain said hurriedly. Scary? Did the fire python eat the chimpanzee? Puzzled, the crowd climbed back up the slope and retraced their steps back to the grass where they had just been, then looked ahead. As a result, it doesn't matter, they stared at the same time, as wide-eyed as little cuties. Like emotionless. Just straight ahead, under the fire banyan tree. The chimpanzee with a small size was carrying the tail of the fire python, frantically smashing it left and right, as if smashing a dead dog. The fire python was spitting out blood, constantly struggling. The red and green toxicity emanating from the critical fire poison python did not have the slightest effect after enveloping the chimpanzee. Even the hot flames spewed out by the fire poison python didn't have the slightest effect after landing on the chimpanzee. This kind of scene directly stunned the crowd, as if they were dumb and motionless. Holy, did I blink? The chimpanzee is actually carrying the fire poison python and smashing it? There are no eye blinks, it's true, the black iron lower level orangutan is carrying the black iron upper level fire poison python and smashing it furiously. This is too shocking. A few people stared blankly ahead at the shocking battle scene, watching the fire poison python, which they didn't even dare to provoke, being recklessly bullied by the chimpanzee. Even in less than 30 seconds, the fire poison python was smashed to death by the chimpanzee. Such a gap made the crowd dumbfounded, opening their eyes for the first time. While these people were shocked, Li Xian looked at the fire poison python at his feet and pondered on what to do with this fellow. This fellow seems to be on the verge of leveling up. I wonder if its poison after leveling up will be able to poison me? Let's leave it with a small life first, and continue to look for it to test its poison resistance later. Li Xian felt that the fire poison python was very suitable to be a testing tool, both in terms of attributes and toxicity. It was a good match for him, so Li Xian decided to keep it alive and come back for it. After the decision is made, Li Xian ran away with a bang, disappearing into the distance in a moment's time. Only the fainted fire poison python was left in the spot, as well as the stunned young man in the grass. Huffing and puffing. With his wings slowly stirring, Li Xian found an unoccupied place and returned into an eagle and started flying, heading towards the flame mountain. After the test, he had a clearer understanding of his poison resistance, and even managed to have a clear idea of his fire resistance. As someone with magma survival, normal flames wouldn't hurt him at all, let alone the fact that his magma survival was advanced. Right, the flame mountain is also an area densely covered with flames. This place suits me well. Li Xian looked forward to continuing to fly, quickly heading towards the flame mountain. Figure insurmountable obstacle. Deep in the deep cavern of burning flames. A group of experts clad in fire-preventing equipment, wrapping themselves in aura, looked ahead with grave expressions, looking at the bizarre fruit in the endless flames. The place where this fruit grows is the center of the magma, enveloped by a circular waterfall formed by the magma, which is constantly washing over it. The scorching heat made the scene hot, and a large number of flames were burning around the magma pool, making it impossible to lean in. I didn't expect that the end of the secret realm would be a magma zone. With our strength, we can't even enter the magma to get the transcendent fruit. A stoic bearded middle-aged man spoke up, his face very grave. City Lord, let's try putting fire-preventing equipment on our flying summoning beasts and then approach the transcendent fruit. We might be able to get the transcendent fruit. The deputy city lord proposed. It's no use, the temperature of the magma is too high, and the transcendent fruit keeps getting washed by the magma. The fire-preventing equipment won't hold up at all. Adding to the fact that the transcendent fruit comes with rule power, picking it will consume a lot of time. Your method simply won't work. The resolute-faced city lord directly shook his head. But we don't have much time left. We must take the transcendent fruit as soon as possible. The evil energy organization will surely report this matter to their superiors. When that time comes, 2 or 3 silver-ranked experts are likely to appear. If it's 2, we can still deal with it. If it's 3, then it'll be troublesome. The deputy city lord was very worried and wanted to take the transcendent fruit as soon as possible, but he was a bit overwhelmed by the tumbling lava. Chapter 101, Evil 19 of the Evil Organizations. Hearing this, the city lord shook his head helplessly. Why wouldn't he be anxious to obtain the transcendent fruit? But the magma zone in front of him was too terrifying. The waterfall like magma washed over the transcendent fruit 24 hours a day, making it impossible for the crowd to do anything about it. The power of the rules that came with the key transcendent fruit contaminated the magma here, causing it to become stronger. Many of their means are affected and they can only use physical methods to pick the transcendental fruit. But again, the physical approach was severely hampered by the magma, so they felt things were tricky. Also at this time, a black-faced subordinate hurriedly ran in and anxiously reported. Reporting to the city lord, vice city lord, the evil energy organization's people have come and chosen to station themselves outside the secret boundaries, a total of 3 people. 3 people? What rank is the strongest one? The deputy city lord hurriedly inquired. The strongest is a silver-ranked expert with an extremely strong oppressive force. The black-faced subordinate hurriedly said. A silver level? How come only 1 came? Strange. The deputy city lord was puzzled, but in his heart, he was relieved, as a silver rank was not competitive enough to stop them at all. Even the vice city lord felt that the evil energy organizations outside, who didn't even dare to enter the secret realm, could only hide outside. Just as the vice city lord thought. There were 3 people outside the secret realm who were standing in depression, looking at the secret realm but never entering. What a waste, 2 pieces of information for help were stolen. You guys are really losers. There was a big round-faced fat man who opened his mouth to rebuke, his round body emitting strong aura fluctuations. His name was Evil 19, he was the head of the evil energy organization Blackstone City, and he was also a very difficult expert. His reprimand silenced the 2 subordinates, not daring to move, only respectfully bowing their heads. Have you found out who stole it? Evil 19 inquired in a cold voice. Reporting to Chief 19, 1 piece of information was stolen by that kid Yi Fan, and caused us to lose 2 of our good men. Yi Fan? It's this kid again, damn it, sooner or later I'll settle him. Who took the other piece of information? Evil 19 continued to inquire. We don't know, even the people we're carrying the intel to, we don't know how the intel got lost. They originally left Blackrock City with the information, only to realize after leaving the city that the information was gone. The subordinate explained apprehensively, with bewilderment in his eyes. Oh? Evil 19 frowned, feeling that this matter was not simple. He thought of the 2 strange events that had occurred in the Blackstone City. One thing was the matter of Summoner Wang Jun being slapped to death, and the other was the elf in the palm, which was so bizarre that it had killed the little giant he had refined. Knowing that the little giant was his powerful undercard, but the little giant was destroyed just like that, which made Evil 19 very depressed. If I had known that Blackstone City was so weird, I shouldn't have agreed and transferred here a month ago. Evil 19 muttered depressedly, regretting coming to this Thai city. Unfortunately, there was no use regretting it, he could only choose to wait and wait for reinforcements from the organization to arrive after the new information was sent out. Time passed slowly, and soon half an hour passed. The three people from the waiting evil energy organization turned their heads violently to look at the foot of the mountain, and their faces immediately turned gloomy. The trickster god saves the day. The trickster god saves the day. A low, hoarse voice rang out from the distance. With this sound, a group of people dressed in ordinary people's clothing, shouting "Trickster God save the world," walked over neatly. The strength of these people was weak, 90% of them were ordinary lower-level summoners, but there was no fear in these people's eyes, no awe, there was only fervor. Even though their feet were pierced by sharp stones and bleeding, they continued to ignore it and mechanically took one step forward. The trickster god saves the day. The trickster god saves the day. The hoarse voices grew louder and louder, and many people shouted their throats out, but they continued to mechanically open their mouths and kept shouting those 4 words. It's the trickster god sect, the troublemakers are here, sooner or later, I'll destroy the trickster god sect. Evil 19's face changed, his hands appeared with weird patterns, and he violently slapped the earth, and instantly 3 coffins rose up from the ground. Bam bam bam. The lid of the coffin opened, and 3 stiff figures slowly walked out of the coffin, emitting a morose cold aura. After these 3 silhouettes appeared, Evil 19's expression relaxed a bit and narrowed his eyes at the guys who were walking towards him. Yeah, so it's Evil 19, do you want to join my Guation cult? Only my Guation cult can save this dangerous world. A guttural voice came from the cult of the trickster god, a voice that was hoarse with a sharp edge, like the harsh sound of a stool ringing out as it was pulled across the floor tiles, very unpleasant. Guile Shadow, was it you who took our other piece of information? How did you know that there is a secret realm here? Evil 19 chimed in coldly, a long, blood-colored blade emerging in his hand. Another copy? The sorrowful voice paused for a moment and laughed out disdainfully, my Guile god cults thousands of congregations, why would I need to use your information? Oh? Evil 19 frowned, feeling that the other party didn't look like they were lying, at their level, they already didn't bother to lie. So, this reinforces the fact that that information may have been taken by the hidden masters in the city. Evil 19, do you want to make a temporary alliance to enter the secret realm? I guess, you don't dare to enter the secret realm because you're worried about being besieged by the city lord and vice city lord. The ghastly voice rang out, and was very annoying to listen to. An alliance? Good. Evil 19 thought about it and felt that this plan was feasible, the trickster god sect and the city lord's mansion were even more at odds with each other, so an alliance would be a good method. That's right, it's a transcendental fruit. The sorrowful voice rang out once again, and with it, a group of stiff-faced ordinary people, crying out for the trickster god to save the world, marched forward neatly into the small secret realm. Hoo. The flames were steaming in the secret realm, and the searing heat instantly swept through these ordinary people, but they didn't care, letting the flames scorch their bodies. Although a weird film of light appeared at this time to protect these ordinary people, those ordinary people still endured the roasting of the flames, and their skin began to dry up, starting to move closer to the dry corpses. What a sick church. Evil 19 of the evil god sect also followed him in, just by himself, and after he saw the scene, he became more and more scornful of the trickster god sect, feeling that it was a devilish sect. However, his strength wasn't weak, even if he couldn't fight, but escape began to be possible, so he was at the back, silently following. The 2 parties walked into the secret realm one after the other, stepping over rocks and through flaming red passages, finally arriving at their destination. It was also the magma zone in the depths of the secret realm, where the churning, scorching magma was seen. Evil 19 immediately saw the transcendent fruit, excitedly he waved his right hand, and the large hand condensed by evil energy flew out directly and grabbed the transcendent fruit in the magma. However, the evil energy hand had just flown over the magma, but it unexpectedly continued to shrink at a speed that was visible to the naked eye, and eventually turned into nothing. Such a scene caused Evil 19's face to change slightly, and he immediately exerted other means to test the waters. On the other side, the trickster god cult was likewise testing the waters, with all sorts of abilities coming out of the woodwork, even sending their congregation to walk directly into the magma to test the temperature. Such a perverted practice caused both the city lord and the vice city lord to face anger, as these congregations were the people of the slums of Black Rock City. Now that they were being controlled and sent to their deaths, both city lords' faces were very unpleasant, and they couldn't wait to kill the trickster god cult on the spot. It was a pity that they couldn't make a move. For one thing, the trickster god cult and the evil energy organization were both here, and for another, they were worried about leaving a handle. Because the world's #1 power, Lord God Emperor, once issued a ban. The trickster cult is allowed to preach in the slums, and no city is allowed to stop it, much less attack or kill the trickster cult. If you dare to disobey an order, you will suffer the consequences. When this matter was released at the time, it caused an uproar, and a king-level expert blatantly refused to do so, killing all of the trickster god cult in this city. But the result was that the king-level expert fell, killed by the divine emperor with a single finger, shocking the world. Chapter 102, The Evil Acts of the Cult of the Trickster God. After this, no one dared to stop the trickster god cult anymore and could only watch. Without obstacles, the trickster god cult grew rapidly in the world's major cities, growing larger and stronger like a snowball. By now, the trickster god cult had even suppressed the evil energy organization, becoming a very terrifying force to be feared. But what they did was so hateful and outrageous. As it was, there were little girls in the congregation controlled by that creepy shadow, little girls who followed along sluggishly like puppets on strings, calling out. Even though the secret realm was full of fire poisons, they were poisoned to the point of turning purple, and they were even made to jump into the lava to try it out. They still jumped into the lava in a mute manner, and only at the moment of death did they show a hint of relief. Looking at this distressing scene and thinking of what the Guile God cult had done so-called, the Vice City Lord gritted his teeth in anger and lowered his voice to say in a cold voice, "I really want to slaughter this Guile Shadow and destroy the Guile God sect. Don't think unrealistically, even if there were 1,000 more silver levels, they wouldn't be able to destroy the Trickster God cult. We just need to do well for ourselves, like destroying this transcendent fruit." The city lord's eyes flashed coldly, not wanting the transcendent fruit to fall into the hands of the Trickster God cult. But this magma is contaminated by the transcendent fruit, which nullifies any abilities except physical ones, and only after the fruit is removed will the fruit collect this power. The deputy city lord frowned, unable to think of a solution in a short time, and the piece of plucking equipment that was built would take a month to build. With such a long period of time, accidents were likely to occur, and this worried both city lords. "If you can't, you'll have to use that method I told you about before." The city lord sighed. "It's..." The deputy city lord's face was grave, and as he looked at the people who were still jumping down into the lava, decisiveness flashed across the deputy city lord's face. "Okay, I'll do whatever you want." "Well, that's enough with you." The two city lords spoke darkly and stopped picking the transcendent fruits, instead taking out their weapons early and getting ready. The other side. In the small secret aisle. Clad in 3 pieces of fire-repelling equipment, holding a poison-repelling bead, and wearing a stealth ring, Yifan trudged step by step through the fire poison while trying to avoid the hot flames of the place. This fire poison is really scary, below bronze level. Even if you have poison elimination equipment, it's estimated that you won't be able to hold out for half an hour. Even if a bronze level carries a poison repellent, it will last for 2 hours at most, and only a bronze great circle and a silver level can last longer. Yifan analyzed gruffly, moving forward step by step under the intense flames. Soon, the fire-preventing equipment on his body appeared damaged, and Yifan had to take out new equipment to replace it again. After more than an hour of hard going, he finally arrived at the lava field and saw the 3 waves in the center of the field. Since he was wearing a stealth ring, it was an ancient piece of equipment that could protect him from being seen, even by a silver rank, and could even astringe his breath. Such a stealth ring had a very powerful effect, so strong that after he appeared here, those 3 waves of people didn't even know about it, which caused Yifan to smile. It was only a pity that the number of times the stealth ring could be used came to an end. It was the last time, and it also caused Yifan a lot of heartache. Next, observe in secret and look for an opportunity to get the transcendent fruit. Yifan took out a teleportation scroll and held it in his hand, ready to rip it open and teleport away to prevent being killed. Also at this time, Yifan sensed something and jerked back to look. Only a gorilla came slowly within the burning flames of the passage. This orangutan's spiritual power fluctuation was only at the lower level of black iron, but it was inconceivable that this orangutan was not afraid of the flames, and was walking forward through the flames like it was on a picnic. Such a scene directly left Yifan dumbfounded, his head all mushy. You know, he was wearing 3 pieces of fireproof equipment and had to keep replacing them, but it was really alarming that this gorilla didn't have any trouble at all. There was also fire poison in the key flames, and most of the congregation of the trickster god sect over there was protected from being burned to death by an unknown force, though their bodies were protected by an unknown force. But their faces had all turned purple, and it was obvious that they had been deeply poisoned, so even if they went out, they would surely die. Such a terrifying fire poison was steaming recklessly, enveloping the entire secret realm, but that ape was not even a bit of trouble. This was simply unimaginable. With disbelief, Yifan carefully watched that ape walk a little bit, slowly coming to the magma area, which was not far from Yifan. The appearance of the orangutan naturally attracted the attention of the crowd, and the experts present stared at the orangutan in astonishment, not understanding why it was not afraid of fire or fire poison. Yi Fan was originally guessing why this was, but in the next second his eyes widened. Because the ape was looking his way, staring straight at him. Such a gaze could scare Yi Fan enough, and he couldn't help it in his heart. How is it possible? Even the silver level couldn't see me, this ape actually saw me, this is never possible. Yi Fan was terrified and clutched the teleportation scroll, ready to teleport away at any time. Opposite. Li Shen gazed at Yi Fan and was a little surprised in his heart as he watched his vigilant appearance. Mainly wherever you are, there's this kid, almost like a dog, with a very keen sense of smell. Wouldn't it be boring not to give a kid this sensitive a challenge? So Li Shen opened his mouth and said directly, "It stinks, where did the stinky feet smell from? It stinks." Li Shen said, pretending to look around, his eyes always looking at Yi Fan if anything. Such a gaze, and the words just now, could have startled Yi Fan. It also caused Yi Fan to lower his head and look at his feet. It shouldn't be, I'm not a sweaty foot, I shouldn't smell that bad, and the invisibility ring can also astringe some of my breath, so it shouldn't smell that bad, right? Does it mean that I can't smell my own stench? Yi Fan thought of a saying. That saying was that the general stench of itself was very difficult to smell, but it did exist. Thinking of this, Yi Fan's face changed and he couldn't help but lean farther away to prevent being discovered by the other three waves. Good thing the crowd wasn't paying attention to him right now. Because everyone was looking at Li Shen, at this ape that wasn't afraid of fire poison or flames and could talk. With the crowd watching, Li Shen slowly walked to the side of the magma pool and looked at the red magma that was tumbling with bubbles. He couldn't help but lift his hand and reach into the magma. Don't touch that magma, it's contaminated by the transcendent fruit, it's different from ordinary magma. The deputy city lord liked to talk and couldn't help but remind. Oh? Li Shen looked at the deputy city lord and immediately understood that this red fruit was called the transcendent fruit. Yes. Every transcendental fruit carries with it the power of rules that pollute the surroundings before they are taken down, and can only be picked by physical means. We've experimented many times just now, and the cultists over there in the trickster god cult have also made attempts, but unfortunately they all failed. The city lord opened his mouth, testing which power Li Shen was through his words. Cults? The cult of the trickster god? Which one is the evil energy organization? Li Shen raised his eyebrows, a cold light flashing in his eyes. That big fat guy over there, is it? The city lord immediately pointed to the target. You're the evil organization? Kinda as fat as the rumors. Li Shen frowned as he carefully surveyed the cult organization, then looked at the trickster god cult not too far away, and those lost soul-like congregations. Chapter 103 Transcendent Fruit with its own rules. Those congregations were like puppets on strings, controlled by some kind of power. The bodies of the congregations were baked in the flames, and even though they were protected by some kind of power, they were still burned horribly. The temperature here was just too high, all flames in all directions, and the key was also eroded by a bizarre fire poison. In such an environment, not to mention the weak congregation, even the bronze great circle was severely constrained and could not stay here for too long. But now, those congregations stood in the flames like robots, their eyes staring blankly ahead, their bodies purple around them, their faces distorted, and their mouths muttering about the trickster god saving the world. This scene was very repulsive to Li Shen, especially since there were some children among these congregations. If he wasn't comfortable, then no one else should be either, so Li Shen narrowed his eyes to observe the other party and eventually locked onto a white porcelain doll-like little boy in the crowd. Jia, little gorilla, are you interested in joining our Guile God cult? In the Guile God cult, the little boy with fair skin like a porcelain doll smiled, his cute appearance giving off a harmless feeling. However, Li Shen realized that the other party's body was surrounded by a strong murderous and bloody aura that only someone whose hands were stained with blood would possess. He didn't know much about the creepy god cult, although he had occasionally heard people talk about the creepy god cult on the streets. He only knew that it was a cult. What is the purpose of your Guile God cult? Li Shen suddenly inquired. Of course it's to believe in the trickster god and save the world. Only by believing in the trickster god can we get eternal life and save this world on the verge of breaking. The little boy continued to laugh, his head suddenly tilted 90 degrees to the left, and his eyes became even more triangular. This bizarre appearance scared Yi Fan in the corner and almost shouted out, hastily covering his mouth with his hand. Save the world? Just save the world? Li Shen pointed at the congregation whose bodies were purple and dumbfounded as they jumped into the magma, and killing intent couldn't help but emerge in his heart. They are returning to the arms of the trickster gods. Why? Are you interested? I'm more than welcome to become a member of our congregation, and you are well suited to be my slave. The little boy continued to twist his neck, turning it in a direct circle, like a snake, staring at Li Xian with a sorrowful death stare. Not interested. Li Xian coldly refused. Yeah? Jia jia jia. The little boy laughed, his mouth cracking wider and wider, gradually splitting to the base of his ears. This horrible appearance scared Yi Fan in the corner to cover his mouth even more tightly. His body was trembling, mainly because it was too scary and frightening. Even though Yi Fan had seen a lot, the scene still frightened the young Yi Fan. What everyone didn't expect was that Li Xian wasn't scared at all and even looked at the little boy like a clown. Such a gaze made that little boy a little depressed as well, feeling like a real clown. Little gorilla, aren't you afraid of me? Blood flowed out of the little boy's eyes, dripping very ominously. Why are you afraid of you? You look better than a female gorilla when you shake your head. Li Xian deliberately said. What? Better than a female gorilla? The boy froze, his mind rumbling, unable to say a word. How could he not expect that Li Xian would say this? This instantly overturned his cognition, and also made him get an answer that what an ape sees is different from a human. Scenes that feel scary to humans look good to orangutans, which depresses the little boy. It sucks to be over here scaring half the time yourself, only to have an ape look at you like you're a female gorilla. The depressed little boy was a bit annoyed and wanted to strike out and slaughter Li Xian, but there were the city lord and deputy city lord around him, as well as the evil 19 with a heart of gold. So the little boy just gave Li Xian a sorrowful look and made a neck-wiping motion. It seemed like he was ready to get Li Xian killed when he was done with the business here. For all of this, Li Xian didn't care at all, and he was even prepared to get this guy killed in turn. Right. Li Xian suddenly thought of a perfect plan and turned his head to look at the big fat man from the evil energy organization. This big fat man was performing one means after another, constantly testing the magma pool. He even took out a glowing secret treasure to protect himself and quickly rushed into the magma. But he only lasted a minute before he immediately returned to the shore, looking at the lava with a grave expression on his face. What an overbearing rule power, unless it's physical, it's impossible to take down the transcendent fruit. Big Fatty said gruffly. Is that so? It seems that I can only use my tricky corpse method. The porcelain doll-like little boy stared at a pair of triangular eyes, and his hands fiercely closed together. Click, click, click. The controlled congregation suddenly trembled, the sound of breaking bones rang out rapidly, and soon they twisted into an odd shape. Then, these congregations merged together, forming strange circles, and around their bodies coalesced into bizarre wolf-shaped silhouettes at this moment. Next. These congregations jumped into the lava pools, but the weird thing was that they didn't all die at once, but died little by little in a slow state. In the process, the wolf-shaped silhouette quickly approached the magma, working its way forward like an octopus, and eventually arrived in front of the red fruit, in that magma waterfall. Put! The hot magma tumbled and washed over the wolf-shaped shadow, and those congregation members began to die at a super-fast speed, which also caused the wolf-shaped shadow to constantly shake. The little boy on the bank's head broke out in a cold sweat, his hands tightly merged together, his body similarly quickly condensing blood shadows. Click, click, click. The wolf-shaped silhouette in the magma let out an eerie cry, its body expanding steeply and quickly continuing forward, eventually arriving in front of the transcendent fruit and reaching out to pluck it. Just. The wolf-shaped silhouette instantly rippled the moment it came close to touching the transcendent fruit, shaking continuously and nearly collapsing. Luckily, after a few of the congregation died, the wolf-shaped vapors stabilized and began to pick quickly. Yet the next second, the rolling magma washed violently, drowning the wolf-shaped silhouette in no time, and all the congregation died. Damn, the rule power of this transcendent fruit is too strong. Unless we find the cracking point, we can only pick it hard. The little boy said weakly. With his words, the atmosphere of the scene became grave. 2 consecutive silver-level experts had failed, which signaled that it would be difficult to pick the transcendent fruit in a short period of time. Worthy of being a transcendent fruit, it really can't be underestimated. The deputy city lord shook his head, becoming less and less confident in the picking of the transcendent fruit, and could only look forward to the special equipment that would be created a month later. But even with that piece of equipment, the vice city lord had little confidence and could only try it out when the time came. Also at this time, Li Xian suddenly crouched down, squatting on the edge of the magma, then his right hand reached out into the magma. Chapter 104, The Second Extraordinary Ability. Boo hoo hoo.
The hot magma tumbled and flooded the wrist of Li Xian's right hand, while a large number of red bubbles emerged from the magma.
However, Li Xian's hand, surprisingly, poked around in the magma without any damage, as if he was playing with water.
This bizarre scene caused the crowd at the scene to look at Li Xian, staring in disbelief.
You're not even afraid of lava? How is this possible? This magma isn't ordinary magma, it's magma contaminated by the Transcendent fruit, it's much more powerful, and you can even stick your hand in?
The deputy city lord looked at this scene with surprise, watching Li Xian's hand, as if he was dreaming, poking around in the magma. The surrounding people also stared at Li Xian with wide eyes in disbelief.
How did you do it? The city lord couldn't help but ask out, looking at Li Xian in astonishment. Yi Fan, who was hidden in the distance, was also dumbfounded as he looked at Li Xian.
Previously, even silver-level experts had been defeated here, all failing and not daring to touch this magma.
But now,
the orangutan whose spiritual power fluctuation was only at the lower level of black iron was able to place his hand in the magma, which made Yi Fan's mind spin a little.
But the next second,
a scene that shocked Yi Fan even more appeared. Only to see that the orangutan, after playing with the lava for a while, actually jumped directly into the lava and began to bathe in it. The scene of wanton play caused Yi Fan's pupils to shrink.
How is it possible? How is it possible? It can actually bathe in lava?
Yi Fan was appalled, his heart shouting madly, really unable to accept the scene in front of him.
It was simply shocking that an ape that was clearly a black iron lower level could bathe in lava. What a great ape!
The little porcelain doll-like boy sneered and slowly took out a weird long whip, as if he had thought of something and prepared himself in advance. Indeed, it's remarkable, it should be a special class summoned beast. The big fat man in the evil organization took out a crossbow with a string and secretly prepared himself. They had already guessed that the orangutan was going to pick the transcendent fruit later, and when the time came, they would only need to scramble for it, which had disguisedly solved their dilemma. So they just built up their momentum but did not act, just watched silently.
Sure enough,
as expected from the crowd, the orangutan began to swim through the lava, toward the center.
A few moments later,
the orangutan swam to the center of the lava and came to the transcendental fruit, which was being washed by the lava waterfalls, and slowly extended his hand to the transcendental fruit. Such an action caused the atmosphere of the scene to instantly condense, and the tension of the saber rattling became more and more serious, and the great battle was about to start.
In such an atmosphere,
the orangutan's right hand approached the transcendental fruit a little bit, and finally slowly touched the transcendental fruit in the crowd's anticipation.
Just the next second, the orangutan trembled as if electrocuted, and slowly collapsed into the lava, drowning in it.
Such a scene caused the crowd at the scene to faintly stare in surprise.
What's going on? What's going on here? The vice city lord frowned. Could it be that only humans can pick this transcendent fruit?
The city lord was puzzled, his right hand stroking his chin in deep thought. The surrounding crowd was similarly unable to figure it out, and the big fat man from the evil energy organization, as well as the little boy from the trickster god cult, were all lost in thought and bewilderment.
Even Yi Fan had a mushy head and couldn't figure out what was going on.
While the crowd was wondering. While the crowd couldn't figure it out. There was a loud hoot and a gorilla head emerged from the lava.
Just teasing you guys, look how scared you are, it's so stupid, haha.
The orangutan incarnated by Li Xian deliberately laughed out loud and shook his body with his hands in the air, and that appearance was as exasperating as it could be. The crowd that was wondering what to do was dumbfounded by the scene, and at this moment the crowd realized that they had been tricked by an orangutan. Damn ape, hurry up and pick the transcendent fruit and send it over, or else you'll be refined into an evil energy puppet. The big fat man from the evil energy organization said in a cold voice. Give me the transcendent fruit and I can make you my slave, or I'll crush you. The little boy from the trickster god cult twisted his neck to show how eerie he was. However, when he thought of that sentence about looking better than a female monkey, he immediately stopped craning his neck and turned to stare at Li Xian sorrowfully.
Leave it to you guys?
You guys count as, too. Li Xian directly cursed, not leaving any face at all. Such a scene could make the big fat man from the trickster god sect and the evil energy organization angry, gnashing his teeth with murderous intent.
Say that again if you dare.
The little boy said coldly. Just say it, too big stupid, big losers.
Li Xian continued to curse and shout arrogantly, even looking at the city lord and vice city lord after cursing. You heard them, they were the ones who asked me to scold them. I've never seen such stupidity to beg someone to scold him. These two are really brain dead. It's... The city lord looked at Li Xin cursing there and looking so angry, he was simply crying and laughing, feeling that this ape was really extreme. Dead ape, you're dead, I'll whip you into shape and break you into pieces. Evil energy Big Fatty roared. Right, let this ape understand how terrible the consequences of offending my guile god cult are. The little boy shouted with murderous intent, his mind already thinking of dozens of ways to torture Li Xian. Kill me? With just you guys? Two brain-dead people, go home and eat dirt. Li Xian continued to be arrogant, clasping the transcendent fruit with both hands and yanking violently. Click. The transcendent fruit was easily yanked down by him, very simply and quickly, not at all as laborious as the wolf-shaped vapors just now. This scene caused both the big fat man and the little boy, who were seething with anger, to freeze and then frown. How did you do that? Big Fatty said. Just don't tell you, gasp. Li Xian was proud of himself, holding the fruit and lightly sniffing the odor with an intoxicated look. Hee hee, it's fine if you don't tell, the big deal is that I'll refine you into a puppet, you can't run away anyway, the transcendent fruit is bound to be mine. The big fat man coldly said. Oh? Is that so? With an IQ like yours, you're still saying that the transcendent fruit must be yours, you're really laughing at me. Li Xian cracked a big smile and slowly brought the transcendent fruit close to his mouth before taking a bite. Stop. Stop. Two popping sounds rang out at the same time, the big fat man and the little boy exploded in anger, they were completely surprised that the orangutan had taken a bite out of the transcendent fruit. If it wasn't for the lava blocking them, they would have immediately rushed over and crushed the ape. Just don't stop. Not only did Li Xian not stop, but he also accelerated his tasting of the transcendent fruit, and in a few moments of effort, he had eaten the fruit cleanly. Also at this moment, rolls of warmth flowed through his body, and a mechanical voice sounded abruptly. Ding! Congratulations on advancing your self-destruct from grand perfection to transcendent level. Ding! Your soul has been nourished by Chinyu for a long period of time, and because of the transcendental fruit trigger, you have successfully broken through and reached the black iron great perfection. Chapter 105 Transcendent Self-Explosion Moves. Ding! Name, Li Xian, 16,000 honor points. Physique, Elf in the Palm, Black Iron Lower. Soul, Black Iron Great Perfection. Royal Master, Chinyu. Ability 1, Intermediate Tornado, Intermediate Speed Enhancement, Carrying Space, Simulated Communication, Intermediate Stealth, Intermediate Change, Greater Perfection Defense, Greater Perfection Self-Healing. Ability 2, Advanced Magma Survival, Advanced Fireball, Advanced Healing, Advanced God's Perspective, Advanced Huge, Advanced Dragon Might, Advanced Ground Spike, Advanced Earth Wall, Advanced Poison Resistance, Advanced Cold Freeze, Advanced Wind Wings. Ability 3, Extraordinary Weirdness, Extraordinary Self-Detonation. Listening to the mechanical voice and looking at the data panel that had reached the transcendent level of self-destruction, as well as the soul of the Black Iron Great Circle, Li Xian's heart was ecstatic for a long time. How could he not expect that he had gained 2 promotions, which made him very happy? Li Xian, who was in a very good mood, looked at the big fat man and the little boy on the shore and prepared to carry out the plan he had thought of before, that is, the method of self-detonation. This body was really not suitable for him, Li Xian had long wanted to change it, and the big fat man and the little boy over there were not a good thing, so Li Xian naturally had to pit them against each other. Plus being able to test the power of transcendent self-destruction would also solve a lot of unnecessary troubles, so Li Xian was ready to implement this plan. With a smile, Li Xian arrogantly said, "The transcendent fruit tastes good, but you guys just can't eat it, so I'm mad at you." Yes? The evil energy Big Fatty and the little boy's gazes became increasingly icy, their bodies swirling with a terrifying aura as they prepared to make a move to decapitate Li Xian at any time. As long as Li Xian dared to disembark from the magma, they would dare to exterminate Li Xian immediately. Hey, what are you guys still doing here? Want to kill me too? Li Xian suddenly looked at the city lord and vice city lord. These two had a very good reputation in Blackstone City, having protected Blackstone City many times from being overrun by mutant beasts, and were considered better city lords. Li Xian wanted to test the self-detonation, so naturally he had to drive them away. There was no way. How terrifying was the transcendent self-detonation? Li Xian himself wasn't clear about it. No, we don't want to kill you. If you're worried about causing a misunderstanding, we'll leave. The city lord said bluntly. Let's go, the transcendent fruit was eaten by me, what's the use of you guys staying? Li Xian continued. Okay, let's go. The city lord and vice city lord nodded and decisively turned around to leave. Vaguely they felt that something was going to happen, but they couldn't guess the outcome. But leaving was the best option, so they were very decisive and directly left the small secret realm along the secret passage. Yifan, who was hidden in the shadows, also left because the items he needed were gone and there was no point in staying. Only so curious about what would happen next that he dropped a little remote surveillance eyeball on his floor. It wasn't just him who wanted to see the next scene. In fact, the city lord and vice city lord had put down something similar. Even the big fat man from the evil energy organization and the little boy from the trickster god cult had been using an image transmission tool to transmit the scene to other places. Li Xian had discovered this a long time ago, but he didn't care because someone was watching in order to have a better effect, so Li Xian smiled faintly and said, "Yada yada yada, I've offended you all anyway, so I'll show you my true colors today." As the words fell, Li Xian's body slowly transformed, gradually turning from an ape-like form into a small elf. "Surprisingly, it's you. That half of the ancient book is with you." When the evil energy big fatty saw Li Xian's little elf-like appearance, he immediately recognized Li Xian's identity, and the killing intent on his body instantly thickened tenfold. "Are you saying that half of that ancient book is in its hands?" The young boy from the trickster god cult was surprised. "Yes, he's the one who killed the little giant and snatched the half of the ancient book. How important the secret of the ancient book is, you should know clearly." Evil energy big fatty said in a cold voice. "Of course, we can't kill it now, we have to capture it and torture it properly first, but by the looks of it, it's a bit of a tough talker." The little boy said sorrowfully. "Don't worry, I've got hundreds of ways to torture it into confessing, like driving nails into all 10 of its fingers and toes and subjecting it to excruciating pain. Strip its back, nail its loot bones, pull out all its nails, pull out all its hair and teeth, and it will also be tortured with all kinds of tortures, and under my torture, it will absolutely tell where the ancient books are." The evil energy big fatty's eyes opened with cruelty, screaming with killing intent, staring at Li Xian as if he was looking at a meat pig. "Your torture is outdated, I have something much more fun." The little boy grinned, his sharp teeth gradually showing. "Alright, we'll interrogate it together then, I don't believe it won't confess." The two silver level experts spoke quickly, while transmitting the scene to their base and also blacklisting Li Xian. Just right now. Just at the moment they were screaming. Li Xian incited the wings behind him and slowly flew upwards, letting the hot lava wash over him. The magma that others were so afraid of was like a river to him, completely unaffected. Even his rosy little mouth always wore a shallow smile. "Looks like I won't be able to run away today." Li Xian muttered to himself, not looking at the two silver levels, and eventually stopped in mid-air, in the middle of the lava waterfall. "Don't try to pull any tricks, facing the silver rank, you'll only end up in one place, and that's death." The two silver levels spoke arrogantly, staring at Li Xian victoriously. "Yeah, you guys are powerful silver level, I'm just black iron lower level, since you're destined to die, let's die together." Li Xian's hands steeply closed together, and his body expanded rapidly like a blow-up balloon. "Wait, what do you want? Stop it." The big fat man and the little boy cried out loudly in terror and violently fled backwards towards the exit of the secret realm. Boom! A terrifying large explosion suddenly appeared, spreading suddenly in the tumbling magma, sweeping through the 8 directions with the vastness of a heavenly disaster. The explosion was so terrifyingly powerful that it formed a huge ball of scorching energy light almost instantly and exploded in a violent fluctuation. Terrifying light and heat swept across the entire secret realm, interspersed with those contaminated magma spreading completely. This explosion came too swiftly, plus the power of the self-detonation was just too terrifying, combined with the contaminated magma, and this secret area where there was nowhere to hide. The two silver levels were thus drowned in despair and fear by the self-explosion, fading away in the endless light and heat, completely smoldering. Rumble! The flame mountain was like a 10-magnitude earthquake, trembling in violent vibrations, and the next second the flame mountain erupted. Rolls of black smoke swept overhead as dark red magma erupted from above, interspersed with tons of red-hot rocks, spewing high into the air. And then it fell from the sky, creating a meteor firestorm of doom. The scene was too frightening, too shocking. The city lord and vice city lord, as well as Yifan, who saw everything through the surveillance equipment, were so frightened that they immediately ran wildly and fled rapidly toward the distance. Chapter 106 Multiple Reincarnations. The vice city lord and city lord were fine, they were powerful and far away from the explosion site, so they weren't worried about safety. Of course they were equally horrified by this terrifying big explosion, and at the same time felt heartfelt admiration for Li Xian for blowing himself up so violently. At the same time, he was grateful to Li Xian for urging them to leave. But Yi Fan was different. His strength was too weak, and under the meteor fire rain like doomsday scene, he could only scatter and run wildly, having a hard time while running. He turned out to be the elf, that half of the ancient book was in his hands, but he blew himself up and died. Where to find the ancient books now? It feels like there's no hope for the ancient books ever, darn it, darn it. Yi Fan was so depressed that he was practically vomiting blood when he thought that the ancient book would never be found, and the key sky dropped burning red stones from time to time, smashing into him. With his superb reflexes, he dodged most of them, but he still didn't get smashed. Even his buttocks were hit by the red-hot rocks, and that protective gear was quickly smashed, burning his buttocks with smoke. Damn, that hurts. Yi Fan continued to run wildly for 10 whole minutes before he stopped, lying on the ground and panting heavily. At this moment, he was in an abnormal mess, his protective equipment was smashed, and burns appeared on his body in varying degrees, the most tragic being his buttocks, which had been burned 5 or 6 times. Even his hair was burned away, becoming bald, which made Yi Fan very depressed, feeling super unlucky ever since he met the elf. First, half of the ancient book was lost, and when it was hard to see the Transcendent fruit, it was eaten by the Pokemon, and the key Pokemon blew itself up, triggering a volcanic eruption. Under this series, it made Yi Fan unlucky to the extreme, feeling that his life was full of dimness. Seriously though, this elf actually blew himself up, he's quite the rigid fellow, I'd better be careful in the future, I can't underestimate anyone. Yi Fan comforted himself and prepared to be quieter in the near future, learn alchemy properly and improve his strength, no longer running around, as much as possible to improve his strength first. After the decision is made, Yi Fan covered his black ass and limped towards Blackstone City in the breeze. Thus, the Transcendental Fruit incident came to an end. The evil energy organization and the trickster god cult had lost a silver rank at the same time because of this incident, and with fewer experts to sit on the sidelines, the two organizations had quieted down in Blackstone City, not daring to randomly pick another fight. The entire Blackstone City had suddenly become much more peaceful and stable because of Li Xian's self-detonation, much to the surprise of the people in the city. Of course, for all of this, Li Xian wasn't concerned because he had already been reincarnated again. Ding! You are dead, random resurrection in progress. With the mechanical system voice, the darkness in front of Li Xian's eyes reappeared brightly, only the sense of flow around his body caused him to faintly freeze. Fixing his eyes, surprise surfaced in Li Xian's heart. For in front of them was cool fresh water, boundless greenish fresh water, and in the water, from time to time, colorful fish could be seen swimming past nearby, threading their way through the water plants. I've actually become an aquatic creature? Li Xian was surprised to check himself and realized that he had lost his arms and legs, and felt that his body took on a strange obese shape, seeming to be a fat and big fish. With puzzled disbelief, Li Xian called up the data panel to check his own data. Ding! Name, Li Xian, 16,000 honor points. Physique, fat carfish, common lower. Soul, black iron great perfection. Royal Master, Xin Yu. Ability 1, Underwater Breathing, Intermediate Tornado, Intermediate Speed Enhancement, Carrying Space, Simulated Communication, Intermediate Stealth, Intermediate Change, Greater Perfection Defense, Greater Perfection Self-Healing. Ability 2, Advanced Magma Survival, Advanced Fireball, Advanced Healing, Advanced God's Perspective, Advanced Huge, Advanced Dragon Might, Advanced Ground Spike, Advanced Earth Wall, Advanced Poison Resistance, Advanced Cold Freeze, Advanced Wind Wings. Ability 3, Extraordinary Weirdness, Extraordinary Self-Detonation. A fat carfish? Only an ordinary lower level? That's too weak. Li Xian looked at his data panel breathlessly and felt unlucky to see that he had become an ordinary inferior summoned beast. The good thing is, there's an underwater breathing ability that's barely acceptable and not depressing to the heart. It's really a trash summoning beast, I've been reincarnated so many times, and the fat carfish is considered the most trashy summoning beast. Li Xian shook his head, ready to kill himself again, mainly because this body was so bad that there was no point in keeping it. Just don't self-detonate here, with the power of a transcendent self-detonation, the ecology of this place will be destroyed by the self-detonation in an instant. Li Xian shook his head and began to browse through the memories of this body, and soon after, he slowly swam to the riverbank and stopped near the mud. Looking at the black soil that was full of water plants, Li Xian looked around to see, then consumed his soul power and cast Advanced Ground Stab. Pust! Blood spurted out as a sharp ground spike pierced into Li Xian's heart, and severe pain filled the circumference. It still hurts, especially with the self-healing of the Great Perfection. I won't die all at once, this pain will last longer. Li Xian felt the sensation of his life force being depleted and wanted to die quickly, so he unleashed the ground thrust once again. Pust! 2 ground thorns pierced through his abdomen, piercing Li Xian straight through, while his life force began to dissipate rapidly. Soon after, Li Xian's world was plunged into darkness, completely returning to dead silence. Ding! You are dead, random resurrection in progress. The dark and dead world reappeared and the light slowly descended. The whole process was calm for Li Xian because he was already used to it. This time, what summoned beast? Li Xian didn't open the data panel, but directly started browsing through the memories. Soon, a large number of memories presented themselves, as if they were watching a cartoon, being browsed by Li Xian one by one. Looking at the cluttered and uninteresting memories, Li Xian understood what kind of summoned beast this body was. It's finally a black iron level summoned beast, but unfortunately the ability is a bit weak, with only an endurance strengthening mid-level ability. After reading the memories, Li Xian understood his own situation and felt that the intermediate endurance enhancement, which was not bad, was barely acceptable. Go ahead and kill yourself, the soul power is still strong enough to fully support me to continue acquiring natural abilities. After Li Xian finished speaking, he blatantly unleashed the earth spike, skillfully controlling it to stab into his heart. The sharp pain accompanied by the darkness came again, and the deadly darkness surprisingly made Li Xian feel some affection. Ding! You are dead, random resurrection in progress. The mechanical voice sounded again and appeared in Li Xian's mind, and Li Xian felt like he had his body again. But Li Xian sensed something wrong, something seriously wrong. Because his body was moving, constantly moving, even holding something politely, and there was a thumping sound in his ears. Such a result caused Li Xian's face to change, and his heart began to wonder in disbelief, not understanding what was going on. One must know that all the bodies he had reincarnated before were corpses, and there had never been a situation like the one he was in now, and even now, this body was permeated with deadness, and it was obvious that he had died a while ago. But this body, without his control, was moving automatically, which was unbelievable. Also at this time, a fierce, sharp voice rang out. What a difficult opponent, obviously only a black iron lower level, but he has supported himself under my attacks until now. Chapter 107 Autumn of the Spirit Race. Dang it! Summoning Beasts World Region 99. The border valley between Fire Peacock territory and Plush Bear territory. A battle of life and death was going on in the meadow of the valley. The 2 ferocious three-eyed clansmen, holding their long serrated knives, swung them frantically, the blades cutting through the air with a cold aura, splashing sparks continuously in the collision. The 2 three-eyed clans' blade skills were exquisite, and almost every strike was aimed straight at the vitals, making it impossible to defend against them. The same 2 beings were the ones fighting the three-eyed clan. One of these 2 beings was a petite white girl. She was beautiful in appearance, with snow-white skin and a delicate temperament, just as cute as a little neighborly lowly. Unfortunately, at this moment, the young girl was covered in blood, her milk-like skin was covered in wounds, and even her delicate body was a bit unsteady. In such a state, the young girl struggled to hold her short sword and fought a short three-eyed clan. Next to the white-clothed girl, an ape held a stone stick in its hand and kept swinging it to block the attack of another three-eyed race. The ape's rank was only black iron lower, while the three-eyed clan were black iron upper experts, and there was a huge difference in strength between the 2 sides, which led to the ape being scarred. Now it had wounds on its body that were too dense to count, and even its eyes were blind. But it still didn't fall, it still kept blocking the enemy's frantic attacks, and every time, it was able to block the attack at the critical moment. However, at some point, the ape had lost its breath and lost its soul. It was still fighting though, still wielding its weapons, all as its instinctive reaction. Yes, it's an instinctive reaction, because it's an ape beast, and its natural ability is combat instinct. When another collision, sputtering with dazzling sparks. The people from the Three Eyes clan took 2 steps back and stared at the ape beast with a grave expression on their faces. Brother Red, why aren't you attacking anymore? The short three-eyed clan fighting the white-clothed girl on the other side wondered. There's no need to attack, this ape beast is already dead. As long as you don't get close to it, you won't be attacked. Red said quietly. Dead? Could it be that it had been fighting with its battle instincts? The short three-eyed clan inquired in disbelief. Yes, its battle instincts are very strong, and if I'm right, its battle instincts have already reached an advanced level. Red continued. Advanced? What a strong talent. Obviously the rank is only a black iron lower summoning beast. With its battle instinct talent, it actually lasted for so long under our attacks, it's really a difficult summoning beast. Yes, but the problem has been solved. In a moment its body's will to fight will subside, and then we'll make a move to finish off the woman in white. You come back first. Okay, Brother Red, when the 8 beast dies, we'll tackle the white girl together. As the short three-eyed clan spoke, he quickly moved to the far side and stood next to Red. The two three-eyed clan members just stood not far away, holding their long swords as they looked at the 8 beast, and the bruised white girl next to it. They were prepared to wait for the 8 beast to die before combining their efforts to finish off the girl in white, which would be much simpler and easier. Dad? A pleasant voice like a yellow warbler rang out, and the white girl covered her bleeding abdomen and slowly came in front of Li Xian, looking at it with a pair of bright beautiful eyes. Looking at the 8 beast that was covered in blood and had lost its eyes, the beautiful eyes of the white girl slowly moistened, and drops of clear tears slid down from the corners of her eyes. She remembered the scene from a month ago. It was then that she saw the dying 8 beast, and with a kind heart she gave it help and saved its life. What the young girl didn't expect, however, was that the 8 beast had been following her and keeping her safe ever since, much to her gratitude and happiness. But now, looking at the 8 beast that stood still, looking at its eyes losing their light, looking at its body bathed in blood, the white girl's beautiful eyes were filled with tears. Missy has disappeared, my sisters are dead, I'm all that's left, and now even you've left me, so what am I holding on to? The white-clothed girl covered her bleeding abdomen, her face as pale as paper. The rapid loss of life force made her understand that she was about to die. Thinking that the 8 beast that had guarded her for a month had already died, the white girl smiled miserably. Her small hand gripped the short knife tightly and slowly placed it at her neck position. What are you doing? Stop it. The two three-eyed clansmen's faces changed slightly when they saw this scene, and they rushed towards the white-clothed girl like lightning. They were also prepared to torture the white girl to find the whereabouts of the spirit race's eldest young lady, but they didn't expect that the white girl would choose to commit suicide. Such a decisive suicide caught the two three-eyed clans off guard, and there was no time to stop them, so they could only rush forward anxiously. Also at this time, the moment the short knife slashed across the young girl's snow-white neck, a hand suddenly gripped the short knife, framing it. Death, will that solve the problem? Li Xian's hand gripped the short sword tightly, making it unable to move the slightest bit, while Li Xian twisted his head to look at the two three-eyed clansmen who were rushing over. Ground stab. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Densely packed earth thorns steeply burrowed out from the great underground, rising abruptly like lightning and instantly filling a large area. Not good. The two three-eyed clansmen were shocked and rushed to quickly dodge the earth spikes. However, the speed of the earth spikes was too fast, plus the range was too wide for them to dodge or find a place to dodge. So, miserable screams resounded throughout the valley. Blood accompanied by the screams dyed the earth red, dyed the emerald green grass, and also caused the white girl who was preparing to commit suicide to stare in disbelief. It's... The white girl was completely messed up, stuttering and unable to speak, her little head buzzing around. The whole person was baffled. One should know that the strength of the 8 beast she saved was only at the lower black iron level, and that they had fought very hard earlier. However, when the white-clothed girl tried to commit suicide, the 8 beast unexpectedly executed a terrifying tactic, killing the two three-eyed clans in an instant. This scene was almost like a metaphysical event, causing the white-clothed girl to be somewhat unable to react. Were you hiding your strength before? The white-clothed girl couldn't help but say. Probably. Li Xian's hand slowly approached the white girl's abdomen, and in the next second the healing light began to shine, quickly healing the girl's injuries. Under the powerful effect of advanced healing, in just a moment's time, the severely injured white girl's wounds stopped bleeding. The scene shook the white girl once again, causing her to become more and more confused. Alright, go over there and rest for a while, tell me your story, plus I have something I want to ask you for. Li Xian invited. Oh, okay. The white-clothed girl was still bewildered beyond belief, completely unable to understand what was going on. She could only follow Li Xian to the edge of the lake in a daze and sit on the ground. Tell us, your name, and your story. Li Xian took out the orange from the space and peeled it while saying. Chapter 108 Gold Level Master. Okay. The white-clothed girl nodded her head. These things were not considered secrets, all the major communities knew about them, there was no need to hide them, so she honestly said. My name is Chior, I'm a spirit clan member. 2 months ago, the spirit clan fought with all the major groups, and we ended up losing miserably. Later on, the clan split up into smaller groups and fled to various regions. Seriously wounded, Missy fled to the Fire Peacock district, taking our clan with her. But they were intercepted and killed by the three-eyed clan, and many of our sisters died. In order to save us, the eldest young lady deliberately lured away the strongest enemy, and she also completely lost track of us. In the end I was left on my own, just me searching for Missy in the Fire Peacock district, and then I met you. The white-clothed girl, Autumn, explained sadly, giving out all the information she could, and when mentioning the spirit race's eldest young lady, Autumn's beautiful eyes were filled with worry. So that's how it is. What is the strength of your eldest lady? Is she seriously injured? If it's a serious injury, it would be dangerous here. Li Xian frowned. There had been quite a few clans that had appeared in the Fire Peacock region, and the one with the largest number was the Evil Energy clan, and although he had killed them back, no one knew if there were any more hidden ones. Another Fae could appear, like the two three-eyed clansmen who had just died. Onii-chan must still be alive, she's so strong she won't die, even if she's seriously injured, after all she's gold level. Xiaoer said with conviction. Gold level? Your Missy is gold level? Li Xian was shocked and inquired in disbelief. The highest level he had come into contact with was only silver level, and the key was that not counting self-detonation, if it was purely a fight, Li Xian would definitely not be able to beat a silver level. But now, this little beauty called Xiaoer was saying that their big miss was a gold level, which was really a bit scary. Yes. Missy's natural talent was exceptional, she possessed silver level strength at birth, and after that her strength increased rapidly, reaching gold level at the age of 16. It's also because Missy's natural talent is too strong, causing the scruples of all the major ethnic groups, which is why there is this great war. Xiaoer explained little by little, giving a lot of information about Missy, as well as a lot of information about the Fae, including the three-eyed clan just now. So that's how it is, being silver level at birth is really strong. By the way, I've always had a doubt, this is the summoned beast world, why aren't you guys in the shape of summoned beasts? Li Xian raised the doubt that had been lurking in his heart for a long time, because after humans came to this world, they all turned into summoned beasts. But the evil energy dolls, the spirit race, and the three-eyed race just now, all kept their original appearance, which was surprising. This question is actually very simple, we originally do not belong to this world, but are from the other world, including those foreigners who are from the other world, This also keeps us in our original form, which is naturally very different from your native summoned beasts, but of course, we can accept a contract to be summoned by a. By the way, the human race has become summoned beasts, just like you. Normally, outsiders are allowed to keep their original appearance. However, the human race's physique is too weak to carry the gravity and world level of this world, and the human guardians had to sacrifice themselves to transmute the humans into summoned beasts for the sake of the humans. Xiaoer explained in a soft voice, and after saying this, she suddenly looked at Li Xian with a suspicious gaze. You're not supposed to be human, are you? Can I probe with my scrying ability? It's okay. Li Xian shrugged, wanting to try to see if the spirit race could tell if he was human. Okay, offense taken. Xiaoer's beautiful eyes glowed with white light as she swept over Li Xian's body, quickly confirming that Li Xian was the native summoned beast and not a human. Shaking her head, Autumn apologized, I'm sorry, I was paranoid and took you for a human transmogrifier. It's fine, what was your scrying ability just now? Can you teach it to me? Li Xian opened his mouth to inquire. Previously, Li Xian had planned to ask Xiaoer for help because he wanted to learn their probing abilities, and now it was the right time to bring it up. I'm sorry, but this is a natural ability and cannot be taught, however, my clan has a soul probing cultivation method that can probe the souls that. Do you want to learn? If so, I'll tell you all about it. Autumn spoke softly, not mincing words at all, and was generous enough to say she could teach. Then thanks a lot. Li Xian nodded, he had long had the intention to learn, and now was the right time to learn. By the way, you wanted me to do a favor before, what kind of favor was it? Autumn inquired softly, her beautiful eyes blinking and blinking. It's. Li Xian paused and didn't know how to answer, the main soul-searching cultivation method would be available soon, so he wouldn't need any help. But with an opportunity like this, he didn't want to miss it, so he thought about it and said. What is your spirit race's method of spiritual cultivation like? Can you teach it to me? Of course, we spirit clan members have always known how to return favors, you saved my life, so how could I refuse? Xiaoer smiled, her large eyes curving into crescent moons. Knowing what's good for you? It's still a really kind ethnic group. Li Xian nodded his head, his good feelings towards this ethnic group increasing greatly. It's a pity that my pack was broken up, I wonder how everyone is doing, will they be cut off like ours? Autumn's beautiful eyes were filled with worry for the safety of her clan. Look away, maybe everyone is safe. Li Xian softly consoled, for such a kind community, he really couldn't bear to see them perish. Well, let's hope they're safe, I'll pass on the cultivation method to you first. After Chor finished speaking, her small, slender and white hand lifted up and gently approached Li Xian's forehead. You said pass? Li Xian was surprised. Yes, we can pass on knowledge. Do you want to learn how to pass on knowledge? I can teach it to you as well. Autumn replied softly. Sure. Li Xian immediately nodded his head, feeling very surprised. However, getting so much on his own seemed too greedy, mainly because the one who fought to the death earlier to protect Shore was the ape beast, not Li Xian. Now acquiring so many harvests, it really makes Li Xian's heart feel guilty. He is not afraid of others treating him badly, but afraid of others treating him well. So Li Xian thought about it and said, What do you want? I can give it to you or help you. No need, I don't have a shortage. If it's possible, if you see the spirit people suffering in the future, can you help them out? Autumn said in a warm voice. Yes, but you have to give me more goodies, and it's best to pass on the knowledge you know to me as well. Li Xian thought about it. In the future, he himself would have to keep reincarnating, so naturally he would have the chance to meet the spirit people, and he would probably help them many times, so the pay would have to be generous. Well, it can be. Shower nodded. She didn't know that Li Xian would be reincarnated, so according to normal logic, there was a high chance that Li Xian wouldn't meet any other spirit people. In that case then, it seemed that Li Xian had made a greedy request, but the kind-hearted Shower didn't reject it and instead condensed a white ball of light at her fingertips. Chapter 1092 Two-Headed Ogre. This is the knowledge orb, don't resist, I'll slowly transmit it into your mind. Autumn said in a warm voice. Ding. Spiritual intrusion detected, determined to be a bona fide transmission of knowledge, do you wish to receive? Receiving. Li Xian hurriedly nodded his head and looked at Xior expectantly, even taking the initiative to bring his forehead close to her fingertips. Buzz. A slight fluctuating sound rang out. With this fluctuation, a large amount of knowledge quickly surfaced in Li Xian's brain. This knowledge included soul-searching methods, spiritual power knowledge transfer, spiritual power cultivation methods, and tons of knowledge. Since the knowledge contained very much, including all aspects, Li Xian had absorbed it for half an hour before it was finished. So much useful knowledge was helpful and eye-opening for Li Xian. In particular, the vast amount of knowledge about the foreigners had finally given Li Xian an all-encompassing understanding of the foreigners. Coupled with the knowledge of herbalism and the cultivation methods, this time it was definitely a big gain for Li Xian. Thank you, I have benefited greatly from this knowledge. I will keep my promise and will definitely step in to help the spirit people when I see them in danger. Li Xian solemnly promised. He rarely guaranteed anything, but since he had promised, he would definitely do it, and that was him, Li Xian, doing what he said. Thanks. Autumn smiled weakly in gratitude, her dark hair turning pure white at some point. Your hair, it's caused by transmitting a large amount of knowledge, right? Li Xian's face was grave. It's fine, you saved my life, you deserve all of this. Autumn smiled sweetly, her smile was exceptionally beautiful. Thanks. Li Xian thanked again, especially after seeing the spirit race's cultivation method, his face changed. This was because the spirit race cultivation method was too strong, several times better than Qin Yu's cultivation method. Normal cultivation methods required one to sit and absorb spiritual energy in a boring manner every day to raise one's spiritual energy ceiling. Ordinary people sitting withered for 3 or 4 hours a day would be irritating, and even ascetics couldn't do 24 hours of asceticism. But now, this spiritual power cultivation method given to him by Chior could actually do automatic cultivation, constantly running and absorbing spiritual power 24/7 no matter when or where he was. Such a result, such a good thing, also caused Li Xian's face to completely change in color, feeling astonished. But with such a good cultivation method, why wasn't Chior's strength high? Mainly, she was only at the upper level of the Black Iron, which was about the same as the strength of the Three Eyes clan before. With doubts, Li Xian inquired. Your cultivation method is great, but why is your strength only Black Iron upper? Didn't you cultivate before coming to the summoned beast world? Of cultivation, but the strength of all Fae is drastically reduced when they come to this world. I used to be a Black Iron Great Circle, and after I came to the summoned beast world, my strength was lowered to the Black Iron middle position, and then. Autumn continued, patiently explaining and recounting much, much more. Li Xian always listened quietly during this process and also grasped a lot of cold knowledge. Now that you're the only one left, what are you going to do? Li Xian inquired. I'm going to keep looking for Missy. I don't believe she's dead, she's so strong, she definitely won't die. Xior shook her little head and said. Well, I won't be able to follow you next, but you're entitled to know my name, Li Xian, that's my name. Li Xian opened his mouth solemnly, introducing his name for the first time to the beings of the summoned beasts world, as Chor was qualified to know.
Li Xian? Okay, I know, I'll always remember. Chor nodded her little head and said.
Well, I'll be with you for the next 2 days, and then I'll leave in 2 days, so take care of yourself. Li Xian thought about his agreement with Qinyu, and thinking that he had to go back and meet with Qinyu, Li Xian was prepared to contract the second Imperial Lord later. Okay. After the two agreed, they found a place to start resting. During this process Li Xian began to study the spirit race cultivation method, as well as the soul probing method. What depressed him was that both of these cultivation methods were difficult to learn, not to mention the most difficult spiritual power transmission method. For 2 whole days Li Xian didn't make the slightest progress, which also made Li Xian depressed and couldn't help but ask Chor about it. Don't worry, we grew up learning these 3 cultivation methods and it takes years of study to learn them. You've only been studying for 2 days, it's normal that you can't learn them. Chor softly comforted. Well, it looks like there's only bitter cultivation. Li Xian had no choice but to shake his head. It's time for me to go, to look for Missy. Autumn whispered softly, gentle with determination. Take care. Li Xian admonished. I will, bye. Chor waved her little hand and left, floating away in the wind, leaving only Li Xian standing quietly in the same spot. I should also go meet Qinyu, then come back to reincarnate and find the second royal lord. Li Xian's mind moved slightly, his body transformed into the form of an orange cat, and through the power of the contract, he indicated to Qinyu that he could be summoned. Soon. The contract spell array appeared and Li Xian was summoned away. An hour later. The contract spell formation reappeared, and Li Xian once again returned to this world. This time, he went back just to settle Qinyu's heart. After all, the day he went to the small secret realm, he said that he would definitely go back within 3 days, and now he was keeping his promise. Moreover, he had taught the spirit race's cultivation method to Qinyu as well. Mainly Qinyu's strength was stronger, the soul power that was fed back to her would be more, causing Li Xian to benefit more, which was also one of the purposes of his going back. Now that there are no more worries, Li Xian is ready to commit suicide. Instead of blowing yourself up, go ahead and use the earth spikes. Li Xian's words had just fallen when the earth thorn steeply and diagonally reached out from the front and suddenly struck Li Xian's heart, pain enveloping Li Xian's body and mind. The darkness of death descended, and Li Xian was once again plunged into death. Ding! You're dead. Random resurrection in progress. With the mechanical voice, Li Xian was revived once again and saw the blue sky and white clouds. Big brother, you're not dead? That's great, woo-hoo-hoo. Crying came steeply from his ears, the loud voice made Li Xian annoyed to hear it, and instinctively raised his right hand and slapped it against his head. Boo! A dull voice rang out, and the sobs came to an abrupt end. Big brother, you beat me up again. Great, finally I can be beaten up by Big brother again. The sound of crying resounded once again, a ghostly sound that annoyed Li Xian and made him feel something was wrong at the same time. Wait, why do I have 2 heads? Li Xian was shocked in his heart and immediately would open the data panel to check his situation. Ding! Name, Li Xian, 16,400 honor points. Physical, 2-headed ogre, black iron lower. Soul, black iron great perfection. Royal Master, Qinyu. Ability 1, Underwater Breathing, Intermediate Tornado, Intermediate Speed Enhancement, Carrying Space, Simulated Communication, Intermediate Stealth, Intermediate Change, Greater Perfection Defense, Greater Perfection Self-Healing. Ability 2, Advanced Meteor Firestorm, Advanced Combat Instincts, Advanced Magma Survival, Advanced Fireball, Advanced Healing, Advanced God's Perspective, Advanced Massive, Advanced Dragon Might, Advanced Ground Spike, Advanced Earth Wall, Advanced Poison Resistance, Advanced Cold Freeze, and Advanced Wings of Wind. Ability 3, Extraordinary Weirdness, Extraordinary Self-Detonation. Chapter 110 New World Announcement. A 2-headed ogre? Li Xian frowned and looked closely at his ability. Advanced combat instincts come from 8 beasts, so the ability gained by a 2-headed ogre would be Advanced Meteor Firestorm. The ability was good, but the 2 heads were unacceptable to Li Xian, and what was even more unacceptable was the ghostly cry of the head next to it. Big brother, we must take revenge, seek revenge on those 3-eyed people, they almost killed you with their spiritual power, they are so hateful. The sound of ghostly cries rang out once again, causing Li Xian to resist raising his right hand once again. Anum. Bang. Shut up Demon 2, if you keep shouting, I'll slap you to death. Li Xian said angrily. Good. Okay big brother. Demon 2 raised his left arm and scratched the left side of his head, no longer daring to shout. What a bore! Looking at the obedient Demon 2, Li Xian frowned and began to accept the memories while using God's perspective to scan the 8 directions. Soon, several of the 3 eyes were found by him, only 3 kilometers away from them. Slaughter them, just to earn honor points. Li Xian made a decision and took large strides towards the 3-eyed clan, ready to go on a killing spree. But Li Xian had just taken a few steps out when he realized that he had been affected by his body's emotions and had become cranky. However, Li Xian didn't care, he was actually able to freely restrain this kind of emotional influence, but there was no need to, as it was also a great life experience. Just like when you are transformed into a cat, you like to sleep, when you are transformed into a gorilla, you like to hammer your heart out, and when you are transformed into a pigeon, you like to spread your wings and fly, and it's all a fun experience. So Li Xian walked straight, controlling this ogre body, towards the 3-eyed clan. Hint, congratulations on stepping into plush bear territory, you are the first human to step into another region, open the regional channel fusion. Human world announcement, the Beast of Change is the first to set foot in other territories, initiating regional fusion, auction house fusion, forming a channel of 1,000 people and an auction house of 1,000 people. Hint, reward a piece of the flame essence of the Beast of Change, which can enhance the fire attribute ability. The pleasant woman's voice continuously resounding throughout the human race. The original chat channel of 100 people and the auction house of 100 people instantly turned into 1,000 people, and the chat channel became lively. Great, finally the number of people has increased, there were only about a dozen of us left in the 100-person area, and now there are finally more people and we can auction off more things. Yes, finally I don't have to be alone, those damnable specters killed 100 of us, I was the only one left, now I finally have someone. Brother, are you that miserable? There's still more than 20 of us left in the 100-man district, and it's all because of Big Brother Stoneman's guardianship that we've managed to hold on. Alas, I protected them before, but those 2 spectral clansmen were too strong, if I didn't have the ability to split, I would have died long ago as well, by the way, I'm a black iron grade split beast. Can't even a black iron rank protect them? You're so weak, our crocodile beast Big Brother is super strong, one of them decapitated a black iron level evil energy doll, scaring the other one to flee straight away. A crocodile beast? Is he a black iron rank too? How many of you are left in the 100-man region? The split beast inquired with a frown. There's still more than 30 people left, we should be the most survived 100 people area, I recommend Brother Crocodile Beast to be the leader of the 1,000 people channel. A group of people were speaking freely in the 1,000 chat channel, telling of their encounters, saying that the 100-man zone they were in had been attacked, and that there were many deaths and injuries. Originally, there were 100 people, and the one who survived the most was the territory of the crocodile beast, so many people recommended him to be the boss. Wait, I don't approve of the crocodile beast being the boss, guys I've never even heard of, still want to be my boss, no way. The black-haired dog barked. What qualifications do you have to question the crocodile beast, an ordinary upper-level black-furred dog? A large black iron-ranked turtle said. So what if you question it? Only 30 people survived and you guys think you're great? Let me tell you, in our 100-man district, we survived more than 70 people. The black-haired dog continued to bark. More than 70 people? How could you have survived so many? How is that possible? The split beast couldn't believe it. What's the point of lying to you, eh? How come it doesn't show the number of people now? But that's okay, everyone come out and bubble, let them know how strong we are. The black-haired dog said. Yeah, I'll be the first to bubble. Blast Mouse immediately spoke. I'm bubbling second. Violent Rabbit spoke likewise. I'm third, Black Iron Class Flaming Dog. Flaming Dog spoke. As they spoke, the chat channel grew more and more lively, with many people bubbling away, one by one, in order. The fact that so many people were bubbling up also surprised the newly merged crowd, who couldn't believe that so many had survived. One must know that the summoned beast world is very cruel, even if there are no fae chasing after them, it's not bad for 100 people to survive 50 of them. Coupled with the pursuit of those foreigners, it was already remarkable to have survived 20 to 30 people. But now, it is shocking that there are districts that have survived more than 70 people. How did you manage to survive so many of you? Was it the Black Iron Class Flame Dogs that protected you? The split beast couldn't help but inquire. No, not me, I haven't even seen the enemy that attacked us. Flamehound shook his head. Ha? Could it be that you weren't attacked by the fae? The Black Iron Great Turtle pursued. Attacked, the ones that attacked us were evil dolls, very powerful, they killed quite a few of us, but they were all dead, cut down one by our boss. The black-haired dog, like a lapdog, proclaimed loudly. Your boss is so powerful? Isn't it a black iron grade flame dog? The split beast hurriedly inquired. Of course not, how do I deserve to be the boss with this amount of strength? There's only one true boss for us, and that's the change beast. Flame dog said bluntly. Change beasts? You said change beast? The legendary change beast? The split beast stared in disbelief. Right. Any questions? Flamehound said lightly, feeling proud. Big problem, my god, the change beast is actually in your 100 people area, you guys are too lucky, this is a big person who opened the world announcement. The split beast hurriedly said. Yeah, the change beast big brother is in your district, you guys are too lucky, this is the first strong person to obtain transcendent abilities. The black iron great turtle was appalled. No wonder so many of you survived, I didn't expect there to be a superpower like the change beast. The black iron transported beast said. It's not fair, why is the beast of change big guy in your 100-person district? Why isn't it in our district? There's no justice. Indeed it's not fair, you guys, you're so lucky. A whole bunch of messages flashed through the chat channel, making the black-haired dog and the others excited, feeling proud and lucky. Chapter 111, The Great Harvest. This kind of thing can't be envied, you guys just need to understand that from now on, the boss of this 1,000 people area will be the change beast big brother. The black-haired dog exclaimed. If the change beast is the boss, I'm first in favor. The split beast nodded. I also agree, such a character is qualified. The black iron great turtle similarly agreed. I don't agree, I admit that the change beast has a reputation, but I, the crocodile beast, only serve the strong, and I will never agree unless the change beast defeats me. The crocodile beast opened its mouth, its tone extremely firm, and it was permeated with confidence. Just you? Believe it or not, change beast big brother will slap you away. The black-haired dog barked. Don't believe me, I'm looking forward to fighting him. The crocodile beast proudly said. I don't believe it either. The crocodile beast boss has obtained a miraculous encounter, his strength has reached the black iron intermediate level, and he has killed the black iron upper level evil energy doll over the level, he is super strong. Crossing levels to exterminate? Impressive indeed. The black iron ranked stoner couldn't help but marvel. Yeah, that's why it's about comparing and fighting to see who's stronger. The crocodile beast is sure to lose, the change beast big brother was the first to obtain a transcendent ability, did the crocodile beast have one? Blast Mouse jumped out to say the point. Although I don't have transcendent abilities, I have grand circle abilities and my rank is only one level lower, so it's not certain who will win or lose. The crocodile beast was arrogant, still confident in himself, not believing that anyone could win against him. The main reason was that after he gained the Great Perfection ability, no one had ever died in their 100-man zone, so he was very confident. You really don't see the coffin. When you see the true strength of the change beast big brother in the future, you guys will understand how powerful he is. The black-haired dog exclaimed. I'm looking forward to it. I, crocodile beast, believe only in my fists, and unless I'm defeated by strength, then I'll never yield. Even if the change beast is renowned, I, the crocodile beast, remain unconvinced. The crocodile beast said proudly. Just wait, sooner or later you guys will feel the gap between yourselves and the change beast big brother. The black-haired dog continued. Alright, the matter of who's the boss will be discussed later. By the way, why has the change beast big brother been silent? Black Ironstone Man inquired suspiciously. Do you guys think that change beast big brother is idle? Let me tell you, Big Brother rarely ventures out in the chat channel, it spends most of its time cultivating, killing foreigners, and refining pills. The black-furred dog said. Alchemy? You said alchemy? The black iron great turtle froze in disbelief. Because his royal master was an alchemist, learning alchemy from a young age, but even now he would know the basics of stopping the bleeding loose, blood-clotting pills and the like. But now that the black-haired dog was saying that the change beast could also make pills, this was surprising. It was because it had only been a few months since they had been reincarnated into this world, but it was really amazing that the change beasts would be able to concoct pills in such a short period of time. Maybe refine basic pills. The black iron great turtle said darkly. You guys go to the auction house and take a look, there are a lot of change beast big brother's pills in there. Blast Mouse reminded. Okay. The crowd clicked on the auction house in anticipation, and the entry point was a bunch of various demand quests, all of which were released by the Change Beast Big Brother, and there were also a lot of materials up for auction, including treasures for growing spiritual power. There were also dozens of water-moistening elixirs in focus, as well as healing elixirs to treat any injuries, all of which were black iron-grade elixirs. Such a scene caused the crowd to be a bit shocked, especially the black iron-grade turtle, which opened its mouth in shock. My god, there's even a black iron-grade elixir, this is too strong, this is an extremely difficult elixir to refine. The black iron-grade turtle was surprised. Ha? Is it that difficult to refine? I see that there are dozens of them here. The black ironstone man said in confusion. You don't understand, do you? My royal master is a pill refiner and has been studying for several years, but he can't refine black iron-grade pills either. Even if it's his teacher who wants to refine a black iron-grade elixir, it would take a considerable amount of effort and be very difficult to do so. The black iron-grade turtle continued to explain. So difficult? Doesn't that mean that Big Brother Change Beast is an alchemy genius? The split beast was surprised. Yes, definitely a genius, after all, it's only been a short time since we were reincarnated, and the Change Beast is able to refine black iron-grade pills, and so many of them as well, what a powerful fellow. I happen to have the materials for the exchange 2 water moisturizing pills to try the effect. The black iron-grade turtle immediately began to exchange and quickly exchanged the pills. The black iron-grade turtle posted a sentence and stopped talking completely, also causing the people in the chat channel to fall into a daze. Big Turtle, what's wrong with you? Talking? Hey, you talk? Don't be appetizing. What the hell is going on? Could it be that this moisture pill is fake? Or is it poisonous? The black iron-ranked suspicious beast came out to question. Bull, don't talk nonsense if you don't know, we've all exchanged the water moisturizing pill, the effect is good. The illusion 100 birds jumped out and directly cursed. Then why did the big turtle stop talking? It even posted a curse word. The dark iron-class suspicious beast continued to question. How do I know? Maybe the big turtle has water in its brain, it's weird if it doesn't get water in its head when it's in the water every day. The illusion lark continued. It's... Looking at the illusionary lark who was cursing like a shrew, the crowd was somewhat speechless. However, the fact that the illusion 100 spirit bird esteemed the water moistening pill so much also caused the crowd to be puzzled, not understanding why the great turtle had stopped speaking. Time passed slowly as the crowd waited, and soon 10 minutes passed. The big turtle that had been silent all this time finally spoke, horrified. Oh my god, just now, after I finished redeeming the water moisturizing pill, I asked my royal master to get his teacher to test it out. As a result, his teacher was stunned, saying that this is a high-quality moistening water pill, and that an average alchemist refining 100 furnaces might not even produce one such moistening water pill. But now, I actually have 2 of them, which means that the auction house is full of high-quality water moistening pills with amazing effects. It's so powerful? The black iron-class guessing beast was surprised. Of course, everyone who has materials hurry up and redeem them, in case you don't have the water moisturizing Dan in the future, then you'll all go cry, I'll redeem another healing Dan. The big turtle started the exchange again, taking out all his materials and exchanging them for items from the auction baggage Xian. The crowd also hurriedly started exchanging, and in a moment's time, the water moistening pills were sold in large piles, and Li Xian also obtained a large amount of materials. Summon the Beast World. Plush Bear Area. Ding! Your auction item, Moisture Pill, has been auctioned off, and the material is stored in the temporary storage box. Ding! Your auction item Healing Dan has been auctioned off, and the material is stored in the staging box. As the series of information flashed by, Li Xian took out the materials to absorb them while walking quickly towards the southeast, where a summoning spell formation was locked onto him. Next to it, the other head of the 2-headed ogre, also known as Demon 2, was looking at Li Xian with a horrified gaze before mechanically twisting its head to look in the direction behind it, where a large amount of blood was filling the area. Chapter 112, The New Pact. In a pool of blood. Several experts of the Three Eyes clan collapsed horizontally and died in a rather miserable manner, pierced by earth spikes. Looking at the fear that remained in the eyes of the corpses and smelling the strong odor of blood, Demon 2 gulped, somewhat stunned. You have to know that although Big Brother was silent in the past, but Big Brother's meteor fire shower, Demon 2 had seen it many times. All along, he thought that his Big Brother, only this one ability, but who would have thought that just now his Big Brother just waved his hand, in a flash those Three-Eyed clan all dead. The scene during that spike was amazing and awe-inspiring. Duh! Big brother, the earth thorns just now are. Is. Devil 2 inquired apprehensively, wanting to know why his big brother had unleashed the earth spikes. However, when he saw his big brother turn his head, Demon 2 immediately quieted down and looked at his big brother with some trepidation. I just got the inheritance from my ancestors, I will unleash more abilities in the future, don't worry. Li Xian made a random excuse. So that's how it is, big brother is just awesome, to get the inheritance from his ancestors, too strong. Devil 2 fawned and opened his mouth, surprisingly without the slightest bit of doubt. Major ogres have always been bad with their brains, and Demon 2 was even dumber, having been hit in the head by his big brother since he was a kid. Now since big brother said that he had obtained the inheritance, Devil 2 naturally believed it completely and wouldn't even question it. But after this incident, Demon 2, who was a bit dumb in the head, was less intimidated, and he whispered, "Big brother, where are we going? Why don't we go hunting? I haven't eaten meat in months, delicious big rat meat, my favorite." Is that all you've got? It's just a broken rat meat, when we reach our destination later, it's not a simple matter to eat meat? Li Xian said, continuing to run towards the teleportation array. Brother, is there meat where you are going? Where to go? Devil 2 wiped the saliva from his mouth and said, Of course it's a contracted Imperial Master, with an Imperial Master you can increase your strength faster and eat a lot of food. Li Xian copped. But big brother, contract spells are hard to come across, and they're usually snatched by other summoned beasts, and even if we snatch them, the Imperial Lord will give up when he realizes we're two-headed ogres. We have 2 heads, it's a big burden on the summoner, it's equivalent to absorbing 2 souls to feed back, and focusing on our low growth potential, so summoners are reluctant to choose us. Mordecai sighed with loss as he thought of what had passed. It's okay, I have a way. Li Xian said confidently. What way? Devil 2 inquired curiously. It's simple, the reason why the Royal Master chose other summoned beasts is because he had a choice. Li Xian said blandly. Huh? What does that mean? Devil 2 was bewildered. It's simple, just don't allow other summoned beasts to enter the contract spell formation so that the summoner won't have the chance to contract other summoned beasts. Li Xian continued his science. But big brother, there are so many summoned beasts, they definitely won't listen to us. Demon 2 was worried. Not listening? Then kill them all. Li Xian said indifferently. Kill. Kill all? Demon 2 froze, his head spinning as he looked at his big brother. He realized that his big brother had become very unusual after waking up from his coma. One word to describe it is overbearing. And such a big brother made Moji feel strange, but compared to the previous big brother, he preferred the current big brother, domineering enough. However, Demon 2 suddenly realized a problem, and that was the issue of the contract spell formation. They simply didn't know where there was a contract spell formation. That's why Demon 2 was worried. Big brother, we don't even know where there's a contract spell formation, are we going to spend several years searching for it? After finishing his speech, Demon 2 quietly waited for his big brother's answer. But he didn't hear the words of his big brother, who was still running wild. This puzzled Demon 2, just as he was about to open his mouth to ask why. Devil 2's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the shining contract summoning spell behind the bushes. Surprisingly, there is a contract spell formation. Demon 2 was shocked, looking at the spell in disbelief before jerking his head to look at his big brother. With disbelief, Demon 2 said in a trembling voice, Big brother, did you already know that there was a contract spell formation here? Aha! Li Xian nodded, his expression calm. It's... Looking at his big brother with a calm expression, Devil 2 gulped, feeling that his own big brother was becoming more and more unfamiliar, and at the same time sighing at the terrifying inheritance that had caused his big brother to become super extraordinary. Here it is. Li Xian quickly stepped to the center of the contract spell formation, his eyes sweeping in all directions with a cold aura, scanning the summoned beasts that were rushing around. Earth wall. Li Xian's right hand slapped the earth with a loud boom. Cylindrical walls rose up from the ground, centering on the summoning spell formation and instantly encircling it. At the same time, Li Xian waved his right hand once again, and a sharp earth spike whooshed out beyond the earth wall like a mountain of swords, forming a dangerous spike zone. This sudden scene scared the surrounding summoned beasts to quickly run away, running out 100 meters before looking at the summoning spell formation with a heavy heart. Above the sky, several flying summoned beasts originally wanted to fly down and enter the contract spell formation. But the sudden appearance of the terrifying dragons might scared the flying summoned beasts into flying far away in a hurry, looking at the center of the contract spell formation in disbelief. All listen up, death to those who enter the contract formation. Li Xian opened his mouth in a cold voice, his eyes looking around with icy coldness. His advanced dragon might was released recklessly, shocking the summoned beasts in all directions. Such a deterrent power scared the ordinary summoned beasts that they didn't dare to approach at all. Even the black iron level summoned beasts were afraid to go forward and looked on apprehensively, obviously scornful of Li Xian. Big brother is too strong. Devil too looked at his domineering and peerless big brother, watching his big brother cross his eyes and coldly face the summoned beasts. That arrogant appearance made Devil too worship from the bottom of his heart. Roar! A black iron inferior dragon might beast roared from afar, similarly releasing its dragon might, fighting Li Xian's dragon might against each other and cancelling each other out. After releasing this dragon's might, the dragon mighty beast took one step towards the contract spell formation with a determined gaze. Seek death. Li Xian raised his right hand and the advanced meteor fire rain was released, and in an instant, a scorching flame appeared in the sky, enveloping a large area. The moment the flames appeared, the summoned beasts in all directions quickly fled, leaving this place as fast as possible. Only the black iron lower-level dragon WIRM beast was undaunted, taking one step forward and resolutely walking towards the contract spell formation. Boom boom boom! Meteor fire rained down quickly, enveloping the dragon mighty beast's entire body, and the scorching flames even struck the dragon scales, shaking its body. However, this dragon scale was very sturdy, and it was amazing to see how hard it resisted the meteor fire shower. Second ability Dragon Scale Reinforcement? Not bad, it actually resisted one of my abilities. What about 2? Li Xian revealed a smile. Chapter 113 Zhang Yun. Next. Li Xian's mouth opened greatly and the scorching flames began to coalesce, quickly forming a basketball-sized fireball. Whoosh! The fireball was unleashed and flew out with a searing heat. Boom! The fireball exploded steeply, exploding loudly on the dragon WIRM beast, directly sending the 3-meter-tall dragon WIRM beast flying. Hooray! The dragon mighty beast stood up in a sorry state and fled into the distance like a rabbit in a frenzy, no longer daring to stay for a second. Poof! Li Xian snorted coldly and stood in the center of the spell formation looking around, locking eyes with the summoned beasts around him. The strong dragons might continue to be released, sweeping in all directions, also scaring those summoned beasts to keep retreating and eventually leave the area. Seeing that there was no longer a single summoned beast around, Li Xian then withdrew his dragon might and quietly waited for the contract to be completed. But he stood in the spell for so long that the contract was never completed, and it was obvious that the summoner over there was hesitating as well. But it didn't matter, the contract spell couldn't last too long, and the contract would be completed sooner or later. That was why Li Xian wasn't worried in the slightest and even glanced at the dragon mighty beast from afar. Li Xian's dragon might ability came from an aging normal level dragon might beast, and even though he had only gained this one skill, it was a very useful ability. For example, if you sleep at night and release some dragon power, mosquitoes and insects or anything else won't dare to come close, and you can also easily deter summoned beasts, causing them to lose their fighting power. And this was just advanced dragon might. If the dragon might was raised to Transcendent as well, it would be even more extraordinary. By the way, there are still quite a few materials in the auction house's temporary storage box. I'll eat them all, and my strength will definitely increase drastically. Li Xian muttered and continued to take out ingredients from the staging box to start eating. Buzz! The pack spell suddenly fluttered slightly, sort of like the flickering of lights when the voltage is unstable. And this also signaled that the time of the contract spell was almost up. The contract was gradually becoming unstable, and if the summoner didn't contract it again, it would be declared a failure. Also at this time, the light of the completion of the contract suddenly lit up, and the new contract was officially completed. Devil's Second danced around excitedly, adoring his own big brother. Well, get ready to leave. Li Xian replied back and continued to eat the materials he took out from the staging box. Ding! Your intermediate tornado advanced to advanced tornado. Ding! Your intermediate speed enhancement advanced to advanced speed enhancement. Ding! Your intermediate stealth advanced to advanced stealth. With the mechanical beeps, Li Xian's multiple talents were boosted and his strength skyrocketed by a large margin. Also at this time, the light of summoning flashed. It was the summoner summoning them. Without hesitation, Li Xian immediately chose to agree and disappeared in white light in the next second. The Rich Continent. Holy War City. This was an important hub for the Western continent to enter the Eastern continent, and a strategic place to block the Dark Legion. Here resided the famous Summoner clan, also known as the Zhang family. Yes, in this world summoners are a clan, and ordinary people can only practice Reiki and become spiritual warriors. Only people from the Zhang family possessed the summoning method to summon their own summoned beasts. It was also because of the presence of the Zhang family that the Holy Battle City had existed until now, repelling several attacks by the Dark Legion, with a lofty status, even sitting on the entire Holy Battle City. But the perennial battles had also caused the Zhang family to suffer heavy deaths and injuries, and now there were only about 1,000 people left in the entire family. Zhang Yun then belonged to the 6th elder line of the Zhang family, being the 30th grandson of the 6th elder. Because of his ordinary looks and poor talent, he belonged to the fringe of the family. But Zhang Yun never gave in to defeat, firmly believing that he could, firmly believing in the saying that my destiny is not up to heaven. He studied hard every day and worked hard to improve his spiritual power. But the gap between ordinary people and geniuses is huge. Even if he studied hard and practiced diligently, he was only keeping up with the pace of ordinary people, and there was still a huge gap between him and the geniuses. Like this year, he's 16 years old, and his strength is only at the normal upper level of the spiritual power rank. And the geniuses had already reached the ordinary great circle, and some had even reached the black iron lower spiritual power level. Such a gap made it difficult for Zhang Yun, and he could only pin his hopes on today's contract summoning. However, the result was a great disappointment to him, and when feedback appeared in his contract spell, the prompt turned out to be a two-headed ogre. Although the two-headed ogre is a black iron lower, which is stronger than most people's summoners, the two-headed ogre's ceiling is a black iron lower. In other words, his summoned beasts would never be able to advance, which made it very difficult for Zhang Yun and kept dragging his feet on completing the contract. Zhang Yun, go for it. A sweet voice rang out and Zhang Yun turned his head to see that it was his sister, Zhang Nannan. At this moment, his sister's snow-white little face was filled with anticipation, clenching her little fists to cheer him on, hoping that he would have his own summoned beast. This warmed Zhang Yun's heart, but he also thought of his family's predicament and sighed slightly. Buzz off! The contract spell formations around them lit up one by one, attracting the attention of many people. A summoned beast stepped out from the contract formation and appeared in the crowd's gaze, and each of these summoned beasts, each of them possessed decent growth potential. Thankfully, there was no black iron rank among these summoned beasts for the time being, they were all normal rank. This also gave Zhang Yun some inner comfort. At the very least, his two-headed ogre was black iron ranked. That's just it, something is better than nothing. Zhang Yun sighed and finally completed the contract and began the summoning process. Buzz! A white glow lit up as the summoning spell began to ripple, and a lanky 2-meter-5 tall figure slowly appeared in the crowd's field of vision. A black iron grade 2-headed ogre? This kid Zhang Yun has actually contracted a black iron grade. Someone exclaimed in shock. It's a two-headed ogre with no potential, don't worry about it, my summoned beasts in the future will definitely surpass him. Someone said without caring. The growth potential really isn't there, but the black iron rank is still good enough to go straight to the army as a guard officer. Yes, this year, our lineage hasn't appeared a single black iron grade summoning beast for the time being, and this two-headed ogre, it's a way to save some face for us. Don't worry, Zhang Zhan hasn't finished summoning yet, his talent is very powerful, he can definitely contract a powerful summoned beast. The crowd of onlookers were talking about Zhang Yun's two-headed ogre, some envied it, some didn't care. The 6th elder on the main seat, on the other hand, always looked on with cold eyes. After seeing the black iron grade two-headed ogre, the 6th elder only glanced at it and stopped paying attention to it, instead always focusing on a teenager named Zhang Zhan. This young man was elegant and clear-eyed, inheriting his mother's high face value, coupled with his extraordinary talent, he was naturally valued by the crowd. And the 6th elder had been looking forward to the teenager, expecting him to summon a powerful summoned beast. Buzz! The contract spell formation suddenly brightened up and violently spread out in all directions, and soon a 3-meter-tall lanky figure appeared in the spell formation, and a terrifying dragon's might swept through the 4 directions. A dragon WIRM beast, it's actually a black iron lower level dragon WIRM beast, my god, this is a dragon WIRM beast with extremely strong growth potential, definitely not comparable to a two-headed ogre. Yeah, not only can the dragon mighty beast release dragon might, the key body is extremely strong and powerful, basically invincible at the same level. It's too strong, compared to the dragon mighty beast, the two-headed ogre is a piece of trash. The people of the Zhang clan were talking, all excitedly looking at the dragon mighty beast, marveling at its power and envying Zhang Zhan for having summoned such a powerful dragon mighty beast. Strange, why is this dragon mighty beast in such a sorry state? There are still wounds on its body, as if it has just experienced a battle. Don't worry about it, dragon WIRMs are warlike, it's normal for them to get into a fight, and occasionally beating up little kids in the summoned beast world, that's perfectly normal. Chapter 114 Blood Sea Stronghold. You're right, the dragon mighty beast itself is strong, and the black iron rank is even more extraordinary. The dragon might alone that it releases can frighten opponents of the same rank. Indeed, look at the surrounding summoned beasts trembling in fear under the dragon's might. This is enough to show how powerful the dragon mighty beast is. Ha! How come the two-headed ogre isn't afraid? The one on the right side of the head didn't even open its eyes? Doesn't it fear the dragon's might? The juniors of the Jiang family murmured, watching the large number of summoned beasts tremble under the dragon's might while marveling at the calmness of the two-headed ogre. At the moment the ogre was standing still, the right side of his head keeping his eyes closed. The head on the left side did not show fear, though its eyes were open. Instead, he looked at the dragon weaver beast with interest, seemingly interested in it. This kind of scene puzzled the juniors, and even the elders of the Jiang family had seen such a scene for the first time. Uncle Fatty, you are experienced, why isn't this ogre afraid of the dragon weaver beast? Someone inquired. If I'm right, the ogre should have experienced a lot of storms and waves, experienced, season and calm, which is why it's not afraid of a dragon WIRM beast of the same class. But this also shows that the ogre is getting old and getting worse, and it can't be compared to the dragon WIRM beast with infinite potential. Uncle Fatty explained indifferently. So it's season and calm, but even if it's season and calm, to be able to keep your face unchanged under the dragon's might is quite bold. Yes, but the ogres of the future will, of necessity, live in the mighty shadow of the dragon worm. Several juniors continued to speak, analyzing the current situation with their limited knowledge. The dragon mighty beast in the center of their sight was standing quietly in the spell formation, its head held high as it roared up to the sky. Roar! A roar resonated through the area, excitement laced in the sound. The reason why the dragon mighty beast was excited was because it finally had a royal master, so it could increase its strength faster. Thinking of breaking through the bronze level in the future, the dragon mighty beast howled with even more excitement, recklessly radiating its powerful dragon might. When it had howled and gotten excited enough, it finally lowered its head to look ahead. The first thing they saw was a group of people, and some low-level summoned beasts. These summoned beasts were all ordinary level and weak, and under its dragon's might, these low-level summoned beasts trembled and didn't dare to move. This scene caused the dragon WIRM beast to become even more condescending, scanning the four directions and the surroundings with a disdainful gaze. Just as its gaze swept in the direction behind it, a familiar yet unfamiliar figure caught its eye. That lanky figure, those two big heads, that familiar yet unfamiliar two-headed ogre, all of a sudden caused the dragon weaver beast to freeze. Next, the dragon WIRM scurried out of the way with a wail, hiding behind the wall in terror, shivering as it looked at the ogre. If it wasn't for the effect of the contract, the dragon WIRM would have already scattered without a trace. But even if it didn't run away, it still hid in terror, afraid to come out from behind the wall. Such a scene caused the juniors who had just praised the dragon mighty beast's power to be a bit baffled, suspecting that they were hallucinating. It was clear that the dragon WIRM was invincible in its class, and the ogre should be afraid of the dragon WIRM. But now, the ogre was bland, but instead, the dragon worm was scared away, hiding behind the wall like a small beast and shivering. This kind of scene caused the juniors of the Jiang family to be a bit confused. What the hell? Didn't you say that the dragon beast is invincible at the same level? Why was it scared by the ogre and became such a wimp? I don't know, as a matter of fact, an ogre of the same level can't beat a dragon weaver at all. This is all knowledge passed down from the old ancestors, it can't be wrong. Could it be that there is something special about this ogre? Or maybe the dragon WIRM was beaten up by an ogre when it was a child, leaving a psychological shadow? Maybe. The junior members of the Jiang family were puzzled and couldn't figure out what this was all about. Even the sixth elder on the main seat couldn't help but twist his head to look at the two-headed ogre. Whoosh! The sound of breaking air rang out. The sixth elder's body swept up like a rock and landed in front of the two-headed ogre, carefully watching the ogre. But no matter how he looked at it, it was an ogre, and the spiritual power fluctuation was the black iron lower level, which was definitely not wrong, which was a bit strange. Unable to figure it out, the sixth elder frowned and took out a strange hexagonal seal from his pocket. This is the seal of appraisal, which identifies the strength level of the two-headed ogre, as well as the breed type, and prevents change class summoned beasts from hiding themselves. It can be said that with the seal of identification, all illusions can be broken. Buzz. The hexagonal appraisal mark shone, and the white light quickly enveloped the ogre, probing its ontological information. A moment later, a line of information appeared in mid-air, imprinting itself into everyone's eyes. Species, ogre. Strengths, lower black iron. Strange, this is an ogre, so why is the dragonway beast scared? Could it be that there really is a psychological shadow? The sixth elder couldn't figure out what was going on, but he didn't have any more ways to investigate unless he used the rule appraisal scroll to see more. But the rule identification scrolls were too expensive, the sixth elder couldn't afford them, and it wasn't worth buying rule identification scrolls for the ogre. Mainly about ogres, their Jiang family had too much information, countless information documenting ogres, documenting ogre trash. There has even been forbidden research done to advance ogres to bronze level. Unfortunately, all of them failed, and proved that the ogre's potential was no good, much less comparable to the dragon WYRM. Now the reason why the dragon mighty beast was scared, there was a high chance that it had a psychological shadow or something like that. After all, the appraisal mark wouldn't lie to people. Forget it, it's just an ogre, so what if it has some secrets? The potential is too poor, there's no need to waste a large sum of money and buy a rule identification scroll. The sixth elder shook his head, not wanting to waste that money, as the seal of appraisal would be very authoritative and a great indication that the ogre's potential was not working. But the sixth elder always had a hint of doubt, and because of this doubt, the sixth elder was prepared to place Jiang Yun and the ogre in a special location to perform a township guard duty. After the decision was made, the sixth elder walked to the front of the stage and began arranging for his juniors to carry out their township duties in the various districts, and a long time later the summoning ceremony ended. After the sixth elder left, the crowd from the summoning ceremony began to slowly leave, each going back to their own homes and preparing to head to their respective areas of responsibility to hold down the fort. Jiang Yun and his own sister, Jiang Nannan, also led the ogre towards their home. Jiang Yun, why did Grandpa let you go to the Blood Sea stronghold? The blood beasts there are too dangerous to kill. Jiang Nannan was worried. I don't know, it's possible that it's a test of the ogre's strength. After all, the ogre scared off the dragon worm, which is surprising. Jiang Yun looked up at his summoned beast. Jiang Yun was looking forward to this 2-meter-5 big man. He always felt that his ogre was extraordinary. Chapter 115, Supervisor Zhang is a good man. It's true that your ogre isn't right, but the Blood Sea stronghold is too dangerous to win, even if the ogre is somewhat capable of. Don't forget that the general strength of the blood beasts is mid-black iron, and the powerful ones have even reached the silver level. Such a terrifying enemy, you're simply sending them to their deaths if you go. Jiang Nannan was extremely worried and very much didn't want her brother to go to the Blood Sea stronghold, but in the face of Elder Lu's arrangement, they simply didn't dare to refute it. After all, the sixth elder had a ton of grandsons and even more granddaughters, and the kinship between the families was basically better than nothing. Facing the irascible sixth elder, no one dared to refute his opinion, so Jiang Yun could only go to the Blood Sea stronghold. Don't worry sis, the Blood Sea stronghold is guarded by experts. I'm going there for more of an experience, I'll be fine. Jiang Yun comforted. Ugh, why don't we do this? Let's buy a set of spiritual armor. With the armor, I can also rest assured that you'll be able to go. Jiang Nannan made a suggestion. But spiritual armor is too expensive, can we afford it? Jiang Yun worried. We can go to the Holy War Store and apply for credit once. With the strength of your black iron grade summoning beast, you should be able to apply successfully. Jiang Nannan said uncertainly. Try it then, hopefully on credit. Jiang Yun was a little worried. The Holy War Store was not a good haul, and with the ogre's cap being too low, he was worried that the affliction would fail and he wouldn't be able to obtain the spiritual armor. In such a mood of worry, Jiang Yun and the others continued on their way, quickly arriving at the Holy War Store and beginning their application. I'm sorry to say that your ogre potential is too low for credit at our store, clan brother. The young lady on the counter gently shook her head and rejected Jiang Yun's application with a smile. Clan sister, is there really no way out? We're all in the same clan, so just help out. Jiang Nannan couldn't help but say. I'm sorry, but psychic equipment is worth a lot of money, and as much as I'd like to help you guys, I can't do it with the authority I have. Our supervisor Zhang is super stingy and is very strict about the distribution of spiritual equipment, and he even has the alchemy guild behind him with deep connections, so. The lady at the counter sighed helplessly. That's so. Jiang Nannan and Jiang Yun were both lost, feeling that the future was dark. Also at this time, A chubby man walked over from the distance, his eyes slightly narrowed as he surveyed Jiang Yun and the others, including the ogre who was eating. What happened here? The chubby man looked to the lady at the counter. Supervisor Zhang, it's like this clan brother of mine is going to the Bloodsea stronghold and wants to apply for spiritual armor, but you said that black iron ranked ogres don't meet the criteria. So I could only follow the rules and reject my clan brother. Miss Counter said helplessly. Application for psychic armor? Refused? How could you refuse? This is your clan brother, and the location you're going to is the dangerous Bloodsea stronghold. You tolerate him going to a dangerous place like that without even an armor? Supervisor Zhang said loudly. Ha! The counter lady froze and looked at Supervisor Zhang blankly, not understanding what Supervisor Zhang was up to. What? Hurry up and issue this clan brother with spiritual armor, and in addition, I'll give special approval to issue another spiritual battle blade. Supervisor Zhang had a righteous look on his face. Ha! The counter lady froze once again and looked at Supervisor Zhang with the gaze of a weirdo. The main Zhang supervisor is notoriously stingy, not to mention going to the Sea of Blood stronghold, is to go to the Mountain of Knives, under the frying pan. Zhang supervisor dared not give equipment. Such a stingy person was suddenly so generous, which caused the counter lady to be directly dumbfounded, and even the surrounding ladies looked at Supervisor Zhang in a blindfold. What are you still waiting for? Hurry up and distribute it. Supervisor Zhang once again said. Good. Okay. The counter lady hurriedly started the process and soon the spiritual armor and spiritual battle blade came down and were handed to Jiang Yun and Jiang Nannan. Such a peak experience caught Jiang Yun and the others a little off guard as well, and at the same time, they were grateful to Supervisor Zhang. Thank you, Supervisor Zhang, for your generosity. In the future, if you have any matters, you can ask your clan sister to notify me, and I will definitely do my best. Jiang Yun solemnly said. You're welcome. When Supervisor Zhang heard this, the smile on his face became even wider, especially when he looked at what the ogre was eating. Supervisor Zhang was even more excited. Click. Click. Opposite. Li Xian took a space fruit and gulped it down. This was what the transmigrant had exchanged with him at the auction house for a lot of water moistening pills. Sure. Compared to the space fruit, it was all worth it because the space fruit could increase the size of the carry-on space, and the space would be even bigger if it was taken for a long period of time. So Li Xian nibbled straight away and ate a dozen or so in a moment's time. The scene. Looking across the table, Supervisor Zhang even smiled, feeling that he had done the right thing. The reason why Supervisor Zhang was so generous was that he recognized the spatial fruit, which was very expensive, which proved that Jiang Yun was rich. Facing the Lord who was not poor, Supervisor Zhang would naturally be very generous, but that was not the point. The point is that the space fruit enhances the carry-on space and expands it, which also signals that the ogre has carry-on space. This, however, happened to be what Supervisor Zhang needed the most, because every time the Alchemy Union shipped goods, they would be attacked in various ways, resulting in heavy deaths and injuries. If there were space-based summoned beasts to transport them, it would save a lot of manpower and material resources, and would be worth too much more than spiritual armor. That was why Supervisor Zhang was rare and generous for a moment, taking the initiative to specialize a spiritual power battle knife. However, he was smart enough not to say anything about it, but was prepared to seek out Jiang Yun to deliver the goods once he had established a good relationship with him. One could even become good friends with Jiang Yun, and it wasn't a matter of words to ship something between friends. That's why Supervisor Zhang smiled and opened his mouth and kept shushing Jiang Yun. Such a scene caused Jiang Yun to be somewhat flattered and could only smile as he chatted with Supervisor Zhang. In the counter. A few young ladies' brain are a bit blindfolded, can't figure out this supervisor today which tendon is wrong, even uncharacteristically so enthusiastic. This is really a bit puzzling. When Jiang Yun and the others left, a young lady at the counter couldn't help but say, Supervisor Zhang, what's wrong with you today? Why do you look like a different person? There is? I just hit it off with Jiang Yun. I feel like he's a friend who's worth befriending with you. He's a brother of your clan, right? Which branch is he from? It's from the 6th Elders branch. Supervisor Zhang, do you really want to befriend Jiang Yun? The counter lady inquired again, looking at Supervisor Zhang suspiciously, feeling that Supervisor Zhang was playing a trick. Of course, don't underestimate people. Although I'm usually stingy, I've always been generous with my friends, and it's normal for me and Jiang Yun to throw in the towel and take care of each other. Supervisor Zhang continued. Yes? The counter lady was still skeptical, and made a secret note of this matter in her mind, ready to turn back and investigate properly. The other side. Jang Yun walked out of the store with his spiritual armor and battle sword in a cloud, staring blankly at the bustling streets. He only felt as if he was dreaming, and couldn't figure out how he got these spiritual equipment, which really puzzled them.
Sis, that Supervisor Zhang is a good person,
Jang Yun said. Strange, he doesn't look like a generous person. Why is he so kind to us? Could there be some purpose?
We'll have to pay more attention in the future, Jiang Nannan said seriously.
Let's talk about it later then. Let's go back and pack up. We'll go to the Bloodsea stronghold tomorrow.
Well, I hope everything goes well and we don't run into any dangerous blood beasts. Don't worry, it'll go well. Chapter 116 Li Xian's chain reaction.
Next, Jiang Yun and Jiang Nannan left to pack up their things at home. But the logistics team leader in the Holy War store, who had taken in everything that had just happened, looked at Supervisor Zhang with a gloating gaze. This store was so important that it was staffed by people from all sides of the force, and hookups happened basically every day. And right now, the spiritual power battle knife that Supervisor Zhang had specially granted to Jiang Yun was actually a piece of leverage that was well worth grabbing. Because there was a huge difference between the spiritual battle blade and the spiritual armor, the spiritual battle blade was worth more expensive and was equivalent to 3 pieces of spiritual armor. Now that Supervisor Zhang had given special authorization to go out to the spiritual power battle knife, this was overstepping his authority. If this matter was reported to the Grand Elder of the Alchemy Guild, then Supervisor Zhang's position would be unstable. The gloating logistics team leader quickly left the store and headed straight for the Alchemy Guild. Half an hour later, Supervisor Zhang received a notification from the Alchemy Guild that the guild president and the Grand Elder had something to inquire about, requesting that Supervisor Zhang head to the Alchemy Guild immediately. Such a notice caused Supervisor Zhang to frown. He said helplessly, "I was going to talk about this later, but since someone wants to eat their words, let's talk about it." Supervisor Zhang picked up a piece of space fruit residue on the ground and put it into a small box before striding to the Alchemy Guild.
Alchemy Guild Conference Room.
The guild president and the Grand Elder, as well as the logistics team leader, were waiting quietly, and when they saw Supervisor Zhang walk in, the atmosphere immediately became a little more oppressive.
Supervisor Zhang, just now, the Grand Elder reflected on a matter, saying that you had been specially authorized as spiritual power battle knife. Is this the case?
The white-haired president calmly said. Yes, Lord President, I did special authorize a battle sword.
Supervisor Zhang nodded without hesitation.
See, he admitted it. Such an act of overstepping one's authority must be dealt with seriously. The Grand Elder opened his mouth, his attitude very brutal and arrogant.
Why the special authorization? Give me a reason. The president ignored the Grand Elder and turned to Supervisor Zhang. Lord President, this is the reason. Supervisor Zhang opened the small box and handed it over. What's this? A piece of fruit residue? Are you messing with me?
The Grand Elder looked at the remnants of the fruit in the small box, his hair windless, his eyes staring at Supervisor Zhang like a falcon. It was obvious that the Grand Elder thought that Supervisor Zhang was posturing, and if the president wasn't here, the Grand Elder would have already gone ballistic. The main Grand Elder came from the royal family and had a deep background, and although he was straight and short-tempered, he was strong enough that even the guildmaster was scornful.
Ha!
A soft eep suddenly rang out in the conference room, drawing everyone's attention. Only seeing the guildmaster carefully looking at the fruit residue, he couldn't help but say, "It's actually this kind of fruit. Does that mean?" "Yes, Mr. Chairman, it's just what you think. The person who applied for the equipment is called Jiang Yun, and his two-headed ogre ate a dozen or so of these fruits. That's why I specially approved the spiritual power battle knife, but from the looks of it, the Jiang family doesn't seem to be aware of this matter." Supervisor Zhang said seriously.
The Jiang family doesn't even know? Well, you've done well, very well.
The guild leader praised with delight.
What the hell are you talking about? How come I can't understand? The Grand Elder was bewildered, his wrinkled old face filled with puzzlement. Supervisor Zhang, tell the Grand Elder about this matter. The president smiled. It's the president. Supervisor Zhang got the order and finally dared to be truthful as he took a deep breath and said seriously.
This residue is not an ordinary fruit residue, but a residue called a space fruit. The space fruit is highly valued. A single one is equivalent to a battle sword. The biggest function of the space fruit is to expand the size of the carry-on space, and with such a fruit, that ogre ate a dozen of them, which means that there is a high chance that the ogre will have carry-on space.
Carry-on space? You mean carry-on space? Wouldn't that help us transport goods?
That's a very scarce and rare talent. The Grand Elder got excited, his eyes getting brighter and brighter, feeling that it was perfectly fine to special authorize a battle sword, even if it was a bit stingy. It was important to realize that a large amount of the Empire's strategic materials needed to be transported, but the dark creatures were becoming more and more arrogant, leading to many failed deliveries and causing the Empire to suffer heavy losses. If one had a good relationship with the space-summoning beast, then the problem of transporting goods would naturally be solved, so the Grand Elder felt that Supervisor Zhang's approach was very correct. Even a battle sword was already quite stingy compared to a space-summoning beast, and more should be given to the other party, only then could the relationship be drawn out. Maybe the ogre doesn't know that it's a space fruit and is just eating it for fun, otherwise why is Zhang Yun so poor? The logistics team leader spoke up, hitting the nail on the head. Such words caused the Grand Elder and Supervisor Zhang to freeze, somewhat unable to refute it, as it was really possible. Don't worry, what you said about this doesn't hold water at all. The space fruit has a characteristic that only beings with space can consume it. The president said indifferently. Surprisingly, there is such a point of knowledge, worthy of being the president. Supervisor Zhang gave a well-timed pat on the back, and at the same time learned a point of knowledge. It's still the president who knows a lot, unlike me who only knows cultivation. The Grand Elder patted his own head, more or less embarrassed. That's why it's important to learn and read more, don't just think about practicing, you'll practice silly. The president smiled confidently. So what if you're stupid? When we were kids, you were a genius, I was a royal fop, you were 2 realms ahead of me, and everyone praised you for. But right now you're only a silver beginner and I'm a silver great circle, I'm 3 levels higher than you, now even if I beat you up, what can you do? The eldest elder said arrogantly, although his brain is not good, but he recognized one thing, strength determines everything, so he cultivated hard for decades and succeeded in overtaking. And his words made the president speechless, unable to say anything to retort, no way, can't beat it. Ahem, President, Grand Elder, now that Zhang Yun is going to the Blood Sea stronghold, it's not safe there, should we do something? Supervisor Zhang hurriedly changed the topic. Of course, we must protect Zhang Yun's safety, and at the same time give him more resources and money. We can't be like you, pulling in ogres with carry-on space, and you've only taken out a battle knife, how stingy. The Grand Elder said disdainfully. Supervisor Zhang was speechless, it was so hard for him to be bold, but he was still being called stingy, this really depressed him. Stingy indeed, this is a carry-on space, we must find a way to pull it together, turn around, and I'll talk to the logistics officer of the Blood Sea stronghold and ask him to take care of Zhang Yun. The president nodded. Your logistics officer tops, my brother is the great general there, I'll say hello to that side later. The great elder pulled out a loud voice and said. It's true that General Song has a lot of power, but he has too many things on his plate to take care of as well as the logistics officer. The president shook his head. That's not necessarily true, I'll personally contact him, I'm sure I can take care of Zhang Yun. The Grand Elder said in disbelief. Then we'll see. Chapter 117, Spending 15,000 Honor Points. After an argument, the crowd left the conference room and went back to their respective homes, ready to mobilize their contacts. Recognizing that he had been too stingy before, Supervisor Zhang decided to mobilize his contacts once again and take care of Zhang Yun and the ogre more, as well as pulling the strings faster. And the logistics team leader was most worried that what he had just reported must have offended Supervisor Zhang. In the future, if Supervisor Zhang pulled a good relationship with Zhang Yun, then I'm afraid that he, the logistics team leader, would be finished, which made the logistics team leader have to think of a way. Supervisor Zhang can pull strings with Zhang Yun, wouldn't I? I don't dare to say about other places, but Blood Sea Stronghold, my Song Xiaoshuai's connections are harder than yours. When I pull my strings with Zhang Yun and the ogre ahead of time, I'll see how you can screw me over in the future. The logistics team leader secretly said. With this thought in mind, Song Xiaoshuai, the head of the logistics team, left with quick steps, mobilizing his contacts first as fast as he could. Zhang Yun, who was at the center of the event, didn't know about it, and he was still preparing quickly at home, working for a while before he was ready. However, at this time, someone sent a message for Zhang Yun to gather at the entrance of the Zhang family compound tomorrow morning, saying that there were a few other young people that would go to the Blood Sea stronghold together. Most of these people were not talented and were abandoned juniors, but there was one person who caused Zhang Yun to wonder, and that was Zhang Zhan. Zhang Zhan actually went to the Blood Sea stronghold as well. Strange, his dragon mighty beast is so strong, why did he go to the Blood Sea stronghold as well? Could it be that the family, in order to solve the psychological shadow of the dragon mighty beast, deliberately let Zhang Zhan join you, after all, to unring the bell? Zhang Nan Nan voiced her speculation. That's possible, this trip will be safer if he goes. Jiang Yun thought of the importance his grandfather placed on Jiang battle, and his heart secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, Grandpa would never allow anything to happen to Jiang battle, so he would definitely greet the Blood Sea stronghold in advance so that you would be safer. Yeah, that's much more reassuring. While Jiang Yun and Jiang Nannan were at ease, Li Xian sat not far away and continued to eat. A few minutes later, all the materials obtained from the auction house had been eaten, including the flame essence that was rewarded by the world announcement, which Li Xian had also eaten long ago. The result was that Li Xian's strength had received an unprecedented boost, which caused Li Xian to slowly open his data panel with anticipation. Ding! Name, Li Xian, 16,400 honor points. Physical, two-headed ogre, black iron lower. Soul, black iron great perfection. Royal Master, Qin Yu. Abilities, underwater breathing, carry space, simulated communication, grand rounds defense, grand rounds self-healing, grand rounds fireball. Advanced, tornado, speed enhancement, stealth, change, meteor firestorm, combat instinct, magma survival, healing spells, god's perspective, giganticization, dragon power, ground spike, earth wall, poison resistance, cold freeze, wind wings. Transcendence, strange strength, self-destruct. Watching his strength rise again, Li Xian was very satisfied, but the materials that could be obtained from the auction house were at most advanced. If you wanted to reach the great perfection, you would need essence, but it was so valuable that it was not easy to get it. However, with the Imperial Lord present, this matter was naturally left to the Imperial Lord, so Li Xian turned to Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun, if you see any materials like essence, get them no matter what, I need them badly. Li Xian said indifferently. Good. Good. Jiang Yun was also startled when he heard Li Xian's words in the cold, but the ogre was his own summoned beast, so Jiang Yun definitely had to take care of it. Big brother, what is the essence? Devil Second couldn't help but say. You'll find out later. Li Xian didn't want to say more and continued to browse through the memories in his mind with his eyes closed. This ogre's memories were very numerous, and although they were disorganized, they had grown Li Xian's insights, and Li Xian had also discovered a problem. That is, the Black Iron ranked ogre had two talents, one was Advanced Meteor Fire Rain, which was possessed by Li Xian. The other was an intermediate level of physical enhancement, possessed by Demon 2, which might be an ability unique to the two-headed ogre. For this Li Xian just looked at it for a few moments and then stopped paying attention to it, instead looking towards the auction house as a line of beeps appeared in his mind. Hint, the new function of honor point elimination is opened. In the future, various items will randomly appear in the auction house and can be auctioned with honor points. With this beep, 30 soul crystals that could nourish the soul appeared in the auction house, with a starting price of 500 honor points apiece. The auction party was labeled not as a transmuter, but as a summoned beast world, which also made Li Xian's eyes light up. Because of these 30 soul crystals, not a single person bid on them, which meant that no one had many honor points, and only Li Xian himself had 16,400 honor points. Great opportunity, auction it off immediately. Li Xian wouldn't miss such a great opportunity because it was very hard to raise his soul, and it had only been so long that he was only at the Black Iron Great Circle. And it was with Qin Yu, a tenfold counterfeiter, plus the counterfeiting of an ordinary summoner like Jiang Yun, whose soul was only at the Black Iron Great Circle. Now with these 30 soul crystals, there was a high chance that his soul would continue to advance to its limit, and he might be able to break through to the bronze level in the future. With anticipation, Li Xian began the dirt sheep auction. While Li Xian was preparing for the auction, the transmigrators in the 1000 channel, who had also heard the beep, looked at the 30 soul crystals expectantly. Surprisingly, it's a soul crystal that enhances the soul, good stuff, and the price of 500 honor points isn't too expensive. When I save up enough, I'll definitely shoot them all. Someone said. Thinking about farts to eat, I only have over 100 honor points right now, I can't even afford to buy a soul crystal, I'm a Black Iron rank. The Black Iron Grade Transported Beast said. I also have more than 100 honor points, these honor points can't be accumulated well, it's good to be able to buy one, it seems that I have to work hard to kill the foreigners. The Black Iron Great Turtle shook its head. I have slightly more honor points, more than 200, but it's still not enough to buy one, it's too hard. The Black Iron Stoner sighed. Crocodile Beast, how many honor points do you have? I feel like you definitely have more than us. The Black Iron Grade Yeti Beast raised outs. I have 350 honor points, only 150 points left from 500. The Crocodile Beast confidently returned. 350 points, that's a lot, I'm envious. I'm envious too, if only I had that much. The crowd spoke with envy, sighing that the crocodile beast was rich enough to get so many honor points. Also at this time, the soul crystal in the auction house suddenly disappeared and was auctioned off. What the hell? How come the soul crystals are gone? The black iron grade stoner hurriedly said. You guys look at the auction information, it was bought by the change beast big brother, all 30 of them were auctioned off. 30? Wouldn't that be 15,000 honor points? It's too earthy. OMG, 15,000 honor points, change beast big brother, please be a human. Worthy of being a change beast big brother, it's really a big deal. A large number of messages flashed in the chat channel, and the already lively chat channel flashed endless messages. The crocodile beast that was just full of confidence, looked at the disappearing soul crystal, and thought that he only had 350 honor points, and the 15,000 honor points of the change beast, which was a world of difference. This gap, this sense of blow, made it hard for the crocodile beast to die, but he couldn't do anything about it. Because he thought of the previous world announcement, which hinted at the honor points gained by the change beast, it was just that the crocodile beast didn't expect the change beast to be so generous as to spend so much. It also had a good chance of indicating that the change beast had quite a few honor points, otherwise it wouldn't be so dirt cheap, which was pretty stressful. It's too strong, the change beast big guy must still have a lot of honor points, the big guy has bought my stuff with honor points before. The black-haired dog jumped out to explain, and although he had been pitted by the change beast, he didn't care at all. Even the black-haired dog now regarded himself as the little brother of the change beast, flattering it every day, and even considered it honorable to be pitched a handful of times by the change beast. Alas, people are more angry than people, let's all work harder in the future and try to kill more foreigners and get more honor points. The black iron stone man sighed. Yeah, when we save up enough, the next time soul crystals appear in the auction house, we'll be qualified to buy them as well. Yeah. Chapter 118 Spiritual Power Carriage. The messages in the chat channel brushed endlessly, and many of the transmigrants were in awe because of Li Xian's big gesture. Unbeknownst to them, Li Xian didn't pay any attention to them at all, instead taking the soul crystal and absorbing it continuously. Just like a sponge sucking up water, it hungrily absorbed soul crystals, enhancing its own soul power. Half an hour later, Li Xian felt full, as if he had eaten too much, and a meditative feeling filled his heart that it was the path to the bronze level. Soon, very soon, in a little while, my soul will inevitably break through the bronze level. Joy surfaced in Li Xian's heart. After absorbing 30 soul crystals, he finally saw the way forward. As long as it took some time, he could definitely make a breakthrough, which also made Li Xian very happy. In such a mood, Li Xian fell into sleep and waited for the dawn to come. The following morning, the sun shone brightly on the earth, bringing vitality to everything. Jiang Yun woke up early, said goodbye to his family after shuffling around, and left the house with the ogre, arriving at the entrance of the Jiang family compound some time later. So many people. Arriving near the Jiang family compound, Jiang Yun saw many people gathered at the entrance plaza, arranged in their respective lines. At the front of the line, a signpost was erected with the destination written on it. Jiang Yun was soon at the very edge of the area and saw the signage for the Blood Sea stronghold, as well as the 3 peers waiting in line. Jiang Yun immediately walked over to the line and stood behind the 3 to begin waiting. After Jiang Yun came here, the cow leader at the forefront quickly locked onto Jiang Yun and muttered darkly after carefully sizing him up. Strange, it doesn't feel like anything special. Why did Supervisor Zhang look for me last night and ask me to take care of Jiang Yun and his summoned beasts? And also gave me a gift, it's really strange. Leader Niu was a bit puzzled. It was reasonable to say that Jiang Yun was a member of their Jiang family, and Supervisor Zhang came from the Alchemy Guild. The matter of taking care of Jiang Yun should be taken care of as a member of Zhang's family themselves, and should not be helped by Supervisor Zhang, an outsider. However, the fact that Supervisor Zhang had said that Jiang Yun was his close friend and had even given him a not-so-light gift was beyond the Niu leader's ability to figure out. The power behind Supervisor Zhang is the Alchemy Guild. In the future, I will definitely need Supervisor Zhang's help, and since Jiang Yun is a close friend of Supervisor Zhang, he naturally needs to take care of him. The bull leader muttered darkly, beckoned to someone in the distance, said something, and then the man departed. Soon after, a psychic horse carriage stopped a short distance away and waited quietly. Time passed, and soon a portion of the group came together and strutted toward their destination. In less than 10 minutes, only Jiang Yun and his team were left at the entire site without setting off. Everyone else had left and traveled on foot to the stationing location. Why isn't Jiang Zhan coming? It's past time. Jiang Yun frowned. Jiang Yun, keep your voice down, now that Jiang Zhan's status is even higher. Yesterday I saw 6th Grandpa taking Jiang Zhan to the patriarch's place. When he left, Jiang Zhan took a token, the elite clan token. A little fat man in the front hurriedly said. An elite clan token? Jiang War actually got this token. Jiang Yun was surprised. Yeah, having a token means being valued by the clan, and in the future, Jiang Battle will receive a great deal of resources. At that time, his strength will rapidly increase and his status will grow higher and higher. The future is bright. Little Fatty said enviously. That's awesome, looks like I need to cultivate harder. Jiang Yun also envied. The other 2 clansmen were equally envious, feeling that Jiang Zhan was bound to soar in the future, so they were prepared to strike up a good relationship with Jiang Zhan, or even become Jiang Zhan's squad. Also at this time, Jiang Zhan walked confidently from the distance with the dragon mighty beast in tow, the elite clan token hanging from his waist. Brother Jiang Zhan is here, I'll give you my place. When little Fatty saw Jiang Zhan, he immediately fawned and opened his mouth, and even gave up the first position in line to Jiang Zhan. Aha! Jiang Zhan nodded, his tone flat, only the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl into a smile. Brother Jiang Zhan, why did you go to the Blood Sea stronghold even though you're so powerful? It's not a good place there. Yes, Brother Jiang Zhan has a bright future ahead of him, he shouldn't go to a dangerous place like the Blood Sea stronghold. The other 2 clansmen similarly opened their mouths to flatter, and their attitude towards Jiang Zhan was flattering. Jiang Zhan couldn't help but say as he listened to the words of the 2 and became even more complacent. Although the Blood Sea stronghold is dangerous, it's also a good place to exercise. I'm naturally not afraid of challenges as an elite clan member. A small Blood Sea stronghold is hard to defeat. Brother Jiang Zhan is awesome, worthy of being an elite clan member, his thoughts are just different from ours. Little Fatty continued to fawn. It's indeed different, Brother Jiang Zhan's future goal is the bronze level, or even the silver level. This is a real powerhouse, it's not the same as us. Yeah. The 3 Jiang family members surrounded Jiang Zhan and flattered him, wanting to strike a good relationship with Jiang Zhan and even do things for him, becoming Jiang Zhan's subordinate squad. There was no excuse for what they were doing, many strong people needed subordinates around them to do things, and it was crucial that these subordinates lived a good life and raked in a lot of oil and water. But Jiang Yun didn't like this kind of flattery too much, even if he could get benefits. Jiang Yun didn't go up to flatter and only watched from the side. The others didn't say anything about what he did, and even Jiang Zhan didn't say anything. Because Jiang Zhan knew that he would inevitably achieve supremacy in the future and was not on the same path as Jiang Yun, just like the difference between an ant and a dragon. Even Jiang Zhan felt that Jiang Yun wasn't qualified to be his lapdog, even if this trip to the Blood Sea stronghold was to remove the psychological shadow of the dragon mighty beast. However, Jiang War still viewed Jiang Yun as a stepping stone on the path to power. This also led to the fact that Jiang Zhan calmly glanced at Jiang Yun and didn't care, just having a chat with a few doglegs. Well, we should get going. The cow leader spoke up, heading toward the wagon that was not far away. The crowd looked at the ox leader leading the way in front of them, and then looked at the spiritual power carriage, and were suddenly pleasantly surprised. Because the major teams that left the Jiang family to head to the garrison strongholds did so on foot, very few of them took horse-drawn carriages. But now, surprisingly, there was a carriage waiting in front of them, which caused the crowd to look at Jiang Zhan. Surprisingly, it's a spirit power carriage. Our family has a rule that all the children must leave the city on foot. Although it's for the purpose of exercising the children, it's also to save money. However, some particularly important people would also ride in a special spiritual power carriage, which was a symbol of being valued. Now that a carriage has appeared here, could it be for Brother Jiang Zhan? Little Fatty said in surprise. It's possible, we're all abandoned family descendants, and only Brother Jiang Zhan has a high status and is qualified to ride in a spiritual power carriage. Yes, following Brother Jiang Zhan is good, we can also ride the spiritual power carriage. The 3 juniors were talking, even though it was a spirit power carriage, it showed an attitude, a trend, proving that Jiang Zhan was valued by the family. That's why the crowd looked at Jiang Zhan with surprise and envy. Chapter 119 Blood Sea Stronghold. Jiang Zhan, who was at the center of the crowd's attention, was actually a bit surprised, and he didn't expect there to be a spiritual power carriage either. The key this carriage had been reinforced, and all around it were protective steel plates, which were the material used to make spiritual armor. It was considered quite a good carriage. But now, the carriage was right in front of him, obviously prepared for him, which surprised Jiang Zhan. I didn't realize that the family was so good to me that they even prepared a carriage, it's great. Zhang Zhan was proud of himself and led the crowd to the carriage with quick steps, ready to get on the carriage. You guys don't block the way to the carriage, this is not for you, stay aside. The ox leader looked at Little Fatty and the others with dissatisfaction. Yes. Yes. Little Fatty and the others hurriedly got out of the way, but their eyes looked towards Zhang Zhan, because Zhang Zhan didn't get on the carriage, which made it even more clear that it was prepared for Zhang Zhan alone. Zhang War, please, please. Little Fatty said in a bashful manner. Aha! Zhang Zhan angled his head and lifted his feet to get ready to get on the carriage. Stop, didn't I say so? This carriage isn't for you guys, get out of the way. The ox leader looked at Zhang Zhan in annoyance. Such a repulsion caused Zhang Zhan to faintly freeze, his face instantly turning bad, feeling humiliated. However, the ox leader was a senior, so Zhang Zhan was not in a position to say anything, and could only move aside with a black face. At this moment, there was no longer anyone blocking the way to the carriage, but everyone became curious as to who the spiritual power carriage was for. And in the midst of the crowd's curiosity, the bull leader, who had just finished losing his temper, turned his head and his attitude instantly became gentle as he looked towards Zhang Yun and the two-headed ogre. Zhang Yun, get on the carriage, this is the carriage prepared for you, as well as your summoned beasts along with you. The ox leader said amiably. What? For Zhang Yun? And his summoned beasts? I didn't hear wrong, did I? Little Fatty froze, staring blankly at the bull leader. The other two juniors next to him were also dumbfounded, staring at the bull leader in stupefaction, suspecting that they had heard wrong. Leader Ox, did you just say that the carriage is for Zhang Yun? Why? Obviously I'm the elite clan member, even I can't get on the carriage, why should Zhang Yun be able to? And that summoned beast was even allowed to get on the carriage, that's too unfair, isn't it? Zhang Zhan said with a dark face. Fair? This is a carriage that someone paid for Zhang Yun to hire, it's not the family's carriage, what's fair about it? The ox leader retorted. Huh? Someone hired a carriage for Zhang Yun? Surprisingly. Little Fatty came to a sudden realization. If that's the case, then it really has nothing to do with fairness. The other two juniors nodded. So, don't think you have an elite token and feel terrific, Lao Zi also has an elite token, but still not the same walk, a broken sign to take out to show off, pretending to be a fart of a big-tail wolf. The ox leader gave Zhang Zhan a disdainful glance, very dissatisfied that Zhang Zhan had hung the token on his waist. Me. Zhang Zhan was infuriated enough, but he didn't dare to say anything, he could only keep his face black and not speak, feeling humiliated to the core. When Leader Bull saw that Zhang Zhan was not speaking anymore, he let out a cold snort and turned his head to look at Zhang Yun before his attitude shifted. Zhang Yun, get on the carriage, this carriage is big enough to sit you and the ogre. Well. Okay, thanks, may I ask who prepared the carriage for me? Zhang Yun couldn't help but say. It's Supervisor Zhang from the Holy War store, he said that he's good friends with you and specially spent money to prepare this for you. The ox leader explained. So it's Supervisor Zhang, he's such a nice guy. Zhang Yun was surprised, he didn't expect Supervisor Zhang to treat him so well and even hired him a carriage, which made Zhang Yun grateful from the bottom of his heart. Okay, get in the car, we don't have much time, let's get going. With the ox leader's urging words, Zhang Yun and Li Xian boarded the carriage and began to head out of the city. Zhang Zhan and the other three clansmen looked enviously at the carriage in front of them, and someone said sourly. Isn't it just a spiritual power carriage? What's the big deal, and you won't let us sit in it? There are a lot of dark creatures outside the city, they might attack the wagon first. I don't think so, we seem to be more likely to be attacked when we're outside the carriage. Fatty reminded a word. You can talk less. Well. The team set off, heading towards the Bloodsea stronghold, except that Zhang Zhan was in a very bad mood and his face was very gloomy. I remember that Supervisor Zhang has his back to the Alchemy Guild, why is he so nice to Zhang Yun? Go back and investigate to see what's going on. Zhang Zhan secretly muttered, for Zhang's supervisor this matter on the heart, ready to properly investigate. In such a mood. The crowd arrived outside the Holy War City and saw an endless expanse of black grass, yes, black grass. This world has been under attack by the Dark Legion for many years, and the entire West has fallen to the Dark Legion's stronghold and has been attacked all the way to the city of Holy War. It was also fortunate that there were many spirit martial artists from the Eastern Ancient Kingdom here, with a giant family like the Zhang family. After a grueling battle, the legions of darkness were finally held back, keeping them out of the Canyon of Death. However, the Dark Legion was too powerful, and the human race died many strong people in this great battle. Even the number one strongest person of the human race at that time died, and died with the most powerful person of the Dark Legion. And the place where they died formed a weird pool of blood, a weird place that could constantly give birth to blood beasts. These blood beasts were very cruel, attacking all targets, whether they were human or Dark Legions, all of them attacked. It was a good thing that the blood beasts were of the highest silver rank, which didn't cause any major danger. However, blood beasts were condensed from blood and had no weaknesses. Even if their bodies blew up they could quickly fuse together, and if they returned to the blood pool they could quickly recover from any injuries. Such difficult blood beasts forced the people to station their strongholds to resist the blood beasts, and even find ways to drive the blood beasts towards the Dark Legion. Sure. The Dark Legion had also set up a stronghold on the other side to exterminate the blood beasts, and likewise drove them towards the human side. In short, the blood beasts became a heartbreak that both the human race and the Dark Legion had to pay attention to. All these plants have turned black, a lot of the food is contaminated, and we don't feel comfortable walking around here. Yeah, these plants can contaminate us too, they have to be separated by psychic power or they're a pain in the ass. Abominable legions of darkness, abominable creatures of darkness, how in the world can we hold them off completely? Zhang Zhan and Little Fatty spoke in hateful voices, very worried about the pollution here, and the Dark Legions, fearing that they would make a comeback. In such a heavy mood, the crowd continued on their way, and after a long journey, they finally arrived at their destination, at the Blood Sea Stronghold. The moment. Zhang Zhan and the others were already tired and out of breath, mainly because the pollution here was so severe that they had to rely on their spiritual energy to fight against the polluted plants underneath their feet to prevent them from being contaminated. It was also exhausting to keep a watchful eye on their surroundings, killing wild animals that came out and removing contaminated plants. When it was not far from the Blood Sea Stronghold and they saw the small city with the words Blood Sea Stronghold written on it, they finally revealed a smile. But when they looked at Zhang Yun, who had come down from the carriage, Zhang Zhan and the rest of them did not look good. Because Zhang Yun didn't have to do anything in the carriage, he could just squint and sleep. And they have to work hard to fight off the contaminated plants and remove the contaminated beasts that scurry out. With such a difference in contrast, it made Zhang Zhan and the rest of them extremely jealous and feel dissatisfied. It was good to see the people who came to meet them when they arrived near the small town. Zhang War, isn't that your sister Zhang Xiaoyu? She actually came to pick you up. I heard that your sister is the vice captain of the elite team, very strong. Little Fatty was surprised. Well, she worked very hard and was taken seriously as soon as she came here, and later became the vice captain of the elite team. Her future is bright. Zhang Zhan smiled. That's great, I wish I had such a wonderful sister, eh? Who is the bald guy standing in front of your sister? I see that your sister is very respectful to him. I'm not sure, I guess it's my sister's leader or something. Strange, why would such a person come out to greet? Zhang Zhan was puzzled. It must be to greet you, your sister is so outstanding, the leader must appreciate it, and you are also a genius, the leader heard about it, he must come out to see it, and greet you by the way. I also think it's to greet you, a few of us are renounced clansmen, and no one is qualified to be greeted by your sister's leader except you. Chapter 120 Captain Bald. A few clansmen came together to talk, looking away from Zhang Battle's sister, Zhang Xiaoyu. Zhang Xiaoyu and Zhang Battle were the offspring of the sixth elder's favorite wife, a wife who was not only beautiful, but later died trying to save the sixth elder. This led to the sixth elder favoring Zhang Xiaoyu and Zhang Zhan, taking great care of them. Zhang Xiaoyu and Zhang Battle were also very powerful, with extraordinary talent, and were highly valued. The two siblings were very close and distant from other siblings. For example, Zhang Yun, he and Zhang Zhan's siblings are not close. It is said that in the beginning of their families, there was an infighting, the two sides are not close. Pulling away, the line of sight once again returned to Zhang Xiaoyu's side. At this moment, Zhang Xiaoyu was helplessly looking at her captain and said in a depressed manner, "Bald captain, let's go back, there's no need to wait for my brother here." "That's no good, that's your brother, how can you not take care of it, besides, sooner or later he'll know about us." The bald captain smiled, looking at Zhang Xiaoyu with adoration. Ugh! Zhang Xiaoyu sighed. She originally didn't want to let her family know about this so early, preferring to speak to her family after the bald captain's silver level, so that it would be more of a deterrent. But it's okay to say it now, it's just a little more stressful, so she said again. "Think about it, when the time comes you can only join my family, after all, my family is a summoner family." It's fine, I'm unattached, I'm not excluded from joining the family, as long as I have you, I'm willing to go anywhere. The bald captain solemnly said. "Alright then, let's meet with my brother, by the way, although Jiang Yun is also my brother, he is 13 mother's child, so the relationship is rather rusty. Zhang Xiaoyu thought about it and said, Okay, I know what to do, and I'm sure it's only the best for Jiang Zhan's brother. The bald captain assured. That's good, eh? Here they come. When Zhang Xiaoyu saw Jiang Zhan and the others in the distance, she immediately brightened up and hurriedly waved her little hand at Jiang Zhan. Brother, come here. Sis. Jiang Zhan led the crowd to walk over quickly and greeted them warmly. Both sides introduced each other. The bald captain was even more enthusiastic, affectionately let the crowd call him bald captain, treating Jiang Zhan that was too good to be true. Fatty and the others vaguely understood something when they saw such an enthusiastic bald captain, and then looked at the way Zhang Xiaoyu and the bald captain were so close. When it was confirmed that the bald captain was only 22 years old and had reached bronze medium strength, the clan members immediately looked at Jiang Zhan with envy. Because of this age to reach bronze medium, there is a big chance to reach silver level in the future and become a big brother of the party. Although it was the silver level of a spirit martial artist, not the silver level of a summoner, it was still scary and respectable, and such a person would most likely become Jiang Zhan's brother-in-law in the future. That was why the clan's gaze towards Jiang Zhan changed once again, becoming more and more respectful and fawning towards him. By the time they arrived within the small city of the Blood Sea stronghold, they were directly attributed to the Bald Squad. Come, this is your dormitory, 2 to a room, and you will live here from now on. The bald captain led the crowd to the barracks and began to arrange them. Due to the small size of this city, the dormitory was also very small, and 2 people had to live in such a small dormitory, and with the addition of the summoned beasts, it became even more crowded. So Jiang Zhan was a bit unable to accept it and said, The dormitory is so small, do we really need to live with 2 people? They are 2 to a room, you must have 1 to yourself, I'm here, don't worry. The bald captain smiled. Thanks, Captain Bald, for the trouble. Jiang Zhan's eyes lit up when he heard this. Although living alone was also a bit cramped, it was better than 2 people squeezing into 1 room, and such differentiation made Jiang Zhan very happy. When little Fatty and the others heard this, they looked enviously at Jiang Zhan, feeling that having a relationship was good, taking care of it everywhere. Can I have a room alone as well? My 2-headed ogre is huge and there's really no way I can squeeze into a room with others? Jiang Yun walked out and said. There are no more extra quarters, besides this is a barracks, not at home. Barracks have barracks rules, you must follow orders, understand? The bald captain said seriously. Okay. Jiang Yun felt stifled in his heart after being reprimanded, but he couldn't say anything and could only think about what to do. Alright, today you guys rest, tomorrow you guys bring your respective teams and go on a primary quest. There's a quest hall with battle merit exchange details, I'll arrange it then. After the bald captain finished speaking, he patted Jiang Zhan's shoulder and turned around to leave with large strides. When the bald captain left, the crowd then came together to flatter Jiang Zhan. Brother Jiang Zhan, I really envy you, it's so nice to have a dormitory of your own. Yes, I see that Captain Bald seems to be interested in your sister. In case your sister agrees, maybe Captain Bald will have to enter your family and become your brother-in-law. Captain Bald is a bronze medium. With a rank like this at such a young age, his future potential is extraordinary, he might be able to break through to the silver rank. If it really breaks through to the silver level, that would be truly amazing. A few clansmen gathered around Jiang Zhan and talked, looking at him enviously, their attitudes becoming more and more fawning. Jiang Zhan also couldn't help but smile when he heard this. In the 6th elder's lineage, only the 6th elder himself was at the silver level, and none of his fathers were strong enough. This has led to a somewhat green lineage, and it would be truly remarkable to add an incoming silver rank. So Jiang Zhan was very happy and felt more and more proud, especially when he looked at the dormitory in front of him. It's just nice to have connections. Jiang Zhan was smug, looking at Jiang Yun and the 2-headed ogre with a lofty gaze. It seemed that Jiang Zhan felt different and stood in a higher position. Also at this time, the bald captain, who had just left, came rushing back, carrying 2 quilts from a distance. Look, Jiang Zhan, the bald captain even gave you a new quilt, and it's 2 beds, that's great, we all have worn out old quilts. Fatty carried out a moldy quilt from the dormitory and looked at Jiang Zhan with some helplessness and some envy. Ha, Captain Bald is too good to me. Jiang Zhan finally couldn't help but laugh, feeling happy from the bottom of his heart. With this mood, Jiang Zhan took a step forward and said to the bald captain who was running. Captain Bald, are you giving me a quilt? Actually, 1 bed is enough, no need for 2. No, not for you. The bald captain immediately shook his head and looked intently at Jiang Yun, who was not far away. Ha? Not for me? Jiang Zhan froze, and the smile on his face froze directly. Yeah, it's not for you, get out of the way, I've got important business. The bald captain looked very grave as he quickly walked to Zhang Yun and handed him the 2 quilts. Zhang Yun, this is a quilt for you from the Lord Logistics Officer, one for you and one for your summoned beast. By the way, there is a small bag of beef jerky placed in the quilt. It is said that ogres like meat the most. This beef jerky is a snack for your summoned beasts. Chapter 121, Redemption of War Merits. Ha? For me and my summoned beast? Logistics Officer Sama? Zhang Yun was dumbfounded when he heard this, not understanding why this was, much less recognizing who the Lord Logistics Officer was. Don't you recognize Lord Logistics Officer? He's a silver rank, from the Alchemy Guild, and is a very powerful figure in the army. The bald captain gruffly said. I don't know, it's the first time I've heard of the Lord Logistics Officer. Zhang Yun was bewildered and couldn't figure out what was going on, feeling that this logistics officer was too considerate to prepare beef jerky for the ogre, as if he was taking care of the ogre. Strange, really strange. The bald captain felt strange when he saw that Zhang Yun didn't look like he was lying. Shortly after he had left this place just now, he had encountered the Lord Logistics Officer, and that Lord had repeatedly instructed him to take care of Zhang Yun and the ogre without a single omission. Such an admonition was strange and puzzling for the bald captain to figure out, especially since the ogre was treated so well as well. And for that reason, the bald captain felt that there was something going on here, possibly involving ogres. Captain Bald, can you really not give me a separate dormitory? My ogre doesn't like to be crammed in with others. Zhang Yun once again said apprehensively. That's... Yes, you can have a dormitory alone. The bald captain thought of the logistics officer's instructions and directly changed his words. But didn't you just say that there are no more spare rooms? Zhang Yun hesitated. It's fine, you'll stay in Zhang Battle's one dormitory, let him squeeze in with the others first. The bald captain deprived Zhang Zhan of that one dormitory. Captain Bald, I. Zhang Zhan was not happy, so small room to live 2 people, where to live, to know that his dragon mighty beast is 3 meters tall, then the ogre are half a meter taller. Zhang Battle, we'll give it a talk later, I'll arrange for Zhang Yun first. The bald captain immediately signaled, carefully arranging for Zhang Yun before leading Zhang Zhan away. Waiting until no one was around, the bald captain spoke to Zhang Zhan about what had just happened to the logistics officer, and then inquired. Zhang War, does your brother Zhang Yun have a special identity? No, he's ordinary, he's been ordinary for so many years, there's nothing special about him. Zhang Zhan was equally puzzled. Oh? And has anything unreasonable happened recently, and since when? The bald captain continued to inquire. Yes, there is one thing that is very unreasonable. Supervisor Zhang of the Holy Battle Store actually hired the spiritual power carriage specifically for Zhang Yun. That carriage is not cheap. Zhang Zhan continued to explain. Oh? Surprised? The bald captain was surprised. Yes, I'm also puzzled and can't figure out why this is. By the way, on the day of the contracted summoned beast, my dragon mighty beast was very afraid of Zhang Yun's ogre. Could it be related to the ogre? Zhang Zhan immediately said. The dragon WIRM is afraid of ogres? Surprisingly, there is such a thing? Something is wrong, something is very wrong, this ogre is very wrong. With a twinkle in his eye, the bald captain vaguely realized what was going on when he associated it with the logistics officer's instructions to take care of the ogre. My grandfather also suspected that the ogre was extraordinary before, and specially identified the ogre, and finally found that it was just an ordinary ogre. Later on, the matter of the dragon WIRM beast being timid was attributed to the fact that the dragon WIRM beast had a psychological shadow. Zhang Zhan continued to explain. It's possible, if it was before, I might have thought so too, but with the Lord Logistics Officer involved, this ogre is definitely not simple. The bald captain was very well aware of how shrewd and extraordinary the logistics officer was, and the fact that even this kind of character was involved was bound to prove that something was going on in there. Looks like it's time to do some investigating. Originally, I was thinking of letting you guys lead the primary mission alone. Now it doesn't seem appropriate. Should have done the quest under my watch so I could get a better look. The bald captain muttered, ready to secretly test the ogre. Zhang Battle, go back and observe Zhang Yun more, I'll bring you 2 to participate in the intermediate and high-level missions tomorrow. The bald captain said. Okay, I'll head back then. Well, go ahead. After Zhang Zhan left, the bald captain left with deep suspicion, pondering what secrets this held. The other side. Inside the dormitory. Li Xian alone dominated the bed, leaned back and took out a book to watch. Next to Jiang Yun can only be depressed to hit the ground. No way, cannot afford to mess with. A battle merit exchange system? Not bad, not bad. Li Xian looked at the books in his hands and joy surfaced in his heart. This book is a detailed description of war credit exchange, which depicts in detail what can be exchanged by consuming war credits. One of the things that caught Li Xian's eye was the essence. Yes, essence appears on the redemption catalog, and you can redeem essence for any battle credit you have. What a surprise, if we really get it, then. Li Xian continued to look through the book, preparing to exchange the essence through battle merit and improve his strength. Surprisingly, there are still soul crystals. Well, even though the quantity is very small and the price is very expensive, it's still an absolute good thing that can't be missed. Li Xian was pleasantly surprised and was even more eager for battle credits, looking forward to acquiring a large amount of battle credits in the future. In such anticipation, Li Xian closed his eyes and began to rest. Only the head next to him came from the flood of snores. Noisy Li Xian is very annoying, noisy he cannot sleep. In a bad mood, Li Xian slapped a slap, the world was immediately quiet, and Li Xian went back to sleep. It really hurts. Devil 2 touched his head in aggravation, his heart was depressed, but he didn't dare to lose his temper, he could only look at Li Xian in aggravation before closing his eyes again. The following morning, the sun shone brightly on the earth, bringing vitality to everything. Li Xian woke up early and picked up the sleeping Jiang Yun directly to wake him up, then brought the confused Jiang Yun to the mission hall. The moment. The mission hall was densely packed with people coming in, a summoner with their respective spirit warriors picking up the mission and then setting off towards the mission location. Li Xian looked at one of the quest plaques above the quest hall and frowned as he looked at the low-level quest rewards on them. A low-level quest only gives 100 battle merit? That's too little, it'll take a long time for this amount of battle merit to be exchanged for essence and soul crystals. Li Xian's brows furrowed, feeling somewhat troubled. The intermediate quest rewards aren't low, with a minimum of 1000 battle merit, but why does it have to be a bronze-level expert? Li Xian's brows tightened the more he frowned, feeling that the requirements of this mission were also too much. However, he also understood that the reason for the bronze-level requirement had to be to prevent people with weak strengths from taking on the mission and getting damaged. Jiang Yun, so you're here power, you got up too early. The bald captain was a little speechless, feeling that young people nowadays woke up too early. Captain Bald, I'm just here to take a look. Jiang Yun immediately explained. In fact, he had been forcibly awakened by the ogre and carried here just to see what was going on with the quests in the quest center. It's just as well that you're here, come with me, today you and Jiang Zhan follow me and complete the intermediate level mission together. The bald captain said. An intermediate level mission? Minimum 1000 battle merit? Li Xian's eyes lit up. Yes, and there will be more rewards if you overshoot. The bald captain explained. Good, go. Li Xian picked up Jiang Yun and left without any delay. It's... The bald captain looked at the summoned beast carrying the summoner. It was a strange feeling, there was an indescribable sense of incongruity, as if such a scene shouldn't have appeared. Chapter 122 Blood Beast. Just like that, under the strange gaze of the bald captain, Li Xian carried Jiang Yun away, quickly arriving at his destination, which was the city gates. At this moment there were already 3 people at the entrance of the city. One of these 3 was Jiang Battle, one was his sister Jiang Xiaoyu, and there was another skinny young man. This skinny young man was rather ugly, with very sinister eyes, giving people an unusually bad feeling. At the moment, the skinny young man was looking at Jiang War with displeasure, and when he saw Jiang Yun, the skinny young man became even more displeased. Another procrastinator, Captain Bald, are you going to bring 2 procrastinators today? The skinny youth said sinisterly. Lu Bin, you're off today anyway, even though the level of this mission isn't high, only intermediate, doesn't 1000 points smell good? The bald captain smiled. I don't care about these 2 procrastinators if we run into danger. Lu Bin continued to play with his dagger, obviously impatient. Don't worry, the place we're going to this time is Bloodsea Area 6, the number of blood beasts is very small, it's just that stealth is a bit troublesome, but you were the best at it back then. The bald captain patted Lu Bin. Well, it's not difficult if it's Zone 6, just be careful of the stealthy blood beasts in Zone 6. Lu Bin nodded, no longer so sinister. Let's go, when the time comes, you only have to be wary of the stealthy blood beasts, leave the rest to Nan and I. The bald captain greeted the crowd and set off. Aha! Lu Bin nodded, twisted his head to look at Jiang Yun, who was being carried away, and raised an eyebrow. You can't control your summoned beasts? Right. I'm sorry, my summoned beast is a two-headed ogre, and for the time being, I can't fully control it. Jiang Yun said somewhat helplessly. It's a bit poor, it's basic for a summoner to control a summoned beast, you can't even do that, it really doesn't work, you can't compare to Jiang Battle over there in this regard. That kid is also a drag, but he can control the dragon mighty beast very well. Lu Bin shook his head. I'll try. Jiang Yun was helpless and wanted to take control of his summoned beasts, but for some reason, his summoned beasts wouldn't listen to him, and even the bed he slept in at night was taken over. The fact that he, the master, could only hit the floor instead was really very depressing, but he could only be depressed and could do nothing about it. Well, they've only just contracted their summoned beasts, so there's definitely still a process to go through, so don't worry, do the quest. The bald captain spoke. He felt that it wasn't due to Jiang Yun, he felt that it was due to the ogre, perhaps the ogre was hiding something. Well, that's true. Lu Bin nodded, he knew something about the summoner family, after all, only this family could have summoned beasts, which was enviable. However, he didn't care, because spirit martial artists were also very strong, and although the summoner clan was a giant, the #1 human powerhouse at the time was a spirit martial artist. Although he died in battle, that strongest human had said that the speed of spiritual power enhancement by focusing on cultivation was faster than that of a summoner, and there was no need to be envious. This was one of the things that Lu Bin always believed in, believing that he was stronger than the summoner. With this mood the crowd set off, heading towards the Blood Sea Zone 6. The entire Blood Sea stronghold was actually divided into 10 districts, with the most dangerous being District 1, and then by analogy, the weakest being District 10. The location of Zone 6 was actually an area of strange and rocky stone forests, with normal blood beasts, but more stealthy blood beasts. This kind of stealthy blood beast likes to be quiet and live alone, so it will drive away and kill other blood beasts, resulting in a lesser number of blood beasts in Zone 6. The only trouble spot was stealthy blood beasts. After all, stealthy blood beasts were very hard to spot. Luckily, there was a skinny young man, Lu Bin, in the group, who had extremely strong hearing and could easily hear the stealthy blood beasts whenever they moved. This also led to Lu Bin being a meat and potatoes guy, even the bald captain would let him have a few points. Look, there's Sector 6. The group had been walking for a short while when the bald captain pointed to a large rocky forest behind a large tree and then pulled out his weapon. Get ready, stealthy blood beasts are dangerous, especially at the bronze level. It's a disaster for the two of you. Of course, we don't go deep into the stone forest and only kill the black iron blood beasts in the periphery, with the purpose of letting you guys grow to see how dangerous the blood beasts are. Okay, Captain Bald. Zhang Zhan and Jiang Yin nodded their heads at the same time, holding their spiritual power battle blades in a fighting stance. Ha! Your spiritual warblade is actually a black iron upper level warblade, that's not a low price. The bald captain was very surprised when he saw the battle knife that Jiang Yun had drawn. Normally newcomers used ordinary spirit power battle knives, the ones with a bit of money like Jiang Zhan took black iron lower battle knives, but it was surprising that Jiang Yun used black iron upper battle knives. He's got a black iron upper on this one? How come? Jiang Yun, where did you get so much money? This blade isn't cheap. Jiang War was surprised. It's someone who gave me credit, and I'll have to pay it back later. Jiang Yun hurriedly explained. On credit for you? Who is so generous as to give a black iron upper level battle blade on credit? That person is out of his mind, right? The skinny youth, Lu Bin, spoke up, somewhat disbelieving that it was on credit. Instead, it was the bald captain over there whose eyes flickered, becoming more and more suspicious that there was something fishy going on here. Alright, kill the blood beasts first. You guys see the childlike one over there is a blood beast. The bald captain pointed to a child with a blood-colored doll on the strange rock. The child resembled the evil energy doll, but the face was more twisted, the eyes were more brutal, and the skin was blood-colored, like the evil energy doll and something, fused into a monster. When Li Xian saw this scene, he was also a bit surprised and wondered if these blood beasts were related to the evil energy dolls. You must be careful, these blood beasts are very powerful and fast, it's best to fight the lower level blood beasts first to get used to them. Jiang Zhan, you try that black iron primary blood beast first, your dragon mighty beast is black iron intermediate, the two of you should be able to handle it if you work together. The bald captain said seriously. Okay, I'll try then. Jiang Zhan was a little apprehensive, especially when he looked at the blood beast's twisted face. He became more and more nervous, and with such emotions, he held his battle sword and wore his armor as he slowly walked over with the dragon mighty beast. Kill! Jiang Zhan roared, and the battle sword in his hand violently slashed at the blood beast, slashing down at the head with all his might. Whoosh! The blood beast's body twisted and suddenly appeared behind Jiang Zhan, his right hand instantly turning into a blood-colored spike that violently stabbed Jiang Zhan's back heart from the rear. "Look out!" Jiang Xiaoyu was horrified by this scene and immediately wanted to go to the rescue, but was pulled back by the bald captain. "Don't worry, with his spiritual armor and his black iron lower-level strength, along with the black iron middle-level dragon mighty beast, he can completely crush the blood beasts. If he can't even kill a black iron primary blood beast, that's really too bad," the bald captain solemnly said. Chapter 123 Trampled to Death. But Jiang Xiaoyu was still worried, afraid that her brother would get hurt. But this time, the dragon mighty beast violently released its dragon might, and the intense pressure caused the blood beast to give a slight lurch, its movements momentarily stopping for a moment. Taking advantage of this, the dragon mighty beast immediately blocked in front of the blood beast, waving its claws and fiercely slapping at the blood beast. Boo! The earth trembled slightly, splattering a cloud of dust, but unfortunately no screams came from it. Because the blood beast's body once again twisted strangely and quickly came next to the dragon mighty beast, its blood-colored spikes stabbing out once again. Roar! The dragon mighty beast growled and swung its claws just to turn around and slap the blood beast to death. Unfortunately, Jiang Zhan suddenly rushed over and attacked the blood beast frantically, causing the dragon mighty beast's attack to be affected. Results: the dragon mighty beast clearly had the ability to kill the blood beast on its own, and with the help of Jiang Zhan, it instead fought for half a day. In the end, the dragon mighty beast and Jiang Zhan were drenched in blood, which killed this blood beast that had been resurrected several times, and retrieved the blood bead in the blood beast's body. Hoo! Finally killed. Panting and limping, Jiang Zhan came back with a smile on his face, even though he had suffered some injuries, because he had managed to kill a blood beast. Not bad, Jiang battle, you did well, it's quite good to have this performance in your first battle. The bald captain smiled and praised. And thanks to Captain Bald for giving me a workout. Hearing the compliments, Jiang Zhan couldn't help but smile, feeling that his combat experience had been improved in no small way. Brother, stop talking, I'll heal you. Jiang Xiaoyu quickly came to Jiang Zhan's side and raised her small white hand. Soon a firefly state-summoned beast appeared and began to fly around Jiang Zhan. After some flying, Jiang Zhan recovered most of his injuries, and his person became radiant, with a more and more confident look on his face. The dragon mighty beast after this battle, finally and Jiang War have some friction. The future of long-term fighting will certainly be strong and powerful, the war power to enhance. The main thing was that although Jiang Zhan was injured, he didn't chicken out and fought valiantly instead, which made the dragon mighty beast recognize Jiang Zhan somewhat, feeling that Jiang Zhan would be a good companion. The fear of the two-headed ogre in the heart of the dragon mighty beast, who had something to rely on, was slightly alleviated and was no longer so fearful. Also at this time, the bald captain spoke as he looked at Zhang Yun. "Zhang Yun, do you want to try as well? There's also a black iron primary blood beast over there, it can be a good exercise in combat." "Ha?" Zhang Yun flinched and instinctively looked towards the two-headed ogre. Kill, I'll join you." Demon 2 waved his left hand and spoke loudly, excited to fight. Boo! A dull sound rang out, and Demon 2's head shook slightly as it was slapped with a dull sound. Brain-fogged, Demon 2 twisted his head to the right side of his head and said apprehensively, "Big brother, can't I go?" "Let him go on his own, if he dies, he has no qualifications to be our royal lord," Li Xian said indifferently. "Ha? But Jiang Yun is only at the ordinary upper level, and that blood beast is at the black iron lower level, that's a big difference," Devil 2 couldn't help but say. "He has spiritual armor and a spiritual battle blade, so even if he can't kill the blood beast, he'll still be able to retreat in one piece." Li Xian continued to speak calmly, with no intention of stepping in to help. "It's..." Devil 2 didn't dare to disobey his big brother's words and could only say, "Jiang Yun, cheer yourself up and don't let big brother down." "Okay. Good." Jiang Yun swallowed his saliva and looked towards the black iron inferior blood beast in the distance. Facing an enemy one level higher than himself, or a cruel enemy, Jiang Yun was still afraid, but he wanted to gain the approval of the summoned beast. If even the summoned beasts couldn't identify with him, then what qualifications did he have to control them? Also for this reason, he took a deep breath and held his battle sword with determination as he walked towards the black iron blood beast, in front of the surprised gazes of the bald captain and the others. "That's not good." Jiang Xiaoyu's pretty brows frowned, although this brother was distantly related, but after all, he was also a member of Jiang's family. Jiang Xiaoyu was still unwilling to see Jiang Yun die. "Let's see first." The bald captain's eyes flickered, curious to see what tricks the ogre was planning to pull. But this time, Jiang Zhan scurried out and shouted to stop it. You can't go, that blood beast is very terrifying. Didn't you see how dangerous our fight was just now? Even if your summoned beast tells you to go, you can't go. It's a death sentence if you go. You should go with your summoned beast and... Of course, it would be dangerous for the two of you to go together. And don't forget, I've just been through combat. Jiang Zhan said loudly and directly blocked in front of Jiang Yun, looking at the ogre with angry eyes and at Li Shen. Ignorant, a tiny blood beast is all. Li Shen shook his head and slowly walked towards the black iron-grade blood beast. I'll join you, Jiang Yun said. No need. Li Shen coldly refused, stopping directly in front of a black iron inferior blood beast and raising his fist. Whoosh! The blood beast's body twisted strangely and suddenly came behind Li Shen, his hands transformed into sharp lances and viciously stabbed at Li Shen's heart. Boo! A dull sound rang out, and a large foot landed with a loud bang, ruthlessly stepping on the blood beast, directly stomping on it as if it were a watermelon. At this moment blood sprayed and scattered on the earth, coloring the black grass red. The only thing left in the entire scene was slowly writhing blood, fusing little by little, coming closer and closer, gradually forming new blood beasts, only with their strength reduced to ordinary upper levels. Kill it! Li Shen looked at Jiang Yun and left his sentence behind, turning back to his original place, closing his eyes and faking sleep, completely falling into silence. Yes. Yes. Jiang Yun swallowed his saliva and looked at the blood beast that was one size smaller and immediately wielded his battle sword to kill, engaging the blood beast in a life and death battle. As for the other people on the scene, each and every one of them were dumbfounded as they looked at this scene, looking at Li Shen who was pretending to sleep with his eyes closed. The brains of the crowd were all in a daze. Especially Jiang Zhan, he was directly dumbfounded. It took him a lot of effort, and with the help of the dragon mighty beast, this barely killed the blood beast. But who would have thought that such a powerful black iron blood beast would be stomped to death and trampled by an ogre? Such a scene, such a picture, made Jiang Zhan really unable to accept it. It felt like a dream. And his dragon Wirm, too, looked at the ogre in fear. That sense of fear that was easily less just now, instantly increased several times. Even standing here, the dragon mighty beast didn't dare to get too close to the ogre. So strong, it even stomped the blood beast to death. What's going on? It's clearly at the same level. How could the ogre stomp the blood beast to death? The skinny young man Lu Bin couldn't believe it. Very strong indeed. Before the blood beast was resurrected, it was the strongest, and the more it was resurrected, the weaker it became. But the ogre stomped it to death with a single kick. That's too strong. How did this happen? Jiang Xiaoyu was equally very surprised, her big eyes flickering as she looked at Li Shen. This ogre is extraordinary. It might possess the strength of a black iron upper. The bald head said seriously. The upper level? Did it hide its strength? That's not right. It's hard for an ogre to raise its strength. It's all recognized. Strange. The skinny youth, Lu Bin, was puzzled. Maybe it's a special class summoning beast. Let's wait and see. I don't know if it has any other skills. I feel sure it does. The bald captain spoke seriously. If it was just the strength of a black iron upper level, it wasn't enough to startle a silver level big shot like the logistics officer. So the bald captain guessed that the ogre was bound to be hiding something deeper. What? Ogres have hidden abilities? Are you sure? The skinny young man Wu Bin was surprised. The ogre showing the strength of a black iron upper level was already quite surprising. But it was surprising that Captain Bald said there was more. Yeah, I guarantee it. The bald captain swore. Why? The skinny youth, Wu Bin, inquired curiously. It's... The bald captain hesitated for 2 seconds, then said seriously, all right, you're not an outsider, so I'll tell you. Thanks, Captain. The skinny young man, Wu Bin, was grateful and identified more strongly with the team.